You always buy defective techniques every time. The lower the level, the better. Ideally, it should be the worst of the worst. Others mock you, calling you a fool. But what they don't know is that you have the ability to turn waste into treasure. No matter how ordinary the item is, it can be transformed into something of immense value. At this moment, looking at the elder, you have just received a medium-grade yellow technique. Although its grade isn't very high, you resolutely accept it. Not only because of your ability, but more importantly, this can turn around the passive situation of your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Your arch-rival, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, is spending a lot of money. They have blocked all supply channels for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. With no goods to acquire and no money to earn, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce faces the risk of being absorbed. The only thing your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can offer is just a piece of Tian Shui Jade. But once this piece of Tian Shui Jade is auctioned off, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will be left to wait for its demise. In response, Elder Shui again persuades you, hoping you can cancel the auction and think long-term. You smile calmly at Elder Shui and say, "This auction, I not only won't cancel, but I will also host it myself." After saying that, you turn and leave, leaving the confused Xueming in the room. Hosting it personally? In the past, professional auctioneers handled the auctions. Can you really do this? But thinking carefully, your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is so impoverished that you can't even afford to hire an auctioneer. The president stepping in personally is a last resort. Let it be. He shakes his head, smiles, and leaves. At this moment in the storeroom, you reach out to take the medium-grade yellow technique you just acquired. Turning waste into treasure. Congratulations on successfully turning waste into treasure and obtaining the high-grade Shen level technique, Qing Ke Hong Yu Gong. In an instant, your eyes shine with golden light, high-grade Shen level. What luck, this truly is a stroke of fortune. You have directly transformed a medium-grade yellow technique into a high-grade Shen level technique, which is almost at the earth level. Although the high-grade Shen level is slightly inferior, it is still extremely rare. In terms of value, it is even much higher than the Tian Shui Jade, incomparable to those previous pills or spiritual energy. Indeed, if you were to auction off this Qing Ke Hong Yu Gong, you would definitely reap greater profits. But you consider many factors. The reason your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has survived this long isn't just because of that piece of Tian Shui Jade, is it? It's because of strength. Your cheap old man left a powerful Luo Wenjing expert to oversee the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce before he died. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce sent people to cause trouble, but they were all blocked by that Luo Wenjing expert. If it weren't for that, why would the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce be willing to spend so much money and effort to block you? They would have crushed the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce long ago. This is also the main reason your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has managed to survive until now, relying on that piece of Tian Shui Jade. While the Tian Shui Jade is precious, it is hardly worth mentioning to experts above the Luo Wenjing level. However, if you were to auction off the Qing Ke Hong Yu Gong, the outcome would be entirely different. At that time, it wouldn't just be the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce coming, it would be many peak Luo Wenjing experts and even powerful Ju Dan level experts. In the next 2 days, you continuously collect various ordinary items, including techniques, medicinal herbs, and weapons. Without exception, you turn them all into treasures of immense value, all for making a stunning impact at the auction 2 days later. Soon, 2 days pass, and the once quiet Qingyun auction house is now bustling with people. This is because everyone has heard that you will be auctioning off the Tian Shui Jade, and everyone wants to come and take a look or find a bargain. At this moment, in a small exclusive room on the second floor, the Grand Elder of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shanyu, is talking with the city lord. Both sides are chatting and laughing, appearing as if they are old friends who have just met. Seeing this, many people understand. Today marks the final celebration for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It's such a pity, if it weren't for the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce bringing this upon himself, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Who can disagree? However, I heard that this time, the auction of the Tian Shui Jade was a decision made by the president's son. It was indeed a decision made by that president's son, a continuation of the family legacy. These two father and son truly are not cut from the same cloth. Countless people are discussing loudly, their words filled with sarcasm. In another room, Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao are sitting and standing here, hearing these discussions. Their faces turn ashen. These guys are truly reckless with their words, too rampant. If this were decades ago, during the peak of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have dared to say a word against it. Chen Yunhe grips Hong Luyu tightly, nearly crushing him with his fingers, wondering what the president is thinking. Lin Yao also sighs, thinking that if they don't auction, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could survive for a while longer. Now that they are auctioning, not only will they gain nothing good, but their future will also be hopeless. It's truly all harm and no benefit. I heard that Xue Ming even negotiated with the chamber's money to buy a medium-grade royal technique. Chen Yunha seems to fall silent for a moment, letting out a deep sigh. It seems that leaving the position of president to Zhao Xian may not be a good thing. While discussing, they can't help but turn their heads to look at the middle-aged man standing straight nearby. The man is Zhao Lidian, the Luo Wenjing expert who remains to protect the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, known as Zhao Ming. With his cultivation, he could easily hold the position of elder within a sect, if not for Zhao Lidian saving his life. He would have likely long since fled far away. Just as everyone is discussing, you have already walked from the backstage to the auction stage. Your appearance instantly draws countless gazes from around. Isn't this the current head of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Why is he the one hosting? Could it be that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can't even afford an auctioneer now? Ha, what a decline. Even the president has to come out to host the auction himself. Countless mocking and sarcastic voices continue to arise. Seeing this, Qin Shanyu on the second floor also shows a smile. Beside him, the city lord of Manhwa City, Xiao Yuhua, also smiles and asks, Elder Qin, what do you think the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will auction today? Besides the Tianshui jade, nothing else is important, Qin Shanyu replies calmly. As if everything is under control. It seems Elder Qin is already confident of victory. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuhua couldn't help but laugh as well. He has already formed an alliance with Qin Shanyue. Once the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce absorbs the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he will officially enter Manhwa City, working together to make money. Therefore, Xiao Yuhua is also hoping for the quick downfall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. You paid no attention to the mocking voices around you, instead wearing a smile. It is truly an honor for us that you all can attend our Qingyun auction. Now, without further ado, let's get straight to the point. After saying that, you took out a palm-sized jade box from your bosom. This item is a third-grade spirit elixir, essential for the cultivation of the powerful Luo Wenjing. Before you could finish, many people in the audience displayed looks of astonishment. It is not the spirit elixir itself that is wicked, but the fact that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can still present a spirit elixir for auction. If it were the old Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, no one would find it strange to auction off a spirit elixir, but now, with the chamber on the verge of collapse, how is that possible? At that moment, everyone on the second floor also displayed looks of shock. Elder Qin, didn't you say that you had completely cut off the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's supply? How could they have this spirit elixir? How did the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce manage to obtain it? Upon hearing this, Qin Shanyue was also stunned for a while, the same doubt lingering in his mind. On the other side of the second floor, Xue Ming stared at the spirit elixir in your hand, unable to help but widen his eyes, thinking, we still have this thing in our storage. Bullshit. Chen Yunhai immediately interrupted, clearly annoyed that he had messed it up himself. They initially thought you were just taking a last-ditch effort, but now it seemed you had some confidence, which is why you chose to hold an auction. At this moment, you continued to speak on stage. The starting bid for the third-grade spirit elixir is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the auction begins now. As your voice fell, the sounds of bidding began to rise continuously. 1,500. I bid 2,000. 3,000. Although there were some powerful figures from Luo Wenjing present, they were all well off and didn't lack for a spirit elixir. Instead, it was some younger cultivators at the transformation realm who began bidding. For them, even if they couldn't use the spirit elixir, winning it to give to their seniors from Luo Wenjing would be excellent. Perhaps they might even get a bargain. The auction price soared quickly, reaching 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in just a moment, and the bidding began to quiet down a bit. I bid 6,000. A man in splendid attire stood up, cupping his hands to the crowd, looking as if he had some status. As soon as he said this, the bidding around him paused for a moment, seemingly ready to give him some face. But at that moment, a strong voice suddenly rang out, 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the speaker, revealing a scruffily dressed middle-aged man. This brother, your father is the head of the Su family in Manhwa City. Are you looking for trouble? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, do you think you're worthy of causing trouble for me? Instantly, he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The crowd around him changed their expressions drastically, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man was a powerful figure from Luo Wenjing. Seeing this, the Su family young master turned pale instantly and immediately backed down. I'm sorry, senior, I was being presumptuous. He quickly sat back down and stopped calling out. It seemed to have attracted many powerful figures from Luo Wenjing. You couldn't help but sigh inwardly at this. Congratulations, you have successfully bid 6,500 low-grade spirit stones for this third-grade spirit elixir. Please come to the back to settle the payment later. After a brief break, you returned to the stage to begin the second round of auctions. This time, the gaze from the audience held a hint of anticipation and less mockery. On the second floor, Xiao Yuhua and Qin Shanyue's eyes were fixed on you, wondering what you would bring out next for auction. That spirit elixir should be the best you can offer. There shouldn't be anything better. Under the gaze of everyone, you slowly took out an ancient-looking parchment scroll from your bosom. The next item for auction is a martial arts manual. As soon as the words left your mouth, a wave of disappointment spread through the crowd. Everyone present knew that the market for martial arts manuals was entirely controlled by the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce. In previous auctions, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce couldn't even produce a profound-grade martial arts manual, let alone now. On the other side, Chen Yunhe and his companions' expressions changed drastically. Could it be that royal-grade martial arts manual from the storage? Looks like you're out of options. Getting a spirit elixir is already quite impressive. What a pity, the three of them sighed, as if they could already see the scene of you being mocked and scolded next. You took in all these reactions from the stage, but your expression showed no change. Instead, you spoke softly, silencing the surrounding noise. This martial art is called Vajra technique, a profound-grade medium-level defensive art. As soon as the words fell, the crowd fell silent for a moment. But soon, bursts of exclamations filled the air. A profound-grade medium defensive martial art. Is this for real? Didn't they say that the business of martial arts manuals was monopolized by the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce? I must have this profound-grade medium defensive martial art. The atmosphere instantly heated up, with countless gazes fixed on the slightly ancient-looking parchment scroll in your hand. A profound-grade medium defensive martial art is certainly rarer than a third-grade spirit elixir. Usually, one can only purchase this at the stores of major chambers, and it doesn't come cheap. It's not something you come across often, which naturally made many people's eyes sparkle with anticipation. The starting bid for the Vajra technique is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100. Low-grade spirit stones. I bid 3,500. 3,500 for a low-grade spirit stone to take away a profound-grade medium martial art? Dream on. I bid 4,000. Cheers rang out from the audience. In the blink of an eye, the bid for the Vajra technique rose to 6,000. The speed of the increase was incomparable to that of the spirit elixir. The auction hall was filled with noise and excitement, while in contrast, the atmosphere on the second floor felt somewhat off. Qin Shanyue immediately called over a subordinate and said, "Investigate thoroughly, find out who sold the martial arts manual to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce." The black-clad guard bowed in acknowledgement. At this moment, Qin Shanyue was very displeased. To him, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was like someone who had lost all their limbs. The fish on the chopping board could be dealt with however one wished. Unexpectedly, his own subordinates made a fatal mistake by selling a profound-grade medium martial art to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Although Qin Shanyue had never heard of the Vajra technique, the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce had ample resources. He certainly couldn't clear everything out. As for a mere profound-grade medium martial art, while it is indeed quite good, it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. At most, it would only allow them to enjoy a little more laughter for a while. Although Xiao Yuhua didn't say it, she understood. Despite some troubles, the situation was still on their side, so there was no need to panic. On the other side, Chen Yunhe and his companions couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. What profound-grade medium martial art? Where did you get it? They had originally thought you were going to auction off that unwanted yellow-grade medium martial arts manual, but the result turned out to be a profound-grade medium martial art. They were instantly dumbfounded. It seemed your capabilities were not ordinary, and they had underestimated you. In their discussions, they also thought that perhaps you had bribed the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce. After all, they couldn't think of any other reason. At this moment, the auction for the Vajra technique had reached a fever pitch. The price had skyrocketed to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and was still climbing. Seeing this, they were about to burst into laughter. In the end, the Vajra technique was won by an unknown young man for 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the second round of auctions ended, you stepped down, but the atmosphere remained lively. Given the excitement from the previous auctions, those who had come just for fun were now filled with anticipation. They were eager to see what the next round would auction off. Generally speaking, the items auctioned off earlier were of lower value. The value of the auction items should increase as the event progresses. On the other side, Qin Shanyue and Xiao Yuhua also narrowed their eyes slightly, silently waiting. Elder Qin, what do you think Xiao Xian can produce next? Qin Shanyue paused. Had this been before the auction began, he would have confidently said it was all trash. But now, with the examples of the spirit elixir and the Vajra technique, he was also somewhat uncertain. At most, it would be something of similar value to the spirit elixir and the Vajra technique, with the most significant item being that piece of Tian Shui jade. Upon hearing Qin Shanyue's words, Xiao Yuha nodded, agreeing that it should be the case. While they were discussing, Yu had already walked back onto the stage. Seeing this, Qin Shanyue and Xiao Yuha straightened their expressions and looked down repeatedly. In just a moment, they no longer appeared as relaxed as before. Your return instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The previously noisy environment fell silent in an instant, as everyone awaited the next item you would present for auction. You looked down at countless pairs of eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems everyone is eager. In that case, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The next item for auction is this. As you spoke, you took out a long box measuring about 3 feet. What is this? Someone couldn't help but ask loudly. This question represented the confusion in everyone's hearts. Some people even frowned, not sensing the value of this item. In response, you simply smiled softly and reached to open the box, revealing a sword. As soon as you spoke, waves of disappointment began to rise. What's so good about auctioning off a weapon? Hearing this, Qin Shanyue sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was just a weapon. Even a top-grade weapon would probably be valued just slightly higher than a spirit elixir. It's even less valuable than the Vajra technique. Xiao Yuha also nodded repeatedly, thinking, I thought Zhao Xian had some extraordinary abilities, but it seems he's out of tricks. But in the next moment, as a sound of sword chime echoed throughout the venue, an unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Shanyue's face also broke into a smile. The tension in his heart seemed to have eased considerably. If Zhao Xian were to auction off another precious item, it wouldn't be good for their Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. That way, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would profit even more. It would also make it harder for Sunyu Chamber of Commerce to swallow Changyun Chamber of Commerce. On the other side, Chen Yunha and the others sighed softly. So it turns out to be a weapon. Could it be the weapon from the storeroom? It shouldn't be. Perhaps it's a top-grade weapon. Well, although its value isn't as high as the first two, it's not too bad. Yeah, at least it's much better than those useless items before. Regarding the disappointed murmurs from the audience, Zhao Xian was not in a hurry. He picked up the blood spirit sword from the wooden box and held it in his hand. Everyone could clearly see the appearance of the blood spirit sword, and the disappointment in their eyes deepened. From its appearance, the blood spirit sword did not seem much different from an ordinary weapon. Thus, it could be judged that this sword was merely a weapon. You all should know that there is a significant difference between weapons and spirit weapons. It can be easily distinguished with the naked eye. Zhao Xian's words made many people nod slowly. It was precisely because of this that they could tell that the sword in Zhao Xian's hand was not a spirit weapon, but a weapon. Spirit weapons are rare because they require at least a 7th-grade weapon master to forge, consuming extremely rare materials, while the materials used for weapons, although not bad, are not considered rare. The difference in materials can naturally be seen from the appearance. Spirit weapons are ethereal, they can be recognized at a glance. Someone said. Others nodded in agreement. Zhao Xian also chuckled and nodded. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. But, there is one exception. Zhao Xian's tone shifted. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent, curiously looking at Zhao Xian. On the second floor, Qin Shanyue's smile abruptly stopped, as if he had thought of a certain possibility, his pupils instantly narrowing to pinpoints. It can't be. The next moment, a faint aura surged within Zhao Xian's body. As the young master of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, his cultivation, while not particularly high, had barely broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Although it was only the first level of the spirit transformation realm, it was enough to barely stimulate a spirit weapon. The faint aura flowed into the blood spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Zhao Xian felt a tremor in his hand, and a sound of sword ringing echoed throughout the venue. Buzz! The moment the sound of the sword rang out, an incredibly fierce blood-red aura erupted from the blood spirit sword. Everyone present changed their expressions drastically. This is a spirit weapon. I actually misjudged. This is actually a spirit weapon. Countless people exclaimed in astonishment. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They had thought that the blood spirit sword in Zhao Xian's hand was merely an ordinary top-grade weapon, not realizing that it was actually a spirit weapon. It was just that the spiritual resonance was hidden, so it appeared no different from a weapon, but it only needed spiritual energy to be infused into it, and with a slight stimulation, it could unleash its original state. To be precise, it's a mid-tier spirit weapon. Zhao Xian interrupted. Instantly, the venue erupted in another round of exclamations. Good heavens! A mid-tier spirit weapon. This item was immensely attractive even to those at the fallen pattern realm. On the second floor, Zhao Ming, who had been standing straight in a black outfit, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Even he only possessed a mid-tier spirit weapon. The young master truly has extraordinary means. He squinted his eyes but showed no other reaction. In another room, Qin Shunyue's face turned pale in an instant. No! Impossible! Where did Zhao Xian get a mid-tier spirit weapon? Spirit weapons are said to be rare, but they are not too rare. Some sect disciples can afford them. After all, weapon masters also need to cultivate and require resources. As long as the materials are sufficient, creating spiritual artifacts is naturally not a problem. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce can also acquire a few spiritual artifacts for auction. The quality is definitely not low. But, let's not even mention where the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce got their spiritual artifacts. Where are they getting the spirit stones to purchase these artifacts? Impossible. This is simply impossible. Qin Shunyue couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. Xiao Yuhua's expression also shifted between green and purple. This Qingyun Chamber of Commerce truly refuses to die. They are clearly on the verge of collapse, yet they still manage to stir up such trouble. Now, they have somehow obtained a spiritual artifact. A mid-tier spiritual artifact. No less. That thing? Even the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce probably couldn't acquire it in a short time. Just as everyone was immersed in shock, suddenly, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that coming to watch the fun would lead to such a treasure appearing. This sword is mine. In the next moment, a powerful aura swept through. Countless people changed their expressions drastically. This was clearly a strong practitioner at the falling pattern realm. He was rapidly approaching Zhao Xian. Among the crowd, there were also quite a few strong practitioners at the falling pattern realm, but they did not intervene, merely watching the man who dared to stick his neck out with cold smiles. On the stage, seeing the falling pattern realm man charging towards him with immense momentum, Zhao Xian's face remained calm, but inside, he was still a bit anxious. After all, he was just a small practitioner at the spirit transformation realm. The falling pattern realm man, seeing how easily he was closing in on Zhao Xian, and with the mid-tier spiritual artifact so close, immediately showed excitement, ignoring Zhao Xian entirely as he reached out to snatch the blood spirit sword, seeking death. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, a shadow flashed by. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Then everyone saw that the falling pattern realm man, like a kite with a broken string, spewed blood and flew backward. With a loud crash, he smashed into the wall, creating a huge pit. Lying in the ruins, he had already lost all breath. With one strike, a falling pattern realm strongman fell on the spot. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, then looked up at the stage. Their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at the man in black standing next to Zhao Xian. With this little spirit stone, it's not a big deal. Falling pattern realm, 7th level. Although the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has fallen, they still have such a powerful guardian. No wonder they haven't completely collapsed. Does the current situation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce look like they are about to fall? Many people below were discussing among themselves. Originally, they all thought the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was on its last legs. Today's auction was supposed to be the final revelry of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, but now it seems they might have overthought it. Originally, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce couldn't even produce a decent treasure for auction. Yet today, they have brought out 3 treasures in succession. Although these 3 treasures are not particularly precious compared to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at its peak, it should be noted that the last auction by Qingyun featured nothing but scrap metal. In comparison, this is a tremendous improvement. On the second floor, Qin Shunyue took a deep look at Zhao Ming, who was beside Zhao Xian. It was because of this person that he couldn't quickly and violently swallow the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Falling pattern realm, 7th level. Such strength was enough to enter a nearby, more powerful sect as an elder. Although the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce also had strong practitioners stationed, the strength of both sides was not far apart. Suppressing them was basically impossible. Thus, he could only gradually eat away at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce bit by bit. If it weren't for Zhao Ming, he would have long since forcibly occupied the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and renamed it the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. On the stage, Zhao Xian waved his hand lightly, signaling Zhao Ming to step back. Please control your emotions, everyone. Although our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is down and out, it doesn't mean anyone can ride over us and act with impunity. Let's continue the auction. This mid-tier spiritual weapon is called the Blood Spirit Sword. The starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 200. The auction is officially open. As Zhao Xian's voice fell, the entire venue erupted. The sounds of bidding rose in a frenzy. The recent fall of that strong individual from the patterned realm did not dampen their spirits for the auction. After all, this is a mid-tier spiritual weapon. It's not something as common as cabbage. Its allure is several times greater than that of the Void Spirit Pill and the Diamond Technique. Many strong individuals from the patterned realm began to raise their bids. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Blood Spirit Sword had risen to 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached 10,000. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes, feeling quite pleased. Raise it, the higher the better. The rewards he could gain would be even more substantial. Thinking of this, he began to anticipate the rewards he would receive once the auction concluded. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. I want this Blood Spirit Sword. In an instant, the price of the Blood Spirit Sword soared to 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the bidder. It should be noted that the previous bid was only 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this person jumped straight to 15,000. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the burly man who had previously won the Void Spirit Pill. At this moment, he wore a confident expression, seemingly certain he would secure the Blood Spirit Sword. However, it was clear that this time no one was going to indulge him. 20,000. Soon, another strong individual from the patterned realm called out a bid. The burly man showed his displeasure and shouted, 25,000. Then, the two began to clash. Back and forth, they directly raised the price of the Blood Spirit Sword to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this price, both seemed to hesitate. A mid-tier spiritual weapon typically has a market price of around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the quality is good, it could go higher, reaching 30,000. 40,000 low-grade spirit stones was already a bit excessive. If this continued, they would likely end up as fools. After a few more rounds of stalemate, the burly man finally couldn't hold out any longer. He stopped bidding. The auction price for the Blood Spirit Sword ultimately settled at 45,000 low-grade spirit stones, secured by that strong individual from the patterned realm. This scene left the onlookers around in shock. Wow, this mid-tier spiritual weapon can actually be auctioned for such a high price? 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. With just a bit more, you could almost buy a slightly inferior high-tier spiritual weapon, right? Tisk TSK. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is going to make a huge profit this time. On the second floor, Qin Shanyue's expression was not very pleasant. Their plan at the Seeking Moon Chamber of Commerce was to raise the prices through various channels to starve the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce of supplies. This way, it wouldn't be long before the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would collapse on its own, allowing them to swoop in. But now, the Blood Spirit Sword had been auctioned for such a high price. It was enough to allow the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to hold on for a while longer. Damn it! Qin Shanyue slammed his palm hard on the table beside him, clearly furious. Elder Qin, there's no need to be so angry. Although the auction price of the Blood Spirit Sword is high, I believe this sword must have been entrusted to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce for auction by some powerful individual. Think about it, at a time like this, who would sell a precious mid-tier spiritual weapon to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Or rather, with the current foundation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, how could they afford a mid-tier spiritual weapon? Upon hearing this, Qin Shanyue paused. Are you saying that, Lord Xiao? I see. It is a certain powerful individual who has previously traded with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, unexpectedly obtaining this Blood Spirit Sword. Since he happens to be short on money, he entrusted it to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce for auction. Not only this Blood Spirit Sword, but the previous Void Spirit Pill and Diamond Skill are likely also from that powerful individual. Otherwise, how could the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce have the ability to acquire so many treasures? Xiao Yue slowly spoke to comfort them. At the same time, he expressed his speculations from this period. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shanyue's eyes lit up. Indeed, with his level of secrecy, it was absolutely impossible for him to leak so many treasures to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Even if there was a problem with his subordinates, it could be explained if a single Void Spirit Pill or a book of Diamond Skill slipped out. But a mid-tier spiritual weapon, that was definitely something the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could not afford. On one hand, mid-tier spiritual weapons are often extremely rare, valuable yet hard to find. On the other hand, the price of a mid-tier spiritual weapon is exorbitant. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was already in dire straits, let alone being able to buy a mid-tier spiritual weapon. Buying a single void spirit pill would probably cost them an arm and a leg. So, after this auction ends, the spiritual stones obtained by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will definitely not be too many. The bulk will have to go to that powerful individual. What can the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce do with that little bit of spiritual stones? Xiao Yuha smiled. Qin Shangyue also revealed a hearty smile. Ha ha ha, what you say, City Lord Xiao, is indeed true. It seems I, old Qin, have been a bit foolish, not having thought of this aspect. Xiao Yuha slightly cupped his hands, flattering him. That statement is incorrect, Elder Qin. You are lost in the details, while I am merely an observer, so I naturally see more. In terms of means, Elder Qin is still the best. Xiao Yuhai gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, after this auction ends, would City Lord Xiao do me the honor of visiting the inviting moon tower for a chat? Qin Shangyue laughed heartily, clearly satisfied. With Elder Qin's invitation, there is naturally no reason to refuse. Xiao Yuha chuckled lightly. As the two sides chatted and laughed, the auction continued to proceed fervently. Next up for auction is also a spiritual weapon. On stage, Zhao Xian held a small wooden box, smiling as he spoke. It is merely a special spiritual weapon. There are no grade distinctions. As he spoke, Zhao Xian opened the wooden box, revealing its contents. It was a round, thumb-sized black jade stone, another spiritual weapon. Countless people were shaken. All eyes were on Zhao Xian's hand, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Zhao Xian understood what they wanted to know, without any intention of keeping them in suspense. He explained directly. This special spiritual weapon is called the Soul Guarding Jade. Wearing it on your person and nurturing it with spiritual energy will have the effect of clearing the mind and purifying the spirit. Of course, its most special effect is that it can block soul attacks. Wow! As soon as Zhao Xian said this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Many experts at the Patterned Vein realm had shining eyes filled with sharp light. A spiritual weapon that can block soul attacks. This is simply too rare. One must know that in the path of cultivation, the main focus is on body tempering and spirit refining. After all, most cultivators are completely immersed in body tempering and spirit refining, continuously improving their own cultivation. They do not deliberately enhance their own soul. Once faced with a practitioner who cultivates soul techniques, a single move can leave you dizzy. Even if their cultivation is not as good as yours, they might be able to defeat you with a single move using their soul technique, surpassing your level. And this Soul Guarding Jade can actually block soul attacks. It even has the effect of clearing the mind and purifying the spirit. This is simply a perfect spiritual weapon. President Zhao, what is the starting bid for this Soul Guarding Jade? Hurry up and start the auction. I can't hold back any longer. This Soul Guarding Jade is mine. Hu Hengxi, what are you? This item belongs to me. It's your mother. You dare to insult me. Seeking death. A commotion erupted below. People began to argue among themselves, and it seemed like it was about to escalate into a fight. In response, Zhao Xian calmly spoke up to stop the dispute. The Soul Guarding Jade. Starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 200 low-grade spirit stones. Now, the auction officially begins. The moment Zhao Xian's voice fell, the noisy debates in the hall instantly ceased. Following that, the sounds of bidding began to ring out. 5,005. Only 5,005? You're a dead broke. I bid 7,000. A dead broke is still a dead broke. Can you not add the word dead? 8,000. 10,000. 13,000. It was even more frenzied than when the blood spirit sword was auctioned. Almost before 3 breaths had passed since Zhao Xian's words, the price had already soared to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even Zhao Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This price surge was simply too exaggerated. It seems I underestimated the Soul Guarding Jade. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly, but it was quite normal. The Soul Guarding Jade had the effect of blocking soul attacks. Such a protective item was indeed rare. For the strong, the blood spirit sword was naturally more valuable. But not everyone would cultivate swords. In contrast, every cultivator would need a Soul Guarding Jade that could block soul attacks and purify the mind. How many cultivators each year suffer because they lack a means of soul protection and fall victim to soul attacks? Now that there was such a spirit tool, it was only natural that people would flock to it. Not to mention them, even those sitting on the second floor were feeling a bit envious. I didn't expect there would be a spirit tool that protects the soul. Qin Shunyue's eyes were fixed on the soul-guarding jade, clearly wanting to bid for it. Not just him, but Xiao Yuha also showed a look of interest. After all, such spirit tools were exceedingly rare. However, neither of them made a bid, because they felt it would be embarrassing. Qin Shunyue was backed by the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, and he was the elder of the Sunyu Chamber, a sworn enemy of the Qing Yun Chamber. What would it look like to be sending spirit stones to the Qing Yun Chamber? As for Xiao Yuha, he was now considered a partner of Qin Shunyue, so he naturally stood on the same side. Thus, although they were envious, they wouldn't rashly make a move. On the other side, Chen Yunha and the others were all astonished. Where on earth did Zhao Xian get so many treasures? Medicinal pills and techniques are one thing, but 2 consecutive spirit tools, one a mid-grade spirit tool, and another a soul protection spirit tool. Xue Ming murmured, feeling a bit bewildered. If Zhao Xian had so many good things, why would he still make himself spend a lot of money to acquire items? Wasn't that just a way of saying he had too much money to spend? Sigh. I'm even a bit tempted to make a move, but unfortunately, my pockets are empty. Lin Yao couldn't help but sigh. Chen Yunha remained silent. The 3 of them were all poorer than the other. Where would they get spirit stones to buy spirit tools? At this moment, they could only watch helplessly. Below the stage, the auction was already fervent. The prices were climbing steadily. Now, it had clearly reached 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this rate, it might break 60,000? Zhao Xian marveled inwardly. This price was almost enough to buy 2 or even 3 decent mid-grade spirit tools. What a big profit! While pondering, Zhao Xian seemed to think of something. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, this hesitation transformed into determination. After a moment, the auctioning voices on the stage began to thin out. Ultimately, the price settled at 58,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not breaking 60,000 made Zhao Xian feel a bit regretful, but this price was already far beyond his expectations. After all, this item was essentially obtained for free. No cost at all. 58,000 low-grade spirit stones, all of which must go into his pocket. This is not just a small handling fee. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. Next, we will auction the last item of today. Whoosh! As soon as Zhao Xian spoke, the entire venue erupted in excitement. It's finally here. Is the Celestial Essence Jade finally being put up by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Celestial Essence Jade? After seeing the items auctioned earlier, I feel like the Celestial Essence Jade is just SOSO. Indeed, compared to Celestial Essence Jade, I prefer the Soul Guarding Jade, but unfortunately, I'm short on funds and can't afford to bid. Although Celestial Essence Jade is quite valuable, it is ultimately a material for refining weapons. Not everyone can refine weapons or knows a weapon refiner. For them, the Celestial Essence Jade holds little allure. It doesn't even compare to the Soul Guarding Jade. On the second floor, Qin Shunyue and Xiao Yuha both straightened their expressions. It's coming. As a high-grade refining material, the value of Celestial Essence Jade is around 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, but with so many refiners attracted today, I fear 50,000 low-grade spirit stones won't be enough. In the end, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will still make a big profit. Qin Shunyue sighed slightly. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Celestial Essence Jade is held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't intervene. He had tried to spend money to win over those refiners, but they were all very aloof and didn't care about him at all. Elder Qin, there's no need to worry. Although the Celestial Essence Jade will allow the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to make a profit, once it's sold, they will completely lose their leverage. Once this money is spent, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will naturally become yours. Elder Qin. Xiao Yuha smiled and comforted him. Hearing this, Qin Shunyue's expression softened a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. However, immediately after, a wave of noisy voices suddenly erupted from below. The two quickly looked up towards the stage. At this moment, Zhao Xian had already taken the stage. He was holding a square wooden box in his arms. Seeing this, no one would belittle the item contained within the box. They all knew that the wooden box contained the Celestial Essence Jade, a high-grade refining material, an extremely rare item. Instantly, many refiners in the audience had their eyes gleaming. They all stretched their necks. waiting for Zhao Xian to start the auction. They didn't even want to hear an introduction. After all, they understood the function of celestial essence jade better than Zhao Xian. President Zhao, please start the auction quickly. Yes, no need for extra words. Just get started. We know as much about this celestial essence jade as you do. A chorus of eager voices urged Zhao Xian to begin the auction. Hearing this, Zhao Xian smiled slightly. No more than me? That may not be the case. After all, what's in this wooden box is not the so-called celestial essence jade. Ahem. Zhao Xian cleared his throat and smiled as he spoke. I know you are all anxious, but there is no need to rush, because what is inside is not celestial essence jade. Wow! As soon as Zhao Xian's words fell, it caused an uproar. What? Not celestial essence jade? Then what is it? On the second floor, Qin Shangyue and Xiao Yuhua were suddenly shaken, their eyes filled with anger. This Zhao Xian, is he really not planning to auction the celestial essence jade? They had waited too long for this day. Could it be that Zhao Xian is deliberately toying with them? Meanwhile, the group of refiners below couldn't contain their anger. They had waited so long at the auction for the celestial essence jade. Now you're telling me it's not celestial essence jade? What's going on? President Zhao, you need to give us an explanation. That's right, we came here specifically for the celestial essence jade. If you're not auctioning it now, are you deliberately toying with us? Hope President Zhao can give us a reasonable explanation. Waves of questioning voices continued to arise. The others fell silent, saying little. After all, this was indeed a problem on the side of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The news released by the Qingyun Chamber was clearly written in black and white. They were going to auction the Tian Sui jade, but now they weren't going to auction it? Isn't this just playing with people? On the second floor, as the alchemists began to question Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shangyue and Xiao Yua's expressions softened slightly. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xian has really woven himself into a trap. It's easy to play with us, but it will be devastating for the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber. I want to see how he ends this. If they don't auction the Tian Sui jade, then their reputation will be damaged, and the Qingyun Chamber will have no chance of rising again. If they do auction it, then I can still proceed with my original plan. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Qin Shangyue felt. Either way, he would profit. Plus, he could watch the Qingyun Chamber suffer. It was truly delightful. Xiao Yuha, however, was not as pleased as Qin Shangyue. He merely frowned slightly. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Xian. He noticed that this guy seemed completely unfazed. On the contrary, he appeared calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. This kid, just as the crowd was getting agitated, Zhao Xian spoke slowly. Everyone, please don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. This time, we indeed will not auction the Tian Sui jade, because the Tian Sui jade has already been sold. What I am going to auction this time is, as he spoke, Zhao Xian directly opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colorful light burst forth, filling the entire auction hall. Those alchemists who had felt furious upon hearing Zhao Xian say the Tian Sui jade had been sold were instantly stunned. Their gazes quickly fell upon the large jade stone in Zhao Xian's wooden box, which was radiating a rainbow of colors. They were all momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? What is this thing? It's so shiny. It looks somewhat similar to the Tian Sui jade, but completely different. It doesn't seem like an ordinary item either. Below, a group of people began chattering excitedly. However, they had no idea what the colorful jade stone in the wooden box actually was. They could only guess wildly. This is Tian Sui jade crystal. My god, I can't be seeing this wrong? This is a once-in-100 years Tian Sui jade crystal. An alchemist couldn't help but shout out loud, his voice trembling. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. The crowd around them instantly erupted. A once-in-100 years Tian Sui jade crystal? I know. This is the top-grade refining material necessary for forging supreme spiritual weapons. Hiss. Materials for forging supreme spiritual weapons. My goodness. Countless people gasped in shock. They had originally thought Zhao Xian would keep the Tian Sui jade hidden, wanting to attract people to participate in the auction later. But they had completely underestimated Zhao Xian. They had underestimated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He directly took out a Tian Sui jade crystal. That was a top-grade refining material even more precious than the Tian Sui jade. In an instant, all the alchemists in the hall had red eyes. As alchemists, their pursuit was to forge even more exquisite weapons. and to forge better weapons, they naturally needed better materials. With such top-grade materials placed before them, how could they not be excited and yearning? This is impossible. On the second floor, Qin Shangyue suddenly stood up, shouting in disbelief. Top-grade refining materials. That was top-grade refining materials. Even their sinew chamber couldn't obtain such a rare item. Now, it turned out to be auctioned off by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. How could this be possible? At this moment, Xiao Yuha was also lost in thought. Clearly, he was startled by the rare Tian Sui jade crystal before him. Damn it! This Xiao Xian must have found a special channel. No! Get someone here! Qin Shangyue could no longer sit still and immediately called for his subordinates again. Yes, Great Elder, send someone to investigate Xiao Xian. Even if we have to turn everything upside down, we must find out his new channel. Yes, the subordinate left. Qin Shanyue's face was flushed, and his expression was very unpleasant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuha did not offer any words of comfort. His eyes flickered with light, clearly deep in thought. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Yunha and the others were completely dumbfounded. Each of them had their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. They were bewildered, stunned. In their exchanged glances, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They could never have imagined where this Tian Sui jade crystal came from. Wasn't there only one piece of Tian Sui jade in their storeroom? In an instant, they felt as if they had become much more unfamiliar with this newly appointed president. It was as if they had just met him. How on earth did Xiao Xian do this? This question lingered in the hearts of the three, unable to dissipate for a long time. It seems he has already been recognized. Indeed, this is the Tian Sui jade crystal. I also spent a lot of effort to obtain it along with that piece of Tian Sui jade. Xiao Xian smiled faintly, walking slowly and speaking confidently. This was not entirely false. After all, this Tian Sui jade crystal was indeed transformed from the Tian Sui jade he had. The Tian Sui jade crystal is excavated from the Tian Sui jade mine. It is difficult to find even one piece after emptying hundreds of Tian Sui jade mines, which shows its rarity. It is also specifically used for refining top-grade spiritual artifacts. As he spoke, he noticed the surrounding artifact refiners looking at the Tian Sui jade crystal in his hand with burning eyes, eager to rush up and snatch it. Xiao Xian did not waste any more words and said, "The starting bid for the Tian Sui jade crystal is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 500 low-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins." The moment his voice fell, a deep and powerful voice rang out. "I bid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am an elder of the Hangu Dao sect, and I ask everyone to give me in the Hangu Dao sect some face, and let us form a good relationship." Countless people looked over in shock and horror. The speaker was a plainly dressed old man, whose aura was not particularly strong, around the third level of the falling pattern realm. However, his words left many people in awe. The Hangu Dao sect, is that the sect nearby that specializes in artifact refining? I heard that many spiritual artifacts of the Great Yin dynasty come from the Hangu Dao sect. I didn't expect such a behemoth to be attracted here. Tisk TSK, and to make such a bold move, directly 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, that's terrifying. We can't afford to provoke them. The sounds of admiration rose and fell. The elder of the Hangu Dao sect, hearing the flattery around him, was quite pleased, a smile appearing on his face as he slightly cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kindness." He was just about to speak when a disdainful voice interrupted. "I bid 40,000 low-grade spirit stones." Swish! This voice once again left countless people dumbfounded. What was going on? Someone actually dared to compete with the Hangu Dao sect for the Tian Sui jade crystal? It should be known that the Hangu Dao sect could rank among the top 100 in the entire Great Yin dynasty, and in the North State province, it was one of the top 3 super sects. Who was so blind as to provoke the Hangu Dao sect? They all turned their heads to look. The speaker was a young man dressed in luxurious attire. His clothing was understated yet extravagant. He wore a jade pendant at his waist, prominently engraved with the character Yun, adorned with cloud patterns below. That jade pendant at his waist, if I'm not mistaken, is only possessed by true disciples of the Lu Yun sect, right? A knowledgeable person exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the jade pendant on the young man's waist. This immediately stirred up a wave of excitement. What? Lu Yun sect? That's one of the top 2 super sects in the North State. So it's a true disciple of the Lu Yun sect. No wonder he has such confidence to confront the Hangu Dao sect head-on. I didn't expect that not only did he attract the great Hangwu Dao sect, but also a true disciple from the Luyun sect. The crowd began to realize the significance of the situation. Clearly, no one had anticipated that this auction would draw so many prominent figures. First, there was an elder from the Hangwu Dao sect, and now a true disciple from the Luyun sect had appeared. On the second floor, Qin Shanyue's expression grew increasingly grim. He had originally planned to raise the price to an exorbitant level to scare off those craftsmen, or perhaps he could leverage the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce to pressure those craftsmen. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred, with two major figures from super sects suddenly appearing. These two were not people he could afford to provoke. Although the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce had now replaced the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, becoming one of the largest in the current Dian dynasty, merchants were ultimately just merchants. They could not compare to those powerful sects. If he offended them, it was entirely possible for them to wipe out his entire family over a disagreement. This world was not so peaceful. Now he couldn't even bring himself to call out a price. He could only pray that the auction price would be lower this time. Otherwise, if he gave too many spirit stones to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, his plans would become even harder to execute. In the auction hall, the bidding continued. However, compared to before, it had thinned out considerably. After all, there were only a few people still raising the price. Most of them were craftsmen trying to test their strength against the elder from the Hangwu Dao sect and the true disciple from the Luyun sect. But how could they compete financially with the elder from the Hangwu Dao sect and the true disciple from the Luyun sect, who were backed by their powerful sects? In the end, only these two continued to bid. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elder from the Hangwu Dao sect's voice was laced with intense anger. A piece of Tian Sui jade crystal was indeed a top-notch refining material, and its value was absolutely significant. If he could get it for 100,000 or even 150,000 spirit stones, it would be a huge profit. If it weren't for the presence of this true disciple from the Luyun sect, he would have definitely scored a big deal. But now, only 80,000? I think the Hangwu Dao sect is just that mediocre. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The true disciple from the Luyun sect raised a finger, speaking calmly. This further caused a stir. My heavens, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this the confidence of the Luyun sect? Compared to these major sects, we are truly impoverished. The foundation of a major sect is terrifying. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. On the other side, the craftsmen who had originally come for the Tian Sui jade were now all sighing in despair, their heads hanging low. At such a price, even if they emptied their savings, they still couldn't afford it. The elder from the Hangwu Dao sect, hearing the mocking voices and this sky-high price, looked increasingly grim. Kid, your Luyun sect doesn't even refine weapons. Why are you competing with my Hangwu Dao sect for this Tian Sui jade crystal? If you can let it go to me, I can represent the Hangwu Dao sect and promise you a favor, to forge a high-grade spirit weapon for your Luyun sect for free. If this situation continued, even if he had a wealth of resources, he probably couldn't compete with this kid from the Luyun sect. So he decided to show weakness and ask for a favor. Who knew the other party wouldn't appreciate it at all? The true disciple from the Luyun sect sneered. High-grade spirit weapon? Am I someone who can't afford a high-grade spirit weapon? If you can't afford it, then get lost. Stop wasting my time. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if he completely disregarded the face of the elder of the Hangwu Dao sect. The elder's expression turned increasingly grim. I offer 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. He gritted his teeth and announced the highest price he could afford. Any higher, and he couldn't manage it. Upon hearing this, the true disciple of the Luyun sect sneered even more. Ha! I thought the elder of the Hangwu Dao sect was something special. It seems it's just that. 100 low-grade spirit stones. In a casual tone, the true disciple of the Luyun sect stated his final price. Clearly, he had noticed that the elder of the Hangwu Dao sect was unable to raise the price any further. Since that was the case, it was naturally better to save some. Besides, it would also serve to irritate that old fellow from the Hangwu Dao sect. A win-win situation. Moreover, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones was already making him feel the pinch. Hearing the true disciple of the Luyun sect say this, the elder of the Hangwu Dao sect was nearly spitting blood in anger. This guy was actually doing it on purpose to provoke him. The key was that he had no way to refute it. If he raised the price too little, this guy would definitely continue to follow, but if he raised it too high, the other party might not follow at all. Then he would be left in a difficult position. Losing his own face was one thing, but it would also affect the reputation of the Hongwu Dao sect. Naturally, he wouldn't seek his own suffering. In the end, the auction price of the Tian Suiyu Jing was set at 150, 100 low-grade spirit stones. 150, 100 low-grade spirit stones. On the second floor, Chen Yunha and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected that this piece of Tian Suiyu Jing would fetch such a sky-high price. 150, 000. At this price, they could buy several top-tier high-grade spirit tools. The Tian Suiyu Jing was terrifyingly valuable. Of course, their gazes immediately fell on Zhao Xian. Even more terrifying was their newly appointed president, who had only been in office for a few days. From the decision to the official start of the auction, only 2 days had passed, yet Zhao Xian had managed to gather 5 treasures. Moreover, each of these treasures was more precious than the last. To obtain so many treasures under the tight restrictions of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce was simply beyond their comprehension, leaving them in awe. No wonder Zhao Xian said I would understand the reason once the auction started. So he had this kind of confidence. Xue Ming sighed sincerely. At that time, he hadn't taken Zhao Xian's words to heart, thinking Zhao Xian was just making a hasty decision, much like he had a few days ago, but now it seemed he was just gilding his own image. How could he compare to Zhao Xian? Chen Yunha and Lin Yao also nodded silently. At this moment, Zhao Xian seemed much taller in their eyes, and his methods were far superior to the former president, Zhao Lidian. Meanwhile, Qin Shanyue's expression darkened almost instantly. 150, 000 low-grade spirit stones. This price, while not too much for the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, was still significant. Moreover, with such a large sum of spirit stones falling into the hands of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, his plans had become increasingly difficult. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, anger flickering in his eyes. Mayor Xiao, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger. Qin Shanyue didn't want to stay a moment longer and turned to leave the second floor with his people. Seeing this, Xiao Yuhua did not speak to stop him. As they descended the stairs, Qin Shanyue's gaze turned to Zhao Xian on the stage. Coincidentally, Zhao Xian's gaze also met his. Their eyes locked. Qin Shanyue glared fiercely at Zhao Xian and angrily waved his sleeve as he left. The Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. Ha! Zhao Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. The auction had come to a close, and many were reluctant to leave. Although they had no money to bid on anything, this auction had satisfied their visual appetite. 2 spirit tools and a piece of top-grade refining material. The struggle between 2 major factions. Such a spectacle is rarely seen. On the other hand, there is a different understanding of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. They say the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is on the decline, but it seems the rumors are a bit exaggerated. Indeed, this time the auction of the Tian Suiyu Jing fetched an astonishing price of 151,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce must have made a fortune this time. But I wonder when the next auction will be? Forget it. I feel like this is just a brief resurgence for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. They managed to present so many good items this time, but it may not be the same next time. That's true. Just think about the items the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auctioned off before. Many people whispered among themselves. Seeing this, Zhao Xian also took the opportunity to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has come to an end, but the next auction will be held in 10 days. We will announce it widely, and I hope you all can support us. Wow! As soon as Zhao Xian said this, those who initially thought the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce lacked the ability to hold another auction widened their eyes in surprise. The slap in the face came too quickly, catching them off guard. However, most people showed excitement. Wow! They just finished one auction, and another is coming in 10 days? The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce certainly doesn't look like it's about to collapse, but whether it collapses or not has little to do with them. For them, just having a spectacle to watch is enough. Before long, everyone in the auction hall had left. This first auction was officially over, but for Zhao Xian, it was still one step away from completion. That was the settlement. Zhao Xian walked to the backstage of the auction hall. This was the designated area for settlement. At this moment, several people were already seated, waiting. The true disciples of the Luyan sect were among them. Everyone, one at a time, First, the auction for the Su Ling Dan, with a bid of 500 low-grade spirit stones. Here, the successful bidder, a strong figure from the Luowen realm, waved his hand, and a bag filled with spirit stones landed on the table. After counting briefly and confirming everything was correct, Zhao Xian handed the Su Ling Dan to the other party. Pleasure doing business. The Luowen realm expert turned and left. Next was the Jin Ganggong. Payment and delivery were made simultaneously. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones were credited. Zhao Xian was almost bursting with joy inside. This money was just too easy to make. It felt great to get something for nothing. There were no major ups and downs. The Shuiling Jian and Huhan Yu were all handed over as well. At the same time, Zhao Xian's pocket received 300 low-grade spirit stones. It was packed full, almost bulging out. And this was still not half of today's earnings. Next came the real big ticket. The auction price for the Tian Sui Yu Jing. 151,000 low-grade spirit stones. No need to mention it again. As if I, Li Shan, can't afford it. The true disciple of the Luoyan sect stood up defiantly, interrupting Zhao Xian's words. Then, with a flick of his hand, a storage ring landed in front of Zhao Xian. It contains 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This storage ring is of Xian grade, worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The extra 2,000 spirit stones are a gift for you. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. System, will the value of this storage ring be counted in the total value of the auction? Yes, the system quickly replied. Zhao Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned the Tian Sui Yu into treasure to increase the total value of this auction, hoping to gain more substantial rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such a risk. Since it could be counted in the total value, he naturally accepted it without hesitation. Li Zhenchuan is wealthy and generous. We are all impressed. In 10 days, our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will hold another auction. If you are interested, Li Zhenchuan might come to take a look, Zhao Xian said with a light smile. Just as Li Shan was about to prepare to leave, he paused. Oh, I'm not really interested in the auction, but if your guild has any flint stones, remember to save some for me. The price of spirit stones is negotiable, Li Shan said, his tone much gentler. Hearing this, Zhao Xian also nodded slightly. No problem. Li Shan was eager to leave. Zhao Xian also let his protector, Zhao Ming, leave first. The backstage was left with only Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian briefly counted the spirit stones in his storage ring. Indeed, there were 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. He tossed all the spirit stones from earlier into the storage ring. Altogether, he had collected 275,500 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness! My earnings for today could match half a year's income for a family. Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The speed of making money was simply astonishing. However, Zhao Xian only glanced at the spirit stones and didn't pay them much mind. After all, the real focus was not here. Just then, the system's prompt finally sounded. Ding! The auction was successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as C. The value of the auction items is assessed as B. The revenue obtained from this auction is assessed as S. The overall average assessment of this auction is A level. A series of sounds rang out. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. In terms of scale, this auction was indeed somewhat hastily prepared, so various aspects were quite average. As for the value of the items, there were only 5 treasures, while their value was decent. The overall grade was not particularly high. Having a B grade was already quite good, but the revenue obtained exceeded expectations. An S grade was well deserved. An A-level assessment. I wonder what rewards await. Zhao Xian felt a surge of anticipation. The system's prompt continued. You successfully held this auction and achieved an A-level assessment. Your rewards are 1 fully loyal void-shattering realm assassin, 1 special spirit herb, and 1 spirit gathering array. Would you like to claim them immediately? Hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but stand there in a daze. What? What did he just hear? The system actually rewarded him with a fully loyal void-shattering realm assassin? Ward? That was the void-shattering realm. What does that even mean? In the vast Manhwa city, the strongest were merely at the patterned realm. If you expand to powerful sects like the Hangwu Dao sect or the Luoyan sect, the outer elders among them are at the patterned realm. The inner elders are only at the gathering pill realm, the void-shattering realm. That was already a super powerhouse at the level of a sect master. Such a powerhouse could be said to walk sideways throughout the entire Dian dynasty. And now, this kind of powerful existence was completely loyal to him. Moreover, this was a void-shattering realm assassin. What is an assassin? Someone who can take the enemy's head without a trace, with methods that are strange and mysterious, extremely skilled in assassination. If used properly, even an ordinary void-shattering realm powerhouse could provoke him, and he could easily send this assassin to eliminate them. This risk is definitely worth taking. Zhao Xian was overjoyed. He even felt a bit regretful. Had he known he would receive such generous rewards, he should have auctioned off that Qin Ke Hanyu skill as well. That way, the value assessment of the items would surely have risen even higher, and he would have received even more substantial rewards. Gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my fate. Anyway, I can be more carefree in the future, without too much worry. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled. Claim the reward. Without any hesitation, Zhao Xian chose to claim the reward. The backstage was now only him, and he had already locked the doors and windows, so he wasn't worried about being discovered by others. The moment he confirmed the receipt, Zhao Xian felt a weight in his hand. A long box, about 3 feet in length, appeared in his grasp. Zhao Xian reached out to open it. A system prompt sounded in his ear. Special Spirit Plant Blood Hand Holy Spirit Mushroom Effect. Consuming it enhances cultivation talent. Its medicinal properties reshape the body, granting the user complete immunity to any toxins. Zhao Xian's pupils contracted. Good heavens! Not only does it enhance talent, but it also grants complete immunity to toxins. Such a spirit plant, if taken out for auction, would surely shake the entire Great Yin dynasty. It might even attract more terrifying existences. System, can this be auctioned? Items rewarded by the system can be auctioned but will not be included in the assessment. The system quickly responded. What about turning waste into treasure? Items rewarded by the system cannot be used again for turning waste into treasure after being transformed. Hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. As expected, there was no bug to exploit. What a pity. Although he didn't dare to directly auction the Blood Hand Holy Spirit Mushroom just yet, there would be opportunities in the future. If he could auction it, he couldn't even imagine the astronomical price it would fetch. The profits and the assessed value of the auctioned item would surely reach S level. The rewards he could obtain would undoubtedly be even more substantial. But it seemed, this path was no longer viable. But it's no matter. Zhao Xian collected his thoughts and looked at his other hand, where a burlap sack had suddenly appeared. Inside was a formation plate and some other miscellaneous materials. These were the materials and formation plate needed to set up the spirit gathering array. As for the arrangement method, it had already surfaced in his mind. He could set up the spirit gathering array at any time he wished. Quite convenient. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not in a hurry to set up the spirit gathering array. After putting it away, he finally raised his head to look. Before him stood a tall middle-aged man, resembling a small mountain. The man wore a black mask and black armor, his muscles bulging as if forged from iron. Just standing there, he exuded an invisible pressure. I greet you, master. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground in salute as Zhao Xian looked at him. No need for that. What's your name? Zhao Xian waved his hand and asked. I have no name. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. Then I shall call you Iron Mountain from now on. Following your surname, Zhao Iron Mountain. Yes, master. Although the name was somewhat cliched, Iron Mountain clearly didn't mind. He responded with a cupped fist salute. By the way, don't call me master anymore, call me president. Yes, president. Iron Mountain complied without hesitation. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. He originally had some troublesome matters to discuss with Zhao Ming. Now that he had Iron Mountain, it would be much more convenient. Iron Mountain, there's something I need you to help me with. Zhao Xian immediately instructed Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain listened intently to every word Zhao Xian said. Finally, he cupped his hands and declared, President, Iron Mountain will definitely complete the task. You may go. Yes. Whoosh. A shadow flashed by. When he looked again, Iron Mountain had vanished without a trace. The doors and windows were still securely locked. It was as if Iron Mountain had never appeared at all. TSK, is this the power of a fragmentation realm expert? Truly terrifying. Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel at the strength of a fragmentation realm expert. They came and went like the wind, treating walls and doors as if they were non-existent. If a fragmentation realm expert truly wanted to investigate him, it seemed that this wall wouldn't stop anything. Zhao Xian stretched lazily. There definitely won't be any problems over at Taizhan, and the Chamber of Commerce still needs to make some arrangements. After saying this, he stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Auction House Conference Hall. Chen Yunha and the other two were standing here, their faces just as anxious as they had been 3 days ago. The difference this time was, last time they were restless, but now they were filled with eager anticipation. Why hasn't the president arrived yet? I've been wanting to find out how the president managed to do it. How would I know? We'll only know when the president arrives. The three of them chattered non-stop, their tones filled with excitement and expectation. It seems you three have been waiting for me for quite a while. Sorry for the delay. Zhao Xian's voice floated in. The three quickly looked up, and Zhao Xian walked over at a leisurely pace. President, you finally made it. Look at what you're saying, President. It's not that you delayed us, it's that we arrived too early. The three of them greeted him with broad smiles, each taking turns to flatter Zhao Xian as they welcomed him into the conference hall. President, without saying anything else, I apologize for my offense 2 days ago. I, old Shui, was blind and didn't know your extraordinary abilities. I hope you can forgive me. Shui Ming was the first to speak. Then he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to apologize to Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Chen Yunha and Lin Yao also quickly expressed their apologies. President, I, old Chen, am the same. I didn't know your methods were so profound at the time. I was truly narrow-minded. Please forgive me. Me too. The three of them were very sincere in their apologies, genuinely remorseful. The earlier incident where Zhao Xian had taken out 5 treasures in succession at the auction had completely impressed them. They were now in awe of this newly appointed president. Originally, this auction was supposed to be the last dance for their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. But now, it was the first step towards their rise. How could they not respect and admire him? This is only human nature. I won't hold it against you. Thank you for your forgiveness, President. The three of them thanked him in unison. Please, sit down and let's talk. Yes. At Zhao Xian's command, the three of them finally took their seats, silently waiting for him to speak. I imagine you're all very curious about how I managed to bring out so many treasures in such a short time. Zhao Xian began slowly. The three of them nodded repeatedly, their eyes fixed on Zhao Xian, eagerly awaiting his answer. However, I can't answer that question for now. You just need to know that I have my own channels to acquire treasures, Zhao Xian said with ease. The three of them immediately showed disappointment, but they quickly recovered. After all, they understood that such matters were bound to be confidential. Even if Zhao Xian wanted to share, they wouldn't dare to listen. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's explanation, they finally understood. Indeed, Zhao Xian had his own special channels. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the origins of those treasures. President, when you said at the end of the auction that there would be another auction in 10 days, does that mean you've already acquired another batch of items? Shui Ming asked. Not yet, but it will be soon, Zhao Xian replied calmly. The three were taken aback. He was already talking about holding an auction without being prepared? Their new president was indeed confident. However, they had no doubts about it. On the contrary, they fully trusted Zhao Xian's choices. If the president has any needs, please feel free to command us. We three will go through fire and water, and we won't hesitate to die. Chen Yunha immediately stood up and clasped his hands. His sincerity was moving. Seeing this, Lin Yao also stood up, but realizing he hadn't finished what he wanted to say, he could only add, me too. Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, there are indeed some matters that need your arrangements. Please, President, go ahead. The three of them straightened their expressions and hurriedly said. Zhao Xian remained silent and tossed a storage ring onto the table. Inside are 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, each of you take a share to purchase various treasures. The quantity of treasures purchased is unlimited, but their quality must not be lower than the Xian level. Zhao Xian slowly spoke. This statement, however, left the three in front of him looking astonished. This, President, please think it over. Yes, the Senyu Chamber of Commerce is still blocking our channels. 150,000 spirit stones may seem like a lot, but if we invest all of it in purchasing treasures above the Xian level, we might end up paying far more than the market price. Rather than wasting spirit stones like this, it would be better for the president to use them through special channels to acquire better treasures. That would be more prudent. The three of them began to persuade him one after another. After all, Zhao Xian's move was undoubtedly akin to giving money away. The Senya Chamber of Commerce blocked the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce's channels primarily by leveraging their connections and wealth to coerce and entice those channel merchants, preventing them from selling treasures at normal prices. If one wanted to buy, they had to spend far above the market price. It was simply a blood loss. Now, the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce had finally seen some improvement through this auction. To deplete spirit stones like this was truly unwise. In response, Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. Prudent? If we sought prudence in everything, there wouldn't be today's auction, and the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce would have long been a meal for the Senya Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian's words immediately silenced the three. You three are the veterans of my Qingyin Chamber of Commerce. Your feelings for the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce are as clear as day. No need for doubt. It is precisely for this reason that I share these thoughts with you. The chamber has passed its development phase, seeking stability is not unreasonable, but the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce has reached a critical juncture for survival, yet still thinks of seeking stability, that is to stagnate and seek self-destruction. As for my arrangements, while they may seem a bit reckless to you, I have my own plans. The reason he spoke these words to the three was that Zhao Xian trusted them. Thus, he wanted to correct their mindset, making it easier to work together afterward. Otherwise, every time he made a decision, his subordinates would question it. Then it would be better not to do anything at all, just to discuss. Therefore, the primary goal was to unify their thoughts first. Zhao Xian's words also awakened the three. Chen Yunhe was the first to stand up, his expression serious. The president is right. We are indeed regressing. Now that the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce is at a critical point, we are still timid and fearful. It seemed he recalled the time when he had passionately founded the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce as a young man. How had he become so fearful of life now? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with fervor. He stood up in agreement. Indeed, we have been blinded by a single leaf, unable to see the situation we are in. President, we will set off right away. I will do my utmost to acquire enough treasures above the Xian level with these 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Me too. The two of them, filled with passion, clasped their hands in salute to Zhao Xian and turned to leave without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Xue Ming. As for Elder Xue, there are still 20,000 low-grade spirit stones here. I need your help to find someone to completely renovate our Qingyin auction house and expand its scale as much as possible. Xue Ming was momentarily stunned, but he showed no intention of refuting. Immediately, he clasped his hands and replied, No problem, President. Old Xue, will definitely give it my all. Then it will be troublesome. Xue Ming turned and left. Zhao Xian also withdrew his gaze. Naturally, Zhao Xian trusted these three veterans of the Chamber of Commerce. With Tai Shan around, he was even less afraid that the three of them would swallow the spirit stones. Next, we just need to wait. After that, Zhao Xian set off back to his residence. He took out the book on the Qingke Hongyu skill from his bosom. He had been busy with the auction and naturally had no time to practice. Now that he had some free time, it was time to start cultivating. A person's cultivation is fundamental. Although he now had Tai Shan, giving him plenty of confidence, there are always people stronger than oneself, and the fragmented void realm is not an invincible existence. Moreover, even with Tai Shan's protection, his own strength could not fall behind. Otherwise, if something happened to Tai Shan where he was restricted, wouldn't he be like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others? One must be strong oneself to forge iron. Zhao Xian understood this principle. With that thought, Zhao Xian opened the skill book and began to read it carefully. Outside the auction house, Chen Yunhe and the other two exchanged glances at the door. Their emotions had calmed down quite a bit now. After all, they were nearly 60 years old. Passion doesn't last long. Sigh. Although the president is very confident, I still think it's too reckless. Yeah, spending a lot of money to buy treasures above the Xian level is fine, but if you buy them and then auction them off, you won't make any money. Could it be that the president plans to spend money to buy fame? Xue Ming couldn't help but speculate. That's not buying fame, it's clearly ruining it. Chen Yunhe shot Xue Ming a glance. Xue Ming suddenly realized. Indeed, although Xian-level treasures are valuable, they are clearly far inferior to the treasures Zhao Xian is auctioning today. People's expectations only rise higher. The The treasures auctioned off at today's Qingyun auction are so terrifying. The items presented at the auction 10 days later naturally cannot be too inferior. Even intermediate Xian level items might not be enough, at least they should be high level Xian level, right? But high level Xian level treasures, the prices are not low. Forget it, the president's decision is something we can't understand, we just need to follow along. Chen Yunhe shook his head. He still had a lot of confidence in Zhao Xian. After all, under Zhao Xian's leadership, their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had gained a bit of breathing room. If the auction 10 days later could be held well, then their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could firmly establish itself in Manhwa City. They wouldn't have to worry too much about the blockade from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. Once their reputation rises, people will naturally come to offer their goods. By then, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be able to block them even if they wanted to. That's true. Let's get to work. I still need to arrange for the renovation and expansion of the auction house. Xue Ming sighed. This left Chen Yunhe and Ling Yao momentarily stunned. Renovating and expanding the auction house? This time, they didn't say much. The Qingyun auction house was once the origin of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's rise. However, after the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce grew stronger, they moved to develop in other towns. They hadn't really renovated the Qingyun auction house. So, its scale indeed couldn't be considered too large. They had originally planned to renovate and expand it, but not long after, that incident happened. This is a good thing, go ahead and arrange it, Chen Yunhe said. Xue Ming nodded repeatedly. The three then parted ways and went about their own business. 2 days later, Haiyun City, headquarters hall of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. Qin Shangyue was lying on a rocking chair. He squinted his eyes, seemingly taking a nap. However, his breathing was slightly irregular, clearly indicating his restless state of mind. Report. Suddenly, an impassioned voice came from outside the door. Come in. Qin Shangyue did not open his eyes and called out. A scout immediately walked in. He clasped his hands and half knelt on the ground. Reporting to the elder. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has already conducted an investigation and found no forces involved in any transactions, nor any records of dealings with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. What about Zhao Xian? Qin Shangyue seemed unfazed and immediately asked again. A few days ago, Zhao Xian was in Manhwa City and did not go out. So, we haven't uncovered any news. Upon hearing this, Qin Shangyue immediately stood up, his brow furrowed. It shouldn't be like this. No matter how covert Zhao Xian's transactions were, there should be traces left behind. He had sent people to turn Manhwa City upside down. Yet, there were no signs of any transactions. Strange. It was truly strange. Wait. Continue the investigation from the inconspicuous little figures under Zhao Xian. Qin Shangyue suddenly thought of something and quickly spoke up. The scout immediately took his leave. This time, Qin Shangyue didn't even squint his eyes, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, anxiously waiting. Finally, as the sky darkened, the scout returned with news. Elder, we've found something. Qin Shangyue's eyes lit up, and he waved his sleeve. Speak. There is a little servant who specializes in cleaning around Zhao Xian, said to have just been recruited not long ago, but just now, this servant was secretly summoned by Zhao Xian, seemingly to arrange something. The scout detailed everything. Hearing this, Qin Shangyue believed he had grasped Zhao Xian's weakness, his eyes shining with brilliance. Did you find out what it was? Not yet, but it seems this little servant plans to leave the city under the cover of night. My subordinate has already arranged for someone to follow him, and news should come soon. Very good. Very good. Qin Shangyue's face flushed with excitement, a broad smile on his face. Finally, I've caught him. Elder, why don't you rest for a moment? I'll call you when there's news, the scout suggested. Noticing the fatigue in Qin Shangyue's eyes, Qin Shangyue waved his hand to refuse. Nonsense. How could he sleep at such a critical time? Time passed quickly. In the middle of the night, during the hour of the tiger, news finally came from Manhwa City. The scout, aware of Qin Shangyue's anxiety, reported immediately. The specific details have been investigated. That little servant, taking advantage of the dead of night, made a transaction with a mysterious figure in a black robe on the outskirts of the Manhwa Mountains. The exact nature of the transaction is still unknown. Upon hearing this, Qin Shangyue burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xian, you still couldn't hide it. I've found you, haven't I? Just as he had expected. This must be Zhao Xian's secret source of goods, hidden so deeply. If he hadn't reacted in time, Zhao Xian might have truly kept it under wraps. Very good. Immediately arrange for someone to intervene during the next transaction and offer a high price to buy out that mysterious person's goods, preventing him from selling anything to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I will take care of it right away. After the scout left, Qin Shanyue finally lay back in his chair with a smile on his face. Now that I've seized the secret source of goods, let's see what tricks you Qingyun Chamber of Commerce still have. Want to hold another auction? I see that's a pipe dream. Laughing, Qin Shanyue soon fell into a deep sleep, entering a dream. In his dream, he had completely swallowed the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian was kneeling on the ground, pleading for forgiveness, his face filled with despair. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not help but grow more radiant. Morning, Mingyue City, Qingyun Chamber of Commerce Auction House. Zhao Xian was sitting in his room, the windows tightly shut. Ha! Zhao Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his brow slightly furrowed. My comprehension is still not high enough. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness showing in his gaze. He looked again at the book of the Qin Hong Yugong in his hands. This technique was of the high-grade Xian level, and naturally, it would be somewhat difficult to cultivate. But Zhao Xian did not expect it to be so obscure and hard to understand. After practicing for 2 consecutive days, he had not even grasped the first layer. He had yet to even enter the door. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh. This was not good news for him. Beep. The void spirit pill you auctioned has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation. The sudden message in his ears made Zhao Xian freeze. What was going on? After hearing the content clearly, Zhao Xian was astonished. What? I can get a return on auctioned items? Zhao Xian took a deep breath. Before he could think further, a surge of spiritual energy rushed into his dantian. The richness of this spiritual energy far exceeded that in his dantian. This was clearly not something he could obtain through his own cultivation. The spiritual energy entered his body, and he didn't even need to consciously refine it. It directly sank into his dantian, becoming a part of Zhao Xian's cultivation. Pop! A crisp sound seemed to resonate from within Zhao Xian. He was stunned, because at that moment, his cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Ah! This! Zhao Xian was dumbfounded. My golden finger is truly incredibly powerful. Zhao Xian had originally thought his system was strong. After all, after the first auction ended, it had given him a completely loyal void fragment killer, filling him with confidence. He never expected that he had still underestimated the system. I can get a return on things auctioned off that others use? Zhao Xian gasped in amazement. This was too unreasonable. Yes, master. The system quickly responded. While Zhao Xian was overjoyed, he also thought of a question and couldn't help but ask. Is there a limit to the number of returns? If there was no limit, Zhao Xian could completely disregard the value of auction items and continuously auction off the pills he currently needed. This would allow his cultivation to rise continuously. After all, the returns from the auction were tangible cultivation. This was much faster than his own cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian seemed to have found a broad path to rapidly becoming stronger. Yes, master, there is a limit to the number of returns. With your current cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, the number of returns you can receive is 10, and you currently have 9 remaining. The system's words immediately pulled Zhao Xian back to reality. There really is a limit, and it's only a mere 10 times? Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh. 10 times? Wasn't that gone after just 2 auctions? He would have to think carefully about the items auctioned afterward. Don't worry, master. The number of returns will refresh when you break through to a higher realm, and there will be a certain increase. Hearing this, Zhao Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It could refresh and even increase. That was not bad. Wait, can I choose which auction items to return? Or will everything auctioned off automatically return? When the master chooses to auction, the return is already determined. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian frowned. So, even though I still have 9 return chances left, in reality, I only have 5 left? After all, he had already auctioned off 5 items the first time. It was just that the void spirit pill had just returned. If the auction item has not been used by the buyer, the return count will not be consumed. Hearing this, Zhao Xian nodded slightly. This meant that all auction items had a chance to be returned, depending on which item was used first. If he wanted to control it, he could only start from the auction items. Regardless, this function is quite good. I just don't know what kind of return rewards the cultivation method, the spiritual weapon, and that piece of heavenly essence jade crystal will bring me? Zhao Xian's face showed contemplation, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal anticipation. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside the door. Young master, the servant you arranged has returned and is currently in the conference hall. It was Tai Shan's voice. I understand. Zhao Xian stood up and changed into a fresh outfit. He didn't plan to waste any more time on cultivation. He had practiced for 2 consecutive days, but there was no improvement at all. The auction's void spirit pill had given him a return, allowing him to break through 2 realms in a row. In comparison, what was the point of further cultivation? Unless I can obtain some treasures to enhance my qualifications in the future, there's really no need to waste time on cultivation. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. He then opened the door and walked towards the conference hall. Outside, Tai Shan had long since disappeared. In the conference hall, a small, thin man dressed in coarse linen was pacing restlessly. Before long, the door to the conference hall was opened. Zhao Xian walked in. President, you have arrived. The tasks you assigned have all been completed, and here are the purchased goods. The thin man quickly took a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Zhao Xian. Well done. You can go find Elder Shui for your reward later. Zhao Xian took the bag and casually said, Thank you for your reward, President. I won't disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. The thin man expressed his gratitude and then turned to leave the conference hall. However, just as the thin man left the hall, 2 familiar figures quickly walked in. President, who was that person just now? The first to speak was Chen Yunhe, his face filled with surprise. Why did the president suddenly need an unfamiliar servant? But as soon as he entered, his gaze fell on the bag in Zhao Xian's hand. Suddenly, he paused, as if realizing something. His pupils constricted sharply. President, the first batch of goods has been purchased. Ha, old Chen, why are you standing at the door? Lin Yao walked in, ready to report, but saw Chen Yunhe frozen at the door, instantly filled with confusion. Seeing this, Zhao Xian smiled and spoke first. It seems I can't hide it from Uncle Chen after all. That's right, that servant just now was someone I arranged. This treasure was all purchased by him. Zhao Xian waved the bag in his hand. It jingled with sound. President, you shouldn't have told us. Chen Yunhe immediately stepped forward with a worried expression and sincerely said, This matter is highly confidential. The fewer people who know, the better. It would be best if only you knew. There are no walls that don't let the wind through in this world. If the Sun Yu Merchant Association finds out, they will definitely stop at nothing to snatch or even destroy the secret supply in your hands. Seeing Chen Yunhe so anxious, Lin Yao finally reacted. So the servant they had just brushed past was the one the president arranged to purchase treasures. He hurriedly stepped forward, saying similar things to Chen Yunhe. Most of it was persuading Zhao Xian to quickly change the transaction location or switch people. Seeing this, Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Both of them were alert and capable individuals. Rest assured, both of you, I have naturally considered this matter. This secret supply cannot be cut off by the Sun Yu Merchant Association. Zhao Xian revealed a confident smile. Hearing this, Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao exchanged glances. If it were before, they would definitely not believe it, but with past experiences, they were quite convinced by Zhao Xian's words. However, belief aside, both still felt a bit worried. Alright, let's set this matter aside for now and take a look at the first batch of goods you purchased. Zhao Xian spoke up. A few people naturally didn't say much and took out a storage ring from their pockets. President, this time I sent someone to Qinglan City next door, spending over 33,000 low-grade spirit stones in total, purchasing a low-grade spiritual weapon, 3 third-grade spirit building pills, a low-grade martial art, and a low-grade body technique. Chen Yunhe spoke first, his face filled with pain. Over 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, he only bought so little. A low-grade spiritual weapon is worth about 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. He spent a full 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit building pills are of the same grade as and their effects are even inferior to the market price is also around 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. But these 3 spirit building pills cost him 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The low-grade martial art and body technique are priced the same, each costing 6,000, totaling 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. It can be said that each item was almost double the market price. This is simply a huge loss. After spending so many spirit stones, he ended up with such worthless items. Not even a single mid-grade item. Chen Yunhe lowered his head, already prepared to be scolded by Zhao Xian. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression remained calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Not bad, Zhao Xian said indifferently, reaching out to take the ordinary storage ring containing the goods from Chen Yunhe's hand. Chen Yunhe was taken aback. President, don't you think this is a huge loss? We can be considered as having been taken advantage of. Every item is double the market price, and those guys in Qinglan City are secretly laughing at our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yunhe's expression was bitter. I had anticipated this. But Uncle Chen, rest assured, the treasures you bought are worth the price. Zhao Xian comforted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhe was even more dumbfounded. This thing, worth the price? He couldn't imagine how it could be worth it. You'll understand in a while. Zhao Xian had no intention of explaining further, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Uncle Lin, how about you? Zhao Xian looked at Lin Yao beside him. Lin Yao immediately clasped his hands and spoke. This time I went to Yunshan City in the north. Although it was also blocked by the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't as severe as Old Chen's side. I spent a total of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, purchasing a low-grade martial art, a third-grade spirit herb, the Qingling herb, and an unknown piece of immortal wood and a treasure map of dubious authenticity. The martial art cost 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Qingling herb cost 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The piece of wood cost 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the treasure map was 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, Chen Yunhe couldn't help but widen his eyes. Old Lin, are you crazy? He originally thought he had already been a huge fool for buying so many worthless items. He didn't expect that what Lin Yao bought was even worse than his. The martial art and Qingling herb are much cheaper than what I bought. But how could you bear to spend so many spirit stones on that unknown immortal wood and the dubious treasure map? Chen Yunhe thumped his chest in frustration. He had thought that Lin Yao might be able to buy some treasures. But, unexpectedly, he ended up buying these things. Those unscrupulous merchants wouldn't get up early without profit. If that immortal wood and treasure map were really good items, how could they possibly sell them? Or sell them to you at such a low price? Isn't that clearly treating you as a fool? Upon hearing this, Lin Yao also seemed to understand this point. He sighed softly. Actually, I know they are treating me as a fool, but I can only take a gamble. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones is indeed a considerable amount, but under the blockade imposed by the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, it's simply impossible to purchase anything too valuable. That's why I was thinking of picking up some bargains. I know these old foxes will thoroughly investigate the origins and uses of these goods. They definitely won't let anyone easily pick up a bargain. But do we have any options left now? If we gamble right and truly find a treasure among this pile, we'll have more confidence at the auction in a few days. We won't have to put all the pressure on the president. Lin Yao said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhe immediately understood. His expression became complex. Old Lin, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. The two were old friends, and realizing his misunderstanding, Chen Yunhe immediately clasped his hands in apology. It's fine, after all, this batch of spirit stones is crucial for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. If it were me, I would feel the same way about using them on something like this. Lin Yao waved his hand, showing no concern. Uncle Lin, you've worked hard. Zhao Xian smiled. He still maintained a certain respect for these two elders. After all, they were indeed capable and insightful, especially Lin Yao's handling of the situation, which made Zhao Xian very satisfied. These 20,000 low-grade spirit stones were well spent. These things are very important to me. Zhao Xian patted Lin Yao's shoulder appreciatively. It's our duty to help the president. Lin Yao immediately clasped his hands and casually complimented. Zhao Xian held 2 storage rings in his hands, examined them briefly, and felt quite satisfied. Then the matter is almost settled. Next, we just need to wait for Elder Shui to sort out the auction venue. After saying this, Zhao Xian was about to leave. Seeing this, Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao were momentarily stunned. Ended? Wasn't this just the beginning? President, what do you mean? This is just the first batch of goods. If things go smoothly, we can still acquire a second and third batch, the two hurriedly said. Zhao Xian smiled and waved his hand. No, it's already over. After saying this, Zhao Xian left. Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao exchanged glances and quickly thought of something. their pupils constricting. They immediately left. Not long after, the two met up again, their expressions looking somewhat grim. That damn Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. We just started acquiring, and these heartless ones have already begun to block us. Just moments ago, their subordinates had brought news. Merchants from Qinglan City and Yunshan City had all received word from the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. From now on, any goods the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce wanted to sell would require at least a threefold markup, if not higher. This was simply highway robbery. Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao were furious. After regaining some composure, Chen Yunhe couldn't help but express his feelings. No wonder the president said it was already over. It seems he anticipated the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce would intervene. With the methods of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, it's normal for them to intervene so quickly. What should we do next? Lin Yao asked anxiously. Didn't the president say to just wait? Remembering Zhao Xian's calm demeanor earlier, as if influenced by it, Chen Yunhe shrugged his hands, appearing much more indifferent. Besides, doesn't the president have a hidden source of goods? So there's no need to panic too much. Seeing this, Lin Yao nodded. That made sense. As long as the president's hidden source didn't have issues, it wouldn't affect the fundamentals. After all, the big portion was all over there. Zhao Xian returned to his room alone. He quickly closed the doors and windows, then took out the two storage rings. With a flip of his hand, the goods purchased by Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao were all laid out on the wooden table in front of him. A low-grade spiritual weapon, 3 third-grade spirit building pills, 1 each of low-grade Shin level techniques, martial arts, and body techniques, 1 third-grade Qingling grass, 1 piece of immortal wood, and 1 treasure map. If all these items are to be transformed from waste to treasure, it would require 10 times. And now, only 3 days have passed since the last auction. Zhao Xian had accumulated just 6 opportunities to transform waste into treasure. 6 times. Which items should I transform? Zhao Xian hesitated. According to his plan, it was impossible to put all 10 items into the next auction. They had other uses. Just as he was in doubt, a prompt from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The diamond technique you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into martial arts experience. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. The diamond technique was used, but martial arts experience? Zhao Xian was slightly taken aback. The return for the auctioned virtual spirit pill was cultivation, yet the diamond technique provided martial arts experience? But did this martial arts experience refer to the experience of the diamond technique? If that were the case, it would be somewhat useless. After all, he had not practiced the diamond technique. While pondering, a transparent virtual screen, as clear as water, suddenly appeared before Zhao Xian. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22 years, cultivation, 3rd layer of spirit transformation, technique, high-grade yellow level spirit gathering technique, entry 12 of 300. High-grade Shin level green sparrow red feather technique, not entered 23/500, martial arts, high-grade yellow level dragon tiger fist, entry 52/300, current usable technique experience, 0 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create techniques, current usable martial arts experience, 1000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create martial arts, current usable material fragments, 0 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, current usable universal stones, none. Upon seeing the panel that appeared before him, Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled. There was a lot of information, but Zhao Xian quickly understood. Hiss. So if the techniques and martial arts auctioned are returned, I can obtain technique experience and martial arts experience. And if the auctioned items are weapons, the return will be these material fragments? Zhao Xian's eyes shone brightly. These items had quite a significant effect. Not only could they be used to enhance the grade of techniques, martial arts, or weapons, but they could also be used to create techniques and martial arts, even to create weapons. This was simply too overpowered. Then in the future, the techniques and martial arts I practice, and the weapons I use, can all be self-created? Zhao Xian showed excitement. Then, Zhao Xian subconsciously clicked on self-creating techniques. Sorry, master. Your technique experience is insufficient. Creating the lowest grade low-grade yellow level technique requires 10,000 points of technique experience. Zhao Xian. Alright, let's pretend he didn't say that. The fact that even the lowest grade low-grade yellow level technique required so much technique experience was a bit much. Of course, upon careful thought, it wasn't too much. Just considering the auction diamond technique, Auctioning off a mid-grade Shin level technique could yield 1,000 points of technique experience. It would only take auctioning 10 mid-grade Shin level techniques to create a low-grade yellow level technique. Forget it. Zhao Xian temporarily dismissed the idea of self-creating techniques in martial arts. He then tried clicking on creating weapons. The result made his eyes light up. Forging a low-grade sharp weapon requires 1 point of material fragments. Only 1 point? Zhao Xian couldn't wait and tried clicking again. This time, he changed the grade of the weapon he needed to forge. Forging a low-grade spiritual weapon requires 10 points of material fragments. What the hell? Zhao Xian's eyes widened. A low-grade spiritual weapon only requires 10 material fragments? So cheap? Although Zhao Xian still didn't know how many material fragments could be returned from auctioning a spiritual weapon. Compared to the tens of thousands required for techniques and martial arts, the price of creating a spiritual weapon was simply astonishingly low. By the way, system, can the weapons or techniques I create be auctioned? Zhao Xian suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Sorry, master. You can obtain a certain profit through auctioning, but this profit will not be included in the final statistics. Receiving the system's response, Zhao Xian was not surprised. After all, these creations were entirely produced by the system. Naturally, they couldn't be used for a nested scheme. However, what was that universal stone in the last column? Zhao Xian shook his head, having no clue about it. Nevertheless, he already had his own plans. He then reached out and turned several items on the table from waste into treasure. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a 5th grade breaking Xian pill. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a 5th grade breaking Xian pill. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a 5th grade breaking Xian pill. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a low-grade earth level technique, weak water 3000 formula. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a 5th grade purple spirit grass. Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure, obtaining a top-grade spiritual weapon, purple Xian sword. 6 consecutive prompts sounded one after another. Zhao Xian's eyes couldn't help but shine with brilliance. Goodness, he exclaimed in delight. This transformation from waste to treasure yielded items that were simply incredible. 3 3rd-grade spirit building pills directly transformed into 3 5th-grade breaking Xian pills. These pills were so precious that if it got out that he had 3 of them, it would surely attract countless gathering pill realm experts. After all, breaking Xian pills were extremely rare cultivation pills for gathering pill realm experts. The difficulty of refining them was 100 times that of void spirit pills. Their rarity was beyond comparison. Additionally, there was an earth-level technique, weak water 3000 formula, TSK, an earth-level technique. If this gets out, it might even attract void fragment realm experts. Take the Lu Yun sect for example. The various elders within the sect mostly practiced only low-grade Xian-level techniques, and the stronger gathering pattern realm experts might barely manage to obtain a mid-grade Xian-level technique. High-grade Xian-level techniques were rarely accessible to elders. Only the deputy sect master and the sect master had the qualifications to practice them. As for earth-level techniques, even the sect master might not possess one. Their rarity was far beyond that of breaking Xian pills. As for the purple spirit grass, it was incredibly precious. However, its rarity was still not comparable to that of earth-level techniques, slightly higher than breaking Xian pills. Its function was similar to breaking Xian pills, also a resource needed for gathering pill realm experts' cultivation. And the last top-grade spiritual weapon made Zhao Xian beam with joy. This is truly a bountiful harvest. With this, the plan should proceed smoothly. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian did not hesitate at all and softly called out, Taizhan. That night, the moon was dark and the wind high. The night was slightly cool, accompanied by gentle breezes that occasionally brushed by like a maiden's delicate fingers. At the entrance of a somewhat remote valley, a small figure was looking around cautiously, moving forward carefully. He was the servant Zhao Xian had arranged to trade with the mysterious person. The servant was very nervous, seemingly afraid of being discovered. His gaze kept scanning the surroundings. Upon reaching the agreed location, a puzzled expression appeared on the servant's face, because the mysterious person he was supposed to wait for was not there. Did I remember the time wrong? The servant was somewhat bewildered but still shrank his neck, planning to wait a bit. Meanwhile, not far away in a thicket, 2 figures were standing together. One person, dressed in a black robe and wearing a black mask that obscured their features, exuded an air of mystery. This was the mysterious figure who had met with the young servant. Opposite the mysterious person stood a young man in black tight-fitting clothes. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a member of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. "Why are you blocking my way?" the mysterious person asked calmly. "My colleague, you are here to trade with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, aren't you?" The spy from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce wore a friendly smile. "Don't you know that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is on the decline? The items you have may not be affordable for them." The mysterious person's tone showed no sign of disturbance. "Whether they can afford it or not is none of your business." The spy's expression stiffened. He had initially planned to belittle the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to lower the price and snatch the deal from them. But now, it seemed quite tricky. After some consideration, he decided to be straightforward. "I'm not going to hide anything from you. I am from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, and our elder has taken a liking to the goods you possess. So, I was sent to make contact with you. The price is negotiable, no matter how much the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce offers. We can provide you with 3 times that amount. What do you think?" After speaking, the spy fixed his gaze on the mysterious person's eyes, trying to detect any sign of reaction. However, he saw not a hint of change. The mysterious person maintained a calm demeanor, which made the spy feel uncertain. Just as he was about to speak again, the mysterious person spoke first. "The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce wants what I have?" "That's right." The spy was delighted. It seemed promising, and he quickly nodded. "How much do you want?" "All of it," the spy decisively stated. The elder had instructed him to completely sever the connection between the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and this mysterious person. Only then could they take down the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, he could not allow the mysterious person to continue trading with them. "All of it?" The mysterious person's voice rose slightly. "Yes, the price is negotiable. Although our Sunyu Chamber of Commerce is not the largest in the Great Yin Dynasty, we rank among the top 10 in terms of resources," the spy said, appearing confident and proud. The mysterious person chuckled lightly. "Can you afford this?" As soon as the words fell, the mysterious person flipped his hand, and a book appeared. The spy focused his eyes and nearly panicked. This was actually a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique. This, the spy's mouth trembled. What kind of person was this mysterious figure? He had casually produced a low-grade earth-level technique. Such techniques were extremely rare in the entire North State province. Even the major sects might not have a few copies. Yet this mysterious person had taken one out so easily. The value of a low-grade earth-level technique was indeed terrifying. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce could certainly afford it, but it would cost them dearly. The key point was that this was just one item. Who knew what other treasures the mysterious person had? If he brought everything out, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce might not be able to afford it at all. The spy's expression turned difficult. "My friend, may I ask why you are trading with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? As far as I know, they are in a dire situation and should not have anything to offer you," the spy suddenly asked. "Do you think I would tell you such things?" the mysterious person retorted. The spy fell silent. Indeed, such matters were confidential. How could one casually disclose them? If the mysterious person did reveal it, he would suspect it was a trap. Grabbing his head in frustration, the spy finally thought of a compromise. "I have to say, if all the treasures in your hands are like this cultivation method, then our Sunyu Chamber of Commerce really can't afford them. However, we can still make a deal." At this, the mysterious person paused. "Let's hear it." He seemed quite interested. The scout quickly began to speak. "The spirit stones our Sunyu Chamber of Commerce earns each month are something the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can't compare to at all. Although I don't know why you are trading with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, but as long as you no longer sell treasures to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce from now on, our Sunyu Chamber of Commerce can offer you a large sum of spirit stones as compensation. What do you think?" After finishing, the scout felt a bit anxious. After all, this method was something he thought of on the spot. He wasn't sure if the elder would agree. However, if it could really make the mysterious person stop trading with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, then this sum of spirit stones would indeed be worth it. On what basis? The mysterious person's gaze remained largely unchanged, instead asking a question in return. The scout wasn't in a hurry and slowly replied. "Just think about it. As long as you don't trade with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, you can obtain a large sum of spirit stones, and you can still keep the treasures on you. Isn't that a win-win situation? I have to say, the scout's words were indeed very tempting. The mysterious person seemed to be somewhat moved. Is that so? Then how much can your Sunyu Chamber of Commerce offer? The scout felt a surge of joy at this and, after a moment's thought, spoke up. How about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? The mysterious person let out a cold laugh. Do you think I look like someone who lacks 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? The scout was left speechless. Indeed, a mysterious merchant who could casually produce a low-grade earth-level cultivation method could not possibly lack a mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was even less likely that he would sever ties with a chamber of commerce over that amount. The scout thought for a moment and could only ask, then how much do you think is appropriate? The mysterious person waved his hand. I need treasures, all kinds of treasures, but they must be of mid-grade Shin level or above. Upon hearing this, the scout was taken aback. It seemed he realized something. Treasures? He remembered that previously Zhao Xian had sent people to spend a large sum of money to buy various treasures above the Xian level in the market. Now it seemed, it was this mysterious person who needed them. So that's why the mysterious person was willing to trade with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? The scout's eyes brightened slightly. Good. This condition is completely acceptable. Although our Sunyu Chamber of Commerce is a new chamber, our foundation is still quite impressive. We have quite a few treasures of mid-grade Xian level or above in stock. I wonder how many mid-grade Xian level or above treasures would be needed to exchange for that low-grade earth-level cultivation method in your hands. The scout was quite savvy and immediately inquired. The mysterious person smiled slightly. That depends on your Sunyu Chamber of Commerce's attitude. After saying this, the mysterious person turned away. I won't be trading with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce for now. I will come back in 3 days. The moment the words fell, the mysterious person had already vanished without a trace. The scout stared in astonishment. He disappeared just like that? He was at least a strong practitioner at the falling pattern realm, yet he couldn't detect the trajectory of the other party's departure at all. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Such a skill. It seemed only a practitioner at the Gathering Dan realm or above could achieve it. This guy is really mysterious. While the scout marveled in his heart, he felt even more delighted. Fortunately, they discovered it early and timely blocked this path for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, if the mysterious person and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce became close, it could even allow the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to latch onto a powerful ally. At that time, their Sunyu Chamber of Commerce would be in big trouble. As he pondered, the scout prepared to leave, but suddenly he paused. He turned and took a few steps. His gaze shifted towards the entrance of the valley. A small, thin servant huddled in a corner, waiting. After a while, the servant seemed to understand, his face revealing helplessness and disappointment. He turned and left. The scout followed the servant all the way back to Manhwa City, watching as the servant returned to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. During this time, he did not see the mysterious person again. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried that the mysterious strongman would be duplicitous, agreeing on the surface not to sell to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce while secretly supplying them. Now it seemed, he had overthought it. The other party was indeed trustworthy. Feeling reassured, he no longer hesitated and immediately turned to leave Manhwa City. The next day, in the morning, Haiyun City, headquarters of the Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce. The weary scout walked straight into the main hall, heading directly for the Grand Elder, Qin Shanyue. He reported in detail the transaction made with the mysterious person. After listening, Qin Shanyue's face was filled with shock and delight. Earth-level low-grade martial arts. Who is this person, to be able to obtain such a precious martial art? Qin Shanyue marveled. Looking across the entire Dian dynasty, there were only a handful of chambers of commerce that could acquire Earth-level martial arts. Could it be that the mysterious person was from a top-tier chamber of commerce? Thinking of this, he shook his head. Would a top-tier chamber of commerce have nothing better to do than trade so many treasures with the declining Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Moreover, he had investigated and found that the top-tier chamber of commerce harbored deep resentment towards the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce due to various manipulations by the former president, Zhao Lidian. It was impossible for them to cooperate with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Regardless, this is a tremendous boon for our Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce. Qin Shanyue was overjoyed. Although their Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce ranked among the notable ones in the Beizhou province, it was still lacking when considering the entire Dian dynasty. However, it didn't matter, if their Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce could connect with this mysterious strongman, it wouldn't be long before they had the opportunity to step into the top tier. Ha ha ha, indeed. Why should I worry about the prosperity of the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce? Qin Shangyue was extremely excited. At the same time, he realized, no wonder the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had such confidence in their last auction. It turned out they had connected with the mysterious person. They had latched onto a strong leg to barely survive. But now this strong leg will belong to my Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. The smile on Qin Shanyue's face grew even more radiant. Delightful. It was simply too delightful. As for the mysterious person's request for mid-grade Xian-level treasures, was that even a concern? Not at all. Immediately send out orders to retrieve 20 mid-grade Xian-level treasures and 5 high-grade Xian-level treasures from the headquarters and several branches. Yes. Once his subordinate left, Qin Shanyue felt like howling at the sky. Zhao Xian. Oh Zhao Xian. I really want to see what your expression is now. Will it be like your father, despairing and committing suicide by poison? I truly want to see it with my own eyes. Qin Shanyue grinned with a sinister smile. The connection with the mysterious person had been seized by his Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. He didn't believe Zhao Xian could turn things around. Still want to hold a second auction? I wonder what you will use to auction. With the intention of kicking a man when he was down, not giving the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce any chance to breathe. After some thought, Qin Shanyue called another subordinate. You need to send someone to spread this news, making sure it reaches the entire Beizhou province within these few days. It would be best if people from other places also knew, but be sure not to let anyone know that the news came from my Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. Understand? Yes. After his subordinate left, Qin Shanyue leaned back in his armchair. This time, his face was filled with contentment. Meanwhile, Mingyue City, Qingyun Chamber of Commerce Auction Hall Conference Room. Zhao Xian sat in the first seat, his expression calm, revealing no joy or sorrow. Chen Yunhai and the other two sat below, their faces filled with worry. Below, a frail little servant knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Sigh. Chen Yunhai let out a breath. His face was etched with concern. I didn't expect the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce to find this hidden source so quickly. It's really infuriating. At this point, there's no other way. President, do you have any way to contact the person behind that hidden source? Lin Yao couldn't help but turn to Zhao Xian and ask. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yunhai and Shui Meng also turned to Zhao Xian. However, Zhao Xian, sitting in the first seat, remained calm. There's no need for everyone to panic, this matter is still under control, Zhao Xian said flatly. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances. With the fire at their backs, it was still under control? You don't need to worry too much about the specifics, just focus on wrapping up the auction house's work. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Yes. The three dared not say more and could only respond with a bow. Soon after, the three left to handle the repairs of the auction house. The hall was left with only Zhao Xian. Tai Shan, you've handled it well, Zhao Xian said to the dim corner. It's my duty to relieve my master's worries. Tai Shan replied. Indeed, the so-called mysterious person was naturally Tai Shan, and the so-called hidden source was actually something he had deliberately showcased. The purpose was to bait the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. There were two reasons for doing this. First, during the last auction, he had presented so many treasures, and naturally, there needed to be a reasonable origin for them. As for the second, it was naturally aimed at the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. As a rising chamber, Sunyue had managed to rank among the top 10 in the North State Province. The reason behind this was inseparable from the various manipulations of his cheap old man, coupled with the various attacks from the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce. Even a clay figurine has some spirit, let alone Zhao Xian. Indeed, he now had a fragmented Void Realm assassin. To eliminate the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce, he only needed to send Tai Shan out, and he could directly turn the headquarters of the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce upside down. Taking down the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce didn't seem difficult, but the reality was not so simple. Although the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce was a new chamber, its background was anything but weak. Its backing was the Haoyu sect, known as the #1 sect in the North State Province. The strength of the Haoyu sect surpassed that of the Luyan sect, with countless powerful individuals within. There were certainly fragmented Void Realm experts, and not just one or two. If Zhao Xian directly sent Tai Shan to deal with the Sunyue Chamber of Commerce, there was an 80 to 90% chance he would provoke the Haoyu sect. The fragmented Void Realm was strong in the North State Province, but it was not invincible. Moreover, Tai Shan's cultivation was only just entering the fragmented Void Realm, merely at the first level. He couldn't take that risk. Besides, He had better methods to deal with the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. Although it would take a bit longer, the rewards would be substantial. Let them bounce around for a few more days, Zhao Xian said with a faint smile. Time passed, and 2 more days went by. Just as agreed, both sides met again in the valley outside Manhwa City. The spies sent by the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce showed no hesitation and directly handed over 20 mid-grade mysterious treasures and 5 high-grade mysterious treasures to Tai Shan. It seems the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce is quite sincere. As for the Qing Yun Chamber of Commerce, I won't have any dealings with them in the next month. Tai Shan nodded. The spy showed a look of surprise. Then his eyes slightly turned, rubbing his palms and said, "In that case, about trading with our Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce." Tai Shan deliberately showed a hesitant expression, paused, and then spoke. Half a month later, at the same old place, you need to prepare at least 10 high-grade mysterious treasures and some medium-grade mysterious treasures for me, and I will trade with you. Upon hearing this, the scout couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Goodness, 10 high-grade mysterious treasures, that's no small value. However, it's worth it. His face was filled with joy. Alright, half a month later, our moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce will definitely prepare enough treasures. Pleasant cooperation. He extended his hand towards Taizhan. Seeing this, Taizhan couldn't help but chuckle and shook his hand. The transaction concluded, and both parties retreated. Naturally, the scout hurried to report the good news to Qin Shanhua. As for Taizhan, he took a distant glance at the scout's departing figure. His expression instantly became calm. Whoosh! Tieshan's figure vanished in an instant. Manhwa City. In the president's room of the Qing Yun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Over the past 2 days, he had prepared a lot, and the Blood Hand Holy Spirit herb had already been consumed. The effect was quite good, at least his cultivation speed was much faster than before. He also set up a gathering spirit array around his room. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his room was thick and abundant. Even a strong practitioner at the Falling Pattern realm would be envious of the incredibly rich spiritual energy in the room. However, to avoid being discovered, he had long ordered others not to approach his room, including Zhao Ming. Zhao Xian operated the Qin Red Feather technique, greedily absorbing the almost tangible spiritual energy that was diffusing in the air. After a moment, Zhao Xian finally stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. The reward from the system is indeed extraordinary. It has actually enhanced my cultivation talent so much. Zhao Xian sighed. After these 2 days of cultivation, although his realm had not broken through, at this speed, he would be able to break through to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm in at most a month. Of course, compared to the cultivation returned by the Void Spirit Pill, it was far from comparable. But breaking through a realm in a month was considered outstanding in the entire Manhwa City. Zhao Xian was quite satisfied. At least there was progress. However, just as Zhao Xian stopped his cultivation, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! The soul guarding jade you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments for distribution. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. A glance revealed, current available material fragments, 2 points, hiss. It only returned 2 points? Zhao Xian sighed. To forge a spiritual weapon, at least 10 points of material fragments were needed. It seemed he would have to accumulate for a while longer. But the soul guarding jade only gave this much. 1/10 means, it's only worth 20 material fragments? Zhao Xian pondered. He had a rough understanding of the prices of spiritual weapons. Based on the price of the soul guarding jade, a mid-tier spiritual weapon would probably be worth about 10 to 20 material fragments. Taking 1/10 into account, it meant that a mid-tier spiritual weapon could only return him 2 material fragments. I'll save up slowly. Zhao Xian was not in a hurry about this. After all, he had Taizhan around, so there was no rush to forge a spiritual weapon. Moreover, even if he were to forge a spiritual weapon, he wouldn't settle for just a low-tier one. If he was going to do it, he had to do it right. It's been 2 days, and I have 4 chances to turn waste into treasure. Zhao Xian murmured, waving his hand, and items began to appear on the sandalwood table in front of him. 2 ancient books, a piece of wood, and a treasure map. Zhao Xian first picked up the 2 ancient books. He silently recited in his heart, "Congratulations, you have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained a low-grade earth-level movement technique, Phantom Step. Congratulations on successfully turning waste into treasure, and obtaining the Earth-level low-grade martial art, the Qingtsong sword technique. Two ancient books appeared before Zhao Xian's eyes. He squinted. Earth-level body technique and Earth-level sword technique. The auction in 4 days is likely to shake the entire North State province. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile. With 2 Earth-level martial arts plus an Earth-level body technique, along with a top-grade spiritual weapon and 5th-grade elixirs, such a luxurious array of treasures is enough to cause a stir in the North State province. Let's see what the other 2 items can turn into. Zhao Xian's gaze shifted to the other 2 items. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for them. After all, the value of what he already possessed was already very high. The evaluation after the auction should not be lower than A level. These 2 items were just to make up the numbers. But, perhaps turning waste into treasure could bring him a surprise? With that thought, Zhao Xian showed no hesitation. He reached out to the piece of wood and the treasure map. Turn waste into treasure. Congratulations on successfully turning waste into treasure, and obtaining the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood. Congratulations on successfully turning waste into treasure, and obtaining a spiritual vein location map. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. What is this? Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood? What is this thing? How come I've never heard of it before? And the other item, a spiritual vein location map? Can I really get something like this? If doubts could materialize, there would definitely be countless question marks hovering above Zhao Xian's head right now. There was no way around it. The items obtained from this turn of waste into treasure were truly beyond expectations. Once the transformation was complete, Zhao Xian immediately looked at the wooden table. The piece of wood on the left had vanished, replaced by a piece of wood that was entirely gray-black, straight and slender, resembling a wooden sword. The wood had black spots on it, and an indescribable terrifying aura faintly emanated from it. Is this the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood? Zhao Xian showed a puzzled expression as he held the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood in his hand. Heaven and Earth Supreme Treasure, Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood. Effect: meditating for half an hour each day can increase comprehension. When comprehension reaches a certain level, one can grasp the profound meaning of the heavens. Whoosh! Zhao Xian's pupils shrank sharply. Good heavens! He exclaimed in surprise. The effect of this Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood is simply too outrageous. Just half an hour of meditation each day can increase comprehension? The importance of comprehension goes without saying. With good comprehension, one can grasp any martial art or technique faster than others. The same technique might take an ordinary person a month to cultivate, while a genius with good comprehension could do it in a day or even less. More importantly, comprehension is innate, much like cultivation talent, and is difficult to enhance. Treasures that can increase comprehension are even rarer than those that enhance cultivation talent. He never expected to obtain such a heaven and earth supreme treasure. I've struck a big jackpot. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled. From this perspective, that piece of immortal wood itself must not be ordinary, otherwise, even turning waste into treasure wouldn't yield such a terrifying item. This is simply a huge windfall. Such a good thing. Zhao Xian naturally wouldn't take it to auction. Wouldn't that be crazy? He directly tossed the Thunderstrike Enlightenment Wood into his storage ring, planning to meditate for half an hour every day from now on. There are still 4 days left. By then, with my comprehension increased, I might be able to cultivate those earth-level martial arts. Zhao Xian thought. He then withdrew his focus and looked to the side. There lay a slightly yellowed, ancient parchment scroll, spiritual vein location map. Zhao Xian's expression turned strange. This was the first time he had turned waste into treasure and ended up with a map. He held the parchment in his hands and slowly unfurled it. Just as he had imagined, it was a very detailed map. In the center of the map was the Great Yin Dynasty. Clearly, this was a map of the Great Yin Dynasty. The locations of the northern province and even Manhwa city were clearly visible. As for the location of the spiritual vein, it was somewhat remote. The northern province was located in the northern part of the Great Yin Dynasty, while the spiritual vein was situated in the southern part of the Great Yin Dynasty. They were at opposite ends. The markings on the map suggested might be a low-grade spirit stone mine. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. A low-grade spirit stone mine was quite valuable. Moreover, although it was a low-grade mine, it could potentially yield medium-grade or even high-grade spirit stones. It was like gambling with stones, it all depended on luck. It's useless to me. Zhao Xian shook his head. The mine's location was too remote. It was of no use to him. After all, he couldn't just run south to mine. Could he? Not to mention how much he could mine with his current strength. Even if he could extract everything, the time it would take was incalculable. Not to mention, even if he managed to extract everything, how to bring it back was also a problem. His current storage ring couldn't hold it all. Not to mention this storage ring, even a spirit-grade storage ring wouldn't suffice. Let's take it to auction. Zhao Xian quickly made a decision and tossed the map into his storage ring. This time, turning waste into treasure had yielded quite a bounty. A smile spread across Zhao Xian's face. Bang! 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 Just then, rhythmic knocking sounded from outside the door. Come in. Zhao Xian knew it was Taizhan returning. Swish! Creak! Instead of walking through the door, Taizhan pushed it open and entered. Master, the goods from the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce have arrived. A total of 20 medium-grade treasures and 5 high-grade treasures. Taizhan closed the door before speaking. As he spoke, he took out everything he had collected from his storage ring and neatly arranged it on Zhao Xian's sandalwood table. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures before him, Zhao Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. It seems the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce is quite willing to spend money to directly take out so many good things, just to make my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce fall into despair. To be honest, Zhao Xian hadn't expected the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce to produce so many good items. Of course, he also understood that the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce was not just trying to block the path of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. On the other hand, they were also trying to cling to the thigh of the mysterious powerhouse Taizhan. Have everything I instructed been arranged? Zhao Xian asked. Taizhan immediately bowed and clasped his hands. Yes, Master, I have arranged everything as you instructed. I have set up a transaction with the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce for half a month later, and I have also asked them to prepare at least 10 high-grade treasures and some medium-grade treasures. Zhao Xian nodded. Well done. Taizhan bowed again and took his leave. The room was soon left with only Zhao Xian. He gazed at the table full of treasures, a smile creeping onto his lips. The auction items for the next time are already sufficient. He casually glanced at the treasures on the table and then stored them all in his storage ring. There was no choice, he had just finished using his opportunities to turn waste into treasure. After that, Zhao Xian sat down again and began to cultivate. That night, the matters at the auction venue had also been taken care of. Next, everything was ready, just waiting for the auction to begin in 4 days. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. The eve of the auction, during the hour of the pig, when most of the citizens of Manhwa City were in dreamland, a sharp scream suddenly erupted within the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Who dared to intrude into the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, seeking death? Angry shouts echoed in the courtyard of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Ming, dressed in a thin shirt, rose with his sword. He was originally in a deep sleep when he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura that jolted him awake. But by the time he drew his sword, there were already 2 corpses of servants lying on the ground. Beside the bodies stood a middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen. The faint moonlight illuminated his face, clearly revealing the ferocity in his eyes. A mere 7th level of the falling pattern realm dares to stop me? Get lost! The middle-aged man shouted angrily, and a terrifying wave of energy surged outward from him, crashing toward Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of him. Puff! The overwhelming force sent Zhao Ming, along with his sword, flying. He finally spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face filled with terror. Gathering Dan realm. If I were in the Gathering Dan realm, you would have been reduced to nothing by now. The middle-aged man scoffed at Zhao Ming's words. He then ignored Zhao Ming and walked straight toward the storeroom. His target seemed to be inside the storeroom. Zhao Ming was about to speak up to stop him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice abruptly cut off. He didn't dare. He was afraid. The strength the other party had just displayed was far beyond his own. Even if he wasn't in the Gathering Dan realm, he was definitely at the peak of the Falling Pattern realm. He could not be his opponent. If he forced a confrontation, the other party would likely show no mercy. Puff! Just as he was in turmoil, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his chest. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even if I blocked that one strike, the residual force still injured me. Zhao Ming's face turned grim. This was bad. He could only watch helplessly as the mysterious middle-aged man broke into the storeroom. He could only pray that once the middle-aged man found what he wanted, he would leave quickly and not harm the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. But not long after, a thunderous roar came from the storeroom. What kind of garbage is this? The next moment, The middle-aged man stormed out of the storeroom, his face filled with murderous intent, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ming. I ask you, where is the jade dew blood ginseng pill? He reached out and grabbed Zhao Ming by the collar, lifting him up like a chick, and asked fiercely. Zhao Ming could smell the foul stench from the man's mouth, but more than that, he was bewildered. What is the jade dew blood ginseng pill? The jade dew blood ginseng pill? What is that? He had never heard of it. Seeing that Zhao Ming didn't seem to be lying, the man's anger intensified. Where is your master? He continued to ask. Zhao Ming's face turned pale. I can't tell you. As a guard, he was still very loyal. He couldn't reveal Zhao Xian's whereabouts to a stranger. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. He reached out to crush Zhao Ming's hand bones, but just then, a slightly youthful yet composed voice suddenly came from the side. May I ask what brings this guest to sneak attack our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at night? Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged man immediately released Zhao Ming and turned to look. To his surprise, he saw a young figure standing on the roof nearby. In the faint moonlight, one could vaguely see a smile at the corner of the man's mouth. Who are you? The middle-aged man frowned and asked. Aren't you looking for me? How could you not even know who I am? Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared directly behind Zhao Xian. He then reached out to grab Zhao Xian, but at that moment, a sharp cold light flashed by. Sizzle! Boom! Puff! In the blink of an eye, even the middle-aged man had not reacted in time, and he was horrified to discover that his right hand, he didn't even know when it had been severed. Blood gushed out as if it were free. At some point, his face turned pale. The intense pain finally radiated from his right hand. That excruciating pain almost made him scream out loud. My hand! This scream made Zhao Ming, who was below, shudder involuntarily. At first, he thought it was Zhao Xian's voice, but upon listening closely, he realized it was the voice of that middle-aged man. But, how could that be? His heart was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He quickly looked up. He saw Zhao Xian still calmly fighting in place, while the middle-aged man beside him was clutching his right hand, which was gushing blood, rolling on the ground. It seems you came here without even understanding the details of my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? I don't know whether to say you're bold or that you simply have no brains. Zhao Xian sneered and slowly asked. Speak, who sent you? But at that moment, the middle-aged man had no intention of paying attention to Zhao Xian. He was frantically urging the spiritual energy within him, trying to suppress the blood gushing from the severed part of his right hand. TSK. Seeing this, Zhao Xian clicked his tongue. The next moment, another cold light flashed. Put! The middle-aged man's left hand was also severed. With a clang, his left hand fell in front of Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. This was done by the young master. The opponent was at least a peak falling pattern realm expert. How could the young master possibly achieve this? He was dumbfounded. His understanding of Zhao Xian was still at the level of Zhao Xian in the first stage of the transformation realm. The first stage of the transformation realm severed the hand of a peak falling pattern realm expert? Who would believe that if he said it out loud? But this scene was undeniably unfolding right in front of him. It shook his worldview. At the same time, the middle-aged man also realized Zhao Xian's terrifying methods. He couldn't see clearly. He couldn't see at all. He completely failed to catch when Zhao Xian made his move or how he did it. He could only vaguely sense a cold light. And then, his hand was severed. If that cold light had appeared at his neck, he felt a chill rising on his neck. At this moment, he could no longer care about the pain of his severed hands and quickly knelt on the ground. I will speak. I will speak. Please spare me. Senior, spare my life. Why must it come to this? Do you need to end up like this to recognize the situation? Zhao Xian said coldly. Still the same question. Who sent you? Hearing Zhao Xian's words, the middle-aged man shivered all over. Fearing that if he displeased him, he would be killed on the spot, he hurriedly spoke the truth. Reporting to the senior, I am not under anyone's orders, but I came for the Yulu blood ginseng pill. I was blinded by profit, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, and I barged into the senior's residence. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but I ask the senior to show mercy and spare my life. In the future, I will definitely follow the senior's lead, willing to go through fire and water. After he finished speaking, he directly knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Zhao Xian did not respond to his words but frowned slightly. Yulu blood ginseng pill? Zhao Xian was puzzled. He had no Yulu blood ginseng pill on him. There was none in the storeroom either. Where did this person get the information? Where did you hear this news? I have no Yulu blood ginseng pill here. As soon as Zhao Xian said this, the middle-aged man trembled all over. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? None. This damned birth. It was only then that he finally realized he had been deceived. Be specific. Seeing this, Zhao Xian roughly understood the situation and casually said, Yes, senior. It's like this. The middle-aged man recounted his experiences in detail. He was not a native of Manhwa city, but rather a wandering cultivator from the nearby Xingyun mountain range. By chance, while passing through Yunshan city, he overheard someone discussing that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Manhwa city possessed a precious jade dew blood ginseng pill. The way it was spoken made it sound quite serious. Of course, the middle-aged man did not believe it immediately. Instead, he inquired around. After learning about the Qingyun Chamber's previous auction results and the upcoming second auction, he was convinced to a large extent. Clearly, this jade dew blood ginseng pill might appear at the auction. He urgently needed a jade dew blood ginseng pill to save his life. So in desperation, he chose to take the risk and secretly infiltrate the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, hoping to snatch the pill before the auction began. After hearing this, Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. It was evident that someone had deliberately spread this false information to attract powerful figures from the Beizhou province. The jade dew blood ginseng pill was a 5th-grade elixir. It had the power to bring the dead back to life, meaning that no matter how severe your injuries were, as long as you had a breath left, this pill could save you. Moreover, it also had the effect of reforging meridians in bones, making it highly sought after. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce is quite insidious. Without needing to guess, Zhao Xian locked his target onto the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. It was not surprising. If it were any other chamber facing this tactic, they would likely be caught off guard. But unfortunately, this is not a bad thing for me. With this thought, a smile appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. Senior, I have told you everything I know. So could you spare my life? The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Xian with a pleading expression. As long as you spare my life, I, Shui Han, will do whatever you command in the future. As he spoke, he directly knelt on the ground, looking very sincere. Seeing this, Zhao Ming was also shocked. Just a short while ago, this man had been arrogant in front of him, even nearly killing him. Yet now, in front of the young master, he showed a completely different face. However, in a moment of life and death, this was quite normal. If the young master accepts him, it would indeed be a good thing. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would gain another powerful assistant. With this thought, Zhao Ming felt genuinely happy for Zhao Xian. But Zhao Xian's choice was not as he had imagined. Accept you? You are merely at the peak of the falling pattern realm. Do you think you are worthy? Zhao Xian sneered. You barged into my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and even injured my guards. Tell me, can I let you go? As soon as Zhao Xian's words left his mouth, Shui Han's face turned pale with shock. I'll fight you to the death. He realized that Zhao Xian did not intend to let him go, and despair filled his eyes as his internal energy erupted, preparing to fight Zhao Xian to the death. But Zhao Xian was completely unconcerned by his appearance. Fight to the death? You don't have that qualification. In the next moment, Zhao Xian snapped his fingers. The sound of the snap was like a death warrant. The instant it rang out, Shui Han's expression froze. Then, a line of blood gradually appeared on his neck. Following that, with a thud, Shui Han's body fell apart, crashing to the ground beneath the eaves. Blood instantly stained the earth a vivid red. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ming was dumbfounded. The young master actually did not spare Shui Han? Moreover, he had killed him. Gulp! Zhao Ming swallowed hard. He hadn't even seen when the young master made his move. If he had to say, he only heard the sound of the snap, and Shui Han's body was already severed. This method of killing was simply unheard of. What terrifying level has the young master's strength reached? Zhao Ming couldn't help but think. As a 7th-level practitioner of the falling pattern realm, he naturally had a deep understanding of the strength at the peak of this realm. Even in the gathering pill realm, it would be impossible to easily kill a peak practitioner of the falling pattern realm, not to mention a sudden and unnoticed kill like just now. That method was terrifying. Could it be that the young master has already broken through to the peak of the gathering pill realm, or even the fragmented void realm? Zhao Ming was taken aback. He was frightened by his own thought. The fragmented void realm. Such beings were rare even across the entire North State province. His young master was only in his 20s. Had he really stepped into such a realm? How could that be possible? But if not, how could one explain the terrifying methods displayed by the young master? Just as Zhao Ming was lost in thought, Zhao Xian walked over to him. Handle the body. And as for the news, there's no need to suppress it deliberately. Zhao Xian casually instructed. Yes, young master. Zhao Ming was startled and quickly lowered his head in response. You've worked hard tonight, Zhao Xian said with a word of comfort before turning to leave. Only Zhao Ming remained, still in shock. The young master truly is different now. After a moment of reflection, he put away his shock and surprise. He calmed himself. He was just a guard now. There were things he shouldn't know and shouldn't think about. He immediately went to handle Shui Han's body. As for Zhao Xian's remark about not needing to suppress the news of this body, it surprised him. If the news wasn't controlled, wouldn't it attract enemies? Of course, this was not something a mere guard like him needed to consider. The young master must have his own thoughts. In the dimly lit room, only a single red candle was lit. Zhao Xian sat in a chair, his right hand half clenched, tapping rhythmically on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Master, do you need me to take action to destroy the moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce? At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Tai Shan. No need. Zhao Xian shook his head, a smile on his face. Rather, I should thank the moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce for their antics. In this way, the news of a peak practitioner of the falling pattern realm dying in my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will surely spread. By then, even if I step forward to say the chamber doesn't have the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng pill, no one will believe it. With the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng pill, plus the embellishments from the moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce, when the auction starts, the number of strong practitioners attracted will definitely be considerable. And for me, that would be a tremendous opportunity. Zhao Xian's smile grew even brighter. After all, the more strong practitioners there were, the higher the chances that the items he auctioned would fetch a high price. Consequently, the evaluations after the auction would also be higher. The rewards he could obtain would naturally be even more substantial. Shouldn't he express his gratitude to the moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce? As for how to thank them, Zhao Xian had long been prepared. Thanks to you today, Tai Shan, otherwise, this trouble would have been hard to resolve, Zhao Xian said, looking at Tai Shan beside him. Without Tai Shan, he would have had no ability to deal with a peak practitioner of the falling pattern realm. It was Tai Shan who had taken action to kill Shui Han. He was merely putting on a show. After all, Tai Shan couldn't be in the spotlight right now. So, he would take on this role himself. It also prevented some short-sighted individuals from targeting their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It was a plan that killed two birds with one stone, just as Zhao Xian had thought. By morning, the news of Shui Han being killed by Zhao Xian in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the entire Manhwa city. No, not just Manhwa city, even several nearby cities were aware of it by now. This was naturally aided by the moon-seeking Chamber of Commerce, leading to more and more strong practitioners learning of the matter. It was also known that Shui Han went to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce for the Yulu Blood Ginseng pill. As a result, many powerful figures in the gathering pill realm had their eyes on this auction. On the day of the auction, Zhao Xian sat on the second floor, gazing down below. The road to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was almost packed with people. All around were those coming to watch the excitement, including many individuals of high status. The actions of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce are quite swift. Zhao Xian chuckled. He stopped watching and instead lay back in the second floor lounge, his eyes slightly closed, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. In the main hall of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Qin Shanyue was sitting under a large tree, enjoying the cool shade. It was already summer, and the sun was blazing in the sky, truly scorching. Great Elder, today is the day the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's auction begins. Are we not going? A servant beside Qin Shanyue asked. What's there to see? Qin Shanyue waved his hand dismissively. Although I would love to see Zhao Xian make a fool of himself, once we connect with that mysterious powerhouse, our goal will be the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the Beizhou province. A small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Is it worth my time to go? Upon hearing this, the servant immediately bowed and flattered. Great Elder, your vision is far-reaching, far beyond what we can comprehend. At that time, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce might even come looking for us. Qin Shanyue's smile grew wider. That is natural. As long as that mysterious powerhouse does not supply the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, then today's auction will have nothing to offer. Nothing to offer. Those gathering pill realm experts are not as easy to deal with as I am. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Qin Shangyue felt. The setbacks they faced at Zhao Xian's auction before had all been recovered now. Indeed, what the elder says is very true. The servant immediately clasped his hands and smiled. However, speaking of which, it seems that last night a peak-falling pattern realm powerhouse broke into the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, but was reportedly killed in one move by the president Zhao Xian. I wonder if it's true. At this, the servant showed a worried expression. If this is true, then there might be a powerhouse hidden within the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, perhaps even a gathering pill realm powerhouse. Hearing the servant say this, Qin Shanyue's expression did not change much. That's unlikely to be true. Most likely, it's just Zhao Xian boasting. To say that a peak-falling pattern realm powerhouse broke into the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce but couldn't provide a name. Such a little trick can only fool ordinary people. By the end, Qin Shanyue sneered. This precisely shows that without that mysterious powerhouse supplying goods, Zhao Xian is already panicking. Now that this news has spread, when the auction starts, he can easily cover up his embarrassment of having nothing to auction by claiming his goods were stolen. Rather, from this perspective, Zhao Xian does have some means, stronger than his father. Upon hearing this, the servants suddenly understood. So there was this layer of meaning, truly worthy of the great elder. We are foolish and completely unable to see Zhao Xian's deeper intentions. He immediately praised Qin Shanyue. It's normal that you don't understand. Qin Shanyue waved his hand. Next, send someone to keep a close watch on Manhwa City. As soon as there's any news, inform me immediately. Yes. The servant went down to make arrangements. Qin Shanyue then comfortably lay back in his lounge chair. Zhao Xian. Oh Zhao Xian. Although you are a bit more capable than your father, you are still too young. Those gathering pill realm experts were all sent to you after I expended considerable effort. With their abilities, such an excuse won't be enough to send them away. I really want to see what kind of expression you will have at that time. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Shanyue's lips curled up in a smile. So refreshing. It was just so damn refreshing. The thought of Zhao Xian about to face a setback made him wish he could fly to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to witness it firsthand. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to go, because he still needed to help that mysterious powerhouse find treasures. After all, to truly connect with a mysterious powerhouse, one must be willing to part with some flesh. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Manhwa City. The city lord, Xiao Yuha, was leading his subordinates to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction. Upon seeing the newly renovated venue, Xiao Yuha was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Zhao Xian to be so extravagant, expanding the venue this much? It seems he is quite confident about this auction. Xiao Yuha thought to himself. He led his subordinates into the auction hall, expecting someone to guide him to the second floor. However, he found that, once he entered, no one paid him any attention. This made him somewhat displeased. After all, he was the city lord of Manhwa City. Did such a noble identity not qualify him to go to the second floor? He felt a bit angry and ordered a subordinate to grab a servant. I ask you, where is the person in charge of receiving my lord? Xiao Yuha's subordinate asked with a displeased expression. The servant was taken aback for a moment, then quickly cupped his hands in apology. I'm sorry, I was a bit dizzy from the busyness and didn't see the city lord. Please follow me. Saying this, the servant led Xiao Yuha deeper into the venue. Seeing this, Xiao Yuha's displeasure dissipated slightly. It turned out it was just a matter of forgetting. He had thought Zhao Xian was so arrogant that he didn't even regard him. With this thought, he followed his subordinate. However, as they continued, he felt something was off. Wasn't the staircase to the second floor right next to them? Why was the servant leading them toward the viewing platform? He felt suspicious but didn't ask further, instead following the servant. Soon, the servant brought Xiao Yuha and his group to a left-side seat in the second row of the front section. City Lord, this is your seat. Bang! As soon as the servant finished speaking, Xiao Yuha slammed his palm angrily on the nearby table and chairs. At the same time, a guard beside Xiao Yuha stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Impudence! Not only are you not allowing us to go to the second floor, but you even arranged for the city lord to sit in the second row? Is this how your president treats the city lord? This is an insult to the city lord." The servant could only show a helpless expression. City lord, it's not that I'm speaking for the president, but the second floor simply has no more seats for you. Not only the second floor, but even the front row is occupied, so we had no choice but to arrange for you in the second row. However, the servant's words only made Xiao Yuha angrier. Nonsense! He was the city lord of Manhwa City. Could the identities of the guests who came compare to his? You say the second floor is full, but I see it's still quite spacious up there, and I don't see anyone in the front row. If there are guests, I'd like to know what identities those guests on the second floor have that are more noble than our city lord? Xiao Yuha's guard sneered. Clearly, they were not going to let the servant off easily. However, upon hearing Xiao Yuha's words, the servant's expression changed drastically. Oh my city lord, please have your subordinates lower their voices. If we anger those guests on the second floor, I won't be able to bear the consequences. If you want to know their identities, I don't know all of them, but I remember one of them was here at the last auction. It was that young guest who successfully bid for the jade crystal that day. The city lord should remember, right? As soon as the servant mentioned this, Xiao Yuha recalled. He had inquired about it later. That person was the first true disciple of the Luyun sect, named Li Shan, with extraordinary cultivation. In the entire Beizhou province, there were hardly a handful of young people who could match him. He recognized this person's status. Xiao Yuha nodded slightly. Do you know where that guest is seated on the second floor? The servant deliberately created a suspense. If you have something to say, just say it. Why hold it back? The guard said irritably. Ah, yes. That guest almost couldn't make it to the second floor and was arranged in the worst position on the second floor. The servant said honestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuha was instantly stunned. Li Shan was arranged in the worst position on the second floor? He still remembered that at the last auction, Li Shan had a better position than him. As a result, what kind of identities do those guests on the second floor have? Xiao Yuha couldn't help but ask. This little one doesn't know either. I still have to arrange for other guests, so I won't disturb the city lord any longer. The servant said no more, cupped his hands in apology, and turned to the door to receive others. City lord, what should we do? Are we just going to sit here? The guard couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He still wore an unhappy expression. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He had been following Xiao Yuha and naturally felt that his master's status was noble and should not be relegated to the second row on the first floor. But Xiao Yuha understood much more than he did. It seems that many extraordinary people have come to this auction. Xiao Yuha's expression slightly tightened. Even someone like Li Shan, a top talent, was placed in the worst position on the second floor. This indicated that the other people on the second floor likely had identities even more distinguished than Li Shan's, or perhaps even stronger than Li Shan. He had inquired before. Li Shan, as the number one genius of the Luyun sect, was only in his 30s and had already broken through the peak of the falling pattern realm, stepping into the first level of the gathering pill realm. Stronger than him, at least at the gathering pill realm. Let's just wait and see, he said to the guard beside him and then sat comfortably in his seat, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. At first, he did not have high hopes for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had nearly gone bankrupt before, but after the last auction, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was surprisingly revitalized by Zhao Xian. This made him regard Zhao Xian with a higher opinion. As a result, the cooperation with the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce was forced to fall through. If Zhao Xian could host this auction as well as the last one, the waiting time was not too long. He soon saw figures dressed in luxurious attire entering the auction hall. Xiao Yuha did not know the origins of these people. There was nothing he could do, although he was the city lord. He did not meet many big shots. Even Li Shan was someone he had to put in a lot of effort to find out about. But there was one person he was very familiar with. Xiao Yuha's gaze fell on a figure in the left room on the second floor. It was a young girl, dressed in a light purple long dress. Her graceful figure was highlighted perfectly. The girl's exquisite features instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Of course, soon most people were scared away by a guard in black armor standing beside the girl. The aura emanating from the guard made countless people feel breathless. Even Xiao Yuha could only steal a glance. His heart was shaken. Because this girl was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Haoyue sect, Xiang Qianqian. The reason he recognized Xiang Qianqian was that she had once come to Manhwa City, and when he heard the news, he wanted to personally welcome her. However, Xiang Qianqian had to leave as soon as she entered the city due to some matters, so strictly speaking, he had only seen Xiang Qianqian once, but he remembered her. After all, Xiang Qianxian's appearance and figure were indeed unforgettable, coupled with her terrifying background. It was hard not to remember. But, why would such a heavenly beauty appear in Manhwa City today? Just a moment of confusion, and then he thought of something. He instantly understood. I remember that those who have come to Manhwa City these days seem to be inquiring about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Is the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce going to auction some very precious treasures? Could it be? He realized something. His pupils constricting. He quickly averted his gaze, took a deep breath, and waited for the auction to begin. If his guess was true, then he couldn't care less about his own pride. Before long, the large auction hall was already bustling with people. The first floor was especially noisy. After all, the last auction had been widely publicized. Naturally, there were more people here to watch the excitement this time. Moreover, the venue had expanded significantly, accommodating several times more people than last time. It was quite chaotic. Sitting in the second row on the first floor, Xiao Yuha only felt a headache. If he were on the second floor, all these sounds would have been blocked out, but there was no choice. He couldn't afford to offend those big shots on the second floor. Just as the venue was filled with noise, a familiar figure slowly walked onto the auction stage. It was Zhao Xian. At this moment, Zhao Xian, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, perfectly showcased his tall and well-built figure, complemented by his short black hair and handsome features. Looking quite dashing and elegant, he attracted quite a few female gazes, accompanied by waves of screams. Even Xiang Qianxian, who was on the second floor, couldn't help but have her eyes sparkle upon seeing Zhao Xian. Is this person the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Xiang Qianxian casually asked. Yes, miss, this person is named Zhao Xian. He is only 22 years old, and I have already checked his cultivation level. He is only at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, with average talent, replied the black armored guard standing beside Xiang Qianxian, bowing calmly. His talent is indeed a bit lacking, but he is quite handsome. Xiang Qianxian smiled. I want to see what he can bring to auction at this event. The rumored Jade Du Blood Ginseng pill is probably just a rumor, but with such a grand auction, it shouldn't just be for show, right? Upon hearing Xiang Qianxian's words, the black armored guard immediately clasped his hands. If it doesn't meet the miss's expectations, I will handle it. Handling it must be done properly. After the event, we should investigate where the news came from. Understood. As the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Hao US sect, Xiang Qianxian had been exposed to such matters since childhood and was incredibly astute. How could she not understand the tactics in business? She had long seen through the so-called Jade Du Blood Ginseng pill as a scam. Yet, she still came. Why? Out of curiosity. Since wasn't the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce already on the decline, even on the verge of collapse? Why was it still being so closely watched? So, out of this curiosity, she came. Most of the other influential people on the second floor were there for the same reason. Not many believed in the so-called Jade Du Blood Ginseng pill. Anyone who could sit in this position was no fool. Ladies and gentlemen, on the auction stage, Zhao Xian slowly began to speak. The moment his voice was heard, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone listened quietly to Zhao Xian. Thanks to everyone's support, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has been able to revive from the brink of death. I believe everyone didn't get enough from the last auction. After all, at that time, our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was financially constrained, and we could only present items that were not worthy of the stage. Thanks to everyone's patronage. After saying this, Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands. However, many people turned red and looked strange at his words. The earlier remarks were a thank you to the audience and bidders present at that time, but the latter part sounded quite odd. You call the Tian Sui Yu Jing an item not worthy of the stage? That is a top-grade spiritual weapon refining material. Such a rare item is hard to come by even in the entire North State. If that isn't worthy of the stage, then what is? But soon, someone realized. Zhao Xian's words meant, this auction will present treasures even better than the heavenly essence jade crystal? This immediately made everyone show signs of anticipation. Of course, some were skeptical. After all, a little investigation into the situation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would reveal it was quite dire. Very unfortunate. Even though they had recovered some losses from the last auction, that was all there was to it. To obtain something even more impressive than the heavenly essence jade crystal was not that simple. However, Zhao Xian naturally did not care. Then let's cut the small talk. Let's start with an appetizer to warm up the atmosphere. With that, Zhao Xian flipped his palm. A wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. Zhao Xian had no intention of keeping them in suspense. He directly opened the box and slowly spoke. The first item for auction is called Breaking Xiandan. Inside the box were 3 thumb-sized green pills, with swirling spiritual energy emanating from them, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafting out. Instantly, it attracted the attention of everyone around. Countless people widened their eyes. Breaking Xiandan. Is this a 5th grade Breaking Xiandan? I must be hearing things. A 5th grade Breaking Xiandan is just an appetizer? The rarity of the Breaking Xiandan was clear to most people present, even if they did not possess the cultivation of the Gathering Dan realm. But even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run, right? They clearly remembered that a few years ago, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce auctioned off a Breaking Xiandan, but there was only one. That one sold for a high price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The reason was simple. The refinement of the Breaking Xiandan was incredibly complex and difficult to produce. This made the Breaking Xiandan extremely rare. The Void Spirit Dan simply could not compare. But now Zhao Xian was offering 3 Breaking Xiandan, which naturally left many who wanted to see Zhao Xian make a fool of himself dumbfounded. What happened to the promised decline? What happened to the claim that the Heavenly Essence Jade Crystal was the last madness of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? What was going on with these Breaking Xiandan? In the second row, Xiao Yuhua couldn't help but widen his eyes. As expected, Zhao Xian really has some confidence. No wonder he can be so self-assured. Completely disregarding the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, he was not aware of the small moves of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, as ever since the last auction ended, Qin Shanhua had stopped contacting him. Their cooperation had naturally fallen through, but that did not mean he was unaware of Zhao Xian's actions these days. He knew Zhao Xian had sent people to nearby cities to purchase some items, but he had inquired, and the value of those items was even less than what was auctioned off last time. Now it seemed, Zhao Xian must have some special means to acquire such top-notch resources. Perhaps I still have a chance. His eyes sparkled. At the same time, a row of Gathering Dan realm experts sitting nearby also had their eyes gleaming. I didn't expect to encounter Breaking Xiandan in this small place. What a pleasant surprise. They were clearly not here for the Breaking Xiandan, because they had no idea the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would auction off Breaking Xiandan. But the 3 Breaking Xiandan before them filled their hearts with joy, especially the person sitting at the head of the table, dressed in a rather strange manner, wearing a large black robe that almost concealed his entire body. At this moment, he was fixated on the 3 Breaking Xiandan in Zhao Xian's hand. This auction seems a bit interesting. On the second floor, Li Shan, sitting in the worst position, couldn't help but feel intrigued. He had originally had no interest in attending this auction. After all, he had obtained the Heavenly Essence Jade Crystal to continue crafting his top-grade spirit weapon, but various rumors piqued his curiosity, so he decided to come and join the excitement. Unexpectedly, this excitement was worth it. He had just broken through to the Gathering Dan realm not long ago, and now was the time to stabilize his realm. The Breaking Xiandan was also a rare treasure for him. He had to obtain it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiang Qianxian couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian, then turned her head to look at the black armored guard beside her. Wasn't it said that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce couldn't produce anything? The black armored guard immediately knelt on the ground. Heiwa's investigation was inadequate. Please punish me. Miss, I didn't mean to blame you. Xiang Qianxian did not punish the black armored guard, merely speaking in a flat tone. Her gaze returned to Zhao Xian, and this time, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. With your ability, Heihua, I don't believe this small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can hide anything from you. This Zhao Xian is not simple. Xiang Qianxian quickly made her judgment, and a look of interest appeared on her exquisite face. Very interesting. Not only Xiang Qianxian, but the figures in the other private rooms on the second floor also cast deep glances at Zhao Xian. This Breaking Xiandan clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. This piqued their interest, because it meant that what Zhao Xian could produce was an unknown to them. Things naturally became interesting. Zhao Xian, of course, was unaware that he had attracted the attention of many powerful figures. He wore a faint smile, scanning the first and second floors. There are indeed quite a few strong ones from the Gathering Dan realm here today. It seems that a good start is guaranteed. Zhao Xian thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. He then slowly spoke. The first 5th grade Breaking Xiandan. Starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the auction begins now. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Zhao Xian's voice fell, someone from the Gathering Dan realm immediately shouted a bid, and it was a direct doubling of the price. It must be said, it was quite shocking. However, this kind of shock was almost meaningless to the Gathering Dan realm experts. 13,000. Our sect offers 15,000. Soon, several Gathering Dan realm experts in the front row began to compete for bids. They certainly did not want to miss this breaking Xian Dan. In fact, as long as one was a Gathering Dan realm expert, it was hard not to be tempted by the breaking Xian Dan. The Gathering Dan realm experts in the front row kept shouting bids. The audience watching the show around them couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. The Gathering Dan realm big shots really aren't short on money to bid like this. It feels like the price increases are too low. It must be a loss of face for them. Which Gathering Dan realm expert isn't wealthy? Such a small amount of spirit stones is nothing to them. I really envy them. 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. Soon, Li Shan could no longer contain his excitement and joined the competition for the first breaking Xian Dan. As soon as he spoke, he directly doubled the price and added another 5,000. Instantly, the entire venue was in shock. Some recognized Li Feng as the true disciple of the Luyun sect who had recently auctioned off the Tian Sui jade crystal. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Do true disciples of the Luyun sect have so much money? While more people were amazed at the immense attraction of the breaking Xian Dan. If calculated according to market price, the value of the breaking Xian Dan was around 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. The fluctuation would not exceed 3,000 spirit stones. Anything above that would be considered a premium. But this was the market price. Given the rarity of the breaking Xian Dan, such a price was often available but not marketable. After all, the breaking Xian Dan was simply too precious. And Li Feng immediately raised the price to the highest price from the last auction of the breaking Xian Dan by the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. In an instant, many Gathering Dan realm experts who were prepared to bid found themselves in a dilemma. Should they continue to bid? Exceeding 30,000 low-grade spirit stones would be too much of a loss, especially since there were 3 breaking Xian Dan now. With 2 more opportunities later, wouldn't bidding high now make them the fools? But if they didn't continue to bid, what if the next 2 were even harder to auction? For a moment, most of the Gathering Dan realm experts fell into a quandary. I don't want to be the fool, but I'm afraid of missing out on the breaking Xian Dan. As he hesitated, Zhao Xian slowly spoke up. 35,000 low-grade spirit stones for 3 times. Congratulations to Li Jinchuan on the second floor for successfully auctioning the first breaking Xian Dan. As his words fell, many strong practitioners in the Gathering Dan realm shook their heads and sighed, seemingly relieved. On the second floor, Li Shan revealed a smile. Lucky to have snatched the first one. Now we can sit back and watch the show. Soon, the auction for the second breaking Xian Dan began. Compared to the first, this auction was clearly more brutal. The few Gathering Dan realm practitioners who failed to secure the first breaking Xian Dan were visibly frustrated. Perhaps it was because Li Shan had received recognition. As soon as Zhao Xian announced the auction's start, a strong practitioner in the front row immediately raised his hand and shouted, 35,000. Wow! At that moment, the entire venue erupted in commotion. The remaining Gathering Dan realm practitioners who hadn't had a chance to speak whitened their eyes. But they weren't surprised, they were regretting. Damn! I should have spoken up faster. Crap! That old guy beat me to it. The practitioner who called out the bid looked smugly at the others, like a victorious rooster, puffing out his chest. The surrounding audience was left stunned. I must still be asleep. The final price for the first breaking Xian Dan was 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. How did this second one come up at 35,000 already? 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. How many pancakes could that buy? What a waste! With that many spirit stones, you could have enjoyed the top beauties at the pleasure house for months. Just as the audience was still discussing and lamenting, suddenly, a calm yet somewhat hoarse voice rang out. 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the venue fell silent again. Countless gazes instantly turned towards the source of the voice. The one who called out was the man in the oversized black robe sitting in the front. No one could discern his expression at that moment. They only knew. Calling out 40,000 low-grade spirit stones seemed as easy for him as drinking water. Hiss, 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's a direct increase of 5,000 from the previous one. Tisk tsk, what a big spender. I wonder if that practitioner who started with 35,000 will continue to bid. As expected, the practitioner who had called out 35,000 turned pale. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He had originally thought he could take advantage of his first mover advantage to snag this breaking Xian Dan. But, unexpectedly, someone was willing to be the fool and directly increase the bid by 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He miscalculated. He gritted his teeth, wanting to continue bidding. But, he hesitated. There was still one more. He could wait and see. It wasn't possible for someone to increase the bid every time, right? Spirit stones don't just come from the wind. With that thought, Zhao Xian's wooden hammer fell onto the table again. Deal. Congratulations to this senior for successfully auctioning the second breaking Xian Dan for 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now, the third one. Zhao Xian slowly began. Almost the moment he announced the auction's start, the practitioner who had just missed out on the two breaking Xian Dan immediately spoke up. 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, he was the first to bid again. He had the first mover advantage. But he hadn't even been happy for a minute when a clear, melodious voice like a warbler's came from the second floor. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, everyone in the venue was stunned. They had originally thought that no one would compete for this last breaking Xian Dan. After all, 35,000 low-grade spirit stones was already a lot. No one wanted to be the fool. Even though there were quite a few people in the gathering Dan realm present, most of them were just loose cultivators with not many spirit stones on them. As a result, they were overthinking it. The thoughts of the strong were not something they could fathom. How long has it been? Someone actually placed a bid again. And this time, it shot up by 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is. Everyone looked up towards the second floor. When they saw that the bidder was actually Xiang Qianqian, many chose to close their mouths. The Hao US sect. Well, that changes everything. For her, whether it was 40,000 spirit stones or 50,000 spirit stones, it seemed to make no difference at all. Meanwhile, the gathering Dan realm cultivator's face instantly darkened to the extreme. For the first time, he thought he could wait, so when the price reached 35,000, he didn't continue to raise the bid, not wanting to be the fool. The second time, he wanted to learn from Lishan and use the same trick to secure the second broken Xian Dan at the price of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. But he was outbid by 5,000 spirit stones, leaving him speechless. And this third time, the person competing with him for this broken Xian Dan was actually the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Hao US sect. That's the Hao US sect. As a loose cultivator, how could he compete financially with the Hao US sect? He clenched his fists, ultimately releasing them helplessly. Damn it! He cursed softly in his heart, having no choice but to give up the contest. Zhao Xian also looked up in surprise at Xiang Qianqian on the second floor. At this moment, Xiang Qianqian's gaze also turned to Zhao Xian. The two locked eyes. Xiang Qianqian smiled slightly, her smile charming and captivating. Seeing this, Zhao Xian also smiled and said, "Then congratulations to Miss Xiang Qianqian on the second floor for securing this third broken Xian Dan at the price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Zhao Xian felt delighted inside. He had originally thought that these three broken Xian Dan would probably sell for at most 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. It might even be lower. After all, there were three of them. Although the competition might be fiercer, the price would likely decrease gradually. After all, rarity increases value. But the result was exactly the opposite of what he thought. The prices for the last two were even higher than the first one. This made him sincerely sigh. There are still too many wealthy people in the world. For them, this amount of spirit stones probably felt no different from stones by the roadside. Putting away his sigh, Zhao Xian continued the auction. Now that the appetizer is over, the auction continues. Next up for auction is a martial art. Zhao Xian flipped his palm, revealing an ancient book in his hand. There was a sword mark on the book, seemingly drawn with a brush. But upon seeing this sword mark, people couldn't help but feel a sharp aura. This book instantly attracted the attention of countless people. This martial art is called the Qingtsong sword technique. Its grade is not high. It's a low-grade earth-level technique. Zhao Xian introduced with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, countless spectators were left speechless. What is this? A low-grade earth-level martial art? You call this not high-grade? Although martial arts are not as rare as cultivation techniques, a low-grade earth-level martial art, by no means can it be considered low-grade. After all, such martial arts are almost inaccessible to those in the patterned vein realm, and even ordinary loose cultivators in the gathering Dan realm find it hard to obtain a low-grade earth-level martial art. Of course, for the big shots on the second floor, A low-grade earth-level technique indeed doesn't count as too high. To be able to present a low-grade earth-level martial art, this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is not simple at all. On the second floor, in a private room, an old man with white hair slowly spoke, stroking his beard. Although he had no interest in low-grade earth-level martial arts, he was very interested in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. In terms of rarity, low-grade earth-level martial arts are even less rare than broken Shandong, but their value is not much lower. After all, it is still an earth-level martial art. In the first row on the first floor, many Gathering Dan realm cultivators' eyes lit up upon seeing it was a low-grade earth-level martial art. After all, many of them were still practicing high-grade Shan-level martial arts. The low-grade earth level naturally holds great appeal for them. As for the mysterious man in the black robe, he didn't even lift his head. Clearly, he was uninterested. Soon, Zhao Xian announced the start of the auction. Most of the bidders were just a few strong practitioners from the Gathering Dan realm. In the end, this martial art did not fetch a very high price, but after all, it was an earth-level martial art, and the price couldn't drop too low. The final auction price was set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It barely met the standard. Following that, Zhao Xian brought out the low-grade earth-level movement technique, the ghostly steps, for auction. The result was similar to the Qing Song sword technique, selling for 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price was acceptable to Zhao Xian. Earth-level martial arts, no matter how poor, could not be priced below 100,000. The grade was there. However, for Zhao Xian, he was merely using these as a transition. The real highlights were yet to come, as Zhao Xian took out 2 books of earth-level martial arts for auction. Those who had witnessed the first auction stared wide-eyed. Where on earth did Zhao Xian get these treasures? Who knows? But it's certain that Zhao Xian must have his hidden sources. Forget it, why should we worry about this? As long as there's a good show to watch. Xiao Yuha was also filled with emotion. I really underestimated Zhao Xian. To gather so many treasures in just 10 days, his methods are truly astonishing. No wonder Qin Shanyue didn't come this time, he probably didn't want to lose face. He thought to himself. Little did he know, although Qin Shanyue did not come, he had long sent someone to keep an eye on things. This person was currently sitting a few rows back in the hall, dressed quite simply. He looked like a tavern servant at first glance. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he was utterly shocked. Didn't the Grand Elder say that the hidden sources of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had already been robbed? He also mentioned that the president of the Qingyun Chamber would definitely not be able to produce any good treasures and that he should closely watch Zhao Xian's expressions and report back. How was he supposed to report this? Forget it, I might as well just answer honestly. With that thought, he lowered his head and walked out of the auction hall, calling over a servant to hand over a letter, whispering some instructions before giving him some small silver coins and turning back to the auction hall. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian was also preparing to announce the next items for auction. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has a limited treasury, and the few items auctioned earlier may not catch the eyes of the esteemed guests upstairs. I hope you all can bear with us. Zhao Xian first gave a slight bow to the second floor. Laughter came from above. President Zhao is joking, these treasures are things that even the top Chamber of Commerce in the North State cannot easily produce. Although they indeed do not attract us, that does not mean your treasury is limited. Li Shan spoke up teasingly. Zhao Xian and Li Shan were somewhat acquainted, and he merely smiled in response. But just as Zhao Xian was about to continue speaking, Xiang Qianqian chimed in playfully. President Zhao, are you implying that the items to be auctioned next are also very precious to us? This remark made everyone's eyes light up. It seems we can't hide it from Miss Xiang. Zhao Xian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. With a flip of his hand, a long sword, entirely purple, was suddenly gripped tightly. The top-grade spirit weapon, the purple Xian sword. As soon as the purple Xian sword appeared, all eyes in the room couldn't help but widen. Countless strong practitioners were present, not to mention those in the Gathering Dan realm. Even those in the Falling Pattern realm could sense the extraordinary nature of the purple Xian sword. Hiss! This is a spirit weapon. Many of the unknowledgeable spectators gasped in surprise, but they did not know the true value of the purple Xian sword. As for the group of powerful cultivators at the Gathering of Dan, they were too disdainful to speak. Their gazes were fixed on the purple mysterious sword, their eyes filled with fervor. Zhao Xian had no intention of keeping them in suspense. This sword is called the Purple Mysterious, and it is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Top-grade spiritual weapon. What the hell? What's going on with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? This time, the auction items are even more outrageous than last time. Many spectators couldn't help but exclaim. After all, in the last auction, Zhao Xian had only brought out a mid-grade spiritual weapon at most. This time, however, it was directly a top-grade spiritual weapon. How precious is a top-grade spiritual weapon? Looking across the entire North State, the number definitely does not exceed 30. It's not that top-grade spiritual weapons are too difficult to forge. Rather, the materials required to forge a top-grade spiritual weapon are exceedingly harsh and rare. Without the materials, how could one forge a top-grade spiritual weapon? Not to mention that even if one had the materials, successfully forging it is not that easy. Therefore, the value of a top-grade spiritual weapon goes without saying. It is certainly higher than the Tianshui Jade Crystal auction last time. The Tianshui Jade Crystal was merely a material for forging a top-grade spiritual weapon, while this is a genuine top-grade spiritual weapon. Everyone knows which is more valuable. This, Xiao Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Even the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce would find it hard to obtain one, right? How did Zhao Xian manage to do it? To actually get a top-grade spiritual weapon? On the second floor, Xiang Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. A top-grade spiritual weapon. And it's a sword. Is the sword named Purple Mysterious? As far as I know, there are only 28 top-grade spiritual weapons in the North State. And among them, there are only 3 swords, none of which are called Purple Mysterious. Thinking of this, Xiang Qianqian took a deep breath. This means that this top-grade spiritual weapon was either newly refined by Zhao Xian or obtained from elsewhere. Regardless of which, it shows that Zhao Xian's methods are not simple. Hey Hu, go down and have someone send a letter back to the sect. After thinking for a moment, Xiang Qianqian directly took out paper and pen from her storage ring and wrote some words. The writing was neat and tidy, quite elegant. After finishing, she handed it directly to Heihu. Heihu wore a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding why the young lady would place such importance on a small city's chamber of commerce, but he still took the order and went down to arrange it. At the same time, Li Shan also stood up with a whoosh. His gaze was fixed firmly on the purple mysterious sword in Zhao Xian's hand. A top-grade spiritual weapon. If I had known, I would have saved money to get this thing. Regret was evident on his face. He had intended to bid for the Tianshui Jade Crystal in the previous auction to forge his own top-grade spiritual weapon. But now, although he had obtained the rare Tianshui Jade Crystal, he still lacked 1 or 2 materials, one of which was the Divine Spark Stone. Now Zhao Xian had directly taken out a top-grade spiritual weapon. This made him look at Zhao Xian with a hint of resentment. If he had known there was a top-grade spiritual weapon, why would he have auctioned the Tianshui Jade Crystal? But then he thought, if Zhao Xian had said earlier that there was a top-grade spiritual weapon, who would still spend such a large sum to auction the Tianshui Jade Crystal? What bad luck! He secretly sighed. He then turned his head to glance at the others beside him on the second floor. Each of them had status not lower than his, and their financial power was even more impressive. Although he was the first true disciple of the Luyun sect and had a rich family background, that was all. How could he compare with an entire sect? It seems there's no hope. Li Shan sighed. But he did not intend to give up just like that. What if there was a chance? The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly lively. Zhao Xian also knew the time had come. Without saying another word, he opened his mouth and said, the top-grade spiritual weapon, the purple mysterious sword, starts at a bidding price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins now. The moment the auctioneer opened his mouth, the crowd of scattered cultivators below was taken aback. My goodness! The starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's outrageous. However, they quickly accepted it. After all, this is a top-grade spirit weapon. Not to mention anything else, just being able to witness the auction of a top-grade spirit weapon in their lifetime is a stroke of luck. Most cultivators might work themselves to death without ever seeing one. And now they had achieved this milestone. As for worrying about whether anyone would bid, that was just unnecessary anxiety. Because the moment Zhao Xian finished speaking, a heavy and powerful voice came from the second floor. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd was so startled they nearly wet themselves. This guy doubled the price right off the bat. Is he really that reckless? On the second floor, Li Shan was also stunned by this sudden shout. Who is so shameless as to come in with such a high bid? Turning to look, he immediately felt amused. In the private room from which the voice came, there was a familiar figure. It was none other than the elder from the Hangwu Dao sect who had competed with him for the Tian Suiyu Jing at the last auction. At this moment, the elder seemed to have noticed Li Shan's gaze and shot back a provocative look, as if to say, "Last time you got lucky, let's see how you compete with me now." Li Shan glanced at the person next to the elder. It was a middle-aged man with kind eyes, dressed in a simple long robe. He looked very ordinary, but the terrifying power contained within his body made Li Shan involuntarily hold his breath. This person is at least at the 7th level of the Gathering Pill realm. The Hangwu Dao sect is really generous to send such a person down the mountain for the auction. He secretly clicked his tongue. In fact, he had mentioned the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to the Luyun sect before. However, the sect had more pressing matters to attend to, so it was not taken seriously. He could only come alone. One person could never compete with a sect. But, a little provocation was still possible. He estimated the spirit stones he had on him. Without any hesitation, he directly called out, 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. His tone was quite calm, and after calling out, he shot a provocative glance towards the Hangwu Dao sect. With such a rich foundation, how can a top-grade spirit weapon only be worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in your eyes? It seems the spirit weapons crafted by the Hangwu Dao sect aren't that impressive after all. This mocking statement immediately made the elder from the Hangwu Dao sect's face flush red. This was not just mockery, it was a slap to his old face. "You!" He stood up angrily, pointing at Li Shan. But at that moment, the middle-aged man beside him slowly waved his hand. "After all these years, why are you still so hot-tempered?" "Sorry, uncle." The elder immediately lowered his head in apology upon seeing this. "You're almost 100 years old, you should be more mature and composed." After scolding the elder, the middle-aged man cast a faint glance at Li Shan. Li Shan immediately shut his mouth. This person, he couldn't afford to provoke. The auction continued. Li Shan was right. How could a top-grade spirit weapon be won for just 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Not to mention 100,000. Even 300,000 wouldn't be enough. Sure enough, it was only 10 breaths after Li Shan called out his bid that someone else shouted, 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, the bidder was not from the second floor but a powerful cultivator from the first row of the hall. He was the mysterious man in a black robe sitting in the front. Previously, people couldn't discern his emotions, but this time, his bidding voice was clearly filled with excitement. This top-grade spirit weapon held immense allure for him. 300,000. Another bid was called out. It was Xiang Chanqian. She also began to join in the bidding frenzy. But due to the preciousness of the top-grade spiritual weapon, even the reputation of the Hao sect was not very effective. 320, 000, 330, 000. Our sect offers 350, 000. Soon, more and more people continued to bid. The continuous shouting of bids made countless spectators below exclaim in excitement. Is this the joy of throwing money? Oh no! As I listen, I feel like 50, 000 low-grade spirit stones aren't that much anymore. This friend should stay calm, judging by your attire. 50, 000 low-grade spirit stones would be enough for you to live lavishly for several years. The sect is indeed wealthy. Wrong. It's the top sects that are rich and extravagant. Small sects don't have that much money. The audience discussed animatedly, watching with great interest. Although they couldn't participate, watching a group of big shots fight over a treasure was quite thrilling. It felt like watching a grand play. Not just them, Zhao Xian was also happily watching. With the allure of the top-grade spiritual weapon, he didn't need to deliberately say anything enticing. He was quite relaxed. At the same time, he was curious about how much the Zishuan sword could be auctioned for. As the auction price approached 400,000 and showed no signs of stopping, he was even more ecstatic inside. If I can get this, plus the few grand treasures later, the more Zhao Xian thought, the more excited he became. Of course, he didn't show it. He still looked indifferent as he watched the scene unfold. Soon, the price of the Zishuan sword reached a terrifying 450,000. 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was too outrageous. On the other side of the stands, Chen Yunhe and the others were all in shock. Not to mention now, even during the peak period of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it was quite rare for a treasure to be auctioned for 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. They hadn't encountered it often. They didn't expect to see it again now. The president is truly a genius, Chen Yunha exclaimed sincerely. Yes, clearly the hidden supply has been cut off. Yet the president can still produce so many good treasures, even a top-grade spiritual weapon. How did the president manage to get them? Lin Yao couldn't help but ask. Chen Yunha and Xue Ming shook their heads. Suddenly, Xue Ming seemed to think of something and said, "Do you think the president anticipated that the hidden supply would be cut off by the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce? So he stored this batch of goods in advance?" As soon as he said this, the other two's eyes lit up. With the president's insight, this is indeed very possible. That's right, this kind of thing has happened before. No wonder the president told us not to worry. The more they thought about it, the more they admired and revered Zhao Xian. It's a pity, if the president had taken over during the peak of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, perhaps our chamber's height would be even more terrifying. We wouldn't even be limited to the Beizhou province. Chen Yunha couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Lin Yao and Xue Ming fell silent, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. It's okay, it's not too late now. Lin Yao was the first to recover, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. With the president's current abilities, he might lead our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce out of the Beizhou province in the future. The mere Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce is no match for the president. While the three of them were discussing and sighing, the auctioning finally quieted down. The price of the Zishuan sword had now reached 500,000, and still in the bidding. Besides the Hanwu Dao sect, only the Hao US sect represented by Xiang Qianxian remained. In terms of strength, the Hanwu Dao sect was naturally not as strong as the Hao US sect. But in terms of financial resources, the Hanwu Dao sect was not necessarily inferior to the Hao US sect. After all, the Hanwu Dao sect was a major sect in weapon refining. The spiritual stones were naturally not going to be lacking. Previously, the elders of the Hanwu Dao sect had been outsmarted by Lishan. It was entirely because he was unaware of the existence of the heavenly essence jade crystal during the trip down the mountain, so he didn't bring many spiritual stones. This time, the Hanwu Dao sect was fully prepared. They were determined to succeed. Xiang Qianxian also did not intend to back down. The two sects exchanged bids back and forth. In one go, the price of the Zishuan sword was pushed to 600,000. 600,000. This price was already somewhat inflated for a top-grade spiritual weapon. The price of a top-grade spiritual weapon typically ranged from 500,000 to 600,000. Any higher, and it would be a loss. 650,000. In the private room of the Hanwu Dao sect, the middle-aged man spoke with an indifferent expression. Xiang Qianxian narrowed her eyes and continued to raise the bid. 670,000. 700,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately followed suit. This made Xiang Qianxian frown slightly. "Miss, if the price goes any higher, it will be too much of a loss. Although top-grade spiritual weapons are rare, they are not absolutely necessary," the Black Tiger advised from the side. The Hao US sect had quite a few top-grade spiritual weapons, so there was no need to stubbornly pursue this one. Xiang Qianxian ignored him and turned to glance at Zhao Xian below. At that moment, Zhao Xian was leisurely sipping tea, looking quite at ease. Seeing this, Xiang Qianxian frowned slightly, but then it seemed she discovered something, her brow suddenly relaxing, and her eyes brightening. After that, she surprisingly stopped raising her bid. As no one continued to bid for a while, Zhao Xian finally set down his tea. 700,000 once, 700,000 twice, 700,000 three times. Congratulations to the elder of the Hanwu Dao sect for successfully auctioning the Zishuan sword for 700,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Zhao Xian clasped his hands in congratulations, feeling overjoyed inside. Second uncle. Luckily it didn't go too high. On the second floor, after Zhao Xian announced the result, the elder of the Hanwu Dao sect let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him with a hint of admiration. However, the middle-aged man's face did not show much joy. Instead, it bore a trace of confusion. "What's wrong, second uncle?" the elder asked, puzzled. "Strange," the middle-aged man murmured softly, casting a glance at Xiang Qianxian's room. "From what I know of that girl from the Hao US sect, she shouldn't have given up on bidding at this time." Both the Hao US sect and the Hanwu Dao sect had extremely rich backgrounds, and Xiang Qianxian, as the only granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Hao US sect, had been spoiled since childhood. The Zishuan sword was clearly extraordinary, even among top-grade spiritual weapons. Logically speaking, If Xiang Chanxian had her eyes on it, she would keep bidding. After all, that was her character. Once she set her sights on something, she would exhaust all means to compete for it. But the situation had changed. Just a mere 630,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and the other party had voluntarily stopped bidding? Strange. Truly strange. In any case, this is good for us, right? We managed to get the Zishuan sword for just this little bit of spiritual stones? The elder of the Hanwu Dao sect, unaware of the deeper meaning, could only offer consolation. The middle-aged man nodded slightly in agreement. Of course, he was still very curious as to why Xiang Chanxian had suddenly stopped. He was not the only one filled with curiosity and confusion. The black tiger was also looking puzzled. What was going on? Had the situation changed? It was known that the young lady had never heeded his advice before. This time was no different. Although he felt the price of the Zishuan sword was too high and any further increase would be a loss. Under normal circumstances, the young lady would not have paid him any mind and would have continued to bid until the other party could no longer afford it. But this time, he was bewildered. The young lady actually did not bid anymore. He scratched his head, wanting to ask, but he didn't know how to start. After all, it was clearly he who had first advised the young lady to stop bidding. Now that the young lady is no longer bidding, he asked, "Isn't that just asking for trouble?" But he was genuinely curious inside, which made him quite uncomfortable. However, Xiang Chanxian paid no attention to the feelings of the black tiger beside her. Her gaze was solely fixed on Zhao Xian. As for the others, they all thought that this exquisite spiritual artifact was the last treasure of the auction. They began to sigh. This auction is just as good as the last one. Yeah, but this exquisite spiritual artifact actually fetched a price of 630,000. That's just outrageous. Who can argue with that? This time, we've really broadened our horizons. It's a bit of a pity that we couldn't bid on anything. You should be more aware, with so few spirit stones on you, it's not even enough for them to use as toothpicks. It should be about time to wrap up, right? Amidst the sighs, some people had already turned to leave the auction hall. They all thought that today's auction was coming to an end. Next would just be some polite remarks. Who knew that some people had just reached the door when Zhao Xian returned to the stage? This time, he was pushing a small wooden cart. On the cart lay an ancient, yellowed sheepskin scroll. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final treasure of this auction. Zhao Xian slowly began to speak. In an instant, all eyes were drawn back to him. Many were left dumbfounded. What? There's still something? Wasn't the exquisite spiritual artifact the grand finale? People were astonished. Not just them, even some big shots on the second floor thought the auction was over and were preparing to head home. Upon hearing this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. On the second floor, aside from Xiang Chanxian, Hanwu Dao sect, and Lishan, the others hadn't really made any bids. Was it because they looked down on the exquisite spiritual artifact? Of course not. It was because they simply couldn't compete with Haoyue sect and Hanwu Dao sect, so they were too lazy to bid. They thought there would be no more opportunities. Unexpectedly, there was still a treasure. They returned to their seats, their eyes curious and expectant as they looked at Zhao Xian. On the second floor, Xiang Chanxian's eyes lit up. I knew there was still something. A hint of pride appeared on her face, and then her gaze turned to the sheepskin scroll. Curiosity shone in her beautiful eyes. A technique? A martial art? Or something else? On the other side, Hanwu Dao sect. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed realization. No wonder that girl from Haoyue sect stopped bidding. It turns out there's still a treasure. Thinking this, his gaze also fell on the sheepskin scroll. This thing doesn't look much like a martial art or technique. Even he couldn't tell what the sheepskin scroll was. What value could it possibly have to be more suitable as the grand finale than an exquisite spiritual artifact? At this moment, everyone's appetite was whetted. Zhao Xian was not surprised by this. He cleared his throat and then slowly spoke. I'm sure everyone is very curious about what this item is. That it can overshadow the exquisite spiritual artifact and become the grand finale? Speaking of which, it's quite an interesting story. Everyone should be aware of the sanctions that Sunyu Chamber of Commerce has imposed on my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, right? If someone from my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce goes out to purchase items, those merchants must sell to us at prices 2 to 3 times higher than the market price, or even more. Sunyu Chamber of Commerce has quite a reputation in the North State. Unfortunately, some time ago, I sent an elder from the chamber to Qinglan City and Yunshan City to procure treasures, and this item was purchased from Yunshan City. As soon as these words were spoken, before everyone could react, Chen Yunha and the others couldn't help but be taken aback, especially Lin Yao, whose expression changed dramatically. Could it be, old Lin? You managed the Yunshan city side, did you really stumble upon a great find? Chen Yunha asked excitedly. I don't know. Lin Yao smiled broadly but still shook his head, because he was completely unaware of this matter. Zhao Xian had never mentioned it to him, but it seems that none of the things you bought include this parchment, right? Xue Ming asked with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao couldn't help but pause. He carefully examined the parchment and then shook his head. This parchment is not mine. Did the president make a mistake? Just as he was wondering, Zhao Xian over there stopped teasing. This item is a map, Zhao Xian said with a smile. In an instant, many people couldn't help but show their astonishment. A map? Where did a map come from for auction? What's the use of that? It's not a treasure map. Could it be a treasure map? At first, some thought Zhao Xian had made a mistake by bringing a map to auction, but soon someone considered a possibility. A treasure map. Clearly, that was the only possibility. The group of strong individuals on the second floor remained silent, merely waiting for Zhao Xian to continue explaining. It seems someone has already guessed it. Indeed, this is a treasure map. However, this treasure map is somewhat special. What it records is not a treasure burial site, nor a secret realm, or a place of inheritance from powerful beings, but rather, it records the location of a spirit stone vein. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. A spirit stone vein? Is that true? Can this thing really be auctioned? I've truly seen it all. Countless spectators were dumbfounded, unable to refrain from commenting. Auctioning a map of a spirit stone vein was something they had never seen before, nor had they ever heard of it. How precious is a spirit stone vein? Not to mention anything else, do you know about the Flowing Cloud sect? The Flowing Cloud sect was established on top of a spirit stone vein, and that vein is called Flowing Cloud Mountain. In the past, the Flowing Cloud sect was just an insignificant small sect, not to mention the Gathering Pill realm. They didn't even have a single falling pattern realm expert. Even mountain bandits might not be their match. But ever since they discovered the spirit stone vein within Flowing Cloud Mountain, the Flowing Cloud sect has rapidly risen to become the second largest sect in the northern state province in just a few hundred years. Although the Flowing Cloud sect's current position is not solely due to the spirit stone vein, without this vein, it would have been impossible for the Flowing Cloud sect to become the second sect in the northern state province. What does the spirit stone vein represent? It represents nearly endless resources. A wide spirit stone vein can yield an enormous amount of spirit stones, and these resources are extremely scarce. Many sects dream of finding a spirit stone vein to claim for themselves. Who would have thought that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would directly auction a map recording a spirit stone vein? This is truly shocking. So shocking that some people simply do not believe it. President Zhao, you wouldn't be joking with us, would you? A mysterious man in the front row suddenly spoke, exuding a terrifying aura of a Gathering Pill realm expert. Clearly, he was warning Zhao Xian. If he dared to deceive them, these Gathering Pill realm experts would not let him off. I'm just joking. My Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is rooted in Manhwa City. Do you think it's possible to auction a fake map? However, I need to remind everyone that this spirit stone vein is too far from the northern state province, located to the south of the Dian dynasty, which is why I am putting it up for auction. Otherwise, I would have long since monopolized it. Zhao Xian said truthfully. This was indeed the case. If it weren't so far, he would have already gone mining himself. How could he let outsiders have a chance? Although Zhao Xian said this, most people still held a skeptical attitude. After all, this was a map of a spirit stone vein. Who wouldn't be tempted? But if it were fake, even if they won the auction, it would be useless. Just as many people were hesitating, Zhao Xian slowly spoke up. The map of the low-grade spirit stone mine vein starts at an auction price of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins now. He didn't care whether others believed him or not. If they didn't believe it, then it would just end in failure. As for the proceeds from the auction, they had certainly reached S level. The reason for auctioning the map was merely to see if it could exceed S level. If it didn't, that was fine. Zhao Xian was quite open-minded about it. Although the value of the spirit stone mine vein map was indeed exaggerated, in the face of such a huge surprise, people were surprisingly rational. I feel it's not very reliable. I feel the same. The southern part of the Great Yan dynasty is just too far away. If Zhao Xian is faking it, by the time we go to verify the map's marked points, he might have already run away. In the first row of the hall, many Gathering Dan realm experts were discussing among themselves. In the second row, Xiao Yuha also wore a puzzled expression. He really couldn't understand Zhao Xian. If this map were real, he couldn't comprehend why Zhao Xian would auction it off instead of keeping it for himself, as it might be useful in the future. After all, with the development trend of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, there might be a chance to venture out of the North State province in the future. Yet Zhao Xian chose to auction it. It was truly baffling. And if the map were fake, he was even more confused. Why would Zhao Xian fabricate it? He couldn't think of a reason. Just to make a quick profit and run? From Zhao Xian's previous attitude towards the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it was clear he wouldn't abandon it and flee to the ends of the earth. That didn't make sense either. Nothing made sense, leaving him utterly perplexed. As expected, after Zhao Xian announced the start of the auction, not a single person called out a bid for a moment. It was in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere before. Zhao Xian, however, appeared quite indifferent. He sat on the stage with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly unconcerned about whether anyone would bid. He showed no intention of actively promoting the map's selling points. This nonchalant attitude puzzled those Gathering Dan realm experts who previously thought Zhao Xian was faking it. They couldn't understand. If it were indeed a fake, shouldn't Zhao Xian be vigorously promoting the value of this map to entice them to bid? Why did it seem like Zhao Xian didn't care at all whether this map would sell? Was it intentional? Was he pretending to be unconcerned to make them think he didn't want to auction it? To lure them in? Just as many were pondering this, Zhao Xian paused. It seems everyone is not interested in this map. In that case, let's consider it a failed auction. Zhao Xian began to announce the failure of the auction, but before he could finish his sentence, a familiar and pleasant voice suddenly came from the second floor. 600,000. President Zhao, I believe you. Zhao Xian looked up and found Xiang Qianqian smiling at him. Zhao Xian was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but tease. Miss Xiang, while I know I'm quite handsome, there's no need to spend so many spirit stones on this map just for me. I'm actually quite cheap. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Qianqian raised her delicate eyebrows. President Zhao is overthinking it. I said I believe you, this map must be real, not because I'm interested in you. Of course, if President Zhao is willing, I wouldn't mind spending some spirit stones to buy you. In my opinion, President Zhao is indeed a dragon among men, a rare talent. Xiang Qianqian shifted her approach, her exquisite eyes slightly curving as she sweetly smiled. Then let's forget it. Miss Xiang has offered 600,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Zhao Xian immediately changed the subject. One must say, Xiang Qianqian had quite the discerning eye. This map was definitely worth far more than just 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. If no one contested her, that 600,000 would be a bargain. Zhao Xian didn't really care about this. After all, the spirit stone mine vein was indeed very tempting, but for him, it would take too much time. With that time, how many auctions could he hold? The rewards from the auctions were far better than just this meager spirit stone mine vein, right? There was no need to hesitate. Seeing Xiang Qianqian actually start the auction, many people around were exclaiming in surprise. It has to be the Hao US sect. I feel this map is unreliable. I didn't expect that young lady from the Hao US sect would actually bid. And she started with 600,000. That's ruthless. Who can blame the Hao US sect? 600,000 low-grade spirit stones are nothing to them. Just like a few spirit stones, many people were envious and jealous. The cultivators in the first row were shaking their heads and sighing. What a fool! Can anyone really believe this? On the second floor, at the Hanwu Dao sect, second uncle, it seems Xiang Qianqian isn't as clever as the rumors say. She actually got tricked by a map. The elder couldn't help but smile at the middle-aged man beside him. But the middle-aged man had no smile on his face. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. At first, he didn't take Zhao Xian's words to heart, thinking that this thing couldn't possibly be real. After all, how precious is a map to a low-grade spirit stone mine? Not to mention, if their Hanwu Dao sect could get their hands on this mine, they might even surpass the Lu Yun sect to become the second largest sect in the North State. Because it was so precious, he didn't believe Zhao Xian could produce a map of a spirit stone mine and put it up for auction. Wasn't that ridiculous? But now, after Xiang Qianqian spoke, he felt a bit uneasy. What is going on with this girl? Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhao Xian spoke again. 600,000 once, 600,000 twice, 600,000 third. Just as Zhao Xian was about to drop the hammer, on the second floor, the middle-aged man's brows suddenly tightened. A loud voice came from his mouth. 650,000. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the elder beside him was stunned. Second uncle. You. He clearly didn't expect his second uncle to join the bidding. In his view, this so-called spirit stone mine map couldn't possibly be real. Yet, his second uncle actually took the initiative to bid. Could it be that his second uncle believed it too? Not just him. Many people in the audience looked bewildered. They had originally thought only the Hao US sect would bid for this so-called spirit stone mine map, but now the Hangu Dao sect had also stepped in to compete? I truly didn't expect this. Could it be that the Hangu Dao sect believes it too? Many people were left dumbfounded. Even the powerful cultivators in the front row were frowning. However, even so, they still didn't believe that this spirit stone mine map was real. The reasoning remained the same. They didn't believe anyone could obtain a spirit stone mine map and resist the urge to mine it themselves, instead choosing to auction it off to others. Xiang Qianqian's brows furrowed slightly. Why is the Hanwu Dao sect getting involved? To be honest, Xiang Qianqian initially didn't believe that this so-called spirit stone mine map was real either. However, she had acquaintances in the southern part of the Dian dynasty, and when she obtained the map, she could verify it. If Zhao Xian was deceiving her, what would the consequences be? Moreover, she had observed carefully, and Zhao Xian seemed very confident about the map in his hands. He even felt that if no one bid, it was because these people had poor judgment. Since there was a guarantee, she naturally auctioned it off without hesitation. Could it be that the Hanwu Dao sect has someone? She muttered to herself. Originally, if this spirit stone mine map was real and could be auctioned for just 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be an incredible bargain. But now, things had changed. Can't pick up the leaks. 800,000. Xiang Qianqian spoke with some resentment. This caused an uproar around her. As soon as Xiang Qianqian opened her mouth, she directly raised the bid by 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was truly a must-have. 900,000. Shi Hongshan's voice boomed, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As the vice master of the Hanwu Dao sect, his insight was naturally not to be underestimated. Initially, he had a skeptical attitude towards the map Zhao Xian presented. Once Zhao Xian mentioned that the locations recorded on the map were to the south of the Dian dynasty, he concluded that the map couldn't possibly be real. But the situation had changed. That girl from the Hao US sect was actually willing to spend so many spirit stones on this fake map? Something was off. Very off. In fact, so he made his bid, seeing Xiang Qianqian raise the price again, and by a full 150,000 at that. It meant, he was right. Even if this map isn't real, it definitely has issues. So he immediately raised his bid. 1 million. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. From then on, only the bidding voices of Xiang Qianqian and Shi Hongshan remained in the room. As the auction price for the map soared, it quickly reached 1,400,000. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. What was going on? At first, no one was willing to bid on this map. How did it suddenly become so sought after? The two top sects, Hanwu Dao sect and Hao US sect, were bidding? At this point, even the most foolish among them should have realized. Holy crap, could it be that this map really records the location of a spirit stone vein? I didn't believe it at first, but now, with Hanwu Dao sect and Hao US sect almost ready to fight, it can't be fake, right? Who knows? What if these two sects are in cahoots? Just as people were discussing, someone suddenly brought this point up. Instantly, those around him shot him looks of disbelief. Where did this fool come from? Hanwu Dao sect and Hao US sect in cahoots? I'm dying of laughter. Hao US sect is the #1 sect in the North State, and Hanwu Dao sect is also among the top 10 sects. Their foundation is not weaker than Hao US sect. Tell me, who has the power to make Hao US sect and Hanwu Dao sect willingly act as accomplices? Kid, go back to your milk. This isn't a place for you. The person realized he had misspoken and immediately lowered his head in shame, running out of the auction. Of course, this was just a small episode. People quickly ignored it, because just a few minutes had passed. The auction price for the spirit stone vein had already reached a terrifying 3 million. Xiang Qianqian and Shi Hongshan were both getting heated, with each bid higher than the last. They were on the verge of fighting. This scene left not only the audience on the first floor but even the powerful figures in the front row, who were at the Gathering Pill realm, in awe. Although we haven't won anything this time, witnessing such a spectacle makes it worth the trip. I didn't expect that such a small Manhwa city would have a trading company willing to put out a map of a low-grade spirit stone vein. It has broadened my horizons. I heard that this Qingyun trading company was able to present so many treasures even under the sanctions of the Xuanyue trading company. Chairman Zhao is truly remarkable. Amidst the discussions, many people's gazes fell on Zhao Xian. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Zhao Xian. Among them, the most famous was the news of Zhao Xian slaying a peak-falling pattern realm villain. At first, they didn't take it seriously. After all, looking at Zhao Xian's appearance, it was clear he was young, only in his 20s. To possess the strength to slay a peak-falling pattern realm expert, he would at least have to be at the Gathering Pill realm. A Gathering Pill realm expert in their 20s? If he were in a top sect like Hao Yue's sect, they might believe it. But how could such a person appear in a small Manhwa city? A small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Who would believe it? Yet now, even if Zhao Xian lacked such cultivation and strength, his methods were undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhao Xian remained quite indifferent to the admiring and worshipful gazes around him. Of course, it was merely a facade. As he watched the auction price of this spirit stone mine map soar past 2 million, he could hardly contain his excitement. At this rate, once the auction ended, the profits would surely exceed 3,500,000. Shi Hongshan continued to call out. The elder beside him was now drenched in sweat. Uncle, isn't this price too high? He felt utterly embarrassed. Although he already knew why Shi Hongshan was bidding, he still felt it was too risky. What if the map is fake? Xiang Qianqian has the ability to verify it, so she can bid without worry. But if we get it, how do we verify the authenticity of the map? He asked. Upon hearing this, Shi Hongshan paused. He hadn't considered this question before because time was too tight. He didn't want Xiang Qianqian to easily obtain the map, so he had started bidding. Then, Xiang Qianqian's bids came too quickly, leaving him no time to react. The more he called, the more caught up he became. It was only after hearing his nephew's words that he suddenly calmed down. A chill ran down his spine. Oh no! If that's the case, Shi Hongshan immediately looked over at Xiang Qianqian. She happened to be looking back at him, her eyes filled with mockery, as if ridiculing him for being fooled. Shi Hongshan's heart tightened. 3,500,000 was already a painful amount for him. Although it was insignificant compared to the spirit stone mine, the premise was that the map had to be real. Otherwise, it would be a loss of 3,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiang Qianqian also noticed Shi Hongshan's reaction. A smile finally appeared on her delicate face. Looks like he finally reacted. The deputy sect master of Hangwu Daozong seems to be nothing special. She chuckled to herself. Without waiting for Shi Hongshan to respond, she sweetly called out, 5 million. Boom! Xiang Qianqian's voice rang out like a thunderclap above everyone's heads. What? What did she say? 5 million low-grade spirit stones? My God! I've never seen so many spirit stones in my life. Isn't this a bit too much? It's simply extravagant. The audience was dumbfounded, each one staring in shock. Previously, when Shi Hongshan and Xiang Qianqian were bidding, their calls had already left them stunned. After all, each of their bids was basically no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was terrifying. And now, Xiang Qianqian opened her mouth and jumped straight from 3,500,000 to 5 million. She raised the bid by 150,000 spirit stones in one go. It was outrageous. Not to mention them, even Xiao Yuha, the lord of Manhwa City, couldn't help but gape. 5 million low-grade spirit stones? He was almost in tears. As the city lord, he had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Manhwa City was just a small city in the northern province, with not even a single Gathering Dan realm expert, so it couldn't be considered a big city. There were hardly any falling pattern realm experts either. Yet even so, Xiao Yuha's small treasury was still relatively sufficient. But compared to these 5 million low-grade spirit stones, it undoubtedly seemed a bit poor. Not just Xiao Yuha, but the group of Gathering Dan realm experts sitting in front of him couldn't help but swallow hard. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If they could get their hands on it, they could enjoy a life of peace and comfort. Of course, they could only think about it. To snatch money from Qianqian? Wasn't that courting death? Behind Qianqian was the Hao Yue's sect. Provoking the Hao Yue's sect, Even if you had 10 million low-grade spirit stones, you wouldn't have a life to spend them. Although they were all strong practitioners in the Gathering Pill realm, they were actually just scattered cultivators below the third level of the Gathering Pill realm. Any one of the Gathering Pill realm experts within the Hao-US sect could easily wipe them out. How could they dare to provoke them? However, not daring to provoke the Hao-US sect didn't mean they couldn't provoke the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. With that thought, many of them turned their gazes toward Zhao Xian, who was leisurely sipping tea. This is really outrageous. On the second floor, Li Shan couldn't help but exclaim from the heart. He wasn't very interested in this map. After all, he was solely focused on cultivation. Besides cultivation, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. But even so, he was stunned by the bidding between Shanshan and Shi Hongshan. Was the competition between large sects this terrifying? Spirit stones were practically worthless. Li Shan considered his family background to be quite decent. Even without the support of the Luyun sect, he could still acquire items for auction. But seeing this scene now, he suddenly felt like a pauper. On the second floor, Shi Hongshan was also taken aback by Qianxian's shout. Qianxian actually raised the bid again? His nephew Shi Wu immediately showed a delighted expression. Great, uncle! Qianxian has called out a price. We can withdraw now. He had originally feared that the 350,000 low-grade spirit stones would go to waste. Now, it seemed they could safely back out. He let out a huge sigh of relief. But Shi Hongshan didn't think so. His brows furrowed. He looked toward Qianxian. What does this mean? If Qianxian was just trying to make our Hanwu Dao sect give up, she should have only raised the bid by 10,000. Why raise it by so much? Isn't this a losing deal? Is she afraid I would continue to bid? So she directly raised the price to force me not to follow? Shi Hongshan was very puzzled by this. Of course, even though he was confused, he didn't continue to raise the bid. Over 5 million. Even he found that hard to accept. 5 million low-grade spirit stones was nearly half a year's income for the Hanwu Dao sect. He didn't dare to easily mobilize such a large sum of spirit stones. He was afraid of being punished by the sect leader. As for Qianxian, she naturally knew that securing this map was almost a sure thing. The Hanwu Dao sect didn't dare to bid anymore. Why raise the price to 5 million? There was, of course, a reason for that. If Zhao Xian deceived her and took this 5 million, she would inevitably feel uneasy. After all, 5 million low-grade spirit stones, ordinary people would never see in their lifetime. Even if Zhao Xian had the audacity, he wouldn't dare to use a fake map to deceive her Hao-US sect. And if Zhao Xian didn't deceive her, then the 150,000 low-grade spirit stones in between could be considered a token of gratitude. A spirit stone mine, even if it was low-grade, could continuously provide spirit stones for her Hao-US sect. Moreover, not all the spirit stones in a low-grade spirit stone mine were low-grade. There would occasionally be medium-grade spirit stones as well. Their value would be even higher. In fact, 5 million low-grade spirit stones were far less than a low-grade spirit stone mine. For Qianxian, this was killing two birds with one stone. Since that was the case, why not? Beside Qianxian, the black tiger's mouth twitched slightly. His young lady was really quite generous. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Just like that, she decided to take them. So willful. Of course, as her bodyguard, he didn't dare to say much. He knew his young lady's temperament. If he said something unlucky while she was in a good mood, that would be asking for trouble. Below, on the auction stage, when Xiang Qianxian shouted out the price of 5 million, his hand holding the tea trembled violently, nearly causing the cup to shatter. Wasn't Xiang Qianxian being a bit too extravagant? But he liked it. After a moment of waiting, Zhao Xian also knew that the Hanwu Dao sect would no longer bid. He then slowly opened his mouth to announce, 5 million. Third time. Bang! The wooden hammer fell. Congratulations to Miss Xiang Qianxian for successfully auctioning this low-grade spirit stone mine map at the price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. As the words fell, the audience erupted in excitement. Many spectators exclaimed that it was thrilling. This auction was simply exhilarating. Not only were there so many treasures, but they also witnessed the competition between the two top sects, the Hao-US sect and the Hanwu Dao sect. They even witnessed the birth of a sky-high priced map. Naturally, it was an explosive thrill. For the commoners of Mingyue City, when would they ever have the chance to see such a grand spectacle? They even felt that they probably wouldn't have such an opportunity again in the future. While the audience was buzzing with excitement, Zhao Xian continued to speak. So, everyone, This auction hosted by our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has come to a close. Congratulations to those who successfully bid for treasures, and I also hope that those who didn't manage to auction anything won't be too disheartened, because for the next auction, our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is already preparing, and it will be announced to the public soon. If you are interested, feel free to keep an eye on it. As his words fell, the audience erupted again. Wow, there's going to be another auction? Does the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce have so many treasures? This is terrifying. It feels like even the Sunya Chamber of Commerce can't compare. The Sunya Chamber of Commerce only holds 4 or 5 auctions a year at most, while the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has held 2 in less than a month. The difference is too great. The number of auctions isn't the issue. The key is that the treasures put up for auction by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce are ridiculously valuable. I hope the next auction will be even more exciting. As the audience discussed, there was a sense of reluctance in their stance. Soon, only those who had won treasures remained on the stage. Guests who have won treasures, please follow me to the backstage to collect your items. Everyone followed Mu Chen towards the backstage of the auction venue. Soon, those who had won treasures were seated in the backstage area. Zhao Xian began with each one. First, the first broken Xian Dan, which was won by Li Zhen, for a total of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, Zhao Xian glanced at Li Shan with a smile. The two were somewhat familiar. Li Shan also smiled slightly, took out 35,000 low-grade spirit stones, and handed them to Zhao Xian, taking the broken Xian Dan. Next is this senior in the black robe. Zhao Xian looked at the man in the black robe sitting nearby. The price is 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. The mysterious man in the black robe said nothing more, tossing a storage ring to Zhao Xian from his sleeve. Zhao Xian casually glanced at it. It was indeed 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. After taking out the spirit stones, Zhao Xian handed the storage ring and the broken Xian Dan to the mysterious man. The man still said nothing, took the broken Xian Dan, and turned to leave. President Zhao, I won't disturb you any longer. If there are any treasures in the future, please notify me, Li Shan said to Zhao Xian with a cupped fist. Of course. Zhao Xian nodded. Li Shan left, and Zhao Xian then looked at the other two. These were the guests who had won the Qingtsang sword technique and the nether step. They exchanged money for goods. After receiving their items, they took a deep look at Zhao Xian before turning to leave. Then came the main event. Next, Zhao Xian looked at Shi Hongshan and the elder he had seen last time. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, all inside. Shi Hongshan was tough and spoke little, directly tossing the storage ring to Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Zhao Xian felt relaxed and counted briefly before transferring the spirit stones into his storage ring. He then took out the purple Xian sword and handed it to Shi Hongshan along with the storage ring. Congratulations, senior. Watching Zhao Xian so happy, Shi Hongshan felt a knot in his heart. Although he had obtained a treasure with little markup, he should have been happy. But because of Qianqian, he truly couldn't feel joy. If that map was real, then their Hanwu Dao sect had missed a tremendous opportunity. After receiving the purple Xian sword, Shi Hongshan glanced deeply at Xiang Qianqian, only to receive the Black Tiger's hostility and vigilance in return. After a pause, Shi Hongshan still did not make a move. Although in terms of resources, the Hanwu Dao sect was not inferior to the Hao Yue sect, when it came to combat power, the two sects were not on the same level. Even though he was the deputy sect master of the Hanwu Dao sect, he did not dare to provoke the Hao Yue sect lightly. After Shi Hongshan and the others left, Xiang Qianqian revealed a teasing smile. President Zhao, it's my turn now, right? Zhao Xian also smiled and said, of course. First, this broken Xian Dan. There's no need to say more, you should understand what I want? Xiang Qianqian interrupted Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was not surprised. For someone like Xiang Qianqian, a rich second generation, a mere 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was truly insignificant. After a pause, Zhao Xian summoned a yellowed sheepskin scroll into his hand. He then handed it to Xiang Qianqian. This is the map that records the low-grade spirit stone vein. Just as Xiang Qianqian was about to take it, Zhao Xian slightly retracted his hand. Xiang Qianqian was taken aback, and upon seeing Zhao Xian still smiling, she finally realized, this guy thinks I would skip out on the bill? Xiang Qianqian almost laughed in anger. Although 5 million low-grade spirit stones were certainly a lot for her, she had brought exactly that amount. But as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Hao Yue sect, she was not the kind of person who would buy something and not pay. Black Tiger. Xiang Qianqian called out to the black tiger behind her. The black tiger understood immediately and took out a rather exquisite storage ring from another storage ring. This scene made Zhao Xian's mouth twitch. A storage ring inside a storage ring. Are you playing with nesting dolls? However, a storage ring containing 5 million low-grade spirit stones indeed needed careful handling. Zhao Xian took the storage ring and glanced inside, his eyes widening. It was filled with a dazzling array of spirit stones, countless and impossible to count. Even using his divine sense, he took a full half hour to confirm that there were indeed 5 million low-grade spirit stones here. In fact, there were even an extra 50 or 60,000 spirit stones. The extra 10,000 spirit stones are a gift for you, Xiang Qianqian said calmly. Just like that, she casually gave away 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If others heard this, they would surely be envious to the point of their eyes bulging. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was something an ordinary person might not earn in a year. No, even 5 years. Yet she just casually offered it as a thank you. It was simply outrageous. Then thank you, Miss Xiang. Zhao Xian was not polite about it and slightly cupped his hands to Xiang Qianqian. Of course. Xiang Qianqian's smile suddenly stopped. If President Zhao is using a fake map to deceive my Hao US sect. At this point, the meaning in Xiang Qianqian's eyes was very clear. Miss Xiang can investigate as much as she likes. My Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is based in Manhwa City. I can't run or escape. If there's a problem, the Hao US sect can come find me anytime. Zhao Xian merely smiled lightly and said casually. Seeing that Zhao Xian showed no fear, Xiang Qianqian nodded in satisfaction. I believe you. At least from Zhao Xianfang's eyes, he was not lying. Let's go. With the transaction completed, Xiang Qianqian naturally had no reason to linger. Just as she was about to lead the black tiger away from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian smiled and said, Take care, you too. However, as they reached the door, Xiang Qianqian suddenly paused, turning to look at Zhao Xian. By the way, President Zhao, let me give you a reminder before we leave. This 5 million low-grade spirit stones are deadly attractive to those in the gathering pill realm, especially for those rogue cultivators. They might not dare to act against my Hao US sect, but they won't be too wary of a small chamber of commerce in a little city. As Xiang Qianqian said this, Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised that gathering pill realm experts would target him, but rather that Xiang Qianqian would actually remind him. So, President Zhao, are you interested in joining my Hao US sect? That way, I would have a reason to intimidate those petty thieves. The smile on Xiang Qianqian's face grew even more radiant. However, this statement made the black tiger's eyes widen in shock. Bringing the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce under their wing? But they already had the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, and even the Grand Elder would definitely not agree to that. Just as he was about to remind her, he saw Zhao Xian slightly cupping his hands. Thank you, Miss Xiang, for your reminder and olive branch, but I currently have no plans to join any other forces. This left the black tiger stunned again. This kid actually rejected the young lady's invitation? Did he not know how tempting the conditions she just proposed were? Not to mention a small chamber of commerce like Qingyun, even the top-tier chambers would find it hard to refuse. After all, how many chambers of commerce wanted to ally with his Hao US sect each year for protection? Zhao Xian actually turned it down? Of course, Zhao Xian's refusal was a good thing for him, at least it would be easier to explain to the Grand Elder. But he still felt that Zhao Xian was somewhat ungrateful. Xiang Qianqian was also taken aback. She had anticipated that Zhao Xian would refuse, as she was merely joking, but she didn't expect Zhao Xian would refuse so decisively. It was as if he had never considered such a thing at all. Either Zhao Xian was short-sighted, or he had great ambitions, perhaps not even considering the entire North State or the Great Yin Dynasty. Xiang Qianqian leaned more towards the first option, but her intuition told her Zhao Xian was the second type. Xiang Qianqian was also a proud person. After being rejected by Zhao Xian, she did not argue or continue to entice him. That was not something she could do. Then, President Zhao, take care of yourself. Xiang Qianqian gave Zhao Xian a deep look before turning to leave with the black tiger. After Xiang Qianqian left, Zhao Xian smiled. Join the Hao US sect? Was he joking? Although his current strength and foundation were far from that of the Hao US sect, given time, what was the Hao US sect? His goal had never been the small skirmishes within the North State, and even the Great Yin Dynasty was just a slightly larger territory. Just as he was pondering, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, and he focused intently to listen. Ding! The auction was successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as B. The value of the auction items is assessed as A. The revenue from this auction is assessed as SS. The overall average assessment of this auction is S level. Hearing this, Zhao Xian immediately clenched his fists, filled with excitement. It worked! The average assessment reached S level. The previous A level assessment had rewarded him with a killer in the early stage of the fragmented void realm, Tai Shan. There were also some other simple rewards. This time, the S-level reward would definitely be more generous than the A-level. Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel excited. What kind of reward would he receive? Regarding the rewards, Zhao Xian had thought about it before. According to his own ideas, he actually hoped that the system could reward him with some physical attributes or something related to talent. After all, his talent was too poor right now. His cultivation speed was also slow. Although with Taishan around, he didn't need to worry about danger for the time being. His own strength was too low, making him hesitant and lacking confidence when doing things. If he could improve his talent, then his cultivation would naturally advance quickly. With strength, all problems would naturally be resolved. For example, if he were to break through to the peak of the fragmentation realm now, or even directly break into the King realm, then the Sunya Chamber of Commerce and the Luyan sect and the Hayu sect would have to stand aside. His Qingyan Chamber of Commerce would be the #1 chamber of commerce in the North State Province. The #1 sect. This is the importance of strength. But unfortunately, he was just a small figure in the transformation realm, no different from a weak chicken. Just as he was lost in thought and fantasy, the system's voice came again. You successfully held this auction and achieved an S-level evaluation. The rewards are, a luxurious cave dwelling, a special physique, spirit-seeking body, 100,000 points of martial arts experience, 100,000 points of combat experience, 100 pieces of material fragments, and 1 universal stone. Would you like to claim it immediately? Hearing this, Zhao Xian was instantly overjoyed. So many rewards this time? But upon closer thought, it seemed that these things were not as good as the Taishan from last time. It shouldn't be like this, Zhao Xian muttered. And then aside from the luxurious cave dwelling, he claimed all the other items. Soon, Zhao Xian felt an indescribable sense of comfort surging within him. It was as if a warm current spread throughout his body along his limbs and bones. It was wonderfully intoxicating. Zhao Xian also understood that he was merging with the spirit-seeking body. This merging probably took about half an hour. Half an hour later, Zhao Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, his body had been completely renewed. The most obvious change was his cultivation. Previously, he was only at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. But after merging with the spirit-seeking body, he had directly surged to the 6th level of the transformation realm. Just merging with the spirit-seeking body and I directly improved by 3 realms? This spirit-seeking body is a bit strong. Zhao Xian then took a glance at the introduction of the spirit-seeking body. Spirit-seeking body, a natural spiritual body. It has a strong attraction to spiritual energy, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy far exceeds that of ordinary people, with a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was taken aback. Is that it? Aside from the fast cultivation speed, this spiritual body has no other effects? So looking at it this way, the spirit-seeking body seems to be just average. Of course, if others heard Zhao Xian's words, they would surely be infuriated. Can a natural spiritual body be looked down upon? Do you know how many people dream every day of obtaining a special physique? But Zhao Xian did not feel that way. Is the spirit-seeking body strong? For ordinary people, it is naturally very strong. But among a group of powerful special spiritual bodies, it seems quite ordinary. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22, cultivation level, 6th layer of spirit transformation realm, techniques, yellow grade high quality spirit gathering technique, entry 12 of 300. Shen grade high quality green sparrow red feather technique, not entered 23/500, martial arts, yellow grade high quality dragon tiger fist, entry 52 of 300, current usable technique experience, 100,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create new techniques, current usable martial arts experience, 101,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create new martial arts, current usable item fragments, 102 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, return times, 7 times, current usable universal stone, 1 piece, his cultivation level has improved. Of course, the most significant change is in the experience section. Whether it's technique experience or martial arts experience, it has skyrocketed by 100,000 points. 100,000 experience. I wonder what grade of technique or martial arts I can create. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled. He was quite satisfied with this reward. After all, if he had to rely on returns to slowly accumulate, who knows how long it would take to reach 100,000 experience. The rewards from the returns, compared to the rewards after the auction, were just a few mosquito legs. Moreover, there's actually a universal stone reward? He was curious about the effects of this universal stone from the beginning. Now he could take a look. He opened the introduction for the universal stone. Not looking was fine, but once he did, Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Universal stone, a special stone that allows the host to randomly create a technique/martial art of earth grade or above, or a spirit tool of top quality or above. This universal stone, is it like a card draw ticket? And the minimum is earth grade. This is outrageous. Does that mean he can directly create a technique or martial art exclusive to him? Or a top-quality spirit tool right now? What a steal! Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. He initially thought the S-grade reward was a bit lacking, but now, he took back his previous words. The S-grade reward is indeed very powerful. Just the previous martial arts experience and technique experience were already a lot. And this universal stone is even more impressive. It's equivalent to directly giving him a technique of earth grade or above, or even a top-quality spirit tool. Plus, with the spirit-seeking body, it's already better than the last reward. By the way, there's also a portable cave dwelling. Zhao Xian suddenly remembered he had one more thing to claim. He looked over. Instantly, he felt troubled again. A portable cave dwelling. This is simple to understand. It's just that the system rewarded him with a house. But, what's the use of a house? He can't just take it out and place it in Manhwa City, right? If a house suddenly appeared in Manhwa City, that would attract too much attention. Moreover, a house doesn't hold much appeal for him. He doesn't have high requirements for living arrangements. Well, let's try it out first. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xian asked, "System, can this cave dwelling be placed underground?" The ground was too conspicuous, so Zhao Xian wanted to place it underground to see how big this cave dwelling is. Yes, the system quickly responded. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he immediately walked to the underground warehouse specially built for the auction venue. After a pause, he pointed to the side of the warehouse. "Place the cave dwelling here." Buzz! A loud noise echoed. The ground shook violently. This commotion, probably everyone in the city could clearly perceive it. Fortunately, the noise didn't last long, just a moment, but in that moment, it startled quite a few people. What's going on? Why did the ground tremble? Could it be an earthquake like the one in Manhwa City? I didn't expect Manhwa City to have earthquakes too. Many people were discussing. Xiao Yuhua had just returned to his house and was hesitating about when to find Zhao Xian. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, nearly startling him. Could it be that even the heavens can't stand it anymore? Well, Zhao Xian is so glorious this time, his future must be limitless. I need to build a good relationship quickly. With this thought, Xiao Yuhua's gaze became resolute. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yunhe, Lin Yao, and the others gathered together, silently waiting for Zhao Xian's arrival, just like at the first auction. However, instead of Zhao Xian, they felt a strong tremor beneath their feet. They thought something had happened, but the shaking soon subsided. Once they regained their composure, Chen Yunhe looked puzzled. Why do I feel like this tremor came from beneath us? It must just be an illusion. They speculated. They continued to wait. Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse, Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Before him stood a magnificent hall, resplendent in gold and jade. The entrance was imposing, with a plaque hanging above inscribed with 3 characters Zixio Hall. Above the character 4 Hall was a deep sword mark. Just a glance seemed to flash countless sharp sword lights before his eyes. At that moment, the system's introduction echoed in Zhao Xian's mind. This is the Zixio Cave, a luxurious cave that can be carried with you. When placed in the cave, your strength will be unfathomable, and any injuries you receive will instantly recover. When facing cultivators with a lower realm than yours, you can annihilate them with a thought. When facing cultivators with a higher realm, You can erase their cultivation, turning them into ordinary people, but they can only recover once they leave the cave. However, this does not work if their realm reaches the emperor level or above. After hearing the system's introduction, Zhao Xian nearly shouted out loud, "What is this?" He couldn't have heard wrong. Within the cave, he could annihilate those with a lower realm with just a thought. And for those with a higher realm, as long as they weren't emperor level or above, he could easily erase their cultivation and turn them into ordinary people. As long as he stayed in the cave, wouldn't that mean he was invincible? This is too perverse. This is simply too perverse. Zhao Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He was wrong. Wrong to an outrageous degree. He had thought that the reward for the S-level assessment was just that. It wasn't until he learned about the cave's function that he realized how wrong he was. This cave was worth far more than the Universal Spirit Stone and all those martial arts experience combined. Even a king-level expert would find it useless. As for the emperor level, that was even further away. In their northern state province, they couldn't even encounter a king-level expert, let alone talk about the emperor level. Such a treasure being hidden underground is a bit of a waste. Zhao Xian shook his head. He immediately dismissed the idea of hiding away. This cave could directly serve as the main hall of his Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Wouldn't that be both impressive and stylish? Moreover, it could enhance their reputation, possibly influencing the scale assessment of the next auction, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With this thought, he couldn't sit still any longer and immediately turned to store the Zhixiao cave. Rumble. As he did so, the entire city shook again. Many people couldn't help but curse in frustration. Soon, Zhao Xian returned to the entrance. System, cover the cave over the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction. With Zhao Xian's command, the auction venue began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Naturally, this transformation wouldn't happen instantly like it did underground. After all, Zhao Xian's idea was to cover the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction with the cave. Besides his room, which had been completely transformed into the appearance of Zhixiao Hall, other areas remained largely unchanged. Or rather, no one noticed any changes at all. The luxurious cave is terrifying indeed. Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. He could now feel that the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was under his control. Every blade of grass, every piece of wood, every table and chair could be easily manipulated with just a thought. He could even clearly see Chen Yunhe and the others anxiously waiting for him in the hall. And he only needed to think a little to take their lives without them knowing. So terrifying. Even Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Now, even if he let Taizhan take action, if any reckless gathering Dan realm cultivator came to trouble him, they could only be said to be seeking their own death. With the cave arranged, Zhao Xian felt extremely relaxed. This way, his safety was greatly assured. It could be said that as long as he didn't leave the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, even if a king realm cultivator came, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest, and he might even be able to counterattack. As for going out to handle matters, he could just let Taizhan do it. But I should also consider the next auction, Zhao Xian said thoughtfully. The gains from this auction were extremely rich, with all the treasures adding up to a total of 5,790,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce now had ample cash flow. However, Zhao Xian didn't plan to use this batch of spirit stones to purchase treasures for the time being. The reason was simple. The issues with the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce had not yet been resolved. If he wanted to buy treasures, he would have to pay a premium. He didn't want to always be the one getting taken advantage of. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce was also about to close in. Now those people from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce should have very interesting expressions, right? There will soon be something even more exciting. Zhao Xian smiled and called for Taizhan to give some instructions. He then stayed in his room, preparing to cultivate properly. As for Chen Yunhe and the others, there was no need for him to instruct them. They knew what to do. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, bang! A crisp sound echoed in the hall, as if something had been violently thrown to the ground. Impossible! Didn't you say that the mysterious person assured you that they would never supply the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? How did Zhao Xian get a top-grade spirit weapon and even a map of a spirit stone vein? Qin Shanyue's face turned red with anger as he lifted a servant by the collar, questioning him sternly. Elder, I really don't know. The servant stammered. I did see that mysterious person leave that day, and there were no traces of contact between the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and the mysterious person. The servant hurriedly explained. He felt utterly wronged. He had done his utmost to investigate this matter. But indeed, he had found no evidence of Zhao Xian's dealings with the mysterious person. Just then, a man in black suddenly cupped his hands and said, "Elder, he shouldn't be lying." During the auction, Zhao Xian himself said that he bought that map of the Spirit Stone vein at a bargain in Yunshan City. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanyue's expression softened slightly, but it quickly turned ugly again, because Yunshan City was their Sunyu Chamber of Commerce's territory. The merchants there had basically all been bribed by him at a high price. How could such a small place have a map recording a Spirit Stone vein? Who could have imagined that? The treasures on his own turf were picked up and bought by Zhao Xian. This was simply a great humiliation. No, I can't swallow this. The more Qin Shanyue thought about it, the angrier he became. When did that mysterious person agree to deliver next time? In 10 days, the servant immediately replied. Are the items ready? Almost. We're just missing a high-grade profound treasure, which is already on its way and will arrive in a couple of days. Hearing this, Qin Shanyue nodded, but a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Take out another low-grade earth-level treasure to give to the mysterious person, and have him kill Zhao Xian for me. Upon hearing this, both the servant and the man in black couldn't help but be taken aback. To take out a low-grade earth-level treasure just to have the mysterious person kill Zhao Xian? It seemed the elder was truly angry. However, the man in black hesitated for a moment, then decisively said, "This time, the treasures Zhao Xian brought to auction are all above the earth level. A low-grade earth-level treasure might not be enough." Hearing this, Qin Shanyue paused as well. This was indeed the truth. Thinking of this, his expression darkened again. Where on earth did Zhao Xian get so many treasures? The low-grade earth-level movement techniques and martial arts were one thing, but there were also 3 broken Xian pills and a top-quality spiritual weapon. Even in their Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, such treasures would only be brought out during the grand annual auction. Not only did this not harm Zhao Xian, but it also helped him gain a reputation. Damn it! After cursing a few times, Qin Shanyue felt a wave of frustration in his chest, left the hall, and went to vent to his little wife. The scene shifted back to Zhao Xian. This time, he did not auction off the low-grade earth-level technique, the weak water 3000 formula, mainly because he needed to cultivate it himself. It would not be too late to auction it off after he learned it. However, before the auction began, he had no opportunity to cultivate. Now that he had some free time, he first took out the Thunder Strike Enlightenment wood from his storage ring. In fact, now that he had fused with the spirit-seeking body, his talent had already improved significantly. Even without relying on the Thunder Strike Enlightenment wood, mastering the Weak Water 3000 formula was not a problem. It would just take a few days. But if he used the Thunder Strike Enlightenment wood, he might grasp the basics today, and then he could enhance the Weak Water 3000 formula. With this thought, Zhao Xian no longer hesitated and opened the Weak Water 3000 formula, carefully studying it with the help of the Thunder Strike Enlightenment wood. During the reading process, Zhao Xian felt his thoughts flowing swiftly. The obscure and difficult content in the book seemed as easy to understand as simple prose to him. An hour later, Zhao Xian had already grasped the basics of the Weak Water 3000 formula. Seeing this, he did not hesitate at all. He directly added points. To upgrade the low-grade earth-level technique, Weak Water 3000 formula to perfection requires 10,000 technique experience points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Zhao Xian did not hesitate for a second and directly chose to upgrade. Whoosh! Zhao Xian felt a flash of light before his eyes. And then, countless insights about the Weak Water 3000 formula instantly filled his mind. After savoring them carefully, he found that these insights seemed to be accumulated over decades of research and contemplation. Zhao Xian immediately glanced at his status panel. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22, cultivation, 6th level of spirit transformation, technique, yellow grade upper class spirit gathering technique, beginner 12/300, Shen grade upper class green sparrow red feather technique, not beginner 23/500, low grade earth level Weak Water 3000 formula, perfection, martial arts, yellow grade upper class dragon tiger fist, beginner 52/300, current available technique experience, 90,000 points, can be used for understanding techniques/creating techniques, current available martial arts experience, 101,000 points, can be used for understanding martial arts/creating martial arts, current available item fragments, 102 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, current available universal stone, 1, remaining refunds, 7 times. Seeing this, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Low-grade earth-level technique. Perfection. If outsiders knew that he went from mastering the weak water 3000 formula to perfection in just 1 hour, they would probably go crazy. After all, to fully master a low-grade earth-level martial art, it would take at least a decade or more. But Zhao Xian was not satisfied with that. It's time to talk about martial arts. Logically, he should have cultivated the Qing Tsang sword technique and the nether step to a certain level before auctioning them off. However, he did not do so. The reason was simple. Why use something inferior when there are better options? The Sinew Chamber of Commerce had sent him quite a few treasures. A total of 20 mid-grade Shen-level treasures and 5 high-grade Shen-level treasures. And after a few days of accumulation, he now had 6 opportunities to turn waste into treasure. Coincidentally, among these 5 high-grade Shen-level treasures, there was indeed a martial art. With that thought, Zhao Xian took out all 5 high-grade Shen-level treasures. These treasures included a martial art, a 4th-grade pill, a high-grade soft armor, a palm-sized jade cauldron, and a silver spear. It's a pity there's no technique. Zhao Xian shook his head inside. But then again, it made sense. The Sinew Chamber of Commerce wasn't foolish. Although they were giving things away, they wouldn't just hand over techniques. High-grade Shen-level techniques were also very precious. Naturally, they wouldn't give them away easily. But that's fine, I can just go out and buy one someday. Zhao Xian didn't mind too much. Without hesitation, he directly transformed all 5 treasures into something valuable. He closed his eyes and began to act. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the high-grade earth-level martial art, Dragon Roar Spear Technique. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the 6th grade pill, Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the royal artifact, Soft Spirit Armor. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the special spirit treasure, Jin Shen Cauldron. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the royal artifact, Silver Gallbladder Howling Cold Spear. A series of prompts rang in his ears. Zhao Xian's eyes immediately sparkled. Wow! This time turning waste into treasure yielded some good stuff. First was the high-grade earth-level martial art. Zhao Xian was not surprised, he just didn't expect it to be a spear technique. Plus, with the royal artifact, the Silver Gallbladder Howling Cold Spear, it was a perfect match. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Xian was very satisfied. Next was the 6th grade pill, Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill. Clearly, this was an upgraded version of the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill. After all, it was 6th grade. Its effects were countless times stronger than the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill. TSK. If this were auctioned off, wouldn't it attract all the top figures from the North State? After all, who wouldn't risk their life? If one could possess this Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill, it could almost be said to offer a second chance at life. The Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill was already extremely rare, as a superior alternative. The Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill could almost only be seen in ancient texts. So this time, Zhao Xian had made a huge profit. He exchanged a mere 4th grade healing pill for a 6th grade Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill. What a blood profit. This soft spirit armor is quite good for self-preservation. Zhao Xian looked at the soft armor. To be precise, it was already soft spirit armor. This item was also a royal artifact. When worn, unless the opponent's weapon was more powerful than an ordinary royal artifact, it wouldn't harm you at all. Calling it a life-saving artifact wouldn't be an exaggeration. As for the last special spirit treasure, the Jin Shen Cauldron, Zhao Xian was quite curious about its usefulness. After some inquiries, Zhao Xian understood. The Jin Shen Cauldron was a special spirit treasure that had no use for humans. It could neither be used as a weapon for attack nor provide any defensive capabilities. If one had to say, it was nice to have for display at home. The reason for this was that the core ability of the Jin Shen Cauldron was aimed at demons and monsters. Yes, in this world, alongside powerful cultivators, there also exist fierce beasts and demons. Fierce beasts mostly lack intelligence, and with the top experts and top fierce beasts having made agreements not to act recklessly, there is a semblance of order. But demons are different. Demons excel at manipulating hearts and tread the path of evil. Wherever demons appear, a storm of blood and carnage is sure to follow. Moreover, demons employ strange methods, and if a cultivator encounters a demon of the same realm, they are basically doomed to die. And this Shin Shin Ding is a treasure for slaying demons. It possesses the innate ability to suppress demons. As long as the Jin Shin Ding is present, it can directly reduce the abilities of nearby demons by 30%. If used as a weapon, it can further reduce their power by 50%. With this, holding the Jinxian Ding makes demons feel like mere playthings, easily defeated. This is a supreme treasure. In a chaotic world of demons, such a treasure that suppresses them is worth far more than an equivalent royal weapon. Its value could even rival that of high-level royal weapons. It could be put up for auction. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled. To be honest, he wasn't very worried about the demons. After all, he had this cave. No matter if you are a demon or whatever, once you enter here, you must submit. Naturally, he didn't need the Jinxian Ding. Moreover, if the Jinxian Ding could be auctioned off for greater profit, he would receive better rewards. Those rewards would definitely be better than the Jinxian Ding. There's still one more chance. Let's see what else is worth transforming. Zhao Xian began to select from the 20 mid-grade mysterious treasures. In the end, he chose a third-grade pill, the Ling Xian Dan. This item is used by those in the falling pattern realm to break through to the gathering pill realm. Its effect is somewhat inferior to the Su Ling Dan, but its value isn't far off, because this pill has a high success rate, and the required materials are quite common. It isn't expensive. Holding the Ling Xian Dan, Zhao Xian silently recited, "Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and have been lucky enough to obtain a 6th grade pill. The Sui Su Dan." The system's voice rang in his ears. Zhao Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Sui Su Dan. Consuming it below the 6th level of the Sui Su realm can elevate one small realm without any side effects. TSK. If this pill were put up for auction, those top sex experts in the Sui Su realm would probably fight to get their hands on it. Zhao Xian almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, his luck this time was indeed a bit good. A 3rd grade pill was directly transformed into a 6th grade pill. It had risen 3 grades. Normally, it could only increase by 2 grades. It seems that transforming waste into treasure also has a chance of becoming something better, but it's too reliant on luck. Zhao Xian sighed. He had transformed waste into treasure so many times before, and never once had he been lucky. Could it be that this time he triggered a guaranteed outcome? Zhao Xian couldn't help but think of those card-drawing mobile games from his past life, secretly mocking himself. After all, it certainly seemed possible now. Without further thought, Zhao Xian immediately took out the high-grade local-level longing spear technique and began to read it carefully. Time passed, and the night gradually darkened. In the room, Zhao Xian had already grasped the basics of the longing spear technique. It must be said that mastering martial arts is somewhat more difficult than cultivating techniques. This time, Zhao Xian spent a bit more time mastering the martial arts. Of course, it was only a little more. Max it out. Zhao Xian did not hesitate at all. He directly allocated points to elevate the high-grade local-level martial art. Longing spear technique to perfection requires 10,000 martial arts experience points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Whoosh. Zhao Xian tightly closed his eyes, silently absorbing the vast memories flooding his mind. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a master of spear techniques, wielding a silver spear, and with a thrust, 10,000 dragons roared. How majestic and powerful. However, this feeling lasted only a brief 10 breaths. Zhao Xian opened his eyes. He felt as if he had been immersed in the art of the gun for decades. He reached for the silver-bellied cold hull gun and immediately began to dance with it. The gunplay was exquisite, with every thrust and stab revealing deadly moves. Just based on this skill, Zhao Xian could easily defeat enemies of a higher level. Refreshing. Now I just need to improve my cultivation. Zhao Xian grinned. But at that moment, he suddenly frowned. His gaze turned to the half-empty space not far away. Someone had intruded. In the evening, the silver moon hung high in the sky. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. In the hall, Chen Yunha and the others sensed this terrifying presence, their expressions changing drastically as they hurried outside. They soon saw a man in a black robe standing in midair. A gathering Dan realm expert. Chen Yunha's voice trembled slightly. In fact, the three of them had anticipated such a situation while discussing in the hall, because the items Zhao Xian brought to this auction were simply astonishing. With such prominence, it was natural to attract some trouble. They were flustered. They were also aware of the news that a peak-falling pattern realm expert had died at Zhao Xian's hands last night. However, to be honest, they found it hard to believe. After all, Zhao Xian had only been at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm before. How could he possibly break through to the peak of the fragmented void realm and even the gathering Dan realm in such a short time? That was absurd. No one would believe it. From their perspective, it was likely that Zhao Xian had deliberately spread false information to intimidate petty criminals. But such news might deter those in the falling pattern realm, yet it held no persuasive power against gathering Dan realm experts. What should we do? The three gathered together, unsure of what to do. Don't panic. Let's first see why this gathering Dan realm expert has come, Chen Yunhe said, calming down first. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded. Meanwhile, in mid-air, the man in the black robe spoke indifferently. President Zhao, come out and chat. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xian walked out from his luxurious room and arrived at the front of the hall. President, the three were somewhat worried upon seeing this. After all, Zhao Xian was the backbone of their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Anyone could have an accident, but Zhao Xian could not. Zhao Xian waved his hand to reassure them. He then looked up at the man in the black robe. Our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has no enmity with you. I wonder why you have come to visit us at this time. Zhao Xian's tone was calm, and he stared directly at the man in the black robe, showing no signs of fear. Seeing Zhao Xian display such courage, the man in the black robe was somewhat surprised. He then removed his hood, revealing his true face. He was a middle-aged man with distinct features and a hint of weariness. I am He Wen, just a humble rogue cultivator. The reason I have come to visit President Zhao at this time is that I have a business matter to discuss with you, He Wen said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. This scene left Chen Yunhe and the others dumbfounded. What was going on? Just a moment ago, this person had been imposing and seemed ready to cause trouble, but after the president appeared, his attitude had completely changed. Not only were the three of them surprised, but Zhao Xian was also taken aback. After all, he had been prepared to keep this person here forever. Who would have thought that this man would actually show him respect? This made it difficult for him to act aggressively. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since you are here to discuss business, please come into the hall, and we can talk slowly. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he walked towards the hall. Seeing this, He Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitated for a moment, but still followed him inside. He Wen felt troubled. To be honest, as a loose cultivator, he was moved when he saw that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in the small Manhwa city could actually produce so many treasures. So, after waiting for those powerful figures in the gathering Dan realm to leave, he could no longer contain his excitement and prepared to loot the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. This was how he found himself standing in mid-air above the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He was full of confidence about this, because he had inquired and found out that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had no real background. Although it was quite powerful during its peak, that was all in the past. Now, it was just an ordinary Chamber of Commerce, with the strongest only at the 6th level of the falling pattern realm. He was in the gathering Dan realm, and even if he was only at the 1st level, it was enough to easily overpower the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Thus, he deliberately put on an act, thinking he should have the demeanor of a gathering Dan realm expert, hoping that the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian, would take the initiative to present all his treasures to him. How impressive would that be? But as soon as Zhao Xian appeared, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It was as if, with just a thought from Zhao Xian, he would die on the spot. He couldn't understand where this feeling came from, but he trusted his instincts. This feeling could not be wrong. Who exactly is this Zhao Xian? He Wen felt very troubled. After realizing this, he was about to turn and flee, but he didn't dare to do so. He was afraid he would die on the spot. So, with no other choice, he could only follow Zhao Xian into the conference hall. Outside Manhwa City, there were quite a few people hiding here, and they were all powerful figures in the gathering Dan realm. He Wen thought that those gathering Dan realm experts had already left, not knowing that these people were watching from the sidelines, using him as a guinea pig for their experiment. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any movement since He Wen went in? Given He Wen's personality, he probably still needs to chat with Zhao Xian, but that doesn't seem right. Even if they were chatting, He Wen wouldn't necessarily be having a friendly conversation with Zhao Xian, right? It shouldn't be completely silent. A look of confusion appeared on the faces of the gathering Dan realm experts. This situation seemed a bit off. The situation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was something all the gathering Dan realm experts present were well aware of. Such a big piece of meat. Who would be willing to give it to someone else? But clearly, The sudden emergence of this big piece of meat in Manhwa City was quite suspicious, so they deliberately left, letting Hyun scout the way for them. Now, with the current situation, it made them feel a bit uneasy. It's quite lively. Inside a small loft in Manhwa City, Xiang Chanshan sat there, sipping tea. Miss, I don't understand why you want to stay. Is it to watch the show? Besides Xiang Chanshan, who looked puzzled. They had originally planned to leave. However, after exiting the city, Xiang Chanshan had him conceal his aura and return to the city. They chose a quiet place and just enjoy tea. Of course, while claiming to be tasting tea, Xiang Chanshan's attention was focused on the outside of the city and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. You must have noticed the tremor not long ago, right? Xiang Chanshan asked without answering. Who nodded. Do you know why there was a tremor? Xiang Chanshan asked again. It's not unusual for earthquakes to occur in the northern part of Dian. This shouldn't be surprising. Who replied honestly, even more confused. Why was the miss asking these questions? This shows that your observation isn't detailed enough. Xiang Chanshan glanced at Hu, then extended her right hand, her jade-like fingers pointing towards the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The tremor occurred twice. Both tremors originated from beneath the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Less than a quarter of an hour after the second tremor ended, there were some subtle changes in the entire area of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. These changes would be hard to notice without careful investigation, but I can see the changes within. And these changes are related to those two tremors. Upon hearing Xiang Chanshan say this, Hu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had long known that the young lady's observational and perceptive skills were astonishing, but he never expected them to be this outrageous. She could even detect the subtle changes in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce after the earthquake. He looked closely but couldn't see any changes at all. Still, he asked, somewhat confused, but even if there are changes, what does that mean? What can the connection between the earthquake and the changes tell us? Unexpectedly, after Hu finished speaking, Xiang Chanshan's expression became serious and grave. I can't specify the details, but the current Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is unfathomable. Even I can no longer probe into it. Upon hearing this, Hu's expression changed in shock. The young lady's spiritual sense was famously powerful. When it expanded, it could cover 1,000 miles. Everything within that range was under her control. But now, she couldn't even probe the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? What on earth is going on? Hu's expression also turned serious. However, Xiang Chanshan's demeanor relaxed instead. No matter what it is, Zhao Xian is quite extraordinary. No wonder he has the confidence to refuse me. Hu directly ignored the latter part of Xiang Chanshan's statement and cupped his hands, asking, Miss, how about we investigate the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Or should I just capture Zhao Xian and interrogate him? Xiang Chanshan immediately waved her hand. I'm not that rude. Let's just watch for now. Let's see what happens to that person who just entered. The one in the gathering pill realm. Hearing this, Hu quickly nodded. Zhao Xian, of course, was unaware that so many gathering pill realm experts were keeping an eye on him. In the conference hall, Zhao Xian sat in the main seat, a faint smile on his face. Chen Yunhe, Shui Ming, and Lin Yao sat closely beside him. As for He-Wan, he was arranged in the guest seat. Chen Yunhe and the others nervously glanced at He-Wan, only to find that this gathering pill realm expert seemed even more nervous than they were. Sitting in his chair, he fidgeted as if the chair had thorns. This appearance left Chen Yunhe and the others even more puzzled, while their own tension eased considerably. May I ask what business you are referring to? After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Xian asked leisurely. He-Wan immediately cupped his hands and said, at today's auction, President Zhao mentioned the suppression of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce by the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, to the extent that even sourcing goods has become problematic. Zhao Xian nodded. That is indeed the case. He-Wen's mouth twitched. I can't believe you. If that were true, how do you explain the treasures the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce presented today? Ahem, President Zhao is joking. With the treasures you presented today, it certainly doesn't look like you are unable to source goods. After saying this, He-Wan immediately continued. In fact, I came here this time to seek cooperation with President Zhao. Although I am just a loose cultivator, I often travel beyond the Great Yan Dynasty, so I have made connections with a group of merchants. These merchants come from the Great Xia Dynasty, and naturally, they are not subject to the constraints and influence of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the goods from these merchants are quite lucrative. As soon as Heewon said this, Chen Yunha and the others couldn't help but be taken aback. Good heavens! Merchants from the Great Xia dynasty? If they could establish a connection, it would indeed be a great opportunity for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After all, the reach of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce within the Great Yin dynasty was far too extensive. It was not a simple matter for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to break through. If they could trade with merchants from the Great Xia dynasty and stabilize their position, the status of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would surely rise. Not to mention that the president had his own sources of goods. Combined, it would be a role reversal, and it would be their turn to swallow the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. As for Zhao Xian, he appeared quite calm. Very smooth? That's an interesting term. Please elaborate. Zhao Xian asked with a smile. Heewon, seeing this, thought for a moment before speaking. The Great Xia dynasty is different from our Great Yin dynasty. It is very unstable there, with wars breaking out everywhere. In these wars, the ones who suffer the most are the common people. The displaced civilians number in the millions. The friends I know can't bear to see these people suffer, so they look for a way out, helping them leave the Great Xia dynasty, giving them a chance to survive. But coincidentally, the people who seek help from my friend are all women, and they are all very beautiful. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunha and the others immediately darkened their expressions. They could tell that this was about human trafficking. Moreover, it was profiting from war. Zhao Xian, however, did not react much to this. Dynasties have always been in conflict. This is the law of how things operate since ancient times. I'm not interested in women, Zhao Xian said. While Heewen's expression stiffened, he had thought to cater to Zhao Xian's preferences, but it turned out Zhao Xian was not interested in that at all. That's it. But then Zhao Xian's voice rang out again. But you said the Great Xia dynasty is at war? Heewen was taken aback. He quickly nodded. Yes, and it has been going on for over a decade. Zhao Xian asked again. What is the current situation? Heewen was even more confused. Weren't they discussing trade? How did it turn into a discussion about national affairs? However, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately shared everything he knew. Currently, the Great Xia dynasty is divided among three major forces. One is the dynasty itself, the second is the rebel army led by the current emperor's wife who has defected, and the third is the prince of the previous dynasty. The three forces restrain each other, vaguely forming a stable relationship. Although there have been many battles and many deaths, it seems that none of the three sides have been significantly affected. They have all developed quite robustly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes slightly shifted, and a bold idea formed in his mind. However, to implement this idea, he would have to wait a while. I understand. You seem quite sincere. If it's a trade, then there's no problem. But I also need to see if the goods your so-called friend provides are worth it. Upon hearing this, Heewon immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xian's words indicated that he believed him. This made things much easier. Rest assured, President Zhao, I will go back and inform my friend to prepare a batch of goods to send to me, and then I will bring them to you for inspection. Heewon quickly cupped his hands and said, then I will trouble brother He. President Zhao is being too polite. How could I? Heewon, dare to call you brother? Just call me Xiao He. Heewon was startled by Zhao Xian's address and quickly replied. Then, President Zhao, I won't disturb you any longer. Take care on your way. Zhao Xian nodded. Heewon repeatedly nodded, then turned without looking back and immediately left the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After exiting the chamber, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing eagerly towards the outskirts of the city. From his appearance, he seemed extremely anxious. Look at brother Heewon. So anxious, he really cares about this matter. I didn't expect such a powerful figure in the Gathering Dan realm to be so eager to curry favor with our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. What curry favor with the Qingyun Chamber? He's currying favor with our president. Chen Yunha and the others watched Heewen's departing figure, unable to help but sigh. Then they couldn't help but look at Zhao Xian with strange expressions. Although the matter was settled, they still didn't understand why such a powerful figure in the Gathering Dan realm would show such respect to Zhao Xian. Not even respect can be said, fear has already begun to show. Zhao Xian had some doubts at first. However, after this conversation, he guessed the general idea. It seems the cave has given me quite an advantage. Even the Gathering Pill realm experts can see some clues. Heewen's attitude changed so quickly after Zhao Xian made his appearance. Clearly, it was due to this purple cloud cave. It seems that trying to keep a low profile is not going to work. Zhao Xian smiled, not minding it at all. That the Gathering Pill realm experts could see his extraordinary nature was, in fact, a good thing for him. It would save him from having trouble with some short-sighted individuals when the auction he was hosting grew larger. He was too lazy to deal with that. Before leaving, Zhao Xian briefed Chen Yunhao on the matters that needed handling, then left first and returned to his room. Now that he had the spirit-seeking body and had fully mastered the low-grade earth-level weak water 3000 technique, he could naturally begin his cultivation. As for resources, he had plenty of spirit stones, and he still had a purple spirit grass on him. Although the purple spirit grass was of the 5th grade and he couldn't absorb it yet, it contained ample spiritual energy, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Tai Shan. Zhao Xian called for Tai Shan again. Tai Shan appeared from the shadows, bowing and clasping his hands beside Zhao Xian. If any short-sighted ones come looking for trouble, deal with them directly. If they come to discuss business, just hand them over to Uncle Chen and the others, Zhao Xian instructed. Yes. Tai Shan nodded immediately and then vanished from sight. Meanwhile, outside Mingyue City, he's out. When they saw Yuan's figure swiftly darting away from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, the Gathering Pill realm experts' eyes lit up, but they couldn't help but frown immediately. Why is Yuan running so fast? Could it be that he got a lot of treasures from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? It's possible. Block him. Thinking this, they immediately took action, directly stopping the rapidly fleeing Yuan. Why are all of you here? Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this group. Didn't these guys say they had no interest in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and then leave? These old foxes, were they using him as cannon fodder? He won. You're in such a hurry to leave, it seems you've gained quite a bit this time, right? Let's not talk about anything else, just show us what you've got. Several Gathering Pill realm experts surrounded Yuan, their faces smiling, but the threat in their tone was extremely strong. If Yuan refused, they would not hesitate to act. What gains? If I had to say, I did indeed reach a cooperative relationship with President Zhao this time. Now, I am considered a partner of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Yuan did not hide it and spoke openly. This statement made the others burst into laughter. I say, Yuan, do you think we're all fools? You, a mere Gathering Pill realm, negotiating cooperation with such a small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Do you think we would believe that? The leading Gathering Pill realm expert sneered even more coldly. Don't think we're joking. I'll give you one more chance. To this, Yuan felt quite helpless. He wanted to have gains too. The key was, how could he dare? Remembering the extraordinary aura he sensed from Zhao Xian in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. This small Mingyue city actually had such a colossal figure in charge? Wait. Thinking of this, Yuan suddenly gained some confidence. He was now in a partnership with Zhao Xian. If these people dared to act against him, President Zhao would surely not stand by and watch, right? He straightened his back. Give me a chance, and I'll still say the same thing as before. I am currently in a cooperative relationship with President Zhao. If you dare to touch me, it would be an affront to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and a great disrespect to President Zhao. If President Zhao were to take action, you few wouldn't even be enough for him to use as toothpicks. Yuan sneered after glancing at the crowd. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Was Yuan perhaps on the wrong medication? Talking nonsense. That Zhao Xian was merely at the spirit transformation stage. How could he possibly match up against them, who were at the Gathering Pill stage? And that they weren't even enough for Zhao Xian to use as toothpicks? However, Yuan's behavior was so strange that even several Gathering Pill stage experts furrowed their brows. They were all loose cultivators. As loose cultivators, reaching the Gathering Pill stage relied on being both bold and cautious. Although Yuan's actions were indeed bizarre, and they didn't believe his words at all, they decided to test the waters just to be safe. Old Li, your movement skills are good. You go to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and see how strong Zhao Xian really is. The leader among the Gathering Pill stage experts said to a middle-aged man in green. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in green had a strange expression. I say, old Zhao, you can't really believe Yuan's nonsense, can you? We've investigated Zhao Xian before. He's only 22 years old. After his father Zhao Lidian died, he inherited the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. His background is completely clean. It can't be fake. Is there really a need to test it? Hearing this, the other Gathering Pill stage experts nodded in agreement. In fact, their thoughts were quite similar. I naturally understand this. The leader among the Gathering Pill stage experts shook his head and said, but just to be safe, you should go take a look. Besides, this is also an opportunity for you. If he really has made a move against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and is deliberately hiding it, you might still gain something unexpected by going now. As soon as the words unexpected gain were spoken, the gathering pill stage expert called Old Lee immediately became interested. No problem. I'll go right now. Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed into Manhwa City in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the other gathering pill stage experts all showed expressions of regret. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had brought out so many treasures this time, he hadn't been there long, and even if he had really obtained treasures, he probably wouldn't have gotten much. Now, they could have picked up a bargain. Unfortunately, the opportunity was snatched away by Old Lee. As for the leader among the gathering pill stage experts, his expression remained relatively calm. For some reason, from He Wen's attitude and tone, it seemed that he wasn't lying. This made him feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that Zhao Xian really has some ability? Because of this, he sent Old Lee to investigate. It was better to be prepared. With Old Lee's speed, he should be able to. A gathering pill stage expert was just saying, but before he could finish, a familiar voice suddenly appeared from the air not far away. It was Old Lee, but at this moment, Old Lee looked panicked. His eyes filled with terror as he desperately ran towards them. Help! Old Lee shouted loudly for help, but just as the word help left his lips, a chilling beam of light sliced through the air for hundreds of meters, instantly severing Old Lee's body in half. After the cold light dissipated, Old Lee's bisected corpse crashed to the ground. In his final moments, he still stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with fear and terror, and this scene unfolded clearly before the eyes of the gathering pill stage experts. At that moment, all of them widened their eyes, their expressions filled with terror. What the hell? Run! In less than 2 breaths of time, the leader among the gathering pill stage experts was the first to react. After shouting 2 sentences, he transformed into a shooting star, fleeing into the distance. Only then did the other gathering pill stage experts react, each breathing heavily as they hurriedly fled. They didn't dare to think about anything else, let alone cause trouble for Heewon again. Several powerful figures in the gathering Dan realm fled like mice fleeing from a cat. It wasn't until they were completely far from Manhwa City and felt no one was pursuing them that they finally stopped, gasping for breath. Old Zhao, what was that just now? One person couldn't help but look up at the leader. It was a Shattered Void Realm. Definitely a Shattered Void Realm expert, the leader concluded, his eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. The move that killed Old Lee just now was definitely not something a Gathering Dan realm could compare to, so it must be a Shattered Void Realm expert. And while I was running, I sensed an extremely terrifying gaze. Just a glance made my hair stand on end. If we had run any slower, we probably would have all been done for. Hearing this, the others widened their eyes, filled with terror. They hadn't even noticed that. If it weren't for old Zhao's reminder, they might still be standing there in a daze. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a chill. Their expressions grew serious. So, what Heewon said was true. No wonder that kid was so arrogant when he first entered. It turns out he went quiet inside because he got scared. Scared? Just surviving to come out is already lucky. He even said he established a cooperative relationship with that Zhao Xian. The more they talked, the more complex their expressions became. This Manhwa City actually has a Shattered Void Realm expert stationed here. The situation in the Beizhou province is about to change. In the Beizhou province, the number of Gathering Dan realm experts was actually not small. Although breaking through to the Gathering Dan realm was difficult, as long as there were resources, there was a chance. It was just that the time it took to break through varied depending on one's talent. But the Shattered Void realm was different. If one's talent was insufficient, they could never step into the Shattered Void realm in their lifetime. There was also a saying that only by stepping into the Shattered Void realm could one truly enter the path of cultivation. Shattered Void realm experts were extremely rare in the Beizhou province. Apart from a few top sects, there had never been any rumors of scattered cultivators in the Shattered Void realm, because breaking through to the Shattered Void realm required not only strong talent but also an endless amount of resources. But now, in this small Manhwa city, this small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, a Shattered Void realm expert had actually appeared. This news was nothing short of explosive. Meanwhile, inside Manhwa city, He whose hair stood on end, his gaze heavy as he looked into the sky. They had clearly seen that terrifying move. That kind of technique was chilling. Even Xiang Qianqian's pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief at this moment. Shattered Void. Manhwa City actually has a Shattered Void Realm expert. Could this be Zhao Xian's confidence? Xiang Qianqian couldn't help but say. As the aura dissipated, He Hu finally let out a sigh of relief. After hearing the young lady's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly. But miss, this Shattered Void Realm expert may not necessarily be from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, right? Xiang Qianqian paused. He Hu's words weren't entirely wrong. She could clearly sense that the terrifying move just now did not erupt from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Instead, it came from a relatively remote place. Perhaps it was because that Gathering Dan Realm expert had a conflict with that mysterious Shattered Void expert? No. Xiang Qianqian shook her head. No matter how she thought about it, it felt like a trick. It seemed that the mysterious Shattered Void expert had done it on purpose. From the few simple exchanges she had with Zhao Xian, she could tell that he was not the kind of person who would deliberately showcase his abilities. He concealed his sharpness, making it hard for others to see through the truth. And this technique looked like something Zhao Xian would do. Must be him. Xiang Qianqian chose to trust her intuition. This guy is really good at hiding. With that thought, she stood up. Let's go. It's time to head back. Hearing this, Black Tiger was taken aback. But miss, didn't you say you wanted to stay in Manhwa City for a few more days? No need. Xiang Qianqian waved her hand. The information I needed has been gathered. And a strong practitioner from the fragmented Void Realm has emerged in Manhwa City. This news must be brought back. Black Tiger suddenly understood. Yes, soon. Xiang Qianqian left Manhwa City with Black Tiger. Before leaving the city, Xiang Qianqian deliberately glanced over at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It seems I need to remind my father when I get back. This Zhao Xian cannot be trifled with. Withdrawing her gaze, Xiang Qianqian and Black Tiger quickly disappeared from sight. As for that terrifying move that had been suffocating, it actually did not cause much of a stir in Manhwa City. The reason was that no one had noticed it at all, because that move had suddenly appeared outside the city, and to sense that aura, one would at least need to be at the Gathering Pill Realm. And within Manhwa City, where would one find someone at the Gathering Pill Realm? Naturally, they could not perceive that aura. So throughout, Manhwa City maintained a tranquil and peaceful appearance, with time flowing quietly. Peaceful, harmonious. Of course, not everyone felt at peace. Xiao Yue brought a pile of items with his subordinates and signed for 2 horse-drawn carriages as he arrived at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After announcing himself, he was invited into the premises. Welcoming him was Chen Yunhe. City Lord Xiao, what brings you to visit my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce today? Chen Yunhe said with a smile, though his words did not give Xiao Yue much face. After all, times had changed. In the past, he would have needed to curry favor with Xiao Yue. That would have made things easier. But now, it was Xiao Yue who had to rely on them. I apologize for disturbing Elder Chen's rest. Actually, I came this time mainly to apologize to President Zhao for the previous matter. Xiao Yue said sincerely, cupping his hands. I was deceived by that Qin Shanyue. He said that as long as I helped the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce settle in Manhwa City, he would give me 10% of the profits from the Manhwa City branch. You know, although I, Xiao Yue, am the city lord, I am quite poor and have a family to support, so I had no choice. Hearing Xiao Yue's lament, Chen Yunhe couldn't help but smile coldly. Deceived? Misled? And being poor? Who would believe that? Xiao Yue also knew that merely playing the victim was not enough. He immediately raised his hand and said, of course, this matter was my fault to begin with. No matter the reason, wrong is wrong. So, I am here to admit my mistake. After saying this, he gestured to his subordinates. They brought up everything prepared for this occasion. Here are 3,000 stalks of egret grass, a token of respect for Elder Chen. His subordinates presented 2 large boxes, which were filled with a pile of herbs. Upon hearing Xiao Yue's words, Chen Yunhe's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness! 3,000 stalks of egret grass? Egret grass is a special herb with a simple function. It can clear the mind and purify the spirit, and it enhances the cultivation efficiency for those in the spirit transformation realm. There are many pills that serve this purpose, but what makes egret grass special is, it can exert its effects without needing to be refined into pills. Its value naturally cannot compare to the pills and spiritual herbs that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had previously auctioned. But, for Chen Yunhe, these 3,000 stalks of egret grass were undeniably precious. After all, a single stalk of egret grass could be worth several spirit stones. These 3,000 stalks were worth almost 10,000. Xiao Yuha has really put in a lot of effort. Chen Yunha couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he did not accept it directly, merely waving his hand lightly. Xiao Yuha understood and continued to present the items: antique calligraphy and paintings, silks and satins, and even a few land deeds. As the city lord, it was nearly impossible for him to take out tens of thousands or even over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones all at once, but he could still offer quite a few treasures. After all, he was the lord of a city, and over the years, many had come to curry favor with him. He had kept these good things, and now he was painfully giving them all to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Although it seemed a bit thankless, he firmly believed it was worth it. Looking at the various treasures laid out before him, Chen Yunha finally nodded slightly. In fact, Zhao Xian had guessed from the beginning that Xiao Yua had come back to apologize, so he had entrusted the matter entirely to himself. As for how to handle it, Chen Yunha had already made plans in his heart. After all, Xiao Yua was the lord of Manhwa city. Although his strength was not particularly strong, his connections with the dynasty were certainly closer than those of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, there were some matters that their chamber could not conveniently handle, which could be entrusted to Xiao Yuhua to use his connections. Naturally, they did not intend to let the relationship become too strained. Lord Zhao's generosity is truly overwhelming. What merit does our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce have to receive such a grand gift? Chen Yunha said with a slight bow. Xiao Yuhua immediately shook his head and said, Elder Chen, you are mistaken. The 2 auctions held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce have been so successful, and this time it has attracted quite a few strong practitioners from the Gathering Dan realm. Even the Han Wu Dao sect, Lu Yun sect, and even the Hao Yue sect have sent people here. The scale is so large that I am truly in awe. Having the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Manhwa City is indeed a great honor for Manhwa City. These items may be precious to me, but for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they are quite inexpensive. I hope Elder Chen will not find them lacking. Xiao Yuhua lowered his head, feeling a bit anxious inside. He was unsure of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's attitude towards him. If they did not forgive him, he would be helpless, but the days to come would probably not be easy. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted why he had been so eager to cooperate with the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. Could he not have waited a little longer? Lord Zhao's intentions, our president has actually known for a long time, Chen Yunha said with a smile. The president has said that Lord Xiao is not a foolish person, that you can see the situation clearly, and believes that you were merely momentarily foolish, driven by greed, which led you astray and to the wrong side. Therefore, the president is also willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yua's eyes immediately filled with tears, and he looked up in astonishment, not expecting President Zhao to be so understanding. But before he could speak, Chen Yunha's voice continued. I hope Lord Xiao understands that although the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has fallen on hard times, it was once a giant in the business world and has made significant contributions to Manhwa City. If Lord Xiao cannot discern priorities, naturally, there would be no next opportunity. A mix of grace and authority. This was a classic way to manage subordinates. Hearing this, Xiao Yua's expression became extremely serious, and he quickly patted his chest earnestly, saying, Please rest assured, President Zhao, please rest assured, I, Xiao Yuha, will henceforth be a person of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, obedient to President Zhao's commands, as long as President Zhao needs, just a word, I, Xiao Yuha, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunha smiled. This statement sounded a bit familiar to him. I hope you can do it. Absolutely. After saying this, Xiao Yuhua finally felt relieved. Although, in terms of results, it seemed he had lost out. After all, he was the lord of Manhwa City, while the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was just a small merchant association. In terms of status, he was indeed more distinguished. Yet now he had voluntarily placed himself under the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It was somewhat embarrassing to say the least. However, Xiao Yuhua did not feel that way. Even a fool could see the terrifying momentum of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Soon, not only the small Beizhou province, but even the great Yan dynasty, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had great prospects. As for the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce, he had long severed ties with them. He should have been on the side of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce from the beginning. If we're talking about business, the president did mention that there is something he needs your help with. Chen Yunha suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuhua immediately cupped his hands and said earnestly, "Please, Elder Chen, speak directly. I will do my utmost. Don't worry. This matter won't be too troublesome for you, it's quite simple." Chen Yunhe whispered a few words into Xiao Yuhua's ear. Xiao Yuhua's pupils instantly constricted to pinpoints. "Is this really true?" "Absolutely." Chen Yunhe smiled. This, Xiao Yuhua stammered, unable to find his words. In the end, he could only sincerely exclaim, "President Zhao, truly remarkable, to be able to accomplish even such things. I'll arrange it right away. You have 10 days. 10 days? 3 days will be enough." With that, Xiao Yuhua left the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce with his subordinates, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chen Yunhe couldn't help but sigh at this scene. What kind of mind does the president have? How can he always guess the general idea of everything? Even that old fox Xiao Yuhua is now utterly loyal to the president. If it were before, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me. After a moment of reflection, Chen Yunhe thought of something else and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. With the abilities the president had shown, it wasn't that surprising. Weren't the three of them just like Xiao Yuhua? The next few days will be busy. Chen Yunhe immediately left the conference hall to get to work. Time flew by. 3 days passed. Zhao Xian was in his room. The Thunderstrike Enlightenment wood was placed beside him. Next to the wood lay a purple spiritual herb. Zhao Xian himself was sitting cross-legged. A faint, mist-like spiritual energy rippled around him. Suddenly, the mist-like spiritual energy trembled and then dispersed. Zhao Xian opened his eyes, sharp light flashing within them, but it quickly faded and retracted. Ha! Zhao Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile appearing on his face. I've finally broken through. Feeling the surging, wave-like sea of spiritual energy within him, Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel. It must be said that the combination of the spirit-seeking body and the perfected low-grade cultivation technique resulted in an absurdly fast cultivation speed. In just 3 days, he had rapidly broken through from the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm directly to the patterned realm. At this moment, the spiritual pill in his Dan Si had already engraved the first pattern, marking the first level of the patterned realm. However, after breaking through to the first level of the patterned realm, the speed of absorption and refinement has slowed down significantly. The effect of low-grade spirit stones is not as pronounced. Zhao Xian frowned slightly. Of course, when he mentioned slowing down significantly, it was in comparison to breaking through 4 small realms in 3 days. Now, he might need 2 or 3 days to break through a single realm. Compared to before, it was indeed much slower. But compared to others, it was a terrifying speed that could make even the proudest feel inferior. It seems that in the future, I will need to exchange for more mid-grade or higher spirit stones. It will also benefit my cultivation. Zhao Xian thought, not feeling anxious. It might be a bit difficult to get high-grade and top-grade spirit stones, but exchanging for mid-grade spirit stones wouldn't be troublesome. He could just ask Xiao Yuhua for help. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After breaking through to the patterned realm, one must take a moment to settle down. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Pursuing speed without a solid foundation means that even if one's realm improves, it is merely a facade. Zhao Xian continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, gradually stabilizing his realm. However, not long after, a faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Soon after, Lin Yao's voice was heard. "President, He-Wan has obtained the goods, and Xiao Yuhua's people are escorting them. They will arrive in Mingyue City shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian did not open his eyes. "When they arrive, bring them to the backyard." "Yes." Lin Yao did not dare to disturb him further and immediately turned to leave. Zhao Xian continued to stabilize his realm. About 2 hours later, he sensed a familiar figure, tidied his clothing, and slowly got up to push the door open. He walked towards the backyard. Meanwhile, He-Wan was bustling in with a cart of goods alongside Xiao Yuhua. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhao Xian sitting nearby, waiting for a long time. They immediately cupped their hands in salute. "Greetings, President Zhao." "Greetings, President." Seeing this, Zhao Xian smiled slightly and raised his hand, saying, "We are all old acquaintances, there's no need to be so formal." A gentle breeze blew towards them, seemingly lifting the two up intentionally or unintentionally. This surprised them. President Zhao's ability. It didn't seem like something achievable at the spirit transformation realm. This scene left He-Wan utterly astonished. Such a method was likely beyond even the fragmented void realm. Yet President Zhao appeared to be only in his 20s. How could this be? He couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling immensely grateful for his choice back then. If he had chosen the path, he would probably have ended up buried in the ground for 3 days like that short-sighted gathering pill realm person. Now, let's talk, Zhao Xian said, looking at He-Won with a smile. He-Won immediately cupped his hands and stepped forward with the goods. First, he pulled out some relatively normal items, similar to specialties from the Great Xia dynasty. Most were daily necessities. Zhao Xian merely glanced at them and lost interest. Next came some robes and garments from the Great Xia dynasty, which looked quite precious. These items had considerable value, causing the eyes of Chen Yunhe and the others to sparkle with excitement. As for Zhao Xian, he naturally remained uninterested. Most of the goods on display were these items. This was something Zhao Xian expected. Expensive items often represented rarity. If they were too common, they wouldn't be considered valuable. After waiting for a moment, the main event finally arrived. He-Won dragged out a small wooden box. This wooden box looked extremely ordinary, standing in stark contrast to the other wooden boxes. At first glance, it didn't seem like it contained anything good, but Zhao Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then theirs. He-Won opened the wooden box, the true treasure of this trip. As the box opened, a dazzling golden light immediately reflected out, blindingly bright. Xiao Yuha, standing beside, stared wide-eyed. This is a national treasure of the Great Xia, and these weapons, judging by the craftsmanship, seem to be exclusively for the Great Xia royal family. As soon as Xiao Yuha said this, Chen Yunhe and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good heavens, isn't this a bit outrageous? I say, old He, your friend didn't steal from the Great Xia royal family, did he? Chen Yunhe couldn't help but twitch his mouth and ask. He-Won had long anticipated their reactions and immediately laughed, waving his hand. Oh, that's not the case at all. Right now, the 3 major forces of the Great Xia dynasty are competing with each other, and no one wants to be weaker than the others, which has led to a significant overflow in the productivity of weapon forging. Moreover, these 3 forces have extremely high requirements for craftsmanship, to the point of being harsh. If the standards are not met, the items will be labeled as defective and then thrown together to be destroyed. My friend just has a few connections inside and managed to get some of those defective products out. Upon hearing He-Wen's explanation, Xiao Yuha and the others suddenly realized. So that's how it is. However, even so, one can tell that He-Wen's friend is quite remarkable, being able to access the logistics departments of the major forces and still manage to get goods out. If this were discovered, wouldn't he be risking his head? He certainly has some guts. After He-Wen finished speaking, his gaze turned to Zhao Xian. He didn't care how others viewed him, what mattered was Zhao Xian's opinion. This was very important to him. Zhao Xian glanced at the items in the box. Weapons, armor, a jade seal with a missing corner. Aside from some minor flaws, there were indeed no significant issues. As items of the Great Xia Kingdom, the standards were naturally high. Just those few long swords and spears had already reached the mid-grade of the Xian tier. This scale, should one say it is worthy of the royal family? Very good, Zhao Xian said sincerely. Hey, wait a minute, Lao He, didn't you say there were women too? Chen Yunhe suddenly teased with a smile. Hearing this, He-Wen's face turned awkward. That's not true, I was just joking last time. After realizing that Zhao Xian had no interest in that area, he naturally didn't dare to take the initiative to bring a few women over. That would just be asking for trouble, right? He still had some sense in this regard. Then, Lao He, from now on, I'll leave all the business with the Great Xia dynasty to you. Are you willing? Zhao Xian slowly asked. Upon hearing this, He-Wen's spirit was lifted. To be honest, if anyone else had said this to him, he would have scoffed and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" But the one saying this was Zhao Xian. He had already witnessed Zhao Xian's capabilities. As a loose cultivator, he had grown tired of that carefree lifestyle. Being able to work under a strong figure like Zhao Xian was undoubtedly a good thing for him, so he hardly hesitated and immediately clasped his hands in response. It is my honor to work for President Zhao. After giving He-Wen a few reminders regarding the cooperative transactions, the others began to leave. Zhao Xian also returned to his room and summoned Tai Shan. Tai Shan, you can start your actions now. Remember what I told you, Zhao Xian said to Tai Shan. Tai Shan immediately clasped his hands and said, Please rest assured, President, Tai Shan will not fail in his mission. But then Tai Shan stood up and asked, But after I leave, what about your safety, President? To this, Zhao Xian simply waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. As long as I am in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, no one can harm me. Just focus on your work. Yes, Tai Shan will get to work right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Shan's figure vanished into the darkness, completely disappearing. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce should also be getting ready to act. Zhao Xian smiled. Originally, he had thought to wait a bit longer before taking action, as he still lacked sufficient means to protect himself. However, the conclusion of this auction had granted him a top-tier treasure like the Zixiao Cave. There was no need to worry about self-preservation anymore. Since that's the case, then the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce can begin to move. On the highest peak of the Ning'an mountain range in the northern state province, there stood a massive sect. This was the location of the largest sect in the northern state province, Haoyu sect. At the entrance of the mountain peak stood a gate made of pitch-black mysterious iron, towering 100 meters high. On the door, 3 large characters were intricately carved, Haoyu sect. Inside the Haoyu sect, mist swirled, making it appear like a fairyland from a distance. In the main hall, Xiang Qianqian entered with the black tiger. Inside, an elderly man hunched over, engrossed in an ancient book. The black tiger immediately stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and saluted, saying, "Elder." Noticing Xiang Qianqian's arrival, the old man turned his head, his gaze not falling on the black tiger but on Xiang Qianqian, a loving smile appearing on his weathered face. "Qianqian, did you have fun on this trip?" the old man asked gently. Xiang Qianqian smiled back. "Yes, Grandpa, I saw many interesting things, and I have a lot to tell you." "Oh, if my precious granddaughter is so happy, it must be quite interesting," the old man replied. Pausing for a moment, the black tiger immediately reacted, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, "I take my leave." He then turned and left. Only the grandfather and granddaughter remained seated on either side. "Grandpa, our North State province really is a place of hidden talents," Xiang Qianqian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing this, Xiang Yuntian also smiled lovingly and asked, "What do you mean by that? Do you know Manhwa City?" Xiang Qianqian asked curiously, but then realized that her grandfather, as the actual power holder of the Haoyu sect, would likely not know about such a small city. She planned to introduce Manhwa City directly. However, to her surprise, Xiang Yuntian nodded thoughtfully. "Of course I know." Xiang Qianqian was taken aback. "How do you know, Grandpa?" From her impression of her grandfather, he didn't seem like someone who would take the initiative to learn about such small cities. Xiang Yuntian smiled slightly. "About 30 years ago, before you were born, there was a chamber of commerce called the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce among the top 10 in our North State province, which originated from Manhwa City. I once represented the Haoyu sect in cooperation with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, so I naturally know about it. However, some unpleasant events occurred later, and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce fell into decline. Now, I doubt many people in the entire North State province even know about it." Hearing this, Xiang Qianqian suddenly understood. She had indeed investigated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's situation but had not looked into its history. She was surprised to learn that her grandfather had once cooperated with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. What happened afterward? Why did the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce suddenly decline? Xiang Qianqian asked curiously. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had once been a top chamber of commerce in North State Province. So logically, even if it relied on its past glory, it shouldn't have fallen so drastically in such a short time. What exactly had happened? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian did not answer, his eyes revealing complexity. This matter is quite complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. By the way, why did you suddenly mention Manhwa City? Xiang Yuntian countered. Xiang Qianqian then realized, "I thought you didn't know about Manhwa City, but since you do, I'll just say it directly. Actually, I went to Manhwa City to attend the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's auction." Hearing this, Xiang Yuntian was somewhat surprised. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce hasn't closed down? In his memory, after that incident, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had completely collapsed, and all its branches in North State Province had been wiped out. He thought the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would never recover, perhaps even going bankrupt. Yet, it was still holding an auction? This astonished him greatly. Yes, moreover, the scale is quite large. Xiang Qianqian held her head high and took out the items she had auctioned from her storage ring. The most important thing is the map of the Spirit Stone Mine. Here, This is what I got from the auction held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It's a map showing the location of a low-grade spirit stone mine. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian was even more astonished. A map of a low-grade spirit stone mine? Qianxian, you are still too young to believe in such things. Xiang Yuntian thought Qianxian had fallen for a scam, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qianxian. Of course, I didn't fully believe it. I already conveyed the news to Uncle Chen on my way back. If nothing unexpected happens, we should have news soon, and then we can verify its authenticity. You girl, what more verification do you need? Who would auction off a map of a spirit stone mine? Isn't that foolish? Before Xiang Yuntian could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly darted in through the doorway. It then walked straight up to the two of them, half kneeling on the ground, and raised the scroll in hand, saying, reporting to the Grand Elder and the young miss, we received information from Elder Chen that the spirit stone mine recorded in the young miss's map is genuine. He ordered me to deliver this decree to the young miss urgently. Saying this, he handed the scroll to Qianxian. At this moment, both of them were taken aback. After a moment of shock, Qianxian's face lit up with joy. I knew he wasn't lying to me. With a beaming smile, she took the scroll and, upon seeing its contents, her delight only grew. She then handed it over to Xiang Yuntian. Grandpa, the map is real, and the spirit stone mine recorded in it is much larger than an ordinary low-grade spirit stone mine. Just the mining alone would take many years. Xiang Yuntian was stunned. This completely shattered his worldview. A map of a low-grade spirit stone mine. How could someone actually auction it off? And this map came from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? A middle-aged man's image suddenly appeared in his mind. It's been 3 days since we last met, and you've truly made me see you in a new light. He sighed inwardly. Good granddaughter, how much did you spend on this map? 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Qianxian said this without even furrowing her brow. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His granddaughter, truly was bold. She casually spent 5 million low-grade spirit stones without a second thought to acquire this uncertain map of a spirit stone mine. If it were him, he would have thought it over many times before making a move. After all, as the one in power, he had to consider gains and losses. In this regard, he was outdone by his granddaughter. Well done. This business is quite profitable. Xiang Yuntian praised sincerely. Of course. You should see who I am. Qianxian proudly lifted her little head. But I didn't expect that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce not only hasn't fallen into decline but has actually grown quite a bit. Besides this map, what else did the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce bring to this auction? Xiang Yuntian asked curiously. Qianxian answered truthfully. However, the more she spoke, the more shocked Xiang Yuntian became. He was unclear about the specific situation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, but he had heard about the situation with the Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the Sunyuet Chamber of Commerce always targeting the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Under such targeting, how could the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce still produce so many treasures? Among these treasures, such as that top-grade spirit artifact, even he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. And these treasures actually came from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? This left him utterly astonished. When did Zhao Litian's methods become so formidable? But if he truly had such capabilities, that incident wouldn't have happened. Could it be that he transformed after that incident? He couldn't help but murmur in amazement. Xiang Qianxian listened to these words, her face showing confusion. Grandpa, this has nothing to do with Zhao Litian. He has been dead for a long time. He said honestly. After all, he had investigated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and knew that Zhao Xian's father was named Zhao Litian, the former president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that Grandpa was still unclear and had made a mistake. Hearing this, Xiang Yuntian was indeed taken aback. Zhao Litian is dead? He asked in surprise. Yes. Xiang Qianxian nodded. How did he die? I heard he committed suicide by poisoning. Before he died, it seemed he wanted to take his son with him. What a coward. Dying and still wanting to drag someone else down with him. At this, Xiang Qianxian couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. However, a look of realization appeared in Xiang Yuntian's eyes. Of course, from what he knew of Zhao Litian, this guy had that kind of personality. Committing suicide by poisoning? Ha! How pathetic. But, since Zhao Litian is dead, then who is currently in control of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Who is currently in charge of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Xiang Yuntian asked again. Chen Yunha or Ling Yao? Grandpa, your news is too outdated. Chen Yunha and Lin Yao are elders. The current president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is Zhao Xian, Zhao Litian's son. Xiang Qianqian explained with a smile, then added, he's very handsome. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian finally connected the dots. Is that so? So the reason the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can return to its peak is all thanks to Zhao Xian? Yes. Zhao Litian was useless, but his son is quite capable. In response, Xiang Qianqian's eyes sparkled with approval as she nodded, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, I think so too, and I originally wanted to mention it to Dad, but he's very busy right now and doesn't have time to see him. Grandpa, you must remind Dad not to hold a grudge against Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Xiang Qianqian said this, Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean by that? He knew his precious granddaughter very well. His granddaughter had high standards. Even the young talents within the Hao sect couldn't catch her eye. But from the way Xiang Qianqian had just acted towards Zhao Xian, she was very serious, and her words were full of admiration. This was quite unusual. Moreover, this statement surprised him even more. The Hao sect was the largest sect in the North State Province. It was said that only others dared not provoke the Hao sect. But who would the Hao sect not dare to provoke? Before I came here, I personally saw a fragmentation realm expert in Manhwa City take action and kill a gathering pill realm expert who was eyeing the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Although that fragmentation realm expert is not within the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, from what I saw, he must have acted on behalf of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. In other words, there is a fragmentation realm expert standing behind the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Xiang Qianqian explained very seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian's expression became extremely serious. The fragmentation realm. This was not something you could find everywhere on the streets. Even the Hao sect had only 3 fragmentation realm experts. Other top sects also had fragmentation realm experts, but their numbers were few. The number of fragmentation realm experts in the North State Province was fixed, and they all knew each other. But the fragmentation realm experts Xiang Qianqian mentioned, he definitely did not know. The fragmentation realm experts he knew did not go to Manhwa City. Loose cultivators? How could that be possible? Which expert who stepped into the fragmentation realm wasn't piled up with heavenly materials and earthly treasures? How could a loose cultivator obtain so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Only powerful sects could afford to raise them. Since he wasn't a fragmentation realm expert from within the North State Province, there was only one possibility. Behind the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce stands the fragmented void realm from other places. Moreover, a normal fragmented void realm would never deliberately support the weak. There is only one type of person who would do such a thing. Grandpa, I think Zhao Xian has great potential. If we actively befriend Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce now, it would definitely be a tremendous boon for our Hao sect. Xiang Qianqian was unaware of Xiang Yuntian's considerations and expressed all her thoughts. However, her doting grandfather, who would usually agree to whatever she said, did not nod in agreement at this moment. Instead, he smiled and shook his head, saying, Qianqian, you must be tired from your journey. Go rest well. As for the matters with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, you don't need to worry about them. Hearing this, Xiang Qianqian was taken aback. As if realizing something, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiang Yuntian. Grandpa, you're not thinking of taking action against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, are you? Xiang Yuntian chuckled lightly. Our Hao sect is the #1 sect in the North State Province. Is it worth my personal involvement with a mere small chamber of commerce? However, you should understand that the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce is our Hao sect's influence. Since the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is in opposition to the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce, naturally, there's no question of befriending them. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qianqian understood immediately. Her grandfather clearly had no intention of befriending the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, if the relationship between the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce further deteriorated, it was likely that the Hao sect would also intervene. Grandpa, trust me, really don't make an enemy of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian's abilities. Xiang Qianqian wanted to persuade him further but was interrupted by Xiang Yuntian raising his hand. He directly summoned the guards. Miss is tired, take her back to her room. Yes. The guards immediately forcibly led Xiang Qianqian away from the main hall, leaving Xiang Yuntian sitting alone. If the fragmented void behind the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce were just ordinary fragmented void realm experts, that would be one thing. But if it's a fragmented void that has fallen into the path of demons, then the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce deserves to be eradicated. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. To him, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, which was clearly at the end of its strength, suddenly rising like a comet was abnormal, coupled with the fragmented void realm expert behind the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. If that expert had indeed fallen into the path of demons, everything would seem reasonable. Zhao Xian, of course, had no idea that in the eyes of the Grand Elder of the Haoyue sect, he was seemingly colluding with demons. At this moment, he was sitting in his room. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Beep. The Blood Spirit Sword you auctioned has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments for distribution. Immediately, Zhao Xian's material fragments increased by 2. It was a small amount, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Slowly accumulating was still quite good. While he was pondering, the system prompt sounded again. Beep. The Qingtsong sword technique you auctioned has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into martial arts experience for distribution. Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. This time, 2 items had been used in succession. Zhao Xian glanced at his panel. His martial arts experience had directly increased by 10,000. At the same time, the remaining return times were down to 5. Not bad. Zhao Xian nodded, feeling very satisfied. With this, his martial arts experience surged back to 100,000. If he could get some high-grade martial arts next time, he could max them out as soon as he got them. That would be quite satisfying. I've accumulated 6 more opportunities to turn waste into treasure, Zhao Xian thought. Taking out the treasures from the Daxia dynasty, he planned to go big at the next auction. The previous treasures were naturally still not enough. Of course, he also needed to think about which items to transform. When it comes to weapons, these things are merely mid-tier spiritual artifacts. After turning waste into treasure, they will likely only be top-tier spiritual artifacts. Top-tier spiritual artifacts aren't really enough, Zhao Xian muttered. If these words were to spread, countless powerful beings would probably be furious enough to want to strangle him. Not enough top-tier spiritual artifacts? There are hardly any in the entire North State province. Countless gathering Dan realm experts dream of obtaining a top-tier spiritual artifact. And you look down on them now? How infuriating. However, for Zhao Xian, top-tier spiritual artifacts truly weren't enough. After all, his ambitions were quite grand. The next auction was also very important to him. It involved the future development of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, high standards were required. But one top-tier spiritual artifact won't do. Several top-tier spiritual artifacts from the Great Xia dynasty should be quite impressive, right? Suddenly, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately transformed all 3 of the spears in front of him from waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the top-tier spiritual artifact, Xia Clan's Dragon-Slaying Spear. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the top-tier spiritual artifact, Xia Clan's Dragon-Slaying Spear. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the top-tier spiritual artifact, Xia Clan's Dragon-Slaying Spear. 3 notification sounds rang out. The 3 defective spears instantly transformed. Their shafts straightened, and a golden dragon coiled around the base, looking quite imposing. It really has that royal flavor now. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts from the Great Xia dynasty, if taken out, should be quite shocking. Although Zhao Xian didn't know the status of the Xia Clan's Dragon-Slaying Spear in the Great Xia dynasty, it shouldn't be too low. If auctioned, it would likely cause a stir in the Great Xia dynasty. Zhao Xian didn't mind this, as it was precisely his goal. There are still 3 chances left. Let's see what this jade seal can turn into. Zhao Xian's gaze fell on the corner-chipped jade seal beside him. From its appearance, it seemed to be the national jade seal of the Great Xia dynasty, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing beneath the seal, making it not quite like a national jade seal. Zhao Xian didn't think too much about it. He directly took the jade seal in his hand and silently turned waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the top-tier spiritual treasure, National Jade Seal. Whoosh! A radiant light burst forth from his hand, and the previously chipped jade seal had vanished. In its place, a complete jade seal landed in Zhao Xian's hand. The jade seal was not large, only the size of a fist, but it felt heavy. The key was that it seemed to possess a special power surging within it, causing Zhao Xian to tremble. Top-tier spiritual treasure? National Jade Seal? Zhao Xian's pupils constricted, and he quickly looked down at the description. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow! Top-tier spiritual treasure, National Jade Seal, a national treasure. Possessing this item allows one to enjoy the fortune of the dynasty. The stronger the dynasty, the greater the fortune enjoyed, and one's own strength will be greatly enhanced. Holding this item brings imperial aura, commanding respect across the world. Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Goodness! This thing is simply a divine object that countless dynasties dream of, especially for powerful dynasty rulers. If they could obtain the National Jade Seal, the dynasty's fortune would bolster their strength to an incredibly terrifying level. This is no joke. The preciousness of the National Jade Seal could almost be said to far exceed all the treasures he currently possessed. It's a pity I'm not interested in being an emperor, otherwise, I could try establishing a dynasty. Zhao Xian shook his head. Life in a dynasty must be filled with intrigue. He had no interest in that at all. With this time, it would be better to hold a few more auctions. Once the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce grows stronger, we can hold auctions everywhere, and even set up several branches to conduct auctions in various places of the Dian dynasty. This is the most suitable way for him to become stronger. The National Seal is indeed precious, but it doesn't suit him. It would be nice for auctioning. However, if it were really brought out, some people might go crazy. Zhao Xian smiled. Given the terrifying nature of the National Seal, even if someone from a dynasty managed to auction it, they wouldn't be able to keep it for long. The National Seal is like a hot potato. If one's strength is insufficient, it would definitely be hard to hold on to. Even with some strength, one would face various pressures from other dynasties. This is no joke. Once it is released, it would likely attract not just the Dian dynasty, but also the neighboring Daxia dynasty, and even higher dynasties, all vying for it. At that time, the entire Dian dynasty would be thrown into chaos. Interesting. If possible, it might be worth a try. Zhao Xian smiled, seemingly having some plans. With 2 opportunities left to turn waste into treasure, Zhao Xian had not found anything suitable, so he could only give up. Since there's still some time, let's continue cultivating. Time is money. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Xian sat down and began to cultivate again. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yunhe received quite a few visitors. These people were dressed in luxurious attire, clearly of high status. However, their attitude towards Chen Yunhe was as low as it could be. Chen Yunhe sat upright, appearing expressionless, but inside he was overjoyed. Because the people who now looked down on him were the merchants from Qinglan City and Yunshan City who had once mocked him. As for why they were here, the reason was simple. They were afraid that if the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce pursued them, their lives would not be easy. If it were before, when the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was in decline, they wouldn't have cared about it at all. But now, they had to be cautious. After all, Qinglan City and Yunshan City were not far from Mingyue City. If the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce sought revenge, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Chen Yunhe was enjoying this. After all, this group had looked down on him quite a bit. Now that the roles were reversed, he naturally had to return the disdain. Lin Yao and Xue Ming were working overtime to prepare for the continued expansion of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian had given them a large sum of spirit stones specifically to expand the scale of the Qingyun auctions. They were wholeheartedly handling it. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. In Haiyun City, at the headquarters of the Shuinyu Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shanyue got up early and stood in the hall, calling for his servants. Today was the day to trade with that mysterious powerhouse. He felt quite excited and expectant. Over the past few days, he had heard too much about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Countless people praised the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, even using it to belittle the Shuinyu Chamber of Commerce. The key was, the Shuinyu Chamber of Commerce couldn't refute it. After all, what they said was true. The auctions held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, whether in scale or the treasures auctioned, were far superior to the recent auctions of the Shuinyu Chamber of Commerce. This was indeed a fact. It made Qin Shanyue feel very frustrated. If the president returned and saw the Shuinyu Chamber of Commerce in such a state, he would definitely not escape punishment. However, this situation was about to change. Damn Zhao Xian, you just wait. Once I get this mysterious powerhouse on my side, the first one to pay for it will be you. He thought viciously. Soon, the servant had prepared the carriages and walked up to Qin Shangyue, whispering, "Elder, we can set off now. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Qin Shangyue boarded the carriage, quickly heading towards the agreed location. Before long, in a valley, a figure dressed in a black robe had been waiting there for some time. Soon, several luxurious carriages arrived, bearing the emblem of the Sun Yu Merchant Association. This emblem was enough to deter many lurking bandits. After all, everyone knew that behind the Sun Yu Merchant Association was the most powerful sect in the North State, the Hao Yue sect. Who would dare provoke such a formidable presence? They would be courting death. The carriages came to a stop. Qin Shangyue and the servant got down and walked towards the figure in the black robe. The servant immediately stepped forward and introduced, "Esteemed Senior, this is our Sun Yu Merchant Association's Grand Elder. Esteemed Senior, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin Shangyue," Qin Shangyue said, bowing respectfully. His attitude was quite humble. After all, Qin Shangyue was a strong practitioner of the falling pattern realm. He could sense the terrifying aura of the mysterious figure before him. He had encountered many strong practitioners, but this kind of terrifying aura he had only felt from those in the fragmented void realm. In other words, this mysterious strong practitioner was a fragmented void expert. Thinking of this, Qin Shanyue's heart raced even more. If he could establish a connection with this fragmented void expert, or even have him do work for the Sun Yu Merchant Association, then how could the Sun Yu Merchant Association not become the #1 merchant association in the North State? No. What #1 merchant association in the North State? Even the #1 merchant association of the Dian dynasty would be within reach. The more he thought, the more excited Qin Shangyue became. The mysterious figure, however, seemed rather indifferent to Qin Shanyue's bow. "Have you brought the items?" Qin Shangyue paid no mind to the man's rudeness. After all, he was a fragmented void expert. Such an attitude was perfectly normal. "Esteemed Senior, rest assured, everything you instructed has been brought. Bring the items up." Qin Shangyue waved his hand, signaling his servants to bring the items forward. 2 servants led 2 carriages up and then unloaded several boxes from them. "Esteemed Senior, here are the mid-grade Shin-tier treasures you requested. A total of 2 boxes, totaling 40 items. Inside are martial arts techniques, spiritual artifacts, and treasures, everything you could need." Qin Shangyue immediately flashed a flattering smile at the mysterious figure in the black robe. The mysterious man slightly nodded but still showed no emotion. Qin Shanyue's heart sank a little. Could it be that he was dissatisfied? Thinking of this, he quickly took out a large box. "Esteemed Senior, inside are the 10 high-grade Shin-tier treasures you mentioned." Qin Shangyue began to introduce them one by one. As the Grand Elder of the Sun Yu Merchant Association, his eloquence was top-notch. He spoke enthusiastically, extolling the treasures to the skies. If Zhao Xian were here, he might have been swayed, but unfortunately, standing before him was Tai Shan. No matter how much Qin Shangyue boasted, Tai Shan let it go in one ear and out the other, not taking it to heart at all. When Qin Shangyue had finally run out of things to say, Tai Shan casually remarked, "Not bad." This scene left Qin Shangyue wide-eyed. He thought his sales pitch was unbeatable. How could it have no effect at all in front of this mysterious strong practitioner? Could it be that all fragmented void experts had such a resilient mindset? He thought to himself, feeling even more thrilled. This indicated that this mysterious fragmented void expert was likely not weak even among those of his realm. This further solidified his desire to cling to this powerful ally. With that in mind, he immediately took out a box from his bosom. This box was anything but ordinary. It was made of pure jade, entirely snow-white and delicate, looking exquisite as if it were a work of art. He slowly opened the jade box. With a gentle voice, he introduced, "Inside this jade box is a heavenly spirit snow ginseng, its price and quality comparable to a low-grade earth-tier treasure. This item was accidentally obtained by our Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce some time ago in the northernmost region of the Great Yin Dynasty. Its value is remarkable. If consumed, it has a chance to allow those below the Gathering Pill realm to directly break through several levels. It is truly a treasure of heaven and earth." At this point, Qin Shangyue hesitated. This treasure was extremely precious to him. He had even intended to use it himself. He was currently at the Fallen Pattern realm, and if he consumed this heavenly spirit snow ginseng, he could potentially break through to the Gathering Pill realm in no time. But, for the future of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, and for his own future, he took a gamble. Soon, his gaze became resolute. He looked directly at the mysterious man in the black robe. Senior, this item is a small token of our Sinyu Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, I wonder if you would be willing to join our Sinyu Chamber of Commerce, becoming our honored guest and the only elder of our chamber? I, Qin Shangyue, can guarantee that once you become our elder, no matter how many treasures you need, our Sinyu Chamber of Commerce will do everything possible to meet your demands. Qin Shangyue bowed and handed the jade box to the mysterious man in the black robe, his tone very sincere. He lowered his head, constantly hoping that the mysterious man would accept the jade box, because once accepted, it would mean he agreed to his request. But if it was not accepted, continuing this trade would still be quite good for the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was pondering, he felt a lightness in his hand. Suddenly, Qin Shanyue's eyes were filled with surprise. The senior agreed. He joyfully raised his head, but he saw that Taizhan was also slowly lifting his head. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. The item is good, I will take it. As for your Sinyu Chamber of Commerce, do you think you are worthy to invite me as an elder? As soon as Tieshan's words fell, everyone from the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce, including Qin Shanyue, widened their eyes in shock, their faces instantly filled with terror. The aura of a fragmented void realm expert spread out, causing everyone from the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce, including Qin Shanyue, to kneel on the ground, their souls nearly fleeing in fear. What was happening? Why did this fragmented void realm expert suddenly change his attitude? This sudden turn of events caused Qin Shanyue and the scout to change their expressions drastically. Qin Shanyue, well versed in the world, quickly calmed down despite his inner fear. He hurriedly whispered, Senior, our Sinyu Chamber of Commerce has always been responsive to your requests. Why are you treating us this way? Why should I explain my actions to you? Taizhan replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanyue's heart turned icy. This was bad. It seemed this fragmented void realm expert was determined to take action against them, but Qin Shanyue still unwillingly shouted, But senior, if you take action against us, it would be a declaration of war against our Sinyu Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber's president, although not as strong as you, has deep connections with the elders of the Haoyue sect. If I die here, the Haoyue sect will definitely not sit idly by. I urge you to think carefully. Although you are also a fragmented void realm expert, there is more than one fragmented void realm expert in the Haoyue sect. I believe you wouldn't want to be targeted by several of them. Would you? This statement was both soft and firm. It vaguely carried a hint of threat. The Haoyue sect was the backbone of the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce. It was also the reason he could be so bold in trading with this mysterious fragmented void realm expert. However, he was also somewhat anxious, unsure if the Haoyue sect's reputation could hold against this person. If it couldn't, just as he was pondering this, Taishan suddenly leaned closer to Qin Shanyu, lifting his head. You are the Grand Elder of the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shanyu? Qin Shanyu looked at the imposing figure before him, which seemed as overwhelming as a mountain, his heart racing wildly. As a mere falling pattern realm cultivator, he felt like a chick before a fragmented void realm expert, utterly powerless. Yet he still forced himself to suppress his fear and nodded. You say, if I kill you, it would be a declaration of war against the Sinyu Chamber of Commerce? Taishan asked with a smile. Qin Shanyu felt a chilling aura from Taishan's smile. What? What do you mean? Qin Shanyu's gaze was fixed on Taishan. The battle has already begun, hasn't it? Since you devoured the branches of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, until you set your sights on the headquarters of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Taishan murmured. Upon hearing this, even Qin Shanyu, no matter how foolish, widened his eyes in realization. You are from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he exclaimed in horror. Correct. Unfortunately, the reward is sending you to hell. Crack. The moment the words fell, Taishan's right hand exerted force. Qin Shanyu's head was crushed like a watermelon. Bang! Blood mixed with disgusting red and white substances splattered everywhere. In an instant, the scouts and several of Qin Shanyu's subordinates nearby turned pale. The Grand Elder is dead. Run! Run! They hesitated not a moment, abandoning everything to flee. But they were far too naive. Before a fragmented void realm expert, even those in the gathering pill realm could not escape his grasp, let alone these ordinary falling pattern and even spirit transformation realm cultivators. 10 breaths later, the ground was already soaked in bright red blood. Taishan walked over to the cart, collecting all the treasures into his storage ring. One must say, Qin Shanyu and his people were quite sincere. After all, they transported their goods using carts rather than storage rings, which was a way to show respect. Unfortunately, they expressed their respect to the wrong person. Tai Shan's gaze turned to a figure fleeing not far away, clearly in a state of panic. He was a servant of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce that Tai Shan had intentionally let go. I wonder why the master wants to do this. If he wants to act, wouldn't it be easier to hide in the dark? This was Zhao Xian's request, and he naturally followed orders, but Tai Shan was somewhat puzzled. In his view, he could have single-handedly stormed the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, causing chaos. Wouldn't that be simpler and more straightforward? Yet the master wanted to let someone go back to report to the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. This way, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce would definitely know that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was behind the attack. Wouldn't that make it much more difficult to annihilate the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce? Of course, even though he didn't understand, Tai Shan would never say anything more. Instead, he strictly followed Zhao Xian's orders. After handling the situation here, he turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. As for the servant of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, he scrambled back to Haiyun City. At the headquarters of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, a hoarse voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Help! The Grand Elder has been killed. We were ambushed. Someone come quickly," he shouted loudly. This voice instantly spread throughout the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, waking everyone up, who rushed to the hall without even having time to put on their clothes. Seeing the servant who had accompanied Grand Elder Qin Shanyu to trade with the mysterious fragmented Void Realm expert now covered in blood and with a face full of terror, they understood. Something big had happened. On that morning, the distant sky revealed a hint of fish belly white, signaling the dawn's arrival. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, a loud crash echoed as a teacup shattered. Utterly foolish. A powerful voice filled with anger followed immediately. In the hall, a burly middle-aged man was furiously shouting at several elders of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce standing nearby. The elders all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. "You traded with the broken Void Realm without informing me about such a significant matter? Letting Shan Yu act recklessly alone. Do you not know his temperament?" After this outburst, the elders remained silent, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Qin Shanhu's anger surged even more, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. Despite his rage, he understood that this matter could not be blamed on these elders. The real culprit was the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. What a Qingyun Chamber of Commerce! They've hidden themselves so deeply. He learned the ins and outs from a servant, so he understood that if he had been present, he might have believed it too. On one hand, it was because their Sunyu Chamber of Commerce was indeed too large, and backed by the Hao US sect, they had no fear of anyone daring to act against them. On the other hand, the treasure in the hands of that mysterious person was indeed too tempting. But he never expected that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's broken Void Realm would decisively kill his brother. They were not afraid of the Hao US sect behind the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce at all. This made him even angrier. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian, if I do not avenge this grudge, I would rather take my own life. He howled angrily at the sky. Then, with a swift motion, he stood up, ignoring the elders, and headed straight for the Hao US sect. Manhwa City. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian's residence. Tai Shan returned early and told Zhao Xian everything. After listening, Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." Tai Shan said nothing and stood to the side. "Now, we just need to wait patiently for a while," Zhao Xian said, and did not continue to ponder this matter. He resumed his cultivation as if he had completely disregarded the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, a piece of news spread rapidly throughout the entire North State province. 3 days later, big trouble. The Grand Elder of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shanyu, has been killed. What the hell? Who has such guts? How dare they act against the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce? Don't they value their lives? Who says otherwise? I heard that the president of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce has already gone to the Hao US sect, and it won't be long before the Hao US sect will take action. You guys are not well informed. From what I've gathered, the murderer is from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and is actually a strong practitioner of the Broken Void Realm. What the hell? Broken Void Realm. On the streets of Manhwa City, passers-by walked in groups, discussing the news. This information had already reached Manhwa City. Now, Almost everyone in the North State Province knew about the enmity between the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. And the news that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had a strong practitioner of the Broken Void Realm stationed there. This news was like a heavy bomb, shocking all the forces in the North State Province. Lu Yun Sect, True Inheritance Hall. I didn't expect that this small Manhwa city, this small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, actually has a practitioner of the Broken Void Realm stationed. An elder of the Lu Yun sect stroked his beard, frowning in contemplation. Indeed, a strong practitioner of the Broken Void Realm. That requires countless treasures of heaven and earth to accumulate, and even then, success is not guaranteed. I wonder where this Broken Void practitioner came from. Li Shan, do you know? The elders, while discussing, suddenly turned their gaze to Li Shan standing nearby. I heard you attended the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's auction twice. And it seems you have some connections with the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? You should know quite a bit about them, right? Hearing the elder's inquiry, Li Shan immediately stood up and slightly cupped his hands. Elders, you overestimate me. Although I have participated in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce twice, I know nothing about the chamber itself. As for the president Zhao Xian of the Qingyun Chamber, I truly admire him. He is no ordinary person, and his abilities and character make me feel inferior. What he said was completely true. After all, the last auction had left him deeply shocked, yet Zhao Xian appeared as calm as water, as if he didn't care about those treasures at all. This aspect made him feel that Zhao Xian was extraordinary. Top-grade spiritual artifacts, low-grade spiritual stone vein maps, and 2 low-grade earth-level martial arts. Any one of these would drive countless Dan-gathering realm experts into madness. But Zhao Xian remained so composed. At least he believed he could not achieve that. I see. Upon hearing this, the elders could only nod slightly, their eyes filled with some disappointment. However, immediately after, a heavy and powerful voice came from the highest position. Li Shan, since you are acquainted with Zhao Xian of the Qingyun Chamber, you should go to Manhwa City and investigate thoroughly. It would be best to clarify the background of that fragmentation realm expert from the Qingyun Chamber. The clearer, the better. Hearing this, Li Shan's mouth twitched slightly. He originally did not want to wade into this murky water, but now, he had no choice but to go. Yes, Sect Master. He immediately cupped his hands. Hanwu Dao Sect. In the conference hall. What? That kid actually has a fragmentation realm expert backing him? Upon learning that the fragmentation realm expert from the Qingyun Chamber had killed the Grand Elder Qin Shanyue of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, Shi Hongshan, who had just returned to the sect and was still studying the top-grade spiritual artifact, the Zishuan sword, couldn't help but widen his eyes. But then he suddenly realized. No wonder. I was wondering why the president of the Qingyun Chamber was so bold, taking out so many treasures at once without fear of being robbed. It turns out he has this kind of confidence. Hearing Shi Hongshan's exclamation, the sect master of Hanwu Dao sect, sitting in the first position, couldn't help but frown and said, Old Shi, you have met Zhao Xian and stayed in the Qingyun Chamber. Didn't you sense the aura of a fragmentation realm expert before you left? Shi Hongshan shook his head. At that time, all his attention was on the auction. How could he notice if there were more terrifying auras around? Moreover, even if there were, it was a fragmentation realm expert. How could he possibly detect it? He, Shi Hongshan, was not a fragmentation realm. Is it very troublesome? Seeing the sect master frown, Shi Hongshan couldn't help but ask. After all, it's a suddenly emerged fragmentation realm, who knows what his purpose is? The sect master nodded. If it were just a suddenly emerged Dan-gathering realm, it wouldn't even cause a ripple in the North State Province. But, this was a fragmentation realm expert. There were not many in the entire North State Province. Naturally, it had to be taken seriously. Have the other sects been contacted? Shi Hongshan paused and inquired. But there are no leads. The sect master nodded. Then this is strange. Shi Hongshan's brows also furrowed tightly. I remember that Xuanwu Mountain has eyes everywhere in the Dian dynasty, right? Even Xuanwu Mountain couldn't find out about this suddenly emerged fragmentation realm? The sect master nodded. No, this fragmentation realm expert seems to have appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Shi Hongshan speculated. Could it be that a peak Dan-gathering realm expert broke through? The sect master shook his head. We have investigated, none of the recent peak Dan-gathering realm experts have broken through. Instantly, Shi Hongshan fell into silence. This suddenly emerged fragmentation realm indeed had a very strange track. For a time, nearly all the top sects in the North State Province were focused on the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The most special, of course, is the Hao US sect. At this moment, in the main hall of the Hao US sect, Qin Shanhai is half kneeling on the ground, speaking to a middle-aged man in front of him. Elder Xiang, please help us speak on behalf of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is too arrogant, daring to use such despicable means to lure my brother into a transaction, and then take the opportunity to kill him. This is simply the style of demons. As soon as Qin Shanhai opened his mouth, he directly categorized the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce into the ranks of demons. He was quite skilled at putting labels on others, which was a stark contrast to his rugged appearance. Hearing Qin Shanhai's words, Xiang Ming, who was also Xiang Qianxian's father, frowned. As the third elder of the Hao US sect and also considered the backing of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, he naturally could not just sit idly by. But, Qianxian told me not to interfere in the conflict between the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He showed a thoughtful expression. Ultimately, he chose to intervene in this matter. He could not abandon the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce just because of Xiang Qianxian's one-sided words. This would be a significant loss of face for the Hao US sect. This matter was not trivial. I am already aware of this matter. I will report it to the Grand Elder. Rest assured, the Hao US sect will not sit idly by. Upon hearing Xiang Ming's words, Qin Shanhai felt a great sense of relief in his heart. He showed gratitude and bowed to Xiang Ming. Thank you, Elder Xiang. If my brother's revenge can be avenged, in the future, no matter what the third elder needs, just command me, old Qin, regardless of whether I can do it or not, I will do my utmost. Just as the two were discussing how to report this matter to Xiang Yuntian, a delicate figure swiftly entered the hall from outside. The newcomer was none other than Xiang Qianxian. After entering the hall, she first shot a fierce glare at the kneeling Qin Shanhai. Then she immediately walked to Xiang Ming's side and said, Dad, this matter is inappropriate. Xiang Ming frowned upon seeing this and said, Qianxian, I told you not to barge in during discussions. Xiang Qianxian ignored him and earnestly said, Dad, I have investigated the background. I have also looked into the grievances between the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. I don't know why the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce suddenly fell into decline, but the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce has risen unexpectedly, swallowing all the major branches of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in less than a few years. Moreover, even the former president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Lidian, was driven to death by the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce retaliated against the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce's Grand Elder, which is a case of revenge for revenge. Our Hao US sect should not interfere in this matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanhai's expression suddenly changed. He had thought that his trip would go smoothly and that he would quickly gain the support of the Hao US sect. At that time, taking down the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would be as easy as pie. He did not expect that Xiang Qianxian would suddenly intervene. He quickly turned his eyes and stood up, cupping his hands in salute. Miss Xiang, this matter is unfounded. Please do not be deceived by external rumors. However, Xiang Qianxian raised her eyebrows, her gaze icy as she looked at Qin Shanhai. Are you questioning my intelligence network? I dare not. Qin Shanhai immediately fell into defeat, lowering his head, his forehead already covered in sweat. Enough, Qianxian. Stop messing around. Xiang Ming frowned, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone already carrying a hint of reproach. Regardless of the grievances between the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce is our Hao US sect's force. Since they have allied with our Hao US sect, we naturally cannot ignore them. Otherwise, if this gets out, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? It would make people think that our Hao US sect is afraid of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. I know you are very interested in the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, the Black Tiger told me. But now the matter is serious, it's not the time to get entangled in personal feelings. As Xiang Ming said this, Xiang Qianxian became anxious. I'm not doing this because of Zhao Xian. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Xiang Ming. Enough, my mind is made up. No need for more words. Hearing this, Xiang Qianxian's face turned even paler. Foolish. No wonder my mother would abandon you, you are truly stubborn and foolish. Xiang Qianxian shouted at Xiang Ming. Angrily, she turned and left. You! Xiang Ming was also furious. This girl, truly spoiled, showed no respect for her father in front of others. However, before he could say anything more, Xiang Qianxian had already left, leaving only her back. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Xiang Ming sighed casually, but Qin Shanhe dared not laugh. He could only helplessly say, every family has its own difficulties. Elder Xiang, I understand. Then what about us? Xiang Ming nodded, his eyes revealing a chill as he said, let's go meet the Grand Elder. Yes. Qin Shanhe's face showed joy. Mingyue City. In the conference hall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yunhe and the other two gathered together, all showing shock on their faces. You should have all heard, right? Chen Yunhe spoke first. Lin Yao and Xue Ming immediately nodded. Is this rumor true or false? Xue Ming showed confusion. It can't be false. I have a friend in Haiyun City, and that Qin Shanue is indeed dead. But, Lin Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, when did our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce have a strong person in the fragmented void realm? I have a guess. Chen Yunhe suddenly thought of something and said. The two looked at him, silently waiting. Chen Yunhe slowly began to speak. You all know old he, right? Back then, for some reason, he suddenly came down and started trading with the president. He is a gathering pill realm expert. I was very puzzled at the time. Why would this gathering pill realm expert show such respect to the president? Combining this rumor, I estimate, this fragmented void realm expert might be the president. Upon hearing Chen Yunhe's analysis, Lin Yao and Xue Ming's eyes lit up. It made sense. However, upon hearing Chen Yunhe's final guess, the two immediately shook their heads. No, that's unlikely. Half a month ago, the president was still in the spirit transformation realm, breaking through to the fragmented void realm in half a month? Don't even mention the Beizhou province, even looking at the entire Dian dynasty, no one could achieve that. If someone could do such a thing, they wouldn't be a freak or a monster, they would be a reincarnated immortal. Lin Yao spoke up. I think perhaps the president knows a fragmented void realm expert over there. Over there? The two were taken aback, then realized, their eyes brightening. Right, the president has special channels. Being able to acquire so many treasures for auction and making friends with a fragmented void realm expert doesn't seem impossible. Moreover, the president can even command this fragmented void realm expert to work for our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, even to kill. This indicates that the president's status over there is definitely not low. As they said this, all three couldn't help but take a deep breath. The president's connections are astonishing. Although killing Qin Shanue has relieved our anger, what if the Hao US sect decides to take action against us because of this? Yes, the Hao US sect has several fragmented void realm experts, and the Grand Elder of the Hao US sect is known as the #1 person in the Beizhou province. If he comes personally, then our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, the three couldn't help but show contemplative expressions, their eyes filled with worry. Sigh. I heard that the fragmented void realm expert deliberately let go of a servant from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, which led to the exposure of their identity. If they hadn't left anyone behind, perhaps this situation wouldn't have occurred. Xue Ming lamented. Chen Yunhe, however, shook his head with a serious expression. We can't say that. Although I don't know the specifics of the transaction that expert from the fragmented void realm made with the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, based on my understanding of Qin Shanue, this transaction is likely related to our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Even if everyone involved in the transaction was killed, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce would definitely point the finger at us. Whether they leave someone behind or not, it actually makes no difference. At most, it just delays things a bit. Upon hearing this, both of them nodded. Given the nature of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, this was indeed a possibility. Why don't we go ask the president? Xue Ming suggested again. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao shook their heads. Forget it, since the president isn't anxious. It means he is very confident in facing this crisis. We just need to trust the president. They had experienced quite a bit alongside Zhao Xian. From these events, they had clearly realized their own shortcomings. Just not being a hindrance was already a blessing. So it was better not to create more chaos and to focus on their own duties. Even though it was anticipated, no one expected the retaliation from the Hao US sect to come so quickly. It had only been 4 days since Qin Shanue was killed, and it was precisely on the 4th day. The sky over Mingyue City suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and the citizens looked up with grave expressions, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse, suffocating them momentarily. It seemed as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Quick, look over there. There are so many people in the sky. In the city, many pedestrians seemed to have noticed something and immediately pointed at the distant horizon in astonishment. Instantly, countless people looked up at the sky. They soon discovered 4 figures stepping through the air. As they approached, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to move along with them. The black clouds pressed down on the city, creating a fitting scene. Someone with sharp eyes gasped, "It's Qin Shanhe, the president of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. They've come to take revenge on the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Oh my, this is going to be a good show." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Some showed signs of eagerness, while others displayed concern. There were also those who took pleasure in the misfortune of others, feeling detached from the situation. After all, the news of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce sending a fragmented Void Realm expert to kill the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce's elder, Qin Shanhe, had already spread throughout the entire North State province. The Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce coming for revenge was naturally expected. In the backyard of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yunhe and the others looked at the familiar figure in the distant sky with grave expressions. Fear was evident on their faces. "It's him! He really came!" Their gaze was not on Qin Shanhe, who stood at the back. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the figure at the front, who appeared somewhat frail and aged. That old man was none other than the great elder of the Haoyue sect and the #1 person in the North State province, Xiang Yuntian. At this moment, Xiang Yuntian's face bore no trace of the tenderness he showed towards Xiang Chanshan. All that remained was a cold and ruthless demeanor. "Xiang Yuntian is here, it seems. The Haoyue sect is serious about this. He was involved in that incident back then. If it weren't for him, perhaps we..." Chen Yunhe looked at Xiang Yuntian, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, but it quickly transformed into despair. He had originally thought that with Zhao Xian's capabilities, he would surely have the confidence to deal with the impending trouble. But, now that even Xiang Yuntian had taken action, no matter how powerful Zhao Xian's connections were, it seemed there was little hope left. After all, in the entire northern state, Xiang Yuntian's strength is an invincible presence. How could they possibly withstand this? As they discussed, the terrifying 4 figures in the sky were already approaching Manhwa City. Once they got closer, the citizens of Manhwa City truly felt the real terror. Just looking up at those 4 figures was enough to feel a terrifying aura that seemed to shake the earth and crack the mountains. However, this aura was not directed at them, so they could only vaguely sense it. And at the center of the storm, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yunhe and the others immediately felt the sharp gaze from Xiang Yuntian. Just one glance made their legs go weak, nearly causing them to kneel on the ground. But at that moment, a gentle breeze brushed against them, and the pressure dissipated in an instant. "Ha!" In the air, Xiang Yuntian let out a soft sound of surprise. These 3 had low cultivation, they should have knelt at his mere glance. Yet now they showed no reaction? However, considering that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had a strong presence in the broken Void Realm, this moment confirmed that point. "What's wrong, elder?" A middle-aged elder beside Xiang Yuntian asked. "It's nothing." Xiang Yuntian waved his hand. Among the 4 present, besides Xiang Yuntian and Qin Shanhe, Xiang Ming was also there, and that middle-aged elder was also a powerful figure in the broken Void Realm, even stronger than Xiang Ming, second only to Xiang Yuntian. "Yun Ha, Lin Yao, it's been a while since we last met, and you both seem quite robust." Xiang Yuntian suddenly spoke, a hint of a smile appearing on his weathered face. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the few above showed no change. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them widened their eyes in surprise. "Who is this old man? He seems quite familiar with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Strange, are they not here to cause trouble for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? I don't understand either." They were somewhat confused. Initially, they thought this group was here to trouble the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, especially since Qin Shanhe was present, but now it seemed more like a reunion? Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. However, the expressions of Chen Yunhe and the others were not good. "Old man, stop pretending. Seeing us still alive and not buried with the president must not feel good for you, right?" Chen Yunhe sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiang Ming and the elder from the Haoyue sect instantly turned cold. Qin Shanhe even cursed angrily. "Chen Yunhe, you old fool, dare to disrespect the elder of the Haoyue sect? You must be tired of living." "I don't know if I'm tired of living, but your brother Qin Shanhe, I bet he's definitely tired of it, otherwise, how could he be dead?" A smile appeared on Chen Yunhe's face, but it was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. filled with mockery. "You bastard!" Qin Shanhe was immediately enraged, standing up and wanting to strike. But due to Xiang Yuntian's presence, he didn't dare to act directly. Everything depended on Xiang Yuntian's intentions. However, at this moment, Xiang Yuntian's expression was not good either. "Chen Yunhe, Lin Yao, I spared your lives back then, which was already a chance for you, but now you dare to act against the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce. Then don't blame me for not remembering old friendships." As soon as Xiang Yuntian said this, the expressions of Chen Yunhe and the others instantly turned ugly. But Chen Yunhe still defiantly spat at Xiang Yuntian. "Go to hell with your old friendships." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiang Yuntian's gaze instantly turned icy. He shook his sleeve, and a terrifying force compressed and deformed the space, an invisible wave of energy suddenly sweeping towards the three. It was easy to imagine what kind of terrifying damage this wave would cause if it hit them. They would not survive. Seeking death. Xiang Yuntian's tone was filled with killing intent. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd finally realized that this weathered old man was actually the elder of the Haoyue sect. The elder of the Haoyue sect had personally come to their door. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is doomed. Looking at the powerful waves rapidly surging in the air, Chen Yunhe and the others turned pale, yet they showed no intention of retreating, because there was no need. Rather than living in shame, it was better to die standing. At least they had some backbone. Just when everyone thought the three of them were about to fall at the hands of Xiang Yuntian, a light laugh suddenly came from the inner room. "The Grand Elder of the Haoyue sect has come from afar. Our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has truly failed to give you a proper welcome. However, you just arrived and already want to strike down several elders of my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It seems there is no need to welcome you." The moment the voice echoed, the invisible waves in the air seemed to suffer some terrifying blow and instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Chen Yunhe and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They almost thought they were going to die here. But then they couldn't help but look at the side with immense excitement. In mid-air, Xiang Yuntian's pupils also involuntarily constricted. Soon after, a figure walked out from the inner room at a leisurely pace and entered the hall. It was Zhao Xian. At this moment, Zhao Xian wore a slight smile, but within that smile, was filled with coldness. "President." Seeing Zhao Xian step forward, the three were overjoyed. Although they didn't believe Zhao Xian had the ability to confront Xiang Yuntian, for some reason, upon seeing Zhao Xian, their mood calmed significantly, and they felt no fear at all. "Is it you who sent someone to kill my brother?" Qin Shanhe's eyes turned red upon seeing Zhao Xian, and in his anger, he seemed about to lose his reason, intending to rush forward and attack Zhao Xian. However, Xiang Ming quickly stopped Qin Shanhe, his gaze directed at Xiang Yuntian. But at this moment, Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but narrow his pupils. His move was actually countered? How did this kid do it? Confusion filled his murky old eyes. As the foremost figure in the North State Province, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the fragmentation realm, just a step away from the king realm. With his abilities, it was impossible for him not to notice if the other party had made a move. But he confirmed that Zhao Xian had no opportunity to act just now. So why did his move dissipate? Doubt, confusion, it lingered in his heart. "You are Zhao Xian, the son of Zhao Lidian?" Xiang Yuntian stared closely at Zhao Xian, then squinted and asked, "You really are a young bull not afraid of tigers. Even if your father stood before me, he would have to kneel and call me Elder Xiang." In response, Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. With such a grand display from the Haoyue sect, sending 3 fragmentation realm experts to my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, are you just here to hear me call you Elder Xian? As soon as these words came out, Xiang Ming's brows furrowed tightly, and he shouted loudly, "Zhao Xian, don't be so arrogant. We of the Haoyue sect did not come to pick a fight, but because you sent someone to kill the Grand Elder of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce." At this point, he paused, and a hint of darkness appeared in his eyes. "Moreover, we heard that a fragmentation realm expert has emerged from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Is this true?" To this, Zhao Xian smiled casually and said, "Indeed." Seeing Zhao Xian take the bait, a glimmer of joy flashed in Xiang Ming's eyes. Then there can be no mistake. There are not many fragmentation realm experts in the North State Province, and they are all prominent figures. And that fragmentation realm expert behind you, hiding and showing no trace, is unknown in detail. And I heard that your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has only recently risen from obscurity, suddenly able to produce such rare treasures as top-grade spiritual artifacts. Don't you find it strange? Xiang Ming's voice was loud, He deliberately made sure everyone around could hear it clearly. This was also the consistent style of the Hao sect. Even when taking the initiative against other sects, they had to have a reason. No reason? Then they would forcibly find a reason to claim. His words indeed attracted a lot of confusion among the common people. Many of them had personally participated in the 2 auctions held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, they had deep insights into it. It does seem like that, doesn't it? The first auction was fine, although the Qingyun Chamber presented some items. It was barely acceptable. After all, there was the foundation of the Qingyun Chamber in the past. But this recent auction, the items presented by the Qingyun Chamber are simply too good to be true, right? Where did they even get them from? Who knows? But I heard from the elders of the Qingyun Chamber that there are special channels to acquire them, though I don't know if that's true. Many people were discussing fervently. Zhao Xian crossed his arms and smiled lightly at Ming, wanting to see what he was going to say, and casually asked, "So what?" Seeing the opportunity ripe, Xiang Ming was not polite at all. His expression serious and voice loud as he said, "Even if there were opportunities, it is absolutely impossible to acquire so many treasures. And these treasures are all of high value, yet you brought them all out for auction. This behavior itself is extremely abnormal. I ask you all, who would not keep the treasures they obtained for themselves? Such a multitude of abnormal behaviors can only indicate one thing. You, Zhao Xian, and the Qingyun Chamber behind you, are colluding with demons for personal gain. The treasures you are auctioning off were probably all provided to you by the demons, right? As for why you are auctioning these treasures and going through such great lengths to hold an auction, perhaps the demons behind you are planning to gather all the top experts from our northern state province together and then take them all out in one fell swoop. Zhao Xian, you really have some guts." His words came out like a barrage. The citizens of Manhwa City were left in shock. The Qingyun Chamber, actually colluding with demons. Is it not too shocking? But after listening to Xiang Ming's analysis, many people were filled with astonishment and began to agree. Indeed, if it weren't for colluding with demons, how could a declining chamber like Qingyun present so many treasures for auction in such a short time? If it weren't for colluding with demons, why would the Qingyun Chamber bring out so many treasures for auction? Wouldn't it be better to keep them for themselves? If it weren't for colluding with demons, why would the Qingyun Chamber go to such great lengths to constantly renovate the auction house, expanding the venue to attract more people? Upon careful thought, many felt a chill rising from their feet. If this is true, there are actually demon spies lurking in Manhwa City. This is simply terrifying. Countless people felt their scalps tingle, looking at the Qingyun Chamber as if they were looking at monsters. I didn't expect the Qingyun Chamber to be demon spies. No wonder the Qingyun Chamber suddenly had a strong presence in the fragmented Void Realm and even took the initiative to attack the leader of the Sunya Chamber. The leader of the Sunya Chamber had mocked the Qingyun Chamber more than once. This is outright vendetta. We actually have a demon chamber in Manhwa City. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, the seniors of the Hao sect discovered the problem. They must have come with the heavy responsibility of exterminating demons. We don't need to worry too much. Many people vaguely believed Xiang Ming's words and cast admiring glances at them. Of course, some showed doubt on their faces. To conclude that the Qingyun Chamber was colluding with demons without any evidence, was it not a bit too arbitrary? Meanwhile, inside the Qingyun Chamber, Chen Yunhut and the others were instantly furious, their faces turning red from Xiang Ming's words. Damn your demons! You, Xiang, don't you dare slander us. If you want to fight, go ahead. What's so great about spreading rumors? They retorted loudly, but their voices seemed to go unheard. No one paid attention. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is colluding with demons, and the evidence is conclusive. As the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian remains silent, tacitly approving such treacherous behavior, and deserves to be executed. Elder, Xiang Ming, request to fight. Xiang Ming immediately cupped his hands and shouted at Xiang Yuntian. Seeing this, Qin Shanhe's eyes lit up, and he laughed as he stepped forward. Qin Shanhe, request to fight. As the two knelt before him, Xiang Yuntian narrowed his eyes. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has been secretly communicating with demons, and the evidence is irrefutable. I permit you both to eliminate the harm to the people and destroy the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he said in a low voice, filled with authority. Upon hearing this, many citizens watching the spectacle in the city widened their eyes in excitement, staring intently, afraid to miss any detail. Of course, there were also many who frowned, feeling that the Hao sect was being a bit too arbitrary. However, despite their frowns, they dared not speak out. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. Otherwise, what does it matter if you are wrongfully accused in broad daylight? Yes. Xiang Ming immediately stood up with a solemn expression. Qin Shanhe also raised his hand, excited to accept the order. I've long been holding back my anger towards them. Elder Xiang, I'll take the lead. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shanhe was the first to move, his figure transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for Zhao Xian. Based on his investigation, he knew there was a powerful figure in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at the fragmented void stage. He also knew that this fragmented void expert was as sturdy as a small mountain, and it certainly wouldn't be Zhao Xian. The fragmented void expert would be dealt with by Xiang Ming. He only needed to wipe out the people of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The first target would be the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Xiang Ming frowned slightly at the sight of Qin Shanhe rushing forward but said nothing, walking towards the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at a steady pace. His aura erupted explosively. His cultivation was evidently at the 4th level of the fragmented void stage. Such strength would undoubtedly place him among the top experts of the other 9 major sects. However, in reality, Xiang Ming's strength could only rank among the top 3 in the Hao sect. This was the terrifying foundation of the Hao sect. Today, I will take your life to honor my brother. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Xiang Ming, Qin Shanhe felt more confident and immediately drew his steel long knife, infusing it with terrifying spiritual energy as he slashed towards Zhao Xian. As the president of the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce, Qin Shanhe's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Not only had he reached the 3rd level of the gathering pill stage, but the steel long knife in his hand was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. This strike, in his eyes, was as simple as drinking water when it came to killing Zhao Xian. Seeing this scene, Chen Yunhe and the others showed expressions of terror, wanting to remind Zhao Xian to be careful, but before they could speak, Zhao Xian's expression remained calm as water, a faint smile in his eyes, seemingly not taking Qin Shanhe seriously at all. When Qin Shanhe got closer, he raised his hand and flicked it lightly. A mere gathering pill stage cultivator dares to intrude upon my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Buzz! That flick seemed to carry no force at all, but at the moment the flick landed, Qin Shanhe, who had been confident, suddenly changed his expression. Something was wrong. Why? Was the spiritual energy in his body dissipating? What's going on? He exclaimed in shock. This scene also astonished the onlookers around. What happened? I don't know. Why did the president of the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce suddenly shout? He hasn't even fought back yet. Many people looked puzzled and confused. On the other side, Xiang Ming couldn't help but frown. He also seemed to sense something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. In mid-air, Xiang Yuntian's brows instantly furrowed tightly. How did Qin Shanhe's spiritual energy suddenly deplete so much? As a peak expert in the fragmented void realm, he could naturally see the changes in Qin Shanhe, but he did not understand why such changes had occurred. Strange. It was truly too strange. But before everyone could react, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. The crowd quickly looked up, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. They saw that Qin Shanhe had somehow appeared in front of Zhao Xian, but his hand gripping the long knife was already drooping, the knife resting close to the ground. A silver spear had clearly pierced through Qin Shanhe's heart. At that moment, Qin Shanhe's face was filled with horror as he stared in shock at Zhao Xian. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but a torrent of blood surged up from his throat. Poof! He violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle! Zhao Xian pulled out the spear. With a thunderous sound, Qin Shanhe's body fell to the ground. The president of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, a legend of the North State, had thus fallen. Even in death, Qin Shanhe's eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. They had no idea what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, they saw Qin Shanhe appear beside Zhao Xian. Then, he was pierced through the heart by Zhao Xian's spear. The entire process took only a breath. Many couldn't help but feel a chill creeping up from their feet. After all, Qin Shanhe was a Gathering Dan realm expert. How could a dignified Gathering Dan realm expert be so easily slain? He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. This was truly too bizarre. Many concluded that Zhao Xian must have made some sort of deal with demons to possess such strange abilities. In mid-air, Xiang Ming, who had been approaching Zhao Xian, couldn't help but halt in his tracks, his face showing shock. Qin Shanhe just died like that? Even he hadn't seen clearly what had happened. He only sensed something unusual about Qin Shanhe, and then Qin Shanhe's body vanished. Then came the scream, and Qin Shanhe was dead. What kind of technique is this? Even the well-informed Xiang Ming was filled with shock. Even he had never seen such a strange occurrence. For a moment, a hint of regret began to form in his heart. If he had known the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was so bizarre, he should have listened to Qianshan back then. Of course, thinking about this now was useless. Although I don't know how this kid did it, as long as I keep my distance and directly move to eliminate him, that will be enough. With that thought, he chose not to approach any closer but raised his hand, gathering countless spiritual energies in his palm. The next moment, the gathered spiritual energy formed a gigantic hand, the hand slightly curved, extending its index finger. Heavenly suppression finger, Xiang Ming shouted, raising his hand to point at Zhao Xian. Buzz! The gigantic spiritual hand in midair also extended its index finger towards Zhao Xian to suppress him. Although it was just a finger, the terrifying pressure contained within it seemed capable of crushing the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yunhe and the others, caught in the eye of the storm, felt an intense aura of death. It was as if they would be crushed to death by this gigantic finger in the next moment. This is the fragmented void realm. They swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock. But just as the gigantic spiritual finger was about to land in front of Zhao Xian and the others, Zhao Xian snapped his fingers again, accompanied by his calm and disdainful laughter. The fragmented void realm of the Haoyue sect is nothing more than this. The moment the words fell, Xiang Ming in midair seemed to sense something, his pupils suddenly contracting, because he discovered that after Zhao Xian snapped his fingers, his heavenly suppression finger had inexplicably been dispelled. This feeling was very strange. The Town Heaven Finger is a terrestrial-level martial art, and its terrifying power is such that even someone at the 4th level of the fragmented void realm could never easily withstand it. However, just now, it felt as if his Town Heaven Finger had collided with a strange force, and then, there was nothing after that. This bizarre sensation sent a chill from the soles of Xiang Ming's feet straight to the crown of his head. Zhao Xian, something is off. With this thought, he wanted to retreat. But just then, his gaze happened to fall on Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was also looking at him, wearing a harmless smile. Yet, when Xiang Ming looked at the smile on Zhao Xian's face, he felt a tremor throughout his body. Elder Xiang, weren't you sent to deal with my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Why do you want to escape now? Zhao Xian spoke in a calm tone. This remark caused quite a stir among the onlookers. After all, Xiang Ming's sudden cessation of his attack had left countless people dumbfounded. How could Xiang Ming, at the 4th level of the fragmented void realm, be planning to turn and leave? Confusion spread across many faces. They had not approached the center, they were merely watching from a distance. Naturally, they were unaware of what had truly happened inside. The earlier events appeared very strange to them. First, Qin Shanhe had suddenly appeared beside Zhao Xian, only to be stabbed to death by Zhao Xian without even a chance to fight back. Then came Xiang Ming's imposing strike, which abruptly halted. At first glance, they thought Xiang Ming had voluntarily stopped. The entire process was filled with oddities. Xiang Ming had no interest in how the people around him viewed him. Right now, he just wanted to escape, because Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce were simply too bizarre. However, just as he attempted to turn and leave, he was horrified to discover he couldn't move. It was as if an invisible, immense force had bound him completely. He was now utterly immobilized. Dad, save me! Xiang Ming could no longer care about his dignity. He shouted loudly. In fact, even if he hadn't shouted, Xiang Yuntian had already taken action. Such a strange method. You still claim you are not in league with demons. At this moment, Xiang Yuntian's weathered face was filled with seriousness and killing intent. Such methods can only be performed by demons. Today, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce must be destroyed. As he approached, Xiang Yuntian could clearly sense the fluctuations of Zhao Xian's aura. It was the falling pattern realm. Moreover, it had just broken through not long ago. But how could someone in the falling pattern realm instantly kill Qin Shanhe, who was in the gathering pill realm? Furthermore, he easily neutralized the terrifying killing move of the 4th level of the fragmented void realm, leaving Xiang Ming unable to move. All the evidence indicated that Zhao Xian's methods were extremely strange. But Xiang Yuntian was not afraid. No matter how bizarre the opponent's methods were, he was at the peak of the fragmented void realm. With sheer strength, he could break through any technique. No demon or trick would have any effect. The moment his words fell, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Xiang Yuntian's body. In the next moment, Xiang Yuntian pointed at Xiang Ming. The golden light instantly gathered and rushed towards Xiang Ming. Pop! It sounded as if a crisp noise had erupted. Xiang Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that the binding force that had restrained him had vanished. His face lit up with joy, and he quickly shouted at Xiang Yuntian, "Dad! It worked!" Hearing this, Xiang Yuntian's expression showed that he had indeed expected this. As I suspected, this is the work of demons. My demon restraining golden light spell is most effective against demons. Xiang Yuntian shouted loudly. Originally, I only guessed that you had some connection with demons, but I didn't expect the connection to be so deep. You are simply a disaster for our North State. Today, you cannot be spared. As his words fell, Xiang Yuntian raised his hand again, and golden light surged forth. This time, the golden light gathered and grew stronger, condensing into a Buddha's palm, which then slammed down fiercely towards Zhao Xian. Below, Chen Yunha and the others were stunned, frozen in place. Xiang Yuntian's words had shaken them. President, is there really some connection with the demons? No way. I think it's unlikely. The aura of demons is very easy to distinguish, and when demons attack, a strange scent erupts from them. If there were a connection with demons, one would also be tainted by that aura, but the president shows none of that. At this point, the three suddenly realized, Xiang Yuntian, that old scoundrel, was really willing to pin the blame for the demons on their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, on Zhao Xian. What a shameless old man. They glared at Xiang Yuntian, unable to suppress their gritted teeth. As for the onlookers outside, they couldn't help but retreat even further. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Earlier, it was fine. Xiang Yuntian hadn't participated in the battle and hadn't unleashed any violent fluctuations. They could watch closely without issue. But now, Xiang Yuntian was clearly going all out. To stay close and watch would be courting death. One by one, they fled hundreds or even thousands of meters away, observing the center of the battle from a distance. TSK, is this the terrifying power of the number one in Beizhou province? But I didn't expect the Grand Elder of the Haoyues sect to act so quickly. I thought another elder from the Haoyues sect would also intervene. It's strange, why hasn't that elder made a move? Their gazes suddenly fell on the elder in mid-air who had yet to act. There was a hint of confusion in their eyes. Even Xiang Yuntian had acted. Why was he still standing there in a daze? Yet the elder's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Xian. The aura is clear. This Zhao Xian is indeed just at the patterned realm. He didn't make a move earlier, just snapped his fingers. But why was he able to dispel the third elder's heavenly finger with just a snap? Snapping fingers and dispelling don't seem directly related. Yet it indeed had an effect. His mind was in a frenzy, analyzing Zhao Xian's every move. The Haoyues sect had become the number one sect in Beizhou province, and it was certainly not that simple. Demon techniques? Could they not tell whether it was a demon technique? Xiang Yuntian's deliberate action was to force Zhao Xian to reveal more of his abilities. They needed to figure out what Zhao Xian's methods were. If the goal was simply to destroy the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, that would be easy enough. Just have the Grand Elder unleash a powerful move directly on the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It would be a straightforward and brutal solution. But it was clear that Zhao Xian had some opportunity in his hands. So, their plan was simple, have the Grand Elder take the initiative to attract Zhao Xian's full strength. Then he would analyze and uncover Zhao Xian's trump card. Once they confirmed Zhao Xian's trump card, the Grand Elder would not hesitate to act and annihilate the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Then they could openly plunder the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and even gain the reputation of exterminating the demon infiltrators. This plan was nothing short of brilliant. However, he currently could not analyze what Zhao Xian's trump card truly was. Zhao Xian's actions and the results they produced revealed a strange aura. But this kind of technique, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The Haoyues sect elder suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow and trying to remember carefully. Where have I seen it? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the enormous Buddha palm wrapped in golden light was about to descend upon Zhao Xian. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes once again. That massive Buddha palm seemed to encounter some irresistible force and instantly vanished into thin air. Not even a ripple was stirred. At this moment, even Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but turn pale with shock. What on earth was going on with this kid? This move of his, let alone the fragmented void realm, even a king realm expert would have to be wary of it, but Zhao Xian still maintained a calm expression as he flicked his fingers, and his attack inexplicably dissipated? What on earth did this guy use to neutralize their offensive? Countless doubts lingered in their minds. However, upon seeing this, Xiang Ming's eyes lit up, thinking he had grasped Zhao Xian's weakness, and immediately looked towards Xiang Yuntian. Father, try to strike him from the middle. Xiang Ming shouted loudly. This kid previously neutralized all our ranged attacks. If we get close, even relying solely on physical strength, we can definitely crush him. As long as we approach him, even if his abilities are strange, he absolutely won't withstand a slap from you. As soon as Xiang Ming said this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, is the pig teammate coming to the rescue? Zhao Xian thought to himself. The current situation was not clear to Zhao Xian. His cave was covered by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, making it quite safe, but wanting to kill Xiang Yuntian and the others was not an easy task. After all, he first needed to lure them into the cave's range before he could slay them. The previous Qin Shanha had died at his hands for this very reason. He had crippled his cultivation and then killed him with a single thrust. It was effortless. Originally, he wanted to replicate that method and deal with Xiang Ming in the same way. However, after some thought, he decided against it, because once he acted so openly, the biggest prey might just get scared away. So, he deliberately let Xiang Yuntian release Xiang Ming from his restraints, just like a spider deliberately leaving a prey in its web as bait while hunting. Xiang Ming was his bait. He just didn't expect that old Xiang Yuntian would be so cautious, inadvertently attacking him just outside the cave's range. He was worried about how to attract that old man over. But now, Xiang Ming provided him with an opportunity. Hearing Xiang Ming's words, Xiang Yuntian frowned tightly. It must be said that Xiang Ming's words were indeed quite reasonable. Zhao Xian's methods were strange, but they were only strange in how they could inexplicably neutralize others' techniques. No, rather than saying he neutralized others' techniques, it would be more accurate to say he neutralized spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within Qin Shanha had also mysteriously vanished. Clearly, it was also Zhao Xian's doing. But Qin Shanha didn't know and charged right in front of Zhao Xian, resulting in his death. The key point was that the dissipation of Qin Shanha's spiritual energy was a gradual process. In other words, Zhao Xian couldn't instantly dissipate all the spiritual energy. Getting close to slay him is indeed a good method. Xiang Yuntian agreed with this approach. He then set off, preparing to charge towards Zhao Xian. At the same time, the elder of the Hao US sect, who had been deep in thought, suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened. I remember now. It's a domain. It must be a domain. He was horrified. Domain. This term felt incredibly distant to him, because those who could access a domain were, without exception, peak king realm experts or even emperor realm powerhouses. The strongest in the Beizhou province was Xiang Yuntian, who was at the peak of the fragmented void realm, and there were no king realm experts. He had once left the Beizhou province with Xiang Yuntian for a matter and went to the capital of the Dian dynasty. By chance, he had witnessed the terrifying power of a peak king realm expert. At that time, it was a very young prodigy, with a cultivation of the 7th level of the king realm. His opponent was a young man with a sword, whose strength, according to the surrounding spectators, was at the peak of the king realm. Once the battle began, that young prodigy drew his sword and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. As a result, with a single sword strike, the young man at the peak of the king realm didn't even draw his sword, and the young prodigy's ultimate move fell apart without any attack. Everyone present was shocked, including him. He was bewildered. He had never seen such a bizarre technique. After some inquiries, he learned that the sword-wielding youth had mastered a domain. Within that domain, he was invincible, and a peak king realm master who controlled a domain could easily slay others of the same realm. Now, the strange aspects displayed by Zhao Xian coincidentally matched the domain that only a peak king realm could master. This made him realize that this time, the Hao US sect had probably provoked the wrong enemy. Thinking of this, he immediately looked up to warn the Grand Elder. However, at that moment, Xiang Yuntian was still close to Xiang Ming. Grand Elder, come out quickly, don't get close to Zhao Xian. His face turned pale in an instant, and without time to think, he shouted in panic. The words of the Hao US sect elder instantly reached the ears of Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming. Both of them looked puzzled, not understanding why the elder suddenly said that. But the next moment, they both felt a chilling coldness spreading throughout their bodies. Suddenly, Xiang Yuntian's footsteps stopped, suspended in midair, standing not far from Xiang Ming. At that moment, Xiang Ming was also frozen in place, his face unable to hide his terror. "Dad, that guy is using that move again. Quick, save me." He hurriedly called out to Xiang Yuntian for help. But his plea for help did not make Xiang Yuntian turn around, because at that moment, Xiang Yuntian's face, full of deep lines, was already covered with shock and fear. Just a moment ago, after that middle-aged elder called out to him, the spiritual energy within him had suddenly collapsed and dissipated completely. Subsequently, his body seemed to be imprisoned, unable to move. His cultivation was completely wasted, and his body was still restrained. Even Xiang Yuntian, who was known for his steadiness and calmness, could not help but panic at this moment. His proud cultivation had suddenly vanished, and his body could not move. At that moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. No one could remain calm in such a situation. How is this possible? This can't be, he thought in horror, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhao Xian below. But at that moment, Zhao Xian's face revealed a triumphant smile. "Old man, you finally took the bait." The situation on the field underwent a dramatic change. However, the spectators watching from a distance were all bewildered. What happened? Why is it suddenly so quiet? I saw that elder from the Hao sect suddenly freeze in place, not knowing what he was thinking. Wasn't he supposed to go kill Zhao Xian? I don't understand. I completely don't understand. He must be planning to torture the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Really? Why do I feel like the Hao sect is being controlled by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? They discussed animatedly, and although they couldn't comprehend the situation, it didn't stop them from chattering away. In midair, the middle-aged elder from the Hao sect, seeing Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming standing still, knew it was over. Even the grand elder had fallen for that kid's trick. "I've been fooled." He gritted his teeth and stood up, looking down at Zhao Xian with some reluctance, shouting, "President Zhao, in this battle, our Hao sect has lost." This statement immediately made Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming widen their eyes in disbelief. Xiang Ming shouted even louder, "Elder Li, what are you doing? How did our Hao sect lose?" Xiang Yuntian also knew that there must be a reason for this elder's sudden statement and immediately asked, "Little Li, what exactly is going on?" Hearing this, Elder Li revealed a bitter smile and said, "Grand Elder, we have provoked the wrong person. The confidence of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is not based on the fragmented Void Realm, but rather on a Peak King Realm expert." Peak King Realm. Xiang Ming's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his face filled with horror. How could this be possible? How could Zhao Xian be a Peak King Realm expert? He could clearly sense that Zhao Xian was merely at the Fallen Pattern Realm. If Zhao Xian were truly a Peak King Realm expert, wouldn't it be incredibly easy for him to crush them? Xiang Yuntian also furrowed his brows. He didn't fully believe Elder Li's words. However, he quickly realized why Elder Li would say such a thing. So that's it. Zhao Xian's methods are akin to mastering the power of a Peak King Realm. The technique that dissolved our attacks just now is strikingly similar to the abilities of a domain. Thinking of this, Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but take a deep breath. In his view, Zhao Xian couldn't possibly be a Peak King Realm expert. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that there was indeed a Peak King Realm expert backing Zhao Xian, but for some reason, he couldn't intervene directly and could only provide a domain to assist Zhao Xian in dealing with him. The second possibility was that Zhao Xian possessed a treasure comparable to the power of a domain, allowing him to indirectly wield the strength of a domain. The first possibility was dismissed by Xiang Yuntian. If that were the case, Zhao Xian could easily have that Peak King Realm expert secretly eliminate them all. That was a Peak King Realm expert, not to mention the fragmented Void Realm. Even King Realm experts would be like ants before a Peak King Realm expert, unable to stir up any waves, so it was unlikely that a Peak King Realm expert was standing behind Zhao Xian. The second possibility seemed more likely, a treasure comparable to the power of a domain. Xiang Yuntian's breathing became heavy. If he could obtain that treasure, what was this small northern state province? He could even explore the imperial throne of the great Yin dynasty. Gulp. He swallowed hard and realized that his current situation wasn't very good. Right now, he was completely drained of energy and unable to move. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Elder Li. Xiang Yuntian looked at Elder Li. he immediately transmitted a message. Little Lee, don't lose your composure. This kid must have a treasure, which is why he can possess abilities comparable to a domain. Upon hearing the elder's transmission, Elder Lee's expression changed. He realized that he had been too scared and had thought in the wrong direction. Indeed, Zhao Xian looked to be only in his 20s, how could he possibly be a Peak King realm expert? Moreover, he didn't seem to have a Peak King realm expert backing him. He had been frightened for nothing. Now that he thought about it carefully, he noticed something was off. However, even so, with Elder Lee and Xiang Ming under Zhao Xian's control, he was at a loss for what to do. Then Elder, what should I do? He inquired through transmission. Let's see what that kid has to say first. Below, Zhao Xian calmly observed the conversation among the three. When he saw that the three fell silent, he roughly understood that they had probably sensed something. However, he didn't care. So, are you from the Hao US sect planning to surrender? Zhao Xian shouted loudly. Hearing this, Elder Li hesitated for a moment. After receiving the elder's permission, he immediately spoke up. Yes, President Zhao. It is our Hao US sect that has been blind. The elder and president of the Xuanyu Chamber of Commerce deserve to die. And the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has no enmity with our Hao US sect. So please, President Zhao, show mercy. His attitude was sincere, and his tone earnest, as if he truly intended to surrender. At the same time, the onlookers who had previously fled far away saw that the situation seemed to stabilize and began to gather closer. They happened to overhear this conversation and were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Did the Hao US sect lose? Looking at this situation, it seems that Zhao Xian has an extremely powerful treasure on his side, one that even the peak of the fragmented void realm cannot handle, and he might even die at Zhao Xian's hands. My goodness, what kind of treasure is so terrifying? The crowd erupted in excitement, filled with curiosity and envy for the treasure in Zhao Xian's hands. However, it seems that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and the demons probably have nothing to do with this, right? What relationship could there be? It's obvious that the Hao US sect is deliberately using this excuse to attack the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Think about it, have there been any demons appearing near Manhwa City? That's true, the Hao US sect really is shameless. Hearing the discussions around him, Elder Li's expression also turned somewhat grim. However, to survive, he had no choice but to endure. Below, Zhao Xian was watching Elder Li with a hint of amusement. No grudges, no enmity? How can you people from the Hao US sect say such a thing? Although many years have passed, it doesn't mean everyone has forgotten. As Zhao Xian spoke, the faces of the three changed slightly. Back then, our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce also provided many benefits to your Hao US sect. Whatever treasures we had, my father would keep for you. And what was the result? Is this how you repay the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? In that great battle back then, your Hao US sect unhesitatingly stood against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, heavily injuring countless fragmented void experts who supported us. Even after the battle ended and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce retreated in disgrace, your Hao US sect continued to pursue us relentlessly, establishing the Xuanyue Chamber of Commerce and secretly aiding it, allowing it to devour the flesh and blood of our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. My father was even forced to commit suicide by taking poison because of you. And now, you say we have no grudges, no enmity? At the end, Zhao Xian scoffed, and these words were clearly heard by everyone around. Countless people were shocked. Most of them knew that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had a glorious past, but they had no idea that there were such hidden secrets. The Hao US sect had once been closely related to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, yet they had backstabbed them, even forcing the former president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to his death. This, the Hao US sect, which was respected in public, was so despicable behind the scenes. This contrast left many in shock. Elder Li, upon hearing this, became anxious. Nonsense. Back then, it was clearly your father who was blinded by rage and instigated the battle. That battle should never have started. He shouted loudly. This is not a reason for the Hao US sect to backstab the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian's gaze was indifferent. Elder Li was immediately left speechless, not knowing how to respond. He could only cast a pleading look towards Xiang Yuntian. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yuntian finally spoke. Zhao Xian, what do you want? I don't want anything. I just want to expel the Hao US sect. Zhao Xian said the most ruthless words in the calmest tone. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Xiang Yuntian and the others changed drastically. Impossible. Xiang Yuntian immediately shouted, his eyes filled with severity, his tone carrying a threat. Zhao Xian, I already know what your trump card is. A treasure that can use domain power, right? That treasure is indeed powerful, but can you use it infinitely? There will always be a time when it runs out, right? And can you activate it at all times? My How US sect has a rich foundation. Even if I and Xiang Ming die at your hands, Elder Li, and several other fragmented void experts from my How US sect will definitely slaughter everyone in your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. You can protect yourself, but what about your subordinates? Mutual destruction. Is that the result you want? I have to say, Xiang Yuntian's words were indeed stirring. The expressions of Chen Yunha and the others changed instantly. Indeed, if that were to happen, the remaining fragmentation realm experts of the How US sect would be enough for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to drink a pot of tea. Zhao Xian possessed treasures, so he naturally had no fear. But what if those fragmentation realm powerhouses specifically avoided Zhao Xian and went to kill the other members of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? They were fragmentation realm experts. How could these ordinary subordinates possibly defend against them? They couldn't just hide inside the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce forever, could they? If that were the case, how could they go out to acquire treasures? How could they spread the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? This was a serious problem. The three of them couldn't help but look at Zhao Xian, wanting to see what the president was thinking. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Xian's expression was calm, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. With just those few remaining fragmentation realm experts from your How US sect, do you think you can bring me down with you? How ridiculous. Tai Shan, take action. Zhao Xian's words caused the expressions of several people to change drastically, especially for Xiang Yuntian and the others. They never expected Zhao Xian to be so ruthless as to take action against them. However, Tai Shan? Who was that? The two showed confusion. Soon, they realized. From the beginning until now, the fragmentation realm expert from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had not made a move. Clearly, this Tai Shan was that fragmentation realm expert. Although you have managed to control me and Xiang Ming, you can't act against us and can only let the fragmentation realm help, right? Xiang Yuntian's murky old eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. This news was very important. If that were the case, they really had a glimmer of hope. Shao Li, get ready to save us. Don't let that fragmentation realm expert act against us. He immediately transmitted his voice, but he did not receive a response from Elder Li. He was instantly stunned. What was going on? He exerted all his strength to turn his head, but at that moment, he found Elder Li staring wide-eyed, his head lowered, and right in front of his chest, there was a pitch-black arm like iron piercing through his heart, crushing it in its grip. Thump! Thump! He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, which grew increasingly frantic as that iron claw-like hand tightened. No! Elder Li's face showed horror as he was about to speak. Bang! His heart was instantly crushed. The vitality in Elder Li's eyes vanished in an instant. His body seemed to lose some strength, falling from mid-air. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Watching Elder Li die right in front of him, Xiang Yuntian's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. How could this be? How could Elder Li die? He fixed his gaze on the figure that had killed Elder Li, which was like a small mountain. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from that figure. Fragmentation realm, first level. This guy was only at the first level of the fragmentation realm. He had managed to silently approach Elder Li from behind and assassinate him. In an instant, despair filled Xiang Yuntian's eyes. Dad, Elder Li, is dead. At that moment, Xiang Ming saw Elder Li's corpse fall to the ground with his own eyes. His face was filled with shock. How could this be? How could Elder Li die? His heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. But before he could continue to ponder, he saw Zhao Xian extend a hand towards him. An invisible force seemed to grasp his body. Whoosh! He felt a blur before his eyes, and when he looked up again, he was horrified to find that he had already appeared in front of Zhao Xian. You are Xiang Qianqian's father? Zhao Xian said with a light smile. I am. Xiang Ming trembled all over, already understanding how Qin Shanha had died. This Zhao Xian, what terrifying means. Upon hearing Zhao Xian mention Xiang Qianqian, he immediately felt as if he had found a savior and hurriedly pleaded. Zhao Xian, please don't kill me. Qianqian is my daughter, and she has a good impression of you. If you are willing, I can let Qianqian marry you as your wife. If you are not willing, being a concubine is also acceptable. As he spoke, Xiang Ming's voice suddenly stopped, but he was still moving his mouth. There was no sound. Xiang Ming immediately realized something. He felt a chill in his neck, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. You talk too much. As the words fell, Zhao Xian casually waved his hand. Xiang Ming's body immediately fell beside Elder Li's corpse, and at that moment, Xiang Ming found he could move again. But before he could feel joy, the chill in his neck intensified, and he hurriedly reached to touch it. To his horror, blood gushed out. He struggled a few times, trying to circulate his spiritual energy to heal his wounds, but he despairingly discovered that there wasn't a drop of spiritual energy in his body. Gurgle. As the blood drained away, Xiang Ming lay in a pool of blood, already breathless. In mid-air, when Xiang Yuntian watched his son die in such humiliation, his frail figure trembled. His old face no longer held the arrogance of being the first in the North State, only despair and fear. He had thought Zhao Xian's methods had many limitations, but it wasn't until Zhao Xian toyed with and erased Xiang Ming like a plaything that he understood how terrifying Zhao Xian's methods were. He did it on purpose. What he just said about the past secrets was all to attract Elder Li's attention, so that his subordinate in the fragmented void realm could act against Elder Li. Even before, he didn't kill Xiang Ming just to make me walk into his territory. From the very beginning, he had already made all his plans. The more he thought, the more Xiang Yuntian couldn't help but shiver. Who exactly is Zhao Xian? A young man in his 20s. Why are his methods so ruthless and terrifying? His eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he recalled how his granddaughter Xiang Chanqian had come to persuade him before leaving. Grandpa, I beg you, don't go looking for trouble with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. It's not because I'm interested in Zhao Xian, but that Zhao Xian is really not simple. He remembered Xiang Chanqian's determined expression. A long-lost sense of regret appeared on his face. Perhaps, I really shouldn't have come. But, he thought, looking at Zhao Xian with a bitter smile. Zhao Xian, if my Haoyue sect doesn't act against the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, will you let us go? It seemed he was trying to confirm his guess. Lowering his head to look at Zhao Xian did not immediately kill him, nor did he hesitate to nod. From the moment my father died, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and the Haoyue sect have been mortal enemies, haven't they? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuntian fell silent. This was indeed the case. However, I am a bit surprised. Since you have already come this far, why not just directly destroy our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Xian asked. After learning about the past of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce from Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao, he had always had this doubt in his heart. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. He didn't believe Xiang Yuntian didn't understand this. Hearing this, Xiang Yuntian was silent for a moment, his eyes filled with regret. If I had known that someone like you would appear in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, even if it meant defying the ban, I would have exterminated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. The ban? Xiang Yuntian said nothing more, only closed his eyes. Make your move. Seeing that Xiang Yuntian seemed to have made up his mind to face death and no longer intended to say anything, Zhao Xian shook his head. Although he still couldn't figure out why the other party hadn't taken action against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it was indeed about time to end this farce. Zhao Xian waved his hand. You should experience the pain my father felt before he died. Inside the cave, Zhao Xian was invincible. He directly poisoned Xiang Yuntian's body and triggered the poison to explode. In that instant, Xiang Yuntian's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What kind of method is this? The power of the domain cannot instantly poison someone and detonate the toxicity at the same time. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and the look he cast at Zhao Xian was filled with fear. You. He opened his mouth to say something, but blood gushed violently from his throat. With a thud, Xiang Yuntian fell dead from the poison, his body collapsing next to Elder Li and Xiang Ming. At that moment, the three fragmentation realm experts all perished. Horror, fear. This was the thought in the minds of the countless spectators around. They never expected that the Haoyue sect would send out three fragmentation realm powerhouses, with Xiang Yuntian being the number one in the North State province. Yet, the three fragmentation realm experts all met their demise at Zhao Xian's hands. This young president had truly given them a tremendous shock. Moreover, they had heard from Xiang Yuntian that Zhao Xian possessed a treasure comparable to the power of a domain. Although most people did not understand what a domain was, it was clear. Possessing such an item allowed Zhao Xian despite his weaker cultivation, to slay the peak fragmentation realm Xiang Yuntian. From this perspective, calling it a divine object was not an exaggeration. Of course, they did not dare to have too many greedy thoughts. It was no joke, even the peak of the fragmentation realm had died at Zhao Xian's hands. How could they dare to act? If they did, wouldn't they be asking for their own death? Furthermore, after this battle, the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly spread throughout the North State Province at an incredibly terrifying speed, and all forces would come to know the horror of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, due to the fall of the Grand Elder and the President, was almost equivalent to being annihilated. Other chambers would likely not dare to compete with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and in time, the industries of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce would return to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, just as the Sunyu Chamber had taken them from the Qingyun Chamber years ago. Among the crowd, those who had previously slandered and questioned the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce all lowered their heads, not daring to speak, and hurriedly turned to leave. They feared that Zhao Xian would hear their earlier words and come to settle the score with them. Others also did not dare to linger. Who knew if Zhao Xian would kill indiscriminately and take them out as well? Although the possibility was slim, no one would gamble with their own lives. Soon, everyone dispersed. However, the news quickly spread far and wide with their departure. Zhao Xian, of course, was completely unconcerned. Rather, from the very beginning, this was his plan. He had intentionally let one person go during the transaction to draw out the president of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, and conveniently attract the Hao US sect as well. He aimed to catch them all in one net. In this way, the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would surely rise, and not just in the North State Province, but throughout the entire Dian dynasty. At that time, he would hold an unprecedented grand auction. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. Everything was developing just as he had anticipated. But for now, let's see what treasures the fragmentation realm experts have on them. As the saying goes, killing people and setting fires is more direct than spending money to buy treasures. He stood up and walked to the bodies of the three, starting to rummage through them. Meanwhile, Chen Yunha and the others stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with admiration and awe as they looked at Zhao Xian. It was terrifying. No wonder the president had been so confident from the start, completely unafraid of that old man Xiang Yuntian. It turns out there was such a trump card hidden. At the same time, they felt a pent-up frustration in their hearts was finally released. Although Zhao Lidian was indeed reckless back then, compared to the decision-making blunder, the betrayal of the Hao US sect made them feel even more contempt. The situation at that time was very clear. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had gathered many fragmentation realm experts relying on their connections, while the enemies also had no fewer fragmentation realm experts than the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Only the Hao US sect had not chosen a side. If the Hao US sect had supported the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they would never have lost. But instead, the Hao US sect chose to help the enemy. At that time, Xiang Yuntian had not yet broken through to the peak of the fragmentation realm, but he was already at the fourth level of the fragmentation realm. With such a strong participant on the battlefield, it put the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at an absolute disadvantage, leading to their gradual disintegration and heavy casualties. All of this was because of that old scoundrel, Xiang Yuntian. Now that Xiang Yuntian had finally fallen, they were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Old Zhao, you have a good son. Chen Yunha and Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Although they didn't know where Zhao Xian had gotten these treasures, it didn't matter. On the other side, after searching the corpse, Zhao Xian quickly made some gains. He flipped his palm, and 3 exquisite storage rings appeared in his hand. Then he also found another storage ring on Qin Shanha's body. In total, there were 4 storage rings. Zhao Xian began to examine them one by one. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Damn, this is really rich. First was Qin Shanha. His storage ring didn't contain much, only 3 items, but all 3 were extremely precious. The first was a cultivation technique, rated as mid-grade earth level. However, the latter half of the book had been torn off, so it could be considered a flawed technique. It could be used for cultivation, but without the complete text, it couldn't reach mid-grade earth level. The second item was a bottle of pills, 6 grade 6 breaking void pills. These were essential for a gathering pill realm expert to break through to the fragmentation realm, and one could significantly increase the success rate of the breakthrough. And in this bottle, there were a full 6 breaking void pills. Was this the foundation a gathering pill realm expert could have? It seems the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce has made quite a profit over the years. Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at the third item. It was a stone, completely black. At first glance, it looked like a piece of coal, but upon closer inspection, it seemed more like a meteorite. Zhao Xian couldn't tell exactly what it was. However, since it was placed in the storage ring alongside the mid-grade earth-level technique in breaking void pills, it was clear that this was also a rare treasure. I didn't expect that Qin Shanhe wouldn't even have a single spirit stone on him. After carefully checking and confirming that there was nothing else in the storage ring, Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "The president of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, without a single spirit stone on him, is that reasonable?" However, he didn't care much about this. After all, there were two even more impressive figures nearby. He looked at Xiang Ming's storage ring. What met his eyes was a vast mountain of spirit stones, and not low-grade spirit stones, but mid-grade spirit stones. Roughly estimating, there were probably as many as 100,000. The exchange rate between mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones is 1 to 100. In other words, these 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. No wonder Xiang Chanxian could so easily take out 5 million low-grade spirit stones. It seems to run in the family. Zhao Xian gasped in amazement. The foundation of the Hao US sect was indeed terrifying. From the items stored in Xiang Ming's storage ring, it seemed that these 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were merely his pocket money for emergencies. After all, alongside the mid-grade spirit stones were some exquisite and luxurious change of clothes. Besides the spirit stones and clothes, there were also several weapons. A long knife entirely black and a heavy meteor hammer. In terms of grade, both are high-quality spiritual weapons. Although they are not top-grade spiritual weapons, they are already quite extraordinary. Who carries two high-quality spiritual weapons on them for no reason? Only the Hao US sect could do that. It seems that Xiang Ming practices martial arts involving knife techniques and hammer techniques. The grade is probably not low either. After glancing again, he shook his head. The harvest from this ring was decent. It's just a pity there were no cultivation techniques or martial arts. However, Zhao Xian was still quite satisfied. His gaze then involuntarily turned to the storage ring of Xiang Yuntian, which was engraved with golden cloud patterns. A storage ring at the peak of the fragmented void realm. This directly filled Zhao Xian with anticipation. Generally, strong practitioners at the fragmented void realm are wealthy and possess many treasures. It can be assumed that Xiang Yuntian has quite a few treasures as well, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian eagerly opened Xiang Yuntian's storage ring. At first glance, Zhao Xian was astonished by the vast space within the storage ring. It might even be larger than the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Simply outrageous. However, with such a large storage ring, why does it feel like there isn't much inside? Zhao Xian looked at the corners of the spacious storage ring, a look of confusion on his face. In such a large space, there were only a few items piled up in the corner. Just this little bit? Zhao Xian felt somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is to the wealth of a peak fragmented void realm practitioner? Of course, disappointment aside, Zhao Xian still carefully approached the corner to investigate. A box? Upon reaching the corner, an ordinary wooden box was right in front of him. Without a second thought, Zhao Xian opened it. Clang! The box opened, revealing its contents. Zhao Xian's pupils instantly constricted. This is high-quality spirit stones. Zhao Xian couldn't help but hold his breath. Inside the wooden box lay about 20 fist-sized purple spirit stones. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones seemed ready to overflow. Incredibly rich. Even the medium-quality spirit stones Zhao Xian had just obtained were far inferior in spiritual energy. Clearly, these are high-quality spirit stones. Goodness! High-quality spirit stones packed in such a shabby wooden box? What a waste! Zhao Xian took out all 20 or so high-quality spirit stones. Although one high-quality spirit stone is worth 100 medium-quality spirit stones, this item is priceless. Unlike medium and low-quality spirit stones, high-quality spirit stones are extremely rare. Even in larger low-quality spirit stone mines, it is nearly impossible to find a single high-quality spirit stone. Even in medium-quality spirit stone mines, the probability of finding high-quality spirit stones is very low. This leads to the extreme scarcity of high-quality spirit stones. Although, in terms of exchange, one high-quality spirit stone can be traded for 100 medium-quality spirit stones. Basically, no one can actually obtain them. Even if one really wants to trade, the price would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. After all, Rarity increases value. Of course, there is another key point. This is something Zhao Xian read in an ancient book. It is rumored that when one's cultivation breaks through the fragmented void realm and reaches the king realm, the spiritual energy within their body will undergo a transformation. At that time, ordinary low and medium quality spirit stones will not have much effect. To cultivate, one can only absorb high quality spirit stones. In other words, high quality spirit stones are hard currency among king realm practitioners. Just this point alone ensures that the value of high quality spirit stones will never be low. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Xian's face beamed with a smile. Crossing over the wooden box, Zhao Xian looked back. He found 3 books lying behind him. From the wrinkled, yellowed covers, it was clear that these were 3 ancient books. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. Could they be cultivation techniques? The techniques left behind by a peak fragmented void realm practitioner should not be of low grade, right? He immediately began to investigate. Then he was stunned. What kind of cultivation techniques are these? They were clearly just notebooks. In this first notebook, various problems and troubles encountered during the cultivation of the Gathering Dan realm are recorded, along with their solutions. It is a true guide to the Gathering Dan realm cultivation. Zhao Xian was stunned. This thing was completely useless to him. After all, he possessed a spirit-seeking body, and generally speaking, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks. The problems recorded in the book were ones he probably wouldn't face. Moreover, even if he did encounter them, the solutions would be quite simple. Just auction off some elixirs related to cultivation and return them. However, after a moment of thought, his eyes lit up. Although it's useless to me, for those cultivators, it's a tremendous treasure. Zhao Xian looked at the other 2 books. As expected, these 2 were also notebooks. One was a true guide to the fragmented void realm cultivation, but it was incomplete, stopping at the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. It seemed to be written by Xiang Yuntian himself, but for some reason, it was left unfinished. The other one was a true guide related to alchemy. This one was rather interesting. Zhao Xian carefully stored all 3 notebooks and continued to look further. He soon saw familiar robes and a sword. Just some everyday necessities. Zhao Xian was speechless. Is that all there is? He had hoped to strike it rich from Xiang Yuntian. In the end, he did gain something, but it was far less than he had expected. But then again, it made sense. The Haoyue sect had come to eliminate his Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and it seemed they were determined to succeed. In such a situation, they wouldn't need to bring their most treasured items. The most valuable things were probably still hidden within the Haoyue sect. However, as Zhao Xian rummaged through the clothes, suddenly a storage ring fell out of a pocket. Well, still hiding something? Zhao Xian showed surprise. He had thought his gains for today were over. Unexpectedly, there was more. He immediately set the clothes down and turned to look at the storage ring. The items inside instantly made Zhao Xian beam with joy. Now this is more like it. The storage ring was filled with all sorts of treasures, techniques, martial arts, weapons, elixirs. There were so many treasures that Zhao Xian felt a bit dizzy. First, the techniques. There were more than 20 books, and the same for martial arts, also over 20 books. There were over 100 weapons. The number of elixirs was even more exaggerated, at least 40 to 50 bottles, each containing at least 10 pills. Altogether, that amounted to 400 to 500 pills. However, there was a problem. Whether it was techniques, martial arts, weapons, or elixirs, their quality seemed quite low. The highest techniques and martial arts were only of the upper Xian rank, and he didn't see a single one of the top Xian rank or even Earth rank. The highest weapons were merely mid-grade spirit tools, with only 3 or 4 upper-grade spirit tools, and the elixirs were all of the 3rd grade. Zhao Xian was stunned for a long time before quickly coming to a realization. Xiang Yuntian was the Grand Elder of the Haoyue sect, and while managing the disciples' cultivation, he naturally carried the techniques, martial arts, weapons, and elixirs that the disciples needed. If one had to say, this should be considered the cultivation resources of the Haoyue sect's disciples. However, these resources now all belonged to Zhao Xian. Although the quality was a bit low, turning upper Xian rank into upper Earth rank is still not bad. Zhao Xian comforted himself. Having something was better than having nothing. After carefully storing all 5 storage rings, Zhao Xian called for Taizhan to clean up the battlefield. He then found Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao. Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, Please call Yi Wen and Xiao Yuha over, I have something to arrange. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's command, Chen Yunha and Ling Yao immediately cupped their hands in acknowledgement and turned to find the others. Zhao Xian then walked to the hall. While waiting, he silently contemplated future plans. Having gathered so many resources, Uncle Chen and Uncle Lin's strength should be on the rise. Oh, and there's Zhao Ming. It's time to expand. If my subordinates are too weak, I can't control them, and I need to get everything from the Hao Yue sect as well. Once things are in order, the auction can begin. Just as he was deep in thought, a series of sounds echoed in Zhao Xian's ears. Ding! The Tian Suiyu Jingyu auction has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments for distribution. Ding! The Puxian Danyu auction has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation points for distribution. Ding! The Puxian Danyu auction has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation points for distribution. Ding! The Yu Mingbuyu auction has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into martial arts experience for distribution. Ding! The Spirit Stone Vein Map Yu auction has been used. You have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into universal stones for distribution. Zhao Xian, what's going on? Zhao Xian's face showed surprise. Why had all these items been used today? Moreover, he was greatly astonished that the Spirit Stone Vein Map had actually been used? Wait, wasn't the Spirit Stone Vein Map auctioned to Xiang Chanxian? Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming both died at my hands. How could she have used it? In his thoughts, Zhao Xian suddenly realized something. Are there people from the Hao Yue sect near the map? Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. It made sense. The Hao Yue sect had been the largest sect in the North State for many years. If they hadn't made any arrangements in the surrounding area over all these years, it would be too embarrassing for the largest sect. However, Zhao Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. His gaze fell on the last return reward. The return from the Spirit Stone Vein Map is actually universal stones? Yet the return from the Tian Suiyu Jing is just ordinary material fragments? Zhao Xian's face showed surprise. At first, he thought the Tian Suiyu Jing would return something else. He didn't expect it to be material fragments as well. But thinking that these returns would at most give him a few insignificant gains, he didn't mind too much. Instead, the map had given him an unexpected reward. It actually returned universal stones. I wonder how many were returned. Just as Zhao Xian was about to open his panel, an unimaginable pure and dense spiritual energy surged into his dantian. His aura suddenly soared. Falling Pattern Realm 2nd layer. Falling Pattern Realm 3rd layer. Falling Pattern Realm 9th layer. Zhao Xian's face showed shock as he looked at the spirit pill in his dantian, which already had 9 patterns. In a flash, the spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, its density reaching an utterly terrifying level. At the same time, a figure walked in from outside the door. President, did you call for me? The newcomer was Zhao Ming, who had suddenly heard Zhao Xian's voice in his mind. He was already aware of Zhao Xian's various terrifying methods today, and his respect for this young master had reached an extreme. So, upon hearing the voice, he rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the hall, he felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Xian. Falling Pattern Realm 9th layer. He looked horrified. He knew the strength of his young master before. He was merely at the spirit transformation realm. He also knew that the young master had the ability to slay peak fragmented void realm experts because of a treasure. This could explain why the young master could instantly kill that peak falling pattern realm expert back then. But, why was it that now, the young master's cultivation was even more terrifying than his own? Falling Pattern Realm 9th layer? Wasn't the young master at the spirit transformation realm? He was completely stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Zhao Xian also noticed Zhao Ming's arrival. He waved his hand, signaling Zhao Ming to sit down. There are still a few more people. You can sit and wait for a bit. Zhao Xian's tone was friendly. Yes. Zhao Ming suppressed the shock in his heart, immediately nodded, and then found a seat towards the back. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, was filled with emotion. 2 broken Xian Dan allowed me to break through 8 realms. That's really exaggerated. Zhao Xian secretly clicked his tongue. This is just. Compared to this, the cost-effectiveness of my own cultivation is simply explosive. It would be better to auction off various elixirs related to cultivation to enhance my own abilities. Cultivating myself? What a joke! Of course, thoughts aside, elixirs for cultivation are already scarce, let alone auctioning them off. On the other hand, one must also consider the profits from holding an auction. Just the elixirs for cultivation, the profits they can bring aren't that high. It would also affect the final evaluation of the settlement. There are gains and losses. One can only say it's a helpless move. With that in mind, he opened his personal panel to take a look. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22 years, cultivation, 9th layer of the falling pattern realm, cultivation method, yellow grade upper class gathering spirit technique, entry 12 of 300. Shen grade upper class green sparrow red feather technique, not entered 23/500. Earth grade lower class weak water 3000 technique, perfected, martial arts, yellow grade upper class dragon tiger fist, entry 52 of 300. Earth grade upper class martial arts dragon roar spear technique, perfected, current usable cultivation experience, 90,000 points, can be used to comprehend cultivation methods / create new methods. Current usable martial arts experience, 111,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts / create new martial arts. Current usable object fragments, 116 points, can be used to enhance weapons / create weapons. Current usable universal stones, 3, remaining refund times, 100 times. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. The heavenly essence jade crystal refunded 12 object fragments? That's quite a lot. However, he wasn't in a hurry to create spiritual tools. These object fragments were temporarily useless. As for enhancing weapon levels, Zhao Xian attempted to upgrade the king weapon silver gallbladder howling cold spear in his hand. To upgrade the silver gallbladder howling cold spear from a beginner king weapon to an intermediate king weapon requires 100 object fragments. Do you want to upgrade? Oh, Zhao Xian's eyes brightened. It only takes 100 points to upgrade? This is quite a pleasant surprise. However, no rush. At present, a beginner king weapon is sufficient for Zhao Xian. There's no need to hurry to upgrade. After all, he had just acquired quite a few weapons, and if he could turn them all from waste to treasure, he might just hit a jackpot and get something even better. It wouldn't be too late to decide then. Besides, what delighted Zhao Xian even more was that the map had actually refunded 2 universal stones. In that case, if I want, I can create 3 or more earth-grade cultivation methods / martial arts or top-tier spiritual tools at any time? A smile crept onto Zhao Xian's lips. Of course, the downside is, the things obtained through universal stones probably can't be used for auction either. They can't be turned from waste to treasure. Looking at it this way, these universal stones are somewhat of a mixed blessing. After all, he wasn't lacking in earth-grade cultivation methods and top-tier spiritual tools right now, but they might still be useful in the future. Zhao Xian wasn't in a hurry to draw conclusions. While waiting, he Wan and Xiao Yue followed Chen Yunhe into the hall. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. The two immediately bowed upon seeing Zhao Xian, especially He Wan, who felt incredibly fortunate for making the right choice after learning that Xiang Yuntian had died at Zhao Xian's hands. If he had forced a move back then, he would have long been a rotting corpse by now. As for Xiao Yue, he was even more grateful for his decisiveness, having chosen the right team and the right people. The abilities and methods displayed by Zhao Xian were truly beyond his imagination. Since everyone is here, let's start discussing the future plans of our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian said, looking at Chen Yunhe and Lin Yao. Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, you both have more experience. What are your thoughts? The two did not hesitate at all, their faces filled with confidence. After all, this was their area of expertise. President, I believe our primary goal now is to recruit top experts from around the world. Although the chamber is under your leadership, we are not afraid of others provoking us. But if we want to completely swallow the assets of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, relying solely on you is far from enough. So we need to recruit strong practitioners from the fragmented void realm, and one is not enough. Chen Yunhe immediately said. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement and turned to Lin Yao. Lin Yao also spoke up right away. What Yunhe said makes a lot of sense, but it's not very realistic to implement. There are only so many strong practitioners in the fragmented void realm in the entire North State, and they are all controlled by a few major sects. How easy is it to recruit them? In my opinion, we should recruit some scattered cultivators from the falling pattern realm who have excellent character and talent, and our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can provide resources to cultivate them. Although this will take much longer, if we can elevate this group, it will be a tremendous boost for our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, Chen Yunhe frowned and retorted, I don't agree with this. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is currently in an expansion phase. If we start cultivating from the falling pattern realm, who knows when we will see results? It's too long. But your plan is also not very realistic. We won't be able to recruit strong practitioners from the fragmented void realm. The two began to argue back and forth. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and waved his hand. The two immediately stopped their argument and looked at Zhao Xian. I have a plan that can combine the advantages of both Uncle Chen and Uncle Lin's proposals. Upon hearing this, both of them looked astonished. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Xian smiled gently and said, the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce definitely needs to be swallowed up, and it cannot be delayed. We also need to deal with the Hao US sect. Although strong practitioners from the fragmented void realm are rare in the North State, it becomes much simpler when looking at the entire Dian dynasty. As long as the conditions are good, it will naturally be easy to recruit them. Hearing this, Shen Yunha's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was no need to limit their vision to the North State. Under Zhao Xian's leadership, their Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had already overturned the Hao US sect, and their reputation could likely spread throughout the Dian dynasty. At that time, with their reputation and decent treatment, they would surely be able to find quite a few strong practitioners from the fragmented void realm. This problem would naturally be resolved. So, the recruitment matter will be entrusted to you, Uncle Chen. Chen Yunha immediately cupped his hands and replied, no problem. Of course, we can also proceed simultaneously with the Daxia dynasty. Zhao Xian then looked at Hewen beside him. Upon hearing this, Hewen understood Zhao Xian's intention and immediately stood up, cupping his hands and saying, Hewen, will certainly not fail this mission. Zhao Xian smiled and shook his head. Old He, don't be in such a hurry. What I mean is for you to notify your friend and have him help keep an eye on things. If we can recruit anyone, it will count as a transaction between us. As for you, you have other matters to attend to. Hearing this, Hewen was momentarily stunned, thinking Zhao Xian was going to dismiss him. However, after hearing the latter part of the statement, his eyes brightened, and he quickly bowed. Yes. Additionally, regarding the cultivation plan proposed by Uncle Lin, I also have a plan for this. Just now, I obtained quite a few resources from that old scoundrel Xiang Yintian's ring, which should be specifically for the disciples of the Hao US sect. Let's start with our own people. Everyone should have a share. As soon as Zhao Xian said this, everyone present couldn't help but be taken aback. Everyone has a share? Especially Xiao Yuha, who couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Does he get a share too? Zhao Xian then briefly outlined his specific plan, and the discussion continued late into the night before gradually dispersing. Chen Yunhao was assigned to recruit strong individuals above the fragmented void realm. Lin Yao was assigned to logistics, distributing resources to several core members of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The first goal was for everyone to reach the gathering pill realm. Otherwise, if their cultivation was too low, even if they managed to recruit strong individuals from the fragmented void realm, they wouldn't be able to control them. Xueming was still in charge of the construction for the Qingyun auction house. As for Hewen, he was assigned by Zhao Xian to guard the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, responsible for the security of the chamber. This left Hewen somewhat stunned. After all, with Zhao Xian around, it seemed unnecessary for him to worry about the chamber's security. But Zhao Xian didn't provide further explanation, and he didn't ask more, simply accepting the arrangement. After everything was settled, Zhao Xian returned to his room. Tai Shan. Yes, President. Tai Shan's tall figure instantly appeared beside Zhao Xian, almost ghostly in his swiftness. Unfortunately, Tai Shan was still only at the first level of the fragmented void realm. However, it wasn't a big issue. Zhao Xian flipped his hand, and the 6th grade pill, fragmented void pill, which he had transformed from waste, landed in his palm. He then handed it to Tai Shan. Take this fragmented void pill and cultivate well afterward. Tai Shan, seeing this, didn't hesitate at all and reached out to take it. Understood. He then placed the pill in his mouth and sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate his cultivation method. Zhao Xian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Tai Shan's method absorbing spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. This speed was far beyond that of ordinary Earth-grade methods. Earth-grade upper-tier method. Zhao Xian was astonished. He had thought Tai Shan's cultivation method was only an Earth-grade lower tier. He never expected it to be so high. At least none of the fragmented void realm practitioners in the entire North State province had a method of such quality. Such a high-grade method was incredibly rare, and the North State province was simply too small. Seeing Taishan completely immersed in his cultivation, Zhao Sen glanced at the number of times he had accumulated the ability to transform waste into treasure over the past few days. Not bad, he had already accumulated 14 opportunities. I should find a chance to transform everything on me, Zhao Xian thought, noticing that he still had 100 returns left. Clearly, this was due to his breakthrough to the marked pattern realm, which had increased his return count. The second realm gives me 100 returns? That's not bad, but I'm about to break through to the gathering pill realm. I wonder how many it will increase to then. Although the returns from the auction were just a few insignificant gains, these insignificant gains were incredibly valuable to Zhao Xian right now. 2 broken Xian pills had nearly pushed him to the gathering pill realm. It was simply outrageous, but then Zhao Xian felt a bit conflicted. In his hand, he held 6 fragmented void pills. These fragmented void pills were 6th grade pills, inherently very precious. More importantly, this item could allow someone to break through from the gathering pill realm to the fragmented void realm. For Zhao Xian, it seemed a bit distant, but if used on his subordinates, like He Won, it could help him break through to the fragmented void realm quickly. This would also benefit his plans. However, it just felt a bit wasteful. After all, He Won was only at the first level of the gathering pill realm, and it would take a long time for him to reach the peak of the gathering pill realm. If he were to elevate all these fragmented void pills, it would greatly benefit the auction he was about to hold. What's more critical is that if I can enhance this broken void pill and auction it off, I could even regain my cultivation. Even if it's just 1/10, it would be enough for me to easily break through to the gathering pill realm. After this line of thought, it seemed clear which option to choose. However, Zhao Xian didn't rush to enhance the broken void pill. There was still some time left. The immediate priority was to swallow up all the assets of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, and on the other hand, deal with the issues concerning the Haoyu sect. Once Taishan's strength breaks through, and after Uncle Chen recruits a strong expert from the fragmented void realm, we should be able to take action against the Haoyu sect. After a bit of contemplation, Zhao Xian sat down to cultivate. Although his cultivation efficiency was far inferior to the return, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, the news of Zhao Xian killing the Haoyu sect's Grand Elder, Xiang Yuntian, had already spread to everyone in the entire North State province, especially among the major sects. When the Luoyan sect heard this news, they were just having tea and nearly sprayed it all over their disciples' faces. As the first true disciple of the Luoyan sect, Li Shan was even more shocked, losing focus on his cultivation. His mind was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't figure out, how did President Zhao suddenly become so terrifying? That was a peak expert of the fragmented void realm. Aside from the Luoyan sect, the other major sects also began to feel restless. Even the top expert of the Haoyu sect, Xiang Yuntian, had met a tragic end at Zhao Xian's hands. Zhao Xian and the strength of the Qingyin Chamber of Commerce were simply unimaginable. The power dynamics in the North State province were clearly about to undergo significant changes. But it wasn't just the North State province. This news spread rapidly throughout the entire Dian dynasty. Dian dynasty, the capital. Within the grand and luxurious Golden Hall of Yanwang City, countless ministers knelt on the ground, paying their respects, while on the dragon throne sat the current sovereign of the Dian dynasty, Yanwang. Are you all aware of the situation in the North Wilderness? Yanwang slowly spoke, his tone casual and indifferent, as if merely asking a simple question. However, the ministers below were wide-eyed, speculating on Yanwang's thoughts. Soon, a military minister stood up first and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, the situation in the North Wilderness has been stable for over 30 years, thanks to your decree. But now that the number one person in the North Wilderness has fallen, it will inevitably cause chaos. I believe we need to continue investigating, especially the one who killed Xiang Yuntian. We must conduct a thorough investigation." In response, Yanwang's expression remained casual. He nodded slightly and said nothing further, leaving people puzzled. Soon, another minister stood up to advise, "Your Majesty, I believe this may be an opportunity. Although the North Wilderness has been stable, it has not produced any outstanding talents for many years, while in recent years, the South Shang has produced some remarkable talents, strengthening our dynasty's prosperity. Now that the situation in the North Wilderness has changed drastically, perhaps an extraordinary talent will emerge. This would be a tremendous boon for our Dian." With this minister's viewpoint presented, the other ministers began to offer their advice as well. However, Their opinions revolved around the 2 points mentioned above. The two factions engaged in a heated debate, each refusing to back down. Just as the argument grew intense, Yan Wang slowly raised his hand. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. It seems that the ministers of Dian are all capable individuals. I agree with Minister Chen, the chaos in the North Wilderness is indeed a good thing, but if we allow it to develop into chaos, that is not my character. Minister Chen, send someone to the North Wilderness. If things get too chaotic, suppress it as needed. Yan Wang spoke indifferently, thus concluding the matter. Seeing this, the other ministers naturally did not dare to say much. Dian has always valued martial prowess, whoever has the strongest fist has the right. Clearly, Yan Wang himself was no ordinary figure, and the ministers below dared not speak further. I, your humble servant, accept the decree. Chen Xiang immediately bowed and spoke loudly. In the southern province of the Great Yan Dynasty, Zilei Pavilion, at the peak of the continuous mountain range, spiritual energy swirls, resembling a fairyland, and at the very center of the mountain peak, there stand enormous and luxurious buildings. The buildings are predominantly a mysterious purple, with thunderous might seemingly surging from the top. The imposing aura instills a sense of awe just from a glance. Here lies the Zilei Pavilion. In the depths of the grand hall of Zilei Pavilion, a familiar figure is half kneeling here. Mother, father, grandfather, they are all dead. Xiang Qianqian is kneeling on the ground, her delicate face covered in tears, looking up with tear-filled eyes. There, a dignified and elegant woman sits gracefully in the foremost position, her expression calm, her gaze indifferent, as if she disregards everything, even Xiang Qianqian. And she is Xiang Qianqian's biological mother, Yunlu. At the same time, she is the current master of Zilei Pavilion. Watching Xiang Qianqian cry in despair, Yunlu seems completely unconcerned about her daughter's emotional state. Instead, she asks indifferently, who killed them? Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian. Xiang Qianqian immediately replied, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Although she had long suspected that Zhao Xian was not ordinary, she never expected that Zhao Xian possessed such terrifying abilities. Even her grandfather was no match. Instantly killed. Her grandfather was at the peak of the fragmented void realm. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Who struck first? Yunlu continued to ask calmly. Hearing this, Xiang Qianqian hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Yunlu seemed to see through her. It was Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming, wasn't it? Wolves in sheep's clothing, biting back at a critical moment. It's only natural to be avenged. Yunlu's words made Xiang Qianqian fall silent. At first, she did not know about the past events between the Haoyue sect and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, because Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming had never mentioned it. It was only after she had He who come to Zilei Pavilion to inquire in detail that she learned the details of that incident from years ago. The role played by the Haoyue sect was utterly heinous and despicable. No wonder her grandfather and father dared not speak of it. In Xiang Qianqian's understanding, the Haoyue sect was the most righteous sect, always acting with reason. But now, if it weren't for the fact that Xiang Yuntian and Xiang Ming were her relatives, she might have cursed them for their fate. But after all, they are her family. But mother, that is still my father, and also yours. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but she was interrupted by Yunlu. The two of us cannot be considered a couple. I have told you more than once. I had you with him only to inherit Zilei Pavilion. If it weren't for that, your father would have never been able to connect with me. In her words, Yunlu showed great disdain for Xiang Ming, completely looking down on him. Your grandfather was also a short-sighted person. Now that both of them are dead, it is actually a good thing for you. As for the matters with the Haoyue sect, just treat them as if they never happened. I will not send anyone to take action against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, this was indeed your father and their violation of the ban. I have been quite courteous not to retrieve their bodies and cut them a few times. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qianqian opened her mouth but could not utter a single word. As a daughter, she naturally understood Yunlu's character very well. She was extremely indifferent to familial ties, with only power and Zilei Pavilion in her eyes. Aside from that, she cared little for anything else. Even her union with Xiang Ming was merely because he was somewhat pleasing to the eye, combined with the special rules of Zilei Pavilion, which led to the birth of Xiang Qianqian. From beginning to end, she only used her relationship with Xiang Ming Of course, the reason why the Hao sect was able to become the number one sect in the northern province later was also due to its backing from the Zile Pavilion. After all, the southern province is not like the northern province, a wild and backward place. The number of strong practitioners in the southern province is extremely large, and the top-tier experts can easily flatten the northern province. The status of the Zile Pavilion in the southern province is extremely high, and even in the entire Dian dynasty, it can rank among the top 10. Such a colossal sect, just its reputation alone is enough to deter countless petty individuals. The matters on the Hao sect side have come to an end, and you should settle down. If you still want to take revenge, then cultivate on your own, make yourself stronger, and handle it yourself. Yun Lu spoke calmly. The Yanwan's grand competition for outstanding talents is about to start in 3 years. You should take this time to prepare. Hearing this, Xiang Qianshan dared not defy and immediately nodded, saying, yes. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Inside the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce residence, Zhao Xian sat cross-legged, circulating spiritual energy within his body. When the last wisp of spiritual energy entered his body, Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes. I've reached the peak of the falling pattern realm, just one step away from breaking through to the gathering Dan realm. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. Breaking through a realm in 10 days. Although a bit slow, Zhao Xian was still quite satisfied. Moreover, these 10 days had also brought considerable gains to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. First, Chen Yunhe's plan to recruit strong practitioners was progressing very smoothly. Now, 2 fragmentation realm experts had contacted Chen Yunhe, expressing their intention to join the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Of course, it was only an intention. After all, the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had just begun to spread, and to gain trust, they naturally needed real capabilities. However, there was no rush on that front. Then, there was He Wen's friend, who also contacted a fragmentation realm expert, a loose cultivator from the Daxia dynasty. Due to the long distance, they planned to come together with the next shipment of goods. After that, several elders of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, after Zhao Xian generously provided a pile of cultivation resources, also lived up to expectations and improved their cultivation. However, these few were not particularly good at cultivation, and their talents were not that great, even worse than Zhao Xian's previous self, so even if they improved, it wouldn't be by much. In the future, I should get some pills that can drastically enhance cultivation and talent, Zhao Xian thought, shaking his head. However, what surprised Zhao Xian was that Zhao Ming had actually broken through to the peak of the falling pattern realm in just these 10 days. His cultivation was now on par with his own. Zhao Xian took a special look and found that Zhao Ming's cultivation talent was quite impressive. It was just that when he joined the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it was during a low point. His cheap father, Zhao Lidian, had not given Zhao Ming many resources, which had buried Zhao Ming's potential for so many years. At this rate, Zhao Ming's breakthrough to the gathering Dan realm is just around the corner. He could even continuously take pills to rapidly elevate his cultivation to the fragmentation realm. Zhao Xian was very satisfied with this, but taking pills to enhance cultivation was not necessary for the time being. Rushing growth was ultimately not a good thing. Zhao Xian also provided a lot of pills for He Wen to cultivate, all taken from Xiang Yuntian's ring. It had consumed quite a few opportunities to turn waste into treasure, accumulating over 10 days. Along with the previous ones, there had been a total of 34 opportunities to turn waste into treasure, but he had used 5 times, so there were still 29 left. Of course, these were just the icing on the cake. The most important thing was naturally Tieshan's cultivation, with high-grade earth-level martial arts, plus Tieshan's extraordinary cultivation talent. After taking the fragmentation pill and continuously cultivating for 5 days, Tieshan's cultivation had now reached the peak of the fragmentation realm, just one step away from the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. In just 5 days, breaking through 4 realms, although aided by the shattered void realm, this speed is still enough to shock the heart. Even Zhao Xian felt a bit envious. However, upon careful consideration, his own talent wasn't too far off, especially since he could strengthen himself by using the elixirs from the auctions. It's about time to take action. Originally, Zhao Xian planned to break through to the gathering Dan realm before leaving the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to deal with the troubles of the Sunya Chamber of Commerce and the Hao sect. But now that Tai Shan had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Shattered Void Realm, combined with his assassination skills, Even those at the 7th level of the Shattered Void Realm could be assassinated by him. In this northern state, he could walk with confidence. Naturally, there was no need to worry about these matters anymore. Zhao Xian then briefly instructed He Wan, asking him to protect the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, before leaving with Tai Shan towards Haiyun City. Haiyun City, headquarters of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. Due to the fall of Qin Shanhe and Qin Shanyue, the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce had already descended into chaos. However, just 3 days of turmoil, and a young man immediately stabilized the situation. Not only did he handle the affairs of the various branches of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce exceptionally well, but he also earned the admiration of several strong enforcers. Little President, do you really think the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will let us go? Inside the Grand Hall, a young boy sat upright, holding a scroll in his hands, reading it with great interest, seemingly immersed in it. His name was Xian, only 18 years old, a child from a poor family in Haiyun City, who had read all the classics since childhood and was known as the child prodigy in Haiyun City. However, in an era where martial arts were prevalent, focusing solely on the classics naturally wouldn't lead to great achievements. But after the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce encountered trouble, he realized that his abilities had a place to shine, so he entered the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce on his own, providing a series of solutions to stabilize the unrest in the major branches. This earned him recognition from many elders in the chamber, allowing him to take the position of this little president and guide their actions. Hearing someone nearby inquire, Xian furrowed his brow and said, "Elder Chen, what is the significance of this question?" Elder Chen immediately looked embarrassed and helplessly said, "Little President, I'm just worried." Without raising his head, Xian replied indifferently, "If you're so worried, why not quickly flee the northern state? That way, your chances of survival would be greater." Upon hearing this, Elder Chen was instantly at a loss for words. He wanted to escape too, but his wife, children, and family business were all in Haiyun City. How could he flee? Should he take his entire family with him? Not to mention whether he could escape with them. Even if he did, what would happen afterward? He was indeed at the Gathering Dan realm, thriving in the northern state. But once he left the northern state, how could a small Gathering Dan realm practitioner like him survive in the Great Yin dynasty? Thinking of this, he showed a bitter expression, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Instead of worrying about this and that, it's better to improve yourself and make yourself valuable. Now that even the top person from the Hao US sect has met a tragic end at the hands of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, the northern state is gradually descending into chaos, and I've inquired about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Although they are terrifyingly capable, they are short on manpower. So, Xian paused here, continuing to immerse himself in his reading. Although he hadn't finished his sentence, Elder Li had already understood the meaning behind Xian's words. "I understand." He immediately left to instruct his subordinates, acting as if nothing had happened and each fulfilling their duties. As for himself, he fell into a frenzied state of cultivation, wanting to take advantage of this time to improve his own strength, so that when the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce arrived, he could demonstrate sufficient ability to catch their attention. "They're coming. They've arrived." In the silent Grand Hall, Elder Li stood beside Xian, casting a curious glance at the ancient book Xian was reading. However, the content was so mixed and lengthy, obscure and difficult to understand, that he quickly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. Xian, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in it. Suddenly, a startled exclamation came from outside the door. Immediately after, a servant rushed in, tumbling and crawling, his face filled with panic. Noticing this, Elder Li furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to scold the servant, he saw Xian put down the ancient book and rise to walk towards the door. "Let's go, Elder Li." Seeing Xian like this, Elder Li immediately understood, his pupils narrowing as he hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, in Haiyun City, Zhao Xian and Tai Shan had just arrived and were wandering the streets like ordinary people. This Haiyun City is indeed much more prosperous than Manhwa City. The Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce really knows how to pick a place for the main city, Zhao Xian remarked in admiration. Tai Shan stood beside him like a small mountain, watching as people around them hurriedly avoided him, occasionally casting wary glances and whispering among themselves. Zhao Xian paid no attention to any of this. As they walked, they soon arrived in front of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce's residence. Before Zhao Xian could investigate, two figures quickly emerged from the residence. "I am Xian, the current acting president of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce." "Greetings, President Zhao." Elderly watched as Xian immediately bent down to bow, leaving him momentarily stunned. How did the young president know that this person was the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? However, he wasn't foolish. Once he realized, he quickly returned the greeting, saying, "I am Li Xiaoyun, elder of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, President Zhao." Seeing the two suddenly bowing, Zhao Xian was also taken aback. Acting president? Zhao Xian looked at Xian in surprise. This acting president is a bit young. Could he be a descendant of Qin Shanyue or Qin Shanha? But that didn't seem right. One is surnamed Qin. The other is surnamed Shi. However, to take over the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce in such a short time, he must have a significant status within the chamber. Xian seemed to sense Zhao Xian's thoughts and immediately clasped his hands in explanation. "I am not a member of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce. I was brought in by Elderly a few days ago to provide some guidance and stabilize the current situation of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce." Elderly quickly added, "That is indeed the case. Originally, after Qin Shanha and the others died, our Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce fell into chaos, with several branches starting to cause trouble, vaguely wanting to unite for rebellion. Fortunately, the young president provided guidance, which allowed us to suppress these unruly elements." When he mentioned the title of president, Elderly's heart nearly leaped, and he quickly corrected himself to refer to Qin Shanha by name. Hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes in amusement. The attitudes of these two were quite intriguing. So, Zhao Xian asked again, what does President Zhao mean?" Elderly was momentarily confused by Zhao Xian's question. It was Xian who, after observing carefully, immediately clasped his hands and said, "In response to President Zhao, my guidance is not remarkable. I merely instructed Elderly to pass down that all branches of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce will be managed by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce from now on. If there is any disorder, it would be defying the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce." As he spoke, Xian suddenly knelt on the ground, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, President Zhao. I acted without your permission and used the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce as a tiger skin to suppress my subordinates." Elderly watched as Xian inexplicably knelt down, his mind nearly unable to process it, standing there in a daze. Zhao Xian, however, looked deeply at Xian. This young man, indeed had something about him. "Your name is Xian?" Zhao Xian asked. "Yes." Xian nodded. "Your strategy is quite good. Thank you, President Zhao, for your praise, but compared to your exquisite fishing techniques, I, Xian, am not even 1/10,000th of you," Xian said, unblushing and unabashedly flattering. Elderly couldn't help but secretly give Xian a thumbs up. At first, when Xian joined the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, his aloof demeanor made Elderly think that the young man was just naturally like that. Now it seemed, he had overthought it. In terms of shrewdness, he was actually outdone by a 19-year-old boy. What a waste of years. Zhao Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Although it was flattery, Zhao Xian felt somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps, he was still not used to it. However, he didn't mind. Xian then immediately welcomed Zhao Xian and Tai Shan into the main hall. Zhao Xian sat in the first seat, with Tai Shan standing beside him. Xian and Elderly sat on either side. "President Zhao, regarding the matters of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, I have arranged everything for you. The Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce can be renamed to Qingyun Chamber of Commerce at any time now," Xian said, cupping his hands. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't want to take over the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce right now. After all, it had once been a rival chamber, and he was unfamiliar with the people inside. Who knew if there would be hidden dangers? The saying goes, to cut the grass, one must remove the roots, and Zhao Xian was very clear about this. Seeing this, Xian immediately added, "The Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce has existed with two factions since the time of Qin Shanhe and Qin Shanyu. One faction naturally supports the Qin faction, which consists of the two brothers, Qin Shanhe and Qin Shanyu. This faction is small in number, but each member is a core elder with immense power. The other faction is called the anti-Qin faction. Although the two brothers, Qin Shanhe and Qin Shanyu, are the masters of the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce, their actions are mostly akin to those of bandits, often plundering the people's wealth. The anti-Qin faction is very dissatisfied with their methods, believing that one day, the Sun Yu Chamber of Commerce will fall into the hands of the two. In the past, because the two brothers were still in power, the anti-Qin faction did not dare to show their faces, but now that the two brothers have fallen, the anti-Qin faction has surged forward, taking the initiative, and most of the people from the Qin faction have been cleaned out by Elderly. At this point, Xian paused. Elderly nodded repeatedly, assuring, the people from the Qin faction are mostly arrogant and overbearing, so it's very simple to catch them. Please rest assured, President Zhao. Seeing this, Xian immediately said, the anti-Qin faction exists because of the two brothers, Qin Shanyi and Qin Shanyu. Now that they have fallen, the anti-Qin faction will naturally cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Elder Li's heart tightened. He quickly nodded. Watching the two of them speak back and forth, Zhao Xian had no chance to interject, and they resolved various existing hidden dangers. In the end, Zhao Xian couldn't even get a word in. However, a smile appeared on his face. This Xian was indeed a rare talent for management. Well done. After the two finished speaking, Zhao Xian nodded and praised, then turned his gaze to Xian and said, then I will temporarily leave the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce in your hands. You should carefully inventory all the assets of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce and send the list to Mingyu City. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Xian was taken aback. President Zhao, you are not taking over now? Zhao Xian shook his head and said, I originally planned to take some things from the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce and clean up the weeds. However, it seems you have already cleaned up very well, and you have managed it quite nicely. As for taking over, I still need to wait some time. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Xian immediately bowed and cupped his hands, saying, understood, please rest assured, President Zhao, before you take over, I, Xian, will ensure that the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce is managed in an orderly manner, and there will be no problems. Zhao Xian smiled, stood up, and patted Xian on the shoulder. Work hard. After saying that, he left with Taizhan. Watching Zhao Xian depart, Elderly already felt his back soaked with sweat. Xian was also drenched in sweat, but the reasons for both were different. Xian was facing Zhao Xian with a sense of dread, while Elderly was because of Taizhan. That big guy's aura was simply too terrifying. It even made him feel a bit suffocated. No wonder the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could sweep through again, with such top-tier powerhouses stationed there, plus President Zhao's abilities. It would be strange if they couldn't sweep through again. After leaving the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian immediately took Taizhan to the Haoyue sect. Originally, the main purpose of this trip was also to clean up the Haoyue sect. Compared to the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce, the remaining personnel of the Haoyue sect posed a greater threat. But upon arriving at the Haoyue sect, a bizarre scene made Zhao Xian frown tightly. At the highest peak of the Ning'an mountain range, in front of the pitch-black gate of the Haoyue sect, Zhao Xian and Taizhan stood there, looking at the three characters Haoyue sect above the door. Zhao Xian's brows furrowed, because there wasn't a single figure to be seen at the entrance. Logically speaking, even if Xiang Yuntian and the others had been killed by him, the sect master of the Haoyue sect should still be alive, able to oversee the sect. It shouldn't be the case that not even a disciple was there to guard the door. This was clearly strange. President, it seems there is no one inside, Taizhan said, cupping his hands beside him. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's frown deepened. Let's go in and take a look. His purpose for coming to the Haoyue sect was simple. On one hand, it was to eliminate the disciples of the Haoyue sect to prevent future troubles. On the other hand, it was naturally to seize the vast resources of the Haoyue sect. However, it seemed he was overthinking. When he walked into the main hall of the Haoyue sect, he found it completely empty. Tables, chairs, calligraphy, paintings, and even decorative vases, none were seen. It was as if someone had come to the Haoyue sect in advance and looted it clean. But the Haoyue sect was, after all, the number one sect in the North State province. Even with the fall of the top figure Xiang Yuntian, there should still be a few strong practitioners in the void fragmentation realm within the sect. Other sects simply couldn't take down the Haoyue sect so easily. Could it be that the sect master of the Haoyue sect knew I would come to take action and ran away in advance? Zhao Xian's expression turned strange. If that were the case, should it be said that the sect master of the Haoyue sect was too cowardly, or was he decisive? Then Zhao Xian and Taizhan carefully searched the Haoyue sect from top to bottom, almost turning the ground over to investigate. In the end, they concluded that indeed, there was nothing left in the Haoyue sect, but it didn't seem like the Haoyue sect had left voluntarily, because Zhao Xian and Taizhan discovered traces of a fight and residual blood inside. There must have been a battle. However, this battle ended very quickly, almost like a crushing defeat. Thus, the traces of the fight were almost imperceptible. It seems someone got to the Hao US sect before us and destroyed it. Zhao Xian frowned tightly. This was not good news for him. The ability to annihilate the Hao US sect indicated that the person who acted was definitely not a force within the North State province. An outsider had intervened. Moreover, it was difficult to discern the strength of this outsider, but they must be stronger than every force currently in the North State province. President, I just found a token in the corner of the main hall. Taizhan suddenly appeared beside Zhao Xian, holding a purple token in his hands. Zhao Xian took it and looked. He found that one side of the token was engraved with thunder and the other side with purple. Thunder purple? Or purple thunder? Zhao Xian was not familiar with this and decided to keep the token, planning to have someone investigate it after returning. The Hao US sect had been destroyed, leaving no resources behind. Only this empty shell of a building remained. Zhao Xian had little interest in it, so he quickly left the Hao US sect with Taizhan. Now that the Hao US sect has been destroyed and the major concern has been resolved, Zhao Xian can finally begin to expand without restraint. The first step is to recruit those in the fragmented void realm. Chen Yunhe contacted 2 scattered cultivators in the fragmented void realm, and 1 from He Wen's friend. All of them were invited to join the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Initially, these individuals were quite dissatisfied, as they saw that Zhao Xian, as the president, was merely at the peak of the falling pattern realm, which felt like an insult to them. However, Zhao Xian then stripped them of their cultivation, which shocked them greatly. After that, they reined in their arrogance and settled down to work for Zhao Xian. Next was the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. With the help of Xian and Elderly, he quickly brought all the branches of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce under his control. As a result, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce instantly became the largest chamber of commerce in the North State province. Its branches were spread far and wide. Naturally, the largest auction house of the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce also fell into Zhao Xian's hands. The scale of this auction house was far beyond that of the one in Manhwa City. Zhao Xian also planned to hold future auctions in Haiyun City. After all, the scale has an impact on the system's final evaluation. The larger the scale, the better. As for personnel distribution, Zhao Xian now naturally stationed himself at the Haiyun City branch. He initially wanted to bring Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, and Elder Shui along, but they politely declined. On one hand, it was due to nostalgia. On the other hand, they felt that following Zhao Xian would only hold him back. It was better for them to stay in Manhwa City, operate well, achieve some results, and provide an explanation for themselves and for Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian did not force them. Instead, he left them enough resources to cultivate to the Gathering Pill realm, along with a few treasures, advising them to hold auctions with these treasures in the future to attract more customers. After all, he did not intend to give up on Manhwa City. He merely shifted his focus to Haiyun City. On another note, Zhao Xian also had a good idea he planned to try out to see if it was feasible. Besides Uncle Chen and the others, Zhao Ming also stayed in Manhwa City. Additionally, Zhao Xian arranged for a strong cultivator in the fragmented void realm to also be stationed in Manhwa City, ensuring the safety of Uncle Chen and the others. After arranging and implementing all these matters, half a month had already passed. In Haiyun City, at the Sunyu Chamber of Commerce. No, to be precise, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce Haiyun City branch. Zhao Xian sat cross-legged in the familiar Great Hall, his aura rising to an extremely terrifying level. Gathering Pill Realm. Zhao Xian had broken through to the Gathering Pill Realm. The breakthrough process was very smooth, with almost no resistance. It happened naturally. At this speed, I think it will only take about a year for me to break through to the fragmented void realm, Zhao Xian silently estimated. He currently had quite a few Gathering Pill Realm elixirs for cultivation. If he consumed them, combined with his current cultivation method in spirit-seeking body, breaking through to the fragmented void realm in a year would not be a problem. However, he was not in a hurry. He had already distributed quite a few Gathering Pill Realm elixirs to Uncle Chen's side. Recently, Manhwa City planned to hold an auction. The auction items were some treasures that Zhao Xian had set aside early on. The quality was not particularly high, mostly upper-grade to top-grade mysterious treasures. After all, it was just a test, and Zhao Xian did not intend to make the scale of the auction too large. According to the timeline, the auction should have just concluded. Thinking this, Zhao Xian stood up to stretch his muscles and bones. As he walked into the great hall, he saw Elderly approaching with a beaming face, bowing and clasping his hands, saying, President, the auction in Manhwa City was a great success. A total of 3 upper-grade martial arts and 1 top-grade martial art were auctioned off, along with 5 fifth-grade spirit elixirs, yielding a total of 319,500 lower-grade spirit stones. Elder Li's voice trembled slightly, and his face was exceptionally flushed, showing great excitement. He had originally thought that after Zhao Xian arrived in Haiyan City, even if Manhwa City held an auction, it probably wouldn't attract any significant figures, and the auction would likely struggle to succeed. Who would have thought that while it indeed didn't attract any powerful figures from the fragmented Void Realm, it did draw a large number of Gathering Pill Realm experts to the auction. The high-grade and top-grade Shin tier items, as well as the 5th-grade Shin Spirit Pills, were most suitable for Gathering Pill Realm experts. With this supply and demand relationship in place, it was bound to be a great success. So easily, 300,000 low-grade spirit stones were in hand. It was simply delightful. As for Zhao Xian, he merely nodded calmly. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't help but murmur, I wonder if this method is truly feasible? Zhao Xian waited silently for a moment. Finally, his eyes suddenly brightened. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding! The auction has been successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as B. The value of the auction items is assessed as B. The revenue obtained from this auction is assessed as B. The overall average assessment of this auction is B level. Looking at this series of B levels, Zhao Xian was not particularly surprised. He had guessed earlier, as long as it was a Shin tier item, whether it was mid-grade or low-grade, its value assessment would be B. If there were Earth tier treasures, the value assessment could reach A. As for the revenue, this auction's earnings were quite standard, not low but not particularly high either. So, it being B level was quite normal. Of course, Zhao Xian didn't care about these. It was merely an attempt after all. Now it was confirmed that the auction could be held simultaneously, and rewards could be obtained. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with joy. In the future, he only needed to take out treasures and hand them over to his subordinates for auction. Rewards would continuously come to him. How wonderful! Thinking of this, he waited a moment longer. Soon, the system's prompt followed. You have successfully held this auction and achieved a B-level assessment, receiving a reward of 10 pure pills. Zhao Xian showed a look of surprise. What's going on? This B-level reward, is it really that little? Just one type? Or is it a pill? But why didn't it mention the grade of the pill? Zhao Xian looked at the introduction of the pure pill with curiosity. Pure pill, a special pill produced by the system, which allows anyone to unconditionally break through to the Gathering Pill Realm within 3 days after consumption. After reading the introduction clearly, Zhao Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes. The content of the introduction was brief, but every word made Zhao Xian take a deep breath. Produced by the system, unconditionally break through to the Gathering Pill Realm. Anyone can do it. This, Zhao Xian felt a surge of emotion. It seemed he had underestimated the rewards obtained from the auction. Even if it was just B level, the rewards were still astonishing. This was not just 10 pure pills. It was as if he had directly received 10 Gathering Pill Realm experts. 10 Gathering Pill Realm experts will indeed solve some troubles. Zhao Xian smiled. Previously, he was worried that the cultivation levels of several elders were too low, and it would be difficult to raise them. Now, this problem was easily resolved. Uncle Chen and the others could each take one without issue. All 3 were very trustworthy. Zhao Ming could also receive one, but Zhao Ming himself was not too far from the Gathering Pill Realm. It was likely that he wouldn't even need 3 days to break through after taking it. As for the other 6 pills, Zhao Xian planned to wait and see. As for Elder Li, seeing Zhao Xian standing there in silence, he could only stand by, not daring to speak, afraid of disturbing Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian then looked at Elder Li and smiled, asking, Elder Li, how is the arrangement for our auction going? Hearing this, Elder Li felt as if he had been granted a great pardon and immediately said, I report back to the president. Everything has been arranged. Moreover, according to the president's request, we have specially hired a top auctioneer. I heard that this person once achieved a brilliant record of 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones at an auction. It seems their verbal skills are quite impressive. Upon hearing Elder Li's words, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel intrigued. Oh, then I would like to see if this auctioneer truly has such caliber. After all, he had always handled the auctions himself. There was no choice. At that time, the situation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was too dire. On the other hand, He didn't want to reveal his treasures too early, as it would affect the customer's anticipation. Treasures should be kept hidden, tantalizing the audience before the auction to maximize profits. However, his verbal skills were lacking. Of course, the bigger reason was that he was too lazy to do it. So, President, when are we planning to start this auction? Elder Li cautiously inquired, then immediately worried that Zhao Xian might misunderstand. Quickly explained, because the auction also needs some publicity. Knowing the time in advance will help me arrange for my subordinates to spread the news. This way, we can attract more powerful individuals to come for the auction. Zhao Xian nodded slightly at this. Then let's set it for 3 days from now. 3 days should be enough for the news to spread, right? Zhao Xian said. Elder Li's eyes lit up immediately, nodding repeatedly. That's enough. Enough. It will be enough to spread the news throughout the entire North State. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xian frowned. North State? I meant the entire Great Yen. Ah, Elder Li was instantly dumbfounded. The entire Great Yen? Does the president mean he wants to attract powerful individuals from other places? But that would be quite a challenge. After all, their North State had the notorious name of the North Wilderness. Powerful individuals from other regions of Great Yen would look down on coming to the North Wilderness, let alone participating in an auction. In their eyes, the North Wilderness was a symbol of backwardness. What treasures could there be here? Can't do it? Zhao Xian glanced at Elder Li and asked again. No, no, no. Elder Li hurriedly waved his hands. Zhao Xian then slowly spoke. You don't need to do anything else. Just spread one message. This auction will feature the auctioning of royal artifacts. Boom! Zhao Xian's words struck Elder Li like a thunderclap. Elder Li's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. He thought he was hearing things. Royal artifacts? Elder Li swallowed hard. He was stumbling over his words. Is there a problem? Zhao Xian asked calmly. Elder Li was instantly speechless. A problem? This was a huge problem. Where would their chamber get royal artifacts? Royal artifacts are weapons that only those in the royal realm can access. Not to mention the North State. Even across the entire Great Yen dynasty, the number of royal artifacts is extremely scarce. Their North State had only a few top-grade spirit artifacts over the years. Where would they get royal artifacts? Isn't this false advertising? If those big shots were really attracted by the royal artifacts and then found nothing at the auction, wouldn't they turn the entire Haiyun city upside down? Elder Li was quite conflicted, but then he voiced his concerns. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. You don't need to worry about that, Elder Li. Just do as I say. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Elder Li naturally didn't dare to defy further and immediately bowed his head, saying, Yes, I will do it right away. After saying that, he immediately turned to make arrangements. He was all in. If even the president wasn't afraid, what was there for a small elder like him to fear? After sending off Elder Li, Zhao Xian returned to his room. With a flip of his palm, a purple token lay quietly in his hand. He had learned about the origins of this token from several newly recruited fragmented Void Realm practitioners. This was the token of the Purple Thunder Pavilion. Typically, after the Purple Thunder Pavilion takes action, they leave behind this token to declare that the matter was done by them. It could be said to be quite arrogant and presumptuous. Is there some conflict between the Purple Thunder Pavilion and the Haoyue sect? Zhao Xian's face showed confusion. He had asked about this, but the fragmented Void Realm practitioners had all indicated that they were unclear about the relationship between the two. But it should have no connection. Zhao Xian was not surprised. They knew of the Purple Thunder Pavilion because of its vast power and had naturally heard of it. However, the Haoyue sect was merely a sect in the northern wilderness, which they had not studied, so they were naturally unaware. At least from their words, the two should have no relation. Iron Mountain should be back tomorrow. I hope he can bring back some news. Zhao Xian murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before preparing to sit down and cultivate. However, the system's prompt sound rang in his ears once again. Ding! The Xianling pill you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation. Ding! The Xianling pill you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Xian was taken aback. Used right after the auction? So soon? However, he was naturally overjoyed, immediately feeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushing into his body, sinking instantly into his dantian. The spiritual pill circled above his dantian si. Ultimately, it was refined and absorbed, merging into the spiritual pill. Zhao Xian frowned slightly. He discovered that this time, his cultivation had only increased to the second level of the gathering pill realm. So little? The 1/10 effect of 2 Xianling pills, although far inferior to the breaking Xian pill, should still be quite good. Why did it only raise 1 realm? This surprised Zhao Xian. However, he soon carefully examined his dantian si and found that the space in his dantian si was terrifyingly large. After that rich spiritual energy sank into the dantian si, it seemed to vanish without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Zhao Xian then realized, is it that my upper limit for breaking through realms has increased, rather than the effect of the Xianling pill being too low? This realization surprised Zhao Xian a bit, but then he understood something. When he previously received the return cultivation from the breaking Xian pill, his realm had just barely reached the marking pattern realm. The effect of the breaking Xian pill was specifically aimed at strong practitioners in the gathering pill realm, so its effect was naturally exaggerated. It allowed him to break through continuously, but now he had already broken through the gathering pill realm. The Xianling pill was a very ordinary cultivation pill for the gathering pill realm. Its effect was not particularly high to begin with. Moreover, it was only a mere 1/10. It could be said that being able to help him break through one realm was already quite good. If I want to break through quickly, I need to auction off pills of the fragmented void level. Zhao Xian shook his head inside. The next day, the news that Zhao Xian was about to hold an auction in Haiyun City had spread throughout the entire northern state province. Among them, the most shocking news was that a royal weapon would be auctioned, which left countless forces wide-eyed, especially the Hangu Dao sect. It should be known that the Hangu Dao sect had been established for so many years, with such terrifying foundations, yet they had never forged a single royal weapon. They were well aware of the high difficulty of forging a royal weapon and also knew that no royal weapon had ever appeared within the northern state province. Now, Zhao Xian actually announced high profile that he would auction a royal weapon? In that instant, countless forces sent corps members to Haiyun City. Not to mention anything else, they just wanted to see if this so-called royal weapon was real. Due to the destruction of the Hao US sect, many top forces of the Dian dynasty began to pay attention to the northern wilderness, and naturally learned about the upcoming auction of the royal artifact by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City. This news also caused quite a stir. Royal artifact? In the Golden Hall of Yanhuang City, an assassin dressed in black light armor was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, the Yen King raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement appearing on his authoritative face. Is this news true? The Yen King asked. The assassin immediately cupped his hands and affirmed. Reporting to your majesty, this matter is absolutely true. I personally went to Haiyun City to confirm it, and this news indeed came from the mouth of Zhao Xian, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, before the Yen King could react, the two chancellors beside him could hardly contain themselves. Royal artifact? I remember Zhao Xian is only in his 20s, right? He probably hasn't even seen what a real royal artifact looks like, yet he dares to boast about auctioning one, probably just a gimmick to attract customers. Even looking at the entire Dian dynasty, the number of royal artifacts is extremely rare. I don't believe such a small place as the northern wilderness could have a royal artifact. Both chancellors shook their heads, expressing their disbelief. The assassin dared not say more, merely kneeling on the ground. The Yen King chuckled lightly. Whether it's true or not, won't we know if we take a look? Upon hearing this, the two chancellors were taken aback. Your Majesty, are you planning to personally lead the expedition? The Yen King waved his hand. I don't have that kind of time. Let that girl go. It's just right that she's been cooped up for a while and could use some fresh air. Seeing this, the two chancellors finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly cupped their hands in agreement. Inside the Zile Pavilion, Yun Lu, the master of the Zile Pavilion, showed a hint of surprise on her exquisite face. Royal artifact? This Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Such bold claims? Upon hearing that Zhao Xian was going to auction a royal artifact, even she couldn't help but show astonishment. The preciousness of royal artifacts is well known. Even the lowest level initial stage royal artifact could easily surpass top-tier spiritual artifacts. Such treasures could not possibly be forged in the northern wilderness. I wonder where Zhao Xian got his hands on it. Regarding the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, the Zile Pavilion had naturally investigated thoroughly. They even vividly described how Yun Tian and others met their demise at Zhao Xian's hands. She also knew that Zhao Xian possessed a special treasure with powers comparable to a domain. Of course, she looked down on this. This thing was at most similar to a domain ability. Comparable to a domain? Do they know how terrifying a domain is? That is something only peak Royal Realm experts have the chance to touch. How could a single treasure compare? The abilities produced by that treasure could only affect those below the Royal Realm. But even so, it was still something to be proud of. After all, coming from the northern wilderness and obtaining such a treasure indicates great fortune. The Haoyue sect truly does not know how to live. However, a royal artifact. She murmured to herself for a moment, then called for a servant. Have a Yun come over. Yes, Pavilion Master. In the very center of the eastern part of the Dian dynasty. This is where the largest sect of the Dian dynasty, Yueyan sect, is located. However, compared to the resplendent and prosperous Yanwang city, the buildings in Yueyan city are not tall but rather petite and unassuming. They appear quite ordinary. Inside Yueyan city, in a somewhat simple courtyard, an old man and a young man were sitting opposite each other with their eyes closed. Both were dressed in plain clothes, looking no different from ordinary people. But no one knew. The two individuals were none other than the sect leader of the Moon Goose Gate, Shan Yushan, and his top disciple, Xiao Jiani. Master, I heard that recently a Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has emerged in the northern wilderness, and they are going to hold an auction with a royal artifact as the highlight. Xiao Jiani slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of doubt and curiosity. You say, after all these years, we haven't had an auction house here selling royal artifacts. How could a small place like the northern wilderness manage to produce one? Upon hearing this, Shin Yushan gently stroked his white beard and said, in this world, there is a shortage of everything, but there is no shortage of strange occurrences. Xiao Jiani was slightly taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind Shin Yushan's words. Shin Yushan continued in a calm tone, although it is called the northern wilderness now, many years ago, it was home to powerful emperors. Even though it has fallen into decline, it doesn't mean there aren't treasures hidden within. At these words, Xiao Jiani's eyes lit up. Master, do you mean, this royal artifact might actually be real? Shin Yushan shook his head and said, I don't know, but, sending someone to check will reveal the truth. In Haiyun City, Zhao Xian listened to the news brought by Taizhan from outside, narrowing his eyes slightly. So there's this connection. He had just learned that the leader of the Zile Pavilion was actually Xiang Qianxian's biological mother. In other words, the Xiang Ming he had killed not long ago was the lover of the Zile Pavilion leader? Hiss. Does that mean the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has inadvertently provoked a colossal figure? Of course, Zhao Xian showed no signs of panic or worry on his face. Although he didn't fully understand the specific strengths of the major forces in the Dian dynasty, he had learned from Hewan that there were no emperor-level experts within Dian. This meant that as long as he had the Zishao cave, he was still invincible. Moreover, as long as this auction was successful, he would surely reap substantial rewards. By then, not to mention royal artifacts, even emperor-level ones wouldn't intimidate him. Has Hewan not returned yet? Zhao Xian thought of something and asked again. Taizhan cupped his hands and replied, Hewan is already on the way back. This time, the goods he's transporting are quite precious, so he took a longer route. He should return to Haiyun City in about 10 days. Zhao Xian nodded. Transporting so many Earth-grade treasures is indeed a challenge for Hewan. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. This was also a new method he discovered to turn waste into treasure. The method was simple. Zhao Xian had obtained a batch of mysterious grade treasures from the Haoyue sect and transformed them into a batch of Earth-grade treasures through the turn waste into treasure process. He then traded this batch of inferior Earth-grade treasures with merchants from the neighboring Daxia dynasty. In other words, bartering. In this way, he effectively exchanged a batch of Earth-grade treasures for another batch that could also be turned into treasures. And Earth-grade treasures could be transformed into heavenly-grade treasures. Heavenly-grade treasures were extremely rare even in the entire Dian dynasty, and he could easily obtain them with just a click. It was simply delightful. This method would naturally consume a considerable number of turn waste into treasure opportunities. But for Zhao Xian, the opportunities to turn waste into treasure increased over time, so he wasn't worried about running out. This time, Zhao Xian used the opportunity to turn waste into treasure 10 times, producing 10 inferior Earth-grade treasures. Most of them were superior spiritual artifacts. He should be able to exchange them for about 10 inferior Earth-grade treasures. As for why he didn't directly produce some medium-grade Earth treasures, he had thought about it. However, The merchants from the Daxia dynasty couldn't provide medium-grade earth treasures in a short time. Medium-grade earth treasures weren't something you could find on every street corner. And for Zhao Xian, there was actually no difference between inferior and medium-grade earth treasures. As long as he reached heavenly grade, it should elevate the auction item's value assessment to S level. With the scale of the auction house in Haiyun City, reaching it should be no problem. As for S, Zhao Xian wasn't so confident. As long as it's successfully held, assessing it as S should be fine. But for SS, the requirements were just too high. With Zhao Xian's current abilities, it was really difficult to achieve. It would require at least treasures above the heavenly level. Above the heavenly level, Zhao Xian was taken aback. Speaking of which, he wasn't even clear about what level was above the heavenly level. But there was no rush. By the time he could obtain some heavenly treasures, he would know what treasures lay above the heavenly level. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today was the day of the auction. Early in the morning, the entire Haiyun city became incredibly bustling. Luxurious and precious carriages continuously flowed into Haiyun city. Many of the original residents of Haiyun city couldn't help but widen their eyes. My gosh, why are the wheels of that carriage inlaid with gold and jade? Look at that carriage. My heavens, even the body is forged from spirit stones. That's just too extravagant. Where are these big shots coming from? Could it be from the Luyun sect? Or the Xuanfeng sect? Are you kidding? We consider ourselves well informed. But which sect in the North State province travels so extravagantly? Even the former Hao US sect didn't have such a grand display. Countless people were discussing and speculating about the identities of the big shots in those carriages. Of course, while some people strutted in grand attire, there were also those who entered the city quietly. At the city gate of Haiyun City, a girl with a ponytail, around 16 or 17 years old, was curiously surveying her surroundings. This city doesn't look that big, does it? It's not even 1/10 the size of our Yanwang city, the girl muttered softly. Beside her stood an old woman, who helplessly said, Princess, this is just a small city in the northern wilderness. Of course, it can't compare to our Yanwang city, not to mention this little northern wilderness. Even the most luxurious stargazing city can't compare to Yanwang City. Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but pout. Then why did father want me to come here to play? There's nothing fun here. The old woman, hearing this, felt even more helpless and could only explain. I heard that Haiyun City is holding a grand auction today, and there will even be a royal artifact as the finale. So His Majesty wanted you to come and broaden your horizons. The girl rolled her eyes and said, Humph. It's just to see if this royal artifact is real or not, right? I don't understand father's intentions? Forget it, since it's not easy to come out this time, I might as well take a look. After saying that, the girl walked into Haiyun City with the old woman. Not long after the girl and the old woman entered, a middle-aged man dressed very ordinarily stood at the city gate of Haiyun City. He looked up at the plaque above the gate and then glanced at the various luxurious carriages not far away. Looks like there are quite a few people coming. I just wonder if the news about that royal artifact is true or false. After muttering to himself, he adjusted the long black package on his back and blended into the crowd entering Haiyun City. At this time, there were still a few hours before the auction began. However, the front of the Haiyun City auction house was already packed with people. From a distance, looking from the high pavilion, it was simply congested. Probably even a mosquito couldn't squeeze in. Roughly estimated, there were probably tens of thousands of people. Fortunately, the auction house in Haiyun City was spacious enough. Accommodating 100,000 people was not a problem. Zhao Xian, meanwhile, was sitting on the third floor of the auction house, his gaze sweeping over the figures below. His attention lingered for a moment on an old woman, a middle-aged man, and a masked man. These people, their strength is a bit formidable. It seems that destroying the Hao US sect has had some effect. To think that 3 powerful figures from the King realm could be attracted here. And it seems that many nobles from the Great Yin dynasty have also been drawn in. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a smile. Just then, a faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Following that, Elder Li's voice slowly came through. President, Miss Su has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian waved his hand. The door opened automatically. Elder Li, unfazed, led a woman into Zhao Xian's room. The woman wore a purple robe. Her figure graceful, her demeanor elegant, and a faint smile lingered on her exquisite face. Her eyes resembled clear water, and as they moved, They inadvertently exuded a subtle allure that could almost captivate one's soul. The woman stepped forward, placing her hands on her waist, her knees slightly bent in greeting. I am Su Wancheng, paying my respects to President Zhao. Zhao Xian nodded slightly. Suddenly, he asked, I heard that Miss Su once set an auction record of 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones. You must have seen quite a few grand occasions, right? Su Wancheng nodded slightly in response. That is natural. Then, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes as she asked, I do not understand what President Zhao means by this inquiry? Zhao Xian smiled gently and waved his hand. It's nothing. I just worry that Miss Su may not have encountered such grand occasions before, and might find it hard to stabilize her emotions during the auction. Upon hearing this, a trace of dissatisfaction flickered in Su Wancheng's eyes. Who was she? Su Wancheng? Although she was a mere woman, she was only 23 years old and had already reached the peak of the falling pattern realm. It wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't low either. Moreover, she had been an auctioneer for many years and had seen countless treasures, not to mention top-grade spirit artifacts. She had also handled many high-grade earthly treasures. She believed that Zhao Xian's remarks were rather dismissive of her capabilities. Thinking this, she slightly parted her lips, though she felt some discontent. Her tone remained incredibly gentle. President Zhao is joking. I believe I still have some composure. However, I wonder if the treasures for this auction are ready. Could you give me a brief overview? As an auctioneer, she naturally needed to understand the information about the items beforehand. Otherwise, if even she, as the auctioneer, did not know what was being auctioned, how could she hype up the prices? Seeing this, Zhao Xian did not hesitate and handed her a storage ring. This contains all the items for this auction, arranged in order. The rest will be up to you. Miss Su, Zhao Xian smiled. Noticing that Zhao Xian's tone had calmed down significantly and his words were no longer as offensive as before, Su Wancheng's dissatisfaction faded considerably. President Zhao is quite a nice person. Before coming, she had naturally learned some things about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. She also knew that President Zhao had single-handedly slain the strongest figure of the Haoyue sect, Xiang Yuntian, slaying a peak fragmentation realm expert. Just this alone was enough to prove Zhao Xian's terror. For such a powerful figure to treat her with this attitude was indeed quite unexpected. However, she did not think too much about it and took the storage ring, her mind moving to explore its contents. The moment the treasures within the storage ring appeared in her sight, she was instantly stunned. Her chest rose and fell continuously, her graceful curves shifting. Su Wancheng took a deep breath, hardly believing her eyes. This. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her red lips trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Elder Li, standing beside her, also looked bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't this Miss Su always calm and graceful? Why did she suddenly look as if she had been startled? Could it be that the treasures President Zhao was auctioning today were too precious? But hadn't Miss Su claimed to be well-informed and composed? Elder Li was completely baffled. However, Su Wancheng's heart was already stirred by turbulent waves. She had never imagined that in this small northern province, she could come across such a treasure. No wonder President Zhao had previously asked her if she had ever seen a grand occasion. She had thought President Zhao looked down on her and humiliated her. Now it seemed she had completely misunderstood President Zhao. Thinking of this, Su Wancheng carefully put away the ring, her exquisite face now showing a sincere apology. She slightly bowed and said, I apologize, President Zhao. Just now, I thought you were looking down on me. It was my misunderstanding. As for today's auction, I will certainly do my utmost and will not tarnish the name of these treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian squinted and smiled. Then let's see how Miss Su performs next. Su Wancheng then took her leave. As an auctioneer, she naturally had to consider how to stir emotions. But to be honest, with the treasures in that storage ring, even if she said nothing and just stood there, they could fetch sky-high prices. This was not an exaggeration, nor was it self-praise. Generally, when an auctioneer needs to use their words to drive up prices, it is mostly for more ordinary treasures. At that time, the auctioneer needs to rely on their own abilities to uncover the unique aspects of the treasure, and then amplify those unique qualities through the charm of language, thus arousing the audience's curiosity and prompting them to bid higher. But if it's a top-notch treasure, what need is there for the auctioneer to speak? The audience naturally knows what makes a top-notch treasure valuable, and they would scramble for it like mad. After Su Wancheng left, elderly, full of curiosity, approached and asked, "President, what kind of treasures are you auctioning this time? Do you really want to know?" Zhao Xian glanced at elderly with a half-smile. No, I was just asking casually." Elderly quickly waved his hand, fearing he had offended Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, the auction will start soon, and you'll find out." Elderly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "By the way, how is the consolidation of resources from the various branches going?" Zhao Xian suddenly asked. Xian was not currently in Haiyun City but had been assigned by Zhao Xian to another branch. The purpose was simple, to send back the treasures from the other branches to Haiyun City. Of course, there were requirements for the treasures. Their grade could not be lower than the Xian level, so someone needed to be sent to take stock. Otherwise, it would be easy to overlook something. Naturally, Zhao Xian sent the capable Xian to handle it. It had been a few days now, so there should be some progress. Elderly quickly said. Elder Shi side is short-staffed, and all the resources from the 10 branches need to be reviewed by Elder Shi, so the speed will be quite slow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian nodded. Managing 10 branches is indeed hard work. When Xian returns, I will reward him well. As Zhao Xian spoke, he quietly distributed a pure dan. The entrance to the venue was still crowded with people. There was still some time before the auction began. Zhao Xian was not in a hurry and began to check his panel. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22, cultivation level, second layer of gathering Dan realm, techniques, yellow grade upper class gathering spirit technique, entry 12 of 300. Shen grade upper class green sparrow red feather technique, not entered 23/500. Earth grade lower class weak water 3000 technique, perfected, martial arts, yellow grade upper class dragon tiger fist, entry 52 of 300. Earth grade upper class martial arts dragon roar spear technique, perfected, current usable technique experience, 90,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create new techniques, current usable martial arts experience, 111,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create new martial arts, current usable item fragments, 116 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, current usable universal stones, 3, remaining refund times, 98 times, remaining times for turning waste into treasure, 50 times. The panel additionally displayed the remaining times for turning waste into treasure. Considering Zhao Xian's accumulation and usage over the past few days, the remaining times should be 55. However, last night he turned 5 items into treasures. Moreover, one of those instances even triggered an extra critical hit. In that storage ring, there were indeed 2 items obtained from last night's transformation. With these 2 treasures, the appraisal value of the auction items should be able to approach S level infinitely. I wonder if there's a chance to reach S level, Zhao Xian thought, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Inside the auction hall, over 20,000 seats were now completely filled. It could be said that there was not a single empty seat, and on the second floor, it was also fully occupied. It should be noted that to avoid crowding, Zhao Xian had specifically set a rule for the second floor. Only those who had broken through to the fragmented void realm could take a seat on the second floor. Under such circumstances, the second floor was still full. This time, quite a number of strong individuals had been attracted. However, it wasn't long before the hall was packed with people. Outside, there were still crowds of people, but most of these people were ordinary folks without cultivation, or those with cultivation below the falling pattern realm. After all, the number of strong individuals attracted to this auction was simply too many. Naturally, some thresholds had to be set. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fit so many people. Even now, with at least 30,000 seated inside, there were still tens of thousands peering in from outside the auction hall. This clearly showed how successful Zhao Xian's promotion for this auction had been. Soon, the auction was about to begin. Zhao Xian sat quietly on the 3rd floor, waiting silently. Before long, Su Wanqing stepped onto the auction stage with light steps. A faint smile adorned her face, and as her gaze swept across the crowd, she couldn't help but be surprised. There were simply too many people down there. Although the auction house she hosted had larger and more luxurious venues than Haiyun City, it was indeed her first time seeing so many people seated at once. After all, those luxurious auction houses had extremely strict requirements. Ordinary people simply couldn't enter. But President Zhao had not set such harsh requirements. Without further thought, she lightly parted her lips and began with some polite opening remarks. Welcome, Esteemed seniors and strong individuals, to this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction. I believe most of you are attracted here by the grand finale, the king grade items. However, I must keep you in suspense. As soon as she spoke, many audience members' appetites were immediately whetted. What does this mean? Isn't the grand finale the king grade item? This promotion is indeed false. I knew there were no king grade items in the northern wilderness, let alone an auction? Forget it. Since we're here, let's see what treasures this auction has. Many outsiders frowned tightly, feeling quite unlucky. However, they did not leave but instead wanted to see what treasures would be available at this auction. Without the royal artifacts, having some treasures suitable for them to auction would still make the trip worthwhile. In this regard, Su Wanqing did not elaborate further, her expression remaining serene and charming. She slowly spoke, getting straight to the point, since everyone is eager to begin. I won't delay any longer. With that, she gracefully raised her hand and took out a formidable long spear from her storage ring, placing it on the auction table in front of her. As soon as the spear appeared, many people's eyes nearly popped out in shock, staring incredulously at the spear on the table. This, if I'm not mistaken, this is a national artifact of the Great Xia, the royal family's exclusive spiritual weapon? The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has some means. I've heard that the royal family's exclusive spiritual weapons are closely guarded, and it's almost impossible for any quality national artifacts to circulate. But from my perspective, this long spear is even more exquisite than those national artifacts of the Great Xia I've seen. Those with discerning eyes sparkled with admiration. This remark also drew countless gasps of astonishment. Wait, that's not right. But then, a light exclamation broke out. Everyone leaned forward, their faces filled with confusion, unsure of what was amiss. Seeing this, the person quickly explained, I survive by hunting monsters on the borders of Great Xia and often encounter the Great Xia army. I've also seen the Royal Dragon Cavalry, and they are truly impressive. The Dragon Cavalry all wear dragon scale armor and wield dragon-slaying spears. Both the dragon scale armor and the dragon-slaying spear are top-quality spiritual weapons, and only the Dragon Cavalry is qualified to wield such national artifacts. Hearing this, many silently admired the grandeur of the Great Xia royal family. Each member of the Dragon Cavalry possesses a set of top-quality spiritual weapons, which might even surpass the royal family of Great Yen. However, some were puzzled as to why this person was saying all this. The person immediately answered, because I have seen the appearance and quality of the dragon scale armor and dragon-slaying spears. The spear being auctioned now is undoubtedly a dragon-slaying spear, but its quality is actually much higher than the dragon-slaying spears I've seen in the hands of the Dragon Cavalry. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted, realizing something was off. The dragon-slaying spear in the hands of the Great Xia Royal Cavalry was of lower quality than the one presented by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Seeing the atmosphere reach a peak, Su Wanqing smiled charmingly and said, this guest is quite knowledgeable to recognize the dragon-slaying spear. Indeed, this long spear is the dragon-slaying spear, and it is indeed a national artifact of Great Xia. However, it is indeed different from the dragon-slaying spears you know the Dragon Cavalry to wield, because this dragon-slaying spear is a top-grade spiritual weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar, especially the cultivator at the gathering dance stage who recognized the dragon-slaying spear. Now looked astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, impossible, absolutely impossible. The highest quality dragon-slaying spear forged in the Great Xia royal family is only a top-quality spiritual weapon. They have never forged a top-grade spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's exquisite face broke into an even brighter smile. Don't believe it? Then see for yourself. With that, Su Wanqing directly infused her spiritual energy into the dragon-slaying spear. Buzz! A dragon's roar erupted like thunder throughout the venue. A terrifying aura emanated from the dragon-slaying spear. In an instant, countless people in the audience changed their expressions dramatically. This aura is a top-grade spiritual weapon. It can't be wrong. My goodness, is she really starting with a top-grade spiritual weapon for auction? Am I still dreaming? I remember that in our North State province, there are only so many top-grade spiritual weapons. How could the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce consecutively present two top-grade spiritual weapons for auction? Many took a deep breath, their mouths filled with astonishment and shock. The questioning expert from the gathering Dan realm stood there, utterly stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He kept muttering the words impossible, his worldview was somewhat shattered. Based on his understanding of the great Xiao royal family, there was no such thing as a top-tier spiritual weapon like the dragon-slaying spear. Yet, this top-tier spiritual weapon was undeniably right in front of him. He truly didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, Su Wanqing smiled gently and said, "Top-tier spiritual weapon, Xia Clan's dragon-slaying spear. Starting bid is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins." As soon as Su Wanqing's voice fell, on the third floor, Zhao Xian's lips twitched slightly. 300,000? Is someone really starting the bidding at such a high price? When he auctioned the purple Xian sword, the starting bid was only 50,000. It wasn't that he was afraid to set a high price, he just thought a lower starting price would allow some cultivators with less money to feel a bit involved. However, this time, many from the Gathering Dan realm and quite a few from the Fragmented Void realm had come. If he started at 50,000, it would indeed seem a bit shabby, but what was even more surprising was that no one questioned the starting bid of 300,000. Instead, one by one, they excitedly began to raise their bids. 320,000, 350,000, 400,000. In almost an instant, the price of the Xia clan's dragon-slaying spear was raised to 400,000. It was important to note that this was just the beginning. The market price for a top-tier spiritual weapon was already between 500,000 and 600,000. Of course, this was just the market price. Although top-tier spiritual weapons were not as rare as king weapons, they were not something one could easily obtain. Therefore, their price generally could not be lower than 600,000. If there were more competitors, the price would likely rise even further. I lost out on the purple Xian sword. This was Zhao Xian's first thought. The last auction had only a few Fragmented Void realm experts present. The competition for the purple Xian sword was nowhere near as intense as it was today. 80,000. Just as Zhao Xian was pondering, a deep voice suddenly rang out. The crowd below couldn't help but gasp. Who was so rude as to double the bid? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. On the second floor, near the staircase, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe slowly raised his right hand. The sleeves of his arm were adorned with golden cloud patterns, indicating his extraordinary status. The man had a resolute face, strikingly handsome, with a long scar over 10 centimeters on his left cheek, quite terrifying. Upon seeing this person, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. It's Su Biao, the deputy leader of the Golden Spear sect. I remember the Golden Spear sect is at the southernmost point, right? Did he come all this way to attend the auction? This is the allure of king weapons, but I heard Su Biao is a peak expert in the Fragmented Void realm, yet he was arranged to sit near the staircase on the second floor. There are indeed many big shots here today. Amidst the discussions, many people began to show anticipation. They didn't think they could snatch anything from so many bigwigs. They had long prepared to just watch the show. Meanwhile, Su Biao, the deputy leader of the Golden Spear sect, sat calmly in his chair, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the side. 90,000. A bold voice followed, causing another stir. The voice came from not far from Su Biao. There sat an elderly man in splendid attire. Although the old man's hair and beard were white, his eyes were bright and spirited, and his muscular body resembled that of a middle-aged man. After he called out his bid, he provocatively glanced at Su Biao. Clearly, there was some enmity between the two. It's Lin Hao, the deputy leader of the Silver Spear sect. I've long heard that there is quite a feud between the Golden Spear sect and the Silver Spear Gate, and it seems to be true. Oh, so these two sects are rivals? From their names, I thought they were brother sects. Many people showed expressions of astonishment as they discussed. They became quite curious about the relationship between the two major sects. Hey, the Silver Spear Gate was established over 100 years before the Golden Spear sect. Because the Silver Spear Gate has a good reputation, the master of the Golden Spear sect took advantage of the situation and named it the Golden Spear sect, then widely recruited disciples from all over, snatching away quite a few disciples from the Silver Spear Gate. Thus, the two sects have been at odds, and there has been a history of grievances for several hundred years now. Someone who understood the reason stepped forward to explain. Upon hearing this, many spectators couldn't help but sigh. They hadn't expected such a connection between the two major sects. Now, when enemies meet, they are especially hostile, and naturally, neither side would easily give way to the other. 1 million. Su Biao snorted coldly and silently raised his hand to bid. This senior bids 1 million. Are there any other guests who wish to bid? Su Wanqing immediately spoke up to inquire, adding fuel to the fire. 120,000. Lin Hao refused to back down and shouted loudly. Both sects have deep foundations, and even the top-tier Hao US sect in the North State province cannot compare. A mere million low-grade spirit stones is nothing to them. However, if they could obtain this top-grade spirit weapon, it would be of great benefit. The two exchanged bids back and forth, and in an instant, the price of this first dragon-pursuing spear soared to 2 million. On the auction stage, Su Wanqing wore a faint smile on her exquisite face. Yet, she was still quite shaken. The first treasure had already fetched a terrifying price of 2 million. Even she, who had hosted countless auctions, had not seen such a thing many times. After all, most auction formats are completely different from the one hosted by Zhao Xian. Auction houses usually present one or two featured treasures as a gimmick to attract audiences to participate. Most of the other treasures are submitted by outsiders for auction. Regardless of how much they sell for, the auction house only takes a commission, and the rest goes to the consignor. But here with Zhao Xian, all the treasures are provided by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they are all top grade. Today might just break my previous auction record. Su Wanqing sighed inwardly. On the third floor, Zhao Xian also felt quite emotional. It's already 2 million. The big sects really have money. He squinted his eyes, feeling quite pleased. After all, this dragon-pursuing spear is just the beginning. Soon, the price of the dragon-pursuing spear reached 240,000. This price was called out by Su Biao. After calling out this price, Su Biao felt a bit regretful. His psychological price for the dragon-pursuing spear was around 2 million. 240,000 was already quite high for him. Although the Golden Spear sect is wealthy and doesn't lack this bit of low-grade spirit stones, what if they were short a few million spirit stones when competing for a king weapon later? Lin Hao across from him had similar thoughts, so he hesitated whether to continue bidding. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided not to call out a bid. After all, 240,000 low-grade spirit stones for a top-grade spirit weapon is already quite a lot. Su Wanqing saw this and didn't say much to entice the two to continue bidding. Soon, after 3 reminders, the auction hammer fell. Congratulations to the senior from the Golden Spear sect for successfully auctioning the dragon-pursuing spear at the price of 240,000 low-grade spirit stones. After saying this, a maid placed the dragon-pursuing spear on a nearby stand, and a label reading Golden Spear sect was affixed to it. Phew! Su Biao let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing the sound of the hammer falling. He was afraid that Lin Hao would continue to raise the bid. If that were the case, he would really have to keep bidding. He could lose anything, but he couldn't lose face in the competition with the Silver Spear sect. Lin Hao felt a bit regretful. However, before anyone could express their astonishment, Su Wanqing made a quick move, giving no one a chance to catch their breath, and brought out the second treasure. The moment the second treasure was placed on the stage, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, especially Su Biao and Lin Hao, but their reactions were completely different. Below the stage, countless people stared blankly at the second treasure brought out by Su Wanqing, some in disbelief, because that second treasure was actually another dragon-slaying spear. The previously mixed-up strongman from the border of the Great Xia dynasty was almost about to pop his eyes out. What the hell? There's another one! Ah! He was filled with questions. On the other side, Su Biao was also stunned. Another dragon-slaying spear? Damn! I was careless. He originally thought that although top-grade spiritual weapons were not as rare as royal weapons, they were still a good treasure, and winning the auction would be greatly beneficial for their sect. So he had bid quite a bit to secure this dragon-slaying spear. As a result, you tell me there's a second one? He was instantly frustrated. If he had known there was a second one, he would never have raised the price to 2 million. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, in a normal auction, this dragon-slaying spear would easily go for around 1 million low-grade spirit stones, but to push it over 2 million was undoubtedly a bit difficult. After all, top-grade spiritual weapons were very precious and scarce in the northern state, but when considering the entire Great Yan dynasty, while still precious, their rarity was significantly reduced. Su Biao had overbid so much for the first one, becoming a fool. As Lin Hao's arch-rival, he was naturally very happy. Of course, he was also quite shocked. This small northern wilderness trading company, could actually produce 2 top-grade spiritual weapons in a row, and both were national treasures of the Great Xia dynasty. This was truly astonishing. 2 top-grade spiritual weapons. Could it be that they robbed the Great Xia royal city? On the second floor, Yan Min mumbled. She had stayed in Yanwang City for quite a while, not having seen much of the world, but she thought that this northern wilderness couldn't possibly have obtained 2 top-grade spiritual weapons from the Great Xia dynasty, right? They must have robbed the Great Xia dynasty. The old woman beside Yan Min twitched her mouth, suppressing her urge to retort, and slowly said, Princess, although the Great Xia dynasty is in constant turmoil, its strength is not weaker than our Great Yen. If this Qingyun trading company could rob the Great Xia, I'm afraid our Great Yen would have to change its name. Hearing this, Yan Min pouted and said, I know, Granny Lan, I was just saying it casually. What did Master call it? Oh right, an exaggerated expression of shock. The old woman remained expressionless and cupped her hands, saying, the old minister misunderstood the princess's meaning. Please punish me. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Yan Min waved her hands repeatedly, her gaze returning to the second dragon-slaying spear on the stage. It looks exactly the same. Truly astonishing. How did this Qingyun trading company manage to get such treasures? She blinked, her eyes full of curiosity. On the other side, Su Wanqing announced the auction had begun. Just like before, the starting price naturally remained unchanged. This time, the auction was still very intense. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the second dragon-slaying spear had already soared to 1 million, and judging by the momentum, it was bound to go higher. Lin Hao naturally participated as well. The key was that every time he raised the bid, he would deliberately glance at Su Biao, making faces at him, intentionally provoking him, his smug demeanor quite infuriating. Although it may seem inappropriate for the deputy sect leader to act this way, seeing Su Biao suffer and the Golden Spear sect take a hit, that feels great. Su Biao's face turned red with anger. He didn't dare to shout out a bid. He had to save his money for the auction of the king's weapon. All he could do was glare back fiercely, but it lacked any real aggression. 2 million. Lin Hao shouted his highest bid with his head held high. He was very confident. In this situation, no one would dare to compete with him. Thinking this, he provocatively glanced at Su Biao. Su Biao simply turned his head away, ignoring him, just as Lin Hao had thought. The high price of 2 million was enough to deter most people. Su Wanqing noticed that no one was bidding for a long time and felt somewhat dissatisfied with the 2 million price. Her mind was racing, and a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. I believe everyone has some doubts about this dragon-slaying spear. Some have said that the Great Xia dynasty has never forged a top-grade spiritual weapon like the dragon-slaying spear, and that is indeed the case. In fact, this dragon-slaying spear was not forged by the Great Xia dynasty. As soon as Su Wanqing said this, many people showed curiosity. Then who forged these 2 dragon-slaying spears? A strong cultivator from the Gathering Dan realm asked eagerly. He had been troubled by this question for a long time, scratching his head, and if he didn't get an answer, he probably wouldn't sleep well at night. Many spectators were also eagerly waiting for Su Wanqing's response. On the 3rd floor, Zhao Xian couldn't help but become interested. He hadn't said much about the dragon-slaying spear. In other words, Su Wanqing was completely improvising now. Zhao Xian also wanted to see how Su Wanqing would spin her tale. Su Wanqing noticed countless gazes on her and couldn't help but smile. I am just an ordinary auctioneer. How would I know which top-tier weapon refiner forged this divine weapon? Upon hearing this, countless people were instantly disappointed. If you don't know, then why say anything? How boring. The Gathering Dan cultivator also showed a look of disappointment. However, Su Wanqing's tone shifted. Although I do not know who the forger of the dragon-slaying spear is, I believe they must be a significant figure. That weapon refiner can forge several top-grade spiritual weapons in succession, which proves their exceptional skill. And since they forged the national weapon of the Great Xia dynasty, it is likely related to the Great Xia dynasty. If one could take this dragon-slaying spear to seek out the Great Xia dynasty. At this point, Su Wanqing smiled gracefully and said no more. Most of the people present were strong cultivators above the Gathering Dan realm. None of them were fools. With just a hint from Su Wanqing, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this top-grade spiritual weapon, the dragon-slaying spear, was something even the Great Xia dynasty did not possess. If one could trade this item with the Great Xia dynasty, it might lead to a profit and establish a connection with the Great Xia dynasty. In that case, The value of this dragon-slaying spear would not simply be that of a top-grade spiritual weapon. Below, many strong cultivators from the fragmented Void Realm had shining eyes. The Great Xia dynasty was not weaker than the Great Yin dynasty, even amidst constant internal strife. It could still stand toe-to-toe with the Great Yin. Its capabilities need not be elaborated upon. If one could befriend the Great Xia dynasty, it would be akin to latching onto a powerful ally. The allure was immense. 220,000. Immediately, a fragmented void cultivator couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, 230,000, 240,000. Following that, it was as if a butterfly effect had been triggered, and several fragmented void cultivators began shouting in succession, establishing a connection with the Great Xia dynasty. Just this point alone was worth far more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Lin Hao cried, while Su Biao laughed. A complete reversal. The price of the dragon-slaying spear soared from 2 million to 3 million and continued to rise. Lin Hao's face was filled with despair, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable inside. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone all out with Su Biao in the last round. Now that everyone knows the Zhulong spear is extraordinary, the price naturally can't be low. Beside him, Su Biao's scarred face trembled, clearly showing how pleased he was. Previously, he had been looked down upon by Lin Hao, which had left him feeling quite frustrated, thinking he had become a fool. Little did he expect. Not only had he not been a fool, but he had also picked up a great bargain. And to see his nemesis Lin Hao in such discomfort made him even more delighted. 3,500,000. Just as the auction price reached 3 million, a somewhat eerie voice suddenly rang out from the second floor. Many spectators were taken aback. They quickly looked up at the second floor. There, in a chair near the center, sat a man whose appearance was quite feminine. His skin was pale, his eyes bright, and his demeanor leaned more towards femininity than masculinity. That's the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect. Someone recognized the man's identity and couldn't help but exclaim softly. This remark drew strange looks from many spectators who had come from other places. Not many people in the northern province had heard of the Yin Yang sect, but those from outside had certainly heard of it. It is said that the Yin Yang sect has been passed down for thousands of years, and everyone practices a single technique called demon banishing method. Although this method has no rank, if cultivated to perfection, its effects are said to be no worse than earth-rank techniques, and may even surpass them. Someone explained in a low voice. This immediately caused quite a stir. Such a mysterious technique exists in the world? No rank, but if cultivated to perfection, it could rival earth-ranked techniques. Does that mean everyone in the Yin Yang sect practices earth-ranked techniques? Upon thinking this, some people showed confusion. If that were true, wouldn't everyone in the Yin Yang sect be like dragons? But clearly, while the Yin Yang sect was strong, it wasn't that strong. The man chuckled lightly and immediately said, however, the demon banishing method is not without side effects. To join the Yin Yang sect, if you want to practice this method, you must first undergo castration. Upon hearing this, many people looked puzzled. Castration? What does that mean? Does it mean completely severing ties with the power you previously joined? Hearing this, the man smiled even wider, grinning as he said, castration means getting rid of that thing between your legs. At this, everyone was shocked. Good heavens, so it means self-castration. Instantly, many couldn't help but feel a chill below, and the thought vanished. Are you kidding? A technique wants them to cut off their second brother? No way. Looking at the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect, they understood. This Grand Elder clearly looked like someone who had undergone castration. No wonder he appeared this way. As for the discussions around him, Grand Elder Luo Guanyu of the Yin Yang sect merely cast a glance and didn't take the comments to heart. His gaze was firmly fixed on the Zhulong spear. 3,500,000 low-grade spirit stones was already a high price, but it still wasn't the limit. 3,600,000. Soon, another voice came. The one calling out was none other than Lin Hao. At this moment, he looked determined, as if he had made a firm decision when he shouted this price. Su Biao has already obtained a Zhulong spear. If I don't get this Zhulong spear, then with the Golden Spear sect and the Great Xia dynasty on good terms, it would be a huge threat to my Silver Spear sect. I must get this Zhulong spear. To Lin Hao's bid, Luo Guanyu merely glanced at him disdainfully and then spoke indifferently. 4 million. Wow. The crowd gasped as they looked at Luo Guanyu. Damn, that's too extravagant. Just like that, he raised the bid by 400,000. Lin Hao's face turned ashen. How could he compete now? The auction for this dragon-slaying spear at 4 million low-grade spirit stones carries too much risk. Although the spear has hidden value and could be traded with the Great Xia dynasty or even used to gain favor, what if that doesn't happen? If it's just a simple trade with the Great Xia dynasty, the dragon-slaying spear is far from worth that price. Moreover, Lin Hao glanced at Luo Guanyu. The Yin Yang sect is stronger than both the Golden Spear sect and the Silver Spear Gate. After all, it has a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. Their foundation is not something they can compare to. If it comes to competition, he certainly wouldn't be able to compete. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 410,000, 450,000. As soon as his voice rang out, Luo Guanyu's calm voice followed. Lin Hao's head immediately drooped. He couldn't compete. He simply couldn't. Just opening his mouth cost him 40,000. How could he keep up? He still needed to reserve spirit stones to contend for that royal artifact. A top-grade spirit artifact. It really wasn't worth it. After comforting himself, he stopped bidding. Seeing this, Su Biao burst into laughter. Just a moment ago, Lin Hao had mocked him, and now he was returning the favor. Ultimately, after 3 prompts, Su Wanqing smiled and announced, "Congratulations to the senior of the Yin Yang sect for successfully auctioning the dragon-slaying spear for 450,000 low-grade spirit stones." As her words fell, the attendants placed the dragon-slaying spear on a nearby stand, labeling it with the Yin Yang sect's tag. She was quite shaken as well. She hadn't expected the effect of this auction to be so powerful, directly doubling the price of the dragon-slaying spear. Thinking of this, she immediately took out the third treasure. As soon as this treasure was revealed, all the spectators fell silent. Even Su Biao, who had been mocking Lin Hao, was suddenly quiet. Su Biao, feeling downcast, wore a look of astonishment, because this third treasure was also a dragon-slaying spear. 3 dragon-slaying spears? Wait, has the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce really teamed up with that top-grade spirit artifact craftsman to bring out 3 top-grade spirit artifacts in a row? Hold on. Even the most skilled craftsman couldn't possibly create 3 top-grade spirit artifacts consecutively, especially not the national artifacts of the Great Xia dynasty. I'm impressed. The audience buzzed with discussion. They were in awe of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. To have 3 top-grade spirit artifacts at the start of an auction was something even the visiting spectators had rarely seen. In fact, it could be said they had almost never seen it. Not to mention them, even the big shots on the second floor had strange expressions on their faces. Where did this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce get so many top-grade spirit artifacts? Luo Guanyu frowned, pondering this with confusion. Su Biao and Lin Hao also had complex expressions. 3 top-grade spirit artifacts. Even for sects of their level, it wouldn't be that simple to present 3 top-grade spirit artifacts at once. Moreover, they had heard that all the auction items were provided by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce itself, with no consignment involved. This was quite intriguing. As countless people expressed their astonishment, Su Wanqing's voice rang out. The auction for the third dragon-slaying spear officially began. Although puzzled, Lin Hao showed no hesitation. Without waiting for others to speak, he shouted loudly, 240,000. With that, he directly raised the price to 240,000. This naturally startled quite a few people. However, given the hidden value of the dragon-slaying spear, a mere 240,000 wouldn't deter everyone. Soon, under multiple bids, the auction price for the third dragon-slaying spear was raised to 3 million. However, without Luo Guanyu bidding, the price of the third dragon-slaying spear ultimately didn't rise to 4 million and was won by Lin Hao for 320,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the third dragon-slaying spear was placed on the display rack, many spectators showed strange expressions. You think the next treasure won't still be the dragon-slaying spear, right? It shouldn't be. If that's the case, then top-tier spiritual weapons would be as common as cabbages. Look at that beautiful auctioneer's expression, it feels a bit similar. The audience murmured among themselves. After all, seeing the same treasure 3 times in a row could lead to aesthetic fatigue. In response to the audience's doubts, Su Wanqing slightly parted her red lips. This fourth treasure, I believe everyone present will want to keep some. As her words fell, she gently waved her hand, and a white jade box appeared on the auction stage. Hearing this, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on the white jade box, their eyes filled with curiosity. Su Wanqing had no intention of keeping them in suspense, and she slowly opened the white jade box. This is a 6th grade pill, the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill. As the white jade box was fully opened, Su Wanqing's gentle voice followed. Instantly, countless people couldn't help but shine with excitement. Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill? It is said that below the King Realm, no matter what kind of injury one suffers, this pill can bring them back to full health. Truly a life-restoring miracle. I didn't expect to see such a divine medicine in this small northern wilderness today. Most of them were from outside the northern wilderness and were quite surprised. Not to mention the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill, even the lower-tier substitute, the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill, was as rare as a top-tier spiritual weapon. Countless powerful individuals wanted to secure a few for safety, but such healing divine medicines were not so easily refined. Although the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill was most effective for those in the Gathering Pill realm, it didn't mean it had no effect on those in the Fragment Void realm or King realm, it just wasn't as effective. The Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill could completely restore Fragment Void realm experts without any side effects, and it also had a powerful healing effect for King realm experts, making it an extremely rare divine medicine. Therefore, the moment the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill appeared, not only the powerful individuals below but even several King Realm experts sitting on the second floor began to stir. The Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill. I didn't expect to see such a treasure in this small northern wilderness. In a position towards the back on the second floor, a middle-aged man with a black long package on his back squinted his eyes, his gaze fixed on the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill on the auction stage. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. It's actually the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill. On the other side, the old woman beside Yen Min couldn't help but show astonishment, her gaze burning as she looked at the pill on the stage. Grandma Lan, do you want it? Yen Min asked, noticing the old woman's expression. The old woman realized her loss of composure and slightly bowed, saying, Princess, you may not know, but the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill is a healing divine medicine. Just one can save someone from the brink of death, regardless of how severe their injuries are, and it has no side effects. Even for King Realm experts, it holds great allure. If we can win the bid, I believe His Majesty will be very pleased. Hearing this, Yen Min's eyes lit up, and with a wave of her small hand, she boldly declared, Then let's bid for it. The masked young man leaned back in his chair, merely glancing at the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill before withdrawing his gaze, seemingly uninterested. But the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly charged. Almost all the Fragment Void realm experts were eager to try, wanting to secure the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill for themselves. The excitement was even more intense than when the dragon-slaying spear was auctioned. Seeing this, Su Wanqing suppressed her excitement and, after a moment of thought, slowly spoke. The 6th grade Jade Dew Blood Ginseng Pill starts at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be lower than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins. When Su Wanqing shouted this, many of the Gathering Dan realm experts changed their expressions. 1 million low-grade spirit stones as the starting bid? Of course, they understood that for the Yulu Blood Ginseng Pill, 1 million low-grade spirit stones might even be considered low. However, this meant they couldn't even join in the fun. For Gathering Dan realm experts, 1 million low-grade spirit stones was indeed a significant amount. But for those in the Fragmented Void realm, although it was still a lot, it was worth it for this miraculous healing medicine. 1,200,000, 1,500,000, 2 million. The auction price skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it reached 2 million, and within just a few breaths, it rapidly soared to 3 million. The pace of the increase showed no signs of slowing. Seeing this, even Zhao Xian, sitting on the 3rd floor, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Indeed, no matter where you are, things that can save lives are the most attractive. No wonder a mere false rumor about the Yulu Blood Ginseng Pill in Manhwa City could attract so many Gathering Dan realm experts. Tisk TSK. After a moment of reflection, a smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. For him, the Yulu Ginseng Pill was of no use at all. After all, as long as his cave abode existed, he was invincible. Even if he suffered a fatal injury, he could be healed instantly through the cave. Its effectiveness was thousands of times better than the Yulu Ginseng Pill. However, the higher the auction price of the Yulu Ginseng Pill, the better it was for him. 5 million. Just as the audience below was in shock, watching the Fragmented Void realm experts nearly shout their throats raw for the Yulu Ginseng Pill, a slightly immature voice suddenly came from the upper floor. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was a terrifying 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Even Zhao Xian was taken aback. This price was already equal to the spirit stone vein map he had auctioned off earlier. But that spirit stone vein was something that could genuinely earn money. The Yulu ginseng pill was a priceless treasure in the eyes of those who needed it, but in Zhao Xian's view, it was far inferior to the spirit stone vein map. However, it didn't matter. For him, it was all profit. He smiled and looked towards the second floor. The audience below was equally shocked as they gazed at the second floor. When they discovered that the bidder was a girl around 16 or 17 years old, many showed confusion. What background does this girl have? Opening her mouth with 5 million low-grade spirit stones? Not sure, but judging by her seat, her status must be high. No one in the crowd recognized the girl, but those with keen eyes noticed the old woman standing behind her. They sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the old woman. Shu, keep it down. Did you see the elder behind the girl? She's probably a King Realm expert. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A King Realm expert. Hiss. To have a King Realm expert backing her. The girl's identity. Suddenly, no one dared to discuss further. It was no joke. If that King Realm expert took offense and decided to eliminate them, they wouldn't have anywhere to seek justice. Once they realized there was a King Realm expert behind the girl, the few fragmented Void Realm experts who had been continuously bidding fell silent. There was no way. The pressure was too great. With a King Realm expert looming over them, who would dare to continue bidding? 5 million low-grade spirit stones might be a sky-high price for ordinary people, but for them, wasn't everyone well off? Just 5 million low-grade spirit stones. However, soon a bold fragmented Void Realm expert spoke up. 6 million. And with that, he directly raised the bid by 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The audience gasped in astonishment. It was outrageous. It was like a battle of deities. After seeing the void-shattering realm expert call out a price, the King Realm expert showed no dissatisfaction or other reactions, prompting the other void-shattering realm experts to start actively bidding again. 6,500,000. 7 million. 8 million. Amid their frenzied bidding, the price of the Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill was already approaching 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Countless spectators gasped in astonishment. Zhao Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. If the subsequent treasures are auctioned off smoothly, perhaps this auction's revenue assessment could even reach SS level. As for SSS, that might be difficult. Just as Zhao Xian was thinking this, a voice floated down from the second floor. 10 million. The moment the voice was heard, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone was astonished. Has it really broken 10 million low-grade spirit stones? That was rather quick. Even some gathering pill realm experts shook their heads in disbelief. Although the effects of the Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill were indeed astonishing, spending 10 million low-grade spirit stones for it was nearly impossible for them. After all, it was merely a remedy. It couldn't enhance their cultivation. It simply wasn't worth it. Once this price was called out, the previously bidding void-shattering realm experts began to hesitate. For them, 10 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small amount. However, spending so much spirit stones just for a Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill was indeed a bit too wasteful. Moreover, they looked up towards the direction of the voice. Unsurprisingly, it was the girl with a King Realm Protector who had called out the price. Yen Nin held her head high, clearly determined to obtain this Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill. As for 10 million low-grade spirit stones, it was hardly worth mentioning to her. Instantly, the previously lively atmosphere in the crowd quieted down significantly, with only some whispers of discussion audible. After hesitating for a long time, the few void-shattering realm experts who had been bidding ultimately chose to give up. The Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill was indeed excellent, but there might be even better treasures later. They had all come to Haiyun City after hearing about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's upcoming auction of a king artifact. Initially, they had doubted this news, but now the few treasures presented by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce were enough to prove that the news about the king artifact was most likely true. Of course, they didn't think they could compete with the nearby King Realm expert for that king artifact, but there would surely be many more treasures later, so there was no rush to bid now. Surely, that girl couldn't want to auction off all the treasures for herself, right? With these thoughts in mind, no one else placed a bid. On the auction stage, Su Wanqing placed her delicate hands on her chest, calming her excited heart. This was too outrageous. Although she had anticipated that the Yulu Spirit Ginseng Pill would ignite the entire venue, she hadn't expected it to fetch a sky-high price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. This was merely a 6th-grade pill. After calming down, She immediately spoke up. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million 3 times. Unsurprisingly, no one bid again. Su Wanqing promptly announced the auction result. She also closed the box containing the Yulu Spirit Ginseng pill and affixed a label. When everyone saw the words on the label, their eyes widened in shock, because it boldly stated, Great Yen Royal Family. This meant, the girl was from the Great Yen Royal Family, and that King Realm expert had come from the Yen Royal capital. Hiss. I didn't expect the Great Yen Royal Family to send someone. This auction really was worth it. Tisk TSK. This auction is remarkable. I remember when Tianju Pavilion held an auction. They couldn't even invite the royal family to attend, right? The prestigious Tianju Pavilion is not as good as a small chamber of commerce from the northern wilderness, but I wonder what status that girl holds in the royal family. To have a king-level expert as a protector, she must at least be a royal relative, right? It is rumored that the king of Yen has 7 children, among them 4 princes and 3 princesses, but only 1/7 princess remains in the royal family, as the other 2 princesses are already married. Could this girl be the 7th princess? I've heard that the 7th princess is highly favored by His Majesty the King of Yen, and to have a king-level expert to protect her, as well as to auction treasures so extravagantly, it's highly likely to be her. Countless people were discussing, their gazes falling on Yen Min on the 2nd floor. Clearly, Yen Min did not deliberately hide her identity, so it was normal for her to be recognized. She was neither surprised nor concerned. She was simply talking to the old woman beside her, who was also Yen Min's protective elder, Han Xinlan. Granny Lan, you mentioned before that the northern wilderness is quite backward, but why do I feel that this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is stronger than most of the chambers in our Great Yen? Yen Min blinked, her face showing curiosity. Han Xinlan slightly bowed and smiled. Actually, I find this quite puzzling as well. Logically speaking, the northern wilderness has accumulated so few top-grade spiritual weapons over the years. Yet this time the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can directly present 3 for auction. And just now they even brought out an incredibly rare Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill for auction. Even a strong entity like Tianju Pavilion would find it hard to gather such items in one auction. I think the reason for this can only be known by the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After saying this, her eyes sparkled with light. His Majesty sent her to bring the 7th princess to Haiyun City originally just for the royal weapon. But now, she was more interested in the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The source of chaos in the northern wilderness is this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is truly not simple. She sighed inwardly. Just as many people's attention was focused on the 7th princess Yen Min. On the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man carrying a long black package also glanced at Yen Min but quickly withdrew his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Next, we present the 5th treasure. Su Wanqing's voice suddenly rang out, instantly bringing countless people back to their senses. They then remembered that the auction had not yet ended. Immediately, everyone looked forward, eager to see what the 5th treasure would be. Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with a smile as she slowly said, This 5th treasure, like the Jade Dew Blood Ginseng pill, is also a pill, but unlike that, this is a 7th grade pill. The moment her words fell, accompanied by the gasps of countless spectators, Su Wanqing waved her right hand, placing another white jade box on the auction stage. 7th grade. We just auctioned a Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill, and now we're bringing out a 7th grade pill? No, am I really in the northern wilderness? Countless spectators widened their eyes, some doubting whether they had come to the wrong place. The northern wilderness was known for its backwardness. How could the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce continuously auction treasures that made them feel like they were the ones who were backward? As they marveled, Su Wanqing slowly opened the box. At the same time, she parted her red lips, revealing her silver teeth. This is the 7th grade pill, Zhuangshu pill. A round, gem-like blue pill lay quietly in the center of the box, wrapped in soft, lightweight red silk, resembling a piece of art. The moment the pill appeared, all the fragmentation realm experts present could no longer sit still, standing up with wide eyes, fixated on that pill. Is this really happening? Is this really happening? Su Biao also stood up solemnly, staring at the Zhuangshu pill, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Hao was equally excited, his eyes brimming with fervor and greed. I never expected to see a Zhuangshu pill in this northern wilderness. This is truly. His feelings were quite complex. The other fragmented void realm experts around also mostly reacted in unison with the two. At first, they found it hard to believe. Then their eyes lit up with fervor. On the third floor, Zhao Xian saw this and was not surprised at all. This transmutation void pill was something he had only acquired yesterday. He had 6 broken void pills in hand, but since he couldn't use them, he transformed one into a treasure to serve as today's auction item. He then obtained this transmutation void pill. Although the broken void pill was a 6th grade pill, its value was not comparable to the 6th grade Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill, as it only helped those in the Gathering Pill realm break through to the fragmented void realm. But the transmutation void pill was entirely different. The transmutation void pill had effects similar to the fragmented void pill and was a superior alternative to it. Its function was simple and straightforward. As long as a practitioner below the 7th level of the fragmented void realm consumed it, they could elevate their realm without any side effects, and the extent of the enhancement depended on their talent. The better the talent, the greater the enhancement. Such pills were almost irresistibly attractive to experts in the fragmented void realm. Therefore, upon seeing the transmutation void pill, all the fragmented void realm experts present were unable to tear their gazes away, their eyes fixed on the pill. Clearly, trying to win this transmutation void pill at auction was not an easy task for them. Su Wanqing also noticed the countless gazes around her and immediately bowed slightly. Then, for the 7th grade transmutation void pill, the starting bid, just as Su Wanqing began to speak, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the 2nd floor. The moment this aura burst forth, everyone was taken aback. This was the aura that only a 9th level fragmented void realm expert could unleash. Countless people looked up, only to see a masked man suddenly stand up. In an instant, he pointed directly at the transmutation void pill in front of Su Wanqing. Seeing this, the nearby fragmented void realm experts widened their eyes in shock. No martial ethics. He actually dared to snatch it directly? A 9th level fragmented void realm expert was incredibly formidable. Su Wanqing didn't even have time to react before she felt a fierce gale rush past her. Then, the transmutation void pill vanished without a trace. Following that, the masked 9th level fragmented void realm expert showed no signs of hesitation and charged straight towards the roof, intending to escape with the transmutation void pill. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one expected someone would dare to suddenly make a move to snatch the auction item. Even the few king-level experts on the 2nd floor looked astonished. The old woman Han Xinlan merely cast a casual glance at the masked man who was breaking through the roof to escape, but her eyes revealed curiosity. She wanted to see how the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would handle this. According to rumors, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce should possess a treasure capable of exterminating peak fragmented void realm experts. She was also curious to see if that treasure was as formidable as rumored. Meanwhile, the masked man and a middle-aged man carrying a long black package also watched with great interest. Clearly, they were both planning to enjoy the show. However, most of the fragmented void realm experts were furious and began cursing. After all, their cultivation was certainly not comparable to that of the 9th level fragmented void realm expert. But if they had enough spirit stones, they could have won the transmutation void pill at auction. It could be said to be a fair competition, where everyone had a chance. But now that the item had been snatched away, they could only watch helplessly. On the other side, Su Biao and Lin Hao's expressions also turned extremely grim. Damn it! It was hard to come across such a transmutation void pill, and they certainly couldn't just let him take it. With that thought, they also stood up, planning to rush over and catch the 9th level masked man. Of course, if the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce didn't respond, they wouldn't mind directly snatching it and making off with it. Why spend money when they could get it for free? Just as they were about to rise, a calm yet vaguely angry voice slowly rang out. Dare to snatch something at my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's auction? You don't know the meaning of death. A sound came from the 3rd floor. In that instant, before anyone could react, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from midair. Wait, I don't want it anymore. I surrender. Please don't. The voice unmistakably belonged to the masked man at the 9th level of the fragmented void realm. But at that moment, his voice was filled with terror. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw that the masked man was frozen in midair, his face full of fear. The next second, his head exploded with a loud bang. Red and white matter mixed together, splattering down like a rain of blood. Upon witnessing this, most people were stunned, feeling something foul land on their faces. Instantly, they all showed expressions of horror. That powerful masked man at the 9th level of the fragmented void realm had just fallen like that? It was too fast. Moreover, they hadn't even seen what had happened. They didn't see who had made the move. It was as if the man had suddenly been frozen in place, and then his head just exploded. This bizarre scene made many spectators tremble all over. Meanwhile, Su Biao and Lin Hao, who had yet to make a move, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock and relief. Thank goodness they hadn't acted. Otherwise, the more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. At the same time, on the second floor, Han Xinlan's pupils shrank to pinpoints, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Who made the move? A domain? But I didn't feel any power from a domain. What on earth is going on? Han Xinlan's mind was filled with shock. This was a situation she had never encountered before, and it wasn't just her. Not far away, Xiao Muran's eyes widened, his expression wary as he instinctively placed his hand on the black long package behind him, but then he realized he was losing composure. So he lowered his hand, frowning as he looked towards the third floor. He remembered that after the sound came from the third floor, the masked man had suddenly stood frozen in mid-air, and then his head exploded. Clearly, it was the person on the third floor who did this. What a bizarre method. On the other side, the masked Huayan's eyes were filled with vigilance and dread. Such a method, he had never witnessed even in front of his own sect leader. Strange. It was truly too strange. The three King Realm experts had originally planned to watch from the sidelines, to see how the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would handle the situation. But now, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. This bizarre method even filled them with fear. Is this the treasure? Han Xinlan took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. She also looked up at the third floor. At the same time, Zhao Xian waved his hand, and the turning void pill landed between his index and middle fingers. He slowly walked to the railing, smiling as he slightly nodded to everyone below. I apologize, esteemed guests, for such a vile act occurring at the auction. However, rest assured, that scoundrel is already dead, and I hope no one else harbors any ill intentions. Otherwise, the consequences, I believe you can all see for yourselves. After finishing with a smile, Zhao Xian flicked his finger. The turning void pill transformed into a streak of light, landing steadily in the jade box on the auction stage. Now, Miss Su, let the auction continue. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Su Wanqing finally snapped back to reality from her shock and fear, quickly organizing her emotions and slightly bowing. Yes, President. This address was filled with genuine respect. Although Su Wanqing had no idea how Zhao Xian had killed that powerful masked man at the 9th level of the fragmented void realm, from the reactions of all the experts present, Zhao Xian's methods were undoubtedly extremely formidable. Even that King Realm expert had been subdued. She had indeed come to the right place, she thought to herself, and immediately spoke in a delicate voice. Then the auction will continue. The starting price for the 7th grade void transformation pill is 2 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. The auction officially begins. Perhaps it was the shock from Zhao Xian's bizarre method of killing that 9th level fragmentation realm expert that left everyone silent for a while after her words. They were still immersed in the shock and had not yet reacted. 3 million. When the first bid was shouted, the crowd finally snapped out of their astonishment and eagerly joined the auction. On the third floor, the gazes of three powerful figures from the King Realm were fixed on Zhao Xian, as if they wanted to strip him bare and see him clearly. Zhao Xian also noticed their stares, smiled slightly at them, and then turned back to his seat. Han Xinlan was the first to withdraw her gaze, her expression serious. Is he really the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Xian? He truly is as young as the rumors say. And, wasn't Zhao Xian supposed to be at the Falling Pattern Realm? Confusion appeared in her eyes. Before coming, someone from the Dian dynasty had investigated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, so they naturally had some understanding of Zhao Xian. However, the intelligence stated that Zhao Xian was merely at the Falling Pattern Realm, yet she could clearly sense the aura of the Gathering Pill Realm from him. Was the intelligence wrong? She had heard of the Dian's intelligence investigation system. It shouldn't have made a mistake. Therefore, there was only one reason. In such a short time, Zhao Xian had broken through from the Falling Pattern Realm to the Gathering Pill Realm. Hiss. Thinking of this, Han Xinlan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The information she received indicated that Zhao Xian was at the first level of the Falling Pattern Realm, which meant that in less than a month, Zhao Xian had broken through from the first level of the Falling Pattern Realm to the Gathering Pill Realm. This was simply too unbelievable. Even she found it hard to believe. She had encountered many geniuses who broke through to the Gathering Pill Realm at such a young age. After all, The world was vast, and there were countless geniuses. There were quite a few who broke through to the gathering pill realm in their 20s throughout the Dian. The seventh princess was one of them, but to break through a major realm in less than a month, especially from the falling pattern realm to the gathering pill realm, this had already surpassed her understanding of genius. It seems that Zhao Xian possesses immense fortune. With this thought, Han Xinlan's eyes sparkled. Next to her, the seventh princess Yan Min, however, did not notice these details. She leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed intently on the void transformation pill on the auction stage. Clearly, compared to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, she was more interested in the void transformation pill. On the other side, Xiao Moran's expression was solemn. The gathering pill realm gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. This person is not simple. He marveled inwardly. My senior brother and master sent me to auction the king's weapon but didn't tell me that such a powerful figure was hidden in this small northern wilderness. With this thought, he furrowed his brow, feeling many doubts that were hard to unravel. No wonder, the masked figure, Huo Yun, narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder Xiang Yuntian could die at his hands. Such methods are truly bizarre. Even I can't see how Zhao Xian made his move. Is this the reason the master sent me here? With that thought, he withdrew his gaze, sitting calmly in his chair, no longer looking towards Zhao Xian. Soon, the auction on the floor became increasingly intense, dissipating the earlier uneasy atmosphere. All the fragmentation realm experts on the floor were red in the neck, each one shouting bids like a roar. The voices grew louder, seemingly indicating a fierce battle was about to break out. However, recalling Zhao Xian's earlier words, they dared not act recklessly in the auction hall. Otherwise, if they provoked that figure's displeasure, they would likely meet the same fate as that masked man. So, no matter how loud they shouted, they did not dare to make a move, only daring to curse verbally a few times. 7 million. Don't bid if you can't afford it. How dare you say 7 million? I'll bid 9 million. What are you shouting about? I'll bid 10 million. One by one, the fragmentation realm experts cursed loudly, pushing the price of the turning void pill up to 10 million, matching the transaction price of the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill from earlier. However, this price held for less than 10 breaths before being broken. 15 million. A delicate voice suddenly rang out, instantly plunging the entire venue into a brief silence. Countless gazes turned in unison towards the second floor. As expected, the speaker was none other than the seventh princess of the great Yan dynasty, Yan Min. At this moment, Yan Min's exquisite little face was calm, her gaze fixed directly on the turning void pill. It was clear she was determined to have it. The fragmentation realm experts, seeing this lady make her move again, all showed helpless expressions. Here we go again. This time it's even more ruthless, directly raising it by 5 million. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. How can she make it sound as easy as drinking water? How can we compete? I don't have that many spirit stones on me. 15 million low-grade spirit stones was an absurd price. For most fragmentation realm experts, it was impossible to casually produce 15 million low-grade spirit stones. After all, fragmentation realm experts needed resources to cultivate. Low-grade spirit stones had minimal effect on their cultivation, so they would definitely use them to exchange for cultivation resources. They wouldn't carry too many spirit stones. As soon as Yan Min spoke, it instantly silenced all the fragmentation realm experts present. Even Su Biao from the Golden Spear sect and Lin Hao from the Silver Spear sect sighed and shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. They simply didn't have that many spirit stones to compete. On the stage, Su Wanqing couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She marveled at how terrifying the turning void pill was. It had only been a short while, and the price had jumped to 15 million low-grade spirit stones. Converting that, it was equivalent to 150,000 middle-grade spirit stones. However, given the incredible effects of the turning void pill, it was definitely worth that price. In fact, she felt it might even be a bit low. It should be able to go even higher. Thinking this, she called out, 15 million low-grade spirit stones. First call. As soon as her voice fell, a fragmentation realm 6th layer expert suddenly stood up and asked loudly, "May I use treasures to offset the spirit stones? I don't have enough spirit stones on me." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing paused, looking up at Zhao Xian on the third floor. This point had not been mentioned by Zhao Xian beforehand, so she needed to gauge his attitude. Zhao Xian had anticipated this and slowly nodded. Only then did Su Wanqing smile brightly and say, "Of course, that's possible." Hearing this, The Fragmentation Realm's 6th layer expert let out a long breath, quickly flipping his palm to take out an ancient book from his storage ring. This is a high-grade earth-level cultivation method, and its rarity goes without saying, right? I went through a lot of trouble to obtain it and haven't even had the chance to start cultivating. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. A high-grade earth-level cultivation method offered in exchange for spirit stones? Are you out of your mind? The value of a high-grade earth-level cultivation method was absolutely far beyond that of the turning void pill. Forget 15 million, even 20 million or 30 million low-grade spirit stones might not be enough to acquire it. The scarcity of such methods was not only limited to the northern state but was extremely rare throughout the entire Great Yen. Not to mention a high-grade earth-level cultivation method. No one could have imagined that a Fragmentation Realm's 6th layer expert could actually produce a high-grade earth-level cultivation method. And all for a single turning void pill. It was simply unbelievable. But the Fragmentation Realm's 6th layer expert had already made up his mind, his gaze very resolute. I wonder how many spirit stones this high-grade earth-level cultivation method can offset, the Fragmentation Realm's 6th layer expert asked. Su Wanqing did not respond but instinctively looked up at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian nodded at her, clearly allowing her to make her own decision. Su Wanqing's experience at auctions was naturally quite rich. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke. Normally, the market price for a top-grade earth-level martial art is around 10 million, though this is a price without a market. If it goes to auction, the price could double or triple. May I inquire about the authenticity of this martial art? Su Wanqing asked very professionally. The 6th level Fragmentation Realm expert was not afraid of having his martial art snatched away, so he tossed the manual to Su Wanqing. After Zhao Xian's previous thunderous methods, no one dared to make a move to snatch it. Everyone was staring intently at the top-grade earth-level martial art. In terms of rarity, top-grade earth-level martial arts were almost on par with the transmutation pill. However, in terms of value, the transmutation pill was naturally inferior to the top-grade earth-level martial art. If they could obtain this top-grade earth-level martial art, it would significantly enhance the Sex Foundation. It could be said to be a one-time investment with lasting benefits. The transmutation pill only allowed a Fragmentation Realm expert to break through a few levels. The distinction between strength and weakness was clear. Su Wanqing reached out to take the ancient book, and after a brief examination, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This martial art was indeed top-grade earth level. Moreover, it was a martial art focused on offensive techniques. Consequently, its price would need to be raised considerably. After a moment of thought, Su Wanqing set the price and said, "It is indeed a top-grade earth-level martial art. Based on auction prices, I can offer 35 million low-grade spirit stones." After speaking, Su Wanqing looked up at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian did not speak, clearly tacitly agreeing. This price was quite fair. After all, the auction price for most top-grade earth-level martial arts was around 30 million, and Su Wanqing had added an extra 5 million. This was already beyond the price of most top-grade earth-level martial arts. Hearing Su Wanqing's words, the man considered for a moment and then slowly nodded. All right, then 35 million low-grade spirit stones. I bid 20 million low-grade spirit stones. With newfound confidence, the man spoke up without hesitation. This brought everyone's attention back to the auction. Upon hearing the man's bid, many Fragmentation Realm experts shook their heads and sighed. They had originally thought about taking out their treasures to offset the spirit stones after hearing that they could use treasures to bid. However, this man had put up a top-grade earth-level martial art right away. Even if they took out their treasures, they would still fall far short of 35 million low-grade spirit stones. Realizing this, they all shook their heads and stopped bidding. On the second floor, Yen Min was about to continue bidding. Unexpectedly, Han Xinlan suddenly spoke. "Princess, we only brought 15 million low-grade spirit stones on this trip. If we spend too many spirit stones on this transmutation pill, we might not be able to secure the royal artifacts later." She frowned slightly, reminding her earnestly. Hearing this, Yen Min remembered the goal of their trip. She couldn't help but glance at the transmutation pill again, biting her silver teeth as she said, 23 million, 25 million. Without any hesitation, the man immediately raised his bid. He had already put up a top-grade earth-level martial art for auction, clearly determined to obtain this transmutation pill. Even if Yen Min was the 7th princess of the Great Yen dynasty, she couldn't stop his desire for the transmutation pill. 27 million. Yen Min gritted her teeth and raised her bid by another 2 million. 28 million. The man was not to be outdone, but he only raised his bid by 1 million. Clearly, he also knew that as the seventh princess of the Great Yin dynasty, her family's wealth was even greater than his. The 35 million low-grade spirit stones obtained from offsetting the top-grade earth-level martial art were probably just what she was looking at. He felt a bit anxious inside. However, Yen Min glanced at the Zhuan Sudan with some reluctance, and finally sighed. Stopping her bidding, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. 28 million low-grade spirit stones. Once. 28 million low-grade spirit stones. Twice. After noticing that there were no more bids around, Su Wanqing finally spoke up to announce. Her mood was also greatly shaken. She never expected that the auction price of this Zhuan Sudan would actually approach 30 million low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was outrageous. Although she had created a terrifying transaction price of 900,000 low-grade spirit stones before, that was at the largest auction in the Great Yen. The attendees were all top-tier powerhouses of the Great Yin dynasty, with the weakest being at the peak of the Broken Void realm. This time, although the auction held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was not small in scale, it was still far inferior in comparison. In such a small scale, to auction off such a terrifying price, it was simply unheard of. Today, it seems I might break my highest record. She couldn't help but glance at her storage ring, looking at the last two treasures to be auctioned, her mood becoming even more agitated. 28 million low-grade spirit stones. Third time. Bang! The auction hammer fell. Congratulations to the senior Joe for successfully auctioning at 28 million low-grade spirit stones. As the words fell, the man surnamed Joe finally showed a smile. However, he soon felt countless unfriendly gazes around him. Clearly, someone had set their sights on him, but he didn't care at all. On the auction stage, the attendant placed a label with Zhou Jing on the jade box containing the Zhuan Sudan and set it aside. Below, there was a wave of intense discussions. Some of the audience were attracted by the royal artifact, coming from various places in the Great Yin dynasty. They were all knowledgeable. Because of this, they couldn't help but feel admiration for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After all, to hold such a grand auction in this small northern wasteland and to present so many rare treasures, this was definitely not something ordinary people could achieve. The background of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was certainly not low. On the third floor, Zhao Xian's gaze also fell on the Broken Void Realm powerhouse named Zhou Jing. This person can actually produce a high-grade earth-level cultivation method? He raised his eyebrows slightly. A high-grade earth-level cultivation method. Such a method, let alone the sixth level of the Broken Void Realm. Even at the peak of the Broken Void Realm, it would be hard to obtain a single copy. Most Broken Void Realm powerhouses only practiced mid-grade earth-level methods, and even poorer ones could only cultivate low-grade earth-level methods, which was quite miserable. This Zhou Jing had an extraordinary background. To auction a high-grade earth-level cultivation method without even furrowing his brow, Zhao Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He planned to have a good chat with Zhou Jing after the auction ended. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. While he was pondering, the noise in the venue suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Following that, Su Wanqing's gentle voice slowly came through. Next, the treasure to be auctioned. I believe all the seniors have been waiting for a long time. Su Wanqing smiled sweetly. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. They looked up at Su Wanqing in anticipation. Could it be that the next treasure to be auctioned was the royal artifact? On the second floor, Yen Min and Han Xinlan both looked shocked. Xiao Moran, representing the Moon Goose sect, also had a gleam in his eyes, eager to try. Meanwhile, Hua Yun slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a hint of fervor. Was it finally coming? The royal artifact. Compared to the Zhuan Sudan, it was clear that this royal artifact was far more attractive to the three royal realm powerhouses. If they could get their hands on this royal artifact, the enhancement to their combat power would be extremely significant. Moreover, royal artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even in the entire Great Yin dynasty, there are only a handful. Just one of them could stir up a bloody storm throughout the Great Yin dynasty. If the news of the royal artifact being auctioned did not come from the northern wilderness, the number of participants in this auction would be much greater. Even more powerful beings from the royal realm would join. But a royal artifact from the northern wilderness? That is simply too absurd, to the point where most royal realm experts wouldn't take it seriously. Even if they investigated, they would only send their disciples. For the three of them, however, this was an opportunity. With fewer Royal Realm experts attending, the competition would naturally be much less intense. Swish! The three Royal Realm experts exchanged glances, their eyes revealing both caution and fighting spirit. Clearly, none of them would easily let go of this royal artifact. Below, the experts from the fragmented Void Realm were much calmer this time. They understood. They had no chance in the auction for the royal artifact. Who could compete with these three Royal Realm experts? Su Wanqing had no intention of keeping them in suspense. With a flick of her hand, a piece of golden armor landed on the auction stage. This is a low-tier royal artifact, soft spirit armor. Its defensive power is extremely formidable. A small success in the royal realm can only leave a mark on it, and it can withstand at least 3 strikes from a great success royal realm expert. Su Wanqing spoke confidently. Of course, this information had been written down by Zhao Xian and posted on the soft spirit armor, so she knew it. As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, countless people gasped in shock. My goodness, it can withstand 3 strikes from a great success royal realm expert. That means at least a 7th level royal realm, right? That's terrifying. Is this really a royal artifact? And this is just a low-tier royal artifact. What if it were a high-tier or even a top-tier royal artifact? Amidst the astonishment, many fragmented Void Realm experts couldn't help but cast heated glances at the soft spirit armor. Royal Realm experts could only leave a mark on it. If they could get their hands on it, their means of survival would be elevated several levels. Of course, they could only look and think about it. The value of a royal artifact is extremely terrifying. They definitely did not have the qualifications to bid. They couldn't compete, not at all. And it wasn't just the fragmented Void Realm experts. Even the 3 Royal Realm experts couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It's actually a defensive royal artifact? Xiao Moran's face showed astonishment. He had originally thought it was an offensive royal artifact, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a defensive one. However, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Compared to offensive royal artifacts, defensive ones are even rarer. Their value would certainly not be lower than that of offensive royal artifacts. I must get it. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. He then glanced at Han Xinlan and Huiyun beside him, finding their reactions similar to his own. They were equally determined to obtain the soft spirit armor. I wonder if I have enough spirit stones on me. If I really don't have enough, Xiao Moran thought, a hint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. It really is a royal artifact. Yan Min couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the soft spirit armor. A royal artifact. Even she had never seen one. After all, royal artifacts are exceedingly rare, while there are royal artifacts within the Great Yin dynasty. Even she had never had the chance to see one. It is said that the royal artifact is the treasure of the Great Yin dynasty, and only the current Yan Wang is qualified to touch it. Granny Lan, can we get it? Yan Min couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, she had only brought 15 million low-grade spirit stones this time, and had previously spent 10 million to auction a Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill. Now she only had about 40 million low-grade spirit stones left. To acquire this royal artifact, it really wouldn't be that simple. No problem, princess. If 40 million can't secure it, I still have my ways. Han Xinlan was well aware of the value of the soft spirit armor. She also knew that there were 2 strong competitors vying for it, and it would surely lead to a fierce battle, but she was quite confident. Good. Yan Min nodded repeatedly, having considerable faith in Granny Lan. However, Huiyun was the one with the least confidence. Because this is bad. How could it be a defensive king artifact? Huiyun felt a bit melancholic. The sect leader had sent him to investigate the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and although he had thoughts about the king artifact, the spirit stones given to him were not many. To snatch it from the hands of the other 2 king realm experts, the difficulty was undoubtedly significant. Forget it, I'll do my best. Huiyun shook his head, his gaze falling on the soft spirit armor on the auction stage. Su Wanqing noticed the atmosphere heating up even more. Without hesitation, she called out, low-tier king artifact, soft spirit armor, starting bid of 10 million low-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 500,000. The auction officially begins now. As her voice fell, countless people gasped in shock. This is outrageous. The starting price is 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Is this really a king artifact? Amidst the exclamations, some fragmented Void Realm experts had no intention of stopping and began to bid. 12 million, 13 million, 15 million. Of course, they knew they had no chance. They just wanted to indulge in the thrill of the auction. 20 million. Soon, Han Xinlan's voice came slowly. As she began to bid, Xiao Moran immediately followed suit. 25 million. Hui Yun was unwilling to be outdone. 30 million. With the three of them bidding, the price of the soft spirit armor shot up to an astronomical 30 million. It instantly broke the previous auction record for the transcendent void pill. The record lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Su Wanqing's beautiful brows couldn't help but twitch. This is truly absurd. However, after all, it is a king artifact. It's normal for such a situation to arise. 33 million. Han Xinlan spoke again on behalf of the Dian dynasty. 35 million. Xiao Moran remained unfazed, calmly raising the bid by 2 million. 36 million. Hui Yun frowned and gritted his teeth as he shouted. Just as Hui Yun finished speaking, Han Xinlan and Xiao Moran glanced at him. They clearly saw that he was financially strained and hadn't brought many spirit stones. Seeing this, Xiao Moran had no intention of wasting time. He immediately said, 40 million. Wow! The entire venue gasped in astonishment. From the start of the soft spirit armor auction until now, it hadn't even been a quarter of an hour, and the price had already soared to 40 million. That's 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was an amount of spirit stones that most of the Gathering Pill realm experts present would find hard to see in their lifetime. Even the fragmented Void realm experts couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Is this the foundation of the King realm? 40 million low-grade spirit stones called out without a change in expression. Upon hearing Xiao Moran call out the price of 40 million, Yan Min's face immediately changed. She couldn't help but turn to Han Xinlan, but she saw Han Xinlan's expression was calm as she slowly spoke. 45 million. As Han Xinlan's words fell, Yan Min was taken aback. They only had 40 million low-grade spirit stones left in total. How could Granny Lan call out 45 million? Did she bring some spirit stones with her? Xiao Moran also looked at Han Xinlan in surprise. He had clearly heard the conversation between Yan Min and Han Xinlan. As a King realm expert, even the slightest commotion around them wouldn't escape their ears. Hearing it was normal. However, despite his surprise, Xiao Moran didn't think much of it. After all, Han Xinlan was also a King realm expert, and she would have some spirit stones on her. 50 million. He immediately called out. The price of the soft spirit armor has been pushed to 50 million. 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Countless spectators swallowed hard. This is outrageous. How many years would it take them to earn that many spirit stones? It must be hundreds or even thousands of years. Yan Min's expression also changed slightly. This price is already extremely high. Can Granny Lan produce more? Yan Min looked towards Han Xinlan. Although Han Xinlan's body was slightly hunched, her expression remained calm, and with her eyes slightly closed, she spoke softly. 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Whoosh! As soon as this price was announced, the entire audience couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness! 60 million? That's another 10 million increase. Truly worthy of a king-level expert. It's terrifying. Many Void Fragmentation realm experts also secretly marveled at the scale of a king-level expert's bidding. Moreover, Han Xinlan is backed by the Great Yan dynasty, so it's only natural for her to have such deep resources. But Xiao Moran couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Moon Goose sect he belonged to was the #1 sect of the Great Yan dynasty. Its status and strength were second only to the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty. Naturally, its resources were also quite ample. Moreover, his senior brother and master had prepared plenty of spirit stones for him to acquire this king artifact, so this time, he was determined to win. However, what puzzled him was whether Han Xinlan really had that many spirit stones. She had a lot of spirit stones on her, but if she was just trying to drive up the price, deliberately making him spend more spirit stones to auction this king artifact, that would be quite unpleasant. Thinking of this, Xiao Moran's gaze fell on Han Xinlan, and he slowly asked, Senior, 60 million spirit stones is already quite a lot. I heard you discussing with the 7th princess earlier, saying you only brought 15 million low-grade spirit stones. Subtracting the 10 million spirit stones spent on the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng pill auctioned by the 7th princess, you should only have 40 million low-grade spirit stones left, right? But now you are calling out a price of 60 million. Forgive my boldness, but can you really produce 60 million low-grade spirit stones? Xiao Moran raised his hand in salute, showing proper etiquette. However, there wasn't much respect in his eyes. After all, the other party's cultivation was only slightly stronger than his. If it came to a fight, the outcome was still uncertain. Upon hearing Xiao Moran's words, Many people in the audience perked up their ears. It seemed that these two sides were about to clash. A good show was about to unfold. A group of void fragmentation realm experts also widened their eyes, looking towards Granny Lon. The most taboo thing during an auction is to raise the price without having the money. They understood that a king-level expert shouldn't resort to such despicable tactics. But they were also curious. If Granny Lon really did that, then it would be quite entertaining. Yen Min felt a bit uneasy at this scene. After all, she was clear about her own situation. 60 million low-grade spirit stones were absolutely impossible to produce. However, Han Xinlan remained calm, and a slight smile appeared on her aged face. You are the disciple of the Moon Goose Sect's young master, right? Han Xinlan did not directly answer the question but asked this instead. This single sentence immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Moon Goose Sect. Is it the Moon Goose Sect I know? The number one sect of the Great Yen Dynasty. The Moon Goose Sect? I didn't expect even the experts from the Moon Goose Sect to be here today. No wonder they are so confident. It turns out they are seniors from the Moon Goose Sect. And it sounds like this senior is also the disciple of the Moon Goose Sect's master. I've gained some knowledge today. Countless people were astonished. Even a group of void fragmentation realm experts couldn't help but show apprehension on their faces. Especially Su Biao and Lin Hao. They also managed sects, so they naturally knew how terrifying the Moon Goose Sect was. Regarding Han Xinlan recognizing his identity, Xiao Muran was not surprised. He simply smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right." After speaking, he waited for Han Xinlan to continue her inquiries. However, Han Xinlan did not press further but slowly raised her hand. "Since you have questioned me, then I have no reason to hide anything." The moment her words fell, countless spirit stones glowing with a bluish light suddenly appeared before everyone present. Here are 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, I am also the protector elder of the 7th princess, and I would not stoop to such sordid acts. Is this enough? The 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones hung in the air, nearly filling the surroundings. The rich spiritual energy seemed ready to overflow, causing many to widen their eyes. Even several powerful figures in the fragmented void realm began to breathe heavily. These were mid-grade spirit stones, although, from a conversion perspective, 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 60 million low-grade spirit stones. No one would make that exchange. This was because mid-grade spirit stones were inherently more precious than low-grade ones and had a higher ceiling. Therefore, if one were to exchange 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones, it could at least be traded for 80 million low-grade spirit stones. Such a massive amount of mid-grade spirit stones. Who among those present, aside from the 3 King Realm experts, had ever witnessed such a scene? Each one of them was eager to dig out their eyes to get a closer look. Moreover, several alchemy realm experts disregarded the opinions of those around them and immediately sat down to cultivate. The spiritual energy emanating from the 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to raise the concentration by several levels. At this moment, cultivating would yield better results than usual. Not cultivating would be a waste, wouldn't it? I apologize, Senior, it was my oversight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Muran couldn't help but take a deep breath and then cupped his hands in apology. 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What a grand gesture. He also had quite a few mid-grade spirit stones on him, but not as many as 600,000. It seemed that acquiring this soft spiritual armor would be a bit challenging. No worries, then let the auction continue. Han Xinlan casually stored the 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones in her storage ring and waved her hand nonchalantly. But a flicker of dissatisfaction shone in her eyes. Clearly, she was still somewhat displeased with Xiao Muran's questioning. Su Wanqing was also stunned by the 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, staring for a while before reacting to Han Xinlan's words and immediately spoke up. The royal family of the Dian dynasty bids 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Does any senior wish to place a higher bid? As she spoke, she looked towards Xiao Muran. After all, the price of 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Aside from these two, no one else had the capability to intervene. Even Hui Yun, also a King Realm expert, could only shake his head and sigh at this moment. There was nothing to be done, he simply didn't have enough spirit stones on him. Of course, Xiao Muran did not stop bidding. Instead, he immediately called out, 70 million. Seeing Xiao Muran so quickly raise the price by 10 million, Han Xinlan couldn't help but furrow her brows. How many spirit stones had the Moon Goose Sect prepared for this kid? Such confidence? 80 million. Han Xinlan immediately countered, her voice tinged with irritation this time. 80 million. Upon hearing Han Xinlan's bid, Xiao Muran hesitated for a moment. This price was a bit too high. However, given the rarity of the king weapon, it was definitely worth that many spirit stones. It was just the number of spirit stones he carried on him might not be enough to continue competing with Han Xinlan. After a slight hesitation, he finally spoke slowly. 88 million. This was all the spirit stones he had. Beyond this, he couldn't add much more. Although he still had quite a few treasures on him, their value was not lower than that of the royal artifact, so he could not possibly trade these treasures for a single royal artifact. 90 million. Seeing this situation, Han Xinlan naturally understood that Xiao Muran had reached his limit, so she unhesitatingly shouted out a price that Xiao Muran would definitely not be able to offer. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue was filled with shock, especially Su Wancheng. She had once hosted an auction where the total value at most reached only 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and now, just for this one royal artifact, it was worth 90 million low-grade spirit stones. Simply outrageous. All the spectators were completely stunned. None of them had ever witnessed an auction for a royal artifact. After all, over the years, there had been very few auctions where a royal artifact appeared. It could almost be said to be extremely rare. It had only happened a handful of times. Even very few people knew what price the royal artifacts had sold for. But this time, they all knew. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. It was almost approaching 100 million. Too outrageous. On the third floor, Zhao Xian couldn't help but click his tongue upon hearing this. He had anticipated that royal artifacts would be very valuable, but he never expected them to be worth this much. The revenue assessment for the SS level auction should be secure. He smiled, but his gaze couldn't help but look down. His gaze fell on Zhou Jing. He found that this person seemed completely uninterested in the royal artifact. He didn't even glance at it again. And this sky-high price of 90 million seemed to have no effect on him at all. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to look down on this royal artifact. This immediately piqued Zhao Xian's interest. There was no one in the entire Dian dynasty who could look down on a royal artifact. Even the most esteemed Yan Wang could not possibly look down on a royal artifact. Either Zhou Jing came from another dynasty or even an imperial dynasty, having seen many royal artifacts, thus looking down on them, or he was simply ignorant and completely unaware of the value of royal artifacts. But the other party was at least a 6th-level fragmentation realm expert. It was impossible for him not to understand the preciousness of royal artifacts. I wonder what kind of force he belongs to. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes, feeling a bit more curious. He hadn't expected that this auction would attract such a mysterious big fish. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. First time. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. Second time. Su Wanqing called out the price, her gaze also falling on Xiao Muran. Seeing that the other party was slow to bid again, she understood in her heart. The price should not change anymore, so she slowly spoke. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. Third time. Congratulations to the royal family of the Dian dynasty for successfully auctioning at 90 million low-grade spirit stones. As the words fell, Yan Min, who was leaning against the railing, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, almost jumping for joy. Han Xinlan also relaxed slightly, but she still felt quite confident. She had brought 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which could be exchanged for 70 to 80 million low-grade spirit stones, plus the 40 million low-grade spirit stones carried by the 7th princess. That totaled over 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The reason she carried 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones was entirely due to her personality. She always kept a good amount of spirit stones on hand just in case. She didn't believe that Xiao Muran could bring so many spirit stones. As the attendants affixed the label to the soft spirit armor, the entire venue began to buzz with discussion. 90 million sky-high price. This trip is truly worth it. Who says it isn't? And I didn't expect it would attract the 7th princess of Dian to come. Witnessing several royal realm experts competing. In this lifetime, it's worth it. If this were held in the Great Yen, such a level of auction would have many restrictions. It's likely that only those who have reached the great completion of the fragmented void realm could enter. I never expected that we ordinary people would get to see it this time. Truly, there are no regrets in this life. Many spectators with low cultivation sighed in admiration. Meanwhile, some experts in the Gathering Pill realm and even the fragmented void realm shook their heads and sighed. Although this trip was quite enjoyable to watch, it was indeed a great pity not to acquire any treasures. However, there was nothing to be done. There were simply too many big shots attending this auction. Amidst the heated discussions, many spectators planned to turn and leave, but those who sensed something was off immediately raised their eyebrows. Wait, why hasn't that beautiful auctioneer left the stage yet? Damn, could there be more treasures? Someone exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention back. It was then that people noticed Su Wanqing still standing on the auction stage, showing no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Xiao Muruan, who had been feeling a bit down, suddenly brightened up. More treasures. Han Xinlan, who had been reveling in the joy of acquiring the royal weapon, couldn't help but show some wrinkles on her somewhat weathered face upon seeing this situation. There's more? She had just spent 90 million low-grade spirit stones to secure the royal weapon, and now she had only about 30 million low-grade spirit stones left. If another treasure came up, they wouldn't have the qualifications to compete with Xiao Muruan for the bid. This was not good news for them. Of course, for the audience, it was a huge surprise. They had thought the royal weapon was the grand finale. Unexpectedly, there was actually more treasure, and it could overshadow the royal weapon to become the final grand treasure. This treasure surely couldn't be too weak, right? Instantly, the entire venue erupted. All the spectators focused their gazes on Su Wanqing, eager to see what this last treasure would be. Just as you all thought. Next, there is one more treasure, which is also the last treasure of this auction. Su Wanqing's assured words immediately stirred up a wave of cheers in the audience. The spectators' faces flushed with excitement, eagerly anticipating. On the second floor, Han Xinlan clenched her fists, silently praying that this treasure wouldn't be too enticing. Xiao Muruan was overjoyed. Huayun also became curious about what this so-called final treasure would be. It must be something that could overshadow the royal weapon, so it couldn't be too shabby. Su Wanqing showed no signs of dragging it out. With a graceful wave of her hand, a jade book that resembled white jade was placed prominently on the auction stage. Accompanying it was Su Wanqing's voice. This is the 100 Refinements Diamond Fist, a top-tier martial art of the Earth rank. Boom! The moment her words fell, the entire venue erupted like boiling water. Earth rank top-tier martial art? My god, what day is it today? I can't be dreaming, right? Countless gasps of astonishment rose and fell. All the spectators were in shock, unable to believe their eyes. It was simply too shocking, not to mention the ordinary spectators. Even the experts in the fragmented void realm were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. The three experts of the King realm sitting on the second floor stood up in unison. It's actually an Earth-rank top-tier martial art. Xiao Muruan was filled with astonishment, disbelief evident in her eyes. Although it was said that cultivation techniques were rarer than martial arts, once the rank reached above Earth, the gap between the two wasn't that significant. High-tier martial arts or cultivation techniques were extremely rare. Not to mention, what was currently on the auction stage was an Earth-rank top-tier martial art. It should be known that throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty, there wasn't a single heaven-rank martial art. Yes, there is not a single one. The highest grade of martial arts is the Earth Grade Supreme, and there are less than 10 martial arts that can reach the Earth Grade Supreme in the entire Great Yin dynasty. Each one is a treasure that sects would consider as their most prized possession. Even the first sect, the Moon Goose sect, is no exception. This shows just how shocking the impact of this Earth Grade Supreme martial art is on everyone. On the other side, Han Xinlan's expression suddenly changed. Princess, we might have to spend some serious resources later. Yen Nin's small face was also very serious at this moment. As the seventh princess, she was not ignorant. She understood what the Earth Grade Supreme martial arts represented. No matter what, they had to get their hands on it. Although the spirit stones might be a bit insufficient, they still had some treasures on them, and combined, they might have a chance. However, Han Xinlan felt it was not secure enough, and after a moment of thought, she took out a jade slip from her bosom and immediately crushed it. Huayun's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Earth Grade Supreme Martial Arts. No, this is a big deal. We must report this to the sect master as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he quickly took out a purple jade slip from his storage ring, but instead of crushing it, he immersed his consciousness into it. Meanwhile, the group of fragmentation realm experts below was already going crazy. Quick, notify the sect. Earth Grade Supreme Martial Arts. We absolutely cannot miss this, but there are still 3 King Realm experts above. We can't worry about that, even if there are King Realm experts involved. We must give it our all. They have already spent a lot of spirit stones fighting over previous treasures, we must secure this Earth-grade supreme martial arts. At this moment, they completely disregarded the names of the Great Yin Dynasty royal family and the Moon Goose sect. If they could get their hands on the Earth-grade supreme martial arts, it would be a terrifying foundation that could double their sect's strength. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Whether it was the Golden Spear sect or the Silver Spear sect, they all began to take action. Zhao Xian, however, sat calmly on the third floor, not surprised by the scene before him. After all, the rarity of Earth-grade supreme martial arts is even slightly more valuable than royal artifacts. If one were to forcefully suppress it, the Earth-grade supreme techniques might be able to do that. With this thought, he instinctively glanced down at Zhou Jing. His brows immediately raised slightly. Zhou Jing only showed surprise upon seeing the Earth-grade supreme martial arts, then quickly returned to calm, quietly sitting in his place. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more certain that Zhou Jing's identity must be extraordinary. The large auction hall was becoming as lively as a market. The noise was overwhelming. Su Wanqing did not say much, as she too was in shock. When she first received the ring from Zhao Xian and saw this Earth-grade supreme martial arts, she was already incredibly shocked. She had never imagined that she could see the legendary Earth-grade supreme martial arts in this small northern wilderness. Even more unexpected was that President Zhao had such courage to bring the Earth-grade supreme martial arts to auction. It was simply unbelievable. Who exactly was this President Zhao? She was filled with emotion. However, she did not forget her responsibilities. After a brief moment of distraction, she finally opened her lips and slowly said, Earth-grade supreme martial arts, 100 refinements diamond palm. Starting bid 20 million. And the auction officially begins now. After calling out, the scene fell into a brief pause. Then, voices began to emerge. I have an Earth-grade inferior technique that I want to use to offset spirit stones. I have a fragmentation pill, can I use it to offset spirit stones? I have. One by one, the fragmentation realm experts eagerly raised their hands. They might not have many spirit stones, but they definitely had plenty of treasures. The previous king's weapon definitely couldn't compete with the Great Yin Dynasty and the Moon Goose Gate. But now, the Great Yin Dynasty surely doesn't have many spirit stones left. With a huge competitor gone, their chances, though still slim, are worth a try. My Golden Spear sect can offer a special spiritual treasure to offset spirit stones. My Silver Spear Gate can offer a special spiritual treasure plus 10 6th-grade spiritual herbs to offset spirit stones. Even Su Biao from the Golden Spear sect and Lin Hao from the Silver Spear Gate stood up, joining the fray. For an ordinary person facing this scene, it would be hard to respond. There were simply too many people. How could one manage? The same went for Su Wanqing. She was initially flustered. So many powerful figures presenting treasures to offset spirit stones. Such a situation had never occurred in previous auctions. However, she quickly calmed down. She memorized all the offers for offsetting spirit stones around her and began to respond one by one. A low-grade earth-level technique can offset 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. A fragmentation pill can offset 8 million low-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, she was orderly and completely unflustered. On the third floor, Zhao Xian looked at Su Wanqing, who was handling the situation with composure. With surprise, it seemed that this auctioneer indeed had some skills. However, most of the treasures presented by the fragmentation realm experts weren't particularly high in value. Of course, not high here refers to the comparison with the starting price of 20 million. In ordinary circumstances, that would still be an extremely high price. But in the face of 20 million low-grade spirit stones, it was somewhat lacking. However, low value could be compensated by quantity. For instance, one fragmentation realm expert brought out several 5th-grade pills, a few 6th-grade pills, an earth-level technique, and 3 earth-level martial arts. One could say they were putting in a lot, but scattered cultivators naturally couldn't compare to sects. The Golden Spear sect presented several special spiritual treasures of considerable value, along with several 6th-grade spiritual herbs, and even top-grade spiritual weapons. The Silver Spear Gate was equally unyielding, presenting treasures that were no less valuable than those of the Golden Spear sect. This left countless spectators dumbfounded. The Earth-level top-grade martial arts were already shocking enough, but the sight of numerous sects from the Great Yin Dynasty pulling out their assets to offset spirit stones for the competition over Earth-level top-grade martial arts was even more astonishing. They had not anticipated that this was merely the beginning. After various factions began to present treasures to offset spirit stones for the auction, The auction price for the 100 refinements Diamond Fist had already soared to 30 million. Moreover, the speed was still climbing, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just the beginning. After all, the 3 king-level experts on the second floor had yet to make their move. The 7th princess was somewhat understandable, as she had just secured a king's weapon and might not have enough spirit stones for the auction. But the disciple from the Moon Goosegate beside her surely had ample spirit stones. Just as he was pondering, Xiao Moran indeed called out a bid. 40 million. As soon as he spoke, he raised the bid by 10 million. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised. However, most of the fragmentation realm experts' expressions changed slightly, and they gritted their teeth, continuing to pull out more treasures to offset. Then the bids climbed by millions. 43 million. 44 million. I bid 45 million. For these bidding fragmentation realm experts, Xiao Moran remained calm and spoke again. 50 million. Of course, Xiao Moran knew that these fragmentation realm experts were not his direct competitors. He slowly turned his gaze to the side. There, Huoyun was staring at the jade slip in his hand, deep in thought. 56 million. He suddenly called out a bid. Xiao Moran was momentarily taken aback. After all, during the last auction for the king's artifact, he remembered that Huoyun had given up the competition after he called out a price of 40 million. He had thought that the other party did not carry too many spirit stones. He never expected that this round would actually bring out 56 million low-grade spirit stones. It truly surprised him. However, he did not think too much about it and immediately called out 60 million. With the competition from the royal family of the Dian dynasty gone, he thought it should not be difficult to secure this top-tier earth-level martial art today. With this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Xiao Moran's mouth. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. 70 million. The voice sounded somewhat aged, instantly causing the entire venue to gasp in surprise. Countless people looked up, their eyes widening, because they discovered the one calling out the price was actually Han Xinlan. But hadn't Han Xinlan just auctioned the king's artifact for the royal family of the Dian dynasty? How could she still have the ability to auction this top-tier earth-level martial art? Not only were the countless spectators puzzled, but even Xiao Moran furrowed his brows tightly. He did not expect Han Xinlan to make a move. And moreover, her first bid was a full 70 million low-grade spirit stones. Adding the 90 million low-grade spirit stones from the auction of the king's artifact, that totaled 160 million low-grade spirit stones. Carrying so many spirit stones? Han Xinlan also noticed the puzzled gazes directed at her from all around. Amidst the confusion of countless people, she slightly raised her hand. In an instant, 3 ancient books floated in midair. Here is a top-tier earth-level cultivation method and 2 top-tier earth-level martial arts. Could you please help me calculate how many spirit stones this would offset? Han Xinlan said, casually waving her hand. The 3 ancient books then landed in front of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and examined them. She immediately took a deep breath. All 3 books are genuine, not rubbings. According to the previous prices, one is worth 35 million, and the 3 can be offered at a price of 105 million low-grade spirit stones. Wow! The moment Su Wanqing finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Countless spectators couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is outrageous. This is definitely outrageous. To take out a top-tier earth-level cultivation method along with 2 top-tier earth-level martial arts. Such a move could only be done by the Dian dynasty. Han Xinlan nodded calmly. Then let it be offset as you said. After speaking, she glanced around and focused on Xiao Moran, asking, is there any problem? A silence fell around. Those who had planned to take out all their treasured items to offset spirit stones now lowered their hands. What's the point? 100 million low-grade spirit stones. They couldn't possibly come up with that even if they went bankrupt. As for those sects, perhaps they could gather the strength of the entire sect. But, with the sudden appearance of this top-tier earth-level martial art, they didn't even have the chance to gather their strength. Sigh. Su Biao shook his head inside. Lin Hao also took a deep look at the 100 refinements Diamond Fist, then sadly withdrew his gaze. They certainly had no chance now. In the end, it was still 3 king-level experts competing. Seeing this, Xiao Moran's expression slightly tightened, but he did not show too much surprise, only frowning slightly. 3 top-tier earth-level. It's probably from the 7th princess. He sighed inwardly. Since the void fragmentation experts could use their treasures for auction, the king-level experts could naturally do the same. He just didn't expect Han Xinlan to be so decisive. Moreover, she took out 3 top-tier Earth-level items at once, even for king-level experts. Cultivating top-tier Earth-level cultivation methods and martial arts was quite difficult. Clearly, these were from the 7th princess. Perhaps they were given to her by the king of Yen. It's just that now, these things are being used to offset spirit stones, all for the sake of competing for that top-tier martial arts manual of the local level. Thinking of this, he was about to continue calling out his bid. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out before him. 80 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing the voice, Xiao Muran widened his eyes and turned to the side. It was actually Hui Yun calling out the bid. Moreover, he had raised it by another 10 million. Everyone was stunned. They all knew that the royal family of the Dian dynasty had a profound background. There was no need to say more about the Moon Goose sect, but this king-level expert was somewhat unfamiliar to them. They had never seen him before, and he had withdrawn early from the competition for the king's weapon. They had almost forgotten about him, yet he could produce so many low-grade spirit stones? What I want to offset is an 8th-grade pill, the king-attracting pill. Hui Yun took out a jade box from his storage ring. He spoke slowly. As he spoke, one could clearly see the pained expression on his face. Obviously, this king-attracting pill was a cultivation resource he had prepared for himself. But right now, for the sake of this top-tier martial arts manual, he was willing to go all out. As soon as Hui Yun said this, the entire venue was once again shaken. Holy crap! 8th grade pill? Insane! Everyone's gone mad. Even the king-level experts have lost their minds. Are they really using an 8th grade pill to offset spirit stones? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Countless people couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, the rarity of an 8th grade pill is absolutely on par with king-level weapons in top-tier martial arts manuals of the local level. However, in terms of rarity, it indeed cannot compare to top-tier martial arts manuals. 8th grade pills can be obtained through channels by the top sects of the Dian dynasty. It's just that they can't get too many. But a top-tier martial arts manual, if missed, it would never be seen again. Considering this, everyone understood Hui Yun's thoughts. Su Wanqing was also stunned, nearly crying inside. It was her first time encountering an 8th grade pill. How could one even estimate its price? After discussing for a long time, everyone turned to look at Su Wanqing. Most were curious about how high the price of this 8th grade pill could be estimated. After all, almost no one present had heard of an 8th grade pill being auctioned before. Naturally, they couldn't imagine its price at all. Su Wanqing was also caught in a dilemma. Logically speaking, the price of an 8th grade pill could be comparable to that of a king-level weapon. Not to mention that the pill Hui Yun brought out was the king-attracting pill, specifically for king-level experts to cultivate. Its price would naturally not be low. Just as she was hesitating, a voice came from the 3rd floor, calm and unhurried. This is the first time I've encountered an 8th grade pill as well. Since this senior of the king level wants to use this king attracting pill to offset spirit stones, then I will represent the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to give you a discount. The king attracting pill can offset 100 million low-grade spirit stones. As the voice came, countless people looked up. The speaker was naturally Zhao Xian. He had also noticed Su Wanqing's indecision. This was not surprising. After all, people tend to feel nervous and afraid when faced with the unknown. As soon as he said this, the entire venue couldn't help but widen their eyes. 100 million. My God, is this the value of an 8th grade pill? That's 10 million more than a king-level weapon. That's terrifying. But normally, the value of an 8th grade pill should definitely not surpass that of a king-level weapon, right? This president of the Chamber of Commerce has some guts. Seeing Zhao Xian directly give Hui Yun a discount, allowing the king-attracting pill to offset 100 million low-grade spirit stones, many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They also marveled at Zhao Xian's boldness. In terms of grade, 8th grade pills are naturally on the same level as king-level weapons in top-tier martial arts manuals of the local level. However, the 8th grade elixir, despite its rarity, was still somewhat inferior, and naturally its value was discounted. Yet Zhao Xian did not do so. Instead, he even added a bit more. For this, they could only admire Zhao Xian's boldness. Even the main person, Hui Yun, cast a surprised glance at Zhao Xian at this moment, and then respectfully clasped his hands in thanks to Zhao Xian. Thank you, President Zhao. Zhao Xian waved his hand lightly and returned to his seat. Han Xinlan and Xiao Moran couldn't help but glance at Hui Yun. Now, The levels of spirit stones in the hands of the three should be on the same line. It all depended on who had the stronger capital. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Moran was the first to launch an attack. 100 million. Han Xinlan gritted her teeth, unwilling to show weakness, and directly called out the price to 100 million. The entire audience couldn't help but gasp in amazement. How long had it been since the auction started, and it had already broken 100 million? This was outrageous. Moreover, judging from the expressions of these three powerful figures in the king realm, it seemed that this 100 million was just the beginning. 100 million 10,000, 100 million 20,000, 100 million 30,000. The three of them took turns, none willing to fall behind. After a round of bidding, the price of the 100 refinements diamond fist had already risen to 150 million. Everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath, watching the increasingly intense bidding. This was absurd. Each bid was no less than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Considering that they had to carefully spend even 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the comparison was simply worlds apart. However, after the price reached 150 million, the three of them began to hesitate. It wasn't that the price was too high that made them reconsider. Rather, they were running low on funds. As for Hui Yun, although he had deducted the king elixir to obtain 100 million low-grade spirit stones, plus the 40 million low-grade spirit stones he had on him, he only had a total of 140 million. 150 million was already very difficult for him to continue competing. Master, haven't you arrived yet? He couldn't help but glance at the jade slip in his hand, feeling extremely anxious. On the other side, Han Xinlan also lowered her head, her expression slightly grave. She originally only had 135 million left. Later, during the bidding, she and Xiao Moran had both taken out a few treasures for auction. This barely allowed her to keep up with the price. However, Xiao Moran was even more ruthless. The elixir he brought to offset was only 7th grade, but it was an extremely rare elixir that could enhance talent. It was called the Shenwang Dan. Elixirs that enhance talent are incredibly rare, and their value is not inferior to some 8th grade elixirs. In the end, it was also deducted to a price of 100 million. Now, the spirit stones in Xiao Moran's possession could be said to dominate the entire venue. Even Han Xinlan and Hui Yun could no longer compete with him. Grandma Lan, what should we do? Yan Min saw this and her pretty face was full of worry. 150 million was already their limit. They couldn't go any higher. After all, they had already put out all the valuable treasures for auction. Don't worry, I have already crushed the 1,000-mile pursuit talisman. There is an elder nearby, and he should be able to arrive soon. Hearing this, Yan Min's face immediately brightened. That's great. Just as they had just breathed a sigh of relief, Su Wanqing slowly spoke up. 150 million. First call. The two's expressions changed. Hui Yun was also anxiously staring at the jade slip. Master, you need to speed up, otherwise, it will be too late. The audience, seeing this scene, also became tense. What does this mean? Is the final grand treasure today going to end at the sky-high price of 150 million? It seems that the 7th princess still has a backup plan. But this backup plan will take some time? That other King Realm Senior also seems to be waiting for something? I wonder if they will make it in time. They were discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Wanqing also felt quite eager to see the follow-up tactics of the two powerful figures from the Wang realm. However, not much time had passed. She could only continue to call out, 150 million. Second time. Upon hearing this, Han Xinlan and Yan Min became even more anxious. Hui Yun was fidgeting, pacing back and forth. Meanwhile, Xiao Moran wore a smile on his face. Contrary to the thoughts of the two, he just wanted Su Wanqing to drop the auction hammer quickly. That way, this top-tier Earth-level martial art would belong to the Moongoose sect. Another agonizing moment passed for countless people. As the time approached, Su Wanqing slowly spoke again. 150 million. Third time. Her voice was soft yet resonant. The mood of everyone in the room was stirred. All eyes were fixed on the auction hammer in Su Wanqing's hand. On the second floor, Xiao Moran was the same. He silently chanted in his heart. Drop it! Drop it! Securing this Earth-level top-tier martial art for 150 million was definitely worth it. He was naturally very anxious. If help from the Great Yan dynasty arrived, the price would likely increase significantly. On the other side, Han Xinlan, Yan Min, and Hui Yun all looked towards the entrance of the auction house. hoping that their reinforcements would rush in at any moment. At that moment, with everyone's attention focused, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Seeing this, Su Wanqing gracefully held the auction hammer and slowly brought it down. Bang! The hammer struck the stage, producing a deep, powerful sound. Upon hearing this, Xiaomuran immediately let out a long sigh of relief, joy flooding his face. Meanwhile, Yan Min looked towards the entrance of the auction house, shaking her head in disappointment. A wave of sighs of disappointment echoed through the crowd. It seems we still couldn't make it. What a pity. I thought we could see a grand show. Yeah, such a shame. They lamented. Su Wanqing also expressed her helplessness. She had tried her best to slow down the speed of her hammer drop, but, in the end, she still couldn't wait for the support of the two factions to arrive. Even now, after the hammer had fallen for a while, no one had come. Then congratulations to the senior of the Moongoose sect for successfully auctioning at the price of 150 million low-grade spirit stones. As her voice fell, Su Wanqing personally affixed the label onto the jade book. Thank you all for your support. This auction is now officially concluded. Su Wanqing said loudly, feeling a gradual sense of relief in her heart. Finally, it was over. This auction, in her career, would definitely be recorded in history. The audience began to express their thoughts. The atmosphere in the venue was very lively. Xiaomuran's face was filled with joy at this moment. Although he had spent a full 150 million low-grade spirit stones to acquire it, the Earth-level top-tier martial art was absolutely worth that price. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Han Xinlan, but he saw Han Xinlan frowning deeply. Something's not right. Elder Qi is nearby. With his strength, he should be able to arrive quickly. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Her intuition told her something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Could it be, Elder Qi is doing this on purpose? Is it because I competed with him for the position of Supreme Elder before? Suspicion flickered in her eyes. She could only speculate like this. After all, with Elder Qi's abilities, he should have arrived by now. Since he hadn't, it indicated he was doing it intentionally. I'll ask him about it later. She sighed softly. Meanwhile, Huo Yun's expression also turned somewhat grim. What's going on? Why is there no news from the sect master? Could something have happened on the way? His consciousness delved into the jade slip, but he received no response. He also did not see the sect master's figure. Could it be that something went wrong on the way here? However, he wasn't worried about the safety of the sect leader. He just felt it was a bit of a pity. After all, he hadn't been able to obtain the top-tier local martial arts manual. Now that the auction was over, they naturally couldn't just go directly to Xiaomuran to ask for it. Xiaomuran was a disciple of the Moongoose sect. Moreover, from their previous conversation, it was clear that he was the current sect leader's apprentice. This identity was enough to make people hesitate to provoke him. Not to mention that Xiaomuran's strength was extremely formidable. He could only watch helplessly as Xiaomuran took away the top-tier local martial arts manual. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Zhao Xian sat with a sigh, shaking his head. What a pity. I still couldn't get that king's induction pill. The top-tier local martial arts manual was ultimately auctioned off to Xiaomuran, and naturally, the bidding Huo Yun couldn't offset the king's induction pill. Similarly, Han Xinlan's side also couldn't obtain the top-tier local martial arts techniques. One could only say it was a bit of a pity. However, it was no big deal. Xiaomuran had also secured a profound king pill. Moreover, it was a 7th grade pill that could enhance talent. Its value was certainly not weak. As the auction concluded, the audience lingered in the venue, passionately discussing the several auctions that had taken place that day. Their conversations were vivid and full of excitement. The enthusiasm was off the charts. Zhao Xian had no intention of rushing people out, so he went to the backstage hall dedicated to receiving guests to wait. Before long, Su Wanqing led the guests who had won items at the auction into the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Xian, everyone cupped their hands and greeted him politely. Greetings, President Zhao. After all, Zhao Xian's previous display of effortlessly defeating a peak void fragmentation realm expert had shocked the entire audience. They naturally held a healthy respect for Zhao Xian's abilities. This included both Han Xinlan and Xiaomuran. At that time, Zhao Xian's methods were something they couldn't see through. In fact, both of them had a gut feeling that if they dared to act rashly, it would definitely be them who would die here. For this reason, the two naturally wouldn't choose to make an enemy of Zhao Xian. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. I trust everyone has gained something from this auction. I won't waste any more words. Let's proceed with the transactions in the order of the auction. As his voice fell, Su Biao was the first to step forward, respectfully presenting his storage ring. Zhao Xian nodded and took it, somewhat surprised. Sect Master Su, you auctioned this dragon pursuing spear for 2,400,000, and there are 4,500,000 in here. Upon hearing this, Su Biao smiled broadly and said, President Zhao is joking. This dragon pursuing spear is worth much more than 2,400,000. How could I take advantage of you? Zhao Xian waved his hand. Once the auction hammer falls, the price is set. How can it be changed at will? Wouldn't that mean our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce has no principles? Su Biao's eyes twinkled as he nodded repeatedly. What President Zhao said is absolutely right. I was presumptuous. In that case, the 2,400,000 in the storage ring is the original price, and the extra 2,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let's consider it my greeting from the Golden Spear sect to you. Perhaps we might have business together in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Xian also had no reason to refuse. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Su Biao. This old fox had quite the way with words. Sect Master Su was so courteous. If I refuse again, it would be a bit pretentious. Then I shall accept Sect Master Su's kindness. Zhao Xian put away the storage ring. Seeing this, Su Biao also wore a broad smile, a small token of appreciation. Nothing to mention, as long as President Zhao is pleased. Saying this, he did not disturb Zhao Xian from continuing the transactions and immediately turned to leave the hall. For Su Biao, the gains from this trip, it was already quite substantial. Zhao Xian didn't say much upon seeing this. In his heart, he began to inquire with the system. After receiving a positive response from the system that the additional 2,100,000 low-grade spirit stones would be counted, he finally smiled broadly. Soon, Luo Guanyu from the Yin Yang sect also stepped forward, his eyes flickering as he seriously stared at Zhao Xian. He then extended his hand to offer a storage ring, speaking in a soft voice. President Zhao, this is ours. Hearing this strange voice, Zhao Xian felt goosebumps all over. He quickly took the storage ring, carefully examined it, and after confirming there were no issues, handed the dragon-subduing spear to Luo Guanyu. Pleasure doing business. Thank you, President Zhao. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact Guanyu. As Luo Guanyu spoke, he even threw a flirtatious glance at Zhao Xian. Fortunately, after finishing, Luo Guanyu hurriedly left without lingering. Zhao Xian was left speechless. Shortly after, Lin Hao also stepped forward, wearing a smile similar to Su Biao's. President Zhao. As expected, Lin Hao's words were not much different from Su Biao's. The storage ring he presented also contained 4,500,000 low-grade spirit stones, aiming to please Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After all, Su Biao had said so, and as the opposing party, how could he not curry favor with Zhao Xian? He certainly couldn't let the Golden Spear sect monopolize everything. Zhao Xian was aware of the grudges between the two sects, so he didn't hold back at all. Watching Zhao Xian accept the storage ring, Lin Hao was satisfied as he turned to leave with the dragon-subduing spear. With the departure of the three, the room suddenly felt much more spacious. Only 4 people remained, the unknown Zhou Jing, and the members of the great Yan royal family, Yan Min, Han Xinlan, and the Moon Goose sect Xiao Moran. Yan Min and Han Xinlan stepped forward. Han Xinlan slightly bowed to Zhao Xian and said, President Zhao, you are young and accomplished. I am Han Xinlan, the protector elder of the 7th princess of the great Yan dynasty. Greetings. Zhao Xian returned the gesture with a smile. Elder Han, you flatter me. Then let's begin the transaction. Saying this, Zhao Xian took the labeled Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill and the Kinggrade Soft Spirit Armor into his hands. Waiting silently for a moment, Han Xinlan didn't hesitate, flipping her palm to reveal a light pink storage ring, which she handed to Zhao Xian. Inside, there are a total of 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Xian accepted the storage ring, probing into it with his consciousness to confirm its contents before nodding. Not bad. He then handed over the Jade Dew Spirit Ginseng Pill and the Soft Spirit Armor. Thank you. Han Xinlan received it with cupped hands. Meanwhile, Yan Min's big eyes were fixed on Zhao Xian, scrutinizing him closely. Seeing this, Han Xinlan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, Zhao Xian's strength was truly unpredictable, and even she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only hope that the 7th princess wouldn't go too far. 7th princess. Is there something on my face? Zhao Xian smiled as he looked at Yan Min. Yan Min, noticing Zhao Xian's gaze, immediately blushed. And no. After saying this, she quickly turned her head and pulled Han Xinlan out of the room. Seeing this, Zhao Xian didn't say much either. He turned to look at the remaining two people in the room, Zhou Jing and Xiao Muran. President Zhao, it's my turn, right? Zhou Jing smiled as he stepped forward, calmly handing Zhao Xian a high-grade local-level cultivation method. This method was worth 35 million low-grade spirit stones, while the Transcendence Pill had only been auctioned for 28 million low-grade spirit stones. So naturally, Zhao Xian needed to refund him 7 million spirit stones. However, Zhao Xian waved his hand with a slight smile. Young Master Zhou, please wait. His gaze turned to Xiao Muran beside him. I see young Master Xiao seems eager to leave, why not let him go first? Hearing Zhao Xian's inquiry, Zhou Jing was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something, a smile appearing on his face as he said, all right. As for Xiao Muran, he looked a bit confused. Eager to leave? He wasn't in a hurry at all. However, he indeed wanted to get his hands on this Earth-level supreme martial art as soon as possible. After all, only after obtaining it could he feel at ease. So when he heard Zhao Xian say this, he had no intention of refuting and stepped forward first, cupping his hands to present a storage ring. Inside the ring is a Xian Wang Dan along with 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Please trouble President Zhao to count them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian nodded slightly and then carefully counted. After confirming there were no issues, he handed the Book of the 100 Refinements Diamond Fist to Xiao Muran. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. Thanks to President Zhao. If President Zhao plans to hold an auction outside of the northern wilderness in the future, perhaps you could consider our Moon Goose sect, Xiao Muran said with a smile as he cupped his hands. I will definitely consider it in the future. Zhao Xian replied. Xiao Muran did not linger and turned to leave with great ease. Instantly, only Zhao Xian and Zhou Jing remained in the room. President Zhao, why did you deliberately keep me until the end? Zhou Jing looked at Zhao Xian, curiosity evident in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Xian smiled slightly, showing no intention of hiding anything. I noticed that your reaction at this auction was somewhat different from other fragmented Void Realm experts. Most fragmented Void Realm experts were quite interested in the treasures auctioned later. Yet you, young Master Zhou, only favored this Xuangshu Dan. You even looked down on the royal artifacts and Earth-level supreme martial arts. I assume you are not from the Dian dynasty? Hearing Zhao Xian's straightforwardness, Zhou Jing was taken aback. Is it that obvious? Zhao Xian. In fact, not just Zhao Xian, but anyone present who was observant could notice Zhou Jing's peculiarity. Was it really that obvious? Zhou Jing scratched his head and said, sorry, I originally wanted to keep a low profile, so I didn't deliberately showcase my background. President Zhao truly has sharp eyes, you notice this. Zhao Xian couldn't help but cough lightly upon hearing this. Young Master Zhou is joking, it's just some simple observation. Zhou Jing explained, actually, I come from the Zhengzhou Jingyue dynasty. I happened to pass through this place and discovered there was an auction, so I came out of curiosity. I didn't expect to actually stumble upon treasures. This Xuangshu Dan is very precious to me. I haven't encountered it in the Jingyue dynasty, but I unexpectedly found it in the Dian dynasty. At this point, Zhou Jing looked quite fortunate. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression turned thoughtful. From Zhou Jing's demeanor while speaking, it seemed he was not lying. However, the Zhengzhou region, Jingyue dynasty, he had never heard of it, but from the last two characters of Jingyue dynasty, one could glean a hint. That was a dynasty even more formidable than a regular dynasty. Countless strong individuals and innumerable treasures resided within. It was quite normal for someone from the dynasty like Zhou Jing to look down on royal artifacts and Earth-level supreme martial arts. After all, within the dynasty, there were likely royal artifacts and even heaven-level superior martial arts. In comparison, royal artifacts and Earth-level supreme martial arts naturally paled in significance and were hardly worth mentioning. Of course, from this point of inquiry, Zhou Jing's status within the dynasty was probably not ordinary. President Zhao, can we trade now? Zhou Jing's gaze was fixed on the Zhuangshu Dan in Zhao Xian's hand, clearly having coveted it for a long time. Zhao Xian smiled slightly upon seeing this, took the Earth-level superior martial arts from Zhou Jing's hand, and then handed back the Zhuangshu Dan along with a storage ring containing 7 million low-grade spirit stones. However, Zhou Jing only took the Zhuangshu Dan and did not take the storage ring. President Zhao, Consider these 7 million low-grade spirit stones as a handling fee, there's no need to return them to me. Zhao Xian paused but did not refuse. Then congratulations, young Master Zhou. Zhou Jing also grinned widely. Thank you, and by the way, President Zhao, if there are any more auctions in the future, you must inform me in advance, I will come again. Zhao Xian nodded. If young Master Zhou wants to attend the auction but happens to be short on funds, he can come to me in advance to consign his treasures, ensuring they are worth their value. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing immediately slapped his forehead. Right, how did I forget about this before the auction today? If I had known earlier, I could have consigned them and saved myself the trouble. Thank you, President Zhao, for the reminder. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. With that, Zhou Jing turned and left the room. Zhao Xian also withdrew his gaze, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The auction has been successfully held, and data is being compiled. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this. The scale of this auction is assessed as S. The value of the items in this auction is assessed as S. The revenue generated from this auction is assessed as SS. The overall average assessment of this auction is S+. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Xian couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. The scale actually reached S? It seemed he had underestimated the auction venue left by the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. This scale was indeed considerable. However, reaching S level was probably quite a stretch. On the other hand, this time the assessment level is actually S+? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. After holding so many auctions, this was the first time an S+ had appeared. He had thought the level after S would be SS, but upon reflection, the average level of this auction must be higher than S, yet not quite reaching SS, so averaging out, having an S+ was quite normal. Zhao Xian didn't dwell too much on this. After all, levels weren't that important. What mattered was, what would the S+ reward be? Zhao Xian's face was filled with anticipation as he silently awaited the system's response. Soon, the system's prompt came leisurely. You have successfully held this auction and achieved an S+ level assessment. The rewards are, a limit breaker, a special bloodline Sacred Dragon bloodline, the supreme technique of the Sacred Dragon lineage Sacred Dragon Heart method, 500,000 points of technique experience, 500,000 points of martial arts experience, 500 fragments of items, and 5 universal stones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes widened. A limit breaker? What on earth was that? He felt a bit puzzled but didn't jump to conclusions too early. After all, the last reward, the cave, he had initially looked down upon, but later, it became his greatest trump card. This limit breaker might turn out to be the same. The next 2 rewards, however, made Zhao Xian's eyes shine with excitement. Good heavens! Sacred Dragon bloodline? He had seen this bloodline mentioned in an ancient book. It was only briefly mentioned. It said this bloodline had been passed down since ancient times, with a long history, but very few could inherit it. By now, it was almost extinct. However, the ancient texts also mentioned that the Sacred Dragon bloodline was one of the oldest and most powerful bloodlines. It was said that a child born with the Sacred Dragon bloodline could emanate the might of the Imperial realm, and their domain would automatically unfold, which was extremely terrifying. Being born at the Imperial realm, one could see the terrifying nature of the Sacred Dragon lineage. Of course, that was just a legend. Moreover, it seemed that only in ancient times was this the case. Later, as the bloodline gradually thinned, the strength of the inherited Sacred Dragon lineage also diminished, but the effects remained monstrous. And this top-tier bloodline was actually directly given as a reward by the system? Is this the reward for S+? I'm in love. Zhao Xian beamed with joy. Just the Sacred Dragon bloodline alone was incredibly precious, far surpassing all previous rewards. The so-called spirit-seeking body couldn't even compare to a single hair of the Sacred Dragon bloodline. And aside from the Sacred Dragon bloodline, the system also thoughtfully awarded the supreme technique of the Sacred Dragon lineage, the Sacred Dragon Heart method. However, Zhao Xian was not very familiar with the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. After all, the Sacred Dragon lineage was already extremely rare, and the records in ancient texts were quite sparse and simple. Naturally, there was no relevant introduction to the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, but there was no need to rush. Zhao Xian's gaze slightly focused as he began to investigate the system's introduction to the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Sacred Dragon Heart technique, the highest heart method of the sacred dragon lineage, initially rated as low-grade heavenly tier, and changes according to the strength of the practitioner's bloodline and cultivation level. The higher the bloodline strength and the stronger the cultivation, the higher the rating of the sacred dragon heart technique will automatically increase. A simple sentence, yet it made Zhao Xian gasp in astonishment. Truly against the heavens. This technique starts at the heavenly tier, and it can also be enhanced according to one's own cultivation and bloodline strength. It's simply outrageous. Of course, Zhao Xian was also overjoyed. With this, his own strength would definitely be supplemented. Moreover, after merging with the sacred dragon bloodline, his cultivation speed would surely reach new heights, not to mention the return of some cultivation-related elixirs from the auction. Wouldn't his cultivation soar like a rocket? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian felt even more at ease. The rewards from this auction were truly impressive. As for the subsequent martial arts experience and the like, Zhao Xian casually skipped over them. He hadn't even used much of the 100,000 experience from the last reward. Now there was an additional 500,000. He wouldn't be able to use it all. Not at all. Of course, perhaps he just hadn't found a place to use the experience yet. So Zhao Xian wasn't in a hurry, he would just stockpile it. But what exactly is this limit breaker? Zhao Xian's gaze returned to the initial reward. Curiosity appeared in his eyes. He then investigated further. A line of information unfolded before him. Limit breaker, a system product that can unlock limits, unconditionally elevating any of your items/abilities by 1 grade. Wow! Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Fortunately, he had already sealed the room, so no sound would escape, and he didn't have to worry about being overheard. But he was indeed shocked. This thing could directly and unconditionally elevate any of his items or even abilities by 1 grade. If it were just to elevate a treasure he possessed, he wouldn't be too surprised. After all, turning waste into treasure inherently had such a function. But this thing could also elevate the grade of abilities. Didn't that mean his martial arts techniques and even bloodline could be enhanced? Thinking of this, he was instantly filled with excitement. But then he thought again, and it seemed his perspective was a bit narrow. If that's the case, can the Purple Cloud Cave also be elevated by 1 grade? Even turning waste into treasure could be elevated by 1 grade? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but hold his breath. As a rule-based ability, the effect of turning waste into treasure was undoubtedly immense for Zhao Xian. It could even be said that without turning waste into treasure, he would hardly have been able to raise the auction's evaluation level to S+. If he were to elevate turning waste into treasure by 1 grade, what would happen then? Upon careful consideration, Zhao Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. However, he didn't rush to use the limit breaker. After all, this thing could be used at any time. Just as he was thinking, a familiar energy suddenly emerged from his dantian. Realizing this, Zhao Xian understood that the system was beginning to distribute rewards. His expression tightened, and he quickly sat cross-legged. Soon, the energy in his dantian became more and more condensed, then spread throughout Zhao Xian's limbs and bones. Zhao Xian felt a fiery sensation all over his body, as if he were being burned by intense flames. But after each burning sensation, a warm energy would quickly soothe him. The burning pain vanished in an instant. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhao Xian opened his eyes. The holy dragon bloodline had successfully fused. Ha! Zhao Xian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, only to find that this breath seemed to be tainted with dragon blood, heavy and intense. To his surprise, he discovered that his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the Gathering Pill realm after fusing with the holy dragon bloodline, just a step away from the fragmented void realm. He could even clearly sense the barrier of the fragmented void realm. However, this barrier appeared to be on the verge of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. Terrifying. Realizing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Just after the fusion, his cultivation had directly surged to the peak of the Gathering Pill realm. But to be precise, the effects of the fusion had not yet fully manifested. He felt that once he broke through to the fragmented void realm, it would likely surge even more. This was the terrifying aspect of the holy dragon bloodline. Raising his cultivation was as simple as drinking water. It was simply outrageous. If outsiders saw Zhao Xian break through from the second level of the Gathering Pill realm to the peak in just a short quarter of an hour, they would probably scream on the spot, calling him a monster. This holy dragon heart technique is indeed incredibly profound. Zhao Xian closed his eyes, feeling the holy dragon heart technique in his mind, and couldn't help but marvel. In comparison, the weak water 3000 technique he had mastered before was simply weak. Thinking of this, he glanced at his current status panel. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22 years, cultivation, peak of gathering pill realm, physique, spirit-seeking body, bloodline, holy dragon bloodline, development progress, 1%, technique, earth grade low tier weak water 3000 technique, perfect, heaven grade low tier holy dragon heart technique, perfect, martial arts, earth grade upper tier dragon roar spear technique, perfect, earth grade top tier 100 refinements diamond fist, perfect, current usable technique experience, 540,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create techniques, current usable martial arts experience, 571,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create martial arts, current usable item fragments, 602 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, current usable universal stones, 8, remaining refund times, 1,100 times. The panel had added a section for physique and a section for bloodline. Looking at the last number in the bloodline section, Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. So, his development of the holy dragon bloodline was only at 1%? According to the system, if he were to develop the holy dragon bloodline to 100%, how terrifying would that be? To what extent would the holy dragon heart technique be enhanced? TSK. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Besides that, he had also fully maxed out the holy dragon heart technique early on. It only cost him 50,000 technique experience. He had already memorized the earth grade top tier martial art, 100 refinements diamond fist. Before the auction, he had just recently maxed it out as well. It only cost him 30,000 martial arts experience. He couldn't even use it all. The refund times have become 1100 times? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. He remembered that he had broken through to the gathering pill realm, so the refund times had increased. However, the last time he checked, it hadn't increased. He guessed the system hadn't reacted yet. Soon, he would be breaking through to the fragmented void realm, and it was likely that he would surge again. These refund times should also be like technique and martial arts experience. Never used up. Simply never used up. But even though he couldn't use it all, Zhao Xian naturally liked having a larger number. I can do without it, but I can't be without it. Next, I might as well break through to the fragmented void realm, Zhao Xian thought, and then directly sat down on the ground, slowly activating the holy dragon heart technique. Meanwhile, in Haiyun City, near the auction house, many people were still gathered there, reluctant to leave. After all, this auction was truly spectacular, leaving them with countless thoughts they wanted to share with others. Compared to previous times, Haiyun City was much more prosperous today. However, passion also has its moments of extinguishment. Some people felt it was enough, thinking the sky was getting dark, and began to prepare to leave together, heading towards the outskirts of Haiyun City. Yet, no one noticed that the guards at the city gate had vanished without a trace. One person, anxious to leave, hurried towards the city gate. Just as he passed through the gate, his movements suddenly halted. The few companions following him looked puzzled, unsure of what was happening. They stepped forward to inquire, "Hey, why did you suddenly stop?" But the other party did not respond, and his companions frowned. So, one of them reached out to push him. With that push, the man shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, scattering on the ground like broken bones. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. In an instant, all his companions' eyes widened. A scream erupted. Their cries immediately drew the attention of others. Soon, many people gathered around the city gate. Just now, my friend was simply passing through the gate, and suddenly he turned into a pile of corpse fragments. Not even a drop of blood. As if he had been drained of all his blood first, his companion explained, panic evident on his face. Hearing this, others felt a chill run down their spines. The owner of that pile of corpse fragments was a powerful figure at the gathering dance stage. Such a strong person, just died like that? And in such a bizarre manner. Something was off. It was far too strange. I don't believe it. You must be a pawn of that Zhao Xian, right? Deliberately creating such a horrifying scene to trap us all in Haiyun City? Someone scoffed, walking forward with a defiant look, heading towards the city gate. What do you mean suddenly turning into corpse fragments? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? As he spoke, he had already passed through the city gate. See, I told you there was nothing. He turned around, disdain on his face. Just as he was speaking, suddenly, his voice cut off, his eyes turned dull, and he stood frozen in place, motionless. Just like that. My friend was the same way just now. The earlier man's companion pointed at him in terror and shouted. Seeing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth was happening? Some brave souls stepped forward, picking up a stick and gently poking that person. Clang! The man shattered into 7 or 8 pieces and fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone felt an overwhelming chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads. This was too bizarre. What do we do? Are we trapped here? If we can't get out this way, can we go out from the other side of the city? Someone pointed to the other side of Haiyun City. Hearing this, they immediately surged forward from the center of the city, drawing frowns and curious glances from many locals. Soon, they arrived at the other side of the city. But, with the previous example in mind, no one dared to try easily. However, one clever person somehow grabbed a live chicken and threw it directly towards the city gate. Cluck! Cluck! The live chicken flapped its wings desperately in the air, making clucking sounds, but the moment it passed through the city gate, the clucking abruptly stopped. The live chicken also froze in midair. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Such a bizarre scene left all the onlookers exchanging terrified glances, their faces filled with fear. It was too strange. Even they had never seen such a scene. To verify, a gathering dance stage expert flew into the air and used another live chicken to test it again. The result was still the same. Live chickens turned into chunks of flesh. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth is going on? It's too bizarre. Could it be some kind of special formation? But why would such a formation appear in Haiyun City? What is its purpose? Amidst the discussions, many fell silent once again. At that moment, a few people stepped forward, and it was none other than Xuebiao from the Golden Spear sect and Lin Hao from the Silver Spear Gate. Their faces were also very serious, clearly aware of the strange formation at the city gate. Xuebiao and Lin Hao were quite famous, and their arrival attracted a lot of attention and inquiries. Sect Master Xue, the Golden Spear sect has extensive knowledge of formations. Can you tell us what kind of formation this is? Sect Master Lin. The Silver Spear Gate is no less skilled in formations than the Golden Spear sect. Can you identify the core of this formation? Listening to the questions around them, both remained silent. If they knew, they wouldn't have come with such grim expressions to investigate. To be honest, everyone, we also can't figure out what kind of formation this is, nor can we detect its core. If nothing unexpected happens, the one who set up this formation is far more powerful than us. So, at this point, Xuebiao paused. The crowd around them fell silent as well. However, their eyes soon lit up. At that moment, Yan Min, Han Xinlan, Xiao Moran, and Hu Yun stepped forward. Seeing that the King Realm experts had not left, the weight in their hearts was lifted significantly. With 3 King Realm experts present, they no longer needed to worry about the formation being unsolvable. Seniors, this Haiyun city is not only shrouded by a strange formation that prevents any living being from leaving the city, but once someone does, they will be instantly drained of their blood and cut into countless pieces. It's extremely bizarre. Someone immediately stepped forward and cupped their hands. The few of them clearly did not know the situation outside. And upon hearing this, they all frowned. Han Xinlan hunched her body, her figure suddenly vanishing like a ghost, and then she appeared on the city wall. She looked out from the tower, her wrinkled old face instantly scrunching up. This formation. Below, countless people looked up at Han Xinlan with anticipation. After all, she was the only one present at the second level of the King Realm, the strongest among them. They believed she should be able to easily crack this formation. But, it's very strange, Han Xinlan said heavily. Even I can't find the core of this formation, but I know what the purpose of this formation is. Upon hearing this, many people immediately lowered their heads and sighed. However, Han Xinlan's next words gave them confidence. Although they did not know the core, knowing the function of the formation was still quite good. Knowing its purpose meant they could tailor their approach and provide solutions to the problem. It was a form of defense. Yet, Han Xinlan's expression did not lighten. Instead, it grew even more serious. If I am not mistaken, the purpose of this formation is to trap and sacrifice. Everyone should know what a trapping formation is. As for the sacrificial ability, from my observation, the patterns of this formation used the surrounding city walls as a starting point, connecting the entire Haiyun city within. What is being refined? Is everyone inside Haiyun City? Boom! Han Xinlan's words struck like thunder above everyone's heads. Sacrifice. Everyone in Haiyun City. What kind of person would set up such a malicious formation? To capture them all for sacrifice. How vicious. Who on earth is so malicious? Do we have a grudge against them? Who did this? Step forward if you have the guts. The scene immediately fell into chaos. After all, with the crisis looming overhead and lives at stake, most people could not remain calm. Some of the more timid individuals immediately began to shout in panic. It's the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. This auction is organized by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Only they could do this. That's right. If it weren't for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, we wouldn't have been gathered here at all. Have we somehow offended the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? They actually want our lives. It's simply malicious. Soon, some people directly pointed their fingers at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. After all, nearly everyone present had been attracted by the auction held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. And with such a situation suddenly arising in Haiyun City, there was no doubt that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was the prime suspect. However, in the face of the crowd's doubts, most people actually paid little attention. It was a simple reasoning. If it were truly a formation set up by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they themselves would also be within the formation. In fact, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was still at the auction venue. Could it be that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had gone mad and intended to sacrifice their own president as well? Clearly, that was unreasonable. Moreover, there was no motive. They could not imagine why Zhao Xian would suddenly sacrifice the entire city. It was simply too strange. Thus, the hostility directed at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce dissipated in a matter of moments. However, the atmosphere in the venue gradually became unsettling, oppressive, terrifying. The instinctive fear of the unknown intensified the various complex emotions within them. Naturally, conflicts arose among them. Fortunately, three powerful figures from the King realm were present, so the situation did not worsen too much. On the other side, Xiaomuran and Huoyun also furrowed their brows. One looked at the sky, while the other stared intently at the jade slip in his hand. Although they were focused on different things, their emotions were in sync. What on earth is going on? Xiaomuran tightened his grip on the black long box behind him. Feeling a bit more relaxed, he gazed into the distance, and in his eyes, a faint golden light emerged. Beneath the golden light, however, there was an extremely obscure yet eerie black aura hanging in the air, coalescing into a human face, and that visage was truly bizarre. Blood seeped from its eyes, its mouth twisted, and a strange light flickered in its pupils. Just a glance made Xiaomuran's face turn pale. Could it be? His grip on the black long box tightened even more. On the other side, Huoyun was fixated on the jade slip in his hand, and at that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, because within the jade slip, there was also an eerie black mist emerging. This strange scene caused his expression to change dramatically. Han Xinlan seemed to sense the change as well. She suddenly looked up at the surrounding city walls, her face changing in shock as she exclaimed, "The sacrifice is about to begin." The moment her words fell, Zhou Jing happened to walk out from the auction venue, and it was at this moment that the unexpected occurred. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire venue, black mist shrouding it, wrapping the whole of Haiyun City, blocking out the sun, so much so that not even sunlight could penetrate. Immediately after, a chilling laughter echoed from within the black mist. "Blood! So much blood! All of it is top-quality blood! He he he!" Upon hearing this voice, Han Xinlan, Xiaomuran, and Huoyun's expressions changed drastically. Monsters! How could there be monsters in Haiyun City? Our great Yin dynasty hasn't seen monsters for hundreds of years. How could they suddenly appear today? The three of them stared wide-eyed, looking up at the black mist that obscured the sky, feeling the terrifying aura within, and they couldn't help but show their horror. The appearance of ordinary monsters was quite normal. After all, not to mention the great Yin dynasty, any surrounding force could have monsters appear. However, most of them were just low-level minor monsters that couldn't stir up much trouble. But today, this monster, the mere fluctuation of the aura emanating from the light sent chills down the spines of the three. A Peak King Realm. The owner of that voice was, astonishingly, a Peak King Realm demon. In the desolate North Wilderness, such a terrifying demon could actually appear. Even the three, who were also at the King Realm, could not suppress their fear at this moment. This was no small matter. After all, The strongest in the entire Great Yin dynasty was merely at the peak of the king realm. And within the same realm, practitioners found it difficult to defeat demons. Demons had tough skin and flesh. Unafraid of pain, if a fight broke out, it was highly likely that the demon would survive to the end. There was simply no comparison in terms of life forms. Such a demon, even placed above the Great Yin dynasty, could stir up a bloody storm, yet now it had appeared in the North Wilderness. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the three was, it's over. Haiyun City is finished. The North Wilderness is finished. They were probably going to meet their end here. Although they were filled with immense fear, the three were still puzzled. Why would such a terrifying demon suddenly emerge in the North Wilderness? It was simply too unscientific. A demon of this level would absolutely not set its sights on such a small place as the North Wilderness, because it wasn't worth it. Therefore, the current situation was simply too strange. They truly could not understand. However, soon, the answer was provided by the demon. Prince Shou, long time no see. I have missed you for quite a while, and today, we finally meet. A withered old man in a black robe, holding a skeletal staff, stepped out from the black mist with a strange smile on his face. The terrifying aura unique to the Peak King realm also surged forth at this moment. Just the pressure alone made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Those with lower cultivation could not help but kneel or even crawl on the ground. They couldn't even lift their heads. Panic spread in the hearts of everyone in Haiyun City. They were filled with terror. They had no idea why such a terrifying presence would appear in the small Haiyun City. But the withered old man didn't even glance at those weaklings. His gaze greedily swept over Han Xinlan, Xiao Moran, and Huo Yun. Ultimately, it settled on Zhou Jing. Upon seeing Zhou Jing, a strange smile appeared on the old man's lips. In fact, one could see drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had seen a delicious and tempting dish. Completely unable to control himself, this scene made countless people tremble all over. It looked like he was about to eat someone, perhaps intending to chop them up as food. You came for me? Zhou Jing looked at the withered old man from a distance, his brow furrowed, seemingly confused. Hearing Zhou Jing's words, the old man grinned. It seems you are not very clear about your own identity. Your Highness, you are quite valuable. As he spoke, the old man licked the corner of his mouth, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. A discarded child of a dynasty, is that really valuable? Zhou Jing said dismissively. As soon as he spoke, countless people were shocked. A discarded child of a dynasty? Zhou Jing actually came from a dynasty. Han Xinlan and the others were even more astonished. They had sensed something unusual about Zhou Jing before, but they hadn't paid much attention due to the auction. They never expected that Zhou Jing actually came from a dynasty. Moreover, judging from the demon's address, Zhou Jing was probably still a prince of that dynasty. Hiss. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never imagined that this time, Haiyun City would attract such a terrifying figure. No wonder the demon came to Haiyun City. It was actually for Zhou Jing. Hearing Zhou Jing's words, the smile on the old man's face grew even more pronounced. You really don't understand, do you? But it doesn't matter. After all, the result is the same. Then, Your Highness the Prince, follow me. As the words fell, the withered old man slowly raised his left hand, revealing a palm that resembled decayed wood. The black robe slid down, exposing an arm shrouded in black mist. Strange and terrifying, the old man's decayed palm reached out towards Zhou Jing. Instantly, Zhou Jing's expression changed drastically. He couldn't move. Seeing this scene, Han Xinlan's face turned pale with horror. The domain. Her voice trembled. She had only seen such power a few times, but the fear of the domain was deeply etched in her soul. Impossible to forget. This was the domain, a power that only Peak King realm experts could master. Gulp. She swallowed hard. In the current situation, it seemed that only a few top experts from the dynasty could hope to subdue this terrifying demon. But just as she thought Zhou Jing would be captured by the old man without any chance to fight back, suddenly, a light snort came from the black mist. Little blood, you are quite audacious in front of me. Who gave you the courage to act against a guest? The moment the voice came, Han Xinlan almost couldn't help but kneel on the ground, because just the sound of this voice silenced everything. An indescribable terror instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Even the three in the king realm could clearly hear the sound of their own hearts beating. Thump! Thump! An invisible hand climbed onto their hearts, making a grasping motion, as if it could crush their hearts at any moment. Xiao Moran, with slightly lower cultivation, was already half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, his face extremely pale. Huo Yun was similar, his face filled with horror, unable to lift his head. Han Xinlan had a higher cultivation, so she wasn't as disheveled, but she still clutched her heart tightly. The feeling of that fatal weakness being controlled by someone was absolutely unbearable, and the target of the other party was clearly the three of them. As for the others, they weren't even regarded. Such an existence. Han Xinlan's heart was already filled with extreme terror. This kind of ability was definitely not something a Peak King realm could achieve, and if even a Peak King realm couldn't do it, then there was only one possibility. The terrifying demon that had yet to reveal itself was the Emperor Realm, an Emperor Realm demon. This news struck like a thunderclap above the heads of the three in the King Realm. They could never have imagined that the Emperor Realm, which countless top experts of the Great Yin dynasty yearned for, would be seen today in a small city in the northern wilderness. Even more unexpected was that this Emperor Realm was a demon. Thinking of this, the expressions of the three of them had already turned numb with fear. If, when facing a Peak King Realm expert, they could use all their escape methods before the domain power was unleashed, perhaps they would have a chance to escape when that Peak King Realm expert was distracted. But facing an Emperor Realm expert, there was no hope. They might as well wait for death, they thought to themselves. Let alone them, even if the Yin King himself came, leading all the top experts of the Great Yin dynasty, the final result would not change at all. Below the Emperor Realm, all are ants. This saying was not just for show. If the domain power was the strongest means mastered by Peak King Realm experts, then the level of control over the domain was worlds apart between the King Realm and the Emperor Realm. Even a Peak King Realm expert who mastered the domain, when facing an Emperor Realm, would only end up kneeling on the ground waiting for death. Therefore, when they sensed the aura of this Emperor Realm expert, their faces had already lost all color, and their eyes were filled with despair. A peak-level demon in the King Realm is already enough to instill despair. Now, another demon in the Emperor Realm has emerged. Just as they were filled with horror, a rolling black mist surged like tumultuous waves. Following that, a flawless white leg extended from the black mist. A tall, fair-skinned young man slowly stepped out of the black fog. His appearance was strikingly handsome, beautiful beyond compare. Although the term beautiful might seem inappropriate for a male cultivator, it was perfectly fitting for this young man. If one were to point out something particularly unusual, it would be the young man's hair, which was an eerie blood-red color. Moreover, the ends of his hair floated without wind, swirling in the air as if alive. Clearly, this was the Emperor Realm demon. Han Xinlan and the others were stunned upon seeing the demon's form, but soon after, a piercing pain interrupted them. In the next moment, the three of them were clutching their chests, rolling on the ground. They wanted to scream, but found their throats seemingly blocked by something, unable to make any sound. Do you dare to look directly at me, pig? The young man spoke indifferently. Countless people were so frightened that they hurriedly lowered their heads. Without any movement, just a glance caused the three King Realm cultivators to collapse and struggle on the ground. Such a method was simply unheard of. The cultivators below were now drenched in sweat, their faces showing despair. If even the three King Realm powerhouses they had hoped for met such a fate, what chance did they have to resist? On the other side, upon seeing the eerie young man appear, the withered old man immediately rolled to the young man's feet. Ancestor, I'm just helping you out, so your hands don't get dirty, he said, revealing a rather forced, fawning smile. Of course, this scene was only visible to the eerie young man. The eerie young man didn't even glance at the old man's flattery. His gaze instantly fell on Zhou Jing. To be precise, it should be on the space behind Zhou Jing. After observing for a moment, his gaze returned to Zhou Jing. Prince Zhou Jing, let that senior behind you come out on their own, then we can sit down and have a chat. The eerie young man spoke slowly, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if he had everything under control. Upon hearing the eerie young man's words, Zhou Jing, who had been somewhat terrified, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He instinctively asked, "What senior?" The eerie young man smiled slightly. Still pretending? Who doesn't know that every prince of the Jingyue dynasty has an Emperor Realm elder protecting them? And Prince Zhou Jing, although you are merely the illegitimate son of the current emperor, hidden from the light, that old emperor shouldn't be stingy with you. So, please let the senior come out, it will save a lot of trouble. As he said this, the eerie young man's gaze once again looked towards the space behind Zhou Jing. his face full of confidence. He could speak so much to Zhou Jing only because he was wary of the elder behind him. If it weren't for that, how could he be so polite to a mere prince at the 6th level of the Shattered Void Realm? However, after the eerie young man finished speaking, Zhou Jing's expression became even stranger. He was indeed the illegitimate son of the current emperor of the Jingyue dynasty. But the situation was quite special. His emperor father didn't even know of his existence. In fact, before his mother died, his emperor father was busy holding court in the harem. In such circumstances, to expect the emperor to assign him a protective elder, an emperor realm one at that, it was a dream. However, he didn't break the eerie young man's fantasy. Faced with death, he felt little fear, only a hint of regret in his eyes. I'm sorry, mother, it seems I won't have the chance to avenge you in this life. Child, I will repay you in the next life, he murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes. The strange young man waited for a long time, but did not see the expected appearance of the elder from the imperial realm. The surroundings were silent, without any movement. This made him furrow his brows. What was going on? The sincerity he had shown was already quite sufficient. Could it be that the other party did not take him seriously? Thinking of this, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction in his heart. If you don't come out soon, don't blame me for being rude. Don't think I won't make a move, he shouted angrily, and on his fair body, ugly black patterns began to emerge. Clearly, this exquisite appearance was a result of some special ability he had used to transform. Now, as his emotions ran high, this ability was on the verge of breaking down, about to reveal his true form. Yet, in response to his furious shout, the surroundings remained silent. A gentle breeze passed by, not stirring a single ripple. Damn it! The strange young man could no longer contain his anger, and black mist began to spill out from his entire body. It directly destroyed that fair physique. Disgusting and ugly black patterns instantly covered his whole body, and at the same time, his figure rapidly swelled 3 to 4 times, transforming from a normal human height into something as towering as a small mountain. From his appearance, he resembled a gigantic white-furred demon ape. His heavy and wide nostrils seemed capable of expelling thick black demonic energy. Roar! He let out a furious howl, shaking the very heavens and earth. Countless cultivators in Haiyun City fainted under this roar. Many cultivators below the falling pattern realm even died on the spot. The consequences of an enraged imperial realm were unimaginable. Just as the strange young man, or rather the white-furred demon ape, finished his roar, a calm voice suddenly came from below not far away. Where did this white-furred monkey come from? You should roll away before you shout. The calm voice drifted leisurely from the auction house. Upon hearing this, the white-furred demon ape's eyes lit up, and the fur on his body shrank considerably. But upon hearing the impatience in the words, the white-furred demon ape froze. Before the white-furred demon ape could react, an emaciated old man beside him revealed a fierce glint in his eyes and shouted sharply, "You damn thing! Dare to be disrespectful to the demon emperor, seeking death!" As soon as the words fell, the emaciated old man was about to charge into the auction house. Seeing this, the white-furred demon ape slowly extended his massive arm to block the emaciated old man. No need. It seemed he did not care about the offense of that voice. Of course, from the trembling of the white-furred demon ape's brows, it was clear that he was very angry inside. However, he did not sense the aura of the imperial realm from the auction house, so he felt a bit cautious. Not being able to sense the other party's aura could mean two things. First, the other party's strength was not at the imperial realm. Too weak. Second, the other party was even stronger than himself, able to block his perception. He did not believe anyone would be bold enough to be so disrespectful to him. The demon emperor. Naturally, he thought it was the powerful protector behind Zhou Jing speaking. Coupled with his previous analysis, the other party's strength was probably not weaker than his own. But he was not afraid. He just did not want his subordinates to go in and die. Since you have come out, why not show yourself? The white-furred demon ape's form gradually shrank. He was returning to that previously white and slender image. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the fabricated illusion of himself. Show myself? If you want to see me, don't you have legs of your own? That familiar voice came again. The voice still carried impatience. At this moment, the emaciated old man also understood the thoughts of the demon emperor and no longer became irritable. He also realized that the owner of this voice was likely a hidden powerhouse, perhaps not weaker than the demon emperor. So, Even though the other party's words still made him feel uncomfortable, he didn't dare to say much. The white-haired demon ape couldn't help but twitch his brows upon hearing this. The human emperor realm was simply the height of rudeness. A wave of black mist surged from his nostrils. But soon, he calmed down. There seemed to be a glint of brilliance in his eyes. In that case, I shall personally come to see you. After saying this, the white-haired demon ape truly walked towards the auction house. Meanwhile, countless cultivators below were lowering their heads, looking at each other. Why did they feel that the voice coming from the auction house sounded somewhat familiar? It seemed like they had heard it somewhere, and not long ago. But for a moment, they couldn't recall where they had heard it. Perhaps due to the shift in focus, the sharp pain in Han Xinlan and the others' hearts had dissipated. The three finally caught their breath. Coincidentally, they also heard the words that followed. Truly arrogant, they thought to themselves, but then their expressions changed oddly. Wait, that voice. This voice might be somewhat unfamiliar to other cultivators, but to them, it was all too familiar. After all, they had just heard it not long ago. Zhao Xian. It's him. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. They had already understood Zhao Xian's strength. His abilities and domain were similar, yet entirely different. Through his abilities, Zhao Xian might pose a threat to those below the 7th level of the King Realm, but that was all. So what was Zhao Xian doing now? Did he not know that he was facing a terrifying King Realm demon? Thinking of this, they felt incredibly tense and quickly looked up towards the auction house. At the same time, Zhou Jing also felt rejuvenated. But, he frowned, having heard Zhao Xian's voice. President Zhao, could it be that he deliberately attracted the demons for my sake? Upon thinking of this, Zhou Jing suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had only met President Zhao once, yet he was willing to go to such lengths for him. With this thought, he immediately lifted his leg, wanting to enter the auction house and face these two demons alongside Zhao Xian. However, just as he lifted his leg, he saw the white-haired demon ape and the withered old man already entering the auction house. Then, you are the owner of the voice? Wait, the fragmented void realm? You dare to deceive me. This was the voice of the white-haired demon ape. You dare to deceive even the demon emperor. You seek death. This was the voice of the withered old man. The voices of the two demons coming from the auction house instantly changed the expressions of all the cultivators. They had originally thought that there was really some hidden big shot in the auction house, perhaps giving them a chance to survive. But upon hearing this, it turned out to be just a fragmented void realm trying to bluff. Wasn't that seeking death? Once those two demons entered, wouldn't they reveal their true forms? On the other side, Han Xinlan and the others also changed their expressions drastically. They exchanged glances, inwardly thinking not good. Zhou Jing's expression changed even more, and he hurriedly walked towards the auction house. President Zhao, I will assist you, he shouted loudly, but his voice was instantly drowned out by a tearing scream. My cultivation, my blood, damn it, what have you done? This piercing voice suddenly erupted from the auction house. Immediately after, a familiar figure shot up from the auction house. It was a disheveled, ragged old man, his aura close to decay, standing in midair with a hunched back. From his appearance, one could vaguely see his original form. It was indeed the withered old man. However, compared to his previous appearance, he now looked significantly older and more disheveled. Seeing the old man's state, all the cultivators couldn't help but be taken aback. The piercing scream just now must have come from the old man. But, what exactly happened in the auction house? How did the ferocious demon that was just about to devour people suddenly become so disheveled? Moreover, a sharp-eyed cultivator immediately pointed at the old man in midair and shouted, his cultivation level. How did it drop to the fragmented void realm? Upon hearing this, all the cultivators dared to lift their heads and looked closely at the old man in the air. They were astonished to discover that the old man's aura had diminished drastically. From the peak of the King Realm, he had directly fallen to the peak of the fragmented void realm. He had dropped a whole major realm. This immediately left countless cultivators wide-eyed. What on earth was going on? The sudden change also made Han Xinlan and the others gasp in shock. What was happening? How did the old man suddenly regress so much in cultivation? They could even easily defeat him. Strange. It was truly too strange. The old man's change occurred shortly after entering the auction house. Could it be the doing of that President Zhao? Thinking of this, Han Xinlan and the others couldn't help but look up at the auction house with strange expressions. At that moment, The voice of the white-haired demon ape slowly came through. What kind of trick is this? Who exactly are you? The white-haired demon ape's voice was filled with horror. In the next second, its massive body also leaped into the air. At this moment, it had shrunk to nearly half its size, and its aura had also diminished significantly. Originally a powerful figure in the Emperor realm, the aura it now emitted was only at the 7th level of the King realm. This scene left countless cultivators below in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What was going on? They were utterly confused. However, what caught the attention of the cultivators even more was that the white-haired demon ape was now looking warily at the auction house below. Clearly, the changes in these two demons were caused by someone, and that person was inside the auction house. Just as they were pondering, a familiar figure slowly rose from below the auction house and then stood in midair. Haiyun City is the territory of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and demons are forbidden. Do you dare to trespass? Are you seeking your own death? This figure was enveloped in a vast golden radiance. Faintly, one could hear the sound of dragon roars from within. Each time the dragon roar echoed, the two demons' expressions changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. Even the dark mist that blotted out the sky began to dissipate significantly. Countless cultivators below looked up at the figure wrapped in golden light, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. That is, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? It's him! They exclaimed in surprise. They naturally had some understanding of this president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, especially when Zhao Xian had used his cultivation at the Gathering Pill realm to instantly kill that peak fragmented void realm expert. It had shocked the entire venue. But these were two demons, one at the peak of the King realm, and the other at the Emperor realm. Could Zhao Xian really handle demons of this caliber? Moreover, at this moment, the two demons were watching Zhao Xian with extreme vigilance, clearly filled with trepidation. This bizarre scene truly left countless cultivators scratching their heads. Clearly, the strength displayed by the two demons was already extremely terrifying, and even the mere aura they exuded was enough to intimidate many. But now, the two demons were being restrained by Zhao Xian, who was at the fragmented void realm. It was truly unfathomable. Amidst their astonishment, someone suddenly couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wait, fragmented void realm. Realizing this, many cultivators quickly looked up to assess Zhao Xian, and upon sensing the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations around him, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. If they remembered correctly, the strength Zhao Xian had shown during the auction was only at the 2nd level of the Gathering Pill realm. How had it changed in the blink of an eye? Has he really reached the fragmented void realm? This is just. He must be hiding his true strength. Someone thought to themselves. The three peak King realm experts were now staring intently at Zhao Xian, feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from him, their faces filled with shock. The intensity of this spiritual energy was worlds apart from what it had been during the auction. The purity and density of the energy were far beyond what it had been before. More crucially, the golden light surrounding Zhao Xian was incredibly sacred, and one could vaguely see the shadow of a dragon swirling around him. Could this be some kind of special physique? Xiao Moran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, Han Xinlan was not concerned about that. What she cared about was how Zhao Xian managed to reduce the cultivation levels of those two demons. It was one thing for a peak King realm to be reduced to a peak fragmented void realm, but even the Emperor realm expert had been reduced to the 7th level of the King realm. Such methods were simply unheard of. Moreover, it was a bit too monstrous. Could it be? This is also a special ability of the domain that Zhao Xian possesses? Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow. It seemed the ministers of the dynasty had underestimated the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and even more so, Zhao Xian. With such a monstrous ability, it was no wonder the Hao sect was destroyed. But even so, the situation was still not optimistic. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at the two demons. At this moment, Zhao Xian was calmly gazing at the two demons, his heart also shaken to the core. I still underestimated this sacred dragon bloodline, he reflected. He had sensed the presence of demons around him as soon as he broke through to the fragmented void realm. When that withered old man appeared, he wasn't too worried. After all, as long as no Emperor realm came, his purple cloud cave was still quite safe. Just as he thought this, an Emperor realm demon appeared. Faced with an Emperor realm demon, the effectiveness of the purple cloud cave would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be able to diminish its cultivation level, nor could it instantly kill it. At most, It could only make its movements a bit more difficult. The effect was limited. To deal with the danger, Zhao Xian planned to use the limit breaker on the Purple Cloud Cave or the Sacred Dragon bloodline. After all, he had originally considered the limit breaker among transforming waste into treasure, the Purple Cloud Cave, and the Sacred Dragon bloodline. Of course, he had also tried using the limit breaker on the system. The result was naturally useless. This was to be expected. Making the system use the limit breaker was akin to asking a human to lift themselves without any external force. It was already against the rules inherent to the system. Therefore, if he wanted to resolve the current crisis, he could only use it on the Purple Cloud Cave and the Sacred Dragon bloodline. However, if using it on the Sacred Dragon bloodline couldn't elevate his cultivation to the peak of the King Realm, he would be powerless in such a situation. But if he could enhance the Purple Cloud Cave, that would absolutely solve the problem. So, his final consideration was to use it on the Purple Cloud Cave. Of course, in the end, he didn't use it, because after breaking through to the fragmented Void Realm, the Sacred Dragon bloodline within him had thickened significantly, reaching 10%. Upon reaching 10%, he discovered that all the spiritual energy within him had transformed into Sacred Dragon energy. The combination of Sacred Dragon energy and the Sacred Dragon bloodline could unleash the Sacred Dragon domain. Yes, in the fragmented Void Realm, he could activate a domain. If others were to know this, their eyes would surely pop out. But this was the tyrannical nature of the Sacred Dragon bloodline. But that wasn't all. Once the Sacred Dragon domain was activated, it could not only instantly suppress cultivators below his level but also had an extremely terrifying weakening effect on demons. This was also the reason why that withered old man and the white-haired demon ape had their cultivation levels drastically reduced. The Sacred Dragon bloodline, being extremely yang and strong, naturally had an incredibly terrifying suppressive power over demons lurking in the shadows. Normally, the demons that Zhao Xian could suppress at the fragmented Void Realm would only be those below the 7th level of the fragmented Void Realm. But because of the blessing of the Holy Dragon domain, even the Royal Realm demons could feel an immense suppressive force. This series of terrifying enhancements instantly made Zhao Xian abandon the idea of using the limit-breaking device. After all, he was already capable enough to deal with the current trouble. In mid-air, listening to Zhao Xian's wild claims, the withered old man and the white-haired demon ape stood on high alert, watching Zhao Xian with utmost vigilance. Lord Demon Emperor, that human seems to have mastered the power of the domain. It's truly strange. How can a human from the fragmented Void Realm master the power of the domain? The withered old man analyzed carefully, transmitting his thoughts to the white-haired demon ape. This child is very peculiar. The spiritual energy and bloodline within him seem to have a special suppressive power over us. Be extremely cautious. If there's an opportunity, immediately inform Yun Mei and the others to activate the blood sacrifice formation. The white-haired demon ape also transmitted his thoughts with great caution. Hearing this, the withered old man nodded secretly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly raised a hand towards the withered old man. Buzz! Suddenly, the withered old man's body became rigid, his eyes widened, and the blood vessels in his eyes were clearly visible. He began to tremble. The frequency of his shaking was alarming, even accelerating. A series of urgent buzzing sounds filled the air. Seeing this scene, the white-haired demon ape's pupils constricted, as if he realized something. Wait! His expression changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to say something. Just then, the withered old man opened his mouth, his eyes filled with terror and regret. The next second, a loud explosion echoed. The withered old man was even the pure moon dynasty, and his impression could not be easily taken out. The opponent's domain could effortlessly annihilate any being below the Emperor realm. And now, he was merely at the 7th level of the King realm. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Yet, even so, the white-haired demon ape did not surrender easily. Roar! The white-haired demon ape suddenly let out a furious roar at Zhao Xian. Its eyes were blood red, and it spewed forth an extremely dense demonic aura. The demonic energy obscured the sky, gradually rising around the white-haired demon ape, then condensing into a giant shadow. The giant shadow resembled the white-haired demon ape, but was even larger, exuding a more terrifying aura. Human! Even though my cultivation is now only at the 7th level of the King realm, killing you is a piece of cake. It roared fiercely, and the giant shadow above it moved in response. The giant shadow raised its right hand into a fist. Then, enveloped in a thick, terrifying black mist, it smashed down towards Zhao Xian. The power of this punch was incredibly terrifying. As it swung, it seemed to compress space, as if it would burst the very fabric of reality. Countless cultivators below turned pale. Even with its cultivation reduced so much, it could still unleash such power. One could only say it was worthy of being a strong Emperor Realm warrior. If Zhao Xian were not present, they would all likely meet their doom. The three King Realm warriors looked up at the giant shadow with immense trepidation. If it were them, they would absolutely be unable to withstand this move. But facing such a terrifying attack, Zhao Xian did not even lift his head. His face was filled with indifference. "Do you want to escape?" he said calmly, his gaze fixed on the white-haired demon ape. At his words, the white-haired demon ape froze. It had prepared various escape methods, just waiting for Zhao Xian to be distracted by the giant shadow so it could flee. It understood that its current abilities were no match for this human, so the best course of action was to retreat. Although it was somewhat shameful and humiliating for a demon emperor to be forced back by a mere human at the fragmented void realm, what did a little humiliation matter when it came to preserving its life? However, at the moment Zhao Xian looked at it, all its preparations vanished into thin air, because it clearly sensed that its entire body was sealed off. All escape methods had lost their space to be executed. "Human, who exactly are you? The holy son of a dynasty? A descendant of a noble family? Tell me your name. Let me die with clarity." The white-haired demon ape's mood plummeted instantly, and it realized its life was nearing its end. If begging for mercy would work, it would kneel and plead without hesitation. But from what Zhao Xian had said before, it understood that Zhao Xian would never let it go. So, even if it were to die, it wanted to die knowing the truth. It wanted to know Zhao Xian's true identity. In response to the white-haired demon ape's repeated questions, Zhao Xian smiled slightly. "I have never hidden my name or identity. Since you want to know, I will tell you. My name is Zhao Xian, and I am the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in the northern province of the Great Yin Dynasty. Aside from that, I have no other identity. I am just an ordinary Chamber of Commerce president." As his words fell, the white-haired demon ape was taken aback, then shook its head and laughed. "I understand now. Go ahead and make your move." Zhao Xian did not hold back, raising his hand and then clenching his fist. With a bang, the white-haired demon ape exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, as the air carried it away into the distance. Clearly, the white-haired demon ape did not believe Zhao Xian's words before its death, thinking it was merely trying to fool it with that statement. An ordinary Chamber of Commerce president could possess such terrifying means? Could have the ability to control the life and death of all cultivators below the Emperor realm? It was a joke. On the other side, as they watched the white-haired demon ape fall in an explosion, confusion spread across their faces. It wasn't that they felt no sense of relief at escaping with their lives, rather, it was too surreal. The appearance of the white-haired demon ape and the withered old man had plunged their spirits into despair, making them think survival was impossible. But now, less than an hour had passed, and the plot had taken a dramatic turn. The one who struck was not anyone from the Great Yin Dynasty, but rather the president of a merchant association from the northern wilderness. Their opponent was a royal realm demon. Thus, even witnessing it firsthand, they still felt a tinge of unreality. The three royal realm powerhouses remained silent for a long time before looking up to deeply regard Zhao Xian. However, the matter was not over yet. At the moment the white-haired demon ape fell, the black mist in the sky seemed to boil and churn wildly. Following that, a terrifying aura surged from the distance. From the aura, it was evident that several peak royal realm powerhouses were approaching. The cultivators who had just escaped death widened their eyes in shock. More are coming. Waves of terrifying auras swept in, leaving countless cultivators pale with fear. No way. They had just seen a royal realm and a peak royal realm demon die. How could there be more? Their faces turned ashen. Even in the Yen royal capital, such a scene would be rare, right? As countless cultivators murmured among themselves, they all looked up. In mid-air, two women were locked in combat. "Demonis, your wicked arts are useless now. Why not surrender?" One of the women, resplendent in a flowing purple gown, her eyes glinting with brilliance, spoke coldly. "Humph." Opposite her stood a graceful young girl. The girl scoffed, showing no intention of surrendering. Instead, endless black mist surged from her body, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Both women were peak royal realm powerhouses. Moreover, neither had mastered the power of domains. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched, and in their back-and-forth exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. What on earth is happening? Why has the aura of the demon emperor suddenly vanished? The young girl, Yi Yun-mei, was filled with anxiety. She had followed the demon emperor's orders to wait outside Haiyun City to intercept all powerful beings attempting to enter. Initially, she thought no strong cultivators would come to Haiyun City. Unexpectedly, just as the sacrificial formation was set up, a peak royal realm beauty appeared. To prevent this beauty from disrupting the demon emperor's plans, she had used her special abilities to draw the beauty into a dream realm, battling for hundreds of rounds. She had thought that with the demon emperor's capabilities, it wouldn't take long to resolve the troubles inside and then come to assist her. But as she waited, the aura of the demon emperor had actually vanished. No, rather than disappearing, it felt more like it had fallen, because the aura that the demon emperor had bestowed upon her also disappeared, rendering her illusion powerless. Ultimately, it led to the current situation. After exchanging blows with the beauty, Yi Yunmei realized the situation had changed and was unwilling to linger any longer. A thick black mist erupted from her body. Then, she slipped into it, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly leaving Haiyun City. With her departure, the crisis in Haiyun City was completely resolved. Below, upon seeing the beauty's appearance clearly, Huayun let out a long sigh of relief, his face filled with joy at having survived. Lord Pavilion Master, Huayun cupped his hands towards the beauty in mid-air. Hearing this, Han Xinlan and Xiao Moran carefully examined the emblem on the beauty's purple gown. It was unmistakably the emblem of the Purple Thunder Pavilion. The Pavilion Master, Yun Lu. They immediately recognized the beauty's identity, their shock palpable. Even she had been drawn here? However, before Yun Lu could say anything, another figure appeared below. Have you finally emerged from the predicament? It was an old Taoist with a white beard. He glanced around and noticed that the environment had returned to normal, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Su? Han Xinlan exclaimed in surprise as she stared at the old Taoist. Oh, Elder Han, did you see a young woman just now? As soon as I approached Haiyun City, this woman pulled me directly into a predicament. No matter how I struggled, I couldn't break free, and then suddenly the predicament disappeared, the old Taoist said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Han Xinlan was filled with astonishment. In other words, Elder Su had arrived from the very beginning. It was just that he couldn't enter Haiyun City because of the obstruction from that young woman. These demons really have perfected their methods. Thinking of this, Han Xinlan shivered. If Zhao Xian hadn't intervened, not to mention them, even Elder Su and the master of Zile Pavilion, Yun Lu, might have fallen here. Truly terrifying. What happened? What's going on outside? Su Dashan furrowed his brows upon seeing Han Xinlan's expression. Is the seventh princess alright? Yan Min, who had been hiding behind Han Xinlan, finally stepped forward. I'm fine, Grandpa Su. That's good to hear. Seeing that Yan Min was not seriously hurt, Su Dashan breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at Han Xinlan with confusion and asked, what exactly happened? As he asked, his gaze inadvertently turned to Yun Lu beside him. Also, why did the master of Zile Pavilion come to join the commotion? Is there some kind of treasure appearing in Haiyun City? Su Dashan was filled with questions. Han Xinlan also looked helpless and said, this is a long story, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Then, Han Xinlan succinctly recounted the events of the auction, the appearance of the demons, and the blockade of Haiyun City. Upon hearing this, Su Dashan took a deep breath. What? A royal realm demon actually appeared in the northern wilderness? His face was filled with shock. A royal realm demon. Such a terrifying existence. Not to mention in the northern wilderness. Even in the Dian dynasty, it would be a catastrophic disaster capable of destroying a dynasty. What about the demon? Su Dashan suddenly showed confusion in his eyes. If a royal realm demon truly emerged, how could they still be chatting here as if nothing had happened? It couldn't be that the royal realm demon was killed, could it? He thought. Han Xinlan slowly recounted how Zhao Xian had killed the royal realm demon. Once she finished, Su Dashan stood frozen in place. Is this for real? The president of a business association in the northern wilderness killed a royal realm demon? Not only that, but he also casually eliminated a peak king realm demon? This was simply too fantastical. It was utterly unbelievable. It is indeed true, I saw it with my own eyes. Yan Min patted her chest in assurance. After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian beside her, fearing he might blame her. Fortunately, Zhao Xian didn't care about these things at all. He was busy searching for something at the place where the demon had died. On the other side, Yun Lu had also learned the ins and outs from Hui Yun. She was aware that 2 terrifying demons had appeared and were killed by Zhao Xian alone. Even Yun Lu, who had seen much in her life, couldn't help but show a look of horror at this moment. A Royal Realm demon plus a Peak King Realm demon who mastered domain power. They actually both died at Zhao Xian's hands? Her beautiful eyes flickered as she recalled the words her daughter, Xiang Qianqian, had once whispered in her ear. Mother, although I really want to take revenge, I must remind you that Zhao Xian is extremely terrifying. It's best not to provoke him. At that time, she hadn't taken it to heart. After all, she had no interest in dealing with a mere business association president. But now, she fell completely silent. From the current situation, it seems that what my daughter said is indeed true. It might even be an understatement. This is not just terrifying. Even the Royal Realm demons have fallen at Zhao Xian's hands. In the entire Great Yan dynasty, no one else could achieve this. Of course, she also learned from Hui Yun about the reason Zhao Xian could annihilate the Royal Realm demons. Zhao Xian can diminish the strength of demons. He reduced the peak Royal Realm demon to the peak of the Shattered Void Realm and the Royal Realm demons to the 7th level of the Royal Realm. This ability is simply astonishingly powerful. Thinking of this, Yun Lu couldn't help but look at Zhao Xian. At that moment, Zhao Xian revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. I finally found it. Zhao Xian slowly raised his hand, and a stone shimmering with an eerie color appeared in his palm. The Demon Emperor core formed by the lifetime power of a Royal Realm demon. I thought it was just a legend, but I never expected it to be real. Without any hesitation, Zhao Xian tossed the stone into his storage ring. He searched again. Unfortunately, he did not find anything like a storage ring. What a pity. A peak Royal Realm plus a Royal Realm demon. And yet not even a storage ring was left behind. What a significant loss of wealth. Zhao Xian shook his head inside. If he could obtain the storage ring of the Royal Realm demon, his assets would multiply several times. Of course, ideals are abundant, but reality is harsh. After confirming that there was nothing else, he prepared to turn around. At that moment, Zhou Jing quickly stepped forward and directly knelt before Zhao Xian. President Zhao, you are my savior. If it weren't for your intervention today, I would have perished. Please allow me to pay my respects. Saying this, he knocked his head on the ground before Zhao Xian. Seeing that the other party was about to continue bowing, Zhao Xian reached out to help him up. Your Highness Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. I merely acted out of convenience. Just a small effort. Moreover, I have a deep hatred for demons, and it wasn't solely to save your Highness, Zhao Xian said with a light smile. Hearing this, Zhou Jing felt even more guilty. I am ashamed. President Zhao has shown me such kindness, yet I, Zhou Jing, have concealed my identity. It is truly shameful. In the future, if President Zhao needs anything, just let me know. As long as I, Zhou Jing, can do it, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate, Zhou Jing said solemnly, cupping his hands. Zhao Xian smiled and waved his hand, saying, Your Highness need not be so formal. You are the prince of the Jingyue dynasty, how could I dare to let you climb a mountain of knives or descend into a sea of fire? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing's expression dimmed as he said, Prince, does President Zhao think I look like a prince of the dynasty now? A prince of the dynasty without even a protector elder? As he spoke, Zhou Jing couldn't help but show self-mockery. Seeing this, Zhao Xian curiously asked, Your Highness, please elaborate. Zhou Jing did not hide anything and began to recount his background. It turned out that Zhou Jing was the illegitimate son of the emperor of the Jingyue dynasty. However, even the emperor himself was unaware of this matter. The current emperor of the Jingyue dynasty had 3,000 beauties in his harem and often sought pleasure outside, occasionally leaving behind affection. Zhou Jing's mother was a dragon seed left behind during one of these encounters. Later, when Zhou Jing was born, his mother wanted to take him to find the emperor. However, they were blocked from entering. As for Zhou Jing's identity as a prince, it had never been recognized. Zhou Jing's mother's family was already of average condition, and after giving birth to Zhou Jing, she became weak and ill. Ultimately, when Zhou Jing was 15, she passed away. After his mother's death, Zhou Jing learned of his identity. For some reason, it seemed that the dynasty was also aware of Zhou Jing's identity but still did not publicly acknowledge it. They only sent a eunuch to provide Zhou Jing with various cultivation resources. However, Zhou Jing believed that the dynasty had harmed his mother, so he refused all resources, left the Jingyue dynasty, and vowed to become stronger, intending to overturn the Jingyue dynasty and avenge his mother. Is the path of cultivation really that simple? Even though Zhou Jing's talent for cultivation is not bad, at his current age of over 20, his cultivation level is still only at the 6th level of the fragmented void realm. Although he wants to escape his identity as a prince of the dynasty, this news has still spread like wildfire, known by many with ulterior motives. This has led to a smooth journey for him so far, without any issues. However, he is quite disgusted by this and has traveled all the way to Haiyun City. Unexpectedly, he was targeted by a royal realm demon, which led to the events that transpired earlier. After hearing Zhou Jing's words, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Zhou Jing's experiences have indeed been quite tumultuous, but, to overturn a dynasty, that is truly a bold thought. As he pondered, Zhao Xian seemed to realize something, his eyes brightening slightly. Are you sure you want to overthrow the Jingyue dynasty? Zhao Xian suddenly asked in a low voice. Zhou Jing was taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind Zhao Xian's question, but he still nodded, his face filled with hatred. If it weren't for the Jingyue dynasty, if it weren't for my heartless emperor father, my mother would never have died from illness. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing clenched his fists, filled with extreme hatred for his emperor father. Ambitious, Zhao Xian squinted his eyes and said, what does President Zhao mean by asking this? Zhou Jing asked. Confused, Zhao Xian shook his head and said, it's nothing, just asking casually. Zhou Jing was even more puzzled but did not pursue the matter further. At that moment, Yunlu walked over to Zhao Xian and gracefully bowed. I am Yunlu, the master of the Zilei Pavilion. You must be Zhao Xian, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Yunlu smiled warmly, showing no airs of being at the peak of the royal realm. She appeared very approachable. This left Hui Yun astonished. Goodness, is this really how their pavilion master presents herself? What an eye-opener. But thinking about it, facing someone like Zhao Xian, it makes sense. So it's Master Yun. I've long admired you. May I ask what brings you here? Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands and inquired. Yunlu chuckled softly. I've heard for a long time that young Master Zhao is extraordinary. When the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was in decline, you were able to turn the tide and eliminate the Grand Elder of the Haoyue sect, Xiang Yuntian. Now that I see you, it truly is a case of heroes emerging from youth. To be honest, Xiang Chanxian is my daughter, Yunlu stated openly, without any intention of hiding it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression turned to one of shock. Xiang Chanxian's mother? Does that mean Xiang Ming is her husband? Goodness, he knows the power of the Zilei Pavilion. Even in the Dian dynasty, it ranks among the top 10 sects. Unexpectedly, the Haoyue sect still clings to such a powerful ally? But with Yunlu suddenly appearing, could it be that she is here to cause trouble? But it doesn't seem like it. Regarding Zhao Xian's doubts, Yunlu seemed to have anticipated them. She covered her mouth and chuckled, swaying her soft waist closer to Zhao Xian. Don't worry, young Master Zhao. Although I once had the title of wife with Xiang Ming, that was many years ago. If you kill them, I would be delighted. Moreover, to be honest, the Haoyue sect should have been eliminated by me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian immediately understood. No wonder there was no one when he ascended the Haoyue sect. It turned out Yunlu had dealt with them all? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian inwardly sighed. This woman truly has a ruthless method. The forces on her husband's side can be wiped out just like that. I see, then I should thank Master Yun. Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands, being very polite. You're joking, young Master Zhao. It's just a small effort. However, this time, your actions in eliminating the Royal Realm Demon have saved the lives of all the cultivators in Haiyun City. Of course, that includes me. At this point, Yunlu's voice was filled with allure. I really don't know how to repay such kindness. Young Master Zhao, how do you think I should repay you? Are you sure you want to repay me? Zhao Xian deliberately glanced at Yunlu, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Yunlu smiled gracefully. Of course, as long as young Master Zhao is willing, I will obediently do whatever you ask, even if. As she spoke, Yunlu threw a flirtatious glance at Zhao Xian, her tone intentionally pausing. Many cultivators watching this scene felt their blood rush, their eyes filled with envy. After all, although Yunlu was technically a married woman, her figure and beauty were exceptional. and she exuded charm. Moreover, Yunlu was the master of the Purple Thunder Pavilion and a peak expert in the wine realm. If one could win the heart of such a beauty, TSK, it would be simply too beautiful. On the side, Huayun observed this scene with a relatively calm expression. He probably understood the pavilion master's intentions. Therefore, he dared not say anything that might disrupt her plans. Upon hearing Yunlu's words, Zhao Xian replied, "Since Pavilion Master Yun has said so, I won't be polite." He licked his cracked lips, looking as if he was about to feast. "You may pick at your leisure." Yunlu showed a shy expression. "Pick? That would not be necessary. Since you have destroyed the Hao-Yue sect and wish to repay me, then just return all the resources left by the Hao-Yue sect to me. Additionally, I have a fondness for treasures. I won't mention the high-grade Earth-level ones, but I assume the Purple Thunder Pavilion has quite a few mid-grade Earth-level treasures. I don't need many, just about 1,000 or 800 will do. If there are any high-grade Earth-level or even top-grade treasures, that would be even better." As soon as Zhao Xian opened his mouth, his words shot out like a barrage of cannonballs. After his speech, the entire audience was wide-eyed. The cultivators were all in shock. "I've already taken off my pants. And you say you want treasures instead of women? Just this? You want the pavilion master, and all the treasures on her, and the treasures of the Purple Thunder Pavilion to belong to you?" Countless cultivators could only silently pound their chests and stomp their feet, feeling that Zhao Xian was wasting a golden opportunity. Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts. They had seen Zhao Xian's strength and had no courage to voice such thoughts, merely grumbling internally. Meanwhile, Yunlu was also frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. "After all this time showing my charm, you tell me you want treasures? And 1,000 or 800 mid-grade Earth-level treasures? Do you think my Purple Thunder Pavilion is a wholesaler?" Her face turned red, clearly infuriated. But considering Zhao Xian's strength, she dared not act rashly and could only force a couple of awkward laughs. "This, young Master Zhao is joking. Handing over the resources of the Hao-Yue sect to you is not a problem, since there aren't many items anyway. But as for the mid-grade Earth-level treasures, it's not that I don't want to give them, but with so many mid-grade Earth-level treasures, even my Purple Thunder Pavilion can't produce them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian simply looked at Yunlu. "If there aren't 1,000 or 800, then a couple of hundred will do. I'm not greedy." Yunlu was momentarily speechless. Although her Purple Thunder Pavilion wouldn't claim to have many mid-grade Earth-level treasures, a couple of hundred was indeed possible. The key was that she couldn't really take out a couple of hundred mid-grade Earth-level treasures just to curry favor with Zhao Xian, right? Would her Purple Thunder Pavilion still have a future? Just as she was pondering, her brows suddenly furrowed. After quickly calculating in her mind, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. "If I really take out a couple of hundred, my Purple Thunder Pavilion might not be able to manage it. If young Master Zhao doesn't mind, I can take the initiative to collect at least 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures for you," Yunlu said slowly, as if she had made up her mind. Hearing this, Huayun couldn't help but widen his eyes. 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures? This was nearly the entire fortune of their Zile Pavilion. He hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, but was interrupted by Yunlu's wave of her hand. Zhao Xian also looked at Yunlu in surprise. He had originally made such a bold offer to drive Yunlu away. After all, since Yunlu had used her beauty to entice him, he felt that this woman had ulterior motives. Therefore, he didn't plan to engage in much trade with her. But, unexpectedly, the other party actually intended to offer 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures to curry favor with him. He squinted his eyes and carefully scrutinized Yunlu. "It seems this woman has a lot of confidence in me. 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures, why not accept them?" Zhao Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. "Then I would like to thank Pavilion Master Yun on behalf of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in advance." Zhao Xian smiled and cupped his hands. He still needed many treasures. The subsequent plans required numerous treasures, and he didn't have enough on him for the time being. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, Yunlu immediately showed a look of delight. "Please rest assured, young Master Zhao, within a month, I will definitely deliver 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures to you." She was afraid that Zhao Xian would still refuse. If that were the case, it would truly be a case of a warm face pressed against a cold butt. But since Zhao Xian accepted, everything would naturally be easy to discuss. This deal was absolutely not a loss. After all, judging by Zhao Xian's current abilities, He could kill royal realm monsters across levels. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before Zhao Xian could leave the Great Yin dynasty and venture into a broader world. At that time, it would truly be a vast sea for fish to leap and a high sky for birds to fly. By then, Zhao Xian would undoubtedly become an extremely terrifying existence. The mere Great Yin dynasty would hardly count for anything. As for these 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures, they were hardly worth mentioning. It's a pity Zhao Xian doesn't fancy me, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Yun Lu sighed inwardly. Her original idea was to unite with Zhao Xian, to become his woman, so that when Zhao Xian soared to great heights, she could enjoy the blessings alongside him. Unfortunately, by the way, that girl Qin Xin seems to have some thoughts about Zhao Xian too. I just wonder if Zhao Xian has any thoughts about Qin Xin? Yun Lu pondered. She certainly didn't want to let go of such a sturdy thigh as Zhao Xian. Just as Yun Lu stepped back, Yan Min, Han Xinlan, and Su Dashan approached Zhao Xian and slightly bowed in greeting. President Zhao, I am Han Xinlan, the protector elder of the 7th princess of the Great Yin dynasty. I am Su Dashan, the protector elder of the Great Yin dynasty. I have long heard of President Zhao's great name, and today, seeing you in person, you truly are a hero among the youth. Yan Min said nothing. This was intentional on Han Xinlan's part, fearing that Yan Min might say something wrong and anger Zhao Xian, which would lead to a loss instead of a gain. You two elders are being too polite. Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands. I see that President Zhao seems to have quite a pursuit for various treasures. The Yen King's capital has quite a few treasures. Why not accompany us to take a look? Han Xinlan said cheerfully. However, Zhao Xian shook his head. That's not necessary. I have my own matters to attend to and can't spare the time to leave. Upon hearing this, Han Xinlan's face immediately showed disappointment. He had hoped to take this opportunity to win Zhao Xian over, preferably getting His Majesty the Yen King to come personally. That would increase the chances. But with Zhao Xian saying this, it seemed there was no opportunity left. Although they couldn't bring Zhao Xian to the Yen King's capital, the two protector elders still reluctantly took out a few decent treasures to present to Zhao Xian. After all, Zhao Xian had saved their lives this time. Offering treasures as thanks was only right. President Zhao, this is a breaking king pill. If it weren't for your intervention today, not only would I have fallen, but even the 7th princess would have perished. This elixir, please accept it. When I return to the capital of the Yen Kingdom, His Majesty the Yen King will personally come to thank you. Han Xinlan handed the broken King Dan to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, seeing this, did not refuse. Elder Han is thoughtful. He nodded and accepted it. The broken King Dan had originally been deducted at the auction, but was taken by Xiao Murang, and Zhao Xian had thought he would have no chance of obtaining it. Unexpectedly, it was still in his hands. Although the broken King Dan could not enhance one's physical talent like the Xian King Dan, it was a rare treasure that could help a peak-shattered Void Realm expert break through to the King Realm. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. On the other side, Su Dashan immediately took out a treasure from his storage ring. President Zhao, this is a special token, rumored to be the key to a certain Imperial Realm secret place, but my cultivation is too shallow to decipher its secrets. It would be better to give a sword to a hero, with your abilities. Perhaps you can uncover its mysteries. I do not carry many treasures on me and am somewhat short on resources, so I hope President Zhao will not mind. Hearing Su Dashan say this, Zhao Xian took the jade token from his hand with great interest. The token felt icy to the touch and seemed very hard. It was clearly extraordinary. Elder Su, the gift may be small, but the sentiment is profound. I will not mind. Seeing Zhao Xian accept both treasures, the two did not linger any longer. After all, what had happened this time was too significant. They needed to relay the news back to the Yin capital and also ensure the safe return of the 7th princess. Thus, they did not stay any longer and immediately set off from Haiyun City. Even the royal elders of the Great Yin dynasty had already left. Yun Lu had originally wanted to stay longer and look for opportunities. However, unexpectedly, Zhao Xian smiled and began to issue the dismissal order. With no choice, Yun Lu could only leave Haiyun City with Hua Yun. As for Xiao Murang, it seemed that after the events concluded, he had already left. He did not even say thank you to Zhao Xian, nor did he bid farewell. Zhao Xian did not take this to heart. After all, there were still many matters awaiting him. He was simply too busy. As the events came to a close, cultivators who had traveled from afar also began to return home. For them, today was like a rebirth after a disaster. they had plenty to talk about over dinner. Some cultivators chose not to leave but instead decided to stay in Haiyun City, wanting to wait for the next auction to begin. After all, the level of auction held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was rare even in the Great Yin Dynasty. If the next auction was held too far away, it would be easy to miss it. Of course, Zhao Xian paid no attention to these matters. He called for Elderly and Su Wanqing. After this auction, Zhao Xian recognized Su Wanqing's auction abilities. This girl was indeed quite capable. He planned to temporarily appoint Su Wanqing as the official auctioneer for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this was contingent on her willingness. However, upon hearing Zhao Xian's invitation to become the official auctioneer, Su Wanqing was so excited that she nearly fainted. After this event, the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would surely resonate throughout the Great Yin. By then, even the top sects in the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty would have to curry favor with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. For her to join the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and become the official auctioneer was simply a stroke of luck. Naturally, she was overjoyed and could not possibly refuse. After settling matters with Su Wanqing, Zhao Xian took the time to find Xian. He bestowed upon him a pure Dan. Xian, due to his weak cultivation, was almost no different from a mortal and easily fatigued when handling matters. However, after taking the pure Dan, Xian directly broke through to the gathering Dan realm in 3 days. Although his realm was not high, Xian was in complete awe of Zhao Xian. Such a precious elixir. Zhao Xian did not hesitate to grant him the opportunity to consume it. This made Xian increasingly respectful and loyal to Zhao Xian. Of course, Zhao Xian came to find Xian not only to give him the elixir but also to discuss important matters that required Xian's attention. Zhao Xian conveyed his needs to Xian. After listening, Xian was left in astonishment. President, are you planning to open branches throughout the entire Great Yin Dynasty? At least 30 branches? And each branch is to hold an auction? Xian's mouth fell open. 30 branches holding auctions together. Could the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce produce that many treasures? They couldn't possibly use some junk to pass off as good, could they? That would ruin their reputation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to persuade Zhao Xian. However, Zhao Xian had already anticipated his thoughts. He spoke first. It's not that complicated. 30 branches, each with 1 or 2 decent treasures will be enough. That still means nearly 60 treasures, right? That's not a small number. Xian couldn't help but exclaim. We are not short on money right now, and we can spread the word that as long as the treasures meet the standards, everyone is welcome to consign them, Zhao Xian said slowly. Upon hearing this, Xian began to ponder and nodded slowly. If that's the case, it can indeed be worth a try. In this way, the reputation of our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will gradually spread throughout the Great Yin Dynasty. By then, we might even attract powerful figures from other dynasties to participate in the auctions held by our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. President, this move is brilliant, Xian praised. Zhao Xian rolled his eyes. Brilliant, my foot. The main reason he was going through the trouble of establishing so many branches and holding auctions was to exploit the system's rewards. As long as he could produce 1 or 2 treasures, he would receive system rewards. Why not focus on quantity rather than quality? To acquire various treasures that came with system rewards, to accumulate more treasures for himself. These treasures might not be of much use to him now, but when he leaves the Great Yin Dynasty for a broader world in the future, they would play an extremely important role. Xian quickly arranged according to Zhao Xian's goals. Zhao Xian was not worried about any unlawful individuals targeting them. After the last auction, Haiyun City had already attracted many fragmented Void Realm experts to stay. They were immensely eager for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. He only needed to slightly release information about recruiting fragmented Void Realm experts. These experts would swarm in, fighting fiercely. With this batch of experts, the safety of the branches would be absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, given the current reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, he believed not many would dare to act against them. After resolving the branch matters, Zhao Xian took the time to return to Manhwa City. He distributed the prepared pure elixirs to Uncle Chen, Uncle Lin, Elder Shui, and Zhao Ming, 1 each. At first, the 4 were reluctant, thinking it was a waste of elixirs, but in the end, they swallowed them under Zhao Xian's insistence. Then, 3 days passed, and all 4 had broken through to the Gathering Pill realm. Zhao Ming, under the effect of this pure elixir, directly broke through to the 5th level of the Gathering Pill realm. After solving these issues, Zhao Xian returned to Haiyun City. After the auction ended, he spent nearly 10 days busily running around, and the number of times he turned waste into treasure had now accumulated to a full 75 times. He also planned to try using some things that were temporarily unnecessary, but just as he was preparing, Elderly rushed over in a panic. "President, something big has happened." Elderly came in, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Seeing this, Zhao Xian looked puzzled. "Elderly, what happened?" Elderly immediately said. "What? Something happened with Elder He." "Elder He?" Zhao Xian frowned. He knew that Elderly was referring to He-One. He-One had been sent to the neighboring Great Xia dynasty to collect goods. What could possibly go wrong there? Could someone be trying to rob his goods? Thinking of this, his brow furrowed even more. "Explain in detail." Elderly took a moment and immediately relayed the information that had come from He-Wen's side to Zhao Xian. After listening, Zhao Xian's expression tightened. This Great Xia dynasty is really unreasonable. He-Wen was indeed sent by Zhao Xian to the Great Xia dynasty to acquire treasures. However, He-Wen's friends in the Great Xia dynasty were discovered by the royal family and arrested. He-Wen was also implicated. Of course, He-Wen had made preparations in advance, so he managed to escape. Now, he had not been caught but was trapped and unable to leave the Great Xia dynasty. This news had taken a lot of effort to convey. Have arrangements been made for someone to negotiate with the Great Xia dynasty? Zhao Xian asked with a frown. Elderly nodded, his expression still somewhat grim. Someone was sent, but the other side refused to meet. They said they had never even heard of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Saying this, Elderly was also somewhat angry. If it had been before, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce indeed had little reputation, but now, even the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty had to curry favor with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Yet the Great Xia dynasty dared to be so arrogant. Hearing this, Zhao Sen understood that the news about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had probably not reached the Great Xia dynasty yet. He-Wen should be fine for now. Once I finish my matters in a few days, I will personally go to the Great Xia dynasty. Zhao Xian waved his hand, making a decision. Yes, President. Elderly nodded repeatedly upon seeing this. Additionally, Elder Xian has already made arrangements. There are now 4 or 5 branches opened in the North State Province, and the auction house has also successfully started. Zhao Xian nodded, not surprised by this. Understood. You may leave. Elderly quickly left. Zhao Xian slightly squinted his eyes. The North State Province was not large, and having 4 or 5 branches for auctions was sufficient. As for the remaining auction houses, he planned to open them in the Great Yin dynasty. After all, the profits in the North State Province were simply too meager. No matter how many auction houses he set up, the effect would be limited. He didn't think much of the Great Yin dynasty either. The ceiling was too low. Thus, he did not plan to hold large auctions, just some smaller ones to earn a bit of system rewards. Larger ones could not be fully realized in the Great Yin dynasty. Just imagine, if he took out a heavenly level cultivation method, who in the entire Great Yin dynasty could afford it? If the price was low, he would be dissatisfied. If it was high, no force in the Great Yin dynasty could afford it. In the end, both sides would be unhappy, so he preferred not to auction at all. After things calmed down a bit, Zhao Xian began to turn waste into treasure again. Let's first test the waters with those items I obtained earlier. He flipped his palm, and 3 notebooks obtained from Xiang Yuntian's storage ring landed in his hand. Without hesitation, he directly turned waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the fragmented Void Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the King Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the 7th rank Alchemist Enlightenment Jade Slip. After all 3 notebooks were turned into treasures, the system's notification made Zhao Xian's eyes widen. What the hell? How did they all turn into Enlightenment Jade Slips? He immediately clicked on one of the Jade Slips to check the information. Fragmented Void Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip. Opening it will grant you the cultivation level of a Fragmented Void Realm expert. The extent of the improvement is related to your talent. What the hell? Zhao Xian couldn't help but curse. This thing, is it a bit too perverse? Originally just a notebook, it transformed into a precious jade slip after being turned from waste to treasure. He then glanced at the 2 jade slips beside him. King Realm Jade Slip. Opening it will grant the user the cultivation insights of a King Realm expert. The extent of the improvement is related to talent. 7th rank Alchemist Jade Slip. Opening it will grant the user a lifetime of alchemical experience from a 7th rank alchemist. The level of comprehension is related to perception. Seeing this, Zhao Xian took a deep breath. He didn't hesitate at all and directly opened the jade slip for the fragmented void realm. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Xian felt as if a thunderbolt had struck through his mind. Immediately, his dantian became incredibly warm, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere, continuously flowing into his body. Realizing this, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to operate the sacred dragon heart technique, frantically refining the terrifying spiritual energy being infused into him. At that moment, his cultivation skyrocketed. Fragmented void realm 2nd layer. Fragmented void realm 3rd layer. Fragmented void realm 4th layer. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared directly to the fragmented void realm 6th layer. True cultivation was as simple as drinking water. However, once he reached the fragmented void realm 6th layer, that gentle spiritual energy dissipated. The jade slip also shattered. TSK. Zhao Xian, feeling the terrifying spiritual energy within him, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A single fragmented void realm jade slip had allowed him to break through 5 realms in a row. This speed was unmatched. Moreover, he still had a king realm jade slip. Just as he was about to open the jade slip, a system notification sounded. Your current cultivation is fragmented void realm 6th layer. Recklessly using the king realm jade slip may damage your talent. Please think carefully. Master. Hearing this, Zhao Xian paused slightly. In other words, the king realm jade slip could only be used by those in the king realm? If used by someone with lower cultivation, it would backfire? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to raise his cultivation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the last jade slip. This thing could help him with alchemy, which was also a pretty good treasure. He opened the jade slip. A beam of white light entered his forehead. An immense amount of memories surged into his mind continuously. Zhao Xian felt a bit of pressure in his head and quickly focused to comprehend. Of course, before comprehending, he didn't forget to take out the inside wood. Time passed slowly. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge related to alchemy filled Zhao Xian's mind. Crack! The jade slip shattered. Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes. The way of alchemy is indeed very interesting. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. After this enlightenment, his alchemy level could now reach that of a 5th rank alchemist. Not high, but sufficient. After all, before using the jade slip for enlightenment, he was still a novice in alchemy. After the enlightenment, he had directly transformed into a 5th rank alchemist. If this got out, it would surely make countless alchemists feel ashamed. Oh right, there's also a piece of black meteorite. He decided to try turning waste into treasure again to see what it could become. Zhao Xian flipped his hand and took out the black meteorite from his storage ring. He felt this thing was meant for forging, but he wasn't sure of its specific use. However, he would soon find out. With that thought, he focused his mind. Turn waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained Shujia Divine Iron. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the information panel to check. Shujia Divine Iron, a divine object from beyond the heavens. It is an extraordinary material for forging, and its hardness is comparable to imperial artifacts. It can be used for defense. Extraordinary? Zhao Xian was taken aback. The highest level he understood in the cultivation system was the supreme level, which was above the emperor realm. But he really hadn't understood much about the cultivation system above the supreme level. Could it be that extraordinary refining materials are at the supreme level? Zhao Xian's face showed confusion. With this unknown information, he could only guess blindly. It seems I need to hurry to a broader world. Otherwise, when I see treasures, I won't even know how valuable they truly are. He sighed inwardly. However, no matter what, this Shujia Divine Iron was definitely a highly valuable top-grade treasure. At the very least, it was above the royal grade. After all, forging royal artifacts only required royal-grade refining materials, and this thing was extraordinary refining material. Thinking of this, he immediately stored it in his storage ring. If he could go to the dynasty for an auction in the future, this thing would definitely serve as a grand finale treasure. Still have 71 chances left. Let's change the more valuable ones first. With that thought, he took out all the relatively precious treasures from his storage ring. He laid them out in front of him and began to transform waste into treasure one by one. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained a top-grade earth-level technique. The heart method of water as the highest good. Congratulations. You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained a top-grade earth-level technique. The heart method of echoing water. Congratulations. You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained a top-grade earth-level technique. The mixed yang formula. Zhao Xian transformed all three of the only top-grade mystical level techniques in his storage ring into treasures. He gained 3 top-grade earth-level techniques. The results were quite good. However, the top-grade earth-level techniques were almost useless to Zhao Xian now. After all, he was currently mastering celestial level techniques. Then Zhao Xian transformed the remaining top-grade mystical level martial art into treasure, gaining a top-grade earth-level martial art. In addition, he transformed 2 top-grade spiritual weapons and 1 supreme spiritual weapon from his storage ring into treasures. He obtained 2 supreme spiritual weapons and 1 royal weapon. Zhao Xian took a careful look at the royal weapon. Royal weapon, King Slayer sword. This name is quite imposing. Zhao Xian smiled and stored this royal weapon in his storage ring. Now he had 2 royal weapons in hand. 1 spear, 1 sword. After finishing the transformations, he still had 64 chances left. Zhao Xian wasn't in a hurry to continue using them. After all, there were still 100 mid-grade earth-level treasures available from Yunlu. He could use them later without rush. As for the limit breaker, Zhao Xian fell into deep entanglement. The effect of the limit breaker was undoubtedly very powerful. He was still hesitating between transforming waste into treasure and the sacred dragon bloodline. If he could elevate the transformation, perhaps he could elevate various treasures by 2 grades out of thin air. For example, a low-grade earth-level treasure could directly become a mid-grade celestial-level treasure after transformation. In that case, the treasures in his hand would only become more monstrous. But it was also possible that after the upgrade, transforming waste into treasure would only increase the number of times he could do it each day. If that were the case, it would be a huge loss. And if the sacred dragon bloodline could be enhanced, it might possess an even more terrifying lineage. It could also just mean raising his mastery of the sacred dragon bloodline by 1 grade. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian became even more conflicted. After a long while, he finally made up his mind. I'll still go with transforming waste into treasure. After all, it's a rule-based ability. And if it weren't for transforming waste into treasure, I wouldn't have developed to such an exaggerated level. It would be impossible to easily obtain such high-rated rewards from the system. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, he used the limit breaker. Please select the item/ability to enhance the system's prompt echoed softly. Enhance the rule-based ability, transform waste into treasure. Zhao Xian said without hesitation. Currently lifting restrictions and enhancing. Please wait. Hearing this, Zhao Xian silently waited. Unexpectedly, not long after, a progress bar appeared before Zhao Xian's eyes. Removing restrictions. Current progress, 1%, complete removal of restrictions will take 3 days. Seeing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you trying to tease me? I have to wait 3 days after using it? However, it seemed he had no way to speed up this time. There was nothing he could do but wait. While waiting, he didn't forget to practice. His cultivation had already soared to the 6th level of the fragmented void realm. The speed of his advancement was so rapid that he felt somewhat unable to control his own power now. So he needed some time to adapt. Just in the evening, while he was still adapting, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The broken mysterious pill you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation. Ding! The dragon-slaying spear you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments. Ding! The dragon-slaying spear you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments. Ding! The dragon-slaying spear you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into material fragments. Ding! The turning void pill you auctioned has been used, and you have received a 1/10 return reward, which has been automatically converted into cultivation. Hearing this, before Zhao Xian could react, boom! His cultivation easily broke through to the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. But it was only the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. Is the effect of the turning void pill only this much? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. However, after thinking carefully, he realized that he was already at the 6th level of the fragmented void realm, the same level as Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing took the turning void pill, and he didn't know how many levels he could break through. Yet he had only received 1/10 of the reward and directly broke through to the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. In comparison, it was already quite a harvest. As for the effect of the broken mysterious pill, it was almost negligible. There was nothing to be done, his realm was simply too high. The broken mysterious pill was merely a pill for cultivating in the gathering pill realm. Naturally, it couldn't provide him with much enhancement. As for the 3 dragon-slaying spears being used so quickly, that was unexpected for Zhao Xian. Those people are quite quick. I just don't know if they traded the items to the Great Xia dynasty or used them themselves, Zhao Xian muttered, not really caring. His cultivation had increased significantly again. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Xian took a look at his panel. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22, cultivation, 7th level of the fragmented void realm, physique, spirit-seeking body, bloodline, holy dragon bloodline, development progress, 10%, cultivation techniques, earth grade low tier weak water 3000 formula, perfect, earth grade high tier supreme goodness like water mind method, perfect, earth grade high tier Ming water mind method, perfect, earth grade high tier mixed young formula, perfect, heaven grade low tier holy dragon heart formula, perfect, martial arts, earth grade high tier dragon roar spear technique, perfect, earth grade high tier 9 tripod sword technique, perfect, earth grade top tier 100 refinements diamond fist, perfect, current usable cultivation experience, 510,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create techniques, current usable martial arts experience, 561,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create martial arts, current usable material fragments, 632 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons, current usable universal stones, 8, remaining return times, 10, 995 times. Seeing this, Zhao Xian smiled. Although the newly transformed earth-grade high-tier techniques and martial arts had limited use for him, practicing was still better than not practicing. After all, with so much cultivation and martial arts experience, he could be quite extravagant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Zhao Xian transformed waste into treasure. On a clear morning, Zhao Xian glanced at the time. It would likely be evening before it ended. At that moment, Elder Li approached. President, they are almost here. Call me when they arrive. Zhao Xian nodded slowly and waved his hand. Yes, President. Elder Li immediately bowed and then turned to leave. The room was left with only Zhao Xian. He was not idle, sitting cross-legged as the sacred dragon heart technique began to operate. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the fragmented void realm, just a step away from the 8th level, and this was only after 3 days. Such speed, even in the dynasty, could be considered exceptional, right? With the sacred dragon bloodline and the spirit-seeking body, my cultivation speed is maximized, but the spirit-seeking body is still a bit lacking, he mused, hoping that the system rewards from the auctions in other places would grant him a better physique. With that thought, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Hainyun City was gradually becoming lively. At the city gate, a magnificent blue flying boat docked nearby, adorned with a gourd-shaped emblem. Soon after, several figures descended from the boat. Leading them was an old man with white hair. Despite his white hair and beard, he appeared vigorous, his eyes bright and spirited, clearly possessing extraordinary strength. Following him were several middle-aged men who exuded an imposing aura. A faint scent of medicine wafted from them. That emblem is from the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley is the 7th-ranked sect in the Great Yin Dynasty. Why would they come to our Haiyun city? Need you ask? They must be here for our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Many people around were discussing, their eyes filled with awe. They would never have had the chance to see a sect like the Medicine King Valley before. Thanks to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they could broaden their horizons like this. However, just as the people from the Medicine King Valley landed, a hurried voice echoed from the sky. It was another flying boat, blood red in color, with strange patterns spreading across its body. At the tip of the boat stood a jade flying sword. Buzz! The flying boat landed, and a group of cultivators dressed in blue robes emerged. The blue robes were adorned with flying sword patterns, and each cultivator had a precious sword at their waist. The leader was also a white-haired old man, but with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Standing straight as a sword, despite his age, he seemed as sharp as a blade, making ordinary people hesitant to look directly at him. Ha ha, old goo, I didn't expect you to come too. The old man's gaze fell on the white-haired elder from the Medicine King Valley, and he laughed heartily as he walked over. suggesting they were acquaintances. I didn't expect the Sword King Pavilion to join the fun as well. I say, Old Wang, the genius competition is about to start. Aren't you going to sharpen your skills and boost your precious disciples' strength? The elder from the Medicine King Valley chuckled teasingly. Wang Jihe, the head of the Sword King Pavilion, sighed and shook his head. What else is there to cultivate? I've given him everything he needs. Don't blame me. What about the pills I asked you to refine the other day? According to past speeds, they should be ready by now, right? Wang Jihe glared. Gu Xiaoye stroked his white beard. No rush, no rush, I'm still missing one ingredient. Is it that easy to refine the pills you want? The two gathered to chat about trivial matters. While their disciples got along very well, the Medicine King Valley ranked 7th in the Great Yin Dynasty mainly because it was a major alchemy sect, and its leader, Gu Xiaoye, was the only 8th grade alchemist in the entire Great Yin Dynasty. His status and position were self-evident. Even if the combat power of the Medicine King Valley ranked at the bottom of the top 10 sects, just Gu Xiaoye alone was enough to secure the 7th place. The Sword King Pavilion is renowned in the Great Yin Dynasty for its exquisite swordsmanship, ranking 5th. Its strength is also quite formidable. Both major forces are located in the western region of the Great Yin Dynasty, so they are relatively familiar with each other. As the two major forces descended upon Haiyun City, many people couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Another sect has arrived, and it's the 5th-ranked Sword King Pavilion. What kind of wind is blowing today? So many top sects are coming here. Could it be that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is holding an auction again? I've been keeping watch at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's entrance, but I haven't heard any news about an auction. Then it's hard to say. It seems something big is about to happen. It probably has nothing to do with us ordinary folks. While they were discussing, several urgent whistles echoed in the sky. Daoist Gu, Daoist Wang, please retract your flying boats, there's no more space. A loud voice came from mid-air. Upon hearing this, many people below raised their hands, their pupils involuntarily contracting. Goodness! 3 flying boats had appeared in the air without anyone noticing. Each of the 3 flying boats bore unique symbols. Some sharp-eyed individuals couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It's the flying boats of the Li Huaxian sect, the Shangyun sect, and the Badaio sect. These sects rank 4th, 6th, and 10th in the Great Yin Dynasty. What's going on today? Why are all these major sects gathering in Haiyun City? Upon hearing this, many people were instantly shocked. So many major sects? They had never seen such a scene before. Each of them craned their necks to look. Seeing this, the people from Yaoan Valley and Sword King Pavilion quickly retracted their flying boats and made way. Soon, the members of Li Huaxian sect, Shangyun sect, and Badaio sect also landed. The arrivals were all sect masters and elders. Daoist Gu, it's been a long time, you still look as robust as ever. Master Wang, your sword heart has improved again, it seems you'll soon master the domain. Master Qi, you're joking, I see you've made significant progress too, breaking through to the royal realm is just around the corner. The sect masters, valley masters, and pavilion masters of the major sects greeted each other with cupped hands, engaging in mutual flattery. However, as they chatted, the topic gradually shifted to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. I heard that not long ago, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce exterminated a royal realm demon and also killed a Peak King realm demon. You all must have heard about it, right? Of course, we all came here for that matter. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is truly astonishing, emerging from the northern wilderness. It has produced such a terrifying figure as President Zhao. It's rumored that President Zhao is not even 30 yet, truly a young hero. As they spoke, they began to praise the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and Zhao Xian, showing no signs of embarrassment. It's not appropriate to chat at the entrance, more like-minded individuals will probably arrive soon. Why don't we head to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce first? That's exactly what I was thinking. With that, the 5 major sects marched into Haiyun City, heading to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The president has already arranged a reception for you, please follow me. The attendant at the entrance immediately invited them inside. As expected, after the 5 major sects left, several more whistles echoed at the entrance of Haiyun City. Clearly, another sect had arrived. Meanwhile, not far from Haiyun City, in a grove, 2 men dressed in very distinctive attire were dragging a small, pale-faced man toward Haiyun City. They couldn't help but look up at the flying boats whizzing by in the sky, their brows furrowed. What's going on? Why are there so many flying boats here? Isn't the northern state of the Great Yin the weakest place? It doesn't look like it. One of the middle-aged men, dressed in black and bearing a white character xia with a black border on his chest, couldn't help but mutter. He had a long scar across his face and a bit of stubble on his chin. Could it be that we went to the wrong place? Another younger and more naive man scratched his head, unable to contain his confusion. It's unlikely. I've been here before, and back then, not to mention a flying ship, we couldn't even see a king-level expert. It seems this place has changed quite a bit. The scarred man shook his head and sighed. It's my first time out of the city as well. Shui ge, how about we finish our business and then enjoy a few days of leisure listening to music? The young man asked with a smile. Let's handle the matter first. Haiyun City is just ahead. The scarred man withdrew his gaze and then dragged the small, frail man towards Haiyun City. We've finally arrived. After about an hour of walking, the two men, dragging the nearly lifeless small man, finally reached the gates of Haiyun City. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, and settle the score with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The scarred man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he roughly tugged at the small man's arm, which was as limp as a puddle of mud. A crisp sound echoed. Immediately, the previously half-dead small man let out a shrill scream, his pale face waking from unconsciousness. Gentlemen, please spare me. I really don't know anything. I won't dare again in the future. As long as you let me go, I can give you anything you want. The small man quickly knelt down and begged for mercy, desperate to save his life. Hearing his words, the two men wore expressions of cold laughter. Clearly, they had heard such pleas countless times along the way. Selling our great Xia's artifacts to neighboring countries without permission. Do you know this is a treasonous crime? Spare your life? If we let you go, our entire clan would be in danger. Upon hearing their words, the small man's face turned ashen. It's over. Completely over. His heart was filled with despair, and he began to regret. It's all his fault, claiming to do business with him, saying it was a lucrative deal. In the end, he didn't earn much money, and now he had to pay with his life. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he sighed deeply. If only he had known. He shouldn't have been greedy for that defective product's money. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. But now, there was nothing he could do. Just then, as the three were talking, a sudden sharp whistling sound came from the sky. Startled, the three quickly looked up. They then saw a massive flying ship, about 30 meters long and 10 meters wide, whizzing past before landing at the gates of Haiyun City. Seeing this, the three stared wide-eyed. Such a large flying ship? In our great Xia dynasty, it would at least belong to one of the top 3 major sects, right? This Haiyun City is just a small town in the North State province. How could such a luxurious flying ship arrive? Both the scarred man and the young man were dumbfounded. Soon after, a group of people descended from the flying ship. Leading them was an elderly man in his 60s, hunched over, seemingly unable to straighten his back. With drooping eyelids as if he could fall asleep at any moment. He looked quite ordinary. However, in the eyes of the scarred man, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. This old man, he must be a peak king-level expert, the scarred man said in a slightly trembling voice. The young man beside him nearly screamed in shock. Peak king level? Why would such a small Haiyun city have a peak king-level expert? He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his face filled with disbelief. The scarred man shook his head. I don't know, I only recognize this kind of aura from having seen it on a king. A king is a peak king-level expert. The two fell into a deep silence. As for the thin man, knowing that his fate was inescapably death, he had no mind to pay attention to the outside world at this moment. Like a walking corpse, during their silence, the flying boat had been retracted, and the old man led the others into Haiyun City. Let's follow and see what's going on. The scarred man immediately stood up. He and the young man carried the thin man towards Haiyun City, but just as they reached the city gate, a piercing scream suddenly came from within the city. My God, the Prince of Yen has arrived. Upon hearing this, they also heard a whistling sound from the sky. They quickly looked up, their eyes widening in shock. In the air, a golden flying boat, even larger than the previous one, was slowly approaching Haiyun City. On the golden flying boat, a huge golden character was prominently engraved, Yen. This was the exclusive flying boat of the prince of the great Yen dynasty. The scarred man took a deep breath. He had seen it once in the royal capital. Seeing this flying boat meant, the prince of Yen had also come. The scarred man and the young man were momentarily confused. How could the prince of Yen, so esteemed, possibly come to this insignificant place? This Haiyun City, could it be some core major city? but looking at the scale of the city, it didn't seem like it at all. They were somewhat disoriented. Soon after, the golden flying boat slowly landed. Several figures walked out from the flying boat. Leading them was none other than the current sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty, the Prince of Yin. Although he was dressed in casual clothes, it could not conceal the imperial aura emanating from his brow. The momentum radiating from him was enough to make countless cultivators bow their heads in submission. It was truly the Prince of Yin. The scarred man and the young man quickly lowered their heads and bowed, until the Prince of Yin, accompanied by a group of people, entered Haiyun City. They both let out a heavy sigh of relief, their hearts filled with shock. The strength of the Prince of Yin is probably even greater than our king's. The scarred man couldn't help but exclaim, "I feel the same way." The young man nodded in agreement. But why would the Prince of Yin come to Haiyun City? This place doesn't seem particularly prosperous, he added. Hearing this, the scarred man shook his head. I don't know. Not only the Prince of Yin, but that old man just now probably has a high status as well. A small Haiyun city can attract so many big shots, it must have its extraordinary aspects. As he spoke, the young man suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, I remember that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is also in Haiyun City. Could it be that the Prince of Yin and those big figures are here for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? He proposed a bold guess. Upon hearing this, the scarred man couldn't help but be astonished. It shouldn't be possible, right? I inquired before, and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is just a small chamber of commerce. Although it has gained a lot of attention recently by destroying the largest sect in the North State, the Hao US sect, and becoming the largest chamber of commerce in the North State, it shouldn't be able to attract someone like the Prince of Yin to come specifically, right? He spoke to himself, but the more he said, the more uncertain he felt. The information he had gathered was from a long time ago. The Great Xia dynasty was currently in constant turmoil, and they had also interrupted their trade with the Great Yin dynasty, so they knew very little about the situation in the Great Yin dynasty, let alone the weakest north state of the Great Yin dynasty. The most relevant information he had was obtained from a smuggler apprentice who dealt in national artifacts. Shui Ge, why don't we inquire a bit first? The young man was clearly a bit flustered and quickly said. The scarred man nodded, so the two of them took the thin man aside to inquire. It was just a casual inquiry, but once they started asking, their souls nearly left their bodies. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auctioned off a royal artifact not long ago, and after the auction ended, Haiyun City was attacked by demons, with the attackers being a peak demon of the royal realm and an emperor realm. Monsters! The two stared in disbelief, hardly able to believe their ears. The key point was, this royal-level monster and the peak king-level monster were both ultimately annihilated by the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The king is above. This was not a summons for them to seek justice from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it was practically a death sentence. The king is confused. How could they seek justice? To be able to eliminate royal-level monsters, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce must have strength that surpasses the royal level. Royal level. Not to mention them, even the entire Great Xia would not be enough to contend with the other party. Shui Ge, why don't we just slip away? I'm afraid we might not come back, the young man said with a mournful face. The scarred man remained quite calm. After pondering for a while with his head lowered, he finally looked up and said sternly, you go back and relay the message to Great Xia. To protect Great Xia, we cannot go back at this time. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. This is actually an opportunity. After saying this, his gaze involuntarily fell on the disheartened, small man beside him. The young man was somewhat confused upon hearing this. Opportunity? Shui Ge, let's just run. The scarred man waved his hand to interrupt the young man's words, then released the small man's arm and took out a healing pill from his storage ring, squatting down to gently place it in the small man's mouth. Shui Ge, what are you doing? The young man's eyes widened in surprise, completely baffled by his companion's actions. Why give a pill to a prisoner at this time? Moreover, it was an extremely precious healing pill that they had hardly used before. Shui Ren ignored his companion's voice and focused on the small man. After the pill took effect, the small man's pale complexion immediately became much more vibrant. His spirit and energy also recovered significantly. But upon seeing the scarred man and the young man, his face turned pale again. I am already a dead man, why give me a healing pill? He asked, his body trembling slightly. Shui Ren grinned. I remember your name is Di Chuan, right? I've been to your home, your wife is quite beautiful, and you have 2 sons. If you die like this, it would be a real pity. Upon hearing this, Di Chuan seemed to be touched on a sensitive spot, immediately erupting in anger as he pointed at Xueren and cursed, "Bastard! If you dare to lay a hand on my family, I'll fight you to the death." "Who are you talking to?" Before Xueren could respond, the young man, Yi Sha, blared and was about to reach out to teach Di Chuan a lesson. However, he was stopped by Xueren's hand. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your wife. The reason I said this is to tell you that your family is waiting for you to return. Do you really want to give up just like that?" Seeing this, Isha's confusion deepened. He completely did not understand why Shuige was saying all this to this guy. They were already in a precarious situation. Why care whether this guy lived or died? "What do you mean?" Di Chuan also looked puzzled, not understanding what these two were up to. "If you want to live, then listen to me. I have a way to help you survive. And you might even have a chance to receive the king's reward," Xueren said with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Di Chuan and Isha widened their eyes in surprise. Di Chuan found it unbelievable. Meanwhile, Isha thought, was Shuige not quite right in the head, or had he been pinched by the door when he left? Now that they had already provoked a powerful figure they could not afford to offend, whether they could survive to go back was uncertain, and they still wanted to receive the king's reward? Wasn't that nonsense? Wait, Isha suddenly narrowed his pupils, as if realizing Xueren's intentions. They provoked the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce mainly by severing the line of trade between the Qingyun Chamber and Di Chuan, and they had tortured Di Chuan to the brink of death. Even the king had them detain Di Chuan, crossing mountains and rivers to find trouble with the Qingyun Chamber. They had already learned about the terrifying aspects of the Qingyun Chamber. Naturally, they could no longer seek trouble with them. However, the trade line of the Qingyun Chamber had indeed been cut off by them. So, trouble had still been stirred up. But, Di Chuan was here too, to resolve the trouble. Di Chuan was naturally the key figure. Thinking of this, Isha immediately broke into a smile, admiringly saying, "Brother Shui, you really have a good head on your shoulders. Just study well." Xueren replied casually without looking up. Both of them were not low in cultivation. Isha was at the peak of the fragmented void realm, while he had just recently broken through to the king realm. In the Great Xia dynasty, they could be considered prominent figures. Although Isha's mind wasn't as sharp, he was quite powerful, and although Xueren had a higher cultivation, he might not be able to defeat Isha, but his mind was still quite effective. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to Di Chuan, explaining clearly, if Di Chuan was willing to cooperate, not only could he be released, but the king might even offer a reward. But if he was unwilling, then he would have to abandon his orphan mother and die in regret. Di Chuan wasn't foolish, since there was a choice. He certainly wouldn't want to die, so he immediately agreed. "Next, just do as I say," Xueren whispered in Di Chuan's ear. After their discussion, they hurriedly made their way to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. "President, everyone has arrived. His Majesty the Yen King is already waiting in the conference hall." Elderly knocked on Zhao Xian's door and said softly. Hearing this, Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy within him was terrifying. He slightly clenched his fist, having completely mastered the power of the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. According to his current cultivation and the martial arts he had mastered, it was not a problem to defeat someone at the peak of the fragmented void realm. If he had a royal weapon in hand, killing some ordinary king realm practitioners would be a piece of cake. "My strength is still not enough." Zhao Xian sighed and shook his head. He then tidied his clothes and opened the door. He walked with Elderly towards the conference hall. In fact, the Zhixiao cave covered the entire Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and with the arrival of the leaders of the 10 major sects of the Great Yen and the Emperor, he naturally sensed it immediately. Moreover, he also saw some other things. "Let the 3 people outside come in as well," Zhao Xian said to Elderly after arriving at the conference hall. "The 3 people outside?" Elderly was taken aback. Weren't all the people already here? Where were there still 3 people? Just as he was puzzled, a servant approached, half kneeling and cupping his hands, saying, "President, Elder, there are 3 people outside claiming to be guests from the Great Xia dynasty, requesting to see the president." Upon hearing this, Elderly couldn't help but widen his eyes. There really were? And they were guests from the Great Xia dynasty? Not long ago, the Qingyun Chamber had been turned away from the Great Xia dynasty. Now they were saying they were guests? Go ahead. Zhao Xian waved his hand to Elderly and then walked into the conference hall. Seeing this, Elderly frowned and then went to the door. He wanted to see what these three people were here for. Whoosh! As soon as Zhao Xian entered the conference hall, all the sect leaders, vice leaders, and elders seated around stood up almost simultaneously, cupping their hands in greeting. Young Master Zhao, you really kept us waiting. Yun Lu was the first to speak, smiling and joking. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Come, serve our guests the fine tea I just bought. Immediately, several servants stepped forward to begin brewing tea. Zhao Xian also smiled and waved his hand, saying, there isn't much good tea at home, I hope you all won't mind. Chairman Zhao is being modest. With your strength, it should be us inviting you. One of the sect leaders replied. Yes, we will still have to rely on you. Chairman Zhao, another added. Chairman Zhao is so young yet possesses the means to eliminate the royal realm demons. This is something we truly admire from the bottom of our hearts. The leaders of the 10 major sects did not put on airs, each cupping their hands and smiling as they flattered him. Meanwhile, the servants had already finished brewing the tea. Zhao Xian took his seat and slightly raised his hand. The servants poured the tea, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air. Everyone began to drink. After a moment, Zhao Xian slowly spoke. I suppose you all don't yet know why I invited you here? Indeed. The reason the 10 major sects came to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was primarily due to Zhao Xian's invitation. His reputation had already shaken the entire Dian dynasty, and upon hearing it, they were more than willing to come. After all, they all knew that Zhao Xian had the means to reduce the strength of demons. If they encountered an irresistible demon invasion, having Zhao Xian's help would be an extremely solid guarantee. Of course, they also understood that wanting Zhao Xian's assistance was not something that could be achieved merely by words. Zhao Xian's invitation to them must also involve something to discuss. Instantly, everyone straightened their expressions and looked at Zhao Xian seriously. The purpose of my invitation is very simple. I plan to open 30 Qingyun auction branches in the Dian dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, realizing Zhao Xian's intentions. Chairman Zhao intends to cooperate with us to open auction branches? Wang Jihe, the leader of the Sword King Pavilion, asked. Zhao Xian nodded. That's right. Then what will the terms of this cooperation be? Gu Xiaoye also inquired. For these sects, cooperating with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to open auction branches was not a bad thing. Earning some extra pocket money while building a good relationship with Zhao Xian, who wouldn't want that? However, they were also curious about how Zhao Xian planned to cooperate. Hearing this, Zhao Xian smiled slightly, already prepared. The terms of cooperation are very simple. I provide the treasures, and you provide personnel to ensure the safety of the auction branches. Once the deal is done, we will split the profit 60-40. I take 60, and you take 40. As soon as Zhao Xian said this, the entire room was in an uproar. This condition was simply too generous, not to mention that their basic requirement was just to ensure the safety of the branches to prevent treasures from being stolen or robbed. A 60-40 split. This was something none of the sect leaders had anticipated. After all, the transaction amounts from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce's recent auctions were extremely staggering. In fact, the value of each treasure after the auction far exceeded the market price. The profits were absolutely not going to be low. They had thought that if Zhao Xian could give them a 30% discount, it would already be a lot. But now, Zhao Xian was directly offering them a 40% discount? This left them momentarily speechless. Unsure of what to say, Zhao Xian was not surprised by this reaction. Of course, he was not doing charity. A 40% share sounded nice, but in reality, it wasn't much. On one hand, most of the auction branches would require that they have treasures they no longer needed and that interested cultivators would come forward to provide items for auction. Zhao Xian would only take out 1 or 2 treasures as the main attractions, which also served as a means to draw people to participate in the auction. In this case, the profits obtained from the auction would all come from the commission fees taken by the auction house after the auction. The money from that would already be significantly reduced. On the other hand, the spirit stones obtained from the auction of treasures Zhao Xian personally took out would not be included in the profit sharing. So after giving the benefits, he relayed this statement verbatim. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally showed a look of realization. So it was like this. But even so, it was still quite a lot for them. After all, there were quite a few auction houses within the Great Yan dynasty. These auction houses generally collaborated with sects. and the method was similar to the branch operation model Zhao Xian mentioned. However, these auction houses would only offer a discount of at most 20 to 30%. In comparison, Zhao Xian's 40% discount was already significantly better than these auction houses. Do you have any other questions? Zhao Xian asked with a smile after finishing his statement. Soon, Qi Shanhai, the master of the Liuhua Xian sect, stood up and asked, President Zhao, you mentioned that you would present 1 or 2 treasures as the finale. May I ask what grade these treasures are? As soon as this question was asked, everyone looked at Zhao Xian with curiosity. This question was very important. It involved the strength of the cultivators that could be attracted. After all, if they were just some mysterious grade treasures, they would probably only attract those at the gathering pill stage to participate in the auction. The final transaction price from such an auction would likely not be very high. This was naturally a bit low. Zhao Xian was aware of this, and he smiled. At least mid-grade earth level. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhao Xian had mentioned opening 30 branches in the Great Yan dynasty, with 2 treasures per branch. That would be 60 treasures in total. If these treasures were all at least mid-grade earth level, then that would be 60 mid-grade earth level treasures. This scale, one must say, is indeed worthy of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. On the other side, at the Zilei Pavilion, Yunlu's mouth twitched slightly. These 60 mid-grade earth-level treasures would probably all have to come from Zilei Pavilion. Sigh, she sighed softly in her heart. Who told her to be determined to invest in this 20-something young man? For the other sects, this was almost a win-win cooperation with no drawbacks. It seemed there was no reason to refuse, but at that moment, Shan Yushan, the master of the Yuan sect, slowly spoke up. President Zhao, let's get straight to the point. You must have other requirements, right? Upon hearing this, everyone narrowed their eyes. Indeed, the cooperation proposed by Zhao Xian was simply too perfect for them. They didn't even need to pay a high price. You say you want to send people to protect the branches? What a joke! The reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is terrifying. Looking for trouble with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? That would undoubtedly be seeking death. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some audacious individuals might actually attempt to rob the branch treasures. But that would definitely not be many. This requirement was hardly anything to them, yet they could gain such substantial profits. To be honest, even if Zhao Xian truly intended to do this, they couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. Everyone present was a master of their respective sects and wouldn't be foolish enough to think that a pie would fall from the sky for them. Seeing this, Zhao Xian also squinted and smiled. Seniors are indeed seniors. My little thoughts have all been seen through by you. He laughed nonchalantly. There are indeed some small requests. After the cooperation, each time there is an auction, you will also need to present a treasure of at least earth level for auction. A mere earth level treasure, I believe, is quite easy for all of you, right? Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, everyone was somewhat surprised. They had thought Zhao Xian would seek profits from them in other ways. They never expected it would be in this manner. 1 earth-level treasure is naturally nothing, but if the number of auctions increases, then we might find it a bit overwhelming, said the master of the Badu sect, raising his hand. And the total number of earth-grade treasures is limited, and it is also difficult for us to continuously auction off earth-grade treasures. The disciples of the sect also need these resources for their cultivation, said the sect master of Yun Dianzong. The others nodded in agreement. This was true for all sects. In fact, getting them to put treasures up for auction wasn't particularly difficult. The challenge was to keep doing it. Over time, their sect's treasures would naturally dwindle, and eventually, even the top disciples within the sect would have no use for earth-grade treasures. Wouldn't that be a case of losing the essentials for the trivial? What if I said that I wouldn't take a single cent from the auction price of the treasures you put up, and that it would all go to you? Zhao Xian had naturally thought of this point long ago, so he spoke up. Upon hearing this, the entire room was stunned. Not a single cent? All for the sect? Wasn't that just losing money for the sake of a shout? After all, an earth-grade treasure could still fetch a considerable price at auction, and even a small commission could yield a significant amount of spirit stones. So many spirit stones, and Zhao Xian said he didn't want any? This was simply unbelievable. I'm not hiding anything from you all, Zhao Xian continued. The reason I want to open a branch is not to earn spirit stones. To me, spirit stones are no different from ordinary stones. I just want to completely establish the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and attract more cultivators to come and consign their items for auction. If there are treasures I need among the consigned items, I can directly acquire them, saving a lot of trouble, Zhao Xian said with a cupped fist, revealing the main reason for opening the branch. He wasn't lying, this was indeed one of the main reasons. After all, the Great Yan dynasty was vast, and the number of cultivators was countless. Many cultivators possessed extraordinary treasures but were unaware of their value and dared not consign them for auction. Carrying them around was a waste. If he could completely build up the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and attract these cultivators, he could get his hands on these treasures and transform waste into treasure. It was simply a win-win situation. For this, he didn't mind sacrificing some profit. He didn't care about those spirit stones. What he cared about were these treasures and the system rewards after the auction ended. Seeing Zhao Xian's candor, the 10 major sects immediately began to discuss among themselves. I agree. I am also willing to cooperate. The lower-ranked sects quickly raised their hands in agreement. However, a few other sects were still hesitant, casting an extra glance at the Moon Goose sect's master, Shan Yushan, and the silent Yan Wang sitting beside him. I have no objections either. If President Zhao is willing, I can gift you the property in the core area of Yan Wang as the main venue for the auction. At that moment, Yan Wang suddenly spoke up. As soon as Yan Wang said this, many people couldn't help but be taken aback. Was Yan Wang really that generous? But soon, some sensed something was off. They couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. They were still thinking about how to maximize their benefits in cooperation with Zhao Xian. Yan Wang had no such thoughts at all. His goal had always been the main venue of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction. It made sense. A small branch, even with the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, would yield only a limited profit. At most, it would be a trivial gain for these top sects. But if they could get Zhao Xian to move the main venue to their location, then the profits would be extraordinary. It should be noted that the last auction held by Zhao Xian featured 7th-grade elixirs, royal artifacts, and even top-tier Earth-grade martial arts. Once this reputation spread, nearby dynasties would know about it. When Zhao Xian held another auction, the number of people attracted would be terrifying. Not only from the nearby dynasties, but even the Jingyue dynasty would likely send people over. And if they could connect with the Jingyue dynasty, Guliolu, thinking of this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The look in their eyes when they glanced at the Yanwang was filled with admiration. Damn it! Zhang really is still as cunning as ever. They hadn't even considered this angle. Our Yuan sect is also willing to offer the same conditions. Xing Yushan reacted immediately and spoke up. The other sects were not fools either, and they all began to offer the best conditions they could, hoping Zhao Xian would move the auction house to their location. They were even starting to argue among themselves over it. Come to my Sword King Pavilion. We are located west of the Boundless Sea, with abundant marine resources, and the girls here are all incredibly beautiful, with perfect figures. I believe if President Zhao stays here for a while, he will be reluctant to leave and will keep thinking about it. Old Wang, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Then I'll go all out too. Our Medicine King Valley promises that as long as President Zhao is willing to move to Medicine King Valley, all top-grade medicinal herbs in the valley will be available for him to choose from. And if he wants to buy, it will all be at half price. Damn, old Gu, are you crazy? I think I'm very clear-headed. Waves of intense discussions erupted in the conference hall. Clearly, all present were the top powerhouses of the Great Yan dynasty, yet the place had turned as noisy as a market. Even these top powerhouses were no different from the market vendors arguing. The attendants at the door were all shocked. My goodness, our master is just too terrifying. So many big shots are fighting to the point of bloodshed just to have the master hold the auction house in their place. It's simply outrageous. Of course, as the ruler of the dynasty, the Yanwang remained calm and did not participate in the chaotic argument. Instead, he silently watched Zhao Xian, waiting for his response. Xin Yushan initially argued a bit but soon lost interest in the dispute and waited quietly. After watching the argument reach a peak, Zhao Xian finally smiled and spoke. Everyone, there's no need to argue anymore. The next auction will not be held within the Great Yan territory. As for the main venue, it won't be confirmed either. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. A hint of disappointment appeared in the Yanwang's eyes, but it was not unexpected. Given Zhao Xian's displayed strength and means, the Great Yan dynasty was no different from a beginner's village to him. The so-called true dragon will eventually enter the sea. It is impossible for him to stay on the small shallow beach for too long. Zhao Xian's words clearly indicated that in the future, he would hold auctions in broader territories. Once the words were spoken, everyone no longer held any expectations. They returned to discussing the cooperation to open branches. This time, no one hesitated anymore. Zhao Xian was definitely not going to be retained. But cooperating to open branches was something that had to be done. On one hand, it would deepen the relationship with Zhao Xian and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. On the other hand, it was also profitable, with no reason to refuse. So, not long after, the cooperation was finalized. Each of the 10 major sects would build 3 Qingyun auction branches in their respective locations, totaling 30 branches. As for the specific arrangements, that would naturally be left to the 10 major sects. They couldn't really let them take so much profit for nothing, could they? After the matters were settled, it was time to leave. Before departing, the 10 major sects naturally couldn't avoid flattering Zhao Xian. They could see that Zhao Xian would not be around for long. It would be much harder to curry favor later. So they had to take advantage of the present. Some offered precious spirit tea, others rare flying boats, and all sorts of gifts were countless. Zhao Xian had originally thought he still needed many things, but after all the gifts, everything he needed and didn't need was now complete. When it was the turn of the Purple Thunder Pavilion, Yun Lu stepped forward with a storage ring in hand, still conveying feelings to Zhao Xian, but receiving no response. Yun Lu felt a deep sadness. Young Master Zhao, this is the 100 mid-grade Earth-level treasures I promised you. I hope you won't forget me. Yun Lu said with a tender tone. Lord Yun is joking. The Purple Thunder Pavilion and I are in a cooperative relationship. How could I forget? Zhao Xian smiled as he accepted the storage ring. Seeing Zhao Xian's evasive response, Yun Lu's eyes filled with resentment, but she said nothing more and turned to leave. When it was the turn of the Moon Goose sect, Xin Yushan stepped forward slowly and took out a half-broken jade ring from the storage ring. President Zhao, my foolish disciple panicked and left in a hurry without even saying goodbye. As her master, I feel quite ashamed. Although this jade ring is only half, it is very precious. It is rumored to have belonged to a powerful emperor-level expert. I cannot discern its material, but its value is certainly not low. Please accept it, President Zhao. I apologize on Mu Ran's behalf. With that, Xin Yushan slightly bowed. Beside him, Sha Muran also lowered her head in shame and apologized. I'm sorry, President Zhao. I was afraid there might be other monsters, so I ran away first. Seeing this, Zhao Xian reached out to help her up, showing no intention of making things difficult. He accepted the jade ring that Xin Yushan handed over. It's nothing. Seeing Zhao Xian accept it, Xin Yushan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out a delicate small jade box from the storage ring. Inside is the shoulder bone of an emperor-level expert. This expert mastered an unparalleled sword intent, which is infused within. If one has enough comprehension, perhaps they can grasp that unparalleled sword intent. This is a token of gratitude from the Moon Goose sect for saving our disciple. I hope President Zhao won't find it lacking. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. A bone containing unparalleled sword intent? This item was certainly as precious as so-called king-level treasures or top-grade earth-level martial arts. He didn't expect Xin Yushan to be willing to present such a valuable treasure as a gift. However, Zhao Xian also understood that accepting such a precious gift naturally required a response. He smiled slightly and accepted the jade box. Lord Xin is thoughtful. I will remember this. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Xin Yushan's face was immediately filled with joy. With President Zhao's words, I can rest easy. After a brief chat, Xin Yushan turned and left with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze and placed the items into the storage ring before turning around. The conference hall was now left with only the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty. At this moment, the Yanwang looked at Zhao Xian with a smile. President Zhao, your abilities and methods are truly the best I have ever seen in my life. At just 22, to achieve such accomplishments, even the proud talents of the Jinghua dynasty would find it hard to compete. Listening to the Yanwang's flattery, Zhao Xian remained calm. Your Highness is joking, I just have better luck. Zhao Xian's words made the Yanwang's expression stiffen. Good luck? How bold. Of course, he said nothing more. Instead, he smiled and said, those sects just presented quite a few treasures. I imagine President Zhao must have plenty of treasures as well. To this, Zhao Xian wanted to respond, whatever treasures there are, I want them all. Lacking? He could lack anything but treasures. However, he did not speak, merely sipping his tea and waiting for the Yan Wang to continue. President Zhao, do you want a wife? If you don't mind, I can marry the princess to you? Put. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xian sprayed all the tea he had just sipped. Cough, cough, let's forget it. Zhao Xian waved his hand, indicating his refusal. Seeing this, the Yan Wang could only sigh helplessly. He initially thought that since he couldn't bring Zhao Xian to the Yan King's capital, marrying his daughter to Zhao Xian would bring them closer. But now it seems, Zhao Xian has high standards. However, even so, the Yan King was not stingy. He immediately handed Zhao Xian a storage ring. President Zhao, this is a small token of my appreciation. If there are any opportunities for cooperation in the future, please do not forget my great Yan. The Yan King said with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands and accepted the storage ring without hesitation. There will be opportunities in the future. The Yan King nodded and then cupped his hands in farewell. After the Yan King left, Zhao Xian took a glance at the storage ring. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, when it comes to wealth, it must be the great Yan royal family. Inside the storage ring was a box of pills, a total of 3, which were indeed the king's induction pills of the same type as those of Huo Yun. Huo Yun had only managed to take out one back then, but the Yan King, with a single gesture, presented 3 king's induction pills. This showed his extravagance. If these 3 king's induction pills were used by a powerful figure in the royal realm, even those with exceptional talent could directly break through several levels. Such sincerity, Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly, calculating at a price of 1 king's induction pill being 100 million. That amounts to 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Today's harvest is quite good. Zhao Xian was quite satisfied as he put away the storage ring, squinting his eyes and smiling. Once the auction branches were fully established, he would be able to effortlessly reap the benefits from the system. It was simply delightful. Moreover, with this additional haul of treasures, if he could turn waste into treasure again, upgrading from 7th grade to 8th grade, he would definitely be able to present himself well in the imperial court. It wouldn't be long before the transformation of waste into treasure would be completed. He wondered how many surprises it would bring. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian's mood became even more cheerful. He then paused. He walked out of the conference hall and headed towards a much smaller room nearby. Inside the room, Shuiren and Isha were unable to sit still, their moods a bit anxious as they paced back and forth. In contrast, Di Chuan, who had been very fearful before, sat calmly in a chair. During their simple conversation, he had already understood the whole situation. He was quite shocked. He never expected Yuan to have such a strong backing. Fortunately, he had scolded him earlier without being heard, otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. The next steps became much simpler. After all, he and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could be considered partners. Although Yuan hadn't contacted him much after the first batch of goods, they had cooperated, so he naturally considered them partners. He thought so. With such a strong backing, he certainly didn't want to give up. Don't be anxious, just leave it to me when President Zhao arrives, Di Chuan said, noticing the impatience of the two. Upon hearing this, Shuiren shot him a glance. Whether the president will even meet us is a question, he retorted. After all, he remembered that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had seemingly reached out to the Great Xia dynasty, only to be rejected. At that time, he thought the king had made no mistakes. Now it seemed simply bold and arrogant. However, there was no turning back for them now. They could only wait. After a while, Zhao Xian slowly walked in through the door. You 3 have been waiting long. Zhao Xian casually glanced at the 3 and smiled as he spoke. Greetings, President Zhao. Greetings, President Zhao. The 3, upon seeing Zhao Xian arrive, were first shocked by his youthful appearance, and then, feeling the extremely powerful fluctuations within him, were utterly astonished. They quickly bowed in respect. You come from the Great Xia? Zhao Xian asked indifferently as he took the seat of honor. Yes, President Zhao. What brings you to my Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Although Zhao Xian's tone did not carry any dissatisfaction, Shuiren could tell. Zhao Xian clearly had no good feelings towards the Great Xia. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, Chairman Zhao, we are here to apologize on behalf of the king. You should also know that the Great Xia is constantly plagued by internal and external troubles, and the king is powerless to handle the situation. Previously, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce contacted our Great Xia, but it was deliberately disrupted by someone with ulterior motives, and their request was rejected at the door. The king also heard that someone in the court was brazenly selling national treasures to outsiders, and in a fit of rage, he imprisoned all the blacksmiths, leaving no one related to the matter unscathed. But now the king has calmed down and realizes he made a mistake. We are here for that reason. Xueren spoke very quickly, clearly having rehearsed this many times in his mind, although much of it was his own fabrication. As long as he could relay the news of Zhao Xian exterminating the royal realm's demons back to the king, he believed the king would not blame him. Beside him, Isha was dumbfounded. Brother Shui was too bold. If the king heard this, wouldn't he be furious? Dichuan also cast a deep glance at Xueren. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's mouth revealed a smile. Oh, so you came to apologize. I thought you were here to seek justice. Hearing this, Xueren was so frightened that he quickly knelt and bowed his head. Chairman Zhao, you know that our great Xia has always maintained a harmonious relationship with neighboring countries. This time, it was indeed our great Xia's fault first, so how could there be any talk of seeking justice? If anyone should seek justice, it should be the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce seeking it from the great Xia. Zhao Xian looked at Xueren, whose forehead was already beaded with sweat, dripping down like rain. It was evident how nervous he was. Is that so? Then I would like to see how the great Xia plans to apologize. Zhao Xian slowly raised his teacup and took a sip. Seeing this, Xueren finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. To be honest, Chairman Zhao, I also overheard the conversation of those big shots outside just now. I heard that you plan to open branches in various places in Dian. Regarding this, our great Xia can actually do the same. Moreover, to show our sincerity, we can forego the commission. Xueren immediately cupped his hands and said. Upon hearing this, Isha's eyes widened. Brother Shui really isn't afraid of the king's wrath. You are acting on behalf of the king, and a slight misstep could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. Yet Xueren didn't care about that at all. He was just looking at Zhao Xian. When he noticed that Zhao Xian seemed to have no interest at all, he became a bit flustered. He quickly pulled Dichuan over. Chairman Zhao, you should be quite familiar with this person. Previously, when you collaborated with our great Xia, he was the one you worked with. After all, they had collaborated before. Xueren thought that bringing Dichuan out should make things easier. Dichuan also smiled apologetically and said, I have met Chairman Zhao. You should know that I previously traded quite a few weapons with you from the dynasty. However, Zhao Xian shook his head. That was He Wingguan's matter, it has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Dichuan's expression stiffened. Zhao Xian then looked at Xueren. You don't need to mention the branch matter again. I have no interest in opening a branch in the Great Xia. If I were to open one, it would be in the dynasty. Zhao Xian said decisively. He had considered opening a branch in the Great Xia before, but after that incident, he naturally lost interest. Moreover, he thought about it, given the current internal and external troubles of the Great Xia, if he really opened a branch there, he would definitely encounter many troubles. He just wanted to steadily reap the benefits of the system and had no interest in meddling in the dynasty's affairs. Therefore, no matter what, he could not open a branch in the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Xueran's face instantly turned pale. Beside them, Isha and Dichuan both looked flustered. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, it seemed he had no intention of accepting their apology. This was not a good sign. Xueran also felt a bit flustered, but he quickly calmed down, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, and immediately spoke up. Wait, President Zhao, are you implying with your earlier statement that you want to open a branch in the dynasty? Xueran suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian looked at Xueran in surprise, then nodded. That's right. So what? He had long intended to open an auction house in the dynasty. After all, the current dynasty had too low a ceiling for him. He had too many treasures on him, and if he brought them all out, the forces within the dynasty wouldn't even be qualified to consume them. Even if they could, their value would undoubtedly be greatly discounted. Zhao Xian didn't care much about the quantity of spirit stones. After all, he couldn't use most of them. What he cared about was the assessment level of the auction house's earnings. The more precious the treasure, the higher the price it would fetch at auction, and thus the higher the assessment level of the earnings. But within the dynasty, the ceiling was just there. Taking out a top-tier local martial art and a low-tier heavenly martial art, the earnings assessment level obtained in the dynasty might even be lower for the latter. Considering this, Zhao Xian could not possibly auction these treasures within the dynasty. At the very least, he had to go to the imperial dynasty. After all, there were powerful beings in the imperial dynasty. They were also wealthier. Not only could it raise the scale assessment level, but it could also enhance the earnings assessment. It was all gain and no loss. Of course, Zhao Xian had also considered completely establishing the reputation of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, even making it renowned in the imperial dynasty to attract powerful beings to come. But that was indeed too difficult. After all, attracting powerful beings just based on a piece of news was inherently challenging. Moreover, the North State province was already remote, belonging to a far-off place. This difficulty had to be raised another level. Even if he really established a reputation, it would probably only attract one or two powerful beings. At that time, once they released their momentum, it was likely that all the treasures would be taken at a low price. It would be a loss. Of course, if such a situation did arise, Zhao Xian would not just sit back and do nothing. In summary, the best approach was still to personally go to the imperial dynasty to hold the auction. This way, he could maximize the system rewards. Originally, he had planned to go to the Jingyue imperial dynasty through Zhou Jing. However, Zhou Jing's identity was too special, and he believed that going with Zhao Xian would cause Zhao Xian some unnecessary trouble, so he politely declined. Zhou Jing then left to seek his own opportunities. Zhao Xian did not insist and let him go. Shui Ren's earlier words piqued Zhao Xian's interest. Since he dared to ask such a question, it was clear he was prepared. Sure enough, after receiving Zhao Xian's affirmative answer, Shui Ren became excited, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He quickly spoke. If you want to go to the imperial dynasty to open a branch, perhaps my king can help. Seeing this, Zhao Xian did not speak but silently watched Shui Ren, waiting for him to continue. Shui Ren had no intention of hiding and immediately explained. To be honest, although my great Xia faces internal and external troubles, its national strength is not weak at all. Moreover, the geographical location is relatively close to the Jingyue imperial dynasty. Get to the point. Zhao Xian frowned and interrupted. Shui Ren trembled all over and immediately said, yes, in my great Xia's capital, Xiaowang City, there is a Xuanji auction branch. Its owner is controlled by a top-tier chamber of commerce from the Jingyue imperial dynasty. And coincidentally, our current emperor, His Majesty Xiao Wang, has a good relationship with the president of that branch. So, he said this while carefully glancing at Zhao Xian's expression. Seeing Zhao Xian's eyes brighten slightly, as if he was quite interested, Shui Ren immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He was afraid that Zhao Xian would say he wasn't interested again. Then he would truly have no way out. If Chairman Zhao doesn't mind, I will return to the Great Xia to inform His Majesty the Summer King and visit in person soon. Shui Ren immediately knelt down and said. Observing Shui Ren's sincerity, Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. This person was quite loyal to the Great Xia. Such loyalty was rare. In that case, let it be as you say. 10 days. If there is no news in 10 days, I will personally go to the Great Xia, Zhao Xian said. Of course, he meant to personally visit the president of the Xuanji auction branch for a chat. There was no other meaning, but this statement fell on the ears of Shui Ren and the other two like a death warrant. They trembled in fear. If there was no news in 10 days, Zhao Xian would take action against the Great Xia? How terrifying. They didn't dare to doubt Zhao Xian's strength, even though the fluctuations emanating from him now were only at the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. But he had seen the fear and respect on the faces of the leaders of the top forces in Dian when they discussed Zhao Xian. Even the king of Yen held Zhao Xian in high regard. Just based on that, he didn't dare to question him at all. So he quickly knelt down and said, Please rest assured, Chairman Zhao, we will take our leave now. Saying this, he slightly raised his head to look at Zhao Xian. Go ahead. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Only then did the three feel as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing and quickly exiting the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Then they fled as if escaping from Haiyun City. Watching the three leave so swiftly, Zhao Xian squinted and smiled. It seems these three are very sincere, rushing to report the news. Little did he know, the three were nearly scared out of their wits. That Chairman Zhao is truly terrifying. I originally thought he was so young. His methods shouldn't be too ruthless, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive, only giving me 10 days, and after that, he would take action against the Great Xia. How arrogant! Isha couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Ren, however, said with a serious expression, What arrogance! To say something and not be able to do it, that is called arrogance. Do you think that Chairman Zhao can't do it? Even the royal realm monsters have perished at his hands. If he really takes action, the great Xiao won't last a day. Upon hearing this, Isha realized the seriousness of the situation. But then they glanced at Di Chuan beside them. They had originally thought they could simplify the problem with Di Chuan's help. As a result, he didn't even know Di Chuan. Hey, didn't you say you had a cooperative relationship with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Why does it feel like Chairman Zhao doesn't recognize you at all? Isha couldn't help but ask. Di Chuan looked helpless. The one I traded with is my friend He-Won. He said he was working for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and I didn't have a direct transaction with them. It's normal that he doesn't know me. If it were He-Won in my place today, it probably wouldn't have come to this point. Hearing Di Chuan say this, Shui Ren and the other two fell silent. They naturally knew He-Won. After all, he was included in the citywide wanted list, and they had personally made He-Wen's wanted poster. How could they not recognize him? Of course, they didn't dare to mention this in front of Zhao Xian, because once they did, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Di Chuan was fine. Even if he died, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce probably wouldn't care too much. They had only traded once, but if He-Wen were injured or even died, the entire Great Xia would likely pay the price. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Hurry back and inform the king to revoke the arrest warrant first, then we can discuss the matter of the president of the Xuanji auction house. Shui Ren thought, quickening his pace significantly. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste a single second. He wished he could use both hands and feet to hurry along. He even regretted not bringing the flying boat with him before coming. Meanwhile, after Zhao Xian had handled most of the matters, he returned to his room. If I could directly connect with that Xuanji auction house, it would save a lot of trouble. Zhao Xian pondered slightly. Of course, the premise is that the cooperation goes smoothly. The other party could hold an auction house within the Jingyue dynasty, so their means and strength must not be weak. Such a force, it was uncertain whether they would even look favorably upon him. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, there are other ways. Unlocking restrictions. Current progress, 99% complete. Unlocking will take another 10 seconds. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Zhao Xian's eyes brightened. The transformation from waste to treasure was about to be completed. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the required time reached 0, the progress bar finally jumped from 99% to 100%. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. In the next second, the progress bar disappeared, and a panel appeared before him. Transform waste into treasure upgrade. You can turn ordinary items into priceless treasures. You can spend spirit stones for fixed transformations. You can spend spirit stones for super transformations. You have 2 chances to transform waste into treasure each day. Daily quota can be stored. Zhao Xian paused for a moment and quickly clicked on fixed transformation and super transformation. Fixed transformation. After transforming waste into treasure, you have 1 chance to change it and can use spirit stones to turn it into any fixed item of the same level. Super transformation. After transforming waste into treasure, you have 1 chance to upgrade it and can use spirit stones to elevate its grade once more. Wow! After seeing these 2 new functions, Zhao Xian couldn't help but gasp. This function was simply too outrageous. The first fixed transformation meant that no matter what treasures he had in hand, after transforming waste into treasure, he could choose to fix it. For example, if he transformed a 6th grade pill into treasure, he would likely obtain a 7th grade pill, but now he could forcibly change it to any item of the same level, such as martial arts techniques. This was simply outrageous. This was not transforming waste into treasure, this was creating something from nothing. He never expected the upgrade of transforming waste into treasure to be so exaggerated. He originally thought that after the upgrade, it would just be like the second function, super transformation, which would elevate it 1 more level based on the original. Instead, 2 additional functions appeared. I just wonder how many spirit stones it will consume. Zhao Xian thought and decided to conduct an experiment. He casually took out a mid-grade martial arts book and then silently chanted the transformation. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure. Obtaining the Earth Grade Upper Tier Martial Art, Thousand Feather Thunder Blade. Consuming 10 million low-grade spirit stones can elevate its grade to Earth Grade Top Tier. Consuming 10 million low-grade spirit stones can change it to any item of the same level. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good heavens! 10 million spirit stones at once? Is it that outrageous? However, system, can I first elevate the grade and then fix it? You can only choose one to proceed, the system quickly responded, as if it had already anticipated that Zhao Xian would ask this. Such a pity. Zhao Xian shook his head inside. If he could use them together, he would directly elevate this martial art to the peak of the earth level, and then select a pill within that grade that could enhance his innate qualities or improve his cultivation. At that time, he could supplement whatever he lacked. However, even without being able to use them together, he could still achieve this, though the grade would be somewhat lower and the operational space a bit limited. Can I also choose items that I have previously transformed from waste to treasure? Yes, but items that have already been used, such as martial arts techniques or pills, cannot be fixed again. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was great news. He had too many items on him that could be enhanced. After a brief contemplation, he began to devise a plan. Based on his numerous auctions, he roughly understood that an 8th grade pill was equivalent to a beginner-level king weapon. At the peak of the earth level, calculating downwards, a 7th grade pill was equivalent to a top-grade spirit weapon. From mid to upper earth level, a 6th grade pill corresponded to the peak of the profound level down to the lower earth level, and upper-grade spirit weapons. In this light, he had several top-grade spirit weapons on him, and if he could fix them to transform waste into treasure, it would be equivalent to directly producing 7th grade pills. Thinking of this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Without any hesitation, he first transformed the 2 top-grade spirit weapons he had already turned from waste into treasure into 7th grade Shenwang pills. These were excellent items that could enhance innate qualities. The more, the better. Besides that, he also had 2 upper-grade spirit weapons, which could also be transformed into 2 7th grade Shenwang pills through the waste to treasure process. However, he was also considering whether to directly turn these 2 upper-grade spirit weapons into king weapons. After all, in terms of value, 2 king weapons would definitely be worth more than 2 Shenwang pills, but after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided against it. He had never been to the dynasty and was unclear about the rarity of king weapons there. If king weapons were sufficiently rare, it would certainly be better to transform them into king weapons. But what if king weapons were common? The Shenwang pills, which enhanced innate qualities, would then have the advantage. So, he planned to wait until he entered the dynasty to clarify the situation before making a decision. Besides that, he was not idle. With a thought, he transformed the previously obtained 7th grade Breaking King pills, 7th grade Shenwang pills, and 3 8th grade Guiding King pills into treasures. Congratulations, you have successfully transformed waste into treasure, obtaining an 8th grade Breaking Emperor pill. Congratulations, you have successfully transformed waste into treasure, obtaining an 8th grade Cleansing Marrow Emperor pill. Congratulations, you have successfully transformed waste into treasure, obtaining 3 9th grade Emperor Extreme pills. All 3 types of pills were successfully transformed into treasures. The harvest did not surprise Zhao Xian. Looking at the 5 extra pills in his hand, Zhao Xian smiled and stored them in a jade bottle. What grade is above the 9th grade? Zhao Xian suddenly thought, reaching out to examine an Emperor Extreme pill. Consuming 10 million lower grade spirit stones can elevate its grade to Supreme pill. Consuming 10 million lower grade spirit stones can change it to any item of the same grade. Supreme? Zhao Xian's eyes brightened slightly. Such a grade of pill would surely cause quite a stir even within the dynasty, right? However, he was not in a hurry to elevate it. He had already obtained 3 extremely high-quality pills. He still had 66 transformations left for turning waste into treasure. With a wave of his hand, several items appeared before him. They were the Demon Emperor Core, a token suspected to be from the Emperor Realm's secret domain, a shoulder blade containing unparalleled sword intent from a powerful being of the Emperor Realm, and a half-jade finger ring. These items were all considered mysterious treasures. Their specific usefulness was still unknown. Zhao Xian also did not know their exact grades. I wonder if these items can be fixed after transforming waste into treasure. According to the system's current explanation, fixed treasures from waste to treasure must be items he had seen before. If he had not seen them, the system could not generate them. Let's give it a try. Zhao Xian paused for a moment, then immediately began to transform the Demon Emperor Core into a treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained the unparalleled demon item, Demon King Soul Pill. Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He clicked to open the description. Demon King Soul Pill, a treasure of demons. If consumed by a demon, it can allow for immediate ascension. Even the lowest level demon can reach the king realm. What the hell? Zhao Xian couldn't help but curse. What is this? Demons consume it and reach the king realm? This is just too perverse. He glanced at the options behind it. Consume 10 million low-grade spirit stones to upgrade it to a demon emperor soul pill, which allows immediate ascension to the emperor realm upon consumption. Consume 10 million low-grade spirit stones to change it into any item of the same level. Zhao Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. This thing is just too insane. Damn it. Why is the way for demons to level up so simple and brutal, while humans face all sorts of obstacles? Zhao Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart. This was the first time he had seen a pill that could directly turn an ordinary demon into a demon emperor. This is just too invincible. Creating an emperor-level demon out of thin air. However, he thought carefully. This demon emperor soul pill was upgraded from the demon emperor core through a super transformation. This indicates that refining this thing likely requires at least one demon emperor core. If that's the case, it makes much more sense. Otherwise, creating a demon emperor out of thin air would be too ridiculous. But this thing is of no use to me. I can't just auction this off to demons, can I? Zhao Xian's expression was strange, but he still stored the demon emperor soul pill away. He definitely wouldn't need it now, but perhaps in the future. He then turned his gaze to the shoulder blade containing unparalleled sword intent. He silently chanted to transform waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained burning sky sword intent. Perfect, huh? Zhao Xian's pupils involuntarily constricted. What is this? He directly obtained the sword intent contained within? Ha! Before Zhao Xian could react, the shoulder blade in front of him had already vanished, and an indescribable mysterious sensation erupted in his mind. An unprecedented feeling of comfort filled his entire body. He couldn't help it and took the King Slayer sword from his storage ring. In an instant, he was filled with a sense of sharpness, standing straight as if he were an unparalleled sword. His eyes were fierce, sharp as two blades. Feeling the sensation in his hand, Zhao Xian felt as if he were an unparalleled swordsman at that moment. One person with one sword could cut down all things in the world. The next second, he slowly raised the sword, and a terrifying and scorching aura suddenly erupted from the King Slayer sword. The aura had erupted, almost piercing through the room. Zhao Xian immediately sheathed the sword, retracting the sword intent. Ha! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with shock. Is this the burning sky sword intent? It's terrifying. Just now, holding the King Slayer sword combined with the burning sky sword intent, he felt he could slay King Realm powerhouses even beyond his level. This feeling of unstoppable momentum was simply astonishing. Unparalleled sword intent? So terrifying. Moreover, he had already mastered this burning sky sword intent perfectly right from the start, as if he had crossed the finish line at birth. My combat power has directly increased by several levels. Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was all thanks to Shen Yushan. If he hadn't sent this piece of bone over, Zhao Xian would never have had the chance to obtain such terrifying sword intent. Feeling the abundant power within him, Zhao Xian felt a bit restless. His strength had increased so much, but he had hardly ever fought using his own power. Most of the time, he relied on the Zixiao cave. However, he wasn't in a hurry to use it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the last treasure, that half-piece of jade ring. To be honest, Zhao Xian didn't have high expectations. Although Shen Yushan had said that this item was worn by a powerful figure in the Emperor realm during their lifetime, it probably wasn't worth much. Of course, in Zhao Xian's eyes, there were no useless items. Even if it was worthless, it could still be turned into a treasure. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. With a thought, he transformed waste into treasure. Congratulations on successfully transforming waste into treasure. You have obtained a mysterious jade ring, huh? Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback by the system's prompt. A mysterious jade ring? This was the first time the system had used such an uncertain term to describe an item after so many transformations. He immediately clicked to check it out. Mysterious jade ring, its origins are mysterious, and the power it contains is unfathomable. It may hide certain secrets, but they cannot be uncovered at present. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Mysterious origins, unfathomable power, hidden secrets that cannot be uncovered at present? Goodness! He exclaimed in surprise. He originally thought this jade ring wasn't worth much, and after transforming it, it would probably only become an ordinary treasure. But looking at it now, this item has an extraordinary origin. Even after transforming waste into treasure, its secrets couldn't be probed. It had merely changed from a half-piece of jade ring to a complete jade ring. From the outside, although the jade ring was complete, it still looked somewhat decayed. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian looked at the options below. Consume 10 million low-grade spirit stones to upgrade it to a rusty jade ring. Cannot be changed to any item of the same grade. Zhao Xian's pupils constricted. Even if he upgraded it one level, it would only change from a mysterious jade ring to a rusty jade ring? Moreover, this jade ring couldn't be changed. Hiss! What exactly is the origin of this jade ring? Zhao Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment. For a moment, he couldn't help but take the complete jade ring in his hand to examine it. But no matter how he examined it, from the outside, it just looked like an ordinary jade ring. If he had to say what was extraordinary about it, it was that this jade ring seemed very hard. Even if Zhao Xian used the full force of the burning sky sword intent, he probably wouldn't be able to harm it at all. It was even more exaggerated than the Shujia divine iron he had transformed before. Wait a minute. Zhao Xian's expression became strange. If this mysterious jade ring was already extremely hard, then how did it end up as just half a piece? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but get goosebumps. Without hesitation, he immediately stored the mysterious jade ring in his storage ring. This item must be some extraordinary treasure. It's just that his current experience was still too shallow to recognize it. He didn't even know what the realm after the Supreme was. I need to hurry to the dynasty, but before that, I must first break through to the king realm. Thinking of this, he glanced at the remaining number of transformations left, which was 63 times. So he transformed all the low-grade Shen level techniques and martial arts he had on him into treasures. In total, there were 35 books, all of them turned into low-grade and mid-grade earth level techniques and martial arts. However, the quantity of these treasures was still too scarce. Fortunately, he had already arranged for Elderly to procure treasures. By then, he would prepare the mid-grade earth level treasures needed for the branch. And then, he would be almost ready to leave the dynasty for the Jingyue dynasty. Before that, he should focus on cultivation first. With this in mind, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. South Domain Black Abyss. This place is located to the south of the Jingyue dynasty, in the southwest direction of the Daxia dynasty. Here, there is a bottomless abyss. To the north of the abyss lies a desolate and barren land, and if one travels north for several thousand kilometers, they will approach the border city of the Jingyue dynasty. To the south of the abyss, is shrouded in a thick black mist. Dark, mysterious, eerie. Within the black mist, there seem to be roars of thunder echoing. Why did we fail? Below, a captivating woman is kneeling on the ground. Judging by her appearance and figure, she is none other than the enchanting demoness Yi Yunmei, who escaped from Haiyun City. A voice like thunder roars above her head. Report, my lord, there was an accident. Yi Yunmei does not dare to raise her head and hurriedly speaks. What kind of accident? The voice is still filled with anger, as if it could unleash endless wrath at any moment. Yi Yunmei does not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. A young man in his 20s seems to possess a forbidden technique that restrains us. The demon emperor was killed by him. Upon hearing this, the voice in the black mist pauses for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, a strange voice emerges from the black mist. Who is he? The president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City, Zhao Xian. 3 days later, in Haiyun City, within the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian sits cross-legged, with a rich spiritual energy swirling around him. Amidst the swirling, faint sounds of dragon roars can be heard. The sound is not loud, but it is soul-stirring. Huff! Zhao Xian slowly exhales a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with brilliance. At the same time, a spirit stone in his hand shatters into fragments and dissipates. 9th level of the fragmentation realm. Zhao Xian takes a deep breath, his face showing astonishment. The Holy Dragon bloodline is simply too extraordinary. With the Holy Dragon bloodline and the attached low-grade heavenly stage technique, the Holy Dragon heart technique, using high-grade spirit stones, he directly broke through to the 9th level of the fragmentation realm in just 3 days. This speed of cultivation, even without relying on the cultivation returned from auctions, would probably only take a few days to break through to the king realm. If only I had 2 limit-breaking devices. Zhao Xian sighs in amazement. If he could enhance the Holy Dragon bloodline as well, he would surely soar. Unfortunately, He can only choose one. After the breakthrough, Zhao Xian stretches his muscles a bit. He originally had more than 20 high-grade spirit stones, but now only 10 remain. The consumption rate is still quite astonishing. In the future, I need to acquire more high-grade spirit stones. If I could get some top-grade spirit stones, that would be even better. Zhao Xian thinks for a moment. He then gets up and leaves the room. President, you have emerged from seclusion? Elder Li is waiting at Zhao Xian's door, seemingly having waited for a long time. Speak, what happened? Zhao Xian asks, not surprised. Yes, news has come from the Yan King and the Yuan sect. The auction house matters have been finalized, and it should be completed in another 2 days. Elder Li immediately replies. Hearing this, Zhao Xian shows surprise. It has only been 3 days, and they are almost done? So fast? Where will it be located? Zhao Xian asks again. I heard they are vacating the position of the Tianji Pavilion. Elder Li bows, his mood also shaken. The Tianji Pavilion has a significant reputation in the Dian dynasty, especially for the various auctions it holds. Its reputation and status are definitely not low. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to establish an auction house in the Yan King's capital and Yuan city. However, it still cannot compare to our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian is somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Yan King and Shin Yushan to be so decisive. However, he does not think too much about it. Well, tell them that when the auction house is ready, the treasures will be sent over. Yes, Elder Li immediately bows and leaves. Zhao Xian then calls for Taizhan, handing over the first batch of mid-grade Earth stage treasures to him for distribution later. President, the batch of mid-grade and high-grade treasures you instructed to purchase has been acquired. Taishan handed over a storage ring. Zhao Xian took it and glanced inside. It was filled with mid-grade and high-grade treasures, approximately 50 items in total. Not bad, that's about enough. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction and put away the storage ring. When you handle the auction matters, also help me see if there's an opportunity to acquire some high-grade spirit stones or top-grade spirit stones. If there are, I will definitely secure them. Zhao Xian currently had nearly 300 million low-grade spirit stones, plus 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 high-grade spirit stones, which could be considered quite wealthy, so he naturally needed to spend more. Of course, he couldn't spend recklessly. After all, if he wanted to upgrade or fix treasures, it would easily require tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Yes, Taishan accepted the order and immediately left. Zhao Xian returned to his room. This time, he planned to directly break through to the King realm, the Great Xia dynasty. After 3 days of non-stop travel, Xueren and the others finally returned to the Great Xia dynasty. Xueren was sweating profusely as he led Isha and Dichuan into Xiaowang city. They rushed straight to the main hall. Your Majesty. Upon entering the main hall, Xueren immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Isha and Dichuan quickly followed suit. In the main hall, the king of Xia was dressed in casual attire, engrossed in an ancient book. Upon seeing Xueren and the others enter, he frowned and scrutinized Dichuan. Why did you bring the prisoner here? He closed the book and questioned Xueren. However, Xueren was not in the mood to explain that. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, we must not provoke the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Isha and I went to Haiyun City in the Dian dynasty and gathered information about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian, actually killed a demon emperor and a Peak King realm demon. Xueren's tone was emphatic and powerful. Hearing this, the king of Xia narrowed his eyes. Killed a demon emperor and a Peak King realm demon? Who did you hear this from? The king pressed. From the ordinary people on the street. Xueren replied honestly. Can the words of commoners be taken seriously? Xueren, I thought highly of you, yet you are so naive? The king of Xia scoffed. Xueren was momentarily taken aback. He quickly cupped his hands and said, It's not just that. Before we even entered Haiyun City, we saw numerous flying boats heading into the city, and the owners of these flying boats were all the leaders of the top sects of the Dian dynasty. In fact, even the king of Yan personally visited Haiyun City just to meet with Zhao Xian, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, the king of Xia's expression finally became serious. Oh, even the king of Yan personally went to Haiyun City? However, as he spoke, the king seemed to sense something was off. He furrowed his brow. Wait, you just said that you saw numerous flying boats heading into Haiyun City before you entered? Hearing the king's question, Xueren was momentarily stunned, then slowly nodded. Yes. Did you see these people enter the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to talk to Zhao Xian? The king continued to press, replying to Your Majesty. After seeing so many prominent figures visiting the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, I also changed my strategy and proactively went to visit. After waiting for a moment, I saw those leaders of the top sects come out looking flushed and very happy, as if they had gained something. The king of Yan was the same, and from his interaction with Zhao Xian, it seemed he particularly valued and respected Zhao Xian. So, Your Majesty, we must not fall out with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Xueren finished speaking and knelt on the ground, waiting for the reply from King Xia. After a moment of contemplation, King Xia asked again, have you met Zhao Xian? I have. What is his cultivation level? Probably the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. What did you talk about? Well, basically, Xueren recounted his conversation with Zhao Xian in detail. Upon hearing that Xueren had taken it upon himself to help Zhao Xian contact the important figure at the Xuanji auction branch, King Xia's expression immediately darkened. Nonsense! Who allowed you to agree to someone else's request without permission? Seeing King Xia's furious demeanor, Xueren and the others were instantly dumbfounded, especially Xueren, who had thought that after mentioning the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, King Xia would understand him. Instead, he never expected to provoke King Xia's wrath. Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? Xueren quickly lowered his head to ask, what did you do wrong? Everything is wrong. King Xia's expression was stern. First of all, you said that Zhao Xian's cultivation level is only the 7th level of the fragmented void realm. Just based on that, he cannot possibly slay a Peak King realm demon, let alone a demon emperor. You believed such an absurd thing so easily? Xueren was also stunned. He had thought about this too, but after seeing the appearance of King Yan and other prominent figures, his doubts were completely dispelled. After all, people of King Yan's caliber personally visiting made the rumors seem evidently true. For this reason, Xueren explained it again with cupped hands. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, King Xia revealed a cold smile. Ridiculous. Let me ask you, what does the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce do? They trade goods and auction treasures. Xueren answered truthfully. Then why do you think those prominent figures, including King Yin, went to Haiyun City? King Xia asked again. Xueren was momentarily taken aback. Could it be for treasures? King Xia shot him a glance. Don't you already know? Since they went for treasures, what does that have to do with this so-called slaying of the demon emperor? This time, Xueren fell silent. After King Xia's words, it indeed seemed to make some sense. Moreover, King Yan and the others going to Haiyun City might have been orchestrated by Zhao Xian himself. King Xia's hands were clasped behind his back, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, wearing an expression as if he had seen through everything. He knows I have ordered people to seek him out for an inquiry, and realizing he has no solid ground to stand on, he uses the treasures from the Chamber of Commerce to attract strong figures like King Yan, helping him maintain appearances, so he can pull the tiger's skin to wave the flag and deceive the envoys coming to seek justice. As he spoke, King Xia glanced at Xueren with indifference. Xueren immediately lowered his head, falling silent. Otherwise, why would it be so coincidental? So coincidentally, those people's flying boats started appearing one by one before you arrived, as if they were deliberately showing up in front of you. As King Xia's words fell, Isha's face was filled with realization. So that's how it is. Brother Shui, we were deceived by Zhao Xian. He looked regretful. He had thought, what kind of corner could Haiyun City be, that such a figure capable of slaying a demon emperor could appear? Wasn't that just boasting? Xueren also wore a conflicted expression. From King Xia's analysis, it indeed seemed that the situation was as King Xia said, merely a play Zhao Xian was performing in front of them. But, when he had communicated with Zhao Xian, he could clearly sense the other's calm demeanor. That kind of emotion could not be faked. What if Zhao Xian was indeed a terrifying existence capable of slaying a demon emperor? Your Majesty, I think we should still be cautious, there are always uncertainties. Xueren began to speak again to persuade. However, this unexpectedly provoked King Xia's displeasure. He waved his sleeve and interrupted Xueren angrily. Enough. This time, you have made me very dissatisfied. Guards, take them all to the prison. Lock them up for a month to let them cool off. Whoosh! Immediately, several black-armored warriors appeared and took the three away. Xueren wanted to say something, but was silenced by the black-armored warriors. unable to utter a word. It's over. This was Shui Ren's first thought after being thrown into the prison. Sigh. Brother Shui, we should have just come back directly. There was no need to make any deals with that Zhao Xian, Isha said, somewhat regretfully. Shui Ren said nothing, silently contemplating a countermeasure. Brother Shui, don't think about it. That Zhao Xian is just deceiving us. What, slaying the demon emperor? It sounds like a lie. Did you really believe it? I think it's just as the king said, that Zhao Xian is just putting on a show. Shui Ren ignored Isha. He didn't feel that Zhao Xian had deceived him. He only felt that the Summer King was already gravely ill. For so many years, the Summer King had remained as arrogant as ever, looking down on everything, as if he could grasp everything in his hands, completely under his control. In reality, the queen is just like this. Shui Ren sighed softly. If I can't persuade the Summer King, then in 7 days. Thinking of what might happen in the future, Shui Ren suddenly felt a bit dejected. Meanwhile, Di Chuan beside him already looked ashen. If Zhao Xian truly had the ability to slay the demon emperor, then he might still have a glimmer of hope. But now, he was afraid he could only wait for death. The three in the prison, however, had completely different moods. Time passed quickly. 3 more days went by. On this day, a piece of news reached the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City from the Great Xia Dynasty. President, bad news. Elderly hurriedly ran to Zhao Xian's room, shouting anxiously. What happened? Zhao Xian did not come out, only inquiring from within the room. Elder He-Wan has been captured. Elderly shouted quickly. Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence in the room. I see. As soon as the words fell, a handsome figure walked out of the room. His expression was dark, and a strong killing intent surged in his eyes, giving face but not taking it. His voice was cold, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the sky. Elderly also snapped out of his panic, his face filled with shock. Just now, the president's aura. If I'm not mistaken, the president has broken through to the king realm. Elderly took a deep breath. How long has it been? How did the president break through to the king realm? If breaking through to the fragmented void realm was that easy? He opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't say a word. He had already witnessed the president's terrifying abilities. With the president's talent, it seemed quite normal, as expected of the president. He sighed inwardly and immediately went to handle his own matters. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Dynasty, although imprisoned, Shui Ren's status was still relatively noble. Therefore, it was not difficult to learn about the outside situation through some informants. Soon, Shui Ren also learned about He Wen's capture. His expression suddenly changed drastically. This is bad. Isha, seeing the change in Shui Ren's expression, nonchalantly said, Brother Shui, don't worry. That Zhao Xian wouldn't dare come to the Great Xia. He's just talking big. Shui Ren ignored him. Di Chuan, upon hearing that his good brother He Wen had been captured, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was as if he had found a scapegoat before dying, and his mood improved a bit. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are worried. In the main hall of the Summer King, He Wen was being held by a group of black-armored warriors. Your Majesty, the criminal has been brought in. The Summer King slowly rose, casting a glance at He Wen. You are He Wen? That's right. He Wen nodded with a smile, neither servile nor arrogant. The Summer King squinted his eyes. I heard you are working for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? But to bring your business to my Great Xia, you really have some nerve. Upon hearing the Summer King's words, He Wen laughed nonchalantly. Just dealing in some defective goods. Is the Summer King really in such a hurry? Defective goods? The Summer King let out a cold laugh. He then raised his hand, revealing a Summer Clan dragon-slaying spear firmly grasped in his grip. A top-grade spiritual weapon. And you call it defective? Seeing the dragon-slaying spear in the Summer King's hand, He Wen was momentarily taken aback. He wasn't foolish. After a moment of thought, he quickly pieced together the situation. He remembered that the president had auctioned off 3 dragon-slaying spears, all top-grade spiritual weapons. This meant, someone must have auctioned it and then gifted it to the Summer King, who then thought this top-grade spiritual weapon was crafted by Great Xia, only to find it smuggled to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? He Wen fell silent. He truly hadn't expected such a situation. Now do you understand? Speak, how did you get this thing? The Summer King's gaze was cold as he looked at He Wen. He Wen remained even more silent. Where did it come from? How would he know? This thing was obtained by the president. He hadn't inquired about it. Could it be that the president dug up someone's ancestral grave? Heewon boldly speculated, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, then the Summer King couldn't be blamed. Seeing that Heewon was slow to respond, the Summer King narrowed his eyes. The king is asking you a question. A black-armored warrior beside Heewon suddenly shouted sternly. Heewon showed a helpless expression. Sorry, I really don't know. But Heewon's answer clearly wouldn't satisfy the Summer King. Don't know? I see you don't want to say. You are quite loyal. The Summer King sneered. It's a pity your master isn't worth such loyalty. You must have already sent word back to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, right? Tell me, does your president Zhao Xian dare to come to Great Xia? Upon hearing the Summer King's words, Heewon's brows furrowed tightly. You did this on purpose? The Summer King had never intended to learn about the dragon-slaying spear from him. Instead, he planned to directly lure Zhao Xian over. One day, the Summer King did not answer directly but raised a finger. He then spoke to a black-armored warrior beside him. Proclaim throughout the city that the smuggler of national treasures has been captured and will be publicly executed tomorrow at noon to serve as a warning. The Summer King's voice was clear and resolute, and his gaze towards Heewon carried a faint cold smile. Heewon's pupils constricted. If Zhao Xian can't make it, then it can only be said that you indeed chose the wrong person. The Summer King chuckled lightly and waved his hand, signaling for Heewon to be taken to the prison. After Heewon was led away, an old man emerged from the back of the hall. Your Majesty, do you really want to go to war with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? The old man frowned slightly, seemingly worried. Old you, what are you afraid of? The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is just a small merchant group in the Great Yen. Could it be that my Great Xia is afraid of such a small chamber? The Summer King laughed heartily, patting the old man's shoulder, completely disregarding the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, the old man merely shook his head. I just find it a bit strange. The person who gave us the dragon-slaying spear said that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can only act with impunity in the northern province and can't even step outside of it. But previously, Xueren and the others said that the Yen King personally went to Haiyun City to visit Zhao Xian. This is indeed a bit strange. Although the relationship between the old man and the Summer King was that of ruler and subject, they were also like brothers. The two had grown up together, one becoming the current emperor and the other the current chancellor. Therefore, the Summer King's attitude towards the old man was not the same as that towards Xueren. Old you, I should have mentioned this before. The matter with Xueren is just a play put on by Zhao Xian, the Summer King explained. Yu Qilang paused for a moment. But if it's just a play, how could Zhao Xian attract the Yen King to come in person? The Summer King immediately replied. Naturally, it's because of some treasure. If it's because of a treasure, given the status of the Yen King and the others, why would they need to come in person? They could just send someone to buy it, right? Yu Qilang quickly asked. The Summer King suddenly stiffened. Perhaps Zhao Xian is holding the treasure and using it to coerce the Yen King and others to come in person, otherwise, he won't sell. That's not impossible, my brother has that kind of character, as you know. However, Yu Qilang shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. But the Summer King was becoming somewhat impatient. Alright, old you, the previous matters were just for you to keep an eye on. I do feel at ease with you in control, but this matter really doesn't need to be blown out of proportion. It's just a small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Summer King waved his hand, not wanting to discuss this topic further. Hearing this, Yu Qilang let out a heavy sigh. Your Majesty, please think it over. He could only clasp his hands and say, I know. You should go handle the issues of war first. You don't need to worry about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Summer King waved his hand. Seeing this, Yu Qilang could only helplessly take his leave. After Yu Qilang left, the Summer King also furrowed his brows slightly. According to old Yu, it is indeed a bit strange. He wasn't foolish, he hadn't considered this aspect before, but now that he thought about it carefully, it really didn't seem right. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce indeed had a bit of power. There must be some reason behind this. With this thought, he immediately snapped his fingers. Instantly, a pitch-black figure emerged from the darkness, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, bring the person we traded with before, I have questions to ask. Yes. Whoosh, the dark figure disappeared again. About half an hour later, the shadow had returned to the Summer King's side. Your Majesty, the person has been brought and is waiting in front of the main hall. Let him in, the Summer King said loudly. Immediately, a figure hurriedly jogged into the hall. Then he quickly knelt on the ground. Commoner, pays respects to your Majesty. Previously, you told me that the dragon-slaying spear was auctioned by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce only has a foothold in the North State Province, and outside of the North State Province, it wouldn't stir up much trouble. But I just heard that not long ago, even the Yin King personally visited Zhao Xian of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City. How do you explain this? The Summer King looked at the person below with confusion. Hearing the Summer King's words, the person pondered for a moment before clasping his hands and smiling. So it turns out Your Majesty is concerned about this matter. I wonder if Your Majesty knows about the news of the secret realm. Secret realm? The Summer King showed a puzzled expression. Is this matter related to the secret realm? Of course. The person nodded carefully and said, most of the items auctioned in the auction house are quite normal, but sometimes they also auction some strange things. For example, formation diagrams or fairy handkerchiefs. There are also some items that are not convenient to display publicly for auction. Therefore, the auction organizers will invite those who have a need for treasures to hold a low-key internal auction that is not open to the public. I also know a little about the Yen King's visit to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City. And I know that it wasn't just the Yen King, most of the top sect leaders of the entire Dian dynasty went together. This indicates that the treasures prepared by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce are definitely not simple. And to attract so many forces to come, in my opinion, it's highly likely to be news of a secret realm. Moreover, it's very likely to be an imperial-level secret realm. Listening to this person speak eloquently, the king of Xia couldn't help but narrow his eyes. News of a royal-level secret realm? This small Qingyun Chamber of Commerce could obtain such a treasure? Does Zhao Xian have this ability? The king of Xia did not believe it immediately. The man was not surprised, instead smiling as he said, if it were someone else, I would think they wouldn't have this ability. Even if they really got news of the secret realm, it would be impossible to tell others. The king of Xia nodded, he thought the same. But Zhao Xian is not an ordinary person. In a previous auction, he brought out a map that recorded a spirit stone vein, and later, after verification by the auctioneer, it turned out that the map indeed recorded a spirit stone vein. That's why I suspect that Zhao Xian might have obtained news of a secret realm, attracting the top forces of the Dian dynasty to seek benefits from it. Otherwise, it really doesn't explain the reason behind it. The man continued, speaking with great seriousness, and his logic seemed sound. The king of Xia began to believe him. He even became interested in the news of the secret realm in Zhao Xian's hands. If it was indeed news of a royal-level secret realm, it was very likely to contain treasures for breaking through to the royal realm. For the great Xia, this was undeniably important. I see. You seem to know quite a bit. The king of Xia gave the man a focused look. The man smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty is joking. I just happen to have partners in Haiyun City, and I learned this news from them. He has lived in Haiyun City for decades and knows all the news around. The king of Xia nodded, his doubts dissipating significantly. Alright, that's enough. You can leave now. The king of Xia waved his hand. The man immediately cupped his hands and said, Yes, I take my leave. He then left without looking back. After leaving the main hall, the man wandered casually on the street for a moment, as if testing something. After finding nothing unusual, he walked into a small alley within the royal capital. How's the situation handled? In the dark environment, a figure seemed to be standing, but the light was too dim to see more than a silhouette. From that old thief's expression, it should be fine. What about Yu Qi Lang? From the inquiries in the court, he has already been sent by that old thief to manage the war. Good. The figure in the darkness suddenly became a bit excited. Very good. In this way, all obstacles are cleared. Everything is ready. We just need that favorable wind. About 100 miles outside the capital of the king of Xia, a flying boat was moving quickly. Its destination clearly the capital. Zhao Xian sat on the flying boat, his gaze cold. Originally, he was reluctant to get involved with the great Xia, as the three-way standoff made entanglements quite troublesome. He didn't want to intervene, but the other party had overstepped, capturing he when after conditions had been agreed upon. As the saying goes, how much can a gentleman endure? Moreover, with Zhao Xian's current strength, there was no need to endure. Zhao Xian was not fond of conflict, but now others were practically riding on his head, and remaining indifferent would truly make him a fool. As he was nearing the capital of the king of Xia, Zhao Xian put away the flying boat and walked. Passing through a small town, he learned that He-Wen would be publicly executed the next day. Zhao Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. Thus, He no longer lingered and transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight to the capital. Just as he arrived at the capital, an old man in purple appeared before him. Upon seeing Zhao Xian, the old man's expression changed immediately, and he whispered in Zhao Xian's ear, "President Zhao, the capital is very dangerous, do not rashly step in." Zhao Xian frowned. "Who are you?" The old man in purple did not answer but looked around. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he said, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that President Zhao, the king of Xia, is currently thinking of capturing you alive to extract the origins of the dragon-slaying spear from you. If you are caught, you will surely suffer the torment of punishment." Hearing this, Zhao Xian was slightly taken aback. The origins of the dragon-slaying spear? So this was the reason the king of Xia suddenly began investigating the smuggling of national treasures? Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes and looked again at the old man in purple. "Who told you to tell me this?" The old man in purple was momentarily stunned and then awkwardly chuckled. "I just said it casually." After saying this, the old man hurriedly fled. Seeing this, Zhao Xian understood immediately. Is this a strategy to drive the wolf away and swallow the tiger? In fact, he had felt something was off from the very beginning. His reputation resonated throughout the entire Great Yan. Even if the Great Xia couldn't know immediately, after such a long time, they should have some understanding. Under normal circumstances, Great Xia would avoid him at all costs. Now, not only did they not avoid him, but they also captured He Wan to force him to act. This was inherently abnormal. As long as the king of Xia had a bit of sense, he wouldn't act this way. Clearly, there were forces secretly stirring the pot, leading to a distorted perception of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. And those who would do this in Great Xia were evidently only the other two factions. One was the king of Xia's first wife, and the other was a prince from the previous dynasty. But no matter who it was, since they dared to use him to strike at their opponent, they should be prepared for backlash. A fierce look appeared in Zhao Xian's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped into the capital of the king of Xia. Moreover, he did so without any concealment. As a result, as soon as Zhao Xian entered the capital of the king of Xia in the palace had already received the news. What? Zhao Xian has already arrived? The king of Xia immediately put down the book in his hand, his eyes revealing excitement and agitation. "Quickly send someone to capture him and bring him to me." He immediately issued the order. "I didn't expect Zhao Xian to actually dare to come. I underestimated him. But this is a good thing. In this way, whether it's the forger of the dragon-slaying spear or the information about the secret realm, we can obtain it." Thinking of this, the excitement in the king of Xia's eyes intensified. However, he had barely enjoyed his happiness when a black-armored warrior suddenly approached with a changed expression. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the 3 peak experts sent have all died." What? The king of Xia's pupils constricted. How long had it been? 3 peak experts had died. Wasn't Zhao Xian only at the 7th level of the void-shattering realm? How could he possibly be a match for peak experts? He clenched his fists, a strong killing intent surging in his eyes. Let the Elder Council take action. Use all their strength, just leave him with a breath. Yes, the black-armored warrior immediately went to notify them. Boom! Following that, the entire capital of the king of Xia trembled. It seemed that an extremely terrifying battle was erupting above the capital. The king of Xia had no intention of waiting in the main hall, so he changed into close-fitting clothes and walked out of the palace. However, just as he stepped outside, a shadow suddenly smashed towards him fiercely. "Your Majesty, be careful!" The king of Xia's personal guard immediately acted, blocking in front of the king and intercepting the shadow. But after the interception, both the king of Xia and his personal guard widened their eyes in shock, because the shadow was none other than the second elder of their Great Xia Elder Council. At this moment, the second elder was covered in sword wounds, with the wounds radiating sharp sword intent. Unable to heal, he was already in a life-threatening situation. But the second elder was the second strongest in the Elder Council. He was at the 8th level of the King Realm, a powerful figure at the 6th level of the King Realm. How could he be so severely injured? The two were horrified and quickly administered healing pills to the second elder. Only then did they look up at the sky. There were 5 figures in the sky. Among them, the 4 figures were very familiar to the Summer King. They were indeed the elders of the Elder Council. At this moment, the 4 elders were besieging a young man. That person must be Zhao Xian from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Summer King's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixating on the sword in Zhao Xian's hand. This sword. His pupils constricted. Zhao Xian actually wielded a royal weapon. Moreover, how is he at the royal realm? At this moment, the fluctuations emanating from Zhao Xian were very clear. He was not at the 7th level of the fragmented void realm, but genuinely at the royal realm. Damn it! They actually gave me false information. The Summer King was instantly furious, feeling that it was Shui Ren and the others who had misled him, causing him to lose 3 peak fragmented void realm experts for nothing. Once this was over, he would definitely execute these 3 publicly to vent his anger. However, he looked up at the 5 figures fighting in mid-air, his expression slightly grave, because even in a situation of having the advantage in numbers, the 4 elders seem to be in a rather unfavorable position. Are the elders of the Great Xia this incompetent? With so many realms above me, why do they all act like a bunch of women? Haven't they eaten? In mid-air, Zhao Xian casually swung his sword, effortlessly dismantling the full force attacks of the 4 elders, and spoke with a cold smile. The faces of the 4 elders were all extremely grim, looking at Zhao Xian as if he were a monster. Damn! What the hell is this guy's situation? Clearly just at the 1st level of the royal realm. Why is the power of his sword almost comparable to that of the 9th level of the royal realm? A royal weapon shouldn't allow him to leap so many levels, right? Be careful. Let's try to hold on until the Grand Elder arrives. The several elders discussed their strategies with serious expressions. Zhao Xian, however, was not in a hurry. He thoroughly enjoyed the battle with these 4 elders. The strength of these 4 elders was not bad. The weakest among them was at the 6th level of the royal realm. The other 3 elders were at the 7th and 8th levels of the royal realm. This allowed Zhao Xian, who had hardly fought personally, to fight with great exhilaration. If he were to strike down with one sword, these 4 would just lie on the ground, which would be too boring. He even regretted that he had been a bit too forceful at the start, accidentally injuring one of the 8th level royal elders. Otherwise, the improvement from this fight would have been even greater for him. Yes. The reason Zhao Xian was not in a hurry to deal with these 4 elders was entirely to hone his own combat experience. Although his strength was formidable now, he had hardly experienced any real battles. If he didn't train a bit more, he would likely fall behind when encountering true powerhouses in the future. Now that he had so many Royal Realm sparring partners, it saved him a lot of trouble. Gradually, the 4 elders also realized Zhao Xian's intentions. Damn, this kid actually sees us as sparring partners. I noticed too, he's doing this on purpose. This kind of humiliation, I will make him pay back 100-fold. The 4 elders were gritting their teeth in anger, but they were helpless against Zhao Xian. Fortunately, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from deep within the palace not far away. It was the aura of a peak royal realm expert. Moreover, it was not just one. Upon sensing this, the eyes of the 4 elders immediately lit up with excitement. The Grand Elder is here. Arrogant fool, daring to invade our great Xia? Seeking death. A furious shout echoed like thunder across the sky. Following that, an elderly figure in a golden robe suddenly tore through the sky, standing in the void. The old man wore a golden crown, although his appearance was quite aged. The imposing aura emanating from his brows indicated his extraordinary identity. Behind the old man, there followed a man dressed in a simple long robe, Elder Taishan. Upon seeing the old man, the 4 elders immediately showed expressions of surprise. They had thought it was just the Grand Elder who had come out, but they never expected that even the long-secluded Elder Taishan had made an appearance. Could it be that Elder Taishan has broken through to the Emperor realm? They thought excitedly. However, they noticed that the aura emanating from Elder Taishan still seemed to be at the peak of the King realm, but the fluctuations of spiritual energy appeared to far exceed that of the King realm. The Grand Elder stood beside Elder Taishan, his eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at Zhao Xian. You must be Zhao Xian, right? You tempted our Great Xia's blacksmiths, smuggled our Great Xia's national treasures, and instead of coming to apologize, you dared to strike against us. Your actions will surely not be tolerated by the heavens. Today, you shall remain here forever. The Grand Elder shouted sternly, raising his hand to reveal a blue long spear. He grasped the spear, lifted it high, and then the spiritual energy within him surged and gathered in his arm, hurling it fiercely towards Zhao Xian. Whoosh! The blue spear seemed to pierce through the air, emitting an extremely sharp explosive sound. It then shot towards Zhao Xian like a streak of light. Seeing this, Zhao Xian slightly squinted his eyes. The peak of the King realm. Ha! He was unsure of his own strength, but at least he had found it easy to deal with the 8th level of the King Realm. Now, 2 Peak King Realm experts had arrived, and the one wearing a golden crown seemed even stronger than an ordinary Peak King Realm. It was just the right opportunity to test his limits. As he watched the blue spear almost instantaneously slicing through space towards him, Zhao Xian did not activate the Holy Dragon domain, nor did he unfold the Purple Sky Caves domain. Instead, he raised his hand to grip the Kingslayer sword, intending to take it head-on. Ha! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and an incredibly sharp aura surged in his gaze. Burning heaven! A low roar seemed to emanate from his throat. Immediately, the sword intent, accompanied by a rich holy dragon aura, surged up, tightly enveloping his right hand that held the Kingslayer sword. An extremely terrifying aura began to gather within. As the blue spear was now just inches away, Zhao Xian no longer hesitated and swung his sword. Whoosh! At the moment of the swing, even the space seemed to tremble and wail. This commotion caused the expressions of the 4 elders below to change drastically. They were all in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the next second, the Kingslayer sword slashed out, and the sword energy erupted violently, colliding with the blue spear. Boom! An extremely terrifying tremor resonated in mid-air. Following that, a wave of terrifying madness, almost capable of sweeping everything away, spread outwards from Zhao Xian. The fierce wind howled, and debris flew everywhere. If it weren't for Elder Taishang intervening to protect them, the entire Xia kingdom would have likely been easily flattened. Dust and fragments soared into the air, nearly blocking out the sun. No one could see what was happening inside. Is that kid still alive? The sword he just unleashed was quite terrifying. That spear is the Grand Elder's signature skill. Sky Shatter. This is a top-tier Earth-grade martial art. Zhao Xian cannot withstand it. The elders looked at the smoke-covered area, discussing among themselves. This terrifying commotion naturally shook the entire city. All the commoners and cultivators looked up, shocked at the spectacle in the sky. What is happening? Such a huge commotion? Look, isn't that the Grand Elder? Even the Grand Elder has come out. Could it be that the queen or remnants of the previous dynasty have attacked? They marveled and speculated. But not long after, as the dust settled, Zhao Xian appeared before everyone, completely unscathed, causing the 4 elders to be dumbfounded. How is this possible? This kid actually took it on. This shot, even a Peak King Realm expert cannot take it without a scratch. What on earth is going on with Zhao Xian? The elders were astonished. It wasn't just them, even the Grand Elder couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could this be? He was well aware of the terrifying power of that shot, let alone a mere first-level King Realm. Even a Peak King Realm expert would have to be extremely cautious to avoid it, daring not to take it head-on. If one were to take it head-on, it would be absolutely impossible to remain unscathed. Beside him, the Supreme Elder's expression also changed slightly. Clearly, this strange scene made him feel something was off. This was definitely not something a first-level King Realm cultivator could achieve. On the other hand, Zhao Xian casually waved his sleeve, dispersing the dust in front of him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The peak of the King Realm is nothing much. After that move, Zhao Xian had a rough understanding of the strength of Peak King Realm experts. With his current strength, facing a Peak King Realm was more than enough. After all, he had not even used the full power of the Burning Sky Sword intent in that last move. Only about 50%. 50% was enough to deal with the offensive of a Peak King Realm expert. If he were to use his full strength, a Peak King Realm could also be slain under his hand. The Holy Dragon bloodline is truly monstrous. To be able to leap levels like this was not solely due to the Burning Sky Sword intent. More importantly, it was because of the vigorous and heavy Holy Dragon aura within him. This thing was far more pure and abnormal than ordinary spiritual energy. This was what allowed him to leap levels as easily as drinking water. You arrogant brat! Hearing Zhao Xian's mockery, the Grand Elder's face instantly turned ashen. He reached out, and the green long spear that had been knocked away returned to his hand. Clearly, this green long spear was also a royal weapon. Otherwise, after colliding with Zhao Xian's sword, even a top-grade spiritual weapon would have shattered into pieces. Only a royal weapon could withstand it. The Grand Elder said nothing, raising the long spear and charging directly at Zhao Xian. The aura within him erupted violently. An invisible domain instantly spread out, enveloping Zhao Xian within it. Let's see how long you can keep your bravado. With the domain opened, the Grand Elder's face was filled with killing intent. The difference between a Peak King Realm expert who mastered a domain and one who did not was like heaven and earth. Although Zhao Xian's methods were indeed remarkably strong, as long as the Grand Elder's domain was activated, Zhao Xian would have no power to retaliate. Of course, he thought it was quite beautiful. Seeing the Grand Elder's domain unfold, Zhao Xian smiled slightly and casually opened his Holy Dragon domain. Buzz! The two domains collided instantly, but in the next second, it seemed as if Zhao Xian's domain directly merged into the Grand Elder's domain. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder and even the Supreme Elder not far behind couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhao Xian actually mastered a domain? How could this be possible? Domains could only be mastered by Peak King Realm or even Emperor Realm experts. Zhao Xian had just stepped into the King Realm. Only at the first level, how could he possibly master a domain? This scene, which almost defied logic, filled their eyes with disbelief. But no matter what, the Grand Elder's eyes were still filled with confidence and sharpness. Although he didn't know how Zhao Xian had mastered the domain he controlled must be stronger than Zhao Xian's. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, and halfway through, he tightened his grip on the green long spear, the spiritual energy within him erupting violently, an indescribably terrifying aura instantly spreading throughout the area, enveloping both of them. A sharp killing intent instantly locked onto Zhao Xian. "Come and take your life," the Grand Elder shouted lowly, his figure already appearing in front of Zhao Xian, the green long spear thrusting fiercely towards Zhao Xian. With this thrust, the wind and clouds changed color. It was as if the momentum of heaven and earth had been stirred, and the sky darkened in response. Burial of heaven. Hiss! A wave of destruction surged from the tip of the spear. This shot was even more terrifying than the previous move. The sky shatter. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's brows lifted slightly in satisfaction. The four elders looked at the Grand Elder with faces full of admiration. This move was the Grand Elder's trump card. Once, when the Grand Elder was only at the 4th level of the King Realm, he had used this move to defeat a powerful opponent at the 7th level. The power of this Burial of Heaven shot was absolutely enough to slay that little Zhao Xian, they thought, excitement showing on their faces. Below, King Xiao was also watching the battle in mid-air, and upon seeing the Grand Elder unleash his ultimate move, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, to force the Grand Elder to use his ultimate move. What on earth is going on with this Zhao Xian? Suddenly, a sense of unease surged in his heart. It must just be an illusion. This shot from the Grand Elder is enough to take Zhao Xian's life. Just as he was thinking this, Zhao Xian's expression also became serious. This shot was indeed impressive. The level of this spear technique was definitely not low. It was probably a top-tier earth-level martial art. However, that was all there was to it. Zhao Xian slowly raised the King Slayer sword in his hand, and a sharp, extreme aura surged in his eyes. Heavenly Flame Sword Intent. 70%. He silently murmured in his heart. A terrifying and scorching aura erupted from the King Slayer sword in his hand. This time, everyone clearly saw the horrifying fluctuations on the King Slayer sword in Zhao Xian's hand. The four elders almost simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. This is Sword Intent. No wonder Zhao Xian could block the Grand Elder's Sky Shatter. He actually mastered Sword Intent. To master Sword Intent at such a young age. What an extraordinary genius. At this point, the four of them felt a twinge of regret. Such an extraordinary genius, if they could recruit him, would be a tremendous asset to their great Xia. Unfortunately, upon realizing Zhao Xian's extraordinary talent, both the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder, as well as King Xia below, almost simultaneously erupted with overwhelming killing intent. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, if Zhao Xian grew stronger, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for their great Xia. Just as everyone was pondering, Zhao Xian had already swung his sword. The speed was not fast, even giving the impression of being weak. But when the sword tip was aimed at the approaching Grand Elder, the Grand Elder's pupils constricted, inexplicably sensing a crisis shooting up from his feet to the top of his head. Buzz! A terrifying sword aura, a full 100 meters wide, sliced through the sky, directly targeting the Grand Elder. Upon sensing the terrifying aura within the sword energy, the Grand Elder's complexion suddenly changed. This power. No! I can't block it. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, instantly realizing something was wrong. But in this situation, he had no way to evade. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, left with no choice but to face it head-on. Almost in an instant, The terrifying sword energy collided with the green spear in the Grand Elder's hand. An astonishing sound of collision erupted. The Grand Elder's expression turned ashen in an instant. His right hand, which held the spear, began to tremble uncontrollably. But, the next second, the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of thick blood, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Grand Elder! Seeing the Grand Elder being blasted away without even lasting a breath, the four elders widened their eyes in worry and shouted. Fortunately, at that moment, the Supreme Elder intervened, catching the Grand Elder in mid-air and promptly feeding him a top-tier healing pill. Only then did the Grand Elder avoid any serious issues, but the Grand Elder glanced at the terrifying sword wound on the arm of the Great Elder. Seeing the intense and horrifying sword intent left within that wound, even the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a chill at his feet. This kind of sword intent is truly terrifying. Even he had never seen such a horrifying sword intent. How could a cultivator at the first level of the King Realm possibly master such a terrifying sword intent? This level of sword intent is likely something only a powerful Emperor Realm expert could grasp. Who exactly is this Zhao Xian? The Grand Elder no longer felt as confident as before, because this kid named Zhao Xian had a trump card that was simply too terrifying. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could withstand that sword strike 100%. It seems that you won't be able to take my life. What a pity. Zhao Xian didn't rush to finish him off but spoke calmly. These few words made the Great Elder so furious he almost spat blood. But, what filled his eyes more was fear. Where on earth did this freak come from? Wasn't he from the Northern State Province? He remembered that the Northern State Province was the most backward area of Dian. How could such a monster emerge from there? Gulp. He swallowed hard. His gaze involuntarily turned to the Summer King below. At this moment, he was even more puzzled. Why had the Summer King suddenly provoked such a character? The Summer King's expression was also far from calm. His chest rose and fell rapidly. I was deceived. Schwerenhut and Qi Lang's thoughts were correct. His body trembled slightly. At this moment, even he should have realized. He had fallen into a trap. The strength Zhao Xian displayed was clearly far beyond the rumors. And the merchant who had traded him the dragon-pursuing spear had clearly said that the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was nothing special. He had been deceived. The Summer King clenched his fists but quickly relaxed them. Now was not the time to consider that issue. Being deceived had become a foregone conclusion. What he needed to think about now was how to deal with this big trouble named Zhao Xian. Originally, according to his thoughts, if Zhao Xian was only at the 7th level of the fragmented Void Realm, he could have obtained any secrets behind the dragon-pursuing spear or information related to the secret realm. But now, it was uncertain whether they, the Great Xia, were even Zhao Xian's match. No, there's no need to be so anxious. He's just at the 1st level of the King Realm. As long as the Grand Elder doesn't confront him head-on and engages Zhao Xian in a war of attrition, Zhao Xian definitely can't sustain it. Thinking of this, the Summer King's eyes lit up. He was about to remind them. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Elder had already realized this, so he didn't rush to act but calmly looked at Zhao Xian and slowly spoke. I must say, Zhao Xian, your strength has earned my respect, but if it comes to a life and death struggle, you are still not my opponent. The enmity between you and our Great Xia is not deep, but today you have killed 3 of our Great Xia's peak fragmented Void Realm experts. This matter, you must take responsibility for. If you kneel and apologize, and compensate our Great Xia with 300 million low-grade spirit stones, our Great Xia can let the matter go and even befriend you. Zhao Xian, this is an opportunity. Zhao Xian, I advise you to think it over carefully and not to ruin your future. The Grand Elder stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhao Xian. He had a surefire way to defeat Zhao Xian, so he naturally couldn't lower his stance. Zhao Xian was indeed a genius, but now, they were enemies. If he took a step back, it would be a bottomless abyss, so he couldn't afford to retreat even a single step. However, when these words fell into Zhao Xian's ears, he laughed. He laughed out of anger. You old man really dare to say that? Not only do you want me to kneel and apologize to your Great Xia, but you also want me to compensate you with 300 million low-grade spirit stones? I want to ask, with your Great Xia's few crooked melons and cracked dates, are you worthy? Zhao Xian coldly sneered, raising the King of Slaughter sword in his hand, pointing directly at the Grand Elder. Scoundrel! The Grand Elder's eyes widened in fury. After years of living in luxury, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that, let alone call him an old fool. This infuriated him to no end. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, you don't cherish the opportunity given to you. Then die. In his rage, countless golden spiritual energies surged within him, instantly enveloping his entire body, forming scales that resembled dragon scales. Behind him, a phantom of a Xinglong slowly emerged. Xinglong appears, he shouted, and the phantom behind him roared towards Zhao Xian. Xinglong? More like a green worm. Zhao Xian scoffed at the sight. You! The continuous mockery had pushed the Grand Elder's anger to its peak. He could no longer care about his demeanor. Raising his hand, the phantom coiled up, preparing to attack. As he brought his hand down, the phantom charged towards Zhao Xian with a fierce roar. The wrath stirred the winds, and a violent gale swept across the heavens. The wind was like a blade, stinging the faces of several elders. Zhao Xian, seeing the charging phantom, showed no hesitation and summoned all the holy dragon energy within him. Buzz! Behind him, a phantom also emerged. This phantom was, astonishingly, a dragon. However, compared to the phantom released by the Grand Elder, the dragon behind Zhao Xian was clearly of a higher grade. This was the Holy Dragon Phantom. It was a power that Zhao Xian awakened after breaking through to the King Realm and advancing his Holy Dragon bloodline mastery to 20%. As the Holy Dragon Phantom appeared, the phantom seemed to encounter an extremely terrifying presence, its face displaying an expression of shock and submission. The rushing figure instantly stiffened and crawled towards Zhao Xian. Witnessing this bizarre scene, all the elders couldn't help but widen their eyes. What was happening? Why was the Grand Elder's technique suddenly showing signs of submission? This was not just them. Even the Grand Elder himself was left dumbfounded. He was horrified, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the Holy Dragon Phantom behind Zhao Xian. What on earth is this? He had mastered the heart technique to perfection, allowing him to condense this phantom. With this move, he had been nearly invincible among those of the same realm. Even against Imperial Realm experts, he could hold his own for a few moves, but he never expected that this seemingly invincible move would lead to such a bizarre scene. The submitted. This could only mean that the true dragon phantom behind Zhao Xian was of a higher and more noble grade than so much so that the phantom dared not face it. Who is this guy? What kind of person is he? The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. To command such a high-level true dragon phantom, Zhao Xian's background was clearly extraordinary. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Zhao Xian had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity, but regardless of which, it was not good news for the great Xia. The Grand Elder clenched his fists. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand to disperse the phantom. Then, he once again summoned the golden spiritual energy within him, gathering it anew. However, this time, he did not condense the phantom but instead charged forward, intending to strike directly. He slowly extended his right hand, golden scales adhering to it, as golden spiritual energy swirled in his hand, coalescing into a golden spear. A golden dragon coiled around the spear, looking quite impressive. Today, you cannot be spared, the Grand Elder shouted, brandishing the golden spear and thrusting it directly at Zhao Xian. The distance between them was instantly closed. Seeing the Grand Elder charging at him, Zhao Xian remained calm, gripping the King Slayer sword and casually slashing down. Clang! The clash of guns and swords erupted in a shower of sparks and a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwave was enough to send a peak fragmentation realm expert reeling and spitting blood. Yet for the two combatants, it was as if it were nothing. Clang! 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 They exchanged blows, each landing strikes in a fierce back and forth, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. This scene left all the elders dumbfounded. Who exactly is this Zhao Xian? He can actually hold his own against the Grand Elder? What kind of existence have we provoked in the Great Xia? Their expressions had lost the arrogance they once held, replaced by deep shock and fear. On the other side, the King of Xia also wore a grim expression. He could only hope that the Grand Elder would wear Zhao Xian down. After all, although Zhao Xian could withstand the peak of the King Realm with his first-level cultivation, he was definitely inferior to the Grand Elder in terms of spiritual energy reserves. As expected, both of their spiritual energy was severely depleted, especially Zhao Xian, whose internal spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Seeing this, the Grand Elder finally showed a hint of joy on his face. Fortunately, this kid wasn't completely without weaknesses. In this case, he could still easily take him down. But just as the Grand Elder was thinking this, Zhao Xian suddenly pulled out a high-grade spirit stone from his bosom and crushed it. A rich surge of spiritual energy immediately spilled forth. In less than 10 breaths, Zhao Xian had absorbed all of that energy into his body. In an instant, he refined it, filling his somewhat depleted dantian to the brim. Let's fight again. Zhao Xian, brimming with fighting spirit, raised the King Slayer sword and continued his assault. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? He replenished it just like that? What kind of cultivation technique is this kid practicing to refine and replenish spiritual energy in such a short time? Isn't that just outrageous? For a moment, he couldn't help but doubt if it was an issue with the environment. So he took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his bosom, crushed it, and began to absorb and refine it. The result, after absorbing for 10 breaths, he had replenished less than 1% of his internal spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhao Xian's sword had already descended before him. The Grand Elder's mindset crumbled, but with danger looming, he quickly raised his hand to block Zhao Xian's strike. The two engaged in another fierce battle. Below, the expressions of the 4 elders had become completely numb from shock. The elder beside them let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, the king of Xia fell into silence. A single high-grade spirit stone had completely replenished his spiritual energy. This was no longer the realm of genius, it was simply monstrous. He clenched his fists, filled with regret. If only he had known. If only he had known. He raised his fist, then helplessly let it drop. But at this moment, the Grand Elder still had more spiritual energy reserves than Zhao Xian. So, there was still a chance. Not long after, Zhao Xian's internal spiritual energy was once again depleted. Yet his complexion appeared quite rosy and excited. He had gained a lot. Through continuous sparring with the Grand Elder, his combat experience had skyrocketed exponentially. His control over his own power had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Without a doubt, if he were to encounter his former self, who had just arrived at the King of Xia, he could easily dominate. Indeed, battle truly hones a person. As for running out of spiritual energy, that was simply not a problem. Zhao Xian took out another high-grade spirit stone and crushed it. Whoosh! The Holy Dragon Chi was instantly replenished. Here, it must be mentioned that the Holy Dragon Heart technique he now mastered was no longer of the low-grade heavenly tier. The moment he broke through to the King realm, the Holy Dragon Heart technique had already reached the high-grade heavenly tier. The efficiency of spiritual energy refinement for high-grade heavenly tier techniques was simply astonishing. This allowed him to refine and absorb spiritual energy in such a short time, filling his dantian. Of course, it is a bit of a waste of high-grade spirit stones. After all, the amount of spiritual energy he can store in his dantian is already overflowing with just one high-grade spirit stone, and the mid-grade spirit stones can't fill it up. No worries, the Great Xia dynasty must have plenty of high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Xian didn't mind. It was just at the moment he filled his spiritual energy that everyone on the Great Xia side fell silent. Damn, how are we supposed to fight now? It's about time to end this. Zhao Xian raised his head, looking at the elder with a face full of horror, and once again lifted the King of Slaughter sword in his hand, his smile instantly vanishing, his gaze turning cold. Seeing the change in Zhao Xian's expression, the elder also felt the terrifying aura gradually condensing in the King of Slaughter sword. His heart trembled. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, Zhao Xian, our Great Xia admits defeat. Please spare us. Didn't you say you wanted to contact the president of the Xuanji auction branch? I can help you with that." The elder made a quick decision and directly softened his stance. Seeing this, the 4 elders and even the King of Xia turned pale. They certainly did not want to back down. But, at this point, there was no other way. However, upon hearing the elder's concession, Zhao Xian smiled. "Admit defeat? If my strength were inferior to yours, would you let me go?" Zhao Xian asked flatly. As soon as these words left his mouth, the elder was rendered speechless. If Zhao Xian were weaker than him, he would never leave such a huge hidden danger. "So, you will regret this." The elder understood Zhao Xian's meaning, and his expression became extremely serious. He shouted fiercely, already prepared to fight with all his might. "Regret?" Zhao Xian slowly raised his head. "Perhaps you don't know, but from the very beginning, you were never my match. I was just playing with you." The moment Zhao Xian's voice fell, the Zixio cave was instantly enveloped, centered around Zhao Xian, covering the hall of the King of Xia. Buzz! The elder seemed to sense something, his pupils suddenly constricting. His face was instantly filled with terror and disbelief. "You! The elder widened his eyes, wanting to say something more, but as soon as he uttered a single "you," a loud explosion rang out. The elder exploded into a mist of blood. He fell on the spot. Elder! Seeing this, the elders below let out piercing screams. They were all horrified. What happened? Why did the elder suddenly die? Did Zhao Xian do it? But they hadn't seen Zhao Xian make a move at all. It was as if the elder had exploded on his own. But the elder was a peak king realm expert, just half a step away from the emperor realm. As a result, they had no idea what had happened. And when they looked at Zhao Xian's smiling face, an inexplicable sense of extreme fear rose in their hearts. This guy is a monster. You spoke quite harshly before, remember not to say such things in your next life. Zhao Xian's gaze turned to the four elders, and then he smiled slightly. What did you say? The four elders' eyes widened. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the four of them exploded into a mist of blood. Only a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he couldn't help but go limp all over. You, he pointed at Zhao Xian, his eyes filled with terror. Such methods completely shattered his worldview. With a single command, he had directly taken the lives of 4 King Realm experts, let alone the King Realm. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't do this with their domain, right? How on earth did Zhao Xian manage to do this? Zhao Xian glanced at the Grand Elder and casually withdrew his gaze. He flashed and appeared directly in front of the Summer King. At the same time, the Grand Elder in midair suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Zhao Xian's sudden appearance and the fall of the Grand Elder scared the Summer King to the point of collapsing to the ground. What do you want to do? He trembled all over, even leaving a strange stain below. The ruler of the Great Summer was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. This was truly quite embarrassing. Zhao Xian ignored the Summer King's question. He casually waved his hand, and 6 storage rings of various shapes fell into his palm. These were the legacies left behind by the deceased elders. Zhao Xian naturally accepted them without hesitation. Where is Xuerun? Zhao Xian asked calmly. After all, Xuerun had represented the Great Summer Dynasty in their previous transaction, so he naturally wanted to inquire about the specifics. Xuerun has been locked in the dungeon by me. The Summer King suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline. He quickly stared at Zhao Xian and shouted, Zhao Xian, this is enough. Stop. If you stop now, I won't seek revenge on you, and we can wipe the slate clean. He won. I can return him to you unharmed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian chuckled lightly and looked at the Summer King. Are you threatening me? Zhao Xian looked at the Summer King as if he were a fool. Do you think you can kill He Wen in front of me? Then go ahead and try. Zhao Xian crossed his arms, wearing a very casual expression. Of course, the Summer King wouldn't be foolish enough to actually attempt it. He Wen was his last bargaining chip, not to mention whether he could kill him. If he really did, then the Great Summer would be completely finished. What will it take for you to let me go? The Summer King asked, lowering his head. Let you go? Zhao Xian smiled slightly. I'm not lying to you. The Great Summer will definitely perish. Although he had already guessed the outcome, hearing Zhao Xian say it made the Summer King tremble as if he had been sentenced to death. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Zhao Xian, you shouldn't be foolish. You should know that I was deceived. Someone tricked me, deliberately belittling you in the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Summer King tried to shift the blame, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xian calmly exposed him. Is that so? I don't think a ruler of a dynasty can be so easily deceived, unless, in your heart, you believe I and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce should be like this. Am I wrong, Your Majesty the Summer King? The Summer King trembled all over. In his gaze towards Zhao Xian, there was only terror and fear. Who exactly are you? This was the first time he felt such fear towards someone. Zhao Xian, clearly not very old, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. His methods and strength were incredibly formidable. Such a talent, emerging from a small corner of the Great Yan Dynasty, was simply unbelievable. Zhao Xian still did not answer the Summer King's inquiry. As for the person you mentioned who deceived you, don't worry, since he dared to use me as a pawn, he will naturally have to bear the possible consequences. After saying this, Zhao Xian smiled. The Summer King was even more terrified. Speak, what else do you want? The Summer King took a deep breath. He understood that Zhao Xian wanted to obtain something else from him, otherwise, he wouldn't be talking to him so much. You are a smart man. Zhao Xian smiled. It's just a pity that your cleverness came a bit late. Zhao Xian clasped his fists to his chest. Bring out all the resources of your great summer dynasty. Remember, all of them. Upon hearing this, the Summer King's pupils constricted. However, he wasn't too surprised and instead asked in return, what benefit do I get? Benefits? Zhao Xian showed a thoughtful expression. I can bring about the dignified downfall of the great Xia, otherwise being eliminated by an outsider alone. That would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the king of Xia fell silent for a moment. I hope you can follow through on your words. He had clearly given up on struggling. He then summoned his personal guard. A black armored guard appeared beside the king of Xia. The black armored guard showed immediate vigilance upon seeing Zhao Xian. Your Majesty, be careful. The king of Xia waved his hand. All right, help me bring everything from the innermost compartment of the room. The black armored guard hesitated, saying, but your Majesty, there's no but. Hurry and go get it. The black armored guard immediately cupped his hands in response. Yes. Before leaving, he cast a wary glance at Zhao Xian. Moments later, the black armored guard returned holding a golden storage ring. He handed it to the king of Xia. The king did not reach out to take it but looked at Zhao Xian and said, this is all the resources of our great Xia. The resources inside are at least of the profound level. Upon hearing this, the black armored guard's eyes widened. He understood the implication of the king's words. This was to hand over the foundation of Great Xia to an outsider. Your Majesty, you are being foolish. He immediately tried to retract the storage ring, but then he suddenly felt something strange. Why? Does it feel a bit cool on my neck? And my hand? Why is it on the ground? Confusion appeared in the black armored guard's eyes. Thud! The black armored guard's body fell heavily to the ground. The golden storage ring had already fallen into Zhao Xian's hands. Not bad. This saves me a lot of trouble. You did not go back on your word, so I will not either. Zhao Xian nodded. Thank you. The king of Xia slightly bowed. His mouth filled with bitterness as he glanced at the corpse of the black armored guard on the ground. Before dying, the guard had no idea how he had met his end. But this was better, there was no pain. Then it's settled. Zhao Xian waved his hand and began to clean up. With his current strength, even without using the power of the Zishou cave, he could easily flatten the capital of the king of Xia. However, the power of the Zishou cave was still more convenient. Moreover, it saved time and effort. In just a quarter of an hour, the entire influence of the Xia royal family had been quietly uprooted by Zhao Xian. Not a single one was left. As for He-Wan, who was in prison, he simply walked out. Just as Zhao Xian finished clearing the royal family's influence, a group suddenly rushed into the capital of Xia. Their purpose was simple, to take over the capital, occupy the king of Xia's palace, and control the great Xia dynasty. Seeing this group, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed another batch of people had come uninvited. This saved him the trouble of looking for them. In the king of Xia's palace, Zhao Xian sat at the entrance, quietly waiting with a cup of tea in hand. As expected, he soon saw a group hurriedly approaching. They were dressed quite flamboyantly, led by a beautifully refined woman in a bright yellow robe, wearing a phoenix crown. At this moment, she was holding the hand of a child about 10 years old. It was clear that this beautiful woman was the former wife of the king of Xia, the queen of Great Xia, and the child she was holding was undoubtedly the crown prince of Great Xia. The faces of the group were filled with joy and excitement. However, upon entering the king of Xia's palace, they encountered Zhao Xian. Their expressions froze instantly, especially the beautiful woman, who clearly did not expect Zhao Xian to be present in the palace. After all, she had already learned that He-Wan had left the prison, so Zhao Xian should have left as well. Yet he remained here. The woman's expression changed as she quickly understood. Zhao Xian must know that she had used him as a pawn. Realizing this, she took a few steps back with her group and then bowed slightly from a distance towards Zhao Xian. I am Juyu. Greetings to President Zhao. Since President Zhao is waiting here, I assume you already know everything. Juyu said, neither humble nor arrogant, but her eyes still held a hint of respect. I apologize, President Zhao, for disturbing the Summer King's vision without your permission, making him believe you were just an ordinary person. And for that, he acted against you. But I had no choice. Only by doing this can we save the great Xia. Juyu's face showed regret, but more than that, it was resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian merely took a sip of tea before speaking. What if my strength is insufficient? Zhu Yu's expression remained unchanged. After a moment's thought, she replied, "We are very clear about President Zhao's strength. The power you wield in your domain is quite unique and extremely formidable. So, I know you will definitely succeed." Hearing this, Zhao Xian's gaze darkened. Zhu Yu's words were clear in meaning. She knew her trump card, which is why she dared to make such a judgment, and her retreat clearly indicated that she understood the extent of her Zhixiao Cave's territory very well. It seems this queen has quite a skill. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes but showed no signs of panic. "Are you threatening me?" Seeing Zhao Xian's sharp gaze, Zhu Yu showed no signs of retreat. "That depends on how President Zhao views it. I believe President Zhao is a wise person. If President Zhao feels somewhat dissatisfied about being used as a pawn, I can represent the Great Xia to offer you compensation." Zhu Yu slightly bowed, her manners quite appropriate. However, this statement was undoubtedly a threat to Zhao Xian, either accept the compensation or. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh. "What if I refuse?" "If you refuse, then I can only ask you to leave," Zhu Yu replied with an indifferent expression. She then took a few steps back with her companions. Clearly, she was prepared to fight Zhao Xian. Her intelligence agency had thoroughly understood Zhao Xian. His domain extended about 500 meters, so as long as they stayed 500 meters away from him, they wouldn't be instantly killed. Thus, they only needed to have a Peak King realm expert attack Zhao Xian from 500 meters away to succeed. Not to mention killing Zhao Xian. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xian raised his hand to sip his tea again. He then slowly looked at Zhu Yu and the two Peak King realm experts behind her, who were on high alert. "It seems you all understand my domain very well. However, there is one thing you seem to have overlooked." Zhao Xian casually threw the teacup to the ground. Crack! Boom! The teacup shattered. At the same time, an explosion suddenly erupted from behind Zhu Yu. Upon hearing the noise, Zhu Yu seemed to sense something, her pupils dilating sharply as she quickly turned to look. To her horror, she discovered that the Peak King realm expert on her left had exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the other Peak King realm expert beside her immediately felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly tried to escape. But at that moment, his face suddenly turned crimson, and he stood frozen in place. He couldn't move. Not just him, everyone present was rooted to the spot, unable to move. Zhu Yu was filled with terror, looking at Zhao Xian in shock. She saw Zhao Xian smiling faintly at that moment. "My domain is not fixed around me." Zhao Xian spoke slowly. Zhu Yu opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued like popping beans. The entire Summer King's palace was shrouded in a thick mist of blood. The air was filled with the stench of blood. In a short while, all of Zhu Yu's group perished. Zhao Xian sat calmly in front of the Summer King's palace, lost in thought. "We can't just leave the Great Summer like this. The national seal can be used here. But who should take the position?" Zhao Xian felt a bit conflicted. Just then, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The auction has been successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as B. The value of the auction items is assessed as B. The revenue generated from this auction is assessed as B. The overall average assessment of this auction is B level. Hearing this, Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. An auction was actually held successfully? It seems that Xian has already started the auction. That was quite efficient. Zhao Xian quickly thought of the reason and couldn't help but smile slightly. It must be said that Xian was indeed very quick in his work. The arrangements were done swiftly and well. With this, the first batch of system benefits was in hand. I wonder what it will be. Zhao Xian's face showed anticipation. Soon, the system notification sound came again. You have successfully held this auction and achieved a B-level assessment. Since you have successfully held 5 auctions, this assessment reward will receive a random enhancement. You have received enhancement reward, Heavenly Dao Divine Record. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's pupils involuntarily contracted. Good heavens! Was this a system achievement? The reward was upgraded as well. Zhao Xian was overjoyed, and seeing the system's reward made Zhao Xian even more delighted. Heavenly Dao. Anything related to these 2 words couldn't possibly be bad. What a windfall! With this thought, Zhao Xian immediately opened the information panel for the Heavenly Dao Divine Record. Heavenly Dao Divine Record, a special treasure of the system, witnessed by the Heavenly Dao, with the holder as the master. After forming a blood contract with others, the other party cannot do anything detrimental to the holder. maintaining eternal loyalty and unwavering obedience. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. This was indeed a timely gift. Just moments ago, he was still troubled about finding the ruler of the Great Summer. Now, a treasure that guaranteed loyalty had come directly to him. However, this means I can be more flexible with my choices. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. Of course, before that, I must first eliminate the last remaining force of the Great Summer. In the western part of the Great Summer, inside a luxurious building, a spy dressed in black rushed in, rolling and crawling, then knelt on the ground, exclaiming in shock, "Your Majesty, the Great Summer has been destroyed. All the people led by Zhu Yu have been wiped out." Hearing this, a young man in a green python robe in front of him was immediately astonished. "All wiped out?" "Yes, Your Majesty." After receiving a positive answer, the young man was filled with amazement. "This Zhao president is truly extraordinary. I thought Zhu Yu would succeed, but unexpectedly, both forces were destroyed by that Zhao president." He sighed in admiration. Standing beside him were two middle-aged men, dressed in quite noble attire. After hearing this, they also stepped forward to pay their respects. "Your Majesty, now that the treacherous summer is completely destroyed, this is the perfect time to restore the Great Chen." They were remnants of the former Great Chen dynasty. The young man was the prince of Great Chen, Chen Xiaoyun. However, he was still the king of Great Chen. The two middle-aged men were the chancellors assisting Chen Xiaoyun. Upon hearing one of the chancellor's suggestions, Chen Xiaoyun frowned tightly. "That statement is incorrect." Hearing this, the two chancellors looked puzzled. "What does Your Majesty mean by this?" The forces of the Great Summer were in a three-way stalemate, and now two major forces had been destroyed by Zhao Xian of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Only Great Chen remained. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to restore the Great Chen, what were they waiting for? Therefore, the two were quite confused. However, in Chen Xiaoyun's eyes, a deep gaze emerged. He did not answer directly but instead posed a question. "Was the Great Xia destroyed by my Great Chen?" The two were taken aback and shook their heads. "If that's the case, what confidence does my Great Chen have to occupy the Great Xia territory?" Chen Xiaoyun asked again. "Because this has always been the territory of my Great Chen. Your Majesty, have you perhaps forgotten?" The two couldn't help but persuade him. This opportunity must not be missed. Yes, if other forces intervene, who knows how long it will take to restore the glory of Great Chen. However, Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. "It's unattainable. Even if we want to take it, we must consider the face of that President Zhao." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. That President Zhao indeed possesses immense power, but our Great Chen is not lacking. "Shut up!" Chen Xiaoyun immediately reprimanded them sternly. "Do you think that's how the two major forces of Great Xia were destroyed? They were weak, and very far from being strong." Chen Xiaoyun's words left the two speechless. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun had a long-term vision. After this period of tempering, he understood his own abilities very well. If relying solely on himself, it would be impossible to restore the glory of Great Chen. It wasn't that his abilities were insufficient. Rather, there are always greater powers beyond. Without a backing, no matter how prosperous an empire is, it will eventually face its day of downfall. However, the path of cultivation is endless. In his view, even a so-called dynasty must cling to a powerful ally. A backing. Very important. Then, Your Majesty, what do you think? After a long time, the two understood Chen Xiaoyun's thoughts. Indeed, the reason the two major forces of Great Xia were destroyed was entirely because they underestimated Zhao Xian's strength. Zhao Xian's abilities were indeed terrifying. More crucially, after investigation, they found that Zhao Xian's cultivation had almost skyrocketed. The speed was simply unprecedented. Therefore, he must not be underestimated. They were also very curious about Chen Xiaoyun's thoughts. Chen Xiaoyun had no intention of hiding and honestly said, "It's simple. I want to ally with Zhao Xian, to ally with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this, the two immediately widened their eyes. "What? How can this be? Living under someone else's roof is absolutely unacceptable." The two hurriedly began to persuade him anxiously, but Chen Xiaoyun was unfazed and countered. "Then let me ask you, why was my Great Chen destroyed?" "Naturally because of Great Xia. Is Great Xia stronger than my Great Chen?" The two fell silent. The reason Great Chen was destroyed was partly due to overconfidence, underestimating Great Xia's strength. On the other hand, it was because Great Xia had some connections with the Jingyue dynasty. They even later used some means to invite a powerful figure from the Jinghua dynasty to take action. And in the end, Great Chen was simply no match and was swallowed by Great Xia. That's right. If Great Xia hadn't had that powerful figure from the Jinghua dynasty intervene back then, even if my Great Chen looked down on Great Xia, it would definitely not have been so easily destroyed. Even if I now occupy the territory of Great Xia and re-establish Great Chen. So what? It would just be repeating the same mistakes. A backing is the most important thing, even for a dynasty. Chen Xiaoyun spoke eloquently, and his emotions infected the two. They exchanged glances, momentarily unable to find a reason to refute. Well said. Just then, a young voice suddenly echoed in the room. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately changed their expressions. Who dares to intrude into my Great Chen? The two chancellors quickly warned. Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned, then raised his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a young figure standing in the corner of the room, slowly emerging from the darkness, revealing a youthful face. At this sight, Chen Xiaoyun's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he immediately cupped his hands in salute. I am Chen Xiaoyun, paying my respects to President Zhao. The two chancellors, who were about to threaten the person with harsh words, suddenly realized something when they saw their king bowing first, their expressions changing drastically. This person, is that Zhao Xian? How could he be so young? Have you seen me before? Zhao Xian looked at Chen Xiaoyun with some surprise. He had originally come to eliminate this so-called Great Chen as well. However, he happened to overhear a conversation among a few people. Chen Xiaoyun's thoughts were very much to Zhao Xian's liking. Thus, his own plans began to shift. I have not seen you, but in the entire Great Xia, there is no one else so young who could sneak in here without anyone noticing. It must be you. Chen Xiaoyun's demeanor was very humble, and he even flattered Zhao Xian in a very sophisticated manner. It must be said that this praise was indeed pleasing. Are you willing to ally with me? Zhao Xian asked directly, without beating around the bush. I am willing, as long as President Zhao does not mind. Great Chen will serve you. Seeing Zhao Xian take the initiative to inquire, Chen Xiaoyun was immediately delighted and quickly cupped his hands again. Very well. In that case, give me a drop of your essence blood. Chen Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback. Essence blood? Although confused, he still forced out a drop of essence blood from his body and handed it to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian accepted it and merged it into the Heavenly Tao Divine Record. Signed the blood contract. Zhao Xian murmured. Buzz. In an instant, that drop of essence blood gradually spread within the Heavenly Tao Divine Record, eventually forming a mark. The mark resembled a traditional character for Chen. At the same time, Chen Xiaoyun seemed to realize something. His eyes filled with shock. I pay my respects to my master. He immediately knelt down in salute, his eyes brimming with loyalty. Get up. From now on, this Great Xia will be entrusted to you. Oh, you can also change the name to Great Chen if you wish. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Chen Xiaoyun immediately stood up. This scene left the two chancellors dumbfounded. Their king just recognized Zhao Xian as his master like that? Wasn't this a bit too quick? They found it hard to accept. However, since the king had done so, they could not say anything. This item is also entrusted to you. Saying this, Zhao Xian took out a treasure from his bosom. What is this? Chen Xiaoyun asked, puzzled. The two chancellors beside him also cast curious glances, their eyes fixed on the treasure in Zhao Xian's hand. It was a jade seal. Engraved on it were a dragon and a phoenix, intertwined and spiraling, quite majestic. This is the Qi Yun jade seal. With this item, you can collect the fortune of the dynasty. With the enhancement of fortune, your strength will also increase. Zhao Xian spoke calmly. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, Chen Xiaoyun and the two chancellors widened their eyes in unison. Especially the two chancellors. They could hardly believe their ears. Collecting the fortune of the dynasty, and it could enhance fortune to strengthen one's power? Such a treasure exists in the world? They were utterly shocked. Chen Xiaoyun also showed astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thank you, master. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached out to take the jade seal from Zhao Xian's hand, feeling quite excited. Although he had signed a blood contract with Zhao Xian, his own consciousness remained intact. It was just that subconsciously, he could not take any actions or make judgments that would be detrimental to Zhao Xian. With this jade seal, restoring Great Chen to its former glory was just a matter of time. Seeing this, Zhao Xian smiled without saying a word. This Qi Yun Jade Seal was something he had just enhanced from the national seal by spending 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, after the enhancement, he obtained a total of 3 Jade Seals. The Jade Seal in Chen Xiaoyun's hand is just one of them. Treasure Fortune Jade Seal. This item consists of a mother and 2 children. The child Jade Seals have the effect of scraping and collecting fortune. If placed within a dynasty, the effect is outstanding. The more fortune collected, the stronger it becomes, and it will all be fed back to the holder of the Mother Jade Seal. The holder of the Mother Jade Seal will receive a powerful fortune boost, and their strength can increase exponentially. This is the true effect of the Fortune Jade Seal. What Chen Xiaoyun holds is a child Jade Seal. It can scrape and collect fortune. Of course, it can also stimulate a portion of the fortune to enhance one's own strength. But the degree of enhancement is naturally not as great as that of the holder of the Mother Jade Seal. I must say, this is quite an unexpected joy. He originally only intended to hand over the national seal to Chen Xiaoyun, which would significantly boost the strength of his subordinates. Unexpectedly, after an upgrade, he actually obtained a treasure. It would also bring him immense benefits. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the following days, Zhao Xian proceeded as promised to the Summer King, allowing the Great Xia to be legitimately destroyed and reoccupied by the Great Chen. The Great Xia was renamed Great Chen. 3 days later, Chen Xiaoyun successfully ascended the throne, becoming the king of Great Chen. The entire process went smoothly thanks to Zhao Xian's assistance. After the Great Chen stabilized, Zhao Xian took the time to look for the Xuanji auction branch, but unfortunately, the other party had directly withdrawn from Great Chen after the fall of Great Xia. Zhao Xian could not find the so-called president of the Xuanji auction branch. It seems that the president of the Xuanji auction branch had quite a close relationship with the Summer King. Upon learning this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. However, what surprised him was, since their relationship was so good, why hadn't the president come to trouble him? They didn't even intervene in the re-establishment of Great Chen. This was somewhat puzzling. Of course, even if the other party came to him, Zhao Xian would not be flustered. Even if they were at the peak of the King realm, he had means to counter them. I didn't expect Great Chen's reputation to be quite significant in the hearts of the people. Zhao Xian sighed as he looked at the shining Fortune Jade Seal in his storage ring. In just 3 days, an extremely large amount of fortune had already been stored in the Fortune Jade Seal. If he were to take all this fortune and enhance himself with it, his cultivation would probably soar directly to the peak of the King realm. It was simply outrageous. The power of fortune enhancement is terrifying. Unfortunately, fortune is a consumable. Zhao Xian exclaimed in amazement. If he used the power of fortune to enhance his combat, the fortune would continuously diminish during the battle, and once it was completely consumed, his strength would naturally return to normal. So, using it as a trump card is quite good, but keeping it permanently is out of the question. Fortune is not so easily obtained. I need to find a way to settle this other child Jade Seal. Having tasted the sweetness, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit restless. However, it seemed there were no suitable candidates at the moment. The Great Yen was not in his considerations. This thing could scrape such considerable fortune within a dynasty. If placed in an imperial dynasty, it would probably be even more perverse. Let's talk about it when we get to the Jingyue dynasty. With this thought, Zhao Xian's desire to go to the dynasty became even more active. During these 3 days, the Great Yan's auction had successfully held 3 more sessions. However, the rewards from these 3 sessions were rather average. One time, they offered 10 pure Dan, which could only help someone break through to the Gathering Dan realm. And for Zhao Xian, that was somewhat underwhelming. However, it could still be used to exchange for other treasures, so it wasn't too bad. The other 2 times also offered similar pills, 10 Foundation Establishment pills and 10 Spirit Recovery pills. The Ji Yuan Dan is a pure elixir for strong practitioners in the Gathering Dan realm, produced by the system, and its effect is to allow them to break through 2 levels without any side effects. With 10 of them, one can certainly achieve the status of a Fragment Void Realm expert. It's quite formidable. As for the Hui Ling Dan, it is used to replenish spiritual energy. One Hui Ling Dan can instantly fill a peak Fragment Void Realm expert with all their spiritual energy. It is also top-notch for combat. Of course, for Zhao Xian himself, it was clearly not enough. I wonder if there will be any special rewards when the auction is held for the 10th time? Zhao Xian pondered this and then left De Chen to return to the De Yen dynasty. After a trip to Mingyue City, he gave Uncle Chen and Uncle Lin some elixirs for cultivation. He also used the Heavenly Tao Divine Record to sign blood contracts with everyone around him. This was to ensure that no problems would arise. He then provided Zhao Ming with a considerable amount of cultivation elixirs. It must be said that Zhao Ming's cultivation talent is indeed impressive. Having just broken through to the Gathering Dan realm not long ago, he has now relied on his own cultivation to break through to the 5th level of the Gathering Dan realm. Zhao Xian gave Zhao Ming 2 Zhiyuan Dan, which could help him break through to the Fragment Void realm sooner. After handling matters in Manhwa City, Zhao Xian went to find Xian again and handed over some resources to him. After delegating all auction-related matters to him, he returned to Haiyun City. He also signed blood contracts with Elderly and Su Wanqing. After entrusting the affairs of Haiyun City to Elderly, Zhao Xian had He Wen arrange all aspects of the handover between Dichen and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Once everything was settled, Zhao Xian finally planned to leave for the Jingyue dynasty. However, before going, he found Su Wancheng and intended to take her along. Of course, it wasn't that he had taken a liking to Su Wanqing, nor was it because he feared loneliness on the road. It was simply out of laziness. Once they arrived at the Jingyue dynasty, an auction would definitely need to be held. He didn't want to have to host every auction himself like he did in Manhwa City. "President, where are we going?" Su Wanqing asked curiously on the flying boat. Zhao Xian sat beside her, holding a cup of tea, and took a sip. Jingyue dynasty. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Is the president planning to hold an auction in the dynasty? Zhao Xian nodded slightly. Su Wanqing then understood Zhao Xian's intention in bringing her along. She immediately felt a surge of excitement, though also a bit nervous. There would surely be more important figures in the dynasty, and she wasn't sure if she could hold her ground in such a setting. Throughout the journey, Su Wanqing appeared quite tense. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, seemed relatively calm. The flying boat sailed out of Diyan, crossed Dichen, and sped towards the Jingyue dynasty. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the flying boat, Zhao Xian was sitting cross-legged, practicing the sacred dragon heart technique. The spiritual energy within him swirled and circulated, and the aura he emitted left Su Wanqing in shock. The richness of this spiritual energy was even more exaggerated than many late-stage King Realm experts he had seen. It could probably rival that of peak King Realm experts. The president is truly terrifying. Su Wanqing sighed inwardly. While feeling amazed, she occasionally glanced outside the flying boat. They had been traveling for 2 days, but there was still some distance to the Jingyue dynasty. Roughly estimating, it would probably take at least another day. There was no helping it. The territory of the Jingyue dynasty was simply too vast. The Diyan dynasty was located in a rather remote area. Moreover, Zhao Xian was heading to the central region of the Jingyue dynasty, which naturally required a considerable amount of time for the journey. I wonder what the auction will be like in the Jingyue dynasty. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just then, she spotted a large city approaching through the flying boat. After thinking for a moment, she did not hesitate and maneuvered the flying boat to avoid the large city. After all, some cities have prohibitions against flying. So, just to be safe, taking a slight detour would help avoid trouble. However, even after Su Wanqing had deliberately taken a long detour, she was still targeted. "Stop the flying boat and report your origins," a strong voice echoed from the air. A soldier clad in deep blue armor stared seriously at the flying boat. Seeing this, Su Wanqing paused, glanced at Zhao Xian, who was still in meditation, took a deep breath, and then stepped out of the flying boat. "Sorry, may I ask what the matter is?" Su Wanqing slightly bowed in greeting. Su Wanqing's appearance was still quite stunning. The moment she appeared, the soldier was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at Su Wanqing before quickly regaining his composure. He spoke in a serious tone. "Yunchang City prohibits any form of flying. You have crossed the boundary." Hearing this, Su Wanqing looked at the city that was clearly quite a distance away. She couldn't help but say, "But I have tried my best to stay away. Am I still within the boundaries of Yunchang City from this far?" Su Wanqing's words caused the soldier to furrow his brows. "Do you not know about Yunchang City?" Su Wanqing honestly replied, "We just came from that direction, preparing to head to the Jingyue dynasty." Upon hearing this, the soldier's eyes showed a hint of realization, and he coldly explained, "Yunchang City is the most powerful and prosperous city in the southeast of the Jingyue dynasty, without exception. Not to mention here, even a few hundred miles outside, that is still the territory of Yunchang City, and you must act according to the prohibitions. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened. Such a vast territory is prohibited from flying? That is too overbearing. Generally, prohibitions are meant to maintain order within the city. But this surrounds such a wide area and prohibits flying. It is truly perplexing. However, Su Wanqing did not dare to say much. After all, her own cultivation was not high, and she had no qualifications to negotiate with the other party. She could only turn around, preparing to return to the flying boat to lower it. However, just then, the soldier suddenly spoke. Su Wanqing turned her head, puzzled, to look at the soldier. If you can communicate with the young city lord, perhaps you can obtain a pass. With a pass, you can travel freely and ignore the prohibitions. The soldier looked at Su Wanqing seriously, and his words seemed to carry another meaning. However, Su Wanqing clearly did not catch the implication. She could only helplessly shrug and say, "How could I possibly know the young city lord of Yunchang City? Forget it, I'll just continue to take a detour." After saying this, she no longer spoke further and walked back into the flying boat. Just as she was about to urge the boat to leave, the soldier merely frowned slightly and did not intend to say anything more. But at that moment, a flying boat rushed in from not far away, stopping right in front of the soldier. This flying boat was clearly very luxurious, in terms of length, width, and even the grade of the spirit stones used to power it. It was actually driven by high-grade spirit stones. It was simply extravagantly wealthy. In comparison, Zhao Xian's flying boat looked like it was crafted by the best blacksmith in the village. It felt incredibly cheap. Upon seeing the arrival of the flying boat, the soldier's face instantly filled with respect and fear. Just then, a figure dressed in white descended from the luxurious flying boat. He was graceful, holding a folding fan in his hand, with a handsome appearance and an air of nobility about him. His face was like white jade, and he was indeed quite handsome. Seeing this, the soldier immediately bowed in greeting. "I pay my respects to the young city lord." The young man did not even glance at the soldier. His gaze directed towards Su Wanqing. "Does this young lady need a pass?" He spoke slowly with a confident smile. Upon hearing the soldier's address, Su Wanqing immediately realized that the young man before her was the young city lord of Yunchang City. She promptly bowed slightly in greeting. "Greetings, young city lord. My family's president and I are about to leave for the Jingyue dynasty to attend an auction, and we hope the young city lord can assist us." Su Wanqing knew that once she asked for a favor, the other party would definitely inquire about their purpose, so she might as well state it directly, which could also give the other party a good impression and save some trouble. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, the young city lord's eyes brightened slightly. "Oh, an auction? Snap!" He closed his folding fan and instantly appeared beside Su Wanqing. But he did not look at her. Instead, he gazed at the flying boat. "Where is your president? I'm quite interested in this auction. Why not hold it in our Cloud City first? It would also allow me to broaden my horizons and see what treasures you are auctioning." Seeing the young city lord peering at the flying boat, Su Wanqing immediately furrowed her brows and stepped forward to block him, sternly saying, "Young city lord, please do not be rude. My family's president is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed." The soldier beside her, who had been keeping his head down, was drenched in sweat at Su Wanqing's actions. "My goodness, do you know who the young city lord is? How dare you block him? Are you looking for trouble?" If it were him, he would have been eager to invite the young city lord into the flying boat for a chat. Such a good opportunity to curry favor, and you're not seizing it. Instead, you say something like that. You really aren't afraid of angering the young city lord. The soldier sighed inwardly, already considering Su Wanqing a dead person. After all, he had never seen anyone speak to the young city lord like that and still walk out alive. But just as he thought this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Oh, so he's in seclusion. My apologies." The young city lord, after being blocked, immediately showed an awkward smile and took a few steps back. He just stood there silently waiting. Su Wanqing felt a bit regretful, although she couldn't let anyone disturb the president. Her tone seemed a bit too much. If she angered the other party, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. She was even thinking of apologizing. But, unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to apologize and step back. This left Su Wanqing looking astonished. What's going on now? The three of them stood in midair like that. The young city lord quietly stood to the side, a faint smile on his face, just waiting silently. The soldier kept his head down, his heart already in turmoil. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing guarded the flying boat, preventing anyone from barging in. Of course, if someone really tried to force their way in, With her abilities, she would most likely be unable to stop them. After about 10 minutes of this awkward and strange atmosphere, Zhao Xian finally finished his training and slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Zhao Xian let out a breath of turbid air. After reaching the king realm, the speed of cultivation indeed slowed down significantly. After 2 days of training, he had only broken through one level. Feeling the abundant holy dragon chi within him, Zhao Xian showed a hint of emotion. Of course, breaking through from the first to the second level of the king realm in just 2 days was already quite extraordinary. Wanqing, let the guests in. Hearing the voice from the flying boat, Su Wanqing immediately straightened her expression. She slightly bowed to the young city lord not far away. Young city lord, please. The young city lord also politely clasped his hands. Thank you, Miss Wanqing. After saying that, he walked straight into the flying boat. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Xian sitting to the side. The young city lord's face immediately showed astonishment, seemingly shocked by Zhao Xian's youth. He then slightly clasped his hands and said, I am Ouyang Ming, the young city lord of Cloud City. May I ask how to address you? Zhao Xian also slowly raised his hand and replied, Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xian. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming's expression turned to one of surprise. So you are the renowned President Zhao of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? It's a pleasure to meet you. He repeatedly cupped his hands, seemingly familiar with Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was not surprised by this. Although he was immersed in his cultivation, his consciousness could clearly perceive the changes in the outside world. When Ouyang Ming appeared, he had already prepared for trouble. However, to his surprise, the other party not only did not cause trouble but instead took the opportunity to invite them to hold an auction in Yuncheng City, which was quite strange in itself. Moreover, Ouyang Ming had come directly towards him. Clearly, the other party was being deliberate. Although he did not understand why, it seemed that the other party had no malicious intent. Our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is located in the southeastern border of the dynasty, a small place. Yet I didn't expect the young city lord to have heard of it, Zhao Xian asked with a smile. Ouyang Ming was not foolish. He recognized that Zhao Xian's teasing inquiry was a form of questioning. He immediately smiled back and replied, President Zhao may not know, but Yuncheng City is the largest force in this southeastern region, so we naturally have to be well informed about the happenings around us. As the young city lord, I have even more to understand. Although Dian and Daxia are quite far away, some events still reach us. President Zhao's achievements are truly admirable. Despite your young age, you were able to decisively deal with the two major forces of Daxia with your first-level King Realm strength. Both of those forces had several peak King Realm experts, yet they were all easily handled by you. Hearing this, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. The young city lord is quite well informed. Ouyang Ming slightly cupped his hands and explained, It's not that I investigated, rather. A group of people came to Yuncheng City not long ago and happened to discuss this matter, which is how I learned about it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian said, Oh, after a moment's thought, he asked, Were they from the Xuanji auction house? This time, it was Ouyang Ming's turn to be surprised, and he slowly nodded. Indeed, I was puzzled as to why people from the Xuanji auction house would come to Yuncheng City, but they only stayed for half a day before leaving in a hurry. Later, I learned that Daxia had been destroyed, and the Xuanji auction house could no longer establish itself, so they had to choose to leave. This shows how formidable President Zhao's strength is. At the end, he subtly flattered Zhao Xian again. Zhao Xian merely smiled slightly. He then asked casually, So, young city lord, what is the reason for stopping me here? Ouyang Ming was not surprised by this. Instead, he got straight to the point. It seems I can't hide anything from President Zhao. Actually, I have no other reason. After hearing about President Zhao's achievements, I became quite curious about the special aspects of the auction you hold. I enjoy watching lively events, and I wonder if President Zhao could stay for a few days and hold an auction in Yuncheng City? After saying this, Ouyang Ming keenly noticed Zhao Xian frowning slightly. He immediately added, Of course, the compensation will definitely not shortchange you. I have also inquired, and it seems that President Zhao has a fondness for various treasures. I can assure you that if you are willing to hold an auction in Yuncheng City, I can offer a king weapon as a gift. Would President Zhao be interested? A king weapon as a gift? Upon hearing Ouyang Ming's words, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, no reward without effort. His reputation was well known, which was not surprising. But the other party seemed to want him to hold an auction in Yunchang City just for the sake of witnessing it? This was indeed very strange. After all, the auction he held in Dian only featured a king weapon and a top-tier earth-level martial art at most. Such things were hardly considered rare in Yunchang City. Something unusual must be afoot. But if he did not agree, I'm afraid the other party might turn hostile. And if that happens, it would be even more troublesome to leave here and head to the Jingyue dynasty. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Xian quickly made a judgment. He planned to first see what kind of scheme was being sold in this Cloud City. With the young city lord being so sincere, how could I refuse? Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming was instantly overjoyed. Good. This is exactly what I was waiting for from President Zhao. I will go inform my father right away and host a grand banquet to welcome President Zhao, he said excitedly, then cupped his hands in salute and hurriedly left the flying boat. Before leaving, he waved to the soldier who had his head down. You, take President Zhao and Miss Wenqing to Cloud City and ensure they are well received. If you neglect them, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? The soldier's face was instantly filled with astonishment. So the owner of this flying boat had such a high status? Even the young city lord respected him so much. He had thought that this flying boat was in such a poor state that it belonged to some country bumpkin. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't acted too rashly before, otherwise, if he had offended him, he might not have been far from death. Yes, young city lord, I will definitely ensure a good reception. Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded and boarded the flying boat, heading straight for Cloud City. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Was the other party really that significant? They even had their subordinates treat them with such courtesy. It was as if they were being treated as honored guests. It shouldn't be like this. Su Wanqing was aware of her president's capabilities and had great faith in Zhao Xian's strength. However, she had just heard a rough outline of Cloud City's reputation from that soldier. Such a level of power was not something like the minor forces of Dian. It was a true behemoth. It definitely had powerful figures in the Emperor realm stationed there. Such a major force. Yet they treated them with such respect and even invited them into Cloud City. It was simply unimaginable. President? What exactly? Seeing Zhao Xian come out, Su Wanqing couldn't help but want to ask. However, she was interrupted by Zhao Xian raising his hand. Since we are here, we should make ourselves comfortable. No need to ask. Zhao Xian's expression did not show much joy. Seeing this, Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback, as if she realized something. Perhaps things were not that simple. You too, please follow me, the soldier said with a smile, bowing deeply and appearing very humble. Soon, the two followed the soldier all the way to Cloud City. Standing before the enormous and luxurious city gate, they could truly feel the grandeur and vastness of Cloud City. Just the city gate was over 100 meters high. The scale was unimaginable. The surrounding city walls also reached nearly 100 meters, looking like a fortress from a distance. Please, the soldier gestured for Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing to enter Cloud City. Once inside, a rich aura of spiritual energy rushed towards them. Su Wanqing couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. Zhao Xian also squinted slightly. This Cloud City. What a grand undertaking. The abundance of spiritual energy within Cloud City was simply astonishing. It was even comparable to a low-grade spiritual mine. Cultivating for a day in Cloud City would probably be equivalent to cultivating for 3 or even 10 days outside. The spiritual energy was overwhelmingly abundant. This gathering spirit formation is not low in level, Zhao Xian noted. He also had a gathering spirit formation, so he could naturally tell that the reason for the abundant spiritual energy in Cloud City was due to this formation. Moreover, this gathering spirit formation was much higher in level than the one awarded to him by the system. Additionally, its range was extremely vast, encompassing the entire city. He had just taken a rough glance at the layout and area of Cloud City from the air. It was impossible to see the end of it at a glance. The area it covered was likely not small at all. Such a vast and expansive area, and this spirit gathering array can actually encompass it. What a grand undertaking. Gentlemen, the young city lord has prepared a residence for you. Please follow me. After watching the two marvel for a moment, the soldier finally spoke slowly. Then, under the soldier's guidance, the two made their way through the bustling streets and arrived at an extremely luxurious residence beside the center of the street. Upon entering the residence, a denser spiritual energy rushed towards them. It seemed that this residence was one of the focal points of the spirit gathering array. with a concentration of spiritual energy even more exaggerated than outside. Please thank the young city lord for me, Zhao Xian said to the soldier. The soldier immediately nodded in response. You two can rest for now. If there is anything you need, you can contact me through this jade token, and I will come immediately. After saying this, the soldier handed Zhao Xian a jade token. Zhao Xian took the token and then walked into the residence with Su Wanqing. Settling in. President, this residence is too luxurious. It's hardly any less than the palace of the King of Yen. Su Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Xian nodded. It is indeed luxurious. But why does the young city lord show you such respect? By status, he should be even more distinguished, right? Su Wanqing expressed her confusion. No need to think about that. Since the other party is so enthusiastic, we should naturally not disappoint them, Zhao Xian said casually. Su Wanqing blinked. Not disappoint? She asked, somewhat puzzled. But she saw that Zhao Xian showed no hesitation and directly sat down cross-legged. He began to cultivate. It was no joke. The spiritual energy in this residence was much stronger than outside. Roughly estimating, cultivating here for a day could be equivalent to cultivating outside for half a month. If not now, then when? Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to find them. He couldn't figure out the other party's intentions, so it was better to improve himself early, that way. Even if trouble arose, he would be more confident in dealing with it. As Zhao Xian began to cultivate, Su Wanqing looked on in astonishment. She was still worried about whether the young city lord of Cloud City had any ulterior motives, but unexpectedly, the president was completely unconcerned and even began to cultivate naturally. However, this place was indeed very suitable for cultivation. Su Wanqing's cultivation level wasn't high, and she had little interest in cultivating, but with such abundant spiritual energy, she couldn't help but start cultivating as well. A thick spiritual energy swirled around Zhao Xian's body. His aura also became increasingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. A call came from outside, and Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes, swallowing all the swirling spiritual energy into his abdomen. Not bad. In just a few hours, my cultivation has directly broken through to the 4th level of the King Realm. This speed of cultivation is truly exhilarating. Feeling the increasingly powerful force within him, Zhao Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Coming to Cloud City was indeed the right choice. With his breakthrough to the 4th level of the King Realm, his combat power had naturally surged significantly. At least within the King Realm, he believed he would have no rivals. But the Emperor Realm, he wasn't very confident. After all, he had never personally fought against a strong opponent in the Emperor Realm. Back then, when he faced that Emperor Realm demon, it was just a brief encounter, and the opponent was suppressed to the King Realm by him. So, he had no concept of how strong the Emperor Realm truly was. However, with his current strength, he should still be able to handle a few exchanges. As he pondered, he slowly stood up and glanced at Su Wanqing, who was still immersed in her cultivation, and chose not to disturb her as he walked to the door. At the entrance, a servant dressed in a blue robe, with the characters Yang embroidered on his chest, bowed apologetically and greeted him. He then stated his purpose. President Zhao, sorry to disturb you, but it's getting late. The young city lord has already set up a banquet at the city lord's mansion inviting both of you. I understand. Please wait a moment. Zhao Xian nodded. He then returned to his room to wake Su Wanqing and followed the servant out of the residence, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Perhaps due to the presence of the city lord's servants, passers-by on the road cast astonished and curious glances at the two. Occasionally, they whispered among themselves, seemingly speculating about Zhao Xian's identity. During this time, Zhao Xian also sensed several extremely powerful auras sweep past him. These auras were stronger than any expert he had encountered before. As expected, they were likely experts of the Imperial Realm. Indeed, there were experts of the Imperial Realm stationed within Cloud City. Moreover, there was more than one. However, Zhao Xian appeared calm and composed. Although he certainly couldn't defeat an expert of the Imperial Realm in battle, not being able to win didn't mean he couldn't escape. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Zhao Xian naturally had contingency plans, which is why he chose to enter Cloud City proactively. Soon, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion under the guidance of the servant. As soon as they arrived, they saw the young city lord Yang Ming approaching them with a beaming smile. President Zhao, welcome, welcome. Please come in quickly, this banquet is specially held to welcome you. He laughed heartily and ushered Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing inside. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers gathered around the city lord's mansion, all displaying expressions of surprise. Who is that person, to be personally welcomed by the young city lord? Did you not hear? The banquet at the city lord's mansion is for that person. From this alone, it's clear that his identity must be extraordinary. What are you thinking? The young city lord referred to him as President Zhao. It's highly likely he's the president of an auction house. So that's it, I thought some big shot had arrived. As they discussed, upon realizing that Zhao Xian was the president of an auction house, many showed expressions of understanding. The earlier excitement faded, replaced by a lack of interest. It seemed this kind of thing had happened several times before. In any case, it will probably end up like the previous few times, with no joy. Who knows? After their discussion, they dispersed, feeling bored. This conversation was clearly heard by Zhao Xian, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Then, under Yang Ming's lead, the two entered the main hall of the city lord's mansion, where a huge table was set in the center. It was laden with various precious beast meats and exquisite wines. Just this table of food was worth at least several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sitting at the side of the table were several people, 2 old men and an old woman. The moment Zhao Xian entered, 3 pairs of murky eyes fell upon him, scrutinizing him closely. Yang Ming had Zhao Xian sit in the main seat, while Su Wanqing sat beside him. He himself took a seat on the other side. President Zhao, come, feel free to eat. Don't be polite. Yang Ming waved his hand at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian did not rush to pick up his chopsticks but instead smiled and looked at the 3 elderly people beside him. Young Master Yang, who are these 3? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming slapped his forehead. Sorry, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce them to President Zhao. This is our Cloud City's Law Elder, Elder Chun Chong. This is the Grand Elder, Elder Lin Yun. This is Granny Yu, Elder Yu. He introduced the 3 elders one by one and then introduced Zhao Xian to them. Elder Chen, Elder Lin, Granny Yu. This young and promising young man is the Zhao Xian I mentioned to you. Seeing this, Zhao Xian politely cupped his hands and nodded. The 3 elders did not say much, merely observing Zhao Xian in silence. After that, Yang Ming didn't say much and took the lead in picking up his chopsticks to eat. Seeing this, Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing followed suit. During the meal, the group joked and laughed, enjoying their conversation. In their discussions, some information was revealed. For instance, the Cloud City often faced disturbances from demons, which, although not affecting the city itself, prompted Yang Ming's father, the city lord, to remain outside for years to deter those petty villains and protect the safety of the citizens of Cloud City. After finishing their meal, Zhao Xian finally asked, So, how does young Master Yang plan to hold the auction? Zhao Xian took a sip of the refreshing tea. This tea was quite expensive, costing several tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It had a calming and invigorating effect, and indeed worked well. Upon hearing Zhao Xian speak, Yang Ming's smile grew even more pronounced. This is exactly what I wanted to bring up. Actually, I have some requirements for inviting President Zhao to hold the auction. If President Zhao can meet my requirements, I will personally hand over the royal artifact to you once the matter is accomplished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. Yang Ming's words conveyed a lot of information. On one hand, it was necessary to follow his requirements, and on the other, it had to wait until the matter was accomplished. It was unclear whether this accomplishment referred to the end of the auction or if there were additional requirements. From Zhao Xian's perspective, it was highly likely there were extra demands, otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't offer a royal artifact as a reward. Zhao Xian took another sip of tea, waved his hand slightly, and maintained a calm expression. Young Master Yang, feel free to speak. I like President Zhao's character. Yang Ming's smile became even more pronounced, and he slowly began to speak. Actually, my requirements aren't too high. President Zhao can conduct the auction in the same manner as in the Dian dynasty. However, the location of the auction must be determined by me. Hearing this, Zhao Xian nodded and said, This requirement is very reasonable, I have no problem with it. His expectations for the location weren't high anyway. He was also aware that the scale of the auction assessed by the system referred to the number of strong participants or the upper limit of their strength. The size of the auction venue might account for part of it, but it certainly couldn't compare to the number of strong individuals. Therefore, as long as many strong participants could be attracted, he naturally didn't mind if the venue was somewhat smaller. Moreover, Yang Ming was at least the young city lord of Cloud City. The venue for the auction couldn't be too shabby, right? Thank you for your understanding, President Zhao. However, there is one more requirement. Yang Ming suddenly showed a difficult expression. Please go ahead. Zhao Xian, seeing this, was not surprised and knew the main point was coming, so he casually replied, for this auction, I hope President Zhao will treat it with care and attract many strong individuals. The treasures for auction should preferably not be below the heavenly grade. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wanqing, sitting next to Zhao Xian, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Treasures not below the heavenly grade? What a joke! The best items Zhao Xian had auctioned before were only of the earthly grade. Yang Ming should have known this, yet he still said so. Was it intentional? However, Zhao Xian appeared very calm, as if he had anticipated this. He did not question it but instead asked, I believe Cloud City should have quite a few heavenly grade treasures, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming chuckled and shook his head. For this auction, President Zhao needs to, like in Dian, bring out treasures for auction himself. You cannot use consignment methods, nor can you borrow treasures from others for the auction. Su Wanqing's expression immediately darkened further. This requirement from Cloud City was simply too excessive. Zhao Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon hearing this. Indeed, inviting him to host the auction while also asking this guest to provide treasures above the heavenly tier for the auction, and the reward offered is merely a royal artifact. This really has the flavor of a con job. Yang Ming seemed to realize this as well. He quickly tried to explain. Of course, the profits from the auction will not go to Yunshang City, they will all belong to President Zhao. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two eased slightly. If Yunshang City not only asked them to provide treasures above the heavenly tier but also wanted a share of the profits, that would indeed be too much. However, Zhao Xian soon furrowed his brows, because from this perspective, it seemed that Yunshang City would gain not a bit of benefit, let alone the fact that the auction could attract many powerful individuals to Yunshang City. Even without the auction, the name Yunshang City alone was enough to draw countless strong people. This was indeed strange. It seems to be related to the auction location. Zhao Xian quickly made a judgment. Yang Ming's request was truly odd, so it was no wonder Zhao Xian was overthinking. I wonder what President Zhao thinks. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Xian, his eyes revealing inquiry. Zhao Xian's eyes shifted slightly, and he already had some judgments in his mind. He paused, and after careful consideration, he finally spoke. Young Master Yang, if you want me to dig into my own pockets to provide treasures above the heavenly tier for the auction, is just a royal artifact as a reward a bit lacking? Zhao Xian's words were quite clear, the money was insufficient. Hearing Zhao Xian say this, Su Wanqing was also taken aback. She didn't expect her president to actually consider agreeing, but to be so straightforward about wanting more money seemed a bit rude. She couldn't help but look at Yang Ming, thinking he would be displeased. But to her surprise, Yang Ming's eyes lit up instead. Oh, it seems President Zhao has quite a few treasures on hand. Not just him, the other three elders also straightened their expressions, and their gazes towards Zhao Xian seemed to have become much more serious. After a moment of thought, Yang Ming finally spoke. In that case, how about a mid-tier royal artifact, or a low-grade heavenly tier martial art? Hiss! Su Wanqing gasped. Young Master Yang was indeed generous, offering a mid-tier royal artifact or even a low-grade heavenly tier martial art just like that. How extravagant! If they could get their hands on that, it would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Zhao Xian, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xian shook his head with a smile. Neither of these two items is of any use to me. Instantly, the entire room was stunned. A mid-tier royal artifact and a low-grade heavenly tier martial art are useless? Are you kidding? Su Wanqing blinked. Yang Ming was also stunned for a long time. Clearly, he did not expect Zhao Xian to respond this way. The three elders beside him also frowned. Why did it feel like Zhao Xian was bragging? A mid-tier royal artifact or even a low-grade heavenly tier martial art, let alone ordinary royal realm practitioners. Even peak royal realm experts might not be able to master them. Zhao Xian was only at the 4th level of the royal realm. What a bold claim! Yang Ming pondered carefully for a moment before cupping his hands and asking, then may I ask what President Zhao would like as a reward? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He had been waiting for Yang Ming to say this. Young Master Yang, since you are so eager, And considering the series of requests you just made, I believe after this auction, you should be able to gain quite a bit, right? Zhao Xian slowly asked. Hearing this, the three elders stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on Zhao Xian, already filled with coldness. Yang Ming was also taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhao Xian to shift the conversation to this matter. He quickly waved his hand, urging the three elders to calm down. Then he turned to Zhao Xian. President Zhao, why do you ask this? Zhao Xian shrugged and smiled. It's a simple principle. No matter how generous the reward you offer, my only requirement is to hold an auction at the place you designate. Although I need to provide at least a treasure of heavenly rank or above, I won't take a single cent from the auction proceeds. You're a smart person. If someone suddenly treats you so well, wouldn't you think it's out of goodwill rather than some ulterior motive? Yang Ming squinted. This was indeed something he had overlooked. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, the coldness in the eyes of the three elders dissipated significantly. It seemed they had previously thought Zhao Xian had investigated their secrets beforehand, which was why he had shown that expression. It seems we underestimated President Zhao. Yang Ming sighed. He then had no intention of hiding anything. Actually, it's not much of a secret. The people of Yunchang City know a bit about it, and it shouldn't be kept from President Zhao. Seeing this, Zhao Xian became interested and listened quietly. I wonder if President Zhao has heard of the Supreme Yunxiao? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Hearing this, Zhao Xian shook his head in confusion. Yunxiao? Supreme? He knew that Supreme referred to a realm beyond the Emperor realm. So, the Supreme Yunxiao that Yang Ming mentioned was clearly extraordinary. Yang Ming was not surprised and immediately explained. This Supreme Yunxiao was born in the first major city of the northern territory of the Jingyue dynasty, Lindong City. He had a very poor innate talent and was rumored to have only reached the spirit transformation realm at the age of 25 or 26. Everyone said he was a natural waste, destined for no achievements. Unexpectedly, later on, an elder from the Jingyue dynasty's top sect, the Xinxiao sect, happened to pass through Lindong City and discovered that Supreme Yunxiao had a special constitution. Far from being a waste, he was then taken into the Xinxiao sect for training. In just 10 years, Supreme Yunxiao broke through to the King realm, and another 10 years later, he broke through to the Emperor realm. After another 20 years, he broke through from the Emperor realm to the Supreme realm, becoming the youngest supreme powerhouse in 300 years of the Jingyue dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. The talent of this Supreme Yunxiao was indeed somewhat monstrous. However, he was still a bit inferior to himself, but he was definitely a legendary figure. Just, how is this related to the auction? Zhao Xian couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming nodded and continued to explain. Unfortunately, that talented individual, Supreme Yunxiao, shortly after breaking through to the Supreme Realm, accidentally contracted a terrifying poison from the abyss of demonic calamity in a secret realm. This poison has no antidote, and even supreme powerhouses are helpless against it. In the end, he was left with only 3 years to live. The Xinxiao sect spared no effort to seek an antidote, but it was still in vain. 3 years later, Supreme Yunxiao perished. Zhao Xian showed a look of surprise, and he probably guessed what Yang Ming was about to say. In the last 3 years of his life, that Supreme Yunxiao traveled almost all over the Jingyue dynasty, and in the end, he placed all his life's learnings in a secret realm. But to open that secret realm, the requirements are extremely high. At this point, Zhao Xian suddenly realized, so the auction is related to the secret realm? Yang Ming immediately nodded. That's right. I would like to hear more. Yang Ming did not hesitate and immediately said, that Supreme Yunxiao spent over 20 years in Lindong City working at the Xuanji auction house. It seems that he was very nostalgic for that time, to the extent that the first challenge at the entrance of the secret realm is related to the auction. The rules are quite simple. A cultivator whose cultivation does not exceed the Emperor realm must hold an auction, and the auction items can only be their own possessions. No consignments are accepted, and borrowing others' treasures is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, they will be expelled from the secret realm and placed on a blacklist, never to enter again. After the auction, a remnant of the spiritual consciousness left by that senior will determine whether the standards are met. If they are met, one can obtain the key to enter the secret realm. If not, one can only wait for the next opportunity when the secret realm opens. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing, who was beside Zhao Xian, was instantly taken aback. This Yunxiao Supreme, was he really not trying to play tricks on people? Since he wanted to open the secret realm, it meant he intended to pass on his legacy to future generations. But he set such a strange rule. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. These requirements were just right for him. However, is there no restriction on the intrinsic value of the items being auctioned in the secret realm's requirements? Zhao Xian suddenly asked. Yang Ming scratched his head a bit awkwardly upon hearing this. I added that on my own accord. After all, it is a secret realm of a supreme senior. Since it is a test, the treasures in this auction naturally cannot be too shabby. Zhao Xian nodded slightly. This point was not wrong. This Yunshao Supreme even left behind a remnant of his divine consciousness to judge whether one passes. Clearly, there are extremely strict requirements. As for what those specific requirements are, it's merely about the strength of the participants attracted to the auction, the intrinsic value of the auction items, and the profits after the auction. Zhao Xian thought. Yes, he was just guessing according to the system's requirements. I can hold an auction in the secret realm. Zhao Xian suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression became serious as he silently looked at Zhao Xian, waiting for his follow-up. However, I want half of the Yunshao Supreme's legacy. Wow! As soon as Zhao Xian said this, everyone's eyes widened. This naturally included Su Wanqing. She was stunned. Initially, she was very surprised and shocked by the Supreme's legacy secret realm. But Zhao Xian's words brought her even greater shock. The president asking for half of the legacy right off the bat was simply unbelievable. Yang Ming and the three elders beside him instantly looked dejected. President Zhao, you are being a bit greedy. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but say this. Zhao Xian, however, smiled slightly. In that case, I would like to ask young Master Yang, how long have you known about the Yunshao Supreme's legacy secret realm? About 200 years. Yang Ming replied honestly. Zhao Xian immediately asked. For 200 years, you have never entered the secret realm? Yang Ming nodded. Then I want even less. After it's done, I want 70%. Yang Ming, the three elders, the four fell into silence. Zhao Xian, however, was unperturbed and said, I suppose this legacy secret realm has been attempted by not just young Master Yang, but many others as well, right? Yang Ming nodded. This was true. The legacy of the Yunshao Supreme was almost an open secret. Therefore, the entire Jingyue dynasty's forces were well aware of it. After all, it was the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, and its allure goes without saying. But in these 200 years, not to mention Yunshang City, even the strongest Shinshao sect had tried their hand at it. The result was that they all got stuck at the first step. Gradually, most forces, although they still occasionally tried, invested much less time and energy. Coincidentally, this time the secret realm appeared near Yunshang City. That was why Yang Ming invited Zhao Xian during this period. In fact, before inviting Zhao Xian, he had also invited the president of the Xuanji auction house, who had left the Daxia dynasty. However, the other party felt it was a waste of time and left immediately. If I say I have a 70 to 80% chance of passing and obtaining the key to the secret realm, I wonder if young Master Yang still thinks my request for 70% is excessive. Zhao Xian said calmly. Hearing this, Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback and hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Zhao Xian immediately spoke up. If we can't get the key to the secret realm, then Yunshang City doesn't need to give me any extra rewards. How about that? As soon as Zhao Xian said this, Yang Ming showed a look of surprise. After all, this meant they would essentially be getting Zhao Xian to try it out for free. They wouldn't need to expend any resources or make any mistakes, which could be said to be all benefits with no drawbacks. As for if Zhao Xian really succeeded, then they wouldn't be at a loss either. The inheritance of a supreme powerhouse would surely be valuable, and even if they only obtained 30%, it would still be quite a lot for Yunshang City. As for the other 70%, Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said without hesitation, deal. After discussing for a while longer, Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing headed back to their residence. On the way, Su Wanqing was filled with worry. President, if you really succeed, will Yunshang City really be willing to give you 70%? She had no doubts about Zhao Xian's ability to succeed. Rather, she was now very curious about what treasures Zhao Xian would bring to auction. And, if he really obtained that key to the secret realm, would Yunshang City immediately go back on their word? If they are willing, then the other 30% can be given to them. If not, then they shouldn't expect to get even 1%. Zhao Xian spoke with a calm expression. This statement could not be called anything but confident. In fact, if other commoners heard this, they would definitely point at Zhao Xian and scold him for being too arrogant and self-important. Su Wanqing was also taken aback, not expecting the president to be so confident, but she had little doubt. Since the president dared to say such things, it meant he must have corresponding trump cards. After returning to the residence, Zhao Xian instructed Su Wanqing to not see anyone before the auction began and to enter seclusion. He then casually found a room to stay in. There were still 10 days until the secret realm opened, so there was no need to rush. As for promoting the auction, he didn't need to lift a finger. After all, the news of the secret realm opening was enough to attract these powerhouses. Moreover, Yunchang City would also help with the promotion. In these 10 days, he had ample time to prepare. Qin Shaoyun's abilities are indeed impressive. Zhao Xian held the luck jade seal in his hand, feeling the gradually growing power of luck within, and couldn't help but smile. In just a few days, Qin Shaoyun had already gathered such formidable power of luck. Roughly estimating, if all the power of luck in the jade seal were to be applied to him, it would likely allow Zhao Xian to easily break through to the imperial realm, though he wasn't sure how many levels he would reach. After all, he had never broken through to the imperial realm before. Although it was just a temporary boost, it was already exaggerated to the extreme. If he were to break through to the imperial realm and unleash all his abilities, he should be able to compete with those two imperial powerhouses from Yunchang City. This was also one of the sources of his confidence. There are still 10 days, I should be able to gather even more luck. Zhao Xian put the luck jade seal back into his storage ring, then waved his hand, and a brand new storage ring fell into his palm. This contained all the treasures of the entire Great Xia. In addition, there were also treasures from several Peking realm powerhouses stored within. One must say, the saying killing and arson for gold is not just talk. The treasures in this storage ring, without exception, were all at least of low-grade earth level. If I want to be safe, I should still get some more special and rare treasures. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then searched through the storage ring for a while, and soon flipped his hand. For treasures appeared before him, a jade pendant, a stone, a red umbrella, and a piece of wood. At first glance, they seemed like useless items, but the truth was not so simple. This jade pendant is called the Absolute Spirit Jade, and its effect is quite simple. It can instantly drain all spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles. It is extremely domineering. However, the unfortunate thing is that this item can only extract the spiritual energy from the space around it and cannot draw out the spiritual energy from within people. If it could, it would be an unparalleled treasure. The stone is called the Long Breath Stone, a defensive spiritual treasure that, when activated with spiritual energy or spirit stones, releases a special aura that envelopes the user's body, forming a barrier. This barrier can easily withstand an attack from a Peking realm expert and can even resist domain power. It is also a fine treasure. The red umbrella serves as the eye of a special formation, known as the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Mixed Breath Formation, which is an illusionary array. Simply placing the red umbrella down can generate a formation capable of trapping a Peking realm expert. It is an 8th grade formation. Its grade is certainly not low. As for the last piece of wood, it is called puppet wood. Its function is very straightforward and brutal. This item can be bound with blood essence, and if the user suffers fatal damage from a force below the Emperor realm, the puppet wood will automatically shatter, allowing the binder to escape this calamity. It is also a top-tier spiritual treasure. Zhao Xian's considerations were quite simple. Although this auction was held for Cloud City, it was also an opportunity for him. When the secret realm opens, it will undoubtedly attract countless Peking realm and even Emperor realm experts. These experts are certainly wealthy beyond measure. Heavenly grade martial arts and techniques would not catch their eye unless they were top tier. As for king weapons, there is no need to say more. That is why he wanted to take a different approach and acquire some uniquely functional treasures. These were the treasures he had carefully selected from his storage ring. It was also a stroke of luck that he found both the long breath stone and puppet wood in the storage ring of Queen Xia. Zhu Yu. Not only did she not use the long breath stone, but she also did not bind the puppet wood. In the end, she died at her own hands, and the long breath stone and puppet wood were left unused. Instead, they became a bargain for him. Let's see what treasures can be obtained by turning waste into treasure. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately planned to turn waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the special supreme treasure, Absolute Divine Jade. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the defensive supreme treasure. Turtle Breath Holy Stone. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the 9th grade formation. 7 Absolute 7 Kill Formation. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the special supreme treasure. External Bodhi Wood. Sure enough, these 4 treasures had all been upgraded by 1 grade. Zhao Xian immediately examined the effects of these 4 treasures. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Absolute Divine Jade, Special Supreme Treasure, can be activated with spiritual energy to designate and drain all spiritual energy within a radius of 500 kilometers or from a specified living being, whose cultivation must not exceed the supreme level. Turtle Breath Holy Stone, Special Defensive Supreme Treasure, when activated with spiritual energy, can form a holy turtle breath around the user, capable of withstanding attacks from late-stage Emperor Realm experts. 7 Absolute 7 Kill Formation, 9th grade formation. Placing the red gauze umbrella on the ground activates the formation, covering a radius of 700 meters, making it extremely difficult for any expert below the supreme level to escape. External Bodhi Wood, Special Supreme Treasure. After binding this wood with blood essence, unless a supreme level expert intervenes to kill, it can transfer fatal damage to the wood body when the binder suffers a lethal injury, allowing it to withstand 1 instance of fatal damage. TSK. Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It really is about turning waste into treasure. With this transformation, the 4 treasures were instantly revitalized. If these 4 treasures were taken out for auction, wouldn't he be able to obtain the key to the supreme secret realm? Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. As for whether auctioning all these items would be a waste, Zhao Xian didn't think so at all. It's a simple principle. His current ability to turn waste into treasure is not the same as before. These 4 supreme treasures, he could replicate at any time. Based on their grades, the 4 treasured items were of the mid-tier quality of the heavenly rank. In addition, he had quite a few treasures of the mid-tier quality of the earth rank in his hands. When the time came to turn waste into treasure, converting them into these treasured items would be akin to wholesale treasures, wouldn't it? For treasured items should be enough. The treasures for the auction were sufficient. He still needed to acquire some for himself. Swish! Zhao Xian carefully selected a few ancient books from his storage ring, 1 high-tier earth rank technique and 3 high-tier earth rank martial arts. Turn waste into treasure. Zhao Xian silently chanted in his heart. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the heavenly rank high-tier technique. Heavenly Water Sword Art. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the heavenly rank high-tier sword technique. 9 Swords of Heavenly Water. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the heavenly rank high-tier spear technique. Surging Waves of 3 Layers. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the heavenly rank high-tier body technique. Dragon's Roar. Buddha's Hidden Steps. 4 notification sounds quickly followed. Immediately, the 4 ancient books in front of him underwent a dramatic transformation. However, after a brief pause, Zhao Xian directly spent 40 million to elevate these 4 books by another level. Ding! You have successfully upgraded and obtained the heavenly rank supreme technique. Supreme Sword Art. Ding! You have successfully upgraded and obtained the heavenly rank supreme sword technique. Supreme 9 Swords. Ding! You have successfully upgraded and obtained the heavenly rank supreme spear technique. Surging Waves of 9 Layers. Ding! You have successfully upgraded and obtained the heavenly rank supreme body technique. Supreme Dragon's Roaming Steps. The moment the system notifications arrived, the 4 ancient books in front of him underwent a tremendous change. From their original book form, they transformed into 4 golden leaves. There were no words visible on the golden leaves. Is the supreme technique and martial arts of the heavenly rank only learnable through the inheritance golden leaves? Zhao Xian realized instantly upon picking up one of the golden leaves. This was the inheritance golden leaf. Ordinary white paper could no longer bear the supreme techniques and martial arts of the heavenly rank, and could only record them through the inheritance golden leaves. The method of use was also much simpler. One only needed to place the golden leaf on their forehead to absorb the inheritance. Zhao Xian tried placing the golden leaf on his forehead. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation at his brow, and lines of text began to penetrate his mind. The text clearly recorded the cultivation method of the supreme sword art. In just a few minutes, Zhao Xian finished absorbing it, and he instantly mastered the cultivation method of the supreme sword art. Without any hesitation, he immediately placed the other 3 golden leaves on his forehead to absorb them. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 inheritance golden leaves were completely absorbed. Maximize the mastery of the techniques and martial arts. Zhao Xian immediately opened his panel, and with a thought, he began to allocate points. Host, Zhao Xian age, 22 years cultivation, 4th level of the King Realm physique, spirit-seeking body bloodline, sacred dragon bloodline, development progress, 20%, technique. Heavenly rank high tier sacred dragon heart technique, perfect. Heavenly rank supreme sword art, perfect. Martial arts. Earth rank supreme 100 refinements diamond fist, perfect. Heavenly rank supreme 9 swords, perfect. Heavenly rank supreme surging waves of 9 layers, perfect. Heavenly rank supreme dragons roaming steps, perfect. Current usable technique experience, 520,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques / create techniques. Current usable martial arts experience, 511,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts / create martial arts. Current usable item fragments, 632 points, can be used to enhance weapons / create weapons. Current usable universal stones, 8 ha? After seeing the content on the panel, Zhao Xian was slightly taken aback. It was normal for the sacred dragon bloodline to be raised to 20%, as it had already reached that when he broke through to the King Realm. At the same time, the sacred dragon heart technique had also broken through to the heavenly rank high tier at that time. However, after fully upgrading these 4 heavenly rank supreme techniques and martial arts, the combined experience consumed was as much as 80,000. The consumption doubled? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. Previously, the upgrade only cost 10,000 experience points, but this time it cost 20,000. It doubled. It seems like it will only get more expensive from now on. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes but was not in a hurry. He currently had plenty of both types of experience. He couldn't possibly use it all up. As for the universal stone, it seemed he wouldn't need it for a while. This thing could only be used to create unique items, and it might not even be able to turn waste into treasure. It was truly tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Zhao Xian mumbled as he closed the panel, his face showing contemplation. He had mastered so many techniques, yet his own cultivation didn't seem to have improved much. Among all these techniques, the Sacred Dragon Heart Sutra still dominated. His dantian was filled with sacred dragon chi. However, the recently mastered Supreme Sword technique had indeed added a sharpness to the sacred dragon chi in his dantian. This sharpness seemed quite formidable. It looks like the fusion is going well. In this way, the strength of my sacred dragon chi has increased quite a bit. Zhao Xian's face revealed satisfaction. The 3 martial arts he had mastered gave him even more confidence. 3 top-tier heavenly martial arts. If this were to be said, Yang Ming would probably be stunned. However, Zhao Xian was not satisfied with this. There's still plenty of time. Let's see how far I can break through in these 10 days. Zhao Xian's eyes flickered with light. The spiritual energy in this mansion was so abundant that not cultivating would be a waste. Without a second thought, Zhao Xian sat cross-legged and operated the sacred dragon heart sutra with all his might. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhao Xian's room seemed to transform into a black hole, devouring all the spiritual energy in the entire mansion and even the surrounding area. Su Wanqing, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes with a strange expression. What's going on? Why did the spiritual energy suddenly disappear? She scratched her head, quite puzzled. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yang Ming showed no signs of stopping. He dispatched personnel to spread the news throughout the Jingyue dynasty. They exaggerated the auction that Zhao Xian was about to hold. They even claimed that there would be top-tier heavenly treasures appearing at the auction. However, when this news spread, it did not cause much of a stir. After all, this was not the first time Yunchang City had pulled such a stunt. Those top-tier powerhouses did not believe it at all. Of course, it still had some effect. Recently, the number of Royal Realm powerhouses coming and going in Yunchang City had noticeably increased. However, most of them were only early to mid-stage Royal Realm powerhouses. It was rare to see late-stage Royal Realm ones. And as for peak Royal Realm, not a single one was seen. Yang Ming, seeing this, also showed a helpless expression. He had done his best. There was no way. In the past, for the sake of this supreme inheritance secret realm, they in Yunchang City had done all sorts of outrageous things. Their reputation had naturally been ruined. This time, being able to attract so many Royal Realm powerhouses was already quite a good result. I hope Zhao Xian won't disappoint me. In the morning, Yang Ming sat atop a tall building, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the distance, feeling emotional. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Su Wanqing was pacing back and forth at the door of Zhao Xian's room. Today was the day the auction was set to begin. Yet the president was still immersed in cultivation and had not come out. She didn't know how well the president had prepared for the treasures. Zhao Xian was not anxious, but this auctioneer was getting more and more restless. Inside the room, Zhao Xian's breathing had become extremely weak. It took about 2 to 3 minutes to complete one inhalation and exhalation. Although the time taken was longer, the amount of air inhaled and exhaled each time was astonishing. The aura around Zhao Xian also appeared incredibly terrifying. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp and intense aura flashing in his gaze. Whoosh! The wooden table in front of him suddenly snapped in two as if cut by a sharp blade. With a crisp crack, King Realm, 7th level. It slowed down quite a bit. Zhao Xian felt the holy dragon energy within him and frowned slightly. After 10 days of cultivation, his level had only increased by 3 realms. It must be said, it was somewhat unsatisfactory. But there was nothing to be done. Although there was a spirit gathering array in this mansion, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, Zhao Xian's rate of absorption was simply too exaggerated. The abundant spiritual energy in the mansion was completely devoured by Zhao Xian on the evening of the first day of cultivation, not leaving a single drop behind. The spiritual energy that took 3 days to gather was again completely consumed by Zhao Xian within 2 hours. So on the surface, Zhao Xian had cultivated for 10 days, but in reality, the effective time was less than 4 days. Such an increase was definitely not low. It's about time to go out. Zhao Xian stood up, stretched his muscles, pushed the door open, and walked out. Su Wanqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, her face breaking into a smile as she greeted, "President, you've finally come out." As she spoke, she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the president and was instantly astonished. "President, your strength?" Zhao Xian smiled slightly and said, "A slight improvement." Su Wanqing fell silent at once. Was this called a slight improvement? Why did she feel that the president's aura had surged at least twice? However, before she could ask further, a cheerful voice came from outside the door. "President Zhao, the preparations for the auction are almost complete. We can head to the venue now. Let's go." With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Xian stepped out of the mansion with Su Wanqing. Outside the mansion, Ouyang Ming looked at Zhao Xian with a smile. Suddenly, his expression froze. Shock surged in his pupils. This aura. He looked at Zhao Xian as if he were a monster. Zhao Xian did not deliberately conceal his cultivation level, so his aura was very apparent. Ouyang Ming's cultivation level was also quite high, so he immediately sensed the change in Zhao Xian. King Realm, 7th level? Wasn't Zhao Xian at the 4th level of the King Realm just 10 days ago? What the hell? Breaking through 3 realms in 10 days? Did he think the King Realm was as easy as cabbage? Ouyang Ming took a deep breath, but soon he had a guess. Zhao Xian destroyed the Great Xia, so he must have gained quite a few resources and treasures. Perhaps among them are some special pills that could achieve this. But this guess only lasted a moment before it fell apart. Even he had never seen a pill that could allow someone to break through 3 realms in 10 consecutive days. Even an 8th grade king pill could only allow a king realm expert to increase 1 level, and after taking it, they couldn't take another for a short period. After thinking it over, he could only speculate that Zhao Xian had immense fortune. To master domain power at the fragmented void realm indicates that Zhao Xian himself possesses great fortune. I originally thought it was just empty talk, but it seems I truly underestimated him. Ouyang Ming sighed inwardly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. President Zhao is indeed a young hero. Just 10 days have passed, and you've broken through to the 7th level of the King Realm. Such speed truly makes us feel ashamed. He clasped his hands and smiled in admiration. In reality, it wasn't just him who felt ashamed. Even that Jinshao Supreme from back then didn't have such a monstrous cultivation speed. The King Realm was no trivial matter. Even a gifted prodigy had to obediently cultivate for several years to have a chance to reach the peak. As for Zhao Xian, he could only sigh inwardly at the absurdity. It's just luck. Zhao Xian replied casually, slightly cupping his hands. Ouyang Ming's lips curled slightly as he suppressed the urge to complain and extended his hand, saying, "There's no time to waste, let's set off. President Zhao, please." Soon, the 3 of them left the residence and headed towards the outskirts of the city. The location where the secret realm would open was not far from the main city of Cloud City, situated in a forest less than 500 miles to the west. With the speed of a King Realm expert, they could reach it in no time. Before long, They had passed through the woods and arrived at the site of the secret realm's opening. It was not hidden at all, in fact, it was quite conspicuous. From the direction of Cloud City, one could see a towering bronze portal rising into the sky. They stood before this bronze portal. In front of the massive bronze door was a sandalwood table, on which lay a piece of astonishing wood. Under the table, there were neatly arranged about 10,000 chairs. At first glance, it resembled an open-air auction venue. Quite impressive. Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. It seemed that the Supreme Cloud Xiong truly enjoyed auctions, otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as an entry test. President Zhao, it's up to you now, Yang Ming said, cupping his hands in respect before finding a seat towards the back. Zhao Xian nodded slightly. As they discussed, many people gathered around. Without exception, those who came were top-tier experts. The weakest among them were at least in the King realm, and it was rare to see anyone in the early or mid-stages. Most were late-stage or even peak King realm experts. The vast open space quickly filled with people. Seeing the numerous King and even Emperor realm experts seated below, Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that the Supreme Cloud Xiong's inheritance secret realm was indeed very attractive, even drawing in so many Emperor realm experts. During his time in Dian and Dashang, he hadn't seen a single Emperor realm expert. Yet, in just a few days in Cloud City, he had encountered no fewer than 10 Emperor realm experts. As the time approached, Zhao Xian casually glanced at the sandalwood table above, then took out a storage ring and a piece of paper from his pocket, handing them to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, there's no need to be nervous, just follow your previous rhythm, Zhao Xian said with a slight smile, noticing that Su Wanqing's delicate body trembled slightly, her face pale and clearly anxious. After being comforted by Zhao Xian, she seemed to gain some courage. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the storage ring and the note, then carefully examined the contents of the note, instantly freezing in place. President, such a precious item, are we really going to auction it off? Her face was filled with shock. After all, the 4 treasures in the storage ring were incredibly valuable. Moreover, they should be of great use to the president, and one of them was a one-time treasure. If it were auctioned off, wouldn't that be too wasteful? Unexpectedly, Zhao Xian smiled and waved his hand. Just auction it off, don't think about unnecessary things. Understood. Su Wanqing no longer asked further questions. After taking a deep breath, she stood up and walked towards the sandalwood table. Her actions immediately attracted countless gazes. Suddenly, a Peak King realm expert frowned. What's going on? Why is a girl without even a gathering pill realm hosting this secret realm auction? His doubts resonated with many King realm experts. I remember this year it's Cloud City hosting, right? Can't Cloud City find anyone else? Yang Ming, didn't you say this auction would feature treasures comparable to heavenly grade items? Are you making fun of us? Voices of skepticism arose, but Yang Ming appeared quite calm. With his arms crossed over his chest, he smiled and responded, everyone, isn't the auction about the treasures? Why are you focusing on the cultivation level of the auctioneer? Is there any treasure? The auction will reveal everything, won't it? This remark immediately silenced the powerful figures of the King realm, but they also shot a fierce glare at Yang Ming. If the treasures at this auction did not meet their expectations, they would definitely seek trouble with Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming was the young lord of Cloud City, the identities of those attending the auction were not to be underestimated. Yang Ming returned to his seat, his expression somewhat grim. I hope I won't be disappointed. He glanced at Zhao Xian and took a deep breath. On the stage, Su Wanqing also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She was still a bit nervous, but when she confidently grasped the gavel, her mood completely relaxed. A smile slowly appeared on her delicate face. This auction set up by the esteemed Yunxiao Supreme doesn't require much explanation from me. This auction is hosted by our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce on behalf of Cloud City, and our president has put forth a total of 4 treasures for auction. I believe the esteemed guests present will be very interested in these 4 treasures, as they are all quite special. As she spoke, Su Wanqing's earlier tension completely dissipated, replaced by confidence. It was confidence in the 4 supreme treasures presented by Zhao Xian. Seeing Su Wanqing's confident demeanor, many powerful figures began to show signs of doubt. Is this girl really that confident? Can she make us all interested? Could it be that there are truly heavenly grade treasures? It seems that Yang Ming didn't deceive us after all. That's more like it. This conversation immediately piqued the interest of most attendees, who waited in anticipation for the auction to begin. Zhao Xian also cast an approving glance at Su Wanqing. Yang Ming, seeing this, became interested as well, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Then, for the first treasure, Su Wanqing said, waving her sleeve, and a jade box landed in her delicate hand. This is called the Sacred Turtle Breathstone. It is a defensive supreme treasure. The moment her words fell, many King Realm experts frowned. A defensive supreme treasure? The value of a supreme treasure is only equivalent to a low-grade heavenly treasure. That's not impressive. Is this all just hot air? Mocking voices came forth. Even Yang Ming frowned. A regular supreme treasure was equivalent to a low-grade heavenly treasure, and a better one would only compare to a mid-grade heavenly treasure. The supreme treasure Zhao Xian presented certainly met the heavenly grade requirements, but it still seemed a bit lacking. But this is just the first treasure, the following treasures should be even better. He sighed inwardly. The Emperor Realm experts sitting in the front row didn't even raise an eyebrow, they were completely uninterested. For them, a mere supreme treasure was hardly enticing, let alone a defensive one. Seeing this, Su Wanqing was not surprised, her smile remained, and she spoke calmly. I know that you esteemed guests may think that a mere supreme treasure is not precious at all, but this sacred turtle breathstone is different from ordinary supreme treasures. By infusing spiritual energy into it, as long as one's cultivation is not lower than the fragmented void realm, or by using mid-grade or even high-grade spirit stones to activate it, the sacred turtle breathstone can emit a breath of the sacred turtle, providing protection to the user. The sacred turtle's breath can withstand attacks from late-stage Emperor Realm experts, and as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, theoretically, it can withstand attacks infinitely. The moment Su Wanqing finished speaking, the previously disdainful King Realm experts all widened their eyes in shock. What is this? It can withstand attacks from Emperor Realm experts? And late-stage ones at that? Late-stage Emperor Realm is equivalent to at least the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. A defensive supreme treasure can actually withstand attacks from a 7th level Emperor Realm expert? And with enough spiritual energy, it can even withstand attacks indefinitely. This is unbelievable. Is it true? Is there really such a treasure in this world? Why am I so skeptical? Amidst the astonishment, a wave of doubt quickly followed. To this, Su Wanqing had long been prepared. She took out a mid-grade spirit stone that Zhao Xian had placed in her storage ring, crushed it, and drew the spirit energy into the turtle breath sacred stone. Buzz! The turtle breath sacred stone trembled instantly, and a dark blue aura suddenly emanated from the stone, swirling around and enveloping Su Wanqing completely. If the esteemed seniors do not believe, you may try it out, Su Wanqing said with a slight bow. Seeing this, the group of King Realm experts exchanged glances. One of the Peak King Realm experts, disbelieving, immediately took action. Raising his hand, his terrifying spirit energy transformed into a sharp blade aimed directly at the sacred turtle breath surrounding Su Wanqing. Bang! The spirit energy blade struck the sacred turtle breath, but at the moment of impact, it seemed to sink into the sea, not even causing a ripple in the sacred turtle breath, and the blade vanished on its own. Witnessing this scene, the Peak King Realm expert's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? He couldn't help but curse. Yang Ming in the audience also couldn't contain the excitement in his eyes. Such a rare treasure exists? He took a deep breath and turned to Zhao Xian, who sat calmly in his seat, showing no change in expression. No wonder Zhao Xian is so confident. A smile appeared on Yang Ming's face. Perhaps this time, there really was a chance to open the door to the supreme secret realm of Yunxiao. As the Peak King Realm experts' attack fell short, the group of Emperor Realm experts at the front also became interested. Is this true? I'll give it a try. An Emperor Realm expert at the 3rd level stood up, raising his hand as a terrifying energy gathered in mid-air, finally condensing into a sharp long spear, pointing directly at the sacred turtle breath. The strike from the Emperor Realm expert was terrifying. The long spear seemed to tear through the air, causing the space to tremble. Such a terrifying fluctuation made Su Wanqing's heart race. Could it really withstand this? She couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian. To her surprise, Zhao Xian smiled and nodded at her, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. It would definitely be fine. Boom! The long spear struck down in front of Su Wanqing, and at that moment, she felt as if the world had turned upside down. However, this feeling lasted only a moment. She blinked in astonishment and found that the long spear had vanished without a trace. The sacred turtle breath in front of her merely trembled slightly before returning to calm. Silence. The vast open space was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of the gentle breeze rustling the leaves could be heard. Everyone, including the group of Emperor Realm experts, couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring intently at the turtle breath sacred stone in Su Wanqing's hand. Could it really withstand it? That was a strike from an Emperor Realm expert. It only caused a slight ripple in that barrier, completely unable to break through. Shocked voices continued to arise. To withstand a full-force strike from an Emperor Realm expert was enough to attract all the King Realm experts. Even the elderly Emperor Realm expert who had just attacked couldn't help but take a deep breath. I truly have gained insight today, he couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, those King Realm experts who had previously mocked the turtle breath sacred stone felt their faces burning with embarrassment. The slap in the face came too quickly. Seeing this, Su Wanqing also let out a sigh of relief. Noticing the reactions of the powerful figures below, her smile grew even brighter. Well then, it was about time to begin. The Turtle Breath Sacred Stone, a defensive treasure. Starting bid of 30 million mid-grade spirit stones or 150,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 2 million mid-grade spirit stones or 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins. Su Wanqing had never auctioned a treasure before, so she naturally did not know the price of such items. This starting bid had also been written down by Zhao Xian long ago. When she called out this price, her legs felt a bit weak. My goodness, 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Converting that, it must be at least several billion low-grade spirit stones. The top-tier martial arts auctioned off earlier had only fetched less than 200 million low-grade spirit stones. To start off with 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, it was simply outrageous. Of course, despite the shock in her heart, she maintained a calm exterior. After this price was announced, the strong figures in the audience seemed to show no surprise at all. 35 million mid-grade spirit stones. Immediately, a Peak King Realm expert raised his hand to bid. 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. Another Peak King Realm expert followed suit. Soon, more and more King Realm experts began to join the bidding. A treasure capable of withstanding attacks from late Emperor Realm experts was irresistibly attractive to King Realm experts. With this treasure, even if they accidentally provoked an Emperor Realm expert, they could rely on it to save their lives. Are 30 million mid-grade spirit stones expensive? Very expensive. But if they could get their hands on this turtle breath sacred stone, it would definitely be a huge profit. The King Realm experts present were either rich or noble. Thus, the bidding was extremely fierce. Although each increase was only 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, the price of the turtle breath sacred stone was still skyrocketing. In just a short moment, it surged to 60 million. 60 million mid-grade spirit stones. Simply converting that would be worth 6 billion low-grade spirit stones. Adding in the premium, it could be even higher. It was simply absurd. Su Wanqing was deeply shocked, unable to help but take a deep breath, barely calming her excited heart. There was no way. She had never seen such a scene in her life. It was too outrageous. 350,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just as many King Realm experts were competing. The earlier bidding elder from the 4th level of the Emperor Realm suddenly raised his withered right hand and spoke calmly. As soon as this price was announced, many people couldn't help but look up at the elder. 350,000 top-grade spirit stones, if simply converted, would only be 35 million mid-grade spirit stones. But top-grade spirit stones are incredibly rare, so the conversion couldn't be that simple. According to the price list provided by Zhao Xian, the conversion rate was 1 to 200. Therefore, these 350,000 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 70 million mid-grade spirit stones, an increase of 10 million in one go. Many King Realm experts frowned. It wasn't that they thought the price was too high. Rather, having an Emperor Realm expert stepping in made it even harder for them to snatch this turtle breath sacred stone. 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just then, a Peak King Realm expert suddenly raised his hand to bid. This immediately caused quite a stir. Everyone looked up in surprise. Xunshao sect. They saw that this person was dressed in a blue long robe, with a miniature sword pattern on the sleeves, and a python pattern spiraling up the sword body, exuding an imposing aura. This was unmistakably the emblem of the Xunshao sect, the largest sect of the Jingyue dynasty. This left many people astonished. They hadn't expected the Xunshao sect to send someone here. In previous years, the Xunshao sect had made numerous attempts to open the secret realm, but all had ended in failure. There was even a time when a supreme elder of the Xunshao sect personally intervened, a true supreme expert, yet he also failed to open the secret realm. After that, the Shinshao sect had not appeared in the Yunshao Supreme Inheritance secret realm. It seemed they had given up. But today, the Shinshao sect had sent someone again, which was quite intriguing. Could it be that the Shinshao sect has ideas about this secret realm again? It's funny to think that this Yunshao Supreme predecessor was actually a prodigy nurtured by the Shinshao sect. Yet in the end, the inheritance was not left to the Shinshao sect, but instead, a secret realm was established solely for the fated ones. I heard that the Cloud Steed Supreme had a falling out with the Divine Sky sect. The specifics of the fallout are unclear, but in any case, both sides parted ways unhappily, and the Cloud Steed Supreme naturally couldn't leave the Supreme Inheritance to the Divine Sky sect. Isn't the Cloud Steed Supreme being too heartless? After all, the Divine Sky sect raised him and invested quite a bit of resources. Shu, lower your voice. Are you trying to get us killed? Moreover, it is said that the Cloud Steed Supreme joined the Divine Sky sect because of an elder, and it wasn't due to the sect's favor. He only achieved his current success thanks to that elder's grace. Therefore, the Cloud Steed Supreme has little emotional attachment to the Divine Sky sect, and it seems that the conflict between him and the sect also revolves around that elder. Wow! I didn't expect that there was such a backstory. Many powerful figures whispered among themselves. Zhao Xian listened intently, his eyes shining with light. If that's the case, is the Divine Sky sect once again eyeing the Inheritance secret realm? However, if they truly had intentions, why did they only send a Peak King realm cultivator? Not even a single Emperor realm cultivator was present. This left many people puzzled. The auction continued, and after a brief discussion, they returned their focus to the bidding. As the Divine Sky sect disciple called out a sky-high price of 400,000 high-grade spirit stones, the voices of the bidders noticeably diminished. The Turtle Breath Sacred Stone was indeed a precious treasure, especially for King Realm experts, but for those in the Emperor Realm, its allure was naturally not as great. 400,000 high-grade spirit stones was already exceedingly expensive. Even if they had the money, they couldn't afford to spend it like that. After all, it was merely a defensive treasure. If it were an offensive treasure, perhaps the scene would be different. Soon, the price of the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone was fixed at 430,000 high-grade spirit stones. The price was still called out by that Divine Sky sect disciple. This time, no one competed further. 430,000 high-grade spirit stones. Third call. Congratulations to the senior for successfully winning the auction. Su Wanqing immediately bowed and smiled. Seeing this, the Divine Sky sect disciple showed no hesitation and immediately tossed a storage ring in front of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing quickly used her spiritual sense to check it thoroughly, and after confirming the amount was correct, she handed the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone to the Divine Sky sect disciple. The secret realm auction was quite special. Transactions were settled on the spot. After all, if one could truly gain the Cloud Steed Supreme's recognition, once the key was in hand and the secret realm opened, who would care about the transaction? They would rush into the secret realm without stopping. Thus, over time, a habit of immediate settlement formed. After transferring the high-grade spirit stones from the storage ring to Zhao Xian's storage ring, Su Wanqing returned the storage ring and then smiled gracefully. It seems that all the seniors are quite optimistic about the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone. Now, the second item for auction is somewhat similar to the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone, because it is also a supreme treasure. As soon as Su Wanqing said this, no King Realm cultivators shot her disdainful looks this time. After all, the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone had indeed shocked many. Everyone showed curiosity. What abilities did this next supreme treasure possess? Su Wanqing had no intention of keeping them in suspense. With a flip of her hand, a stunning jade fell into her palm. At the same time, she slightly parted her lips and began to explain. This item is called the Absolute God Jade, a special supreme treasure. Like the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone, it can be activated using spiritual energy or spirit stones. Once activated, it can drain all the spiritual energy within a radius of 500 kilometers. Alternatively, it can target a cultivator within 100 miles whose cultivation is below the supreme level and drain all the spiritual energy from their body. If this item is used in battle, it can be employed as a surprise attack, catching the opponent off guard, or as a follow-up move, significantly reducing the opponent's threat. The moment her words fell, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Whether they were King Realm or Emperor Realm experts, at this moment, they all stood up in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with amazement. To be able to directly drain all the spiritual energy from cultivators below the supreme level? This is Even more perverse than the turtle breath sacred stone. Just imagine, if two Emperor Realm experts of the same level were engaged in a fierce battle, and one suddenly activated the divine extraction jade to drain the spiritual energy from the other. The opponent would be like a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy. This was an utterly deadly temptation for Emperor Realm experts. After all, it was essentially a trump card that could work on anyone below the supreme level, and for King Realm experts, it naturally held immense benefits as well. One could say that the divine extraction jade instantly ignited the passion of all the experts present. It was several times more exaggerated than the previous turtle breath sacred stone. Not to mention them, even Ouyang Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. There's actually such a treasure. I should have asked about it earlier. He bit his teeth in regret. Had he known Zhao Xian possessed such a treasure, he would have directly used his wealth to snatch it from Zhao Xian. That way, he wouldn't have to spend too many spirit stones. But at an auction, with all these King Realm and Emperor Realm experts around who were not short on money, it would be quite difficult for him to secure it. However, seeing these seniors so excited, Su Wanqing slowly poured cold water on them. But this jade can only be used once in a short period, and after extraction, it does not affect the opponent's ability to use recovery pills or similar items to replenish their spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and let out a sigh of relief. After all, if it could be used infinitely without a cooldown, then it would be more than just a treasure. Moreover, using it as a trump card during the most intense moments of battle would definitely catch the opponent off guard. So even so, the enthusiasm of the experts for the auction remained undiminished. Let's start the auction. Exactly. Some couldn't help but urge. Seeing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but marvel. The allure of this divine extraction jade was simply too exaggerated. After a pause, she finally spoke. Divine extraction jade, a special treasure. Starting bid of 50 million mid-grade spirit stones or 250,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 4 million mid-grade spirit stones or 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. 60 million, 65 million, 70 million, 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. The moment her words fell, the auction calls rose and fell continuously. In an instant, the price of the divine extraction jade skyrocketed to 400,000 high-grade spirit stones, almost surpassing the turtle breath sacred stone. This was only natural. At the King Realm and even Emperor Realm, the utility of the divine extraction jade was certainly much greater than that of the turtle breath sacred stone. Moreover, the turtle breath sacred stone could only withstand attacks from late-stage Emperor Realm experts, while the divine extraction jade could be used by anyone below the supreme level. Its versatility was broader. This time, all the Emperor Realm experts began to bid. It would be strange if the price didn't soar. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ouyang Ming gritted his teeth and immediately shouted. He directly raised the price to an astronomical 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, his shout immediately attracted countless strange looks from the experts. Wait, isn't this auction hosted by you, Ouyang Ming? Are you also trying to get involved? Raising the price? Ha! Instantly, the looks directed at Ouyang Ming turned unfriendly. Most of them already had a poor impression of Ouyang Ming, and their attitudes naturally worsened. Among them, several Emperor Realm experts shot him fierce glares, clearly very displeased. Ouyang Ming felt bitter inside. If he had such a treasure, would he even consider auctioning it off? He would want to keep it for himself. There was no other way. If he wanted to get his hands on this divine extraction jade, he could only actively participate in the auction. He was itching to have it. However, what he valued was not the ability of the absolute divine jade to drain the spiritual energy of cultivators below the supreme level. It was the fact that it could instantly drain all spiritual energy within a radius of 500 kilometers. This ability seemed quite ordinary at first glance, but upon closer thought, it was immensely useful. For Cloud City, it was of great significance. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and bid. If the attendees were all ordinary King Realm or even Emperor Realm loose cultivators, it was only natural for him, the young Lord of Cloud City, to be given some face. But, clearly, the King Realm and Emperor Realm powerhouses present were not intimidated by Cloud City at all. 510,000 high-grade spirit stones. A powerful Emperor Realm cultivator slowly raised his hand, not even blinking. 520,000 high-grade spirit stones. Another Emperor Realm cultivator spoke up, his aura extremely formidable, even stronger than that of the previous Emperor Realm elder. In an instant, the gazes of the powerful figures returned to the auction, and Ouyang Ming sighed inwardly at the skyrocketing price. In this situation, trying to obtain the absolute divine jade at a low price was akin to climbing to the heavens. The bidding speed remained rapid. In the blink of an eye, the price of the absolute divine jade reached 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that was 120 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xia Wanqing felt a bit dizzy. In her lifetime, she had never seen so many spirit stones. It was too outrageous. She now truly sensed how impoverished the Great Yin was. Even the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty probably couldn't produce so many spirit stones at once. But here, people could take them out without even furrowing their brows. The gap between people was truly vast. 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Another person called out a bid. The crowd looked on in astonishment. It turned out to be that disciple of the Divine Sky sect. He calmly raised his hand and nonchalantly called out the price. It's this guy again. Who is this person? Such deep foundations? Could he be the son of some elder from the Divine Sky sect? At this moment, many began to speculate about the identity of this Divine Sky sect disciple. After all, while the peak cultivators of the King realm generally had solid foundations, to continuously bid such high prices, even ordinary Emperor realm powerhouses might not be able to produce so many high-grade spirit stones immediately. His bid also caused several Emperor realm powerhouses to frown. 780,000. An Emperor realm powerhouse suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of anger. 800,000. The Divine Sky sect disciple still spoke calmly. 850,000. Another Emperor realm powerhouse called out, and he was the most powerful Emperor realm cultivator present. He was a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a purple robe. Although he looked relatively young, his aura was undeniably fierce. When he spoke, his presence was overwhelming, even causing the previously angry Emperor realm powerhouse to involuntarily close his mouth. It was evident how terrifying the aura of this middle-aged Emperor realm cultivator was. Just when everyone thought that the Divine Sky sect disciple would no longer bid, unexpectedly, he still calmly raised his hand and said, 900,000. Instantly, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Many people looked at the Divine Sky sect disciple in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. This kid, is he really that confident? Although he was a disciple of the Divine Sky sect and naturally didn't have to fear offending anyone, the Divine Sky sect was quite far from Cloud City. Even a supreme powerhouse would take 10 days to half a month to arrive. If someone had ill intentions and attacked him, it wouldn't be easy for the Divine Sky sect to come to his rescue. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be some ruthless villain. 1 million. Just as many were sighing. That middle-aged Emperor realm cultivator raised his hand and called out an astronomical price. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. That was 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price is absolutely a significant premium for the treasure. But, Zhu Xinyu feels it is worth this price, especially for these Emperor realm powerhouses. After all, its usefulness is immense. Upon hearing this price, the disciples of the Shenxiu sect showed hesitation, and after a pause, they still did not continue to bid. Seeing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the Shenxiu sect disciple would raise the price again. After all, if the price were to go up again, that Emperor realm senior would truly become angry. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Once. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Twice. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. 3 times. Congratulations to this senior for successfully auctioning. Su Wanqing wore a professional smile. In reality, she was already somewhat numb from shock inside. She had previously thought that the price of 430,000 high-grade spirit stones was already extremely exaggerated. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was shattered by Zhu Xinyu. The price even more than doubled. It was outrageous. However, this was normal, as the treasures brought out by the president were all more exaggerated than the last. After winning the auction, the middle-aged Emperor realm cultivator glanced at Ouyang Ming and then threw out a storage ring from his sleeve. One hand exchanged money while the other handed over the goods. After Su Wanqing counted and confirmed everything was correct, she also handed Zhu Xinyu to the middle-aged Emperor realm cultivator. Once Zhu Xinyu was in hand, a hint of a smile finally appeared on the middle-aged Emperor realm cultivator's calm face. He couldn't wait to play with it. Then he tried to infuse spiritual energy into it. The next moment, everyone felt a cold aura emanating from him. Immediately after, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be instantly cleansed, leaving not a trace behind. Not bad. After sensing the terrifying effect of Zhu Xingyu, the middle-aged Emperor Realm cultivator burst into loud laughter. The other cultivators were left in shock upon seeing this. This Zhu Xingyu is truly outrageous, it can actually devour all the surrounding spiritual energy. But this doesn't seem to have much use, right? It feels even more perverse to be able to drain all the spiritual energy from those below the supreme level. Indeed, many people sighed with envy. Yang Ming could only look on with a sigh, his gaze involuntarily turning to Zhao Xian. I wonder if he still has Zhu Xingyu on him, he pondered, his eyes shining. If he were Zhao Xian, he definitely wouldn't take such a treasure out for auction unless he had more than one of these things. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lick his somewhat cracked lips. It seemed that even if the secret realm did not open this time, there would still be considerable gains. Zhao Xian seemed to sense Yang Ming's greedy gaze. He turned to look at Yang Ming and then revealed a kind smile. 30%? It seems that's still too much. Just then, Su Wanqing also took out the third treasure. Next up for auction is the third treasure. I won't keep you in suspense. It is the 9th grade formation, 7 absolute 7 kill formation. As her voice fell, a red silk umbrella was already in her hand. The strong ones in the audience widened their eyes at the red silk umbrella in Su Wanqing's hand. 9th grade formation? Yang Ming is really going all out this time? But from the name, could it be a killing formation? Thinking of this, many Peking realm powerhouses showed anticipation. However, Su Wanqing soon smiled and spoke. Unfortunately, this is not a killing formation, but a trapping formation. Just place this red silk umbrella, and it will activate the formation. Covering an area of 700 meters, it is extremely difficult for those below the supreme level to escape once they enter. It is a top-grade trapping formation. After Su Wanqing's words were spoken, many King Realm powerhouses furrowed their brows tightly. But after those words were spoken, many people couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Strong individuals below the supreme level couldn't break free? This was just a 9th grade formation? Many showed expressions of astonishment, their hearts filled with wonder. If all 3 treasures auctioned consecutively were combined, they could even pose a significant threat to Emperor-level experts, right? The Absolute God Jade absorbed spiritual energy, the 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation trapped, and the Turtle Breath Sacred Stone defended. Even an ordinary person, as long as their internal spiritual energy was sufficient, could easily withstand an Emperor-level expert. Such treasures, how could Yang Ming be willing to put them all up for auction? Thinking of this, many strong individuals couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Ming. Faced with these strange gazes, Yang Ming gritted his teeth, appearing quite frustrated. He wanted to know how it was possible for him to put them up for auction, to put such top-tier formations up for auction. How did Zhao Xian get them? Although he had a good understanding of Zhao Xian, he was still somewhat clueless about his sourcing channels. Now, these 3 auction items, each one stronger than the last, combined, they were so enticing that even he couldn't resist. Treasures of this level, even the Great Xia couldn't possibly possess. It was unlikely they were all relics of the Great Xia. If that were the case, how did Zhao Xian acquire them? He was filled with doubt, but his eyes sparkled. I'll ask after the event is over, he thought to himself. On the other side, Su Wanqing also announced the auction of the 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation. The 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation, a 9th grade formation. Starting bid of 50 million mid-grade spirit stones / 250,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each bid not less than 4 million mid-grade spirit stones / 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. The starting bid was the same as the Absolute God Jade. Soon, the auction calls began to rise one after another. Most participants were king-level experts. The emperor-level experts were not in a hurry to bid. Although the 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation, as a formation, was somewhat restrictive compared to the Absolute God Jade, its popularity was by no means low. After all, the Absolute God Jade had already been sold. If they could get their hands on the 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation, it would also be a top-notch treasure. 60 million, 70 million, I bid 80 million. The price of the 7 Absolute 7 Kill formation suddenly skyrocketed. Yang Ming gritted his teeth but ultimately did not participate in the competition. His gaze remained solely on Zhao Xian. He firmly believed that Zhao Xian must still have more of these items. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put them up for auction. Spending a large sum to buy was naturally not as good as getting it for free. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. A familiar voice rang out again. Everyone turned their heads, their expressions strange. As expected, The one calling out the bid was a disciple of the Shinshao sect. His expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on the red silk umbrella. This kid is meddling again. Who cares? Auctions are for the highest bidder. I bid 550,000 top-grade spirit stones. Who's afraid of who? 60,000. A few wealthy young masters of the king level also seemed unwilling to be overshadowed, gritting their teeth and competing in bids. The price of the 7 absolute 7 kill formation soared to 600,000 top-grade spirit stones, and this price was still climbing. 700,000. 800,000. In just a short quarter of an hour, the price of the 7 absolute 7 kill formation reached 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. This price was called out by an emperor-level expert. The other party had held back until now to speak, clearly confident that this price would be enough to make many give up. 850,000. But just as he felt victory was in his grasp, the disciple of the Shinshao sect suddenly spoke up again. Instantly, the entire venue was stunned. The Shinshao sect disciple had not made a bid for a long time. They all thought he had given up on the competition. Unexpectedly, he stood up to bid again, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was 850,000 top-grade spirit stones. Did this kid really have that many top-grade spirit stones? Many people looked at him with strange expressions, but the disciple of the Shinshao sect remained calm. Below, Zhao Xian couldn't help but take another look at the disciple. This kid is quite interesting. He had raised the bid 3 times in a row, and the key point was, Zhao Xian didn't feel that the other party had much interest in the 7 absolute 7 kill formation. It seemed like he was simply raising the price, but doing so didn't seem to benefit him at all. He felt a bit puzzled. 90,000. The royal realm expert saw that the disciple of the Shinshao sect had raised the price again and couldn't help but glare at him fiercely, then raised his hand to call out his psychological price. Any higher, and he wouldn't want it. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the disciple of the Shinshao sect showed a hesitant expression but ultimately chose not to continue competing. 90,000 high-grade spirit stones. Once, Su Wanqing slowly spoke as she saw no one else bidding. Upon seeing this, the royal realm expert finally let out a slight sigh of relief. 90,000 high-grade spirit stones. Twice. 90,000 high-grade spirit stones. 3 times. Congratulations to this senior for successfully bidding. Su Wanqing smiled and congratulated the royal realm expert. A smile also appeared on the face of the royal realm expert. Take it. He tossed out a storage ring containing 90,000 high-grade spirit stones. After Su Wanqing counted, she handed him the red silk umbrella in her hand. Payment and delivery were made simultaneously. The smile on the royal realm expert's face was radiant, but he couldn't help but glance over at the disciple of the Shinshao sect. He found that the other party didn't seem to have much regret or disappointment. Instead, he appeared very calm. The royal realm expert's pupils constricted. This kid, could it be that Ouyang Ming had set him up? Was he intentionally raising the price? Realizing this, he immediately widened his eyes, because the possibility was indeed too great. Every time this disciple of the Shinshao sect called out a price, it was never low. Aside from the turtle breath sacred stone, where no one else competed with him, the subsequent bids for the absolute god jade and the 7 absolute 7 kill formation had royal realm experts involved in the competition. But if it was just a competition among royal realm experts, the price wouldn't necessarily soar this high. It was because of the appearance of this disciple of the Shinshao sect that the prices kept rising. Royal realm experts also cared about their face. They couldn't let a young kid from the king realm embarrass them, could they? Naturally, they kept calling out higher prices. Damn! He cursed inwardly. He had been tricked. Although he had indeed obtained the 9th grade formation, spending so many high-grade spirit stones to acquire it left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn and glare fiercely at Ouyang Ming. At this moment, Ouyang Ming saw that the 7 absolute 7 kill formation had actually been auctioned for the sky-high price of 90,000 high-grade spirit stones, and a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. If he could take a portion of that, he could earn quite a bit. Ha! Why is that royal realm senior glaring at me? I didn't do anything. Ouyang Ming looked at the royal realm expert with some confusion. Now, the next item is the final auction item of this secret realm auction. This item, like the absolute god jade and the turtle breath sacred stone, is also a treasure. However, its function, I believe all of you seniors will go crazy for it. At that moment, Su Wanqing slowly began to speak. Her words instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The final treasure is also a treasure? Moreover, it can make everyone go crazy? This immediately piqued everyone's interest. If they were unfamiliar with her, they naturally wouldn't believe such words. However, the effects of the 3 treasures Su Wanqing had auctioned off previously were quite impressive. She had never made exaggerated claims. Therefore, her words were naturally very convincing. Can it really make us all go crazy? I want to see what this treasure is that has such magic. Could it be a treasure that can slay royal realm experts? What are you thinking? Where is there such a treasure? That's true. Intense discussions erupted from below. Yang Ming also showed an expression of anticipation. He wanted to see what this final grand treasure would be. Can it be a treasure that drives me crazy? A group of powerful figures from the Emperor realm couldn't help but squint their eyes. The strongest middle-aged emperor at this moment had his eyes slightly closed. Although it sounded very appealing, he didn't have many high-grade spirit stones on him at the moment. It seemed he wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. Even if this treasure was slightly better than the Divine Jade, there was no need to take action anymore. However, the other Emperor realm experts were eager to try. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, Su Wanqing no longer hesitated and waved her delicate hand. In the next second, a piece of purple wood landed on her slender fingers. This is a special treasure, the Bodhi wood from outside the body. By infusing your blood into this wood, you can bind with it. Once bound successfully, as long as the attacker is not a supreme level expert, when the binder suffers a fatal injury, it can transfer that injury to this Bodhi wood, resisting one fatal blow. Wow! The moment the words fell, the entire venue erupted. Such a treasure exists in this world? It's simply a life-saving artifact. This is too precious. How could Yang Ming bring out such a treasure for auction? Is the sun rising from the west? Many people were astonished. At first glance, this Bodhi wood could only resist one fatal injury, seemingly not as effective as the turtle-breathing sacred stone. After all, the turtle-breathing sacred stone could resist attacks from Emperor realm experts an unlimited number of times as long as there was enough spiritual energy. But in reality, the turtle-breathing sacred stone needed to be activated in advance, while the Bodhi wood was effective as long as it was bound with blood. This point was crucial. People always have moments of carelessness. Battles between strong individuals are extremely brutal. If one is not careful, death awaits. But with this Bodhi wood, even if a mistake occurs, there is still a chance to try again. It could be said that if one could auction off the Bodhi wood, it would be equivalent to having a second life. How could this not excite everyone? Not to mention the King realm. Even the Emperor realm experts were thrilled. The earlier middle-aged emperor, who had his eyes closed, jumped up upon hearing the effects of the Bodhi wood. His eyes were filled with fervor. He had to get this thing. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Such a treasure, he muttered a couple of times, his eyes filled with shock. This life-saving artifact was something his father had been searching for nearby to acquire, but he had never encountered it. Unexpectedly, this treasure appeared right in front of him, and it was brought out by Zhao Xian. So far yet so near, but he failed to seize the opportunity. Damn! He couldn't help but curse himself. If he had known Zhao Xian had so many treasures, he wouldn't have thought about the auction at all. He would have directly taken action to seize Zhao Xian and acquire all these treasures. As for the auction, that could be discussed later. I still underestimated Zhao Xian. He took a deep breath and sighed slightly. The reason he had respected Zhao Xian so much and treated him so well was solely to have him help organize the auction. He never expected Zhao Xian had so many treasures. A miscalculation. Truly a miscalculation. He felt an overwhelming regret, as if he had missed out on a tremendous treasure. But it's not a big problem, he's still here, and only I know. Yang Ming's eyes flickered. Su Wanqing on the stage was unaware of this, watching the countless powerful figures below eagerly awaiting the auction to begin. She felt quite shaken as well. Then she slowly began to speak. External Bodhi wood, a unique treasure. Starting bid of 70 million middle-grade spirit stones / 350,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 5 million middle-grade spirit stones / 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. The starting bid was raised by 20 million middle-grade spirit stones. Compared to the effects of the external Bodhi wood, this was definitely not excessive. Just as Zhao Xian had thought, the moment Su Wanqing's voice fell, a flurry of eager auction calls began to ring out. 80 million, 90 million, 130 million. If you don't have money, don't compete. I bid 150 million. In just a few breaths, the price of the external Bodhi would skyrocketed to 150 million middle-grade spirit stones. Even Zhao Xian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This is ridiculous. However, it also indirectly proved how precious such a life-saving treasure was. After all, whether in the king realm or the emperor realm, they all valued their lives greatly. How could they let this opportunity slip by? At the same time, thanks to Ouyang Ming in Yunchang City, no one had directly jumped in to snatch the treasure yet. Otherwise, dealing with it would not be easy. Of course, what Zhao Xian did not know was that it was not because Ouyang Ming in Yunchang City had great influence. Rather, the rules of the secret realm auction prohibited snatching. If someone were to snatch, they would face the terrifying retribution of that Yunshao Supreme. The power of that would be beyond what ordinary king or emperor realm experts could withstand. Even a supreme expert might not be able to endure it. In such a situation, who would dare to act? Wouldn't that be asking for their own death? 90,000 top-grade spirit stones. A disciple of the Shinshao sect spoke calmly. This time, the other experts lost interest in him. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Soon, an emperor realm expert made a bid. 110,000. 115,000. One by one, emperor realm experts began to bid. No one even noticed the disciple of the Shinshao sect had made a bid. After all, the external Bodhi wood was simply too enticing. Everyone's attention was focused on the external Bodhi wood, and they had no mood to pay attention to others. Each one was fully committed to the competition. The price of the external Bodhi wood quickly shattered the previous record of 1 million top-grade spirit stones set by the Divine Jade. The rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, plus a mid-tier king weapon. Just as the price was rising, a middle-aged Emperor Realm cultivator suddenly raised his hand to speak. At this, the entire venue was stunned. The shock was not from the price he offered, but from, he actually took out a mid-tier king weapon. Many people showed expressions of astonishment. Although the market price of a mid-tier king weapon was around 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, if auctioned, it could definitely approach 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This bid was equivalent to directly offering 2 million top-grade spirit stones. This price was simply outrageous. As soon as this price was called out, the nearby King Realm experts exchanged glances. How could they compete with that? The group of Emperor Realm experts on the other side also began to look grim. It wasn't that they didn't have that many spirit stones. It's just that 2 million top-grade spirit stones was indeed quite expensive. Although acquiring a life-saving treasure was possible, spending so many top-grade spirit stones would significantly reduce their assets. They also needed cultivation resources, and those naturally required a large amount of spirit stones. If all was spent on this external Bodhi wood, that would be losing sight of the essentials. For us cultivators, the most important thing is still our cultivation level. With this in mind, the other Emperor Realm experts immediately lowered their flags and ceased bidding. The venue fell silent for a long time. Seeing this, Su Wanqing finally regained her composure from the shock and quickly repeated the price 3 times. During this time, no one spoke up. Everyone was in awe. Looking at that middle-aged Emperor Realm cultivator, this price was enough to make everyone retreat. Then congratulations to this senior. The auction is a success. As Su Wanqing's words fell, the middle-aged cultivator said not a word and tossed over a storage ring. Su Wanqing caught it, placing 1 million high-grade spirit stones and a mid-tier royal weapon into the storage ring. Only then did she return the Bodhi wood and its storage ring to him. So everyone, this secret realm auction will come to an end here. Thank you all for your support. Su Wanqing slightly bent her waist and bowed solemnly. However, after her words, the powerful figures present showed no intention of leaving. One by one, their gazes turned towards the towering bronze door behind them, filled with anticipation. After all, this auction was grand, and the treasures up for bid were of significant value. Perhaps there was a real chance to obtain the key to the inheritance secret realm. If they could open the inheritance secret realm, it would truly be worth the trip. Just as everyone was focused, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled and quickly looked up. They discovered that the bronze door was slowly opening. Yet, seeing this scene, no one seemed surprised. Instead, they grew even more excited. Zhao Xian also looked up, his expression surprisingly calm. After the bronze door revealed a crack, it came to a halt. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the gap, suspended in mid-air. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in snow-white robes, with long hair flowing, exuding an otherworldly aura. His features were indistinct, but he radiated an extremely terrifying presence. Even the strongest royal realm cultivator present couldn't help but turn pale, showing signs of fear, but more so, they were filled with anticipation, because this man in white was the phantom of the supreme Yunxiao. Will it succeed? It's been over 200 years, this time feels like the best chance. I hope it succeeds. If I can enter the secret realm, I will definitely break through to the royal realm. Only the royal realm? If I can obtain the supreme inheritance, breaking through to the supreme is within reach. Voices of discussion arose from below, and everyone's emotions were at their peak, their eyes fixed on the figure in white. The phantom of the supreme Yunxiao seemed quite satisfied with this auction, although he showed no expression. The fluctuations of his aura hinted at it. Just then, the head of the supreme Yunxiao turned to look at Zhao Xian's position. Immediately, a surge of anger emanated from the supreme Yunxiao's body. Rejected. The inheritance key will not be issued. The phantom of the supreme Yunxiao suddenly spoke these words. Upon hearing this, everyone in the venue showed expressions of astonishment. This was a failure? Most of the people present were visiting the inheritance secret realm for the first time, so they only knew they could see the spiritual phantom of the supreme Yunxiao but had no idea what failure looked like. Hearing this, they immediately showed signs of disappointment. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be a failure. Did it really fail? What a pity. I thought this time it would succeed. The scale of this auction was definitely not small. How could it fail? I really don't know what it takes to gain the supreme Yunxiao's recognition. Many royal realm cultivators shook their heads and sighed. The group of royal realm cultivators also sighed deeply and then turned to leave. Since the supreme Yunxiao had declared that the inheritance key would not be issued, there was no point in them staying. After all, the auction had ended, and they could not enter the inheritance secret realm. Soon, many royal realm cultivators dispersed, and those in the royal realm left even earlier, showing no signs of reluctance. Instantly, only a few people remained in the venue, including Ouyang Ming and the three elders. Their expressions seemed somewhat strange. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Xian. Surprisingly, beside him, that disciple of the Xinxiao sect also stopped, but he did not look at Zhao Xian and Ouyang Ming. Instead, he stared at the bronze portal with a puzzled expression. It seemed he was somewhat confused about the fact that the Yunxiao Supreme had turned away without granting the inheritance key. Along with Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing, there were a total of 6 people. Zhao Xian, what's going on? Ouyang Ming suddenly asked. His expression also appeared somewhat strange. What do you mean by that, young master Ouyang? I would like to ask what the situation is now. Zhao Xian replied. Is there something wrong? Zhao Xian asked, his expression unchanged, puzzled. Seeing Zhao Xian's demeanor, Ouyang Ming paused before speaking. I was previously rejected by the Yunxiao Supreme. At that time, he said the auction was not yet qualified and left directly. And from what I understand, the Yunxiao Supreme has been responding this way for the past 200 years. But today, that elder's phantom said, rejected. Inheritance key not granted, Ouyang Ming said, moving closer to Zhao Xian, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Xian's face, trying to discern any clues. However, Zhao Xian maintained a calm and indifferent expression throughout, a face that could be described as expressionless. Oh, such a thing happened? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you really not know why? Ouyang Ming squinted his eyes. Zhao Xian shrugged and countered. If even you, young master Ouyang, don't know, how would I know as a newcomer? Didn't you say you had a 70% chance of obtaining the inheritance key? Ouyang Ming frowned and asked again. If they don't grant it, there's nothing I can do, Zhao Xian replied, still wearing a helpless expression. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming fell silent for a long time. He felt that this auction must have been qualified, at least meeting the Yunxiao Supreme's requirements. This could be sensed from the satisfied aura the Yunxiao Supreme had previously emitted. But, in the end, they still did not obtain the inheritance key. For some reason, his intuition told him it was related to Zhao Xian, but if pressed to explain how, he couldn't articulate it. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang Ming sighed softly. Well, since the auction has ended and you have not successfully gained the Yunxiao Supreme's recognition, you should leave quickly. You are permitted to drive your flying vessel over the region of Yunshan City. Ouyang Ming waved his hand, and his attitude towards Zhao Xian became casual and dismissive. Farewell. Seeing this, Zhao Xian said no more, slightly cupping his hands to Ouyang Ming and the 3 elders behind him, then took Su Wanqing and left directly in the flying vessel. Watching the flying vessel speed away, Ouyang Ming frowned deeply. Young master, Are you just letting him go like that? Granny Yu approached with her cane, frowning as she asked. How could that be? He can't leave Yunchang City now. Oh, Yang Ming smiled. How could he easily let Zhao Xian go? Then what do you mean? Elder Chen asked, somewhat confused. Since he didn't plan to let him go, why allow Zhao Xian to leave? Wasn't that redundant? Wouldn't it be better to take action and capture him directly? My intuition tells me that kid will come back, Oh Yang Ming said, glancing at the Xinshao sect disciple who had been standing there in a daze, transmitting his thoughts to the three elders. Upon hearing this, the three elders were immediately startled. Young master, what do you mean by that? Although I don't know why the Yunshao Supreme's phantom didn't grant the inheritance key in the end, I feel that Zhao Xian has a way to enter the secret realm. Oh Yang Ming replied through thought. My intuition has always been accurate. We'll know after waiting a while. With that, Oh Yang Ming turned and left. The three elders followed closely behind. In the end, only the Xinshao sect disciple remained in front of the vast secret realm gate. He looked bewildered, muttering to himself, it shouldn't be like this. Normally speaking, this time, the inheritance secret realm is definitely going to open. He looked around and, finding no one else, shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, not far from Cloud City, Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing had already put away their flying boat and hidden in a valley. President, aren't we heading to the Jingyue dynasty? Su Wanqing, still unclear about what had happened, asked with a puzzled expression. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet, how can we leave? Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Su Wanqing was taken aback, but without the inheritance key, how can we enter the secret realm? Who said we don't have one? Zhao Xian's lips curled into a smirk. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a pale purple jade token resting in his hand. Upon seeing this, Su Wanqing's eyes widened. President, could this be? Zhao Xian nodded slowly. Indeed, this is the key to the inheritance secret realm. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned. But President, how did you get it? Didn't the Cloud Shung Supreme's phantom not give the key? She couldn't fathom how Zhao Xian had obtained this key. Zhao Xian merely smiled slightly at her words. It's a secret. It was somewhat coincidental. Previously, after hearing from Oh Yang Ming that entering the secret realm required an inheritance key, he remembered that he had a token given to him by Xin Yushan. It was said that this token was the key to a certain imperial realm secret. He had never used it and had not turned it into treasure until now. So, he tried to transform it. As a result, he discovered that this token was not a complete secret realm token, but merely a fragment. After transforming it, it became the key to the Imperial Realm secret. Subsequently, Zhao Xian spent 10 million low-grade spirit stones to upgrade the key's grade. Unexpectedly, this upgrade directly yielded the key to the Cloud Shung Supreme secret realm. At that moment, Zhao Xian was also taken aback. He had originally planned to obtain the key by holding an auction, but he didn't expect to get it ahead of time. Seeing this, Su Wanqing did not press further but instead said excitedly, Then President, should we go back now? Zhao Xian shook his head. Not in a hurry, Oh Yang Ming and the others are probably still watching. We'll set off later. Su Wanqing nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian closed his eyes slightly, appearing to be in meditation. In reality, system, continue, ding, the auction was successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as SS. The value of the auction items is assessed as S. The revenue obtained from this auction is assessed as SS. The overall average assessment of this auction is S+ level. Hearing this, Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. What a pity. I was so close to reaching SS level. All other assessments reached SS level, but only the item value did not. This was normal. The four treasures were all roughly at the mid-tier of the heavenly level. If he had brought a few high-tier or even top-tier heavenly treasures to auction, he should have been able to break through to SS level. However, having S+ level was already quite good. Zhao Xian was very satisfied. Next, it was just a matter of seeing what rewards this S+ would bring. If only I could get another limit-breaking device. That would be fantastic, Zhao Xian thought to himself, beginning to look forward to it. Before long, the system's prompt sounded again. You successfully held this auction and achieved an S+ level assessment. The rewards are 30 Shadow Sky Puppets, Special Physique 10,000 Laws returning to one Sacred Body, Perfected Level Burning Sky Sword Domain, 500, 000 points of Martial Arts Experience, 500, 000 points of Combat Experience, 500 points of material fragments, and 5 universal stones. Hiss. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he didn't get another limit-breaking device as he wished, this time's reward is just as generous as the last S+. First, there's this Shadow Sky Puppet. Zhao Xian glanced at the introduction. Shadow Sky Puppet, a special puppet produced by the system. Heartless and emotionless, unafraid of pain. Its cultivation level changes with its master, and it possesses 80% of its master's strength, capable of self-repair. TSK. After reading the introduction, Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This thing is simply the perfect bodyguard. With these 30 Shadow Sky Puppets, he wouldn't need to cultivate additional personnel to manage his industries in the Great Xia. With his current strength, even if the Shadow Sky Puppet only possesses 80%, it would be more than enough. Just think about it, after all, his current 80% is roughly equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of the King Realm, combined with all his hidden cards. In the Great Xia dynasty, he could basically say he would face no obstacles. This reward is fantastic. He had originally been wondering if his hidden cards were sufficient for him to safely enter the secret realm and then head to the Jingyue dynasty. Now it seems, he has more than enough. Then Zhao Xian looked at the special physique, the holy body of all laws returning to one. This physique, from its name alone, is extraordinary. Holy body of all laws returning to one, the so-called 3,000 great roads, countless minor paths, ultimately return to one. After merging with this physique, one will automatically master the accompanying technique of all laws returning to one, and every technique cultivated thereafter will enhance the grade of all laws returning to one. At the same time, it can merge with the cultivation of all laws without any conflict, allowing for the free fusion of any martial arts. Hiss. Zhao Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. This holy body of all laws returning to one is quite impressive. Not only does it directly grant a technique that can be infinitely enhanced, but it can also elevate the grade of all laws returning to one through continuous cultivation of other techniques. This is simply monstrous. Moreover, it can merge with all laws while cultivating without interference. Doesn't that mean that in the future, if he obtains 2 techniques or martial arts with completely different attributes, he can cultivate them simultaneously without any adverse effects? Just this point alone is already incredibly abnormal. After all, some techniques inherently conflict during cultivation, but now that he possesses the holy body of all laws returning to one, he can ignore such conflicts and forcibly cultivate without any side effects. It's simply against the heavens. The third reward, the Burning Sky Sword Domain, is also extremely terrifying. This thing is actually an upgraded version of the Burning Sky Sword intent. In the path of martial arts, whether it be sword, spear, fist, or staff, reaching the transformation realm allows one to grasp the intent. That is, sword intent, spear intent. Such intents combined with martial arts can exponentially increase their power, sometimes by several times or even dozens of times. It can be said to be a weapon of mass destruction. Of course, comprehending intent is extremely difficult. It requires not only talent but also insight. And above intent, there exists the legendary domain. Above intent is the domain. The domain here is somewhat similar to the realms mastered by Peak King Realm and Emperor Realm experts, but it is entirely different. The domains mastered by Peak King Realm and Emperor Realm experts can control everything around them, including life, once released. At that point, the competition is about whose domain is stronger. If the domains are equal, then it is as if there is no domain at all. In martial arts, the domain is more like a buff. Taking the Burning Sky Sword domain that Zhao Xian is about to master as an example, if he activates the Burning Sky Sword domain, a domain-like stance will form around him. This sword domain also has the effect of suppressing enemies, but it is not as outrageous as a true domain. The suppression effect is limited. However, if he is within the sword domain and then uses his martial arts, under a single sword strike, the sword domain will activate, and the explosive power will increase almost exponentially. Just considering Zhao Xian's current strength, if he uses the top-tier sword technique of the heavenly rank, the Supreme 9 Swords, under the enhancement of the Burning Sky Sword domain, with just one sword, he could easily take the head of a Peak King Realm expert who mastered the domain. And if he exerted his full strength, even a strong opponent in the early Emperor Realm would be within his grasp to slay. This was the terrifying enhancement brought by the Burning Sky Sword domain. It also granted him unparalleled ability to defeat opponents beyond his level. Indeed, to become stronger, one must participate in the auction. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly, not hesitating, and immediately accepted all the rewards. However, aside from a slight sting in his body when merging with the sacred body of all laws, he seemed to feel nothing else. After all, his current physique was much stronger than before. After Zhao Xian completed the fusion of the sacred body of all laws, he was astonished to find that his spirit-seeking body seemed to have merged into the sacred body of all laws, becoming part of it. It can also devour other physiques? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. This was something he hadn't anticipated. A physique version of the burning formula? Quite impressive. After the complete fusion, Zhao Xian felt as if 30 fine threads were drawn from his consciousness, and these 30 threads were naturally connected to 30 shadow puppets. However, he did not rush to summon the shadow puppets. Let's go. It's time to enter the secret realm. With everything ready, Zhao Xian slowly stood up, his eyes shining with light. The inheritance secret realm of the Cloud Roaring Supreme would only open today, after which it would completely vanish from the world. Even possessing the inheritance key would not allow entry into the secret realm. If it weren't for this, Zhao Xian would definitely not choose to open it today. After all, who knows where Ouyang Ming might be lurking? But right now, there was no other way. He had to enter the secret realm. As for Ouyang Ming and the others, if they entered, then so be it. At worst, they would just have to fight if they encountered each other. Zhao Xian thought. And soon he brought Su Wanqing back to the enormous bronze portal. He casually scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sure enough, he sensed a few familiar auras. He paid no mind, reached into his storage ring to take out the jade token, and then placed it in front of the bronze portal. Whoosh! The next second, the phantom of the Cloud Roaring Supreme reappeared, first glaring at Zhao Xian. Then he slowly spoke. The key is valid. You may pass. The secret realm door is about to open. His tone was calm, but his gaze had never left Zhao Xian. Soon, the originally ajar bronze portal slowly opened. The huge creaking sound startled all the birds and beasts in the forest to flee. Halfway open, Zhao Xian could clearly see a shimmering curtain of light appearing within the portal, resembling rippling water. The next second, the light curtain enveloped Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing. They instantly vanished from sight. About 10 breaths later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the portal, his face filled with surprise. From his appearance and attire, it was unmistakably a disciple of the Divine Sky Sect. I knew it. He was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward without hesitation. The light curtain also enveloped him, sending him into the secret realm. As long as it was within the time the secret realm was open, anyone could enter. However, after the disciple of the Divine Sky Sect entered the secret realm, the massive bronze portal began to slowly close. Damn! The secret realm actually opened. I knew it. Ouyang Ming's furious curses could be heard from a distance. The next moment, Ouyang Ming was seen being dragged by 3 elders, rushing madly toward the bronze portal. Not far behind them, countless terrifying auras began to rise. They were, unmistakably, a group of Emperor Realm experts who had not gone far. Clearly, they had also sensed something unusual about Ouyang Ming. So even after seeing the auction fail, they did not turn to leave but lingered for a moment to observe the situation. They had originally waited for a long time, and seeing that nothing was happening, they planned to leave. Unexpectedly, the bronze door suddenly began to open. This made them realize instantly. Then they rushed forward recklessly. But, they were still a bit slow. Whoosh! Ouyang Ming and his 3 companions were relatively close, so they rushed to the bronze door first. Before the door completely closed, a light curtain enveloped the 4 of them and sent them into the secret realm. Bang! The heavy sound of the door closing echoed. The next moment, a group of powerful figures from the royal realm arrived late, rushing to the bronze door, frantically pounding on it, but to no avail. Damn! That bastard Ouyang Ming actually toyed with us. Wasn't the phantom of the Supreme Yunxiao unable to issue the key? How did Ouyang Ming open the secret realm? Now that it has come to this, we can only wait for Ouyang Ming to come out to find out. Their expressions were extremely grim. They regretted missing such a tremendous opportunity to the utmost. Moreover, they hadn't expected that the secret realm would only remain open for such a short time. They simply couldn't make it in time. However, even so, they did not leave but instead sat cross-legged around the bronze door. The monk can run, but the temple cannot be escaped. Even if they couldn't seize the great opportunity, they could still wait for Ouyang Ming to come out and take a few pieces of meat from that kid. Zhao Xian naturally had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, he only felt countless white lights flashing before him. When he calmed down and slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in an endless desert. The surroundings were boundless wasteland, with not a hint of green in sight. Is this the secret realm created by the supreme power? A voice filled with shock came from beside him. It was Su Wanqing. The spiritual energy is so abundant. Hearing this, Zhao Xian also sensed the spiritual energy in the air. It was indeed quite rich. If used for cultivation, it would surely lead to great improvement. However, there was a legacy left by a supreme power here. If he only focused on cultivation, wouldn't that be picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons? Thinking of this, he took out the key again. His divine sense entered it. Instantly, a location appeared in his mind. Let's go. Without any intention of stopping, Zhao Xian led Su Wanqing towards the location of the legacy. Along the way, he tried to summon a shadow puppet nearby. He thought it would be impossible to summon within the secret realm. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. That makes things much easier. Zhao Xian directly sent the shadow puppet ahead to scout, avoiding any troubles along the way that would slow him down. After all, there were definitely more than just him and Su Wanqing in this secret realm. When they reached the vicinity, he sensed the auras of Ouyang Ming and his 3 companions, as well as that of a disciple from the Xinjiao sect. As expected, these 5 must have also entered, so he had to quickly obtain the legacy. The 2 hurried on their way, with the shadow puppet leading the way. The journey was quite smooth. They soon exited the endless desert and arrived at a lush green meadow, where a vast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles before them. Zhao Xian squinted, sensing the location of the legacy within the key, which was at the center of that mountain range. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian immediately headed towards the center of the mountain range. But not long after he started walking, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Xian's mind. Kid, where did you get the key in your hand? Hearing this voice, Zhao Xian paused. He looked at Su Wanqing beside him, but found that she seemed to have no reaction at all. What's wrong, President? Aren't we continuing on our way? Su Wanqing looked confused. Zhao Xian shook his head. Are you, Senior Yuan Shao? This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Zhao Xian immediately guessed the identity of the other party. That's right. Still the same question. Where did you get this key? The voice of Yun Shaoji once again echoed, filled with confusion and disbelief. It was an accidental acquisition. You should know more about this key than I do. Senior? Zhao Xian retorted in his heart. Yun Shaoji fell silent for a long time. How strange. Truly strange. This Linlang Holy Jade was personally crafted by me, and there is only one in the entire world. Yet the one in your hand is exactly the same as mine. Even the flaw caused by my negligence is identical. How truly odd. Yun Shaoji seemed quite perplexed by this. He couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel at the incredible ability to turn waste into treasure. Even a unique treasure could be directly transformed. It was a bit against the heavens. Perhaps you misremembered. Senior, maybe you crafted 2 pieces and just forgot about it over the years. Zhao Xian casually found an excuse to brush it off. Unexpectedly, Yun Shaoji seemed to agree. That is also possible. Zhao Xian fell into silence, but soon he realized, after all, this was not the true Yun Shaoji. It was merely a remnant of his divine consciousness. Coupled with the passage of several hundred years, his memories must have worn down quite a bit. In that case, after the auction ended, it seems I had some preconceived notions. Sorry, kid. Yun Shaoji seemed quite unpretentious, actually apologizing to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was taken aback. As compensation, let me send you on your way. Whoosh! Before Zhao Xian could say much more, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a magnificent palace. The palace was extremely vast but rather empty. He was positioned in one corner of the palace. There was only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. On the wooden bed lay a figure in white, long hair flowing. It was indeed Yun Shaoji. At this moment, he could clearly see Yun Shaoji's face. Unexpectedly ordinary, not handsome, with very common features, but there was a boldness in his brows that seemed to pierce through the heavens. This is where I took my last breath. A phantom slowly appeared before Zhao Xian. It was the remnant of Yun Shaoji. He glanced at his own figure lying on the wooden bed with a hint of emotion, then smiled and said, "Looks a bit tragic, doesn't it? A dignified supreme expert, lying on such a cheap wooden table at the end of his life, truly unworthy of his status." Zhao Xian nodded. It is indeed a bit. Yun Xiaoji was taken aback. I just made a self-deprecating remark. And you actually agreed? But then Zhao Xian spoke up. However, it seems like it was intentionally done by you, Senior Yun Xiaoji. Hearing this, Yun Xiaoji squinted his eyes. You kid are quite clever. Zhao Xian looked around and then noticed that Su Wanqing was not beside him. That little girl has her own opportunities, but you need not worry about her safety. Yun Xiaoji saw Zhao Xian's concern and comforted him. Opportunities? Zhao Xian was somewhat surprised. She has a talent for auctions. Very much to my liking, she had quite the flair during the auction. Reminiscent of my youth, so I plan to teach her some things. Yun Xiaoji explained. It can be like that? Zhao Xian was even more surprised, but upon reflection, it was likely that Yun Xiaoji had a deep understanding of auctions in his lifetime, even to the point of obsession. That was quite normal. What about me? Zhao Xian turned to look at Yun Xiaoji and asked. So eager? Yun Xiaoji smiled and countered. Of course, there are quite a few competitors eyeing the secret realm, so it's better to get it in hand sooner rather than later, Zhao Xian said, shrugging his shoulders. However, Yun Xiaoji waved his hand. Those few oddballs aren't worth worrying about, but that little guy from the Xinxiao sect is a bit strange. As he said this, Yun Xiaoji's brow furrowed slightly. Why do you say that, Senior? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow and pressed for more. He also found the disciple of the Xinxiao sect somewhat peculiar. This guy seemed off during the auction, as if he was bidding not for the treasures themselves but to achieve some other goal. Later, when he arrived at the secret realm, he found that the person was still there, which made him even more puzzled. This guy, is he so sure the secret realm will open? Yun Xiaoji didn't hide anything and said with a strange expression, that little guy is coming this way, and the grand formation I set up, the All-Illusion Great Array, couldn't stop him. It's truly bizarre. The All-Illusion Great Array? Is it powerful? Zhao Xian asked casually. Yun Xiaoji shot him a glance. It's just average, it can barely trap a supreme expert. Zhao Xian. A formation that can trap a supreme expert. And you call that average? However, Zhao Xian soon furrowed his brow. Since this formation can trap supreme experts, how did that disciple of the Xinxiao sect get through? Forget it, since you're also eager for the inheritance, I'll give it to you. Yun Xiaoji looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Great, close your eyes. Yun Xiaoji said calmly. Zhao Xian closed his eyes as instructed. In the next moment, Yun Xiaoji's phantom transformed into a stream of light and directly entered Zhao Xian's brow. It then headed straight for Zhao Xian's sea of consciousness. Realizing this, Zhao Xian's heart skipped a beat. This old man isn't trying to take over my body, is he? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He wasn't too nervous. If Yun Xiaoji really wanted to take over him, he had ways to deal with it, though it would waste some resources. Just as Zhao Xian was pondering, Yun Xiaoji's remnant had already entered Zhao Xian's sea of consciousness. Kid, embrace the origin and guard the one. Concentrate your spirit. Your soul is too weak. If a powerful soul were to attack, a single thought could crush you. It will take some time to pass on your inheritance. So while there's nothing going on, I'll help you strengthen it. Hearing Yun Xiaoji's voice, Zhao Xian was immediately astonished and even a bit ashamed. He had underestimated the senior's intentions. This Yun Xiaoji acted with integrity and truly didn't seem like the kind of dark rat who would try to take over his juniors. Thank you, senior. Zhao Xian immediately followed Yun Xiaoji's instructions, embracing the origin and concentrating his spirit. In the next moment, he felt a wave of intense pain in his mind. This was Yun Xiaoji helping him strengthen his soul. Zhao Xian closed his eyes tightly, silently feeling the changes in his soul. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhao Xian opened his eyes, feeling a surge of power throughout his body, his eyes clear, and his spirit stronger than ever. Previously, his spiritual sense could extend a little over 1,000 meters, but now, it had increased by more than 10 times. The strength of his soul now was likely far beyond that of an Imperial Realm expert. The strength of your soul is about right, and the inheritance has been fully passed on to you. You should be able to feel it. Yun Xiaoji's voice came again. Hearing this, Zhao Xian finally noticed that there seemed to be something new in his spiritual sense. He immediately checked and was astonished to find that deep within his sea of consciousness, a bronze portal had been established at some unknown time. This portal was identical to the bronze portal that opened when the secret realm began, just a miniature version within his sea of consciousness. Senior, this, Zhao Xian's face showed surprise. Yun Xiaojizun quickly explained, The inheritance is within this gate of myriad mysteries. I have already bound it to you. Now, you are the master of this secret realm. The inheritance can be obtained with just a thought. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian slightly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his palm. A purple storage ring suddenly appeared in his hand. He immersed his consciousness into it. After seeing the contents of the storage ring, he couldn't help but gasp. Everything I have learned in my life is within. As for the spirit stones and elixirs, I didn't leave much behind. I took most of them for healing. There aren't many items, but they are extremely precious. Cherish them well, kid, Yun Xiao Jizun said with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. Such a precious treasure cannot be compared to mere elixirs and spirit stones. Zhao Xian bowed in thanks. That's good. Since that's the case, it's time for me to leave this world. Yun Xiao Jizun's voice began to grow ethereal. It seemed this remnant thought had reached its final moment. Senior, if there is anything you need help with, please speak quickly. I will definitely help you if I can. After receiving Yun Xiao Jizun's inheritance, Zhao Xian immediately clasped his hands and spoke. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Yun Xiao Jizun smiled. Help? Not really, but if I had to say, if you have the chance, take the key to the southern domains black. Yun Xiao Jizun's voice suddenly stopped. Zhao Xian fell silent. Damn. Finish your sentence. As Yun Xiao Jizun's last remnant thought dissipated, Zhao Xian could only sigh helplessly. I don't even know what the southern domain's black is, but it should be related to the southern domain. Zhao Xian pondered slightly. If there is a chance in the future, I will go take a look, he thought, shaking his head, his gaze falling on the storage ring in his hand. Inside were the lifelong teachings of Yun Xiao Jizun. There weren't many items, 3 golden leaves of inheritance and a golden staff. He took these items out and placed them in front of him. Among them, the golden staff was a high-grade imperial weapon. Yes, high-grade, and it was an imperial weapon. This level of weaponry was rare even in the entire Jingyue Empire. Only supreme powerhouses could access such things. And now, he possessed a high-grade imperial weapon. No, to be precise, it should be a supreme weapon. After all, he could transform waste into treasure, allowing this high-grade imperial weapon to be upgraded by 1 rank. Thinking of this, he showed no hesitation and directly chose the golden staff, silently chanting to transform waste into treasure. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed waste into treasure and obtained a low-grade supreme weapon, Xuanwu Tongyu staff. Whoosh! Zhao Xian felt a flash of light before his eyes, and the golden staff before him seemed to retract its brilliance, appearing much more ordinary. But only Zhao Xian knew the terrifying power contained within this staff. Zhao Xian reached out to hold the Xuanwu Tongyu staff, and he couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect Yun Xiao Jizun to be skilled in staff techniques. From Yun Xiao Jizun's appearance, he initially thought he used a sword. Then Zhao Xian did not hesitate and chose to upgrade the Xuanwu Tongyu staff by 1 rank. This time, it actually cost a full 30 million low-grade spirit stones. The rank of the Xuanwu Tongyu staff was also raised to a mid-grade supreme weapon. The name remained unchanged. It seems that the spirit stones consumed to reach the supreme level increase exponentially. He sighed, thankful that he had plenty of spirit stones now. He shook his head, his gaze falling on the 3 golden leaves of inheritance. These 3 golden leaves included 1 technique and 2 martial arts. All were supreme grade above the heavenly rank. Zhao Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Although the technique and martial arts were of low-grade supreme quality, if turning waste into treasure can elevate one's rank, wouldn't that be amazing? With this thought, Zhao Xian wasted no time in transforming these 3 books into treasures. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the low-grade holy level technique, Tongtian Xingfa. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the low-grade holy level martial art, Zhoutian Puxian Gun. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the low-grade holy level martial art, Hanyuan Suiyu Zhang. Hiss! Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Xian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This, directly to the holy level, is the holy realm above the supreme realm? Zhao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. He was only at the king realm and had directly acquired holy level martial arts and techniques. This was simply invincible. Looking at the 3 gleaming golden leaves before him, Zhao Xian hesitated not at all and immediately upgraded these 3 inheritance golden leaves again. This time, the 3 holy level techniques cost a staggering 210 million low-grade spirit stones. Calculating separately, each one cost 70 million low-grade spirit stones. TSK. Zhao Xian sighed, but he also felt it was reasonable. After all, they were holy level techniques. Now, after the upgrade, these 3 techniques and martial arts had directly risen to the middle grade holy level. Zhao Xian immediately began to absorb them. Due to his soul being significantly enhanced by the Yunxiao Supreme, absorbing these 3 inheritance golden leaves was surprisingly easy. In less than 15 minutes, he had absorbed them all. Without any hesitation, he directly allocated points. His gaze sharpened as he looked at his panel. Host, Zhao Xian, age, 22, cultivation, King Realm 9th layer, physique, saint body of all laws returning to origin, bloodline, holy dragon bloodline, development progress, 20%, technique. Heavenly grade high quality, holy dragon heart sutra, perfect. Heavenly grade supreme quality, supreme sword sutra, perfect. Holy grade middle quality, Tantian Shengfa, perfect. Holy grade high quality, returning to origin of all laws sutra, perfect. Martial arts. Heavenly grade supreme quality, supreme 9 swords, perfect. Heavenly grade supreme quality, Jingtide 9 layers of waves, perfect. Heavenly grade supreme quality, supreme dragon step, perfect. Holy grade middle quality, Joutian Paxian gun. Holy grade middle quality, Hanyuan Sui Yu Zhang. Current usable technique experience, 820,000 points, can be used to comprehend techniques/create techniques. Current usable martial arts experience, 611,000 points, can be used to comprehend martial arts/create martial arts. Current usable item fragments, 132 points, can be used to enhance weapons/create weapons. Current usable universal stones, 13, After fully allocating points to Tongtian Xingfa, his cultivation instantly broke through to the King Realm 9th layer, which Zhao Xian found unsurprising. After all, this was a holy level technique. Moreover, he could feel the terrifying attraction emanating from his dantian. If he were to sit down and cultivate right now, he could probably drain all the spiritual energy in this secret realm in an instant. Breaking through to the Emperor realm would be a piece of cake. However, did it really consume 200,000 technique experience to fully allocate points this time? Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Originally, the system had rewarded him with 500,000 experience, causing his technique and martial arts experience to surge to over 1,000,000 points. But now, it had directly taken away 200,000. Was it really that expensive? But upon careful consideration, these were holy level techniques and martial arts, and they were middle grade. It was only natural that they consumed more experience. That's still acceptable. Zhao Xian's gaze then fell on the returning to origin of all laws sutra. He couldn't help but marvel. Incredible! After fully allocating points to Tongtian Xingfa, the returning to origin of all laws sutra's grade had actually risen directly to the high grade holy level. This was simply outrageous. My combat power has skyrocketed countless times, Zhao Xian thought to himself. With his current cultivation at the King Realm 9th layer, if he were to exert his full strength, he could probably contend with peak Emperor Realm experts. Even with Emperor Realm powerhouses guarding him outside, he felt no fear at all. In fact, he was a bit eager to try. Ha! Senior Yunxiao is truly not hiding anything at all. He couldn't help but exclaim. He then slowly stood up. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through to the Emperor Realm as well. It's just that, not far in front of him, a familiar figure was approaching. From his distinctive attire, it was clear, he was a disciple of the Xinjiao sect. At that moment, the Xinjiao sect disciple also noticed Zhao Xian, his pupils widening in shock. You, he pointed at Zhao Xian, his face showing disbelief. You have already obtained the inheritance of Senior Yunxiao? He asked incredulously. Sorry, you're a step too late, Zhao Xian replied calmly, looking at the Xinjiao sect disciple. The disciple's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. The inheritance of Senior Yunxiao should be mine. It must be mine. Otherwise, you are disrupting the prophecy. Hand over the inheritance to me. In the next moment, the Xinjiao sect disciple fixed his gaze on Zhao Xian and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Xian felt little anger. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. He caught a key word in the disciple's words. Prophecy. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. Prophecy? What prophecy? This inheritance was personally given to me by Senior Yunxiao. Do you think I would give it to you? Zhao Xian said with a smile. The Xinjiao sect disciple, however, seemed to be possessed, staring intently at Zhao Xian. The inheritance is mine. If you obstruct the prophecy from happening, you will die without a burial place. Don't be ungrateful. he shouted loudly. "Then I would like to see how I will die," Zhao Xian said, crossing his arms casually and looking at the Xinjiao sect disciple. "You are seeking death." Seeing this, the Xinjiao sect disciple seemed to go mad, charging directly at Zhao Xian. His aura suddenly surged. From the peak of the king realm, it transformed in the blink of an eye into the emperor realm. His cultivation was even continuously rising. This scene made Zhao Xian's gaze sharpen. This guy, had he been hiding his true cultivation from the start? Just as the Xinjiao sect disciple was about to reach Zhao Xian, his cultivation had already skyrocketed to the 6th level of the emperor realm. His aura was still climbing to its peak. "Hand over the inheritance." The Xinjiao sect disciple coldly looked at Zhao Xian, drawing a black longsword that pointed directly at Zhao Xian, his voice carrying an undeniable tone. "If you want the inheritance, come and take it yourself," Zhao Xian replied, still indifferent. "You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth." The Xinjiao sect disciple's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly shook his wrist, and the black longsword erupted with a sword intent that pierced the heavens. Sizzle! Although this sword intent was not as strong as Zhao Xian's burning heaven sword intent, it was not too far off. This surprised Zhao Xian. He had mastered the perfected burning heaven sword intent by transforming waste into treasure. This person, looking quite young, could also master a sword intent that was not much weaker than the burning heaven sword intent. Truly remarkable. However, Zhao Xian felt no fear. He raised his hand, gripping the Killing King sword tightly, and the burning heaven sword intent erupted with a roar. Sizzle! The two terrifying sword intents collided in mid-air, emitting a series of earth-shattering sword cries. Zhao Xian's burning heaven sword intent clearly had the upper hand, instantly suppressing the opponent's sword intent. The Xinjiao sect disciple's expression changed drastically, clearly not expecting that Zhao Xian also mastered sword intent, and even stronger than his own. "Is that all?" The Xinjiao sect disciple snorted coldly, pouring all his spiritual energy into the long sword, the power that erupted instantly pushing back the burning heaven sword intent. At the same time, the domain power unique to the emperor realm spread out from the Xinjiao sect disciple, enveloping Zhao Xian within it. Die! The disciple of the Xinjiao sect raised his left hand, intending to suppress Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's expression remained calm as the holy dragon domain unfolded. Combined with the domain power of the Zixiao cave, the two domains layered together were not much weaker than the imperial realm domain. This scene caused the disciple of the Xinjiao sect to change his expression drastically. A 9th-level king realm cultivator actually mastered a domain, and 2 domains at that. What on earth is going on with this guy? A hint of shock appeared in his eyes, but what he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. In the next moment, Zhao Xian did not defend himself. Instead, he took the initiative to strike. His figure resembled a swimming dragon, and as he moved, a true dragon's phantom faintly emerged, roaring. When it fell before the disciple of the Xinjiao sect, he only vaguely heard a dragon's roar before he was horrified to find Zhao Xian still standing in front of him. He raised his hand and struck down. Zzz. When Zhao Xian's palm came down, it felt as if space itself had been shattered. The disciple of the Xinjiao sect was filled with terror and hurriedly used all his strength to defend. He even took out the sacred turtle breath stone. Spiritual energy instantly poured into it, and the breath of the sacred turtle appeared, shielding him. In the next moment, Zhao Xian's palm landed on the breath of the sacred turtle. Crack! At the moment of contact, the breath of the sacred turtle was covered in cracks. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, the disciple of the Xinjiao sect's eyes turned red. The breath released by the sacred turtle breathstone was enough to withstand the attacks of late-stage Imperial Realm experts. Yet Zhao Xian's single palm directly shattered the breath of the sacred turtle. Either the sacred turtle breathstone was just for show, or Zhao Xian's palm power had already surpassed that of late-stage Imperial Realm experts. Thinking of this, the disciple of the Xinjiao sect trembled all over. What the hell was he even fighting for? He wasn't a fool. Under Zhao Xian's palm, he clearly understood. He was absolutely no match for Zhao Xian. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Without any hesitation, he turned and activated his movement technique, intending to escape. But at this point, how could Zhao Xian let him go? Run? In this secret realm, even if you are a supreme being, it is impossible to escape. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, his mind moving, and the miniature door of myriad mysteries in his sea of consciousness opened. In the next second, Zhao Xian felt that the entire secret realm was within his control. He looked at the fleeing disciple of the Shinshao sect without making any move. The disciple suddenly stopped in mid-air. It was as if the power of heaven and earth and the entire secret realm was being manipulated by Zhao Xian. The disciple of the Shinshao sect also felt the shackles of the surrounding heavenly and earthly powers. His expression turned extremely ugly. That guy actually had control over the entire secret realm. It was over. Even if he brought out all his trump cards, he would still be no match. He was completely finished. His face turned ashen. He gave up struggling. Zhao Xian walked slowly to the disciple of the Shinshao sect. He did not rush to kill him but calmly asked, "So, tell me, what is this prophecy you mentioned?" Hearing Zhao Xian's inquiry, the disciple of the Shinshao sect showed no interest in answering, keeping his mouth shut and turning his head away, refusing to look at Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he calmly analyzed, "At the auction, you clearly had no great interest in those treasures, yet you still raised the price as much as you could, as if you simply wanted to increase the price of those treasures. Let me guess, you were after that inheritance key?" Upon hearing Zhao Xian's analysis, the disciple of the Shinshao sect's expression did not change. He remained silent, knowing that speaking too much at this moment would lead to mistakes. Moreover, even if he did speak, Zhao Xian would not let him go. If he remained silent, perhaps he could use it as leverage to make Zhao Xian hesitate to kill him. He was very clear about his current situation. Seeing this, Zhao Xian continued to analyze. Later, the auction ended, and the inheritance key was not distributed. "I observed you, you seemed very disappointed, even somewhat confused and perplexed. It seems that in your view, this key should have been distributed without question. Then I left and returned, only to find that you were still waiting near the secret realm. Combining this with what you said earlier about the prophecy, it looks like you have a treasure that can foresee the future?" Zhao Xian spoke calmly. The disciple of the Shinshao sect's pupils constricted, but soon, he quickly returned to calmness. "You don't need to pry any further. If it falls into your hands, I admit defeat. If you want to kill me, go ahead." The disciple of the Shinshao sect held his neck high, appearing ready to face death. Zhao Xian smiled, "Pretending to be calm in front of me? Alright then, I'll kill you and then look for that treasure. You should have it on you." Zhao Xian muttered to himself, then raised his hand. In the next second, an indescribable sense of fear rose from the disciple of the Shinshao sect's feet. Crack! The disciple's leg seemed to suffer some kind of inhumane torture, instantly torn into countless pieces of flesh. The intense pain made the disciple of the Shinshao sect scream in agony. "Ah, my legs!" He reached out to cover his legs, but unexpectedly, at that moment, his arms also exploded into a mass of flesh. The severe pain nearly made the disciple faint. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." He hurriedly begged for mercy, his voice filled with terror. Zhao Xian, however, smiled slightly. "Sorry, it's too late." Zhao Xian raised his hand again. Boom! The disciple's lower body instantly exploded, and the disciple of the Shinshao sect fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Zhao Xian casually reached out. A storage ring appeared from the disciple's chest and fell into Zhao Xian's hand. Zhao Xian did not rush to kill the disciple of the Shinshao sect but instead immersed his consciousness into the storage ring to investigate. Soon, he moved his consciousness. A round, jade-like green pearl fell into his palm. A line of information slowly unfolded before his eyes. Prophecy pearl, a sacred object of heaven and earth. After infusing it with spiritual energy, one can know any specific event that will occur within the next 3 days. It can only be used once a month. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed this was the treasure of the disciple of the Shinshao sect. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly erased the disciple of the Shinshao sect, leaving no trace behind. He then carefully examined the prophecy pearl, predicting events that will happen in 3 days, and can only be used once a month. Zhao Xian pondered slightly. Just 3 days. The usage is limited. However, Zhao Xian's eyes turned slightly, and he silently recited a phrase in his heart. Turn waste into treasure. A flash of pure white light passed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the green pearl in his hand had actually grown several sizes. It was previously only the size of a thumb, but now it was the size of a fist. At the same time, the system's prompt sound leisurely came. "Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure and obtained the divination pearl." Zhao Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly focused on the fist-sized green pearl in his hand. Divination pearl, a divine object of heaven and earth. After infusing it with spiritual energy, one can know any specific event that will occur within the next month. It can be used once every 10 days. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian was overjoyed. Not only could it detect events happening in the next month, but the cooldown time was also reduced to 10 days. In this way, this item could also be used to investigate impending dangers or opportunities, to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. No wonder it's a divine object of heaven and earth. Zhao Xian sighed. Then his eyes turned, trying to upgrade the divination pearl again. However, there was simply no option for that. Are we at the end? Zhao Xian frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, this divination pearl could only predict events occurring within the next month, and there was still much room for improvement. Yet, it couldn't trigger the upgrade option? Or is it that the level of the divination pearl after upgrading is too high, so I can't upgrade yet? Zhao Xian furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment but couldn't come to a conclusion, so he simply decided not to think about it any longer. But what should I predict? Zhao Xian's face showed a look of conflict. After all, the prediction function could be used once every 10 days, so he might as well use it. But where to use it was another question. He thought for a moment before his mind sank, and spiritual energy flowed into the divination pearl. What major events will happen in the Jinghua dynasty in the next month? Buzz. As soon as Zhao Xian's question was asked, the divination pearl began to tremble slightly. Immediately, lines of text appeared before his eyes, evaluating major events based on the cultivator's level. At least a royal realm expert must be involved. Thus concluding, Major Event 1, at noon 15 days later, the current emperor of the Jinghua dynasty will pass away, and the first prince will ascend to the throne. Titled Emperor 1. Major Event 2, on the morning of the 16th day, the demons from the south region will launch a full-scale invasion, led by 3 supreme demon experts, and on the 19th day, the Jinghua dynasty will be destroyed. Holy crap! Upon seeing the text appear, Zhao Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Goodness! He casually asked a question and unexpectedly uncovered 2 major secrets. One was the emperor's death, and the other was the invasion of the Jinghua dynasty by the 3 supreme demons. Hiss! Is the next month going to be this thrilling? Zhao Xian felt no fear. Instead, he became somewhat excited. Wait, South Region Black Abyss? Zhao Xian looked at these 4 words and immediately recalled the last words of Supreme Yunxiao. Did Senior Yunxiao want me to take the Lingling Sacred Jade to the South Region Black Abyss? Zhao Xian frowned. From the content displayed by the divination pearl, it seemed that the South Region Black Abyss was the lair of the demons. Well, let's take it one step at a time. After all, I will definitely have dealings with the demons by then. Zhao Xian didn't rush and withdrew his gaze. Buzz! As the prediction ended, the blue light on the divination pearl dimmed instantly. The entire pearl became incredibly dull, like a broken stone. Seeing this, Zhao Xian finally tossed the divination pearl into his storage ring. With a thought, he quickly found Su Wancheng, who was receiving her own opportunity. Seeing her immersed in it, it seemed she still needed quite a bit of time to digest. Zhao Xian also sat down. It's about time to break through to the royal realm. Now that he had mastered 2 holy level techniques, one of which was a top-grade holy level technique, not cultivating would be a tremendous waste, so he took a deep breath and activated the technique. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous pulling force erupted from Zhao Xian's dantian, violently swallowing all the spiritual energy around him. Zhao Xian knew that relying solely on the spiritual energy within the myriad doors was definitely not enough, so he waved his hand, and nearly 1,000 top-grade spirit stones surrounded him, continuously releasing rich spiritual energy. Buzz! Countless dense spiritual energies surged madly into Zhao Xian's body. Zhao Xian completely immersed himself in it, rapidly refining. In the secret realm, Ouyang Ming and the 3 elders were turning in a marshy area. "Aunt Yu, are we trapped?" Ouyang Ming, seeing that they had been going in circles for so long, couldn't help but look at the old woman beside him. The old woman sighed and nodded. "I'm afraid so, and it should be an illusion array." Hearing this, Ouyang Ming's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the 2 elders beside him. "Elder Chen, Elder Lin, you both have a good understanding of formations. Is there a way to break it? This broken place has nothing at all." If it weren't for the fact that they were just going in circles, he would really doubt whether he had truly entered the secret realm. Clearly, this illusion array was their first test. They needed to pass through the illusion array to have a chance at obtaining the legacy of the supreme powerhouse. Hearing Ouyang Ming's words, the other 2 elders also looked helpless. Young master, from what I see, the array that traps us is of a much higher grade than the previous 7 absolute killing array. Cracking it is almost impossible. Not just us, even a supreme powerhouse would likely be trapped here. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Ming's brows furrowed tightly. Then did we enter this secret realm for nothing? The other 3 elders exchanged glances and nodded helplessly. Damn! Yang Ming cursed in frustration. In that case, wouldn't the legacy belong to that Zhao Xian? No, they couldn't even enter, let alone Zhao Xian, who was only at the 7th level of the King Realm. I didn't expect that entering would mean facing such a severe test. The legacy of the Supreme is indeed not so easily obtained. He sighed deeply and stopped trying. He could only sit cross-legged. Since they were already here, the concentration of spiritual energy around was quite sufficient. A bit of cultivation would at least make the trip worthwhile. Just as he sat down and prepared to operate his technique to absorb the spiritual energy, suddenly, an indescribable terrifying aura descended. Then, whoosh, in an instant, it swept away all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Yang Ming's eyes widened. What the hell? Not even allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy. Damn it, if he had known, he wouldn't have come in. Inside the palace, Zhao Xian sat cross-legged, his body gradually floating in mid-air. The aura around him was also becoming incredibly powerful. The resources required for a king realm to break through to the emperor realm were extremely vast. Even with Zhao Xian's extraordinary talent and mastery of 2 holy level techniques, he had already consumed nearly 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even so, he still hadn't broken through. He needed to fill in a massive amount of spirit stones. Zhao Xian's brows furrowed tightly. He clearly hadn't expected that breaking through to the emperor realm would be so difficult. The demand for spiritual energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if all the spiritual energy required for every level of the king realm was combined, it wouldn't amount to a single hair of what was needed to break through to the emperor realm. It was outrageous. Fortunately, he had obtained quite a few high-grade spirit stones from the previous auction, so he wasn't in a hurry for resources. Zhao Xian remained calm, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy. At this moment, the holy dragon aura in his dantian had become extremely rich, seemingly on the verge of transforming from gas to liquid. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Zhao Xian was still immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, the holy dragon aura in his dantian had almost transformed into liquid, becoming holy dragon liquid. 1 drop contained the equivalent of all the spiritual energy he had in his dantian when he was at the 9th level of the king realm. And within his dantian, he had actually condensed a total of 9 drops of holy dragon liquid. The 10th drop of holy dragon liquid was also slowly forming. At the same time, Zhao Xian's entire body was undergoing a baptism. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and thunder was gathering in waves. Breaking through from the king realm to the emperor realm would encounter the tribulation of the heavenly path. And this was the final threshold faced when breaking through from the king realm to the emperor realm. Getting past this step had stumped countless talented individuals. But on Zhao Xian's side, as the heavenly tribulation in the sky reached its peak, a pitch-black divine thunder of the heavenly path struck down towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian did not dodge or evade, allowing the divine thunder to strike him. It must be said that the power contained within this divine thunder was truly destructive. In an instant, it split his body open, and blood gushed out. But soon, the divine thunder dissipated, and an inexplicable force began to restore Zhao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, all of Zhao Xian's injuries were healed. At the same time, the aura around Zhao Xian underwent a qualitative change. An extraordinary temperament naturally emerged. Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Emperor Realm? He extended his hand, and a domain instantly unfolded. This was the domain power he mastered after breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Its power was slightly weaker than the domain that came with the Purple Sky Cave, but there was still room for growth. With this domain, Zhao Xian now possessed 3 domains. TSK. Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The combined power of 3 domains would likely increase exponentially. After breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Zhao Xian attempted to continue his cultivation. However, he no longer experienced the terrifying speed he had in the King Realm. He operated his techniques with all his might and instantly absorbed 10 high-grade spirit stones completely. Yet he found the improvement was minimal. At this rate, he would need to absorb at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to have a chance to break through to the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm. This is ridiculous. Zhao Xian's face darkened. To advance a single realm requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's just too expensive. Spirit stones flow like water. No wonder it's said that in cultivation, money is the most important. Without spirit stones, no matter how good your talent is, it's hard to improve. Zhao Xian sighed. Fortunately, he had quite a few high-grade spirit stones on him. He wasn't too worried. Moreover, Zhao Xian flipped his palm. A jade slip fell into his hand. This was the jade slip for the King Realm Enlightenment. Because he broke through to the King Realm too quickly, he hadn't needed this jade slip at all. Of course, even if he could use it, Zhao Xian didn't plan to. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian upgraded the King Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip by turning waste into treasure. Although this King Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip had already been turned from waste into treasure, he hadn't upgraded it afterward. Now, it was just the right time to use it. After deducting 10 million low-grade spirit stones, the King Realm Enlightenment Jade Slip was finally upgraded. Upgrade successful. Obtained Emperor Realm Enlightenment Golden Leaf. Swish! As he opened his eyes, the Jade Slip had vanished, replaced by a Golden Leaf of Inheritance. Emperor Realm Enlightenment Golden Leaf. Zhao Xian squinted and smiled. With this, he wouldn't need spirit stones for cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian showed no hesitation and directly used the Emperor Realm Enlightenment Golden Leaf. Buzz! The moment he used the Golden Leaf, it transformed into a golden light and entered Zhao Xian's body. Then, Zhao Xian's aura surged explosively. Emperor Realm 2nd level. Emperor Realm 3rd level. Emperor Realm 4th level. In an instant, Zhao Xian's cultivation directly broke through to the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. And at the moment he broke through to the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, Zhao Xian's aura also stopped surging. The enlightenment had ended. What a pity! I only improved by 5 realms. Zhao Xian shook his head inside. If these words were to spread outside, countless Emperor Realm experts would probably be so furious they'd spit blood. We toil for decades to barely break through 1 or 2 realms, and you break through 5 realms in less than a quarter of an hour and are still not satisfied? What a person! Zhao Xian clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With this, his strength had become even more exaggerated. With all his trump cards out, it should be no problem to challenge a peak Emperor Realm expert. But as for the Supreme, Zhao Xian pondered slightly. After all, he had yet to witness the means of a Supreme expert, so it was hard to speculate. Moreover, he only realized the vast chasm between the Emperor Realm and the King Realm after breaking through. His previous ability to challenge higher realms was entirely due to having too many trump cards. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even a newly advanced Emperor-level expert would be easily suppressed and killed by 10 peak King-level experts. And the Supreme experts would probably be even more exaggerated. So he didn't dare to boast that he could defeat a Supreme expert just yet. He would have to test it out first. It's about time to leave. After his strength increased, Zhao Xian slowly stood up and stretched his body. With a thought, a series of figures dressed in black suddenly appeared before him. There were a total of 30 black-clad figures, all identical in appearance and build. These were his 30 shadowy guild. Previously, when Zhao Xian was at the 9th level of the King Realm, the strength of the shadowy guild was also at the King Realm. Now, with his breakthrough to the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, these shadowy guild had all also broken through to the Emperor Realm. 30 Emperor level. This could easily suppress a dynasty. But within a dynasty, it still seemed a bit lacking. After all, there were supreme experts within the dynasty. He then moved his mind and pulled a thread in his sea of consciousness. The next second, Su Wanqing appeared beside Zhao Xian. She looked around in confusion, and upon seeing the 30 identical Emperor-level experts, her little face instantly turned pale with fright. What was going on? It wasn't until she saw Zhao Xian in front of the 30 Emperor-level experts that she breathed a sigh of relief. President! She exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and asked, "How was your harvest?" "Very good. That senior Yun Xiao is really great. He directly taught me a special technique and helped me master it perfectly." "Ha, President, how did you know I had a harvest?" Su Wanqing happily shared, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. "Can you guess why I was able to bring you to me in an instant?" Zhao Xian smiled. Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted as she understood. The president had already obtained the inheritance. As expected of the president, Su Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Continue." Su Wanqing nodded repeatedly and then said, "This technique is called the emotion technique. Once fully cultivated, it can merge spiritual energy into sound. making even the most ordinary words capable of stirring emotions, especially suitable for use in auctions. Hearing this, Zhao Xian showed a strange expression. There was such a technique? Truly worthy of the senior Yun Xiao. Most of the matters had already been handled. Zhao Xian's consciousness scanned the secret realm to check on Ouyang Ming and the others. He didn't rush to deal with them all at once. After a moment's thought, Zhao Xian put away the Gate of Mysteries. And at that very moment, the secret realm dissipated. Ouyang Ming and the others, who had been doing nothing, were suddenly thrown back to the entrance. The secret realm is closed, Ouyang Ming exclaimed with joy. Finally, it was over. They had been trapped in that confinement array for who knows how long, although it wouldn't affect their bodies. It was somewhat boring. The key was that they couldn't cultivate, which made it even more tedious. Now that the secret realm was closed, it was a relief for them. However, just as they landed and hadn't been happy for long, a series of angry shouts came from the side. Ouyang Ming. Upon hearing this voice, Ouyang Ming's expression changed instantly. He then saw a group of emperor-level experts rushing over, surrounding Ouyang Ming and the others in an instant. Good for you, Ouyang Ming, opening the inheritance secret realm and actually keeping it all to yourself. What a good trick. If we hadn't been far away, we might have really been fooled by you. Questions came one after another. Ouyang Ming's face showed helplessness. Everyone, this is not me, Ouyang Ming, deceiving you. Actually, He opened his mouth to explain, but unexpectedly, he was violently interrupted. Stop the nonsense. Either hand over the inheritance, and we'll rely on our own abilities, or, today, you will make an enemy of Yunchang City, and we absolutely won't spare you. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming's expression became even more unsightly. Hand over the inheritance? Then he must have the talent to bring it out. Everyone, although the young city lord and we have entered the secret realm of inheritance this time, we were trapped in a confinement array as soon as we entered. That confinement array is something even supreme powerhouses cannot break through. So naturally, we had no chance to touch the supreme inheritance. Granny Yu stood up and explained with a bow. As a powerful figure in the royal realm, her words carried some weight. Hearing her explanation and seeing Ouyang Ming's innocent expression, the group of royal realm powerhouses exchanged glances. Then explain how you opened the door to the secret realm? They asked again. Since Ouyang Ming couldn't obtain the inheritance, they had to find out how to enter the secret realm. After all, there would still be opportunities to enter the secret realm in the future. But as soon as this question was asked, Ouyang Ming was immediately put on the spot. This, Seeing Ouyang Ming's reaction, the expressions of the royal realm powerhouses immediately turned sour. Could it be that you want to say you don't know? Gazes instantly fixed on Ouyang Ming. That's indeed the case, Ouyang Ming said with a helpless look. He quickly explained. Although I entered the secret realm, I only saw the door to the secret realm open and rushed in just before it closed. I really don't know how it was opened, but clearly, this explanation could not convince the group of royal realm powerhouses. Ha! You don't know this. You don't know that. Do you think we will believe you? Still the same thing. Either hand over the inheritance, or tell us how to enter the secret realm. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The group of royal realm powerhouses coldly reprimanded. Even Granny Yu's face didn't help. With such a huge opportunity in front of them, who would be willing to let it go? As these words were spoken, Ouyang Ming and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. They wanted to take it out, but they couldn't. Just as Ouyang Ming and the others were in a difficult position, a voice floated down from the air not far away. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for young city lord Ouyang. He really knows nothing and has gained nothing. Hearing this voice, Ouyang Ming felt a sense of relief. Finally, someone was helping to defuse the situation. But, why did this voice sound somewhat familiar? The group of royal realm powerhouses frowned and turned their heads upon hearing this. In the air not far away stood a handsome young man and a beautiful woman. It was Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing, who had just come out of the secret realm. Seeing Zhao Xian, the group of royal realm powerhouses had no impression of him, but they did remember Su Wanqing. An auctioneer? Then who the hell are you? Ouyang Ming turned his head and saw Zhao Xian, his eyes widening. Zhao Xian was actually helping him out? But thinking about it, they hadn't torn their faces apart. At least their surface relationship was still friendly. Yet he was still quite surprised. Me, president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and the main organizer of this auction. Zhao Xian smiled. I don't care what kind of Chamber of Commerce president you are. On what basis do you say Yang Ming knows nothing? Are you a worm in his stomach? A royal realm powerhouse stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Xian and shouting loudly. This friend, pointing fingers at others recklessly is not a good habit, Zhao Xian calmly advised. Get the hell out of here. That royal realm powerhouse, already hot-tempered and in a very bad mood, became furious upon hearing Zhao Xian's words. He raised his hand, and a blade of pure spiritual energy formed, pointing directly at Zhao Xian's forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Xian didn't even raise an eyelid, he gently waved his right hand. A terrifying aura shot out from his sleeve, instantly erasing that spiritual energy blade, and then, in a flash, it pointed directly at the royal realm powerhouse who had spoken so arrogantly. Puff! The terrifying aura directly pierced through the head of that royal realm powerhouse. A royal realm powerhouse actually fell on the spot. This move immediately shocked the entire venue. Most of the Emperor Realm experts were still focused on Yang Ming and his companions, not paying attention to the suddenly emerging Zhao Xian. But now, Zhao Xian had casually killed an Emperor Realm expert in an instant, which immediately alerted all the Emperor Realm figures present. You, who exactly are you? The Emperor Realm experts stared at Zhao Xian with extreme vigilance. The slain Emperor Realm expert was not very powerful, only at the second level of the Emperor Realm. But to kill an Emperor Realm second level so quickly, his cultivation must be at least at the fifth level of the Emperor Realm. Yet, looking at this young man's appearance, he was clearly only in his 20s. How could someone at least at the fifth level of the Emperor Realm emerge from Yunchang City? At this moment, it wasn't just them. Yang Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Zhao Xian, is he really that strong? The fluctuations from Zhao Xian just now were clearly not comparable to those of the King Realm. He actually stepped into the Emperor Realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise, and then he quickly thought of the reason. Inheritance. Zhao Xian must have obtained the inheritance of the Yunxiao Supreme. In an instant, Yang Ming's eyes turned red. He and his several Emperor Realm elders were trapped in a formation. Why could Zhao Xian obtain the supreme inheritance? Why him? Of course, he was mainly feeling envious. He still remembered that before Zhao Xian entered the secret realm, he was only at the 7th level of the King Realm. And now, he had already stepped into the Emperor Realm, and judging by the situation, his cultivation was probably not low. He was truly envious, but he didn't dare to recklessly expose this point. Otherwise, it would mean making an enemy of Zhao Xian. No one knew how terrifying Zhao Xian's strength was after obtaining the supreme inheritance. If he made an enemy of him recklessly, it wouldn't be a good thing for Yunchang City. Although Yang Ming was indeed very envious of the supreme inheritance, he wasn't the kind of person who would lose his mind over it. On the contrary, he was very clear-headed. If Zhao Xian had only been at the 7th level of the King Realm before, he could have ignored him. But now that Zhao Xian was at the Emperor Realm, he had to treat him seriously. Zhao Xian, of course, was unaware of Yang Ming's thoughts. Facing the questioning of the Emperor Realm experts, Zhao Xian still smiled lightly and slowly walked towards them. Don't you want the inheritance of the Yunxiao Supreme? Now, this inheritance is in my hands. Boom! As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in commotion. The inheritance of the Yunxiao Supreme was obtained by this kid. The Emperor Realm experts' eyes widened, their breathing became heavy, and they stared fiercely at Zhao Xian. Yang Ming, on the other side, was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Zhao Xian crazy? Although he had guessed that Zhao Xian had obtained the inheritance of the Yunxiao Supreme, he deliberately didn't say it out loud to avoid creating enmity with Zhao Xian. As a result, Zhao Xian actually revealed it himself. This was completely unexpected for Yang Ming. Wasn't this a sign of madness? Clearly, he could have quietly amassed wealth, yet he chose to make it public. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Yang Ming's face was filled with shock, disbelief written all over it. Is what you said true? The leading middle-aged Emperor Realm expert couldn't help but step forward excitedly to question him. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and nodded. Of course. Upon receiving Zhao Xian's affirmative answer, the group of Emperor Realm experts suddenly calmed down. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often indicate something strange. Clearly, Zhao Xian's extraordinarily bold action made them wary. But why did you take the initiative to say it? If you hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known that you took the inheritance of the Yunxiao Supreme. The middle-aged Emperor Realm expert frowned and asked. Zhao Xian, however, smiled nonchalantly and said, the truth will eventually come to light. Right, young city lord Ouyang? As he spoke, Zhao Xian turned his head to look at Ouyang Ming, his eyes sparkling. Ouyang Ming was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by Zhao Xian's sudden address. However, upon hearing this, the group of Emperor Realm experts instantly reacted. The two of them are in cahoots. No wonder that brat Ouyang Ming said he gained nothing. He truly gained nothing, as everything was taken by Zhao Xian. Ouyang Ming realized this and his expression darkened. Could it be that Zhao Xian intends to divert the blame? But he can't escape either. He became even more puzzled. Unsure of what Zhao Xian was up to, he glanced at the three elders beside him, who also shook their heads in confusion, unable to see through Zhao Xian's intentions. It wasn't just them who were baffled. Even Su Wanqing was somewhat dazed. Why did the president suddenly make public his acquisition of the inheritance? She didn't understand. She truly couldn't comprehend it. Of course, there's another reason. It's just that there are too many treasures in this inheritance, and my appetite is small. I can't consume it all. Zhao Xian grinned. The group of Emperor Realm experts. Ouyang Ming, is this even human speech? Can't consume it? I see you enjoying it quite a lot. You're already in the Emperor Realm. Ouyang Ming scoffed inwardly. The group of Emperor Realm experts also ignored Zhao Xian's words. They silently waited for him to continue, wanting to see what he truly intended to do. Since I can't consume it all, why not auction it off to all of you? After all, I'm not some greedy rat. Saying this, Zhao Xian glanced at Ouyang Ming again. Ouyang Ming's face darkened, and he silently shifted his gaze away. Why are you looking at me while you talk? So, I plan to hold an inheritance auction in Cloud City, and I will also put out the inheritance of the esteemed Yun Xiao as an auction item. Whoever can obtain the inheritance will rely on their own abilities. How about it? Quite fair, right? Zhao Xian said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of Emperor Realm experts immediately understood. So this was Zhao Xian's goal? He was indeed playing a clever game. If news of him obtaining the supreme inheritance spread, strong experts would definitely come to him to snatch it away. Although he had acquired a supreme treasure, it was akin to picking up a hot potato, making him a target. By choosing to auction off the inheritance, Zhao Xian could not only shift and diffuse the hatred but also receive a considerable amount of spirit stones. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Such a young age yet so deep in scheming. The leading middle-aged Emperor Realm expert looked deeply at Zhao Xian, unable to help but exclaim, "You're flattering me." Zhao Xian replied with a slight bow. This remark left the group of Emperor Realm experts speechless. They had gathered together for the inheritance. Now that Zhao Xian intended to auction it off, they were no longer allies but competitors. Ouyang Ming also reacted, his eyes shining with a different light as he looked at Zhao Xian. This Zhao Xian has some tricks up his sleeve. He sighed inwardly. He never expected such a maneuver. Not only would he gain fame, but he would also profit from the auction's spirit stones. Moreover, Zhao Xian chose to hold the auction in Cloud City, which also gave him enough face. All aspects were taken into account. Ouyang Ming's resentment towards Zhao Xian seemed to have lessened, but in reality, Zhao Xian had no intention of considering Ouyang Ming. He chose Cloud City partly out of laziness to find another place, and partly to rely on Cloud City's background, making it so that some petty individuals wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Furthermore, even if some petty individuals did take action, they would be looking for trouble with Cloud City, not with him. When will the auction be held? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Cultivator asked. He needed some time to gather spirit stones, otherwise, he might not be able to secure the inheritance when the time came. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. In 10 days, the specific location will be announced by young city Lord Ouyang. Everyone can find out with a little inquiry. There were still 13 days until the emperor of the Jingyue dynasty passed away, and after the auction in 10 days, there would be just enough time to go to the Jingyue dynasty to see how the emperor had died. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures in the royal realm hurriedly left. Clearly, they were eager to gather spirit stones. After all, it was the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. If they wanted to obtain it, they would need to prepare more spirit stones, or it would be nearly impossible to snatch it. Moreover, they also knew that Zhao Xian would not keep this news from spreading. It would definitely attract more powerful figures, but spreading the news also required time. Those powerful figures might not believe it immediately, so comparatively, their advantage was having enough time to raise funds. Soon, a group of royal realm powerhouses hurriedly turned to leave, each going to gather funds. Before long, The vast venue was left with only Zhao Xian and Ouyang Ming's people. President Zhao truly has great means, Ouyang Ming said, staring at Zhao Xian, unable to help but exclaim. At least this time, Zhao Xian's methods indeed impressed him. Zhao Xian slightly cupped his hands and said, "Young City Lord Ouyang is too kind, I just happen to be lucky. The next matters will still require young City Lord Ouyang's assistance." Zhao Xian continued. Ouyang Ming paused for a moment before asking, "Then about the profit sharing we agreed upon?" Zhao Xian showed a look of confusion. "Profit sharing? What profit sharing?" Ouyang Ming's expression darkened. "Zhao Xian, we agreed that if you obtained the inheritance key, you would take 70%, and we would take 30%. Zhao Xian nodded. "That is indeed the case. But I did not obtain the inheritance key from the Supreme Cloud Shao, so why should I give you the inheritance?" Swish! Ouyang Ming was instantly taken aback. He stared fixedly at Zhao Xian. Damn! He had been outsmarted. He didn't know how Zhao Xian had entered the secret realm, but the phantom of the Supreme Cloud Shao had clearly refused to issue the inheritance key. This meant that Zhao Xian had indeed not violated their agreement. Ouyang Ming clenched his fists, wishing he could punch Zhao Xian and snatch the inheritance from him. But, considering Zhao Xian's current cultivation level along with the inheritance of the Supreme Cloud Shao, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Who knew if there were any means left by the Supreme Cloud Shao that could unleash the power of a supreme powerhouse? If there were, the entire Cloud City would not be enough to handle it. It was better to be cautious. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. What President Zhao said is very true. I was presumptuous. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing. I won't hold grudges. Zhao Xian waved his hand casually. Ouyang Ming's mouth twitched. There are still some matters to handle in the city, so I won't stay longer. President Zhao can come and go from Cloud City at any time. The previous residence is still reserved for you. Farewell. Ouyang Ming no longer wanted to linger, and after leaving a few words, he immediately turned and left with the three elders. Zhao Xian also smiled and said, Young City Lord Ouyang, take care, and be careful not to fall. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Ouyang Ming stumbled slightly and almost fell, immediately quickening his pace until he vanished in the blink of an eye. After sending Ouyang Ming away and confirming the auction details, Zhao Xian was in a very good mood. However, when he turned his head, he found Su Wanqing looking somewhat melancholic as she supported her forehead. What's wrong? Zhao Xian asked with a smile. President, are you really going to auction off the inheritance left by the senior Supreme Cloud Shao? That seems too much of a loss, Su Wanqing said, feeling somewhat unwilling. She thought this was an inheritance that the president had worked hard to obtain, yet he was going to hand it over to others. It was truly unfair. Seeing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think I'm that foolish? Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if she understood something, her eyes lit up. I see now. You're saying that although you mentioned auctioning the inheritance, you were just saying it casually. Later, we'll just leave Yunshan City directly and hide in the Jingyue dynasty, so they won't be able to find us. Right, President? Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she longed for the escape. Zhao Xian couldn't help but helplessly rub his forehead. No, the auction will definitely happen. It's just that I won't be putting the inheritance up for bid. Zhao Xian explained softly. Su Wanqing looked confused. She had thought of this before. But the inheritance left by a supreme powerhouse couldn't possibly be of low grade. In that case, it would definitely be impossible to deceive those strong figures. At that time, it wouldn't make sense to present a heavenly grade treasure as a supreme inheritance for auction, right? At the very least, it had to be a supreme item. President, where are we going to get supreme grade treasures for the auction? The fact that Zhao Xian could produce those 4 treasures had already shocked Su Wanqing greatly, but for supreme grade treasures, she really couldn't think of where else to obtain them besides the inheritance left by a supreme powerhouse. Zhao Xian, however, smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own methods. Su Wanqing had great faith in Zhao Xian's words. Perhaps the president had his own means? She didn't need to think about these things. Soon, the two left the valley and returned to Yunshan City. As soon as they arrived, news of the supreme inheritance had already spread. However, the current news was that the young city lord of Yunshan City, Ouyang Ming, had obtained the inheritance and was going to hold an auction in Yunshan City. Of course, there were also claims that a certain Chamber of Commerce president from a small southwestern dynasty had obtained the inheritance and was going to auction it, but this news was clearly not as reasonable as the former. Thus, it was naturally squeezed out. Only the former remained. After all, it was very reasonable that the young city lord of Yunchang City, Ouyang Ming, obtained the inheritance and, under pressure, decided to auction it in Yunchang City. As for the Chamber of Commerce president from some small dynasty, it sounded too far-fetched. News spreads like this. Zhao Xian wasn't surprised at all. Upon returning to the residence, Zhao Xian didn't rest and summoned 30 shadow puppets. He also named these 30 shadow puppets. It was quite simple. Zhao Da, Zhao Air, Zhao San, all the way to Zhao San Sure. Simple and easy to remember. Zhao Da. You take 4 people to secretly leave Yunchang City and return to Dechen. Send 1 to assist Qin Shaoyun and help him gather more luck. The remaining 4 will go to the Deyan dynasty, stationed in Mingyue City and Haiyun City respectively. If anyone dares to harm the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, take action without leaving any survivors. Zhao Xian issued orders to them. The leader, Zhao Da, immediately bowed and responded. Then, expressionless, he led the 4 shadow puppets and turned to leave Yunchang City, heading south. 5 royal realms should be enough in the small territories of Dechen and Deyan. Zhao Xian nodded slightly. Although the auction in Deyan hadn't been held many times in recent days, once it scaled up, he could completely let go and also reap system rewards. Overall, it was still quite appealing. Who doesn't like to get something for nothing? However, for the upcoming auction, he needed to prepare well. Just as Su Wanqing was worried, ordinary treasures wouldn't catch the eyes of those strong figures. It was impossible to deceive them with that. Of course, he wasn't without means. With that thought, a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring was obtained from a disciple of the Divine Sky sect. In fact, besides the prophecy pearl, there were quite a few treasures inside. With so many treasures, they must have been acquired thanks to that prophecy pearl. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. Although the requirements for the prophecy pearl were not low, if used well, one could definitely reap great rewards. However, it was unfortunate. The other party had their eyes set on the inheritance of the Supreme Cloud Hero and happened to encounter him. This opportunity naturally belonged to him. Zhao Xian carefully searched through the storage ring. Soon, he confirmed several treasures. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the treasures were taken out from the storage ring and laid out before him. There were a total of 6 treasures. Zhao Xian had chosen them with great care. The first was a low-grade royal artifact. With his ability to turn waste into treasure, he could at least elevate it to a high grade. A high-grade royal artifact would certainly be worthy of the title of Supreme Inheritance. The second was a low-grade heavenly technique. Its rank wasn't high, but it was sufficient. The third and fourth were heavenly martial arts. The fifth was a piece of jade. The sixth was a pill. Looking at the 6 treasures before him, Zhao Xian had no hesitation and immediately began to turn waste into treasure. Soon, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Congratulations! You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a mid-grade royal artifact, Heaven-Breaking Staff, congratulations. You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a low-grade Supreme Technique, Remember the Heart Technique, congratulations. You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a low-grade Supreme Martial Art, Soul-Sealing 8 Desolation Staff, congratulations. You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a low-grade Supreme Martial Art, Fiery Dragon Flame Palm, congratulations. You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a Supreme Artifact, Heart of Annihilation Jade, congratulations. You have successfully turned waste into treasure. Obtaining a Supreme Pill, 9-turn Small Returning Pill. The mid-grade royal artifact was slightly inferior compared to the other treasures. Zhao Xian spent a considerable amount of high-grade spirit stones to elevate its rank to a high-grade royal artifact. The name remained unchanged, still called the Heaven-Breaking Staff, but its appearance had clearly changed. This indeed matches the methods of the Supreme Cloud Hero. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this. As for the techniques and martial arts, the low-grade Supreme was also a bit low. Zhao Xian spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to elevate them to mid-grade Supreme as well. This way, their ranks were definitely not too low. As for the last 2 treasures, Zhao Xian curiously examined them. Supreme Artifact, Heart of Annihilation Jade, contains a trace of the aura of a supreme powerhouse. If activated with spiritual energy, it can release this aura to suppress the surroundings, but it cannot form a substantial offensive force. It can be used to forge low-grade supreme artifacts. Oh, I thought it was something else. it turns out to be a material for forging supreme artifacts. The material for forging supreme artifacts was certainly sufficient. However, after a moment of thought, Zhao Xian still spent money to elevate it, not for any other reason, but to improve the evaluation of this auction. Whoosh! The Heart of Annihilation Jade underwent a tremendous transformation. However, the descriptive text did not change at all. Only the last line changed. It transformed from forging low-grade supreme artifacts to forging mid-grade supreme artifacts. This was not unexpected. Zhao Xian put the Heart of Annihilation Jade back into the storage ring. His gaze then turned to the 9-turn small returning pill. 9-turn small returning pill, low-grade supreme pill. Consuming it can greatly enhance cultivation speed. Suitable for any cultivator below the supreme level. Zhao Xian's eyes brightened slightly. This 9-turn small returning pill seemed quite impressive. If it were only suitable for supreme powerhouses, its usefulness would be quite limited. But from the description, this 9-turn small returning pill was not only suitable for supreme powerhouses but also effective for those in the royal and even king realms. The level of attraction has skyrocketed countless times. Upgrade. Zhao Xian did not hesitate at all and upgraded it. The 9-turn small pill now had an additional layer of golden patterns, transforming from a low-grade supreme pill to a mid-grade supreme pill. The effects were evidently much stronger than before. With this, it will be enough. Zhao Xian stored everything in his storage ring, a smile appearing on his face. These 6 treasures, when taken out for auction, would definitely have a chance to reach SS in this auction. SS level. The rewards for S+ evaluation are already so generous. Wouldn't the rewards for SS level be even more delightful? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After resolving these matters, Zhao Xian sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Although the speed of his cultivation had slowed down significantly, he couldn't afford to slack off and waste this extraordinary talent. Just as Zhao Xian was immersed in his cultivation, a storm of blood and chaos erupted throughout the entire Jingyue dynasty. Have you heard? Something big has happened recently. What happened? The inheritance of the Supreme Yunxiao has been taken away. Is that so? Isn't it said that it's very difficult to enter that secret realm? Who is so powerful that they could take the inheritance of the Supreme Yunxiao? You don't know? It's the young city lord Ouyang Ming from Yunchang City. He plans to auction these inheritance treasures in a few days. Damn! The discussions above were happening in every city of the Jingyue dynasty. The news of Yunchang City auctioning the inheritance left by the Supreme Yunxiao swept through the entire Jingyue dynasty in less than a day. It could be said that no one was unaware. Even the lofty Jingyue dynasty was stirred. The inheritance of the Supreme Yunxiao has actually been taken? In the imperial city, within the grand and resplendent palace, several princes gathered together, their faces showing astonishment as they discussed the matter. The inheritance of a supreme? Ouyang Ming must be out of his mind to auction it. Perhaps he was forced. I heard there were many powerful figures present, and Ouyang Ming wouldn't dare to act recklessly, so he could only put it up for auction. He probably won't bring out all the inheritance. If you and I could get some, perhaps our father would pay more attention to us. They whispered among themselves when suddenly a cold snort came from the side. What are you all huddled together for? Don't you have anything to do? Hearing the voice, the princes quickly looked up, their faces filled with fear. Minister M.O. We were discussing the recent events in Yunchang City, saying that the inheritance of the Supreme Yunxiao is going to be auctioned. The boldest prince respectfully clasped his hands and spoke. The person referred to as Minister M.O. was a tall and robust man, towering like a small mountain. However, dressed in ministerial robes, he looked somewhat comical, but no one dared to laugh, because this Minister M.O. was a supreme powerhouse. Who would dare to mock a supreme powerhouse? That would be courting death. The inheritance of the Supreme Yunxiao? Minister M.O. raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was even a bit tempted, but he quickly suppressed his thoughts and said indifferently, that has nothing to do with you. In the coming days, you must all stay in the palace and not leave. Anyone who dares to leave without permission will be dealt with according to the laws of the Jingyue kingdom. As soon as Minister M.O. said this, the princes' faces turned pale. They had originally thought of going to Yunchang City to join the excitement, but Minister M.O. absolutely forbade it. They sighed inwardly and dared not refute Minister M.O., only clasping their hands in agreement. Xinqiao sect. Atop a towering peak that seemed to pierce the sky, there stood an incredibly luxurious complex of buildings. This was the location of the Xinqiao sect. In the name of the Xinqiao sect, there lies Xinqiao Mountain. Inside the main hall of the Xinqiao sect, Several middle-aged men dressed in divine patterned robes wore frowns on their faces. Sect Master. Xiao Yu's life force has dissipated, he is dead. One of the middle-aged men cupped his hands and spoke to the elders seated at the head of the hall. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered slightly. Where did he die? According to my investigation, Xiao Yu was last seen in Yunxiang City, and then he went missing. He must have died within Yunxiang City. Could it be that he died in the secret realm of Yunxiao? At this moment, a one-armed man in a blue robe suddenly asked, Yunxiao's secret realm? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Oh, indeed. A few days ago was the day the Yunxiao secret realm opened, but for so many years, no one has been able to pass the first level of the auction. Could it be that someone has opened the secret realm this time? He showed a look of astonishment. They of the Xinxiao sect were naturally aware of the Yunxiao supreme secret realm. After all, Yunxiao was originally a disciple of their Xinxiao sect. However, regarding this traitor Yunxiao, they felt more hatred than anything else. This guy clearly received the sect's favor, yet he locked his own legacy in the secret realm, claiming it was a gift for the fated. Simply ungrateful. Moreover, over the past century, the Xinxiao sect had attempted to enter the secret realm numerous times, but without exception, they all ended in failure. Eventually, they gradually gave up trying. Until this time, open the secret realm? Not just that, I heard that the young lord of Yunxiang City, Yang Ming, has already obtained Yunxiao's legacy and is now planning to hold an auction in Yunxiang City to sell Yunxiao's legacy. The one-armed man sighed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the elder seated at the head were both taken aback. Such a thing actually happened? When did this news come out? The two asked in turn. The one-armed man immediately replied, just now. One of my disciples informed me that this news has spread throughout the entire Jingyue dynasty. Many old-timers stuck at the peak of the royal realm have already moved their assets and are rushing to Yunxiang City. The middle-aged man stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the elder, the sect master of Xinxiao, furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Yu, you go to Yunxiang City in person. If it is indeed Yunxiao's legacy, be sure to acquire it. Additionally, investigate the matter of Xingyu, we cannot let him die in vain. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man finally regained his composure and quickly cupped his hands in response. Yes, sect master, I will investigate thoroughly. Meanwhile, as the Jingyue dynasty was in turmoil, in the south region's black abyss, countless black mists swirled. A shadow dressed in a black robe suddenly coalesced. After appearing, he cupped his hands towards the depths of the black mist and said, Master, the Yunxiang City has revealed the supreme legacy and is preparing for an auction. Should we take action? Upon hearing the shadow's words, the black mist surged violently, followed by a strange and eerie voice. When, 3 days before the plan, the shadow respectfully bowed. After hearing this, the black mist slowly stirred for a moment before abruptly stopping. One demon lord will suffice, do not make too much noise, lest it disrupt the plan. The voice from within the black mist came calmly. Hearing this, the shadow in the black robe immediately cupped his hands. Yes, master. Go arrange it. When I arrive in Jingyue, you will no longer hide in the darkness, in this vast world. You can do whatever you wish. The voice from the black mist resonated, causing the shadow in the black robe to feel an overwhelming excitement. I will heed the master's command. Whoosh! The shadow vanished without a trace. The black mist also churned for a moment before gradually returning to calm. Time passed swiftly. 8 days went by. On this day, Zhao Xian was still sitting cross-legged in the mansion, cultivating. His cultivation had now broken through to the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The key to this breakthrough lay in the Emperor Extreme Pill. He had consumed 3 9th-grade Emperor Extreme Pills to break through a single realm. Zhao Xian frowned. No, using the Emperor Extreme Pill is really too wasteful. He lamented. Although the Emperor Extreme Pill had tremendous benefits for cultivation, he could still use the method of turning waste into treasure to elevate the pill by 1 grade, upgrading it to the Supreme Pill. Using it now was simply too extravagant, but if he didn't use it, his cultivation progress would slow down significantly, unless he could obtain some top-grade spirit stones for cultivation, which would speed things up a bit. However, top-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare, and acquiring them was not easy. He sent out several shadow puppets to gather information on top-grade spirit stones, and indeed, many people had them, but buying them was quite difficult. Although the exchange rate for top-grade spirit stones to superior-grade spirit stones was 1:1000, in reality, Spending 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones to purchase a single top-grade spirit stone was nearly impossible, because top-grade spirit stones were far more precious than superior-grade spirit stones. Forget it, during the auction, I should be able to acquire quite a few. Zhao Xian didn't dwell on this point. By then, there would surely be people offering top-grade spirit stones, and he wouldn't be lacking. Speaking of which, the cooldown for the divination pearl should be up today, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian flipped his palm, and a fist-sized blue pearl fell into his hand. At this moment, the divination pearl was round and lustrous, radiating a rich sheen. Zhao Xian's consciousness sank into it. Detailed the circumstances of the Emperor of the Pure Moon Dynasty's death in 5 days and the demon invasion in 6 days. After a moment's thought, Zhao Xian ultimately chose to clarify the specific details of the impending demon invasion. After all, he could predict once every 10 days. So there was no need to rush to seek opportunities. The pressure from the Demon Supreme was still quite strong. He also wanted to understand the upcoming events better, so he could judge whether to intervene. As Zhao Xian began to inquire, the divination pearl started to tremble slightly. Soon, lines of text appeared before Zhao Xian's eyes. After reading the various details regarding the Emperor of the Pure Moon Dynasty's death and the demon invasion, Zhao Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes. I didn't expect it to be like this. Zhao Xian took a deep breath. This was completely different from what he had imagined. His expression turned serious. In that case, the Pure Moon Dynasty is facing a bottomless abyss. He furrowed his brow slightly, then shook his head. Forget it, let's see what the rewards of this auction are like. If they're good, then I'll take a chance. If they're average, then I'll pass. After careful consideration, Zhao Xian quickly made his decision. After all, he had not yet broken through to the supreme level and had not encountered any supreme powerhouses. He was unsure whether he could confront a supreme powerhouse with his current strength. Even if he had the ability to fight a supreme, there was not just one supreme on the other side. Moreover, the Holy Dragon domain might not even be effective. After all, the matters within the Pure Moon Dynasty were far too complex. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xian decided not to dwell on this matter any longer and sat cross-legged to continue his cultivation. However, he had no plans to break through further at this time. After all, the resources needed for a breakthrough were quite substantial. 2 days would not be enough to break through. It was better to stabilize his current realm. Time passed quickly. 2 days went by. Today was the day of the auction for the Yunxiao Supreme Inheritance. Usually, Yunchang City was quite prosperous and lively. Today was even more so. The streets were bustling with people, and most of those passing by had cultivation levels that were not too low. It was common to see 1 or 2 king realm powerhouses, and emperor realm powerhouses could be encountered every few steps. Many local residents of Cloud City were astonished and sighed in amazement. The inheritance of a supreme powerhouse is still too attractive. I didn't expect it to draw so many strong figures. Yeah, I think I just saw an incredible big shot come in personally. Big shot? Who? The Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect. Wow! Many people exclaimed in surprise. As the largest sect within the Jingyue dynasty, the Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect is renowned throughout the entire dynasty as a supreme powerhouse. Although he is not as powerful as the old sect master of the Xinxiao sect, he is still a middle-level supreme powerhouse. The supreme realm is divided into 3 levels: lower supreme, middle supreme, and upper supreme. The gap between these 3 levels is like a chasm, impossible to cross. However, looking at the entire Jingyue dynasty, the number of upper supreme powerhouses is only a handful, and middle supreme powerhouses are extremely rare. Most supreme powerhouses are lower supreme, and that Yunxiao Supreme is a middle supreme powerhouse. It is quite normal for his inheritance to attract supreme powerhouses. They just didn't expect that even the Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect would appear in person. It seems the Xinxiao sect really hopes to reclaim the inheritance of Yunxiao Supreme, but it probably won't be easy to get it back. Yeah, I really want to see it with my own eyes, but unfortunately, the auction has set entry requirements. Only powerhouses above the King Realm can enter. On the streets, many people were whispering and expressing their thoughts. Meanwhile, at the central auction house in Cloud City, this is the largest auction house in Cloud City, located right in the center, hence also called the Central Auction House. Due to the secret realm of Yunxiao Supreme, Cloud City often holds auctions, and Ouyang Ming built this central auction house. It is extremely luxurious. Zhao Xian sat on the 3rd floor, unable to suppress his astonishment. This place is countless times more luxurious than where he held auctions in Dian. The scale of this auction should easily surpass SS. Zhao Xian thought to himself. After all, not only is the venue luxurious this time, but it has also attracted many supreme powerhouses. It might even break through to SSS. Zhao Xian became increasingly excited. As for the auction itself, it was naturally left to Su Wanqing to handle. After all, Su Wanqing mastered the emotion technique, which is more persuasive. However, Zhao Xian was very curious. Does the emotion technique really work on Royal Realm and even supreme powerhouses? This time, the participants in the auction are all big shots. Zhao Xian wasn't worried. Even if the emotion technique didn't work, the value of the treasures this time would definitely be enough to fetch sky-high prices. Elder Luo, I didn't expect you to come in person. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Please take a seat in the private room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Xian glanced downstairs and saw Ouyang Ming warmly welcoming the big shots arriving from various places. Among them, one person caught Zhao Xian's attention. He was wearing the attire of the Xinxiao sect. An elder of the Xinxiao sect? Zhao Xian couldn't help but take another look. The next moment, the grand elder of the Xinxiao sect seemed to sense Zhao Xian's gaze and turned his head to meet Zhao Xian's eyes for a moment. Then Luo Yu withdrew his gaze. He placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked up to the 3rd floor, coincidentally taking a position right next to Zhao Xian. Such a strong aura. Feeling the aura of the elder from the Xinxiao sect beside him, Zhao Xian couldn't help but be startled. Is this what it means to be supreme? He realized he had underestimated the terror of supreme powerhouses, because he clearly sensed a special aura from the elder of the Xinxiao sect. That aura was something he had never encountered before. It seems that after breaking through to supreme, one also masters special abilities. I still need to be cautious. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he was prudent enough not to just take the inheritance and run away. Otherwise, Ouyang Ming would directly expose it to the public, and he would instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. If a supreme powerhouse came to trouble him at that time, he might not be able to resolve it easily. Thinking this, Zhao Xian continued to watch Ouyang Ming below. In just a short time, he saw Ouyang Ming receive no less than 3 supreme powerhouses on the 3rd floor. Each of them held a significant status. There was the vice president of the Dragon Sword Academy, the 3rd largest force of the Jingyue dynasty. There were also some sect leaders from smaller sects who personally came to visit. Each of their identities was not trivial. However, although these people also put a lot of pressure on me, they don't seem as terrifying as that elder from the Xinxiao sect. Zhao Xian's face showed contemplation. According to the ancient texts regarding the 3 supreme beings, those 3 should belong to the lower supreme level, while the elder from the Xinxiao sect is probably at the middle supreme level. During his time in Cloud City, he had borrowed quite a few ancient books to study, so he had gained a deeper understanding of the supreme realms. He quickly made a rough guess. Time passed swiftly. The 10 rooms on the 3rd floor were already filled with people, except for Zhao Xian. Everyone in the other 9 rooms were supreme powerhouses. The 2nd floor was filled with Royal Realm powerhouses. The 1st floor was for King Realm powerhouses. TSK. 9 supreme beings. Zhao Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Yet his face showed little fear. Instead, he grew increasingly excited. All guests have taken their seats, so the auction is about to begin. Ouyang Ming shouted towards the auction stage. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing backstage immediately perked up, gripping the storage ring in her hand tightly before slowly walking onto the stage. Although she had long been prepared, seeing the audience packed with people staring at her made Su Wanqing feel nervous. Her palms began to sweat. However, she quickly adjusted herself. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, a smile appearing on her exquisite face. This time, the journey to the Cloud Shao Supreme Secret Realm has yielded a total of 6 legacy treasures. Each one is quite valuable and exciting, so I won't waste any more words and will get straight to the point. As her voice fell, the previously noisy discussions below instantly vanished. Many people fixed their eager gazes on Su Wanqing, filled with anticipation for the legacies left by the Cloud Shao Supreme. At this moment, everyone's eyes were glued to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing silently activated her emotional technique, and the tension in her heart dissipated instantly, making her feel quite confident. Then first, let me present the first treasure, Su Wanqing said with a smile, her fair wrist slightly turning. Whoosh! A dark blue long staff landed in her palm. The staff was engraved with various obscure patterns, clearly extraordinary. Upon seeing this long staff, many people immediately cast curious glances. Could it be a royal artifact? It must be a royal artifact. But is it low tier or mid tier? Although royal artifacts are named royal, in reality, most royal realm powerhouses only use high tier or top tier king artifacts. They rarely come into contact with royal artifacts. Royal artifacts are generally only mastered by supreme powerhouses, so they naturally guessed that this dark blue long staff was a royal artifact. I've heard that royal artifacts can merge with domains, which can significantly enhance the combat power of royal realm powerhouses. It seems a bit difficult for royal realm powerhouses to obtain it. Many powerhouses couldn't help but look up at the third floor while discussing. Those who could sit on the third floor were all supreme powerhouses. Royal artifacts also held great allure for supreme powerhouses. Su Wanqing calmly spoke. This item is called the Zhetian staff, and it is a high-tier royal artifact. As her words fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. Many king realm and royal realm powerhouses couldn't help but show astonishment. After all, in their understanding, the imperial artifacts held by supreme powerhouses are mostly low-tier imperial artifacts, with only a few possessing mid-tier ones. Unexpectedly, the first item left behind by the supreme Yunxiao is a high-tier imperial artifact. Hiss, that's truly terrifying. Even the 9 supreme beings on the third floor couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at this moment, especially the grand elder of the Xinxiao sect, Luo Yu, who frowned deeply. Yunxiao still has such a weapon in hand? How come I didn't know about this? A high-tier imperial artifact. Even he has never possessed one, yet Yunxiao actually has one? Could it be that he stumbled upon it while searching for a cave? It seems that this is the only explanation. Since he has found such an opportunity, why not give back to our Xinxiao sect, but instead bestow these treasures to outsiders? Thinking of this, Luo Yu felt increasingly displeased with Yunxiao. Meanwhile, 2 other supreme beings also showed interest in the Zhetian staff, a high-tier imperial artifact, and it's a staff, quite suitable for our sect. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a prominent sword scar across his face, nearly splitting it in half. He squinted his eyes, looking quite tempted. Master Li, please don't joke. You, as the master of the Wui sword sect, practiced the sword path. What use do you have for this staff? Another person beside the middle-aged man chuckled and spoke. He wore a black robe adorned with special patterns, featuring clouds and a blazing sun. It seems that Master Xian is quite out of the loop. Our Wui sword sect has long since opened up. Although we still primarily focus on the sword path internally, we do not shy away from all methods. Our disciples practice various techniques, and coincidentally, we have a talented disciple who specializes in staff techniques. Isn't that quite a coincidence? The master of the Wui sword sect, Li Xiao, shot a cold glance at the black-robed man, smiling without warmth. Coincidence it may be, but I doubt Master Li can secure this Zhetian staff. The economic situation of the Wui sword sect doesn't seem too good today, does it? I wonder how many spirit stones Master Li can offer. How much I can offer is my business. It seems unrelated to Master Xian, doesn't it? The 2 sides exchanged barbs, filled with tension. The Wui sword sect and the Biluo sect are both forces in the northern part of the Jingyue dynasty, and they are relatively close to each other. Conflicts often arise between the 2 powers, although it hasn't reached the level of blood feud. They certainly don't get along. Moreover, with both sides now eyeing the Zhetian staff, it naturally wouldn't be too amicable. The other supreme beings clearly weren't very interested and had no intention of intervening. The lower-level powerhouses were unaware of the verbal battle happening on the 3rd floor. Supreme beings also care about their reputation. Even when arguing, it would definitely be done behind closed doors, not allowing others to hear. At least the people on the 2nd and 1st floors couldn't hear it. Even so, the atmosphere in the entire auction house became quite lively. After all, starting off with a high-tier imperial artifact is simply outrageous. It can only be said that it truly lives up to the legacy left by a supreme being. Of course, what surprised many kings and emperors was that Ouyang Ming, known for being stingy, would actually bring out the legacy of the supreme Yunxiao, and such a precious treasure at that. Truly a rarity. In reality, Ouyang Ming was sitting in the exclusive 4th floor of the city lord's mansion, his gaze fixed on the Zhetian staff, his eyes red as if he had conjunctivitis. Starting off with a high-tier imperial artifact, how many treasures has Zhao Xian actually obtained? The more he thought about it, the more regretful Ouyang Ming became. The key must be with Zhao Xian. If he had known, he shouldn't have let Zhao Xian leave. He should have directly taken Zhao Xian down and snatched the key. If that were the case, the legacy of the supreme Yunxiao would belong to him. Now that Zhao Xian has obtained the legacy, he must have gained quite a few trump cards and is no longer afraid of him. He also didn't dare to act rashly. Sigh. Yang Ming let out a deep sigh. What did my father say? After thinking for a moment, he turned to the two elders beside him and asked. The two elders slightly bowed and replied. The city lord said to bid on whatever you like without hesitation, so that others won't think you are the one holding the Yunxiao supreme inheritance. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming nodded. His expression appeared somewhat melancholic. To be honest, he felt quite speechless. Clearly, the Yunxiao supreme inheritance was not in his hands but in Zhao Xian's. Yet, the rumors outside claimed that he had obtained the inheritance. The key was that even if he went out to explain, no one would believe him. This led not only to the many king and emperor realm experts but also to the few supreme experts who came, all believing that the inheritance was in his possession. So now that he had his father's response, he was not surprised. Indeed, he needed to get rid of this identity as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would easily attract trouble to Yunshan City. I was still fooled by that kid. Yang Ming thought of this and couldn't help but lower his head to glance at the third floor. At the same time, Su Wanqing also lightly coughed before speaking. High-grade Emperor Weapon. Zhetian Staff. Starting bid of 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones / 5,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000 high-grade Spirit Stones / 500 top-grade Spirit Stones. The auction officially begins. The moment her voice fell, the auction hall erupted with bidding sounds from the second and third floors. In an instant, the price of the Zhetian Staff skyrocketed threefold. It directly reached 3 million high-grade Spirit Stones. In just a few breaths, it shattered the previous record set before the Yunxiao Supreme Inheritance Secret Realm. At that time, the highest record was barely 2 million high-grade Spirit Stones. High-grade Emperor Weapons. Terrifying indeed. 4 million high-grade Spirit Stones. At that moment, Li Xiao, the master of the Wui Sword Sect, raised his hand to bid. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly raised the bid by 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones. This price caused many to gasp in shock. It drew the attention of countless king and emperor realm experts. Sure enough, a supreme had made a move, and it was the master of the Wui Sword Sect. How could a sect master compete with such a foundation? On the second floor, many emperor realm experts who had participated in secret realm auctions before changed their expressions slightly upon seeing this, but they gritted their teeth and began to bid one after another. 4,500,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, 5 million high-grade Spirit Stones, 5,300,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. They all seemed to disregard the Wui Sword Sect master, shouting prices recklessly. Seeing this, many king and emperor realm experts who were unaware of the situation looked astonished. They really dare to compete with the Wui Sword Sect. Tisk tsk. I wonder if the Wui Sword Sect master will continue to compete. Many whispered to each other, their gazes turning towards the position of the Wui Sword Sect master on the third floor. Unexpectedly, a voice came from the side. 7 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately turned to the side. It's the leader of the Biluo sect. It seems there is quite a conflict between the Biluo sect and the Wui Sword Sect. It looks like this Zhetian Staff will definitely be a competition between these two major sects. Tisk tsk. The first treasure has already attracted competition from two supremes. It truly deserves to be the inheritance left by the Yunxiao Supreme. So terrifying. The crowd of cultivators discussed animatedly. Filled with awe, most of them had only come to join the excitement with a skeptical attitude after hearing about this. They originally didn't quite believe that Yunshan City would auction off the Yunxiao Supreme's inheritance. Now, seeing this scene, no one would question anything anymore. After all, in their view, the inheritance of a supreme expert should be like this. As the leader of the Biluo sect, Xian War, announced the terrifying price of 7 million high-grade Spirit Stones, the bidding voices in the hall fell silent for a long time. Su Wanqing, seeing this, was just about to say something. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a powerful figure from the Emperor realm suddenly raised his hand and spoke. 8 million high-grade Spirit Stones. As soon as he spoke, it caused an uproar. 8 million high-grade Spirit Stones were already a considerable cultivation resource for a powerful figure in the Emperor realm. Even an ordinary Emperor realm expert might not be able to gather that many high-grade Spirit Stones. It was astonishing that a powerful figure was willing to put forth such a large sum to bid for this imperial artifact. It seemed they were determined to have it. Upon hearing that there was actually someone bidding, Xian War couldn't help but frown slightly. In contrast, the Emperor Realm expert sat upright, staring intently at the third floor, clearly worried that the two supreme experts would continue to bid against him. At this moment, both Li Xiaoyi and Xianwu were feeling conflicted. This high-level imperial artifact was indeed valuable, but if it was just for his disciple, spending 8 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase it would undoubtedly be a loss. After all, for his Wui sword sect, 8 million high-grade spirit stones were certainly worth more than a high-level imperial artifact. He even felt that 7 million high-grade spirit stones was already a bit high, so he hesitated. On the other side, Xianwu, the leader of the Biluogio, was staring at Li Xiaoyi. He had no interest in this high-level imperial artifact himself. The martial arts he practiced had nothing to do with stick techniques. There were hardly any disciples in his sect who practiced stick techniques. It would be of no use to auction it off. His main concern was not wanting the Wui sword sect to get their hands on it. That would not be a good thing for them. The Biluogio, if Li Xiaoyi did not continue to compete, he naturally would not bid either. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. After all, the price of 8 million high-grade spirit stones was indeed not low, unless one happened to need it. Clearly, the number of Emperor Realm experts present who practiced stick techniques was still quite rare. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Su Wanqing smiled and spoke. This senior has offered 8 million high-grade spirit stones. Are there any other seniors who wish to bid? Although this Zhidian stick is a high-level imperial artifact, it is, after all, a legacy left by the Supreme Yunjiao, which may contain the Supreme's insights into stick techniques and could greatly benefit one's cultivation. Seniors who practice stick techniques should not miss this opportunity. High-level imperial artifacts are not something you can find everywhere, and once this village is gone, there won't be this shop anymore. 8 million high-grade spirit stones is definitely not expensive. As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, many of the Emperor Realm cultivators who had previously shown little interest suddenly lit up with excitement. Of course, it was mainly the mention of the insights of the Supreme into stick techniques that piqued their interest. If that were true, 8 million high-grade spirit stones would indeed be a bargain. However, even so, under normal circumstances, most cultivators would still consider it carefully. After all, one couldn't make a decision solely based on the auctioneer's words. But for some reason, many Emperor Realm cultivators inexplicably raised their hands. 8,300,000 high-grade spirit stones. 8,500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Two Emperor Realm cultivators raised their hands in succession to bid. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Realm cultivator who had initially offered 8 million frowned slightly. But the critical moment was, at that moment, Li Xiaoyi actually raised his hand as well. 9 million high-grade spirit stones. His gaze was intense. If he could truly obtain the stick technique insights left by the Supreme Yunjiao, then even if it cost 9 million high-grade spirit stones, it would be worth it. Seeing Li Xiaoyi also bidding, Xianwu's frown deepened. This old fellow, usually so steady, how come he's so easily stirred up today? Although Su Wanqing's words were indeed very tempting, she also said it was only a possibility, not a certainty. Yet, this old guy Li Xiaoyi actually believed it and made a bid. 9,300,000 high-grade spirit stones. He hesitated whether to make a move and compete for it, but at that moment, a powerful figure from the Emperor Realm once again raised his hand to bid. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The speaker was the same Emperor Realm expert who had previously bid 8 million. At this moment, he seemed to have gone all out, offering his highest price that he could bear. As soon as this price was shouted out, the entire venue fell silent once more. This time, even if Su Wanqing activated her emotional technique again, it still had no effect. After all, 10 million high-grade spirit stones was already an astronomical price. Although the emotional technique could amplify people's thoughts and desires, stirring their emotions, there was still a limit to it. Clearly, the sky-high price of 10 million had broken that limit. No matter how she activated the emotional technique, it would be futile. However, Su Wanqing was already very satisfied. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Third call. Congratulations to this senior for acquiring the Zhetian staff at the price of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. This auction follows the same rules as the Secret Realm auction, with on-site transactions. After speaking, Su Wanqing looked towards the Emperor Realm expert. Hearing this, the Emperor Realm expert grimaced, painfully tossing a storage ring to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing caught the storage ring, probing it with her divine sense to confirm the amount was correct. She then had the Zhetian staff personally delivered to the Emperor Realm Expert. Once he had the Zhetian staff in hand, the Emperor Realm Expert finally let out a sigh of relief. This item had cost him a full 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Such a price was undoubtedly a huge sum for an Emperor Realm Expert. Even he, without a few years or even a decade, could not possibly save up that many high-grade spirit stones. There will be consequences when I get back, he thought, a hint of melancholy and fear flashing in his eyes amidst his joy. With the auction of the first treasure concluded, the atmosphere in the audience became noticeably more lively and excited. After all, at the beginning, some had doubted whether Ouyang Ming would really auction off the legacy of the Cloud Steed Supreme. With the appearance of the Zhetian staff, it was confirmed. This guy was indeed serious. They were also very curious about what other rare treasures the Cloud Steed Supreme had left behind besides this Zhetian staff. On the third floor, the Grand Elder of the Xinshao sect, Lu Oyu, also crossed his arms and squinted his eyes, waiting for the next auction. Zhao Xian noticed this as well, frowning slightly. It seemed that the relationship between the Cloud Steed Supreme and the Xinshao sect was indeed not as friendly as the rumors suggested. Just as he was pondering this, Su Wanqing slowly presented the second treasure. She flipped her delicate wrist, and a golden leaf of inheritance was pinched between her slender fingers. This second treasure, I believe everyone can see it clearly. This is the Soul Sealing 8 Desolation Staff, a mid-grade supreme martial art. Wow! The moment her words fell, countless gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Mid-grade supreme martial art. My goodness, is the second treasure really this explosive? This treasure is going to be fought over crazily. A group of King Realm cultivators couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Just as they thought. As soon as Su Wanqing said this, the Emperor Realm experts on the second floor all stood up in unison. The Emperor Realm expert who had just acquired the Zhetian staff widened his eyes, staring intently at the golden leaf of inheritance pinched between Su Wanqing's fingers. A mid-grade supreme martial art. If he could get his hands on it and master a mid-grade supreme martial art, along with this Zhetian staff, who in the same realm could be his opponent? His gaze was fiery, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I still underestimated the legacy of the Cloud Steed Supreme. I brought too few high-grade spirit stones. The auction of the Zhetian staff had already exhausted all his savings. The Soul Sealing 8 Desolation staff, being a mid-grade supreme martial art, was undoubtedly worth much more than the Zhetian staff. It couldn't possibly be less than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He naturally had no chance to take it. A group of powerful figures from the Emperor realm were excitedly discussing among themselves. On the third floor, Li Xiaoyi, the master of the Wui sword sect, immediately stood up again. Compared to the high-grade imperial weapon, the Zhetian stick, he was clearly more interested in the Soul Sealing 8 Desolation stick. This was a supreme mid-grade martial art. Even he had never mastered a supreme mid-grade martial art. If he could get his hands on this Soul Sealing 8 Desolation stick, he even thought about directly transforming his style. After all, the inheritance of the golden leaf was more akin to a direct impartation. As long as he got it, entering the practice would be easy. Mastering a supreme mid-grade martial art and switching from sword to stick was not out of the question. Because of this, many supremes showed interest. In comparison, martial arts were clearly more attractive. Su Wanqing didn't say much. She immediately spoke up. Supreme mid-grade martial arts Soul Sealing 8 Desolation stick. Starting bid 3 million high-grade spirit stones / 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. 8 million high-grade spirit stones. Before Su Wanqing could finish her sentence, Li Xiaoyi directly raised his hand and shouted out the terrifying price of 8 million. This sudden bid left the eager Emperor Realm powerhouses dumbfounded. Damn, is there such a way to auction? Thinking this, they couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the direction of the voice. On the third floor, a supreme. Well, that's settled. Seeing this, Su Wanqing no longer said much and silently waited for people to bid with a smile. 9 million high-grade spirit stones. Master Li is quite anxious. Xian Wu timely entered the bidding, also throwing a rather disgusting smile at Li Xiaoyi. Li Xiaoyi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Xian Wu. He wasn't in a hurry to continue bidding. 9,500,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, another supreme spoke up, following the direction of the voice. Many were taken aback. It's Master Lu Yunan of the Tianxi sect. Another supreme powerhouse has entered the fray. It seems the Soul Sealing 8 Desolation stick is quite appealing. No kidding. Among the few supreme powerhouses present, The only one who can master a supreme mid-grade martial art is probably the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect. The allure is definitely great. Many people discussed. Their gazes couldn't help but turn to the position of Grand Elder Luoyu of the Shinshao sect on the third floor. However, Luoyu's brow was tightly furrowed at this moment. This martial art. I've never heard of it. He was evidently quite familiar with the Yunxiao Supreme. He knew a lot about Yunxiao's methods. But this soul-sealing 8 desolation stick, he truly did not know. This guy is quite deep in hiding. Luoyu did not doubt whether this martial art was left by Yunxiao. After all, a stick technique paired with a high-grade imperial weapon. Such a configuration could only belong to a supreme who specialized in stick techniques. No one else could possess it. Meanwhile, the auction price of the soul-sealing 8 desolation stick continued to rise. Soon, it reached a price of 12 million high-grade spirit stones. After reaching this price, the voices calling out bids noticeably decreased. Li Xiaoyi, the master of the Wui sword sect, also competed hard, but after the price reached 13 million, he directly gave up. Naturally, Xian War did not continue to compete. In the end, it was Master Lu Yunan of the Tianxi sect who won the auction at the price of 13 million high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to this senior. Su Wanqing tried to activate her emotional technique, but unfortunately, the effect was still limited. That was normal. Although the soul-sealing 8 desolation stick was a supreme mid-grade martial art, there was still a threshold. The necessity to switch to stick techniques discouraged many powerhouses. The strong present had cultivated for many years to reach their current level. Suddenly asking them to switch to stick techniques was clearly a bit unrealistic. With one hand exchanging money and the other delivering goods, 13 million high-grade spirit stones were secured. Su Wanqing also took the opportunity to bring out a piece of inheritance golden leaf. Seeing this, many King Realm cultivators were left dumbfounded. Another legacy golden leaf? It can't be another stick technique, right? Definitely. After all, the Supreme Yunxiao cultivates the stick path. Then there's no suspense. I estimate this stick technique will end up around 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The audience was quite eager. Li Xiao also felt a surge of excitement. The soul-sealing 8 desolation stick had already been auctioned off by Lu Yunan, so this stick technique shouldn't be contested by him. After all, one cannot be greedy. A mid-grade supreme stick technique was enough for him to ponder for a long time. Getting another one might not be a good thing. So, he was determined to win. As the atmosphere reached its peak, Su Wanqing smiled and spoke. This is the fiery dragon flame poem. And like the soul-sealing 8 desolation stick, it is also a mid-grade supreme martial art. As soon as she finished speaking, many people showed expressions of astonishment. This time it wasn't a stick technique, but a palm technique. After a brief moment of shock, many powerful figures began to breathe heavily. If the soul-sealing 8 desolation stick required a transition to learn the stick technique, it had its barriers. But this palm technique, anyone could cultivate it. There were no barriers. If one could win this at auction, it would be a means to dramatically increase combat power. At that moment, not only the king and emperor realm experts but even several supreme experts on the third floor had shining eyes. Zhao Xian observed as well. Aside from the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect, an old man not far away, and a man cloaked in a black robe, the other 6 supremes showed a strong interest in the fiery dragon flame poem. Seeing this, Zhao Xian nodded slightly. In this case, the price of the fiery dragon flame poem wouldn't be low. Indeed, as for the 3 supremes, the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect was easy to understand. After all, he had a high cultivation level and likely mastered mid-grade supreme martial arts, so he didn't lack this mid-grade supreme martial art. But the old man and the black-robed man, Zhao Xian couldn't figure out their reasons. Either they don't lack it, or they have other plans. Zhao Xian pondered briefly, casting a deep glance at the two before shifting his gaze back to the stage. After a brief pause, Su Wanqing quickly continued. Mid-grade supreme martial art, fiery dragon flame poem. Starting bid is also 3 million high-grade spirit stones. 8 million high-grade spirit stones. As before, Li Xiao didn't wait for Su Wanqing to finish and directly raised his hand to call out 8 million. However, it was clear. This time it didn't attract much attention. Even as his voice fell, another supreme immediately called out 9 million. Compared to the soul-sealing 8 desolation stick, the popularity of the fiery dragon flame poem was significantly higher. 10 million, 11 million, 12 million. In an instant, the price of the fiery dragon flame poem had soared to 12 million. And judging by the trend, it would continue to rise significantly. It could quickly surpass the price of the soul-sealing 8 Desolation Stick. The entire auction hall became incredibly lively. The King Realm experts on the first floor all looked up at the second and third floors. Whether they were Emperor Realm or Supreme Realm experts, they were all continuously raising their hands to bid. The competition was fierce. Seeing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. In this way, his own assets would become even more substantial. Of course, he wasn't most concerned about the spirit stones. What he cared about most was naturally the rewards issued by the system after the auction ended. However, up until now, no one has brought out high-grade spirit stones to bid. Zhao Xian felt a bit regretful. Since the auction began, all the bidders had been using high-grade spirit stones. So far, no one had quoted with top-grade spirit stones. Thinking about it, top-grade spirit stones are indeed beneficial even for supreme powerhouses in their cultivation, and their value is naturally incomparable to that of high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the veins of top-grade spirit stones are extremely rare, which leads to a limited quantity of top-grade spirit stones themselves. The rarer the item, the more valuable it is. The exchange rate given by Zhao Xian is only 1 to 200, meaning 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 200 high-grade spirit stones, and this price is clearly still not enough. I underestimated the rarity of top-grade spirit stones. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. However, it doesn't matter. When he goes to the Jingyue dynasty, there will definitely be opportunities to obtain top-grade spirit stones. It's just a matter of time. While he was pondering, the price of the Fire Dragon Flame Palm had already soared to 15 million. The number of competitors had also dwindled to the final 3. These 3 were Mu Xuanfeng, the sect master of the Hahuan sect, Xiao Wuyan, the master of the Yulong Mountain Villa, and Dao Wufang, the abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple. As for Li Xiao, he had given up the competition when the price reached 13 million. Clearly, although he was quite tempted by the Fire Dragon Flame Palm, he didn't have enough high-grade spirit stones on him. Thus, he couldn't compete with the other Supremes. The 3 of them were evenly matched in strength, but the amount of spirit stones they carried was evidently more abundant with Xiao Wuyan from the Yulong Mountain Villa. In the end, Xiao Wuyan successfully auctioned the Fire Dragon Flame Palm for 17 million high-grade spirit stones. Just 3 treasures, and I've already made 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Making money is really easy. Zhao Xian marveled. He recalled how he had been completely broke when he first crossed over. What a world of difference! However, before the crowd below could express their admiration for the precious legacy left by the Supreme Yunxiao, Su Wanqing took out another legacy golden leaf. Instantly, the audience erupted in excitement. More, did the Supreme Yunxiao leave behind so many mid-grade supreme martial arts? 3 items. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? It seemed that the Supreme Yunxiao wasn't that fond of cultivating martial arts in the past. Amidst the astonishment, Su Wanqing slowly spoke. This time, it is not martial arts, but a technique. Whoosh! The moment her words fell, the entire venue was once again thrown into a frenzy. Techniques. Seeing this, Su Wanqing smiled gracefully. This is the Mo Wang Heart technique, also a mid-grade supreme. The starting bid is 4 million. Without any hesitation, she directly announced the auction. This time, the atmosphere in the venue became even more lively. A mid-grade supreme technique is naturally more attractive compared to mid-grade supreme martial arts. The few supremes who had previously competed for the Fire Dragon Flame Palm began to bid simultaneously with great tacit understanding. The price of the Mo Wang Heart technique started to soar. On the 4th floor, Yang Ming was watching with his heart bleeding. 2 mid-grade supreme martial arts plus a mid-grade supreme technique. If he could get his hands on these, breaking through to the Emperor realm would be a breeze, and he might even hope to break through to supreme in the future. But now, all these things were in Zhao Xian's hands. The key point is, Zhao Xian actually brought them out for auction. What a waste of precious resources. If he were to obtain them, he would definitely find a place to hide and absorb all these legacies cleanly before coming out. By then, even if someone came to cause trouble, he would have already cooked the rice, and the other party would have no way to deal with him. They would even have to curry favor with him. However, Yang Ming also knew that Zhao Xian would never be that foolish. After spending these days with Zhao Xian and being schemed against so many times, how could Zhao Xian be that stupid? Since he can bring out so many treasures, he must have even greater gains. This kid might not take long to break through to supreme, right? Yang Ming suddenly thought of this, and he trembled all over. If this were true, then the entire Jingyue dynasty would probably undergo a great change. Among the few top talents of the Jinhua dynasty that he knew, they were all merely at the emperor realm, and the strongest among them had only recently broken through to the peak of the emperor realm, still far from the supreme level. Moreover, their ages were all much older than Zhao Xian. If Zhao Xian truly broke through to the supreme level, he would likely leap to become the number one talent of the Jinhua dynasty. After all, Zhao Xian was so young. Even right now, he could already be among the top 10 talents of the Jinhua dynasty. Right? No way. Such a person should not be easily provoked. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had almost provoked a terrifying existence. Coupled with Zhao Xian's experiences within that small dynasty, this person must have great fortune and opportunities. No, I need to change my mindset. He originally held some resentment towards Zhao Xian, but after realizing this, his thoughts instantly became clear. An opportunity to befriend a future top talent was right in front of him. There was no reason not to seize it. Thinking of this, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes. Young City Lord, this Mo Wang heart technique can be put up for auction. If you can secure it, I believe the City Lord would be proud of you. Just as Yang Ming was making plans, the elder beside him spoke up with some excitement. No, Yang Ming waved his hand. The elder was immediately taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. He asked in confusion, "But young City Lord, this is a great opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. If you can auction off this Mo Wang heart technique, not only will you gain a treasure, but you can also completely distance yourself from Zhao Xian, so you won't have to bear the blame for him. I sensed several supreme-level experts probing just now. If you don't draw a line soon, those supreme experts might set their sights on you," the elder said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Had the supreme experts already set their sights on him? My father is also a supreme expert. They wouldn't dare to act against me. Yang Ming thought of his father and waved his hand, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, looking at Yang Ming in astonishment. Did the young city lord intend to take the blame for Zhao Xian? But why? Didn't the young city lord have a grudge against Zhao Xian? The elder was quite puzzled. However, Yang Ming couldn't be bothered to explain. He was indeed very tempted by the Mo Wang heart technique, and with the financial power of Yunshang City, he absolutely had the means to acquire it. But, in the end, he still chose not to act. Yang Ming's inaction also surprised Zhao Xian on the third floor. Yang Ming shouldn't be this foolish, right? Has he not realized? Zhao Xian showed a look of surprise. According to his speculation, now would be the best time for Yang Ming to take the Mo Wang heart technique and distance himself from him. This way, he could shed the label of the Yunshao Supreme Inheritor and draw all the hatred from the surrounding powerful figures onto himself. Such a perfect opportunity should not be missed. But, Yang Ming actually chose not to do so? Strange. Could it be that he guessed I have a trump card? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. This kid, has he woken up? Since Yang Ming did not step forward, Zhao Xian didn't pay much attention. After all, this matter would ultimately have nothing to do with Yang Ming. The auction continued. The price of the Mo Wang heart technique had already soared to 17 million high-grade spirit stones, reaching the auction price of the fiery dragon flame palm, and it was still rising. This time, the elder who had remained silent in the bidding previously also actively participated. 19 million. The elder slowly raised his hand and spoke in a calm tone. Countless people looked at the elder with wary expressions. He's the vice president of the Dragon Sword Academy. I didn't expect that even the third force of the Jinhua dynasty, the Dragon Sword Academy, would take action this time. The supreme mid-grade cultivation method is just too enticing. It seems that the final ownership of the Mo Wang Xinju is no longer in doubt. Many cultivators sighed inwardly, but just as the old man called out a price of 19 million, a young attendant stood beside him. The attendant slightly bowed and said, "Sword Master, if we use all the high-grade spirit stones we brought to bid for the Mo Wang Xinju, that item might not have a chance to compete." Hearing the attendant's words, the old man waved his hand slightly. "There's no need. Even if we keep the spirit stones until then, we might not be able to compete." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Luo Yu not far away. As the sword master said, the attendant did not continue to speak but nodded. The old man squinted his eyes. In the end, as expected, several supreme powerhouses raised their bids again, bringing the price of the Mo Wang Xinju to 23 million. The old man then made a move, directly quoting 25 million. Immediately, No one dared to bid again. After all, this price was enough to auction off 2.5 high-grade imperial artifacts. The cost-effectiveness was simply not high. No one wanted to raise the price and become the fool. 23 million high-grade spirit stones once. Does any senior wish to bid? The rarity of the supreme mid-grade cultivation method need not be mentioned. You seniors understand it better than I do. This level of cultivation method is extremely rare. If missed, it may never be encountered again. Su Wanqing was still trying to stir emotions with her passionate speech, but unfortunately, the group of supreme powerhouses remained unmoved. However, many royal realm powerhouses were quite interested, but they didn't have much money on them and lacked the ability to participate in the bidding. 23 million high-grade spirit stones twice. 23 million high-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to this senior for successfully auctioning it. Seeing this, Su Wanqing also dropped the auction hammer in her hand. With a smile, she slightly nodded to the old man from the Dragon Sword Academy on the 3rd floor. The old man did not hesitate, calmly tossing out a storage ring. Su Wanqing immediately counted and confirmed the amount without a doubt. She then handed the Mo Wang Xinju to the old man. The transaction was concluded. 23 million high-grade spirit stones. Such a price can only be easily put forth by top forces, right? Yes. But what surprises me is that the elder of the Xinshao sect hasn't made a move. Could it be that these treasures don't catch his attention? After all, that elder is on the same level as the Yunshao Supreme, and the cultivation methods and martial arts he masters are naturally not much worse than those of the Yunshao Supreme. It's normal for him to look down on them. After the conclusion, many people whispered among themselves, and in their musings, they couldn't help but cast their gaze toward Luoyu, the elder of the Xinshao sect on the 3rd floor. This was already the 4th treasure, yet Luoyu had not made a move, which puzzled and astonished many. But upon careful thought, it was also understandable. However, soon, Su Wanqing swiftly began the next round of bidding. The next item to be auctioned is a special treasure. Su Wanqing spoke first. Instantly, many people's appetites were whetted, especially the group of royal realm cultivators sitting on the 1st floor. They had come to join the excitement. The previous few items auctioned were all cultivation methods and martial arts, which they had grown tired of. Now that a new item had finally appeared, it naturally excited them instantly. Special treasure? I wonder what it will be. A treasure left by a supreme powerhouse can't be bad. As they discussed, the royal realm powerhouses on the 2nd floor also stretched their necks, waiting for Su Wanqing's next words. Su Wanqing did not hesitate, smiling as she flipped her hand. A jade stone the size of a fist landed in her delicate palm. As the jade stone emerged, it radiated a brilliant green light, appearing extraordinarily remarkable. Instantly, it captured everyone's attention. What is this? At that moment, a powerful figure from the Emperor realm gasped in surprise. Could it be the rumored Heart of Destruction Jade? As soon as he spoke, many people looked confused. Heart of Destruction Jade? What is that? Even the Emperor realm experts were left in the dark, completely unaware of what it was. Only the supreme experts on the 3rd floor squinted their eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Seeing this, Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. Indeed, this is the supreme artifact, Heart of Destruction Jade. It contains a trace of the aura of a supreme expert, and when activated with spiritual energy, it can unleash that aura to suppress the surroundings. Upon hearing this, many Emperor realm experts immediately stiffened. Can it release the aura of a supreme expert? However, it seemed to have no significant effect. It could only serve as a deterrent. Su Wanqing had anticipated this and immediately continued. Of course, this is merely an ability that comes with the Heart of Destruction Jade. Its main function is to forge supreme artifacts. Ordinary Heart of Destruction Jades can be used to forge low-tier supreme artifacts, but the one in my hand, left by the supreme Yunshao, is of a purer material than ordinary ones, so it can be used to forge mid-tier supreme artifacts. As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, the entire venue fell into silence. The King Realm cultivators on the 1st floor stared wide-eyed. The Emperor Realm cultivators on the 2nd floor gaped. Meanwhile, the Supremes on the 3rd floor all stood up at once, their faces filled with disbelief. This Heart of Destruction Jade can actually forge mid-tier supreme artifacts. Supreme artifacts are incredibly rare. Even in the entire Jinghua dynasty, their numbers are few and far between, let alone lower supremes. Even mid and upper supremes may not possess a supreme artifact. Although the Heart of Destruction Jade in Su Wanqing's hand is not a supreme artifact itself, but merely a means to forge one, It was enough to draw the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Luo Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he stood up abruptly. Fixated on the Heart of Destruction Jade, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Clearly, even he hadn't expected that the Supreme Yunxiao would possess such a treasure. Moreover, it had never been disclosed to the Xinjiao sect. The other supreme experts were also breathing heavily, their gazes glued to the Heart of Destruction Jade. Heart of Destruction Jade, the vice president of Longjian Academy, who had just acquired the Forgetting Heart technique, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon seeing the Heart of Destruction Jade, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly, he lacked enough spirit stones to compete for the Heart of Destruction Jade. However, he didn't seem anxious. On the other side, the man in the black robe, who had shown little interest until now, revealed a pair of enchanting eyes that sparkled with incredible greed upon seeing the Heart of Destruction Jade. It was clear that the competition for the Heart of Destruction Jade would be the most intense of this auction. Su Wanqing understood the deadly allure of the Heart of Destruction Jade for supreme experts, so she didn't say much more. She slowly began. Heart of Destruction Jade. Starting bid of 7 million high-grade spirit stones. 10 million. 13 million. 15 million. As soon as Su Wanqing spoke, 3 consecutive bids rang out in succession. They were from the 3 supremes on the 3rd floor. This scene left the King Realm cultivators on the 1st floor dumbfounded. They had never seen such impatient behavior from the incredibly noble supreme experts. It was as if they were wolves. Meanwhile, the Emperor Realm cultivators on the 2nd floor wore expressions of helplessness. To be honest, they were naturally quite tempted by the Heart of Destruction. However, compared to the supreme powerhouses, their foundation was simply not enough to be considered. Moreover, among the supreme powerhouses present, aside from the one in the black robe, each of their identities was quite extraordinary. Their foundations were even more exaggerated. They could only watch the show, but watching the supreme powerhouses compete for treasures was not without its own enjoyment. 17 million. Xian Wu immediately made a bid. If he could win the Heart of Destruction and forge it into a supreme artifact, it would undoubtedly bring a tremendous boost to the Biluo sect. It could even elevate the Biluo sect to a position among the top 10 of the Jingyue dynasty. So, there was no way they could give up. Even if it meant going bankrupt, they had to give it a try. The other supreme powerhouses had similar thoughts. 19 million. The master of the Yulong Mountain Villa, Xiao Wuyan, immediately raised his bid. The intensity of the competition made countless cultivators gasp in awe. This was the competition among supreme powerhouses. It was not something that cultivators at the king or emperor level could interfere with. 25 million. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Xinjiao sect, Luo Yu, who had been silent until now, finally couldn't hold back and started bidding. And his first bid was a staggering 25 million. This price instantly made countless people gasp in shock. The record just set by Mo Wangxin had barely warmed up before it was broken again. It was truly outrageous. Moreover, 25 million high-grade spirit stones could probably be enough to establish a small sect directly. With this price, many supreme powerhouses twitched at the corners of their mouths. As expected of the Xinjiao sect, they made a bold move, but they also did not intend to give up just like that. 26 million, 27 million, 28 million. One by one, the supreme powerhouses raised their bids, but their offers became increasingly conservative. There was no way around it. The landlord's family had no surplus grain. Although they were wealthy, they had come rather hastily and were not well prepared. The high-grade spirit stones they had on hand were not too many. If they continued to raise the price blindly, they estimated they would soon be unable to compete. Seeing this situation, Luo Yu casually glanced at them and slowly raised his hand, saying, 35 million. Boom! As soon as this price was announced, it was like a thunderclap ringing above everyone's heads. Damn! He raised the price by 7 million directly. What a wealthy person! Countless king-level cultivators looked on with envy. 35 million high-grade spirit stones. For their cultivation, it would probably be enough for a lifetime. They might not even use it all. The materials for forging supreme artifacts were terrifyingly expensive. Even the emperor-level cultivators couldn't help but gasp in admiration. As expected of the number 1 sect in the Jingyue dynasty, their foundation was indeed terrifying. The previously confident supreme powerhouses suddenly showed a look of dejection. It was simple, they were financially strained and could no longer compete. 35 million high-grade spirit stones was already a significant sum even for top sects. Such a large sum could not be carried around casually. they were powerless to continue competing. In this regard, Luo Yu was not surprised at all. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, appearing relaxed and indifferent. 35 million high-grade spirit stones. First time, after a long while, the venue fell silent, and no one continued to bid. 35 million high-grade spirit stones for a Heart of Destruction was already considered an exaggerated price. After all, the Heart of Destruction was merely a forging material, not equivalent to a supreme artifact. Even if obtained, it still required other materials. Moreover, even if all the materials were gathered, one would still need to find a craftsman capable of forging supreme artifacts. Such craftsmen were extremely rare. Furthermore, each one had a rather unique personality. There were indeed craftsmen within the Jingyue dynasty who could forge supreme artifacts. However, most of them are relatively low-key and do not like to fight, making it not easy to find them. Even if one is found and the other party agrees to forge a supreme artifact, it does not guarantee 100% success. When all the risks are combined, the allure of the Destruction Heart Jade diminishes. But, this is clearly aimed at those small sects. For the Divine Sky sect, obtaining the Destruction Heart Jade and forging it into a supreme artifact is definitely not too difficult. Therefore, 35 million high-grade spirit stones is absolutely not too much. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Luo Yu appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was still a bit anxious. After all, he had come out rather hastily, and his main purpose was just to take a look and investigate the truth behind the deaths of the disciples in the sect. He didn't carry many spirit stones with him, so if someone could produce more high-grade spirit stones, he might really be unable to compete. However, it seemed that, clearly no one could outbid him. This made him feel a slight sense of relief. 35 million high-grade spirit stones. Second time. Su Wanqing's voice quickly rang out again. She also noticed that the supreme powerhouses present were already unable to compete, and since 35 million high-grade spirit stones was already a sky-high price, continuing to use emotional tactics would be of no use. Unless something unexpected happened, the price should be 35 million. Thinking this, she was about to speak again, but before she could say anything, a somewhat eerie voice suddenly came from the third floor. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Whoosh! The moment the voice came, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What the hell? Those are top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones are countless times rarer than high-grade spirit stones. Even the Grand Elder of the Divine Sky sect, Luo Yu, was only offering high-grade spirit stones to bid. Who is this extravagant person to offer 100,000 top-grade spirit stones right off the bat? This made countless cultivators gasp in shock. According to normal conversion, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones correspond to 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, which shows how rare top-grade spirit stones are. Corresponding to 40 million or even 50 million high-grade spirit stones is not an exaggeration. Spending more lavishly than the Divine Sky sect. What kind of background does this person have? Thinking of this, countless gazes turned towards the direction of the voice from the third floor. When they saw that the bidder was a figure hidden in a black robe, many people showed expressions of astonishment. Who is this person? On the other side, Luo Yu, who originally thought victory was in his grasp, couldn't help but frown tightly. After all, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, the Divine Sky sect could produce, but the Divine Sky sect would definitely not take them out so easily. It was too extravagant. He looked at the man in the black robe, his eyes filled with speculation and confusion. Who is this person? Spending more lavishly than my Divine Sky sect? The black-robed man paid no attention to the gazes around him, his eerie eyes only revealing determination. Clearly, he was determined to obtain the Destruction Heart Jade. Seeing this, Su Wanqing, who was conducting the auction below, was also momentarily stunned. She clearly did not expect that there would be a twist. Ahem! This senior has bid 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. According to the original conversion, it should be insufficient, but our guild did not have a clear understanding of the value of top-grade spirit stones beforehand, and it has now been adjusted. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 45 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Su Wanqing say this, the cultivators below had no other objections. In fact, it should have been like this. The rarity of top-grade spirit stones is far beyond that of high-grade spirit stones. This ratio is quite appropriate. The black-robed man also slightly nodded at Su Wanqing's adjustment, clearly acknowledging this conversion. Seeing this, Su Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Zhao Xian. Clearly, the adjustment was communicated to her by Zhao Xian through a temporary transmission. It seems that in the future, I need to understand the market conditions in advance, Zhao Xian said thoughtfully. This auction was indeed too hasty. As Su Wanqing finished speaking, the venue fell silent once again. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 45 million high-grade spirit stones. This price, not to mention the group of supreme beings, even the Grand Elder of the Xinjiao sect, Luo Yu, could not help but remain silent for a long time. What bad luck! Luo Yu glanced at the black-robed man not far away and then at the stock in his storage ring. In the end, he shook his head and gave up on bidding. There was no way the Xinjiao sect could afford 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, but he simply did not have that many spirit stones on him. Otherwise, he would definitely have competed. But now, he could only let this treasure slip away. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. First time, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Second time, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Third time, bang! Su Wanqing, seeing that there were no more variables, finally brought down the auction hammer. Congratulations to this senior for acquiring the Heart of Destruction. Su Wanqing looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man just flicked his sleeve, revealing a glimpse of a snow-white wrist, and with a slight flick of his slender fingers, a purple storage ring fell before Su Wanqing. This scene made many cultivators' pupils constrict. Is this person male or female? The voice sounded more like a man, but the arms and fingers looked like a woman's. Su Wanqing glanced at the storage ring and nearly lost her mind from the spiritual energy emanating from it. My goodness! In her lifetime, she had never seen such rich spiritual energy in top-grade spirit stones. Just one would probably be enough for her to cultivate for an entire year. After focusing and counting, confirming that there were indeed 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, Su Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and transferred all the top-grade spirit stones into her own storage ring. She then handed over the Heart of Destruction along with the storage ring to the black-robed figure. With the Heart of Destruction secured, the black-robed figure clearly looked quite pleased. Meanwhile, Luo Yu beside him wore an unhappy expression. However, he did not say much, merely glanced at the black-robed figure before withdrawing his gaze. The crowd below began to buzz with lively discussions. I really didn't expect this auction to be so exciting. Yeah, I originally thought Ouyang Ming was just here for a joke, but I didn't expect him to actually bring out the supreme inheritance, and even the Heart of Destruction. TSK. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't put it out. If you don't put it out, when the supreme comes looking for you, don't cry. However, it seems that the Heart of Destruction is only the 5th treasure, right? I remember that beautiful auctioneer said there were 6 treasures. There's still one more? At this, many cultivators looked forward with eager expressions. The Heart of Destruction is already so rare. I wonder what the grand finale treasure will be. Is it even more powerful than the Heart of Destruction? It shouldn't be. It feels like Yunxiao Supreme should be running low by now. Countless people were discussing fervently, all filled with anticipation for the final treasure. And not just them, the 9 supreme beings on the 3rd floor were also very eager, especially Luo Yu. I want to see what else you have left. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. After pausing for a moment, Su Wanqing slowly stepped forward to speak. Now, the next is the final treasure of this auction. This treasure is a bit special. It is a pill. As her words fell, it immediately sparked the curiosity of many cultivators. The grand finale treasure is actually a pill? I wonder what grade the pill is. Left by Yunxiao Supreme. It should at least be a 9th grade, right? Only 9th grade? Who do you look down on? Looking at the few treasures auctioned in front, I think at least it's a low-grade supreme pill. Indeed, a supreme pill. Ha! I wonder what type it is. All the cultivators were eagerly anticipating. The 9 supremes on the 3rd floor were also all ears, waiting for Su Wanqing to continue. Facing these big shots, Su Wanqing naturally did not dare to be negligent. She quickly waved her delicate hand, and a finely crafted jade box landed in her palm. Then, she slowly opened the jade box. A beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from within the box. As the golden light dissipated, a round and lustrous purple pill, about the size of a thumb, quietly lay in the jade box. On the surface of the purple pill, there was a faint circle of golden patterns engraved upon it. A rich fragrance instantly spread throughout the venue, causing countless cultivators to tremble. What the heck? What kind of pill is this? Just smelling the fragrance. I feel like I'm about to break through. Me too. I've been stuck at the third level of the king realm for many years, and just catching a whiff of that pill's aroma makes me feel like I can break through immediately. On the first floor, countless cultivators stared in surprise and wonder at the peculiar pill, their faces filled with curiosity. Not only them, but even the group of Emperor Realm experts on the second floor felt a similar sensation. Just a wisp of the pill's fragrance was enough to shake the shackles of their cultivation. This pill, could it be too terrifying? On the third floor, many supreme experts widened their eyes upon seeing this pill, because they had never seen it before. Naturally, they did not recognize it. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing's voice slowly rang out. This is a mid-grade supreme pill, the 9-turn small returning pill. After consumption, it can significantly enhance the cultivation speed and is suitable for any cultivator below the supreme level. As soon as her words fell, a wave of gasps filled the venue. What? Mid-grade supreme pill? Countless cultivators stared wide-eyed. They had thought it was just a low-grade supreme pill. Never did they expect it was actually a mid-grade supreme pill. Moreover, this pill could be consumed by any cultivator below the supreme level. Does that mean even those in the king realm could use it for cultivation? This made the countless king realm cultivators on the first floor widen their eyes, their gazes towards the 9-turn small returning pill filled with greed and desire. It is known that the refinement of supreme pills is extremely difficult, and each one is incredibly precious. The effects of supreme pills are simply incomparable to pills of the 9th grade and below. Due to their astonishing effects, there are naturally restrictions on their consumption. Generally speaking, even if King Realm or Emperor Realm experts obtained a supreme pill, they would most likely be unable to consume it. The potency of supreme pills is simply too terrifying. Those below the supreme level cannot withstand it. But now, the mid-grade supreme pill in Su Wanqing's hand could actually be consumed by all cultivators below the supreme level. This is basically equivalent to having no requirements at all. Does this not mean that if they could also obtain it, they could swallow it on the spot, let alone breaking through to the Emperor Realm? Even the Supreme would definitely be within reach. At this moment, all the King Realm cultivators were in an uproar. Each one of them wished they could gouge out their own eyes, staring intently at that supreme pill. Many cultivators were drooling uncontrollably. They wished they could rush up and swallow this supreme pill immediately. But desire did not cloud their judgment. To snatch the supreme pill in front of so many supreme experts? Wasn't that asking for death? But clearly, when the benefits are terrifying enough, some are willing to pay the price of their lives. Sure enough, not long after Su Wanqing finished her introduction, a 7th-level Emperor Realm cultivator suddenly soared into the air, his eyes blood-red, directly pointing at Su Wanqing. His speed was so fast that it shocked countless cultivators, and his intention was very clear. He was fixated on that 9-turn small returning pill. Swish! He suddenly appeared beside Su Wanqing, directly reaching out to grab the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill. Su Wanqing was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, but she quickly calmed down. 7th level of the Emperor Realm? Not as good as a hair on the head of the president. This scene was clearly witnessed by the group of supreme beings on the 3rd floor. They squinted their eyes but did not rush to take action. This was the territory of Cloud City, causing trouble at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Unless the city lord of Cloud City was present, it shouldn't be easy to resolve, right? They watched with the mindset of spectators. Just as the cultivator at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm was about to touch the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill, a shocking sword energy suddenly came from the side. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through the sky, almost tearing apart the space, and in an instant, it landed in front of that cultivator at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Then, the terrifying sword energy instantly tore the body of that Emperor Realm cultivator into countless fragments. Not even a drop of blood was left. As the sword energy dissipated, that Emperor Realm cultivator had completely fallen, leaving no ashes behind. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators on the 2nd floor simultaneously retracted their greedy gazes, quickly looking towards the direction from which the sword energy had come. There stood a figure clad in black armor, standing like a small mountain, with a fierce killing intent on his face. Gulp! Countless Emperor Realm powerhouses swallowed hard. They could clearly sense that the cultivation of that figure in black armor was only at the 5th or 6th level of the Emperor Realm. But that sword energy just now, not to mention the 7th level of the Emperor Realm, even the peak of the Emperor Realm couldn't withstand it. What terrifying sword energy! There was actually such a terrifying existence in Cloud City. Such a fearsome method instantly subdued all the King Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators. They dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the gazes of the supreme beings also fell on that figure in black armor. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. It seems Cloud City has gained quite a lot. That sword energy just now was enough to look down on the Emperor Realm. I didn't expect Cloud City to have such a character. However, after a simple moment of reflection, they withdrew their gazes. If Cloud City didn't have some preparations, they wouldn't dare to bring out the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill at all. So they weren't particularly surprised. Moreover, that figure in black armor was at most targeting some Emperor Realm powerhouses. For the supreme beings, it was still not enough to be taken seriously. Naturally, they didn't feel much apprehension. At the same time, on the fourth floor, Yang Ming took a deep breath as he looked at the figure in black armor. He turned to the elders beside him. If you faced him, would you be confident in winning? Upon hearing this, the faces of the two elders instantly fell. What a joke! They had just witnessed the terror of that sword energy with their own eyes. Although their cultivation was not low, if they really faced it, there would be nothing left. Of course, they also understood the meaning behind Yang Ming's words. Sorry, young city lord, we were a bit presumptuous earlier. Your decision is very clear. Initially, they thought Yang Ming was being too conservative, and that it would be more appropriate to directly draw a line with Zhao Xian. But now, they felt that Yang Ming taking the initiative to take the blame and please Zhao Xian was the wisest choice. Such a sturdy thigh must be tightly embraced. Seeing this, Yang Ming said no more, his eyes still filled with shock. Could this also be a legacy left by the Supreme Cloud Hero? But this sword technique doesn't seem like the methods of the Supreme Cloud Hero. Yang Ming showed a contemplative expression. Vaguely guessing something, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Could it be that Zhao Xian has other opportunities? If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot provoke him. Fortunately, we didn't tear our faces earlier, otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more cold sweat trickled down Yang Ming's back. At the same time, Su Wanqing was also calming her emotions and slowly spoke. What just happened was merely a small interlude, and I hope the seniors do not let their emotions cloud their judgment. Then let the auction continue. Medium-grade Supreme Pill, 9-turn small rejuvenation pill. Starting bid, 15 million high-grade spirit stones. Su Wanqing did not say anything more. However, once she finished speaking, the venue fell into a silence. It was not like before when the bidding had started frantically. The cultivators on the first and second floors exchanged glances. 15 million high-grade spirit stones. Even if they wanted to join in the excitement, they couldn't afford it. There was simply no way to produce that many spirit stones. Meanwhile, the few supreme experts sitting on the third floor remained silent for a moment. 20 million. The abbot of Jinlong Temple, Dao Wufang, was the first to speak. However, this price was clearly very conservative. 30 million. Before a breath had passed after Dao Wufang's words, the master of Yulong Mountain Villa, Xiao Wuyan, immediately chimed in. And with that shout, it was 30 million. He directly raised the price by 10 million. He had previously competed for the Broken Heart Jade but ultimately gave up, not because he couldn't produce enough spirit stones, but because even if he obtained it, he couldn't forge it into a supreme artifact, so he chose to withdraw. But this 9-turn small rejuvenation pill, he absolutely could not give up. He must obtain it, even if it meant selling everything. If I can get it, perhaps I can break through to the middle supreme. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuyan's eyes were filled with fervor. Just then, Luo Yu also immediately raised his hand and spoke. 40 million. After calling out the price, a smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. He was confident that with this 40 million, no one in the venue could compete with him. From the previous auction, it was clear that the high-grade spirit stones in the hands of these supremes were not many. At least, they couldn't compare to his. And that guy in the black robe had already bid 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He surely was also short on spirit stones now and couldn't compete with him. Thus, securing this 9-turn small rejuvenation pill for 40 million high-grade spirit stones was a sure thing. What a great windfall! Luo Yu was secretly delighted. But at the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Why didn't Yun Xiao use this treasure himself? Why leave it for future generations? This left him quite confused. Of course, it no longer mattered. Soon, this 9-turn small rejuvenation pill would belong to him. Just as Luo Yu had guessed, when he called out his 40 million high-grade spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. Several Supremes exchanged glances, clearly unable to produce more high-grade spirit stones. However, they still did not want to give up this opportunity. Abbot Dao Wufang, could you lend me 20 million high-grade spirit stones? Once the auction is over, Yulong Mountain Villa will definitely return it several times over. Xiao Woyan asked the abbot of Jinlong Temple with cupped hands. Dao Wufang slightly furrowed his brows. Under normal circumstances, he would clearly not lend such a large amount of spirit stones to Xiao Woyan. But now, with so few spirit stones on him, he was unable to continue competing. If their spirit stones were combined, there was indeed a chance to secure the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill. A glimmer flashed in Dao Wufang's eyes as he spoke. I can lend it to you, and you don't need to return it. However, once we obtain the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill, we will split it in half. If that doesn't work, then forget it. After Dao Wufang's words, Xiao Woyan fell silent for a long time. Then he nodded in agreement. I agree. Hearing this, Dao Wufang did not hold back and handed over his 20 million high-grade spirit stones to Xiao Woyan. 50 million. Once the spirit stones were in hand, Xiao Woyan did not hesitate at all and called out the price. In an instant, Luo Yu's expression darkened. These guys, they actually engaged in such cooperation? He only had 40 million high-grade spirit stones on him, and there was no way he could come up with 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Damn it! Luo Yu cursed inwardly. He then raised his hand. 40 million spirit stones plus 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Woyan's expression suddenly changed. Clearly, he hadn't expected Luo Yu to still have stock. Moreover, it was top-grade spirit stones. Luo Yu's expression was not pleasant. He did have some top-grade spirit stones, but he didn't intend to take them out. After all, top-grade spirit stones were too precious, and he was reluctant to part with them. But right now, there was no other choice. Although top-grade spirit stones were valuable, they were clearly not worth more than this 9-turn small returning pill. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, according to the previous conversion, were equivalent to 13 million high-grade spirit stones. Altogether, that made 53 million high-grade spirit stones. Naturally, that exceeded Xiao Wuyan's 50 million. The increase wasn't too much. This was also intentional on Luo Yu's part. He still had quite a few top-grade spirit stones, but, naturally, he wanted to save as much as possible. With this, they should be unable to compete, right? Luo Yu looked at Xiao Wuyan and the others, but he saw Xiao Wuyan approaching other supreme beings to borrow spirit stones again. However, this time it was evidently much more difficult. Xian Sect Master, as long as you lend me 10 million high-grade spirit stones, I will return you top-grade spirit stones in proportion. Lu Sect Master, if you are willing to lend me 10 million high-grade spirit stones, I can additionally give your Tianxi sect a spot in the eastern region's Xiantian secret realm. In order to borrow spirit stones, Xiao Wuyan even offered extremely luxurious conditions. Some of these conditions tempted quite a few supreme beings. Xiao Zhuang Master must keep his word. The Tianxi sect master looked at Xiao Wuyan and said, clearly, he was very tempted by the conditions proposed by Xiao Wuyan. As for the 9-turn small returning pill, he understood that he definitely couldn't compete, so he simply gave up. However, if he could obtain a spot in the Xiantian secret realm, that would be a huge gain. He could still come up with 10 million high-grade spirit stones. So, he immediately handed 10 million high-grade spirit stones to Xiao Wuyan. As for the other supreme beings, although a few were also quite tempted, in the end, they did not agree. After all, that would mean actively opposing the Xinxiao sect, which was not wise. The Tianxi sect was far from the Xinxiao sect, so it didn't matter for them to do so. However, those sects that were closer naturally did not dare to be too obvious. With another 10 million high-grade spirit stones received, Xiao Wuyan showed no hesitation and immediately raised his hand to bid. 60 million high-grade spirit stones. Relying on the spirit stones he had pieced together, Xiao Wuyan had already offered the highest price on the scene. This price made Luo Yu's expression darken to the extreme. He glared fiercely at the Tianxi sect master. If it weren't for the two sects being too far apart, he would definitely make the Tianxi sect pay for it when he returned. He then turned to look at Xiao Wuyan, clenching his fists. It seemed that it was unlikely to snag the 9-turn small returning pill now. Thinking of this, he slowly raised his hand and spoke. 40 million high-grade spirit stones plus 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. In total, that was 62 million. just enough to outbid Xiao Wuyan. As soon as Luo Yu said this, many cultivators in the audience couldn't help but whisper and discuss. It seems that the Xinxiao sect, as the number one sect, doesn't appear to be that wealthy. Every time they raise the price, it only increases a little. Of course, these are top-grade spirit stones. Previously, that Xinxiao sect elder didn't use top-grade spirit stones to bid, so he probably ran out of high-grade spirit stones and could only use top-grade spirit stones, naturally wanting to save as much as possible. That's true, but it feels a bit like losing face for the Xinxiao sect. So stingy, they whispered, while Xiao Wuyan wore a look of helplessness. Clearly, facing Luo Yu's repeated price hikes, he was at a loss. He had borrowed as many spirit stones as he could. The other supreme beings wouldn't provoke the Xinxiao sect just to help him. Sigh, he sighed softly. He no longer spoke to bid. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Luo Yu's face. Fortunately, although over 60 million high-grade spirit stones was quite a sum, it was within an acceptable range for him. Of course, it still hurt to have to put out an additional 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, but for the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill, it was absolutely worth it. The venue fell into silence once more. Noticing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but speak up. 40 million high-grade spirit stones plus 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for the first time. As her words fell, Luo Yu glanced around, revealing a faint smile, clearly confident of victory. Moments later, Su Wanqing spoke again. 40 million high-grade spirit stones plus 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for the second time. This time, no one opened their mouth to bid. Seeing this, Su Wanqing raised the auction hammer in her hand, preparing to call for the third time. At this, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed tightly on the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill, revealing a fiery eagerness. But before Su Wanqing could speak, a familiar, eerie voice rang out once more. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. The moment the voice came, everyone in the room was stunned for a long time. A group of cultivators turned their gazes toward the third floor. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones? Hiss, it's that supreme being in the black robe again. It's him. Is this for real? 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 90 million high-grade spirit stones, right? To open with such a high bid, this is too extravagant. Countless faces showed astonishment, filled with shock and disbelief. On one hand, they were shocked by the Black-Robe Supreme's move, and on the other hand, they were astonished by the lavishness of the Black-Robe Supreme's offer. The first bid was 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The second was even more exaggerated, directly 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. These are top-grade spirit stones, not some common cabbage. Even the Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect wouldn't dare to put out such rare spirit stones for bidding. Yet, this supreme being took them out so casually. Isn't that outrageous? The entire venue suddenly became incredibly lively. After all, 20,000 top-grade spirit stones was simply too much. So much that even Zhao Xian himself was a bit taken aback. He looked at the Black-Robed Supreme with surprise. Is this supreme being really that wealthy? After all, this was 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even the Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect couldn't produce that many top-grade spirit stones, right? What kind of power was this Black-Robe Supreme backed by? Meanwhile, the expression on Luo Yu's face instantly darkened to the extreme. He had thought he had secured the 9-turn small rejuvenation pill. Unexpectedly, this black-robed guy had once again barged in. Moreover, with just one bid, it was 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Damn it, even he didn't have that many top-grade spirit stones on him. At most, he had only 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Adding the 40 million high-grade spirit stones, that totaled only 85 million high-grade spirit stones, not even close to 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. In other words, he was now powerless to compete with the other party. Who exactly are you? Luo Yu stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on the black-robed figure, his tone filled with questioning. This seems unrelated to the auction, right? The Black-Robe Supreme replied indifferently. The tone sounded more neutral. I am the Grand Elder of the Xinxiao sect. Do me a favor, for this 9-turn small returning pill, I can offer 40 million plus 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. You can withdraw your bid, and consider it a favor owed to me by the Xinxiao sect. Luo Yu said to the Black-Robe Supreme, and the terms he offered were quite tempting. This made many cultivators in the audience, both at the king and emperor levels, gasp in surprise. A favor from the Xinxiao sect? Wow! This thing shouldn't be worse than the 9-turn-small returning pill, right? If it were me, I would definitely choose a favor from the Shinshao sect. After all, it's said that human favors are the hardest to repay. If this can make the Shinshao sect owe you a favor, who would dare to provoke you in the future? That's true, but he's a supreme, no one would dare to provoke him anyway. That seems to make some sense. The cultivators discussed among themselves, but most still agreed that a favor from the Shinshao sect was more important. A favor from the Shinshao sect? What use is that? The black-robed supreme retorted disdainfully, as if he completely disregarded the Shinshao sect. At this, the entire venue was stunned. Goodness, he doesn't even regard the Shinshao sect? That's too arrogant. Who exactly is this supreme? Auctions are for those with money. If you don't have enough spirit stones, just step back. As for favors, they are worth less than a hair of this 9-turn-small returning pill. The black-robed supreme spoke indifferently. This statement left countless cultivators in shock. He showed no respect for the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect at all. TSK. Just as most cultivators thought, Luo Yu's expression had turned extremely ugly. As the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect, he was a top figure revered wherever he went within the Jingyue dynasty. Even other supremes had to bow and greet him. This was a reflection of the Shinshao sect's power. At least within the Jingyue dynasty, no other forces dared to provoke the Shinshao sect, except for the dynasty itself. Unexpectedly, this time, someone dared to defy him, even disregarding the Shinshao sect. Very well. You are very good. Have the guts to reveal your name. Luo Yu was so angry that he repeated very good twice, his tone thick with fury. Does this have anything to do with the auction? If it doesn't, why should I tell you? The black-robed supreme still showed no intention of giving Luo Yu face, glancing at him indifferently before turning to Su Wanqing. It has been a long time since anyone has bid. It should be time to drop the hammer. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing, who had been merely watching, was suddenly taken aback. She glanced at Luo Yu, then at the black-robed supreme, momentarily frozen. Neither of these two was someone she could provoke. Should she drop the hammer or not? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look towards Zhao Xian. Just follow the procedure. Zhao Xian's response was simple. Receiving Zhao Xian's instruction, Su Wanqing took a deep breath and slowly spoke. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones for the first time. Do any other seniors wish to continue bidding? As she spoke, she glanced at Luo Yu, but at this moment, Luo Yu was glaring at the black-robed supreme with a face full of anger. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones for the second time. Su Wanqing's voice soon rang out again. As for the black-robed supreme, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Luo Yu. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones for the third time. Bang! With the fall of the auction hammer, it signified that the 9-turn-small returning pill had found its owner. Congratulations to this senior for successfully bidding. This 9-turn-small returning pill is yours. Su Wanqing slightly bowed in greeting. Here, the black-robed supreme flicked his sleeve, and a familiar purple storage ring landed in front of Su Wanqing. As Su Wanqing prepared to check the contents of the storage ring, the black-robed supreme's voice slowly echoed again. You don't need to return the storage ring after checking. It's a gift for you. Su Wanqing was instantly taken aback. The quality of this storage ring was evidently extraordinary. Although it seemed insignificant compared to 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, its value was still considerable. Just like that, it was given away? Many cultivators couldn't help but express their envy. This black-robed supreme is truly generous. Indeed, such a high-grade storage ring was just given away with a word. I really envy that. Su Wanqing also slightly bowed to the black-robed supreme to express her gratitude. Thank you, senior. She quickly began to count the number of spirit stones in the storage ring. No problem. She had just given that 9 revolutions small returning pill to the black-robed supreme. However, just as the small jade box was hovering in the air, about to land in the black-robed supreme's hand, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the side. Humph, this 9 revolutions small returning pill. My sect will take it. The speaker was none other than Luo Yu, who had been standing to the side. At this moment, his face was cold, completely disregarding the auction's rules, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from him. The terrifying presence instantly suppressed the entire venue. The many king and emperor realm cultivators on the first and second floors turned pale, feeling as if their bodies were filled with lead, heavy beyond measure. Some even found it hard to breathe. After Luo Yu made his move, he directly reached out to snatch the small jade box. The esteemed elder of the Shinshao sect was now openly disregarding the sect's reputation and was attempting to seize it. Seeing this, the Black Robe Supreme's expression instantly turned cold. Swish! The Black Robe Supreme's black robe billowed without wind, and an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. In an instant, the auras of the two Supremes intertwined, filling the entire auction house with a murderous atmosphere. Is the great elder of the Shinshao sect truly this shameless? If you lack spirit stones, do you resort to outright theft? The Black Robe Supreme sneered. Luo Yu, however, was unfazed. Shameless? In terms of shamelessness, I think I still can't compare to you. As Luo Yu spoke, he placed his hands behind his back, his gray-white hair flowing wildly. His gaze fell upon the Black Robe Supreme. Luo Yu's words caused everyone present to be momentarily stunned. Hearing the great elder of the Shinshao sect say this, could it be that he knew the Black Robe Supreme's background? The Black Robe Supreme furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Luo Yu's tone was stern, and a strong killing intent surged on his face. A dignified Supreme of the demon race dares to intrude into the human territory's auction. You really have some audacity. Swish! As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, the entire venue erupted into chaos. What? Demon Race Supreme? Is that true? A Demon Race Supreme actually came to participate in the auction? No way. I heard that demons don't care about any rules at all. How could they possibly abide by the auction's regulations? If it were true, they would have just snatched it directly. That's true. Looking at it this way, amidst the discussions, some people couldn't help but look at Luo Yu. In comparison, Luo Yu, as the great elder of the Shinshao sect, seemed more like a demon race supreme. However, Luo Yu's words clearly carried weight. Many cultivators couldn't help but look at the Black Robe Supreme with astonishment. The other Supremes on the third floor also instantly became serious, each one vigilantly staring at the Black Robe Supreme, their auras erupting in response. They had already formed a siege against the Black Robe Supreme. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, a strong killing intent surged in the Black Robe Supreme's eyes. Then, seeing the movements of the surrounding Supremes, the Black Robe Supreme paused for a moment. He then slowly spoke, Elder Luo truly has great skill. With just a casual remark, you can determine life and death, calling someone a demon, and they become a demon. What a show of power. You say I am a demon, do you have any evidence? The Black Robe Supreme spoke indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding Supremes exchanged glances. Clearly, they were not certain that the Black Robe Supreme was a demon. Otherwise, they would have acted against him long ago. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's expression changed slightly. To ask him for evidence, he truly had none. The only reason he knew that the Black Robe Supreme before him was a demon was that he also possessed a trace of demon bloodline. This matter was related to his background, a secret he had never shared with anyone. Naturally, he could not voluntarily expose this secret. Otherwise, the news that the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect was a descendant of demons would spread throughout the entire Jingyue dynasty in an instant. At that time, the Shinshao sect would inevitably be severely affected. This was a huge deal. Thinking of this, Luo Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What evidence do you want? If you are not a demon, why do you hide your form under a black robe? Is it not because you are a demon and cannot bear the light? Luo Yu did not answer directly but countered with a question. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze immediately fell on the Black Robe Supreme. This statement was not wrong. If one acted righteously, why hide and cover up? The Black Robe Supreme, however, remained very calm. Everyone harbors secrets, and so do I. The reason I do not show my true face is naturally due to my own difficulties. Yet, Elder Luo, you cannot provide evidence to prove I am a demon, and you start to make baseless accusations? It seems you have no so-called evidence to prove I am a demon. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. He truly had no way to refute this. Humph. The Black Robe Supreme snorted coldly, then extended his white arm to grasp the jade box containing the 9-turn small returning pill. Seeing this, Luo Yu was instantly furious. Stop. At the same time, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the Black Robe Supreme. You cannot take this 9-turn small returning pill. I know you are a demon. If you insist on taking it, don't blame me for being rude. Unexpectedly, Luo Yu's actions only made the Black Robe Supreme laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, Elder Luo, if you want to threaten me, why bother with voice transmission? Are you afraid of losing face? But I see your face has already lost quite a bit of it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. It was evident that the Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect seemed to be threatening the Black Robe Supreme through voice transmission. This was truly a robber's behavior. Who would have thought that such a noble Grand Elder of the Shinshao sect could resort to such petty actions? Luo Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. I won't give up until I see the Yellow River. Today, I will force you to reveal your true form. As the words fell, Luo Yu no longer concealed himself, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Behind him, a towering divine pillar suddenly appeared, adorned with 4 purple gold patterns that shimmered with golden light. Buzz! In the next second, the 4 purple gold patterns trembled violently. Zzz. The space emitted a crackling sound as if it were about to shatter. It seemed unable to hold on any longer. A destructive aura surged forth as Luo Yu raised his hand, manifesting right before the Black Robe Supreme. Zzz. Crack! The space in front of the Black Robe Supreme suddenly shattered, and an indescribably terrifying aura erupted explosively. Seeing this, the Black Robe Supreme's eyes also glimmered with an eerie light. Immediately, a divine pillar vaguely appeared behind him as well. However, the divine pillar of the Black Robe Supreme only had 2 patterns, and the color was different, presenting a dark golden hue. Buzz! The Black Robe Supreme immediately raised his hand, and a similar destructive wave surged forth from his palm. The 2 terrifying forces collided violently. Not to mention the 3rd floor, the entire auction house was about to be unable to withstand it. Rumble! Instantly, the heavens and earth shook, and the entire auction house began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the vast auction hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! Luo Yu and the Black Robe Supreme immediately soared into the sky, and the towering divine pillars behind them shone even brighter. Below, in the collapsed auction hall, countless cultivators, covered in dust and dirt, looked up in horror at the 2 Supremes battling in midair. Is this the conflict between Supremes? It's terrifying. If the 2 Supremes hadn't held back, that last move could have flattened the entire Cloud City. This is the power of a Supreme. Countless cultivators gazed at the 2 figures in the air with a mix of admiration and longing. Meanwhile, several Supremes who had been seated on the 3rd floor were now also hovering in midair, their expressions complex as they watched the duel. Should we intervene? It might not be wise to intervene. We don't even know the origins of that Black Robe Supreme. Why intervene? It was Elder Luo who acted for the 9 Revolution small returning pill. We wouldn't gain anything by stepping in. They debated among themselves, clearly not intending to get involved. Zhao Xian, however, remained seated amidst the ruins, his position untouched. He looked up at the 2 battling figures, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Is this the special means of a Supreme? Such easily torn space is indeed beyond the Emperor realm. He sighed inwardly, watching the 2 in midair with great interest. However, as he watched, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The auction has been successfully held, and data is being compiled. The scale of this auction is assessed as SS+. The value of items in this auction is assessed as SS+. The revenue obtained from this auction is assessed as SS. The overall average assessment of this auction is SS level. Hearing the system sound, Zhao Xian's eyes brightened instantly. Goodness! This time, both the scale and the value of the items reached SS+, just 1 step away from SSS level. Unfortunately, the final revenue assessment was still only SS level. This was quite normal. Although this auction attracted 9 supreme powerhouses, the reputation of Ouyang Ming was so poor that these powerhouses didn't carry many spirit stones. Otherwise, the auction price of the 6 treasures would surely have reached another level. Although Zhao Xian still gained a lot, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If the revenue had also reached SS+, the overall assessment would have directly hit SS+. What a pity, Zhao Xian lamented. However, the system notification soon came again, and Zhao Xian immediately focused intently to listen. You have successfully held this auction and achieved an SS level assessment. Your rewards are Chaos Sacred Object 3 Saints Mysterious Pill, accompanying Extraordinary Sky Slayer, accompanying Sacred Law Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder, 1 million points of martial arts experience, 1 million points of combat experience, 1,000 material fragments, and 10 universal stones. Hiss! Seeing the rewards from the system this time, Zhao Xian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. 3 treasures, and they looked extraordinary. Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze to the first Chaos Sacred Object. Chaos Sacred Object 3 Saints Mysterious Pill, a pill refined by the system. Consuming it can elevate the physical body. spirit, and spiritual veins to the extraordinary, initially forming a sacred body. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up instantly. This pill, could it be prepared for breaking through the sacred realm? But he hadn't even stepped into the supreme realm yet. Could he still consume it? Zhao Xian felt a bit puzzled. The next second, he felt a blur before his eyes and discovered a line of text had appeared behind him. Possessing a sacred body does not mean entering the sacred realm. This pill can be consumed at any realm. Seeing this, Zhao Xian finally felt relieved. This elixir is absolutely priceless. As long as it is consumed, it can transform the physical body, soul, and even the spiritual veins to a level that can only be touched in the holy realm, which is the so-called holy body. Even Zhao Xian could only sigh in his heart. Incredible! He then looked at the second reward. Companion Extraordinary Skyslaying. There was once a sword that pierced the heavens, shaking the world. Even the heavens feared it. The sword was named Skyslaying. Skyslaying Sword, Companion Extraordinary Artifact. Once bound, can be stored in the Dantian, nourished with spiritual essence, enhancing its grade and sharpness. The so-called heavens have limits, but Skyslaying has none. Zhao Xian looked at the introduction of the second reward and couldn't help but gasp again. This is actually an extraordinary artifact, and it's a companion extraordinary artifact. So above the supreme artifact, there is the extraordinary artifact? Zhao Xian instantly understood. He couldn't help but sigh. There are probably not many supreme artifacts in the entire Jingyue dynasty, and now, he possesses an extraordinary artifact, and it's a companion extraordinary artifact that can continuously improve. Wow! He had originally thought about finding an opportunity to turn waste into treasure to get himself a supreme artifact. Now it seems, he wasn't in such a hurry anymore. The imperial artifact is already terrifying, and the amplification of power from the supreme artifact is even more exaggerated. If this is an extraordinary artifact, I can't even imagine how terrifying the amplification would be. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. After his reflection, Zhao Xian looked at the third reward. Companion Sacred Law Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder, a special divine ability, and a Companion Sacred Law. After fusion, a Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder will be born in your mind. This thunder stands alongside the thunder of heavenly tribulation. Its might is overwhelming, causing suffering to living beings, with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Use with caution. Damn! Zhao Xian almost couldn't help but curse. This thing can actually allow him to master a Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder? And this Divine Thunder is equivalent to the heavenly stage. This is a bit too outrageous. The three treasures rewarded by the system this time are truly more exaggerated than the last. So satisfying. Zhao Xian squinted, feeling extremely satisfied with this reward. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted all the rewards. The Skyslaying Sword and the three sacred Xian pills were naturally the first things he tossed into his storage ring. At this moment, there were people all around. If someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. Immediately, an incomprehensibly profound power surged into his body. Zhao Xian closed his eyes, silently experiencing it. At the same time, he could clearly feel a thunderbolt, about the thickness of a finger, slowly condensing in his mind. Although it was small, the overwhelming heavenly might contained within it made Zhao Xian's heart tremble. I wonder if a supreme powerhouse can withstand this Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder? Feeling the Heavenly Seal Divine Thunder in his mind, Zhao Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the two Supremes still fighting in midair, eager to try. At this moment, the two fighting in midair were not in a good situation for the Black Robe Supreme. Luo Yu, as the Grand Elder of the Xinshao sect, had stepped into the ranks of the Middle Supreme, while the Black Robe Supreme was clearly just a lower Supreme, and his actions seemed hesitant and uncertain, so the power he could exert was even more limited. He was essentially being suppressed by Luo Yu. He couldn't fight back at all. However, even so, the Black Robe Supreme still did not suffer any damage. This was not because Luo Yu was merciful, but because it seemed that the Black Robe Supreme had some treasure protecting him, easily blocking his attacks. Luo Yu's expression darkened. Being dragged down for so long by a lower Supreme as a Middle Supreme was simply a disgrace. This boring fight should come to an end. Luo Yu snorted coldly, and golden light surged in his eyes. Clearly, he did not intend to hold back any longer. Hearing this, the Supreme in the Black Robe's eyes narrowed sharply. The slender hands hidden in the sleeves were now tightly clenched into fists. What a bastard! The Supreme in the Black Robe sighed inwardly, her gaze towards Luo Yu filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the Lord's instructions not to cause too much of a commotion, I would have already killed this old thing with a single palm." Her tone was extremely fierce, but after taking a deep breath, she still planned to find an opportunity to leave. After all, the item was already in hand. Although she had paid a considerable amount of top-grade spirit stones, the spirit stones of demons were not so easy to obtain. Swish! Just as Luo Yu was about to make a move, the black-robed demon lord did not hesitate to look for an opportunity to escape into the distance. Seeing this, Luo Yu let out a cold laugh. "Want to escape?" He stretched out his hand, and a mysterious force suddenly surged forth, directly appearing in front of the black-robed demon lord, blocking her path. "Today, you shall remain here forever." Luo Yu snorted coldly, raising his other hand. A destructive force surged above the black-robed demon lord's head. Damn it! The black-robed demon lord could no longer suppress the killing intent in her heart, a terrifying aura churning within her. But just as she was about to unleash it, an astonishing chill suddenly emerged from the sky. That chill instantly seeped into both their hearts, causing them to shiver in unison. "What is that?" Luo Yu stopped his movements and looked up at the sky, his pupils suddenly narrowing to pinpoints. The black-robed demon lord also looked up in shock. Above their heads, dark clouds were gradually gathering and enveloping them. Within the dark clouds, an indescribable terrifying fluctuation was intensifying. At this moment, not just the two of them, but other cultivators also looked up at the sky. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? What's with those dark clouds? It's clearly a sunny day. Those clouds look a bit like the thunder tribulation that gathers when breaking through to the Emperor realm. Could it be that someone is breaking through to the Emperor realm? The cultivators were discussing among themselves, clearly surprised by the dark clouds forming in the air. But does the thunder cloud for breaking through to the Emperor realm look like this? Not really. Meanwhile, several supremes on the other side were staring at the dark clouds in the air with serious expressions, because in the next moment, a bolt of lightning, about the thickness of a thumb, suddenly appeared within the dark clouds. The moment it appeared, a terrifying sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the area. Not only the king and emperor realm cultivators, but even the supremes felt a sense of suffocation, their gazes fixed in horror on that bolt of lightning. What's going on with this lightning? The thunder tribulation during a breakthrough should only target the one undergoing the tribulation. Why does it exert such terrifying pressure on us as well? This is definitely not the thunder tribulation from a breakthrough, the supremes declared firmly. Luo Yu and the black-robed supreme, who were closer to the dark clouds and lightning, were also staring in shock at the thumb-thick lightning above their heads. They both felt that this heavenly lightning was coming for them. Perhaps sensing their thoughts, the thumb-thick lightning suddenly burst forth with blinding light. Then, crack, a thunderous sound, like the tearing of the heavens, echoed in the sky. Following that, a bolt of lightning, several hundred meters wide, erupted from the dark clouds, instantly striking towards Luo Yu. What the hell? Luo Yu's eyes widened in shock, unable to hold back his curses. He hadn't even broken through. Why was he suddenly targeted by the thunder tribulation? This was so unreasonable. Cursing, he immediately activated his defensive measures without hesitation. The towering divine pillar behind him shone brightly, and golden light enveloped his entire body. It wasn't over yet. He flipped his palm, and a turtle shell was grasped in his hand. Spiritual energy surged into it, and the turtle shell instantly shattered into 10 pieces. It then expanded countless times, covering the top of his head. Ziz! The terrifying thunder that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth instantly struck down upon Luo Yu's head. Crack! The thunder first made contact with the turtle shell. In almost an instant, the thunder ruthlessly shattered the turtle shell into dust, turning it into flying ashes. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes widened in shock. This thing was a defensive treasure, capable of withstanding a blow from a supreme being. Yet, under this heavenly tribulation, it couldn't even hold for a breath. Damn! He cursed inwardly. What on earth had he done to attract the attention of the heavenly tribulation? His heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. Soon after, the thunder collided with the golden light surrounding him. Perhaps the turtle shell had withstood most of the power before. At this moment, although the thunder was still terrifying, it nearly shattered the protective golden light around him. But just as it was about to break through, the thunder suddenly dissipated. Seeing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body quickly plummeting to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Just now, he almost thought he was going to meet his end. Witnessing Luo Yu's disheveled appearance, countless cultivators gasped in shock. What terrifying heavenly thunder! What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Grand Elder of the Divine Sky sect has done something to provoke the heavens? Who knows? A group of cultivators stared at Luo Yu with strange expressions. On one hand, they marveled at the terror of the heavenly thunder, which nearly claimed the life of a supreme expert. On the other hand, they speculated wildly about the reasons behind Luo Yu attracting the heavenly thunder. After all, heavenly thunder couldn't just appear for no reason, right? And it only targeted him. It all seemed quite strange. Of course, the one most pleased was the black-robed demon lord. She had always been quite displeased with Luo Yu, and now seeing him in trouble, a smile appeared in her eyes. However, this smile didn't last long before her expression suddenly fell, because she realized that the thunder in the sky was gathering once again, and this time, the target of the thunder seemed to have chosen her. No way! The black-robed demon lord's eyes widened as she looked up at the thumb-thick thunder in midair. The next moment, another bolt of thunder, hundreds of meters wide, struck down directly at the black-robed demon lord. The black-robed demon lord wanted to curse, but seeing the thunder coming fiercely, she had no time to say anything more and quickly fled. Her speed was so fast that even a supreme being would find it hard to match. The speed was such that the surrounding supreme experts couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. What incredible speed! This speed is comparable to a mid-supreme. What exactly is this black-robed supreme? They marveled in disbelief. Below, Luo Yu saw this scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. Thankfully, at least this heavenly thunder wasn't targeting him alone. That demoness wasn't spared either. It would be best if it struck her dead, Luo Yu silently thought. He was a mid-supreme, and even with full defensive efforts and a defensive treasure, he had nearly been unable to withstand the might of this heavenly thunder. Although that demoness was not weak, she was clearly weaker than him. She definitely couldn't withstand this heavenly thunder. If that demoness were struck dead by the heavenly thunder, it would save him a lot of trouble. That 9 revolution small returning pill would then be his, just as Luo Yu thought. Although the black-robed demon lord's escape speed was extremely fast, how could it possibly be faster than heavenly thunder? In just 3 breaths, the heavenly thunder had already struck down upon the head of the black-robed demon lord. Feeling the destructive aura emanating from above, the black-robed demon lord could no longer contain herself. Her entire black robe billowed up, and in the next moment, it shattered into pieces. Finally, the true form of the black-robed demon lord was revealed. She wore a flowing white gown, her skin as white as snow, her figure graceful, and her features exquisite, beautiful beyond words. However, her hair was snow-white, and at her ears were a pair of fox ears. This obvious mark needed no further explanation. She was undoubtedly a demon. Seeing the black-robed supreme reveal her demonic form, countless cultivators showed expressions of horror. It really is a demon. What a beautiful demon. Beautiful? Wait until she bites your heart to pieces, then you'll know if she's beautiful or not. Damn! The cultivators murmured among themselves, their gazes towards the stunning demon lord filled with wariness and caution. Meanwhile, several other supremes tightened their grips on their weapons. It really is a demon lord. We can't let her go. No rush. She might not withstand this heavenly thunder. Though eager to act, the supremes ultimately dared not make a move. On one hand, they feared the terrifying heavenly thunder. Even the Grand Elder of the Divine Sky sect, Luo Yu, had nearly suffered a heavy blow. They certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they were caught in its wake, it would be disastrous. On the other hand, there were their own selfish motives at play. Who would want to be the one to stick their neck out? Luo Yu's gaze sharpened as he observed the scene. In this case, it would be even more reasonable for him to take action. Strike her down, he muttered fiercely. At the same time, the Holy Fox Demon Lord, Saint Snow Fox, gritted her silver teeth. A rolling black mist began to surge from her body, enveloping her entirely. In the next moment, the thunder fell, directly shrouded by the black mist. Zizzes! Everyone could clearly see the terrifying flashes of lightning within the black mist, especially the Supremes, who felt their hearts race with fear. If that struck them, they would either die or be gravely injured. It was too terrifying. Saint Snow Fox's delicate face grew increasingly pale. She realized that even with the black mist obstructing it, the chaotic power released by the thunder still affected her. Her body trembled, and her complexion turned ashen. I can't hold on, She bit down on her silver teeth and suddenly lowered her head to bite through her own left arm. Blood immediately gushed forth. In the next second, countless strange patterns emerged on Saint Snow Fox's body. Escape! Zizzes! The heavenly thunder continued to wreak havoc. Saint Snow Fox endured the pain in her body, her right hand pressing firmly against her chest. Instantly, the patterns on her body began to glow. Swish! In the next moment, an extremely peculiar spatial power surged forth. Saint Snow Fox's figure vanished in an instant. Zizzes! In the sky, only the terrifying sound of the thunder remained. She escaped? The Supremes immediately checked the surrounding area but could find no trace of Saint Snow Fox. Not even a hint of her presence could be detected. It was as if she had never appeared at all. This left the Supremes with grave expressions. They hadn't expected this demon lord to possess such means. The spatial fluctuations just now were quite strange. Clearly, it wasn't a power that the Holy Fox Demon Lord possessed herself, but rather something activated through some means. The methods of demons are indeed treacherous. The Supremes sighed softly. A few of them exchanged glances, their eyes flickering slightly, but they said nothing further. Below, Luoyu saw Saint Snow Fox disappear and immediately disregarded the thunder in the sky, dashing back into the air to search around. But clearly, the other party had completely left this space, and no matter how he searched, it was in vain. After searching for a long time, Luoyu finally returned to the ground with his head down, feeling utterly dejected. His fists clenched tightly, and his face filled with unwillingness. Damn! The 9-turn-small rejuvenation pill was taken away by that demon lord just like that. It was simply a huge loss. The opportunity to break through to the Supreme was quietly slipping away from his hands, which was obviously unacceptable to him. However, he looked up at the terrifying heavenly thunder still hanging in the air and shrank his neck. This place was not suitable for staying long. He did not want to experience that feeling again. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and instantly left. The other Supremes felt a chill run through them upon seeing this. After thinking for a moment, they also decided to leave. As for greeting Yang Ming, did he deserve that? Young city lord, should we also go out and avoid this? Yang Ming was currently hiding behind the ruins with several elders, only their heads visible as they stared at the terrifying heavenly thunder in the sky. The elders were even more afraid of provoking the thunder and hurriedly advised him. Yang Ming's face turned pale, clearly terrified of the heavenly thunder, and he nodded repeatedly. This was all due to the heavenly thunder in the sky. Countless cultivators seemed to be fleeing for their lives, distancing themselves from Cloud City, only daring to watch from afar. Not long after, there was not a single person left near the auction house. Only Zhao Xian sat amidst the ruins. Su Wanqing initially wanted to escape, but seeing that Zhao Xian had not left, she gritted her teeth, and although scared, she walked over to Zhao Xian's side and waited silently. Huff! Zhao Xian slowly opened his eyes, his face flushed with color. Incredible! So incredible! He had anticipated that the heavenly seal divine thunder would be extremely exaggerated, but he never expected it would be exaggerated to this extent. He had only just begun to grasp the heavenly seal divine thunder, and the thunder in his mind was merely the infant stage of divine thunder. Describing it as being in its infancy was not an exaggeration. Yet, even this infant stage of the heavenly seal divine thunder had nearly obliterated the Grand Elder of the divine Xiaozong, who was at the middle supreme level. Even that demon lord had to reveal his true form after being struck and could only escape using demonic secret techniques. Even after fleeing, Zhao Xian could still sense that the heavenly thunder was still exerting its power. It gradually dissipated after a moment. Fleeing could not avoid the might of the heavenly thunder. I just wonder how to enhance this heavenly seal divine thunder, if it can be enhanced. That would be too monstrous. Zhao Xian sighed in amazement. Even now, relying solely on this heavenly seal divine thunder, the middle supreme was no match for him. Even the upper supreme would not dare to easily withstand this terrifying heavenly seal divine thunder. Although the heavenly seal divine thunder could not kill an upper supreme, it could still take half of their life. President, you're awake. You don't know, but the heavenly thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. It was terrifying. We should hurry and leave Cloud City, or else if we get targeted by the thunder. Su Wanqing saw Zhao Xian open his eyes and quickly began to persuade him. However, when she turned to look at the sky, where was there any heavenly thunder or dark clouds? It was surprisingly clear and bright, with sunshine pouring down. She was momentarily stunned. Ha! The thunder has dissipated? Seeing this, Zhao Xian also smiled slightly, feigning ignorance to ask. Such a thing has occurred. Truly rare. It's likely that the Grand Elder of the Divine Xiaozong and the demons did something heinous, which is why they were punished by the heavenly thunder, Zhao Xian casually remarked. Su Wanqing nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Then President, should we leave Cloud City and head directly to the Jinghua dynasty? Now that the auction had concluded, it seemed there was no reason to stay in Cloud City any longer. Zhao Xian waved his hand and said, No rush, we'll set off tomorrow. There are still some matters to handle. Let's go back first. Yes. Zhao Xian brought Su Wanqing back to the residence arranged by Ouyang Ming, outside Cloud City. Countless cultivators looked towards Cloud City with faces full of apprehension. What was that heavenly thunder all about? Who knows? But after it struck the Grand Elder of the Xinshao sect and that demon sovereign, it seemed to have stopped falling. I can understand striking the demon sovereign, but why the Grand Elder of the Xinshao sect? Who knows? Perhaps the Grand Elder did something that angered the heavens. Thank goodness it didn't strike me. Many cultivators showed relief. The path of cultivation is already incredibly difficult. Which cultivator who has broken through to the Emperor realm hasn't had blood on their hands? Asking themselves, they dared not claim they hadn't done anything that would provoke heavenly wrath. Thus, they felt guilty. Meanwhile, from a distance, Luo Yu cast a wary glance at Cloud City. That heavenly thunder definitely didn't appear out of nowhere, and it only struck me and that demon sovereign. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. It was clear that it had detected the demon bloodline within him. I can't come back to Cloud City, ever, he silently muttered. Although he felt a bit unwilling, he even wanted to find Ouyang Ming. After all, in his view, Ouyang Ming had so many treasures left by Yunxiao for auction, clearly still possessing quite a few treasures himself. He had to get his hands on some, but upon further thought, he decided against it. As for the matter of Xiaoyu's death, he was too lazy to investigate further. Mainly, he didn't dare to investigate anymore. What if it triggered heavenly thunder again? The fact that he possessed a demon bloodline might just be exposed. The more he thought about it, the less he dared to linger. He turned and transformed into a streak of light, quickly disappearing from sight. Because of the heavenly thunder, many cultivators who had planned to trouble Ouyang Ming after the auction no longer dared to act recklessly. They feared that a careless move would provoke the heavenly thunder. Even the middle sovereign could barely resist. If it were them, they would likely be reduced to nothing. Soon, one by one, the cultivators turned and left. Ouyang Ming and several elders, seeing the heavenly thunder dissipate above Cloud City, finally dared to return to the city. Although they were still apprehensive, there was no choice. This was their territory, they couldn't just abandon it, could they? You all go handle the repairs for the auction house, I have other matters to attend to, Ouyang Ming said, waving his hand to the two elders after returning to Cloud City. The two elders, though puzzled, said nothing further. Ouyang Ming then headed straight to the residence where Zhao Xian was. Inside the residence, Ouyang Ming looked at Zhao Xian with a forced smile, lowering his head to flatter. President Zhao, this auction was indeed a great success, your gains must be quite substantial. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes and calmly asked. This seems unrelated to young Master Ouyang. Ouyang Ming's expression stiffened immediately, but he understood. Zhao Xian's attitude towards him was well-deserved. He shouldn't have said those words before in front of the secret realm. Otherwise, he might have been able to obtain some of the Yunxiao sovereign's legacy. However, his current goal was not solely focused on the Yunxiao sovereign's legacy. What President Zhao said is absolutely right. Ouyang Ming nodded, then took out a storage ring from his pocket. With a flick of his hand, a long spear appeared in his grasp. He then handed the spear to Zhao Xian. President Zhao, this is a high-grade king weapon. I apologize for my previous actions, I was a bit petty. Please forgive me, he said sincerely, lowering his head. Zhao Xian glanced at him but did not reach out to take it. Ouyang Xiaozhu, there's no need for that. After all, I am just the president of a small merchant association in a remote dynasty, not worth your flattery. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming became somewhat anxious. Chairman Zhao, you are mistaken. From what I see, your talent and methods are the most astonishing I have ever encountered in my life. Bar none, even the top talents of the Jinghua dynasty, in my eyes, pale in comparison to you, Chairman Zhao. If you are willing to accept this high-grade royal artifact, I, Ouyang Ming, can assure you that as long as you encounter any trouble or issues in the future, Yunxian City will do everything to assist you, Ouyang Ming said. patting his chest. He was determined to cling to Zhao Xian's thigh. Moreover, I have heard that you seem to be very interested in treasures of various grades. Coincidentally, there is a Chaoqi pavilion in Yunchang City that houses all kinds of rare treasures, and their value is quite high. If you are interested, all the treasures in the Chaoqi pavilion can be traded with you at half price. What do you think? Ouyang Ming looked up at Zhao Xian with great anticipation. Zhao Xian, with his legs crossed, showed a look of surprise upon hearing Ouyang Ming's words. Ouyang Ming was indeed willing to spend. He had learned a bit about the Chaoqi pavilion during his time in Yunchang City. The treasures inside were indeed exquisite and rare. Although most of the treasures were not of very high grade, they didn't hold much value for Zhao Xian himself. However, if Ouyang Ming was willing to engage in long-term business, he could have Tian Papat establish a trade route from Yunchang City to Dayan, transporting those treasures to Dayan for auction. Of course, Dayan itself didn't have much profit. What he was eyeing was another dynasty near Dayan, that is, the Ji Xing dynasty, close to the Jingyue dynasty. Acquiring such a large batch of treasures without spending too many spirit stones and auctioning them in the Ji Xing dynasty would surely raise the auction rating significantly. By then, the system benefits he could reap would certainly be greater. Dayan had basically been drained of its resources. So, this matter was indeed a good choice for Zhao Xian. Are you really willing to trade with me at half price? Zhao Xian asked again. Of course, as long as you agree, we can trade right now, and our Chaoqi pavilion has supply channels. Whenever you want treasures, we have them available. Seeing the opportunity, Ouyang Ming quickly said with delight, in that case, Zhao Qi, go and talk to Ouyang Xiaozhu. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly appeared behind Zhao Xian. Upon seeing this figure, Ouyang Ming's pupils constricted, revealing his apprehension. This figure was none other than the person who had acted at the auction earlier. Although he was only at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, the sword energy he unleashed could easily slay even peak Emperor Realm cultivators. Extremely terrifying. Gulp! Ouyang Ming was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Clearly, Zhao Qi's earlier action had left a deep impression on Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Xiaozhu, please, Zhao Qi said without any unnecessary words, standing up and walking towards the door. Ouyang Ming, seeing this, turned to look at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian waved his hand, saying, don't worry, Zhao Qi is very loyal to me, his words are my words. Alright. Ouyang Ming then followed Zhao Qi to the Chaoqi pavilion. Only Zhao Xian remained in the room. Zhao Ba, Zhao Jiao, you will accompany Zhao Qi to Yunchang City and the Dayan dynasty from now on. Yes. The two dark figures standing behind Zhao Xian immediately cupped their hands in response. Zhao Xian nodded, and the two instantly disappeared from the room. As for the issues with the Great Yan and the Star-Chasing dynasty, I'll leave that directly to Zhao De to handle. However, it seems that the Great Yan has not been very peaceful lately. Zhao Xian suddenly frowned. A few days ago, the Great Chen dynasty, Your Majesty, all remaining factional forces have been completely eradicated, and the Great Xia has utterly ceased to exist. The Prime Minister, with a flushed face and immense excitement, knelt on the ground and said. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyun also showed a joyful expression. This is all thanks to the luck jade seal left by the master. He waved his hand, and a jade seal appeared in his palm. It emanated a faint flow of luck, its aura extremely terrifying and exaggerated. With the luck jade seal, he was virtually invincible in the Great Chen. Even when encountering tough opponents, he only needed to merge the luck into his entire being to possess power comparable to that of the Imperial Realm. Soon, he had reclaimed all the territory. The Great Chen finally regained its former glory. Your Majesty is right. The Prime Minister also sighed with emotion. Initially, he thought Zhao Xian was unqualified to be the master of the Emperor. Looking at it now, they had indeed taken a great advantage. Without the luck jade seal left by Zhao Xian, recovering their territory would have been a problem. Even the bandits within the Great Chen might not have been dealt with. It would have been difficult to maintain their rule. The more he thought, the more the Prime Minister felt fortunate. No, this is bad. Just as the few of them were feeling happy and excited, a piercing voice suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, a wretched-looking scout tumbled in. The scout was covered in blood, with wounds all over his body, barely clinging to life. What happened? Chen Xiaoyun hurried forward, feeding him a healing pill, his brow furrowed as he asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, The nearby dynasties have all been destroyed by demons. The scout drooped his eyelids, using all his strength to utter these words. Then his breath faded, and he fell completely silent. His injuries were too severe, even the healing pill was of no use. Boom! The scout collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His words indeed made Chen Xiaoyun and the Prime Minister shudder. Demons! They destroyed all the nearby dynasties? The two took a deep breath. Chen Xiaoyun quickly reacted and summoned the general in charge of the army, instructing him to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun himself furrowed his brow. There were quite a few dynasties near the Great Chen, and their strength was not much different from that of the Great Chen and Great Yin. Each of these dynasties had their own foundations. How could they suddenly be wiped out by demons? Could it be that a demon emperor has appeared? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just as Chen Xiaoyun was deep in thought, the Prime Minister was also worried beside him. Suddenly, the body of the scout lying on the ground began to move strangely. Then, a black mist spread out from the corpse. As the black mist surged, the scout actually stood up again, his eyes turning blood red. Kick! A sinister laugh suddenly echoed in the hall. Chen Xiaoyun and the Prime Minister, who were lost in thought, immediately reacted and turned their heads. Their eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Looking at the scout who had stood up again, both were startled. Are you the king of the Great Chen dynasty? The scout ignored them, his crimson gaze fixed on Chen Xiaoyun as he grinned and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Xiaoyun realized at that moment that someone had taken over the scout's body, but who exactly was still unclear. Me? Didn't this guy just tell you? The scout grinned again. In an instant, Chen Xiaoyun felt goosebumps all over. You are a demon. How could you? Chen Xiaoyun took a deep breath. The jade seal of fortune in his hand was already tightly gripped. If any other problems arose, he would not hesitate to use the fortune to protect himself. What's wrong? The scout sneered at Chen Xiaoyun's demeanor. Do you think I let that kid come back to report? Chen Xiaoyun suppressed the fear in his heart and fixed his gaze on the scout. What do you want? The scout chuckled lightly at his words. What you need to know right now is not important. You have two choices before you. The first choice is to join us. Your abilities are highly valued by our demon emperor, so we grant you the option to join us and become one of us. The Great Chen will still be under your control. This is a very generous offer. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyun's heart sank. And the other choice? The scout grinned, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. That would be death. Chen Xiaoyun's face turned pale instantly. The chancellor beside him was nearly fainting from fear. It wasn't that he lacked composure, but the black mist emanating from the demon was simply too terrifying. The bloody aura surged, and it was normal for the chancellor, whose cultivation was not high, to be unable to withstand it. So, which one will you choose? The scout's gaze was fixed on Chen Xiaoyun, eagerly asking, I will not join you. Chen Xiaoyun stared coldly at the scout, his face showing a resolute expression. TSK. Upon hearing this, the scout seemed unsurprised but still clicked his tongue in displeasure. I said it was a waste of time. Demon Emperor, he whispered to the air. What a pity. Immediately, a terrifying black mist surged up. A figure with pitch black wings appeared from within the mist. The aura he exuded instantly alarmed Chen Xiaoyun's personal guards. They were all peak-level kings, rushing into the great hall one by one. Your Majesty, which thief dares to attack the Majesty? Seeking death. These guards immediately reached for their weapons to confront the two figures. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyun shouted sternly, Stop! The guards froze in place. Get out! Chen Xiaoyun said again. These guards were his personal protectors. All at the peak of king level, how could they possibly defeat the demon emperor? Even if they attacked, it would only be sending their heads to the slaughter. Chen Xiaoyun had a good relationship with these guards and naturally did not want them to lose their lives for nothing. Although the guards did not understand Chen Xiaoyun's intentions, they still listened to him and turned to leave the great hall. As expected of the new king of Great Chen, I admire you. The demon emperor with black wings chuckled lightly. But unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Since that's the case, you cannot be spared. Whoosh! Instantly, a thick black mist surged from the demon emperor. A terrifying aura filled the room, making it hard to breathe. As for the chancellor, he was kicked out of the great hall by Chen Xiaoyun. Inside the hall, only he and the two demons remained. Chen Xiaoyun gritted his teeth. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately tightened his grip on the jade seal of fortune. The fortune spiraled upward, completely merging into his body. Hiss! Chen Xiaoyun's aura instantly soared to its peak. His cultivation broke through to the emperor level at that moment. But it was only the first level of the emperor. Oh, seeing Chen Xiaoyun's rise in cultivation, the demon emperor raised an eyebrow, clearly not surprised. Is this your trump card? Just as rumored. How did you do it? The demon emperor asked calmly. Chen Xiaoyun, however, was too lazy to say more. Lifting the long knife in his hand, he swung it towards the demon emperor. Demon spawn. Die. This strike was incredibly powerful. Even someone at the first level of the emperor realm might not be able to easily withstand it. However, the demon emperor, upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun's attack, didn't even furrow his brow. He simply extended his right hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, he snapped it. Crack! The demon emperor's finger lightly touched Chen Xiaoyun's long knife. In that instant, the long knife shattered into pieces. With a loud bang, it exploded into countless fragments. Chen Xiaoyun's face turned pale with horror. This long knife was a top-grade spiritual weapon. How could it have shattered so easily? This demon was beyond his ability to contend with. Chen Xiaoyun's heart sank into despair. If I could gather more fortune, perhaps there would still be a chance. But Chen Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. If only he had a little more time. Just a bit. Maybe he could turn the tide. Still not planning to speak? The demon emperor stepped closer to Chen Xiaoyun, his expression gradually becoming impatient. Forget it, killing you and then searching is the same. As the words fell, the demon emperor reached out his right palm again, grasping towards Chen Xiaoyun. At that moment, black mist enveloped the area, locking onto Chen Xiaoyun. He couldn't move at all, only able to watch helplessly as the demon emperor approached him. Realizing he had fallen into despair, Chen Xiaoyun sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, master, I can't do anything anymore. He sighed. The demon's palm had already descended before him. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive as expected. He felt a bit strange. He could clearly sense the demon emperor's hand right in front of his head. But why had the other party suddenly stopped moving? Chen Xiaoyun was utterly confused. He couldn't help but open his eyes. To his astonishment, the demon emperor's hand was indeed right in front of him, but the entire figure seemed to have frozen in place. His face was filled with intense fear and dread. Chen Xiaoyun could clearly see the cold sweat on the demon emperor's forehead. He turned his head and discovered that the demon occupying the scout's corpse was now lying on the ground, lifeless. What was going on? Chen Xiaoyun felt dazed, unsure of what had happened. He looked up at the demon emperor again. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyun noticed that beside the demon emperor's head, there was a sharp sword resting against it. The sword didn't seem to be of high grade, merely a top-grade spiritual weapon, but the sharpness it emanated made the demon emperor tremble in fear. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyun looked past the demon emperor to the figure holding the sword behind him. There stood a figure in a black robe, his eyes filled with indifference, seemingly devoid of emotion. Chen Xiaoyun found him somewhat unfamiliar. He had never seen this person before. Brother, let's talk this out. The demon emperor, clearly frightened, stammered for a while before slowly turning his head. He was afraid that the person behind him might strike down with a sword at any moment. He could clearly sense the fluctuations of the aura from the person behind him, at least at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Although his cultivation wasn't much higher, the terrifying aura emanating from the long sword at his neck made him dare not move at all. This was no joke. Ignoring the demon emperor's words, the figure in the black robe fixed his cold gaze on Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun instantly tensed up. Are you Chen Xiaoyun? The man in the black robe suddenly asked. Yes, senior. May I ask who you are? Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly replied, then looked up in confusion. From the other party's attitude, it seemed he had come specifically to find him. But he did not remember knowing any powerful figures at the 6th level of the royal realm. Just as he was pondering this, he saw the man in black nodding slightly. That settles it. As the words fell, the long sword in his hand slowly swung. Swish! The demon emperor had no time to react. The long sword severed his head, and at the same time, it pierced his heart with terrifying speed. Clang! The long sword was sheathed. Thud! The demon emperor fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, the vitality in them rapidly fading. Until the moment of his death, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and astonishment. He could not imagine why a late-stage royal realm expert would suddenly emerge in a small dynasty like the Great Chun. This was simply illogical. Watching the demon emperor, who had just pressed him to the brink, be easily slain like this. Qin Shaoyun couldn't help but take a deep breath. The strength of this elder in black was terrifying. Why would such an elder come to help him? He was filled with confusion. Immediately after, the man in black sheathed his sword and cupped his hands towards Qin Shaoyun, saying, "I am Zhao Wu, sent by the master to assist you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoyun was momentarily stunned. Master? Assist? But then he instantly thought, it's the master, so he is a subordinate of the master. No wonder. However, Qin Shaoyun felt even more shock in his heart. He never expected that just a month had passed, and the master already had a late-stage royal realm expert as a subordinate? Truly worthy of being the master. He couldn't help but marvel. Thank you, Elder Zhao Wu, for your help. Qin Shaoyun expressed his gratitude. Zhao Wu ignored this and immediately asked, is there any threat in the Great Chen that needs to be dealt with? Just command me. Yes. Qin Shaoyun nodded repeatedly. A warm current surged through his heart. If it weren't for Zhao Wu's intervention, he would probably already be a corpse. However, his brows suddenly furrowed. The current threat had not been completely resolved. Qin Shaoyun then briefly introduced the invasion of demons and the fall of surrounding dynasties. After listening, Zhao Wu's expression remained indifferent. The master only ordered me to protect the Great Chen. I do not need to handle other matters. Then what about the Great Yen? Qin Shaoyun asked anxiously. With Zhao Wu's presence, the Great Chen naturally did not worry about the demons. But the Great Yen was different. You need not worry about the Great Yen either. Zhao Wu waved his hand. Qin Shaoyun paused. It seems the master has already made arrangements? Zhao Wu nodded. Qin Shaoyun then felt relieved. That's good. Subsequently, Qin Shaoyun began discussing some lingering issues within the Great Chen with Zhao Wu. Meanwhile, in the Great Yen dynasty, in the main hall of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in Haiyun City, the top leaders of the most powerful factions in the Great Yen had gathered. The seat at the head of the hall was empty, while the first seat below was occupied by Xian. In front of him sat the high-ranking members of the top factions in the Great Yen. Figures such as the Yen Wang and the Moon Goose sect master, Shan Yushan, were sitting upright, their expressions somewhat uneasy. After all, their previous cooperation with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was entirely due to Zhao Xian. Now that Zhao Xian had left the Great Yen for the Jingyue dynasty, many matters had naturally been handed over to Elder Xian to handle. With Zhao Xian no longer present, some factions below had naturally become restless. Although the last auction held by the Yundian sect was completed, the spirit stones have not been handed over to our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Why is that? Xian furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the sect master of the Yundian sect. The leader of the Cloud Summit sect smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Elder Xian, you may not know, but our Cloud Summit sect put in a lot of effort during that auction. Not only did we invite the strong participants, but the treasures auctioned, aside from the Earth-grade treasure provided by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, were all from our Cloud Summit sect. As for the spirit stones earned from the auction of that treasure by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, I believe they should all belong to our Cloud Summit sect. The leader of the Cloud Summit sect smiled with a hint of mockery. Xian fixed his gaze on the leader of the Cloud Summit sect. The rules were set by President Zhao and the others. No matter what happens during the process, we must follow the rules. Is the Cloud Summit sect planning to tear up the rules? As soon as Xian said this, everyone turned to look at the leader of the Cloud Summit sect. If Zhao Xian were present, they would surely think the leader of the Cloud Summit sect had lost his mind to dare challenge Zhao Xian. But now, as the saying goes, the higher the sky, the farther the emperor. Zhao Xian was already in the Jingyue dynasty, and he probably had no time to intervene in the matters of the Dian dynasty. So, they naturally had some ulterior motives. Elder Shi, I won't hide it from you any longer. Currently, there are quite a few strong individuals in your Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. But, how many of them are at the King Realm? The leader of the Cloud Summit sect sneered. Do you think with the current capabilities of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, they can negotiate rules with us? Rules are set by the strong. If Zhao Xian were here, there would naturally be nothing to discuss. But now, Zhao Xian might have already forgotten about you, and we wouldn't gain much from the auction rules. Since that's the case, why should I still comply? Don't you all agree? The leader of the Cloud Summit sect looked at the other forces. However, the leaders of the other 9 major sects remained silent. The King of Yen cast a disdainful glance at the leader of the Cloud Summit sect. It can only be said that the Cloud Summit sect's 9th place in Dian was for a reason. Zhao Xian's talent was evident, and his future achievements would surely far surpass those of these people. He might occasionally pay attention to matters in Dian, but when he remembers how you treat his subordinates, how would he handle it? Truly short-sighted. Clearly, most of the other major sects shared this sentiment. Although they had once entertained some thoughts, they did not dare to be so obvious. After all, Zhao Xian had only left for a month. Since that's the case, I will strike the name of the Cloud Summit sect from the list of allies. Xian calmly took out a piece of white paper from his pocket, which listed all the sects and forces cooperating with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce within Dian. He then crossed out the 3 characters of the Cloud Summit sect with a black line. Seeing Xian's actions, the leader of the Cloud Summit sect felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if he had done something wrong. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Instead, he was quite pleased with the termination of the cooperation. This way, the auction house they had previously built in partnership with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce would completely belong to the Cloud Summit sect. Moreover, there were still many treasures that had been transported by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Now, they naturally all belonged to the Cloud Summit sect. Leader of the Cloud Summit sect, please leave. Xian waved his hand at him. The leader of the Cloud Summit sect, seeing this, held his head high, disdainfully glanced at Xian, and then turned to leave. The leaders of the other forces exchanged glances. Saying nothing, the meeting is hereby concluded. You may all return home. Xian spoke slowly. The strong individuals from the other forces also turned and left the hall. Outside Haiyun City, the people from various forces gathered again, quietly discussing the events of the day. Meanwhile, the leader of the Cloud Summit sect stood aside, seemingly isolated. Zhao Xian is probably enjoying himself in the Jingyue dynasty, with no time to care about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. How naive. He let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Then he prepared to leave. But just as he summoned the flying boat and was about to step onto it, a sudden violent wind swept through the heavens and the earth, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. In the air, a rolling black mist surged toward them. Sensing this aura, Han Xinlan, the elder beside the Yan Wang, instantly changed her expression. Not good. It's a demon, she exclaimed loudly. What? As soon as Han Xinlan said this, everyone in the room was taken aback. They all looked up at the terrifying black mist rolling in from the sky. Another demon? Is it coming for the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce again? The powerful figures from several major forces frowned and began to discuss. The leader of the Yundian sect also changed his expression upon seeing this, and after hearing the discussions around him, he immediately mocked loudly. I see the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is truly a disaster star. Attracting a demon invasion once is bad enough, but now they've attracted a second one. As soon as he said this, many people frowned. The Yan Wang also shot him an annoyed glance, but the leader of the Yundian sect ignored it and instead spoke even more harshly. Last time there was Zhao Xian to take action. What about this time? If another demon emperor shows up, I want to see if anyone from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce can stand up to resolve it. As soon as these words were spoken, many people fell silent. Although the words were somewhat harsh, they were indeed the truth. However, is the leader of the Yundian sect really this kind of person? Even if we know demons are coming, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a demon emperor, right? Do you really wish for a demon emperor to invade? Indeed, even if the cooperation is terminated, there's no need for such a bad attitude, right? There's no vision of a sect leader at all. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Many powerful figures began to scold him. This naturally included Yun Lu from the Zile Pavilion. Although she felt very dissatisfied with Zhao Xian for not accepting her, she still held a great deal of respect for him. At this moment, she could not bear to hear such words. Moreover, the leader of the Yundian sect had indeed gone too far with his words. Faced with the anger of so many powerful figures, the leader of the Yundian sect's face turned red, and he was about to open his mouth to continue discussing. But unexpectedly, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the black mist. Oh! A light exclamation followed. Then they saw an old man in a white robe stepping out from the black mist. The old man's sharp eyes swept over the top powerful figures of the great yen below, and he immediately grinned. Interesting, interesting. I originally just planned to destroy the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. The top powerful figures of the great yen have actually gathered together. That saves me quite a bit of effort. The moment the old man in the white robe appeared, everyone present, including the Yan Wang, turned pale, because the fluctuations emanating from the old man. were unmistakably from the Imperial realm. Moreover, judging from the aura, his cultivation was definitely not low. Not only was he in the Imperial realm, but he was likely a late-stage or even peak Imperial realm powerhouse. As the words of the old man in the white robe fell, the black mist behind him surged into his body. At that moment, everyone finally realized, the old man in the white robe before them was a demon. Moreover, he was a demon emperor. Another demon emperor. The leader of the Yundian sect had indeed spoken correctly. Damn Crow's mouth. Even the usually composed Yen Wang couldn't help but mutter a curse. At this moment, the leaders of other forces, disregarding their dignity, pointed at the leader of the Yundian sect and began to curse loudly. The leader of the Yundian sect was dumbfounded at this scene. He had just been speaking casually. How could a demon emperor really show up? And this demon emperor's cultivation was probably even more terrifying than the last one. His face instantly turned pale. For a moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to the insults from the other sect leaders. After all, he was well aware of the methods of the demons. It was fine if he didn't encounter them, but once he did, the other party would definitely not spare anyone. Even though the Cloud Summit sect currently had no relationship with the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, and there was even a hint of hostility, the demons wouldn't care whether you were an enemy or not. In an instant, the top experts from several major forces present were all vigilantly staring at the old man in the white robe hovering in midair. How could they deal with such a demon emperor? They certainly didn't have Zhao Xian's ability to suppress demons, and the old man in the white robe clearly had no intention of letting anyone go, just as the sect leader of the Cloud Summit sect had thought. Immediately, the old man in the white robe made his move. A terrifying black mist surged out from within him, heading straight for the nearby King Yin. The old man's right hand transformed into a claw, countless black mists swirling around it, and a terrifying wave of destruction emanated from his right hand. In an instant, King Yan's face turned pale. He had no time to think and immediately urged his spiritual energy, gathering it all in front of his chest, while taking out all his defensive treasures, just to block the old man's attack. But the power of this move from the white-robed demon emperor was sky-high. Even late-stage and peak-level emperors would not dare to take it head-on. And King Yen was merely at the peak of the king realm. How could he withstand such a move? Sizzle! Before the white-robed demon emperor's claw even got close, the terrifying aura forced King Yen to spit out a mouthful of essence blood. It seems King Yen is nothing special after all, the white-robed demon emperor sneered, his claw pointing directly at King Yan's heart. It's over. King Yan's face revealed despair upon seeing this scene, but just as King Yen was about to die under the claw of the white-robed demon emperor, suddenly, a terrifying sword energy surged from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, rippling outward. The white-robed demon emperor's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned his body back into the air. Whoosh! The terrifying sword energy brushed past him and instantly landed on a small hill outside the city. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. That small hill was directly flattened by the sword energy. What terrifying sword energy! The white-robed demon emperor took a deep breath, his eyes filled with dread. At the same time, he looked incredulously towards the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. There are such strong experts hidden in this small city? The sudden appearance of this sword also left others in shock. Could it be Zhao Xian has returned? The King Yen, who had just saved his life, also reacted, his face filled with astonishment. This sword technique, could it really be that Zhao Xian has returned? Meanwhile, not far away, the sect leader of the Cloud Summit sect's expression changed drastically. He had originally thought that Zhao Xian would no longer care about the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, which was why he had taken the initiative to dissolve the cooperative relationship. But now, Zhao Xian has returned? He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The white-robed demon emperor paused for a long time but did not see anyone coming out from Hanyun City. Nor did he see anyone draw their sword. This made him frown slightly. Then he couldn't be bothered to think too much and charged towards the nearby Zilei Pavilion's Yunlu. His attacks were all lethal. As soon as he made his move, a terrifying sword energy once again surged from within the city. Startled, the white-robed demon emperor instantly retreated several hundred meters. Who is secretly attacking? If you have the guts, show yourself, he shouted angrily. This person specifically chose to strike when he made his move. Could it be that they felt their abilities were insufficient and dared not confront him head-on? Seeing that there was still no response from within the city, anger immediately surfaced on the white-robed demon emperor's face. Seeking death, he shouted furiously. His gaze quickly fell upon the crowd. This time, His gaze landed on the sect leader of the Cloud Summit sect. Whoosh! He swiftly darted towards the sect leader of the Cloud Summit sect. No! The sect leader of the Cloud Summit sect was instantly terrified upon seeing this scene and hurriedly fled backward. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Zhao Xian and the city could help him out of this predicament. But this time, the situation seemed to have changed. The white-robed demon emperor appeared effortlessly before the master of the Cloud Summit sect. Out of caution, the white-robed demon emperor deliberately scanned the surroundings. This time, the other party did not make a move. He was filled with confusion. Please, I beg you, great demon emperor, don't kill me. I have a grudge against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Just like you. The master of the Cloud Summit sect was blocked by the white-robed demon emperor and immediately knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. He even deliberately claimed to have a grudge against the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, trying to gain the white-robed demon emperor's sympathy. But the white-robed demon emperor paid him no mind. Although somewhat puzzled, he raised his right hand and directly tore the master of the Cloud Summit sect's head apart. In the next moment, a wolf's head suddenly emerged from his chest, instantly swallowing the corpse of the master of the Cloud Summit sect. It was at this moment that a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared before the white-robed demon emperor. The figure in black held a long sword, and at the moment the white-robed demon emperor was enjoying his meal, the long sword came crashing down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Immediately after, a miserable scream erupted from the mouth of the white-robed demon emperor. The wolf's head on his chest looked ferocious, as if it were in great pain. At that moment, everyone around looked on in horror at the suddenly appeared figure in black. The Emperor Realm. Moreover, they were certain that this Emperor Realm expert had emerged from within Haiyun City. In other words, this Emperor Realm powerhouse was from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. But they had never heard of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce having an Emperor Realm expert stationed there. Just as they were reflecting on this, the injured white-robed demon emperor reacted, glancing at the figure in black with some fear, and then turned to flee. The figure in black, seeing that his sword had failed to sever the wolf's head, showed surprise on his face. Not enough power? He murmured softly, but he stood still, silently watching the white-robed demon emperor escape. As they watched the white-robed demon emperor flee, many powerful figures on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had not managed to kill the demon emperor, at least his escape meant they were no longer in danger. It was a good thing. But just then, a terrifying sword energy shot up into the sky from the direction the white-robed demon emperor had fled. Whoosh! The sword energy seemed to tear apart space itself, and the terrifying aura caused all the powerful figures present to change their expressions drastically, quickly looking up. What's going on? In the next moment, they saw three figures in black robes slowly stepping through the air. The leading black-robed man was holding the white-robed demon emperor. To be precise, he was holding the wolf's head from the white-robed demon emperor's chest, and this wolf's head was the true form of the white-robed demon emperor. But now, it had become a corpse. Looking at the three black-robed men in mid-air, King Yen couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face filled with shock. The attire of these three black-robed men was exactly the same as that of the one beside them. The key point was, the aura emanating from these three was also that of the Emperor Realm. Three more Emperor Realm powerhouses. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow. What kind of day was it today? Usually, one couldn't even encounter a single Emperor Realm powerhouse in the entire Great Yen. And today, four had suddenly appeared. No, counting the Demon Emperor, it should be 5. Moreover, these 5 Emperor Realm experts were all exceptionally strong. Any one of them could likely overturn the entire structure of the Great Yen. If they declared that the Great Yen dynasty should be replaced, King Yen would have to lower his head and smile in agreement. There was no choice. The gap in strength was simply too exaggerated. As they watched the three men in black robes approach, many sect leaders felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. At that moment, Elder Xian walked out of Haiyun City with a smile on his face. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. These 4 are seniors sent by our president. You and our Qingyun Chamber of Commerce are partners. Friends. Xian's words instantly left everyone in shock. 4 Imperial Realm experts. Sent by Zhao Xian? It was known that Zhao Xian had previously only been able to suppress Imperial Realm powerhouses and slay demon emperors through special means. How long has it been since then? Could he already make such formidable Imperial Realm experts bow their heads and follow him? This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? In the crowd, Yunlu couldn't help but show her astonishment upon hearing this. She had indeed held Zhao Xian in high regard, but she never expected Zhao Xian's abilities to be so extraordinary. He could actually dispatch 4 Imperial Realm powerhouses, and these 4, their strength was likely close to the peak of the Imperial Realm. Such experts could be considered strong even within the Jingyue dynasty, right? No wonder he looks down on me. Yun Lu sighed dejectedly. She had originally thought her talent was quite good, at least worthy of Zhao Xian, but now, she truly dared not think that way anymore. The chasm between them was like a natural barrier. Meanwhile, the 3 black-robed figures in mid-air, the shadow puppets, turned to glance at the group of powerhouses below. The indifference in their eyes made all the powerhouses break out in a cold sweat. They felt an immense pressure. The sect leaders who had harbored small thoughts due to the Yun Dianzon's leader were now even more afraid to entertain any ideas. They all bowed to the shadow puppets. However, the shadow puppets clearly couldn't be bothered with these people. Holding the wolf head of the white-robed demon emperor, they walked straight into Haiyun City. Seeing this, Elder Xian also smiled and cupped his hands to the group of powerhouses before turning back into the city, leaving the powerhouses looking at each other in confusion. It seems the Great Yan is about to change. Many people sighed, their gazes inevitably turning to the side at the Yan King. If President Zhao wants it, I am naturally willing to hand over this position to him, the Yan King said quite casually. Upon hearing this, many people secretly lamented. This world is like this. The strong are respected. And it's not just talk. Haiyun City. In the Chamber of Commerce's main hall, Xian looked at the few shadow puppets in front of him with a face full of astonishment. Do the seniors mean that there are also demons invading from the Great Qin dynasty? He had originally thought the demons were here for revenge, but upon learning that there were also demons invading from the Great Qin, it was clear that this was not simply a matter of demons seeking revenge. Moreover, according to the investigation by the Qin King, most nearby dynasties have already been overthrown and fallen to the demons. Zhao De nodded and said. Xian's expression immediately turned grim. This indicates that this is an organized plan by the demons, and this plan likely encompasses all the nearby dynasties. Furthermore, the plan is being executed simultaneously. This means each dynasty will send out a demon emperor. Hiss. Analyzing this, Xian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. To the south of the Jingyue dynasty, near the Great Yan and Great Qin, there are dozens of dynasties. If each dynasty sends out a demon emperor to invade, that would amount to dozens of demon emperors. Such a scale is simply astonishing. If that's the case, we might soon face retaliation from the demons, Xian said with a serious expression. The master has instructed you not to worry, just handle it normally. There are also other tasks that require you to execute, Zhao De said calmly. There was not a trace of worry or unease to be seen. Xian was taken aback by Zhao Da's words. Can you contact the president now? Zhao De nodded slowly. Xian was even more surprised. To be able to communicate in real time over such a distance, the president's methods were truly extraordinary. So what is the specific task? The master said. Zhao De began to relay Zhao Xian's words to Xian. In the luxurious mansion of Cloud City, Zhao Xian frowned slightly. Is it an invasion by demons? Could it be that those demons are preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the Jingyue dynasty? No, if that were the case, there would be no reason to target some small dynasties, and such a large-scale operation at that, with such a grand display. The demons were clearly involved, and in such numbers, there was no reason to fixate on small dynasties. After all, the strongest among these small dynasties was merely at the peak of the King realm. Destroying them would truly be a thankless task. Although Zhao Xian felt that the demons shouldn't be so idle. For some reason, his intuition told him that this matter was definitely related to the demons wanting to take down the Jingyue dynasty. Even though he had already learned the detailed circumstances of the emperor of the Jingyue dynasty's death and the demon invasion through the divination pearl, it was clear that the surrounding dynasties being destroyed by demons was not included in that. But there are only 3 days left, then we will know what exactly is going on. Zhao Xian was not in a hurry. With his current cards and methods, he was more than capable of handling whatever would happen next. The next morning, Zhao Xian handed over all matters related to the cooperation with Cloud City to Zhao Qi and arranged the main tasks for the future. He then took Su Wanqing and left Cloud City on a flying boat, heading swiftly towards the Jingyue dynasty. This time, nothing like what happened in Cloud City occurred. The journey was smooth and uneventful. In less than a day, the two arrived at the imperial capital of the Jingyue dynasty. As the capital of the dynasty, Its level of prosperity was something Zhao Xian had never seen before. The flow of people around was incredibly exaggerated. Above them, luxurious flying boats frequently passed by. After Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing arrived and stepped out of the flying boat, they stood at the city gate of the imperial capital, momentarily stunned by the bustling scene. So this is the imperial capital of the dynasty? It really is extraordinary. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. Moreover, the area of the imperial capital was several times larger than Cloud City. The two were not even on the same level, not to mention the supreme powerhouses, which were almost never seen in Cloud City. As soon as Zhao Xian arrived, he encountered several, although these supreme powerhouses were in a hurry, and he only had a fleeting glance at them. It was evident that one could occasionally see supreme beings in the imperial capital. Zhao Xian even felt that the number of supremes in the capital seemed to be more than he had imagined. There must be at least dozens of them. However, as expected, most of their cultivation levels were merely at the lower supreme ranks. They were not comparable to the Grand Elder Luoyu of the Xinxiao sect. In terms of combat power, the royal family of the Jingyue dynasty is indeed not comparable to so-called forces. Zhao Xian was not surprised by this. Instead, he found it quite normal. After all, those forces could be considered subordinate to the Jingyue dynasty. Without some capability, how could they keep so many powerful forces in check? It took the two a little time to squeeze into the capital. Watching the crowds bustling along the streets and the various shops on either side, Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked like a country bumpkin entering the city, curious about everything. However, she quickly realized something and turned to Zhao Xian, asking in a low voice, "President, where should we go next?" Although the president had told her that they came to the Jingyue dynasty for an auction, but they had only held 2 auctions in the City of Clouds, so there probably wouldn't be another auction in the short term, right? This made her a bit curious. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's find an inn to stay at." It had only been a day since the fall of the emperor of the Jingyue dynasty, and there were still 2 days to go. There was no rush for the next couple of days. Oh. Su Wanqing saw this and didn't ask further, just nodded repeatedly. Soon, after a brief inquiry with some passers-by, they arrived at the most luxurious inn in the imperial capital, Liyun Xianga. Standing in front of Liyun Xianga, looking at the grand and ethereal decor, Zhao Xian couldn't help but sigh. The name Liyun Xianga was indeed fitting. It did not disgrace the word Xian, immortal. Inside, spiritual energy lingered, and an ethereal aura floated about, towering into the clouds, perfectly matching the name of the immortal pavilion. The two of them walked inside. As the top inn in the imperial capital, those who stayed here were either powerful figures from certain sects or descendants of top-tier experts. All were from noble families or wealthy merchants. As soon as Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing entered, they immediately attracted the attention of countless gazes. In the past, Su Wanqing might have felt a bit intimidated. After all, the auras of these people were extremely formidable. Not a single one was below the 7th level of the Emperor realm. But after experiencing the previous auction, she had long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny of powerful individuals, so she appeared much more composed. As for Zhao Xian, he was even less concerned. Soon, a waiter approached with a smile. "May I ask if the 2 guests are here for a meal or to stay?" Hearing the waiter's words, Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. They also asked, for a meal or to stay? But he didn't think much of it. Perhaps this world, long ago, was like ancient Earth, where people traveled on horseback and stayed at inns, which is why this saying remained. "To stay," Zhao Xian replied. "All right, let me introduce our offerings. The worst room we have here at Liyun Xianga is the Dingzi room, which costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones per day." As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Zhao Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. "So cheap? What about your most expensive room?" The waiter quickly smiled and said, "The most expensive is the Tianzi room, which costs 1 high-grade spirit stone per day. That's quite a difference, isn't it? What makes your Tianzi room so special?" High-grade spirit stones were much more valuable than mid-grade ones. The Tianzi room was directly more than 10 times the price of the Dingzi room, which piqued Zhao Xian's curiosity. The waiter quickly lowered his head to explain. "The Dingzi room is just an ordinary room. It has nothing but a bed, a table, and a few chairs. As for the Tianzi room, you'll know once you experience it." The waiter was clearly skilled in the art of sales. He intentionally refrained from revealing the mysteries of the Tianzi room, aiming to entice guests to rent it. He didn't even ask but instead suggested that Zhao Xian experience it for himself. Zhao Xian could naturally see through this, but he didn't care about the 1 or 2 high-grade spirit stones anymore. Then let's take 2 rooms. After saying this, he waved his hand and took out 2 high-grade spirit stones. Alright, the waiter immediately beamed, carefully accepting the spirit stones and walking to the counter to retrieve 2 purple jade tokens. Please follow me, esteemed guests. The waiter then led the 2 upstairs. Once the 3 of them left, some diners on the first floor began to whisper among themselves. It's quite rare to see someone without a single cultivator at the king realm in the imperial capital. Indeed, but that young man is not simple. He looks young, yet he has already reached the late emperor realm, truly remarkable. Could he be a disciple of a top-tier sect? It shouldn't be. Looking at his attire, he doesn't seem like a disciple of a sect, rather, he looks like a loose cultivator. Loose cultivators shouldn't be this extravagant. He opened 2 top-tier rooms right away. Wait, why did he open 2 top-tier rooms? One for a man and one for a woman, isn't one enough? Maybe it's just his preference. After some discussion, everyone lost interest. After all, in the imperial capital, they had seen all sorts of strange things, so they wouldn't pay too much attention to a suddenly emerging genius. Genius? There are geniuses everywhere in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian, who was led to the top-tier room, finally understood why it was so expensive. Inside the room, there was an incredibly luxurious spirit gathering array, and its grade was definitely not low. It was probably at least an 8th grade, an 8th grade spirit gathering array. The aura in the room was simply exaggerated to the extreme. However, Zhao Xian immediately tried to cultivate, and the results were quite fruitful. In just half an hour, he felt his realm had already loosened up. He was not far from the 8th level of the imperial realm. But, it seems the spiritual energy I need to break through my realm has reached a terrifying level. An 8th grade spirit gathering array isn't enough. Zhao Xian felt the extremely barren spiritual energy around him. He sighed helplessly. There was no helping it. Having too much talent didn't always seem like a good thing. But it didn't matter. Zhao Xian raised his hand, and a top-quality spirit stone fell into his palm. Without any hesitation, he crushed the top-quality spirit stone. In an instant, terrifying spiritual energy filled the entire room. Zhao Xian was unreserved and began to greedily absorb it. As the spiritual energy continuously surged in, Zhao Xian's cultivation steadily improved. Time flew by, and it was now the 3rd day. In the room, Zhao Xian's cultivation was nearing its end. Huff! He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, revealing a satisfied expression. His cultivation had finally broken through to the 8th level of the imperial realm, and he was just 1 step away from the 9th level. I spent a full 10 top-quality spirit stones. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Zhao Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It took him 10 top-quality spirit stones to break through from the 7th to the 8th level of the imperial realm. One must know that the concentration of spiritual energy contained in a single top-quality spirit stone could be described as terrifying. As a result, it took 10 to support his breakthrough to 1 realm. Future breakthroughs might require even more top-quality spirit stones. I wonder if I have enough on me. The top-quality spirit stones he had were all obtained from the auction held by that fox demon lord. In total, there were 30,000 top-quality spirit stones. The quantity looked considerable. But, Zhao Xian wasn't sure if he would need even more top-quality spirit stones for his future cultivation. So, it felt like 30,000 top-quality spirit stones weren't too many after all. However, it should still be enough to help him step into the Supreme Realm. But once he reached the Supreme Realm, it would probably become difficult. Today, the Jingyue dynasty should start to get lively. With that thought, Zhao Xian walked to the window, opened it, and looked outside. The streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of lively discussions were everywhere. But as he watched the passers-by, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as the divination pearl predicted, demons are everywhere. When Zhao Xian broke through to the imperial realm and the development of his holy dragon bloodline reached 30%, he naturally gained the ability to sense demons. No matter how deeply the demons hid, Zhao Xian could clearly perceive their existence. It was obvious. It was like 2 people standing in front of him. A normal person dressed in clothes, while the demon was barely clothed. He could see through it at a glance. Back in Yunshang City, Zhao Xian had already known that the figure in the black robe was a demon lord. However, the other party did not have much malice, and he naturally did not care about the impact on the auction. The Cloud City was fine. only that one demon lord appeared. But within this Jingyue dynasty, demons were everywhere. For example, the black-haired youth walking through the crowd, chatting warmly with others, or the little girl who was bouncing around, smiling brightly, or perhaps, Zhao Xian's gaze looked down. The attendant at the Come Fortune Immortal Pavilion was greeting guests at the door, and he was also a demon. If he hadn't known the situation of the Jingyue dynasty beforehand, he would have thought he had fallen into a den of demons. In a few days, the situation will become more serious, right? Zhao Xian murmured. It's about time. Glancing at the sky, Zhao Xian closed the window and then pushed the door to go out. In the imperial capital's imperial hall, in front of the main hall, the ministers of the dynasty were pacing anxiously. Worry and panic were written all over their faces. At this moment, a tall figure walked out from the hall. Seeing this, the ministers hurriedly stepped forward to ask anxiously, Minister Mo, how is the emperor? The emperor was a supreme powerhouse, young and strong, and had never had any physical problems. Yet, for some unknown reason, during the morning court today, the emperor suddenly turned pale and eventually collapsed on the dragon throne. This frightened the ministers, causing their expressions to change drastically, and they quickly summoned the imperial physician to examine him. They wanted to ask more about the emperor's specific condition, but later, Minister Mo arrived and took the emperor inside to rest. Now, the ministers were unclear about the emperor's specific situation. Hearing this, Minister Mo's expression was calm, and his tone steady as he said, currently, the emperor has not yet emerged from the crisis. For some unknown reason, the emperor's body is hot, and he has lost all his cultivation. Such a strange occurrence, we have never seen before. As soon as these words were spoken, the minister's expressions changed drastically. What? Lost all his cultivation? How is that possible? The emperor. He is a supreme powerhouse. What exactly happened? In an instant, the court became as noisy as a market. Minister Mo immediately frowned and shouted loudly, silence! Maintain silence in the court. Although we are unclear about the specific ailment of the emperor, both the imperial physician and I will do our utmost to ensure the emperor's recovery. You gentlemen should take your leave for now. With this shout from Minister Mo, all the ministers immediately closed their mouths. After all, Minister Mo was also a supreme. They did not dare to be too confrontational. With Minister Mo's words, they naturally did not dare to linger and quickly turned to leave the court in groups. But before leaving, they still looked back at the hall with great concern. The emperor has always been very spirited. I don't know why this year has been so full of disasters. Yes, first he fell seriously ill at the beginning of the year. Then less than a month later, a new empress was established, leading to a 3-month-long heavy rain, and now this sudden strange illness. Could it be some kind of omen from the heavens? Shoo, we mustn't speak too much about this. As the ministers left, their discussions were limited, each one sighing. After sending off the ministers, Minister Mo withdrew his gaze and then turned to walk into the main hall. Inside the hall, besides the pale-faced current emperor of the Jingyue dynasty lying on the bed, there were 2 other people. One was hunched over, examining the emperor's body. This was the imperial physician mentioned by Minister Mo. The imperial physician was sweating profusely, his fingers trembling slightly as they pressed against the emperor's wrist. Not far from the physician, a beautiful woman sat elegantly in a chair, savoring the palace delicacies with great interest, seemingly unconcerned about the emperor's strange illness. Imperial physician, have you figured out the emperor's illness? Minister Mo walked in, glanced at the beautiful woman, and then looked at the imperial physician, slowly inquiring. Hearing the words of Prime Minister Mo, imperial physician turned his head, drenched in sweat. Prime Minister Mo, the emperor's condition is very strange. His pulse is utterly chaotic. Normally, as a supreme powerhouse, his vital energy should be extremely vigorous. But now, his pulse is so weak, it's even less than that of a newborn baby, more like an old man on the verge of death. As he spoke, imperial physician Yu's tongue began to stumble. The emperor was the pillar of their Jingyue dynasty, although his cultivation was not the strongest. He had reached the mid-supreme level. How could such an existence suddenly become so weak? This left him utterly perplexed. Even fear and dread crept into his heart. However, imperial physician Yu's words did not evoke any concern on Prime Minister Mo's face. On the contrary, a hint of a smile appeared on Prime Minister Mo's face. Is that so? Then, How much time does he have left? Prime Minister Mo asked again. Imperial physician Yu did not look up to see Prime Minister Mo's expression. Instead, he lowered his head to take the pulse. His expression grew increasingly grim. Alas, if this situation continues, I'm afraid the Emperor won't last until evening. As he spoke, he glanced at the pale-faced Emperor, feeling as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. If the Emperor were to fall, what would he do? Just like any normal imperial family, there were naturally factional struggles within the Jingyue dynasty. There was the Crown Prince's faction, or the faction of the Emperor's most favored third prince. He had never considered this matter before, as he thought the Emperor was still far from abdicating. But now, this situation had come too suddenly. There were many things he had not thought through. If he chose the wrong side, that would not be a trivial matter. Just as Imperial Physician Yu was hesitating and entangled in his thoughts, Prime Minister Mo beside him suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, by evening, this dog Emperor will finally be finished. Will you You did very well. The Lord will surely reward you greatly. Prime Minister Mo laughed while looking at the beautiful woman. Ha, isn't that only natural? The beautiful woman, called Wu Yu scoffed. Prime Minister Mo, however, was beaming with joy. In this way, the task assigned by the Lord is completely accomplished. It's just a pity that the dog Emperor's illegitimate son couldn't be captured. Suddenly, Prime Minister Mo thought of something and frowned. Illegitimate son? The beautiful woman Wu Yu suddenly furrowed her brow. Yes, it seems to be the offspring left behind by this dog Emperor during his indulgences. Later, the other party came to the imperial capital with the prince, but was turned away by this dog Emperor. I only found out about this a few months ago. I even sent a demon emperor to pursue him. But the plan was thwarted by the president of a border trade association. There was such a thing? Upon hearing Prime Minister Mo's words, Wu Yu's expression showed surprise. She had arrived relatively late and clearly knew little about this matter. But aren't you afraid of exposing the plan by sending someone to hunt him down? I remember the Lord said that this plan must not be disclosed to any life outside the plan, right? Even if that demon emperor is your subordinate. Don't worry, Prime Minister Mo said with a slight smile, waving his hand. The reason I gave them is to capture the wandering prince and use him to threaten the Jingyue dynasty for certain treasures. Why would I easily tell others the real plan? Wu Yu nodded at this. That makes sense. But that illegitimate child has been wandering outside. I wonder if it will affect the plan? Wu Yu frowned and asked again. Prime Minister Mo also showed a contemplative expression. It should be fine. Now that the emperor of the Jingyue dynasty is about to fall, once the announcement of his death is made, we will support the crown prince to ascend to the throne. When the time comes for the master to act, we will take down the entire Jingyue dynasty in one fell swoop. A mere little prince can't stir up much trouble. Of course, just in case, we still need to send someone to look for that kid. After all, his bloodline flows with that rumored lineage, though it should be quite thin. Additionally, that troublesome guild leader must be dealt with. Prime Minister Mo murmured, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wu Yu slowly nodded. I'll leave the rest to you. Taking down this dog emperor has cost me quite a bit of effort. I need to rest for a while. As she spoke, Wu Yu slowly stood up, her long, white legs impossibly straight, making one drool. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was also filled with fatigue. Well then, you can just wait for the master to reward you. You've done a great service by taking down this dog emperor. The master will surely be generous. Prime Minister Mo said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Hearing this, Wu Yu smiled charmingly. He. She then turned her waist and walked away. The room was instantly left with only Prime Minister Mo and the Emperor. Prime Minister Mo turned to look at the Emperor, grinning widely. Zhou Yan, oh Zhou Yan, you must not have anticipated Wu Yu's appearance, right? Even the Emperor finds it hard to resist the charms of a beauty. Ha 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 ha, he mocked recklessly. But at that moment, a sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the direction Wu Yu had left. With a loud bang, a shadow crashed directly into the jade stone bench beside Prime Minister Mo. Mo's pupils instantly contracted, and he quickly looked towards the bench, his face filled with shock. Wu Yu! The shadow was none other than Wu Yu, who had just walked out. At this moment, Wu Yu lay on the ground, her face covered in blood, her breath appearing extremely weak. Her originally delicate face was now a sight of horror, with countless wounds revealing strands of red hair. It looked terrifying. Little Wu Yu opened her mouth, but before she could finish, she fainted. Prime Minister Mo's heart immediately filled with extreme vigilance, and he quickly turned to look at the back door. There, a thin figure was slowly walking in. Oh, everyone's here? The figure then stepped out of the shadows, his handsome face appearing particularly striking under the sunlight. He flashed a bright smile at Prime Minister Mo. Who are you? How dare you break into the palace? Prime Minister Mo's pupils shrank, and he immediately shouted sternly. What's wrong with the palace? Demons can come and go freely, why can't I enter? Zhao Xian smiled, crossing his arms over his chest, looking at Prime Minister Mo with a half-smile. You! Zhao Xian's words instantly filled Prime Minister Mo with shock and anger. He was shocked by this kid's background, as he could see through his demonic identity. He was angry that this kid was merely at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, yet dared to challenge him, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. After all, he was a mid-level supreme powerhouse, just an 8th level Emperor realm. He was actually intimidated by a kid at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. What a disgrace! Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Quickly tell me how you got in here, or else, just your reckless intrusion into the palace is enough to condemn your entire clan. The Prime Minister Mo shouted fiercely, threatening him. In his eyes, this boy who hadn't even grown a full set of hair was still someone he could easily manipulate. However, in response to Prime Minister Mo's threat, Zhao Xian maintained a faint smile. How terrifying. Then go ahead and make your move. Seeing this, Prime Minister Mo's gaze turned cold with murderous intent. Seeking death, he raised his hand, and an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming into a gigantic hand that pressed down towards Zhao Xian. He didn't even consider it worth his while to take this boy, who was merely at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Seriously. He didn't even summon his supreme heavenly pillar. He was confident that just by mobilizing his spiritual energy, he could easily suppress this 8th level Emperor boy right here. As the spiritual energy giant hand approached, Zhao Xian still wore a faint smile. Just as the giant hand was about to reach him, a barely noticeable flash of lightning flickered by. Zizizi. In the next moment, the spiritual energy giant hand suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into a gentle breeze that brushed past Zhao Xian's face, merely stirring a few strands of hair between his brows. What? Seeing this scene, Prime Minister Mo's eyes widened in shock. Although his move wasn't particularly strong, it was enough to obliterate a lower supreme. But now, it had been blocked, and by an 8th level Emperor boy nonetheless? How could this be possible? Such an unreasonable occurrence instantly heightened the sense of crisis in Prime Minister Mo's heart. Who exactly are you? His expression turned grave as he questioned again. You want to kill me, yet you don't know my identity? Prime Minister Mo really is a forgetful noble. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. This statement left Prime Minister Mo momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted, his pupils contracting. You are Zhao Xian, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Xian smiled. Prime Minister Mo immediately took a deep breath, his eyes filled with horror. He naturally remembered the person who had disrupted his plans. However, if he remembered correctly, the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Xian, was only at the fragmented void realm. It was only because of his special bloodline that he had the ability to suppress demons, coupled with the element of surprise. He had managed to ambush and kill that demon emperor under his command. But now, how long had it been? He was already at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. How could this be possible? To leap from the fragmented void realm to the 8th level of the Emperor realm in such a short time, such a prodigy, not to mention the Jingyue dynasty, would be hard to find across the entire continent. Prime Minister Mo's expression turned grim. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Xian, a strong killing intent rising within him. The growth rate of such a prodigy was extremely terrifying. Since he was already an enemy, then, there was only one path left to take. He must be killed. Otherwise, it would have a devastating impact on my clan's grand plans. Prime Minister Mo's heart was resolute. Immediately, a wave of dark light surged in his eyes. Zhao Xian, it cannot be denied that your talent is indeed exceptional. Even I have never seen anyone comparable to you. But unfortunately, if you were a mid-supreme now, I would definitely not dare to provoke you, and I might even kneel and beg for mercy. But you are now, merely at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Then you cannot be spared. The moment his words fell, Prime Minister Mo was enveloped in a rising black mist. The aura within him erupted instantly, A terrifying sense of oppression filled the entire hall. The emperor of the Jingyue dynasty, Zhou Yan, who was in a stupor, turned even paler at this moment. In contrast, Prime Minister Mo was now surrounded by countless red hairs, resembling sharp needles, exuding an extremely fierce intimidation. His eyes had also turned blood red. Clearly, this was Prime Minister Mo's demonic form. At this moment, the aura emanating from Prime Minister Mo was so overwhelming that even Luo Yu would be frightened to the point of trembling legs if he were present. Although both Prime Minister Mo and Luo Yu were of the middle supreme level, after revealing his true form, Prime Minister Mo's aura was already infinitely close to that of the upper supreme. The gap between upper supreme and middle supreme was like a chasm. It was an insurmountable divide. Because of this, Prime Minister Mo was confident he could easily subdue Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was merely at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and his strength was countless times inferior. Even if Zhao Xian had special means against demons, he was confident that those would have no effect on him, or perhaps, he could simply kill Zhao Xian before he even made a move. With this thought, Prime Minister Mo was filled with confidence as he looked up at Zhao Xian. However, he found that Zhao Xian was looking at him with a hint of amusement. A wave of unease surged in Prime Minister Mo's heart. This kid is actually not afraid of me? Prime Minister Mo, aren't you afraid that revealing your true form in the Jingyue dynasty will attract the attention of the ancestor who is currently in seclusion? That ancestor is an upper supreme, Zhao Xian said with a light smile. Prime Minister Mo's pupils constricted. This kid actually knows so much about the Jingyue dynasty? Humph, do you think it would take a lot of effort for me to kill you? Ridiculous, Prime Minister Mo sneered. He naturally knew of the existence of that ancestor in the Jingyue dynasty. Therefore, he did not dare to recklessly reveal his true form. Even when dealing with the emperor, he did so stealthily. Without that ancestor, they would have long since taken down the Jingyue dynasty. There would be no need for such trouble. However, those powerful beings in seclusion generally concealed their 5 senses. As long as there was not too much commotion, it would not attract the ancestor's attention. On this point, Prime Minister Mo was very confident. Is that so? Then Prime Minister Mo, you should be careful, Zhao Xian said, still wearing a faint smile. In the next moment, an aura suddenly surged from his body, as if waves of peculiar power had suddenly flooded into Zhao Xian. In an instant, Zhao Xian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. With another breath, his cultivation successfully stepped into the Supreme Realm. At the moment he entered the Supreme Realm, Zhao Xian couldn't help but slightly close his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly sense that a miniature version of the heavenly pillar seemed to have appeared in his sea of consciousness. However, this heavenly pillar was clearly not top tier, with only a faint golden glow around it. It seems that the power boost from luck does not truly grant me the strength of a supreme, Zhao Xian reflected. He was not surprised. If he had already broken through to the Supreme Realm, the effect of luck would have increased exponentially. But since his realm was only that of an emperor, the boost from luck was naturally based on his own realm. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it was already enough. Watching as Zhao Xian's realm was forcibly elevated to the supreme level, Prime Minister Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. For an emperor to step into the supreme realm, even the most outstanding prodigies would need at least 10 years for a chance. This Zhao Xian actually broke through to the supreme realm directly? Of course, Prime Minister Mo also saw that Zhao Xian's cultivation was only temporarily inflated. But even so, it was enough to be shocking. This kid absolutely cannot be left alive. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Without hesitation, fearing that Zhao Xian might have other means to enhance his cultivation, he raised his hand, and a blood-colored heavenly pillar appeared behind him. Whoosh! Dense blood mist surged from his hand, rushing towards Zhao Xian to suppress him. Faced with this move from Prime Minister Mo, Zhao Xian showed no intention of retreating. He also activated the miniature heavenly pillar in his mind. A golden glow emerged behind him, radiating an unusual brilliance. At this moment, Zhao Xian felt an indescribable sensation and power surging throughout his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and drew the sky-slaying sword. The sword intent surged upward. Zhao Xian swung the sword towards Prime Minister Mo. Buzz! At the instant of the swing, the sky-slaying sword trembled violently. In the next second, the power of the heaven-burning sword intent and the celestial pillar flowed into it completely. A flash of astonishing brilliance erupted. Hiss! Terrifying sword energy was released from the sky-slaying sword. rushing towards Prime Minister Mo in an instant. Along the way, the blood mist couldn't withstand even a breath of time before being instantly shattered by the terrifying sword energy. Seeing the approaching sword energy, a look of terror instantly appeared on Prime Minister Mo's face. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. This sword was even enough to threaten his own status as a supreme. How could someone who had just stepped into the lower supreme realm unleash such power? Amidst his shock, Prime Minister Mo dared not show any signs of negligence. The blood mist within him rolled, and in the next second, a blood-colored lotus formed in front of him, protecting him. Clang! The sword energy struck the blood-colored lotus, producing a sound of metal clashing. Not only did it fail to easily break through the blood-colored lotus, but it also left only a white mark on its surface. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's pupils slightly constricted. A mid-grade defensive martial art of the Supreme? The blood-colored lotus was clearly of a high grade. Otherwise, it would absolutely not be able to withstand his sword. After all, the sky-slaying sword in his hand was an extraordinary weapon. The enhancement brought by an extraordinary weapon to this sword energy was unimaginably terrifying. However, facing a mid-grade defensive martial art of the Supreme at the peak of the lower Supreme, breaking through was still a bit too difficult. As he pondered, Prime Minister Mo's gaze suddenly fell on the sky-slaying sword in Zhao Xian's hand. This weapon is at least a top-grade Supreme weapon. He felt a chill in his heart. What exactly was Zhao Xian's background? How could each treasure in his hand be more terrifying than the last? It's about time to end this. Prime Minister Mo's expression darkened. His gaze fixed on Zhao Xian. He initially thought he could easily control Zhao Xian, but it seemed now that without revealing something substantial, it would be very difficult to keep Zhao Xian here. A deep red light surged in his eyes. Clearly, he no longer intended to hold back. Even at the risk of alarming the ancestor of the Jinhua dynasty, he would ensure Zhao Xian remained here forever. The moment his words fell, Prime Minister Mo raised his hand, and a blood-red long knife suddenly appeared, tightly gripped in his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A supreme weapon. It was evident that the blood-red long knife in Prime Minister Mo's hand was a supreme weapon. Moreover, judging by the terrifying killing intent emanating from the long knife, its grade was likely not low, at least a mid-grade supreme. Die! The moment he grasped the long knife, blood surged from Prime Minister Mo's eyes. In the next second, he seemed to transform into a beam of bloodlight, rushing towards Zhao Xian. As the bloodlight streaked past, the entire palace began to tremble. At the same time, golden patterns emerged from various positions within the palace. As a royal palace, it naturally had top-tier defensive formations. The level of defense was extremely terrifying. Generally, it could not be triggered. When Zhao Xian fought Prime Minister Mo before, it had not been triggered either. But now, just as Prime Minister Mo charged at Zhao Xian, the formation was activated. This demonstrated its terror. Zhao Xian couldn't help but focus slightly upon seeing this. This move was clearly not something a lower supreme could withstand. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian quietly activated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. He fully urged the Sacred Dragon bloodline within him. Buzz! The sound of a dragon's roar faintly emanated from his body. Immediately, a wave of domain power rippled out from Zhao Xian as the center. Zizizi! The rushing Prime Minister Mo also noticed the unusual aura surrounding Zhao Xian and sensed the terrifying suppression emanating from it. His expression changed dramatically, shock written all over his face. What kind of power is this? Even I am being suppressed? Although he had long known that Zhao Xian possessed the ability to suppress demons, he never expected that he too would be restricted. This aura seems somewhat familiar. Mo Prime Minister's face showed contemplation. However, he had no time to think deeply, as under Zhao Xian's domain of suppression, his cultivation level plummeted from the peak of the Supreme to the mid-level of the Supreme. Even with the bloodthirsty demon blade in hand, the power he could exert dropped several times. This was not good news. But, even so, killing Zhao Xian was certainly not out of the question. In the past, with long nights and many dreams, Mo Prime Minister's gaze sharpened. Disregarding the suppression of the domain, he raised the bloodthirsty demon blade and fiercely slashed towards Zhao Xian. Seeing that the suppression was sufficient, Zhao Xian had no intention of retreating. His figure moved swiftly in the great hall like a swimming dragon. His speed was so fast that even Mo Prime Minister could not clearly catch his trace. But after a moment of adaptation, Mo Prime Minister instantly reacted, and Zhao Xian had already appeared behind him. Without any hesitation, Mo Prime Minister retracted the bloodthirsty demon blade and decisively slashed backward. However, unexpectedly, this strike was easily dodged by Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Mo Prime Minister's pupils constricted, but his gaze was fixed on the sky-slaying sword in Zhao Xian's hand. As long as he was not struck by this sword, Zhao Xian posed no threat to him. But just as Mo Prime Minister's gaze was tightly focused on Zhao Xian's right hand, Zhao Xian did not use his right hand to execute his sword technique. Instead, as he approached Mo Prime Minister, he raised his left hand, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Hunyuan broken ghost palm. His left palm was suddenly filled with destructive waves gathering and condensing. The next moment, it fell right in front of Mo Prime Minister. Mo Prime Minister felt the destructive waves coming from in front of him and immediately showed a look of horror. Countless blood mist surging from within to block in front of his chest. Bang! The terrifying palm struck Mo Prime Minister's chest. Crack! The space shattered completely under Zhao Xian's palm. That terrifying force surged through the shattered space, directly targeting Mo Prime Minister. Mo Prime Minister's eyes were about to burst. Such a terrifying palm had far exceeded the level of the Supreme. This martial art, could it be at the saint level? A terrifying thought echoed in Mo Prime Minister's mind. But the next moment, the terrifying power had already latched onto his body. Crack! As if it were withering and collapsing, the terrifying force completely destroyed his physical body. His bones and flesh were utterly shattered. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. Mo Prime Minister was directly blown apart on the spot, turning into a pile of blood mist. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Extremely pungent. Zhao Xian had long anticipated this, expanding his domain to block the blood mist outside. With a clatter, a somewhat familiar stone fell to the ground. Demon Lord Core, TSK. Zhao Xian picked up the stone inside. If this thing could be transformed from waste to treasure, could it possibly create a supreme powerhouse right here? After all, this was a peak-level demon lord. Zhao Xian put away the demon lord Core and turned his gaze to the unconscious demon Witch Wu Yu and the Emperor Zhou Yan, who was still lying nearby. Unconscious. After all, he is Zhou Jing's father, he should be saved. Zhao Xian thought and approached, skillfully searching Wu Yu's body for a blood-red pill. Through the divination pearl, he knew that Wu Yu had temporarily stripped Zhou Yan of his cultivation using the great method of seizing the body of the heavenly demon, taking advantage of Zhou Yan's lack of cultivation and his much weaker state to poison him. After all, even if a supreme powerhouse has no cultivation, their physical body is still extremely formidable. To make them die suddenly, using poison is the fastest method, and to restore Zhou Yan to his original state, all that is needed is to restore his cultivation. Wu Yu possesses the antidote for recovery. Of course, before giving Zhou Yan the antidote, Zhao Xian reached out and extracted a drop of essence blood from Zhou Yan's body. He then opened the Heavenly Tao Divine Record and introduced this drop of essence blood into it. Moments later, the essence blood completely fused into the Heavenly Tao Divine Record. The blood contract was established. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. With this, he no longer feared that the emperor would suddenly turn against him after waking up and regaining his cultivation. Zhao Xian had considerable faith in the abilities of the Heavenly Tao Divine Record. He then fed the antidote to Zhou Yan. While waiting, Zhao Xian glanced at the demoness Wu Yu beside him. Although she was a demon, her identity seemed somewhat special. Zhao Xian did not want to simply dispose of her. After a moment of thought, he also extracted a drop of essence blood from Wu Yu and sent it into the Heavenly Tao Divine Record. The blood contract was established again. Wu Yu would completely become his person, unable to betray him. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. He then awakened Wu Yu. As Wu Yu groggily came to, a look of panic appeared on her delicate face, and she quickly retreated to the wall, trembling as she looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled. Wu Yu stared at Zhao Xian for a long time, suddenly feeling something strange. This human had clearly injured her to the point of unconsciousness, but now, why did she feel no malice towards him at all? In fact, she even felt an uncontrollable urge to get closer. Strange, so strange. Wu Yu was bewildered, momentarily feeling a bit lost. Zhao Xian was not surprised by this and had no intention of explaining further. She would get used to it in time. On the other hand, the emperor of the Pure Moon Dynasty, Zhou Yan, finally woke up from his coma. The moment he regained consciousness, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. Peak of the Middle Supreme. As the emperor of the Pure Moon Dynasty, Zhou Yan's aura was even stronger than that of Prime Minister Mo. No wonder Prime Minister Mo had to resort to so many schemes. It turns out he was not a match for this emperor, Zhao Xian thought to himself. But then again, as the ruler of a dynasty, if one had no ability, how could they keep their subordinates in check? Demon, die. The moment Zhou Yan woke up, he sensed the demonic aura around him. His face instantly contorted with disgust, and a terrifying aura erupted, aimed directly at Wu Yu. Don't be in such a hurry, Zhao Xian said slowly. Zhou Yan initially did not want to pay attention, but for some reason, the moment those words fell, his anger dissipated completely. He inexplicably retracted his terrifying aura. Only then did he turn to look at Zhao Xian, a hint of astonishment on his face. Who are you? He had never seen Zhao Xian before, but for some reason, looking at Zhao Xian, he felt no negative emotions at all. In fact, he felt a sense of closeness. This left him utterly shocked. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was not surprised and simply introduced what had just happened. Upon learning that Zhao Xian had killed Prime Minister Mo, Zhou Yan was instantly dumbfounded. He was well aware of Prime Minister Mo's strength. The other party was at the peak of the Middle Supreme, not much weaker than himself. Such a powerful being was actually killed by Zhao Xian? Yet he could clearly sense that Zhao Xian's aura fluctuation was only at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, Wu Yu, who was also startled, showed a look of astonishment upon hearing Zhao Xian's words. That demon lord was dead? For a moment, she felt a bit of fear, but looking at Zhao Xian, she found it hard to feel afraid. This was indeed somewhat contradictory. It even made her feel a bit strange. Since that's the case, how should we deal with this demon? Zhou Yan accepted the current situation and turned his gaze to Wu Yu, who was looking at Zhao Xian with eager eyes. She is on my side now. No need to deal with her, Zhao Xian said calmly. Zhou Yan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. If it were anyone else saying they were on the side of a demon in front of him, he would have immediately struck them down with a slap. Yet, coming from Zhao Xian, he found nothing unreasonable about it. In fact, he nodded in agreement. That's very good. I never expected that Zhou Yan, would be persecuted by demons to this extent. If it weren't for you, young Master Zhao, I might have long since met my ancestors, Zhou Yan said, his face showing a hint of guilt. Feeling quite ashamed of what had happened before, Zhao Xian patted Zhou Yan's shoulder and said, it's not your fault, after all. Demons are indeed very adept at exploiting human weaknesses. Zhao Xian glanced at Wu Yu. At that moment, Wu Yu, seeing Zhao Xian look over, merely displayed a pitiful expression and said nothing. Ahem. Zhou Yan seemed to recall something upon looking at Wu Yu, and his old face turned red. Young Master Zhao, I hope you won't speak of this matter, otherwise, I really won't have a place to hide my old face, especially with my few unworthy children. He, the emperor of the Pure Moon dynasty, had actually been seduced to the point of losing his wits by a demon emperor. Although he hadn't lost his body, he had lost his cultivation and nearly lost his life. If this were to get out, he would truly be embarrassed. Zhao Xian understood and patted Zhou Yan's shoulder. Don't worry. After saying this, Zhao Xian thought for a moment and took out another Fate Jade seal from his storage ring. He then handed it to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan looked confused upon seeing this. What is this? This is the Fate Jade seal, which can gather the dynasty's fortune. If the fortune is sufficient, it can be applied to you, causing your cultivation to soar in a short time, Zhao Xian explained casually. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Such a miraculous object exists in this world? Even Zhou Yan, who had seen much, couldn't help but take a deep breath in shock upon hearing about the Fate Jade seal's effects. Give it a try. Zhao Xian was not surprised and smiled, encouraging Zhou Yan to give it a go. Zhou Yan grasped the Fate Jade seal, and his breath merged with it, binding them together. Instantly, an invisible force surged toward Zhou Yan from all directions, then flowed into the Fate Jade seal. The fortune of the Pure Moon dynasty was countless times greater than that of a mere dynasty. Zhao Xian could clearly sense the terrifying speed at which the fortune within the Mother Jade seal was rising. Once the fortune was gathered, Zhou Yan attempted to apply some of it to himself. A terrifying aura immediately erupted. In an instant, it affected the entire imperial capital. Outside the palace, countless ministers waiting for news of the emperor's health were nearly scared to their knees by this terrifying aura. They all looked up in fear. This aura, so terrifying. It's even more terrifying than Prime Minister Mo and the Emperor. Could it be that the ancestor has come out of seclusion? Impossible. The ancestor has been in seclusion for 100 years and has never come out, only emerging in times of life and death for the dynasty. And this aura doesn't seem like the ancestors, it feels more like the emperors? The ministers discussed among themselves, their expressions growing strange, because this aura indeed resembled that of the emperor. Yet just moments ago, they clearly remembered the emperor had lost all cultivation and had fainted pale. How could such a terrifying aura exist? This was clearly beyond what a mid-level supreme could possess. Inside the hall, Zhou Yan's face was flushed, feeling the abundant power within him, filled with joy. With the fortune's enhancement, my cultivation has actually skyrocketed to the upper supreme. That's terrifying. Zhou Yan's face was filled with disbelief. Although he was at the peak of the middle supreme, just a step away from the upper supreme, that step could take him a few years or even a decade to cross. If it took longer, it might take decades or even centuries. Yet now, with this fortune jade seal, he had directly broken through the shackles and reached the level of upper supreme. It was simply horrifying. However, after enjoying the exquisite aspects of being an upper supreme, he quickly noticed the gradual depletion of the fortune within the jade seal. He immediately dispersed the fortune, and his cultivation returned to the peak of the middle supreme. It's good, but it consumes a bit of fortune. Zhou Yan sighed. That's only natural, being able to ascend in one step comes at a cost. Zhao Xian smiled. That's true, but since young Master Zhao has helped me so much, I can't just take advantage of it for free. Zhou Yan immediately said. In that case, if there's anything you want from the treasury of the Jinhua dynasty, feel free to take it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes brightened slightly. The treasury of the Jinhua dynasty. Wouldn't it be filled with treasures? Just taking one and turning waste into treasure. TSK. Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, now was not the time to take treasures. This matter is not urgent. The problem is not completely resolved yet. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Problem? Zhou Yan was slightly taken aback. Now that my cultivation has recovered, I will definitely not let the demons disrupt the order of our dynasty. On this point, I am quite confident. Zhou Yan's face was full of confidence. After all, being able to build the Jinhua dynasty to such a powerful level was closely related to his abilities. Zhao Xian naturally believed in Zhou Yan's capabilities. But, is that so? Then what if I tell you that the number of demons in the entire Jinhua dynasty accounts for more than half? Zhao Xian slowly spoke, revealing a piece of information that could shake the entire Jinhua dynasty. The number of demons in the Jinhua dynasty accounts for more than half. How could that be possible? Zhou Yan's eyes widened instantly. Impossible, he instinctively retorted. But subconsciously, he had already taken Zhao Xian's words as truth. His expression immediately turned grim. How could this be? Zhao Xian did not answer directly but looked at Wu Yu beside him. You should ask her. Swish. As Zhao Xian and Zhou Yan both stared at her, Wu Yu felt a bit nervous but still laid everything out. It was a plan set by the Lord, which has been ongoing for 100 years. That has infiltrated the Jinhua dynasty to this extent. 100 years. Zhou Yan's mouth twitched. Did this mean these demons had been causing trouble right under his nose for 100 years? And he was completely unaware. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan clenched his fists. However, after hearing this, Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. The Lord you mentioned. Who is he? As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, Zhou Yan also became interested. A demon capable of orchestrating such a grand plan clearly had a significant background. As the emperor of the Jinhua dynasty, Zhou Yan naturally had a good understanding of demons. He knew of the existence of the Black Abyss in the southern region and that it was home to countless demons, being their stronghold. But the specific situation inside was unknown to anyone. Once, their ancestor had stepped into the territory of the Black Abyss but returned to the Jinhua dynasty with a pale face after less than 3 breaths, then announced a closed-door retreat, stating he would only emerge if the Jinhua dynasty faced a dire situation. Although it was unclear what had happened, the ancestor brought back one piece of news. The demons appearing in the Jinhua dynasty would not exceed the upper supreme level, and even the upper supreme level demon lords would not dare to leave the Black Abyss recklessly. Could it be the master that Wu Yu mentioned is actually a supreme demon? Zhou Yan was pondering this. Over there, Wu Yu's face also turned slightly pale. A hint of a conflicted expression appeared on her delicate features. I'm sorry, master, but I cannot disclose any information about the master. I have a magic seal left by the master within me. And once I mention anything related to the master, it will. Wu Yu looked at Zhao Xian with a face full of apology. She didn't finish her sentence, and the consequences were self-evident. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was not surprised. After a moment of thought, he said, "Then I'll ask, and you just need to nod or shake your head." Yes. Wu Yu's eyes brightened at this way. It wouldn't count as her mentioning the master, which was a clever workaround. After all, she hadn't spoken to outsiders about anything regarding the master. First, the master you mentioned, is he a supreme being? Zhao Xian asked first. Zhou Yan's eyes flickered with curiosity upon hearing this. Immediately, Wu Yu shook her head. Then, is it the Holy Realm? Zhao Xian was already aware that the Holy Realm was above the supreme level. Wu Yu slowly nodded. Zhou Yan's face instantly turned pale. A demon saint. There was actually a demon saint hidden in the black abyss of the southern region. The strongest in the entire Jingyue dynasty was the ancestor of the dynasty, who was currently in closed-door cultivation, and he was merely a supreme being. The Holy Realm. How distant it was. In the entire central continent, not a single one had been born in hundreds or thousands of years. No, if one had to say, the Jingyue dynasty had once produced a Holy Realm powerhouse, but he did not break through within the central continent. The entire world was divided into the 4 great divine states and the 3 great sea realms. The central continent was merely the weakest region within the southern calamity state of the 4 great divine states. Moreover, the so-called central continent was only located in the central area of the southern calamity state. It could be considered a relatively weak area within the entire southern calamity state. The major dynasties located further north, closer to the central area, were far stronger than the Jingyue dynasty. The Holy Realm of the Jingyue dynasty had broken through among them. However, that was a long time ago, and that Holy Realm powerhouse had long since disappeared. Zhao Xian's expression became serious upon hearing this. A demon saint. He had indeed gotten himself involved with an extraordinary existence. Although the Holy Realm and the Supreme Level were only a step apart, that step could be said to encompass all the shackles between all realms below the Holy Realm, which might not even compare. The gap between them was unimaginable. The disparity between supreme beings was already extremely exaggerated. A Holy Realm powerhouse could easily wipe out dozens or hundreds of supreme beings without breaking a sweat. That was an absolutely transcendent and terrifying existence. To think it's a demon saint, fortunately, he can't leave the black abyss of the southern region. Zhou Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although it was daunting, it was thankfully not fatal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Naturally, Zhao Xian was unaware of this. Zhou Yan then briefly summarized the matter of the ancestor going to the black abyss of the southern region. Only then did Zhao Xian realize. So the demon saint cannot leave the black abyss of the southern region? No wonder, he said, since the other party was a demon saint. Wouldn't it be easy for him to directly take down the Jingyue dynasty? Why go through such a troublesome plan? It turned out he was trapped in the black abyss of the southern region. But according to what you said, if it were a demon lord of the supreme level, he could leave the black abyss of the southern region? Zhou Yan nodded. Then that's strange. Why did they only send a peak mid-supreme demon? Zhao Xian showed a puzzled expression. Zhou Yan also shook his head in confusion. Perhaps the demon saint thinks a peak mid-supreme demon lord is enough to take down the Jingyue dynasty. Or it could be because of my family's ancestor. Zhou Yan suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhao Xian also recalled that Prime Minister Mo was initially reluctant to show his true abilities, fearing it would evoke the expression of the ancestors of the Jingyue dynasty. Maybe, Zhao Xian thought no more of it, he would know the specifics once the divination pearls CD was ready, and he could perform a divination himself. So how should we deal with the demons within the Jingyue dynasty next? Zhou Yan looked at Zhao Xian with a hint of worry. Zhao Xian also showed a strange expression. You're the emperor, and you're asking me? Zhou Yan was taken aback. He didn't know why he instinctively asked Zhao Xian. That's true, but it's not very realistic to catch all these demons at once, and we don't have that capability. Let's start by dealing with the demons related to Prime Minister Mo. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yan found a direction. Seeing this, Zhao Xian nodded slightly. Although he had the ability to find all these demons, it was clear that this was not something he should do. It was something Zhou Yan, as the emperor, needed to handle himself. Master, what about me? Wu Yu suddenly asked. Zhao Xian thought for a moment. You should return to the southern region's Black Abyss and report the situation here. Remember, don't mention my matters. As for what reason? Zhao Xian whispered in Wu Yu's ear. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Okay, I understand. Master, then I'll leave now. Zhao Xian nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. Soon, Wu Yu turned and left. Zhou Yan did not ask Zhao Xian what he planned to do. However, Zhao Xian spoke first. I won't help you deal with all those demons, but I can help you solve part of the problem. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up, and he quickly clasped his hands, saying, Please guide me. Young Master Zhao, this matter is simple. You just need to hold an auction in the name of the Jingyue dynasty, and spread the word that the treasures at this auction will be unprecedentedly rare. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan was taken aback. An auction? What does this have to do with exterminating demons? Zhou Yan, not knowing Zhao Xian well, naturally found it hard to understand. Zhao Xian was not surprised and smiled as he explained. The number of demons within the entire Jingyue dynasty is extremely large. If you want to gather them together, you naturally need enough attraction. Saying this, Zhao Xian took out the demon core that had fallen from Prime Minister Mo after he was slain. If this item is auctioned, do you think those top demons would be tempted? Looking at the demon core in Zhao Xian's hand, Zhou Yan instantly understood. I see, young Master Zhao truly has a brilliant plan, but there's still one problem. Even if we gather them, we won't be able to distinguish which are demons and which are normal cultivators. Zhou Yan said again. You don't need to worry about that, I will help you. Zhao Xian smiled lightly and waved his hand. Zhou Yan immediately bowed respectfully and clasped his hands, saying, Then thank you very much, young Master Zhao. I will arrange this right away. Zhao Xian shook his head. There's no rush, you've just recovered, and there are still many ministers to address. Wait until you've handled the court affairs in a few days before starting. Alright. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yan nodded repeatedly. Chapter 174, The Confusion of the Demon Lords. Moving into the Taishian Hall. In the Grand Hall of the Imperial Capital, Zhou Yan sat on the dragon throne, and the ministers below all bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your recovery. They all spoke up, their tones filled with relief and excitement. At first, they thought there was a problem with the Emperor's health. Now it seemed, fortunately, nothing too serious had happened. Zhou Yan remained silent, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over each minister. Only then did he show a smile and say, I apologize for worrying you all, my health has fully recovered. Your Majesty, what exactly happened? How could your cultivation suddenly disappear? A minister couldn't help but clasp his hands and ask. It's related to my method of cultivation, but now there is no major issue. Zhou Yan casually found an excuse. Upon hearing this, many ministers exchanged glances. The method of cultivation. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, we recently sensed a terrifying aura outside that rivals that of the Supreme, and that aura seems to be quite similar to yours. Could it be? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan squinted and smiled. Oh, you discovered it? But it's not exactly a breakthrough, it's just that through a secret method, I can temporarily elevate my own cultivation to that of the Supreme, Zhou Yan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the ministers were instantly excited. Of course, some ministers remained expressionless, but in an instant, they were all beaming with smiles. Their acting was quite impressive. Even Zhou Yan couldn't detect anything amiss. Immediately, the ministers began to clasp their hands in congratulations, knowing that the emperor had no issues and even had a means to possess power comparable to the Supreme. The ministers were quite pleased and excited. This way, their position in the Jingyue dynasty became even more secure. However, someone soon noticed something strange. Your Majesty, where is Prime Minister Mo? Usually, during court sessions, Prime Minister Mo would always be by his side. Why is it that now, he is nowhere to be seen? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan sighed, revealing a look of regret and guilt. Prime Minister Mo exhausted considerable effort to resolve the affliction on me, but in the end, he couldn't hold on and has passed away. Wow! At this statement, the entire hall was filled with astonishment. Prime Minister Mo is dead. Moreover, he died to save the emperor? This is simply shocking. After all, Prime Minister Mo had previously shown an attitude that was mostly contrary to the emperor's. They often had disputes. Who would have thought that the extremely stern Prime Minister Mo would lose his life for the emperor? This made many ministers feel a bit ashamed. Please, Your Majesty, take care. Prime Minister Mo died for the emperor. He sacrificed himself for the Jinhua dynasty. I believe Prime Minister Mo has no regrets in death. It's a pity that Prime Minister Mo never married and left no descendants. Indeed. Seeing this, Zhou Yan also gathered himself and said, Old Mo left a last wish before he died. He said he had not left any descendants, and he didn't want his skills to be buried in the river of time and disappear. So he entrusted me to auction off all his belongings, which can be considered a form of inheritance. As soon as Zhou Yan said this, the ministers, who had just been a bit sorrowful, instantly perked up. Prime Minister Mo actually wanted to auction off all his relics? This is simply a tremendous opportunity. Many ministers couldn't help but swallow hard. Treasures left by a peak middle supreme powerhouse. It couldn't possibly be bad. If they could auction off even one or two treasures, these ministers were not short of money. Naturally, they yearned for these treasures. For a moment, the excitement over the treasures had already diluted the sorrow over Prime Minister Mo's demise. After all, they themselves had no good feelings towards Prime Minister Mo. Once the court session ended, news of the auction quickly spread throughout the Jinhua dynasty. All the ministers, princes, princesses, and royal relatives in the imperial capital were all extremely excited. The entire imperial capital was basically discussing this matter. Subsequently, this news spread even further from the imperial capital. Now, all the major forces within the Jinhua dynasty were aware of this matter. The top forces were eager to rush to the imperial capital immediately. However, the auction was just a rumor. The specific auction time had not yet been determined. But some demons lurking in the shadows began to look strange. What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that the emperor would die suddenly, the puppet prince would ascend, and then we would all act together to officially take over the Jinhua dynasty? How did things end up like this? Is that old thing really dead? If he's not dead, then what's with this auction? That old thing has quite a few treasures. It seems the dog emperor doesn't know their worth and wants to auction them all off. What about the plan moving forward? Who knows? The master will contact us when the time comes. Let's first get our hands on the treasures left by that old thing. That makes sense. Although they were all demons, the relationships among the major demon lords were not solid as iron. And even the death of Prime Minister Mo did not evoke any sadness in them. Instead, there was a sense of gloating. As for the treasures left by Prime Minister Mo, they were clearly quite appealing to them. President, where are we going? Su Wanqing followed Zhao Xian out of the room, leaving the inn. She wore a puzzled expression on her pretty face. Were they really leaving the Jinhua dynasty? But they had only just arrived a few days ago. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and said, I've made a business deal with the emperor of the Jinhua dynasty, and soon there will be a grand auction held in this imperial capital. As the emperor's esteemed guests, we naturally cannot stay in an inn every day. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's mouth dropped open in shock. The president was doing business with the emperor of the Jinhua dynasty? When did this happen? Moreover, the other party was the emperor. It was said that his cultivation was at least that of a mid-level supreme being, perhaps even a high-level supreme. Such a powerful figure. Was he really that easy to talk to? Su Wanqing was filled with astonishment. But more than that, she was in awe of Zhao Xian's abilities. Truly worthy of being the president. He managed to accomplish such an outrageous thing so easily. Soon, under Zhao Xian's lead, the two of them walked to the front of the palace gates. Halt at the palace. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by the dragon guards at the entrance. Zhao Xian had no intention of forcing his way in, so he took out the waist token that Zhou Yan had given him. The token looked quite ordinary, a dark blue color, with the character Zhou engraved on the front and Jinhua on the back. However, upon seeing this token, the two dragon guards' expressions changed dramatically. They quickly cupped their hands and bowed their heads. We apologize, my lord, it was our rudeness, please forgive us. Sweat was pouring down their foreheads. This token, there was only one in the entire Jinhua dynasty. It was the emperor's personal token. It was always carried on his person, never leaving his side. But now, the emperor's token had fallen into this person's hands. One could imagine the noble identity of the person before them. Naturally, they were in a panic. This was equivalent to angering the emperor. Angering the dragon guards, one misstep could mean death for their entire family. No harm done. Take us to the Tai Xian Hall. The dragon guards trembled all over. The Tai Xian Hall. That was the palace used by the Jinhua dynasty to receive the most esteemed guests. Hiss. Yes, The dragon guards did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and led Zhao Xian and Su Wanqing deep into the palace.